Mechs embody the essence of a man's romantic aspirations, and conquering the cosmos with these mechanical marvels is the pinnacle of such ambition. In the vast expanse of the universe, amid five great empires, one encounters dimensional beings, cosmic anomalies, planetary life forms, transdimensional warfare, and atomic catastrophes. How can one hope to conquer the universe while remaining feeble? This narrative unfolds the tale of a mech-imbued youth who continually strengthens himself to dominate the cosmos. Chapter 1. Unlocking the Gene Lock. Today marks a momentous occasion for the second young master of the Kellen family, as he is set to unlock his genetic potential. At this moment, guests flow in and out of the Kellen estate, all extending their felicitations to the family patriarch, Kellen Clarence. Within the grand hall stands a young boy, approximately 16 years of age, possessing striking features with black hair and black eyes, setting him apart from those around him. Curiously, this youth's gaze is imbued with an air of foolishness, for even in the presence of imperial dignitaries, he pays them no heed. His attention remains fixated on the mechanical component in his hand, as if the sole object of his interest in the entire hall is that very piece of machinery. This young boy is none other than Kellen Sumin, the protagonist on the verge of unlocking his gene lock today. At 16, he stands at the perfect age to witness the culmination of his efforts and talents over the past 16 years. The more solidly one establishes their foundation and the greater their innate gifts, the more formidable the energy produced within their body upon the initial unlocking of the gene lock. As a descendant of an apocalyptic-level powerhouse, despite the whispers suggesting that Kellen Sumin may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, there remains immense anticipation for his latent potential. After all, his elder brother, Kellen Suray, set a nearly decade-long record for the Empire when he unlocked his gene lock 2 years prior. Gene energy level, 13 points. Cerebral energy level, 15 points. The gene energy level reflects an individual's combat prowess, and an average person unlocking their gene lock typically achieves energy levels between 5 to 8 points, while the eldest son of the Kellen family astonishingly reached 13 points. Even more remarkable is Surue's cerebral energy level, which astonishingly attained 15 points. Cerebral energy level indicates a person's capacity to pilot mechs. The stronger the energy level, the more powerful the mech one can command. While it is true that once one's combat strength reaches a certain threshold, it may not be inferior to that of a mech. In scenarios of equal caliber and combat value, those capable of piloting mechs are undeniably invincible. The progeny of a prestigious lineage, Surue has already demonstrated through his innate talent that a descendant of an apocalyptic-level powerhouse is far from inept. Kellen Surue is destined to become a pillar of strength for the Empire. And now, as the younger brother of Kellen Surue, Kellen Sumin is poised to once again astonish the world today. It is no wonder that Kellen Clarence returned directly from the battlefield to witness the rise of his son. As the time approached, Clarence smiled and addressed the elder gentleman before him. "Mr. Isaac, let us commence." Isaac nodded, producing a syringe filled with a dark green liquid, which he proceeded to inject into Sumin's arm. This is the genetic serum, a product born from the pinnacle of technological civilization, developed to unlock human combat potential. It enables the unlocking of genetic locks within the human body, granting the ability to transcend genetic limitations. Following the injection of the genetic serum, a sensation of revival surged through Sumin's body. Clarence gazed at his second son in the center of the grand hall, slowly nodding with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. At this juncture, it nearly signifies the successful unlocking of the gene lock. All that remains is to await the opening of Sumin's gene lock and assess his 2 energy levels. Standing beside Kellen Clarence is an exceptionally handsome young man, whose gaze is now directed towards Sumin in the hall, revealing a flicker of shadowy intent in his eyes. This young man is none other than Sumin's elder brother, Kellen Surue, renowned as the Empire's greatest prodigy in a decade. Yet his gaze towards Sumin is devoid of the warmth a brother should possess, replaced instead by the vigilance and aversion one might reserve for a rival. At that moment, Sumin suddenly emanated an aura that seemed to shatter his restraints. "Congratulations, Lord Clarence. Your son has successfully unlocked his gene lock. The Empire is about to gain 2 new pillars of strength." The surrounding guests erupted in congratulations. A flicker of joy crossed Clarence's eyes, yet he humbly responded, "My son has yet to verify his 2 energy levels. We must not rush to conclusions. Mr. Isaac, please assist in assessing Sumin's energy levels." Isaac smiled and nodded, subsequently placing a device against Sumin's arm. Instantly, 2 values materialized swiftly within the apparatus. The crowd hurriedly directed their attention towards the instrument, curiously scrutinizing the figures displayed. Upon seeing the values of 1 and -3, their eyes widened in disbelief, and expressions of astonishment overtook their faces. The readings of 1 and -3 indicate that Su Ming's genetic level is a mere 1 point, and his cerebral domain rank is even inferior to that of an ordinary individual. Could it be that the testing device is malfunctioning? Let us try another one, Isaac hurriedly suggested as he retrieved a different tester, only to yield the same results of 1 and -3. After several exchanges, the results remained unchanged. At this moment, the assembled crowd in the grand hall exchanged glances, each reflecting a bewildered expression. Colin Clarence's second son, the second scion of the Colin family, Colin Su Ming, was deemed a useless individual. A genetic lock activation level below 3 points almost unequivocally classifies the individual as a failure, leaving them with virtually no chance of cultivation in the future. How could this be? The eldest son is unparalleled, while the second son is a mere invalid. I always thought that second young master, Su Ming, appeared rather dull. I never imagined his level would be so abysmal, remarked one. Now, this is going to be entertaining. The progeny of a formidable transcendence-level powerhouse is not only a failure, but also a simpleton. Colin Clarence's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Colin Su Ming. Then he abruptly slammed his palm on the table and pointed at a nearby attendant, demanding, "Has Su Ming truly not practiced at all during these past 10 years? Even a modicum of training would prevent such a dismal reading." The attendant trembled and fell to his knees, quaking in fear. "Forgive me, my lord. The second young master is infatuated with mechanical components and cannot bear to part with them. Otherwise, he would wail inconsolably, rendering proper cultivation impossible." Witnessing this, Su Rui's eyes glimmered with delight as he exchanged glances with someone in the guest seating. Immediately, that individual rose and addressed Colin Clarence. "Lord Clarence, according to imperial law, during wartime, citizens over the age of 16 without cultivation talent are mandated to serve in logistics on the front lines for 5 years. As a distinguished marshal of the Empire, I trust you would not exploit your position to evade this obligation, would you?" Colin Clarence directed a frosty gaze at the speaker, who belonged to a rival political faction, unexpectedly pressing the issue at this moment. Such a public declaration among the nobility rendered any possibility of Clarence using his influence to shield his son utterly futile. However, who was Clarence to be cowed by the threats of a mere bureaucrat? He disregarded the official, turning his attention to Su Ming, and slowly inquired, "Son, assure me that you will commit to earnest cultivation and cease your obsession with mechanical components. Imperial law dictates the absence of cultivation talent. Nevertheless, if Clarence were willing to invest substantial resources, there remained a possibility for Su Ming's cultivation in the future." He awaited but a single affirmation from Su Ming. Yet at that moment, upon hearing that someone might impede his exploration of mechanical components, Su Ming grew anxious, exclaiming, "No, no, I'm just one component away. Let me finish this first." The hall erupted in laughter at Su Ming's words. Even now, this second young master was preoccupied with tinkering with mechanical parts. Truly a hopeless case, a simpleton of no worth. Fury ignited within Clarence's gaze. His son was indeed a fool. Even his attempts to safeguard him seemed futile. Given Su Ming's refusal to commit to proper cultivation, what justification remained for Clarence to protect his son under the watchful eyes of so many imperial dignitaries? "Very well, my Colin family does not require a son lacking in intellect. He is a liability. Let him be sent to the logistics planet for 5 years. Disappointment washed over Clarence's features as he gestured dismissively to a nearby attendant, instructing, "Since he wishes to play with mechanical components, send him to the mechanical repair department to his heart's content. The Colin family has no need for useless individuals. From this day forth, strip Su Ming of his Colin surname, and take him away." Clarence spoke slowly, not casting another glance at Su Ming, as if the youth before him were nothing but a disgrace to the entire Colin family. Upon hearing Clarence's decree, an attendant rose to support Su Ming and escorted him toward the exit. Just as they approached the threshold, Su Ming fixated on the mechanical component in his grasp, and with a decisive click, he successfully disassembled it into 2 independent parts. "Hey. At last, the final piece is finally complete." Su Ming's foolish voice echoed from the doorway, prompting another uproar of laughter from the assembly, further darkening Clarence's countenance. Yet, unbeknownst to all, at that moment, an extraordinary electronic voice resonated within Su Ming's mind. Ding! Achievement of disassembling 1 million mechanical components reached, activating the Mecha Martial Sovereign System. Ding! System activation, sealed consciousness returning. Ding! Commencing genetic alteration, transforming carbon-based life forms into stellar entities, acquiring the physique of the 9 radiant stars same body. Ding! Acquired cultivation method stellar, boundless, celestial art. Chapter 2. Journey to Planet Nopu. Alas, this wretched system has finally released me. Upon departing the Grand Hall, Su Ming found himself ushered into a vehicle that sped towards an interstellar teleportation station on this planet. Unbeknownst to everyone, as he sat alone in the car, Su Ming's expression gradually transformed from one of bewildered ignorance to clarity. A flicker of divine light flashed in his eyes, and he began to voice his grievances. Su Ming was not of this world. He was a traveler hailing from Earth, specifically from the land of Huaxia. Unlike other travelers, however, upon his arrival, his consciousness had been imprisoned in a realm known as the Mecha martial sovereign system. For the past 16 years, he had been compelled to cultivate a technique called the starry, boundless heavenly art. Meanwhile, his corporeal form remained in a stupor, tasked with disassembling 1 million mechanical components to liberate his consciousness from the confines of the system. Yet, a cold glint shone in Su Ming's eyes. Korun Surui. Was it? And his cadre of supporters lurking in the shadows. Though Su Ming's consciousness had been unable to return to his body during this time, he had remained acutely aware of all that transpired. While his body languished in ignorance, Korin Su Rue, the so-called brother of this lifetime, had employed various underhanded means to undermine him. For 16 long years, Su Ming's physical training had stagnated, not only due to his body's inherent dullness, which only knew how to dismantle mechanical parts, but also because this individual named Su Rue had covertly instructed his attendants to deny Su Ming any opportunity for cultivation. Moreover, Su Rue suppressed the knowledge of Su Ming's lack of training from their father, Clarence. Just wait. Once I return, I shall not spare your foul visage. Su Ming silently vowed. At that moment, he sensed a peculiar surge of energy emanating from the system, flooding into every part of his being. Under the influence of this energy, his body began to undergo a series of transformations. At the deepest genetic level, a profound change occurred. Originally a carbon-based life form, Su Ming's physique gradually morphed into a peculiar hybrid of energy and flesh. Ding! Genetic alteration successful. Host has acquired the stellar radiance sacred body. Physical constitution compatible. Star point functionality activated. Ding! For every mechanical component disassembled, the host automatically gains 1 star point. Star points can be utilized for cultivation, healing the wounded body, or converting into offensive capabilities for body tempering. If someone had been standing beside Su Ming at that moment, they would have witnessed a frenzied escalation of energy levels within him. Previously, his physical energy level stood at a mere 1 point, but with the system's automatic conversion, it skyrocketed to 21 points. Simultaneously, as his consciousness returned, the years spent cultivating the starry, boundless heavenly art had forged his awareness into something extraordinarily formidable, elevating his mental domain energy level to 25 points. This was an astonishingly formidable energy level. It's worth noting that Su Rue, hailed as the Empire's most prodigious talent in a decade, had only achieved a mere 13 or 15 points upon unlocking his genetic lock. Yet here was Su Ming, reaching 21 and 25 points, leaving Su Rue far behind. In a sense, Su Ming had surpassed the limits of what humanity could achieve at the first unlocking of the genetic lock. Ding! Below is the host's attribute panel. Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 21. Mental domain energy level, 25. Genetic lock unlock level, intermediate level 1. Physical activity, 100. Body tempering level, level 1. Next level body tempering requires 100 star points. Star points acquired, 0. Amidst this cascade of changes, Su Ming felt the vehicle that bore him come to a halt. The door swung open, revealing a servant standing at the entrance, regarding him with a mixture of disdain and disbelief. What a waste, squandering such splendid resources. If my birthright were even half as fortunate, you would be groveling at my feet by now. But now, look at you, the so-called second son of the Korin family, ousted from your home. Think you're still the second son? The servant spat contemptuously. In truth, within the Korin family, when no one else was around, the servants and attendants maintained an air of indifference towards Su Ming. Some even harbored a deep-seated animosity towards wealthy offspring, unleashing the grievances they suffered under other masters upon Su Ming, who was perceived as nothing but a simpleton, oblivious to all but the disassembly of mechanical parts. As long as they did not seize the mechanical components from his hands, this fool would remain passive, enduring beatings and bullying without a flicker of response. Su Ming's gaze turned icy. He vividly recalled the heinous acts these servants had committed against his unresponsive self. Do you even comprehend the words you utter? Su Ming alighted from the vehicle, fixing his indifferent gaze upon the servant as he spoke with an air of cold detachment. Witnessing the once dull second son of the Korin family, who had previously shown no reaction to beatings or insults, now speaking up with a gaze devoid of past foolishness, only profound indifference. The servant was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? The fool is speaking? The servant muttered, his anger flaring as he snapped back to reality. What is this nonsense? Do you really think you're still the same second son? You're about to be assigned to work in the border star domain, where you'll be worth less than a dog. How dare you shout at me? The servant sneered at Su Ming, then raised his hand, poised to deliver a slap. He was fully aware that Su Ming's physical energy level was a mere 1 point, insufficient even to reach the levels of an ordinary person. His own energy level was 3 points, enough to reduce Su Ming to a pulp, even without unlocking his genetic lock. But just as his hand was about to strike, Su Ming reached out and seized the servant's wrist. With a gentle yet decisive twist, a sickening crack echoed as the servant's wrist shattered beneath Su Ming's grasp. Likely irreparable even with medical intervention. The servant howled in agony, his eyes widening in disbelief and terror as he regarded Su Ming. Wasn't he, this Su Ming, supposed to possess only 1 point of energy? How could such immense power emanate from him? But before he could ponder further, Su Ming swiftly retaliated, delivering a resounding slap that sent the servant reeling, rendering him unconscious. Were it not for the laws of the main star imposing penalties for murder, today you would have faced a fate far worse than a shattered wrist. Su Ming spoke coldly, then bent down to retrieve the servant's star coin card and pass. Rising once more, he strode towards the teleportation station ahead. According to Imperial law, a youth of 16 without cultivation talent must unconditionally serve for 5 years on the front-line logistical planets. With this decree established, Su Ming found himself with little recourse but to comply, for to defy it would mean opposing the entirety of Imperial law. Moreover, since the Corrin family had disowned him, it was the perfect opportunity for Su Ming to venture forth and carve out a world of his own. Chapter 3, Monte. Who goes there? Where do you intend to go? Su Ming, this is my identification card. I am bound for planet Nopu to serve for 5 years. Su Ming addressed the staff at the teleportation station, his voice calm and collected. So mean? Upon receiving the identity card, the staff member at the space transfer station glanced at the credentials of Su Ming, particularly taken aback by the mention of his former status as the second young master of the Corrin family, now stripped of the Corrin surname. With a peculiar expression, he directed his gaze towards Su Ming, saying nothing further as he handed him a card. Insert this card into the transfer station's apparatus, and it will naturally transport you to NOP planet. The staff member informed Su Ming. Thank you. Su Ming replied with a light chuckle, proceeding towards the space transfer station. However, as he passed through the detection area, the energy level testing device suddenly displayed 2 conspicuous numbers, 21 and 25, representing Su Ming's physical and mental energy levels. The staff member's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing these figures. Am I seeing things? Just unlocked his genetic lock today, and possesses such energy levels? This is a once-in-a-millennium genius, he murmured to himself. How could such a prodigy renounce his surname? Why must he work on the border planet for 5 years? Does the Corrin family not realize they have squandered a rare talent? Before he could collect his thoughts, the space transfer channel activated. In the next instant, Su Ming's figure vanished from sight. Whoosh! With technology reaching its zenith, the space transfer technology had matured to an extraordinary degree. The nation where Su Ming resided was one of the 5 cosmic superpowers in the human realm, known as the Mongoliad Empire, renowned for its cutting-edge capabilities in space transfer technology. With scarcely any discomfort, Su Ming found himself transported to a planet that exuded a strong industrial atmosphere. NOP planet. Approaching him was a robust man, who, upon seeing Su Ming, grinned broadly and said, "Kid, here to work, huh?" Su Ming nodded and promptly handed over his work permit to the man. In truth, Su Ming could have easily disregarded the Corrin family's arrangements and sought a leisurely life elsewhere. However, upon learning that his assigned workplace was a logistics mechanical repair factory, his interest was piqued. For every mechanical component he dismantled, he would earn a bit of starlight points. What place could be more conducive to obtaining mechanical parts in need of disassembly than a logistics mechanical repair factory? Moreover, throughout the years of aimlessness, Su Ming had been dismantling various mechanical components. Even the most obscure parts could be procured by the Corrin family. After 16 years and over 1 million components dismantled, the wealth of experience and knowledge he gained was immense. With a glint of excitement in his eyes, Su Ming gazed at the logistics base ahead, thick with industrial ambience. Mechas were the dreams of every genetic warrior. Having disassembled 1 million diverse mechanical components, perhaps he could one day assemble a mecha of his own. The man took a look at Su Ming's work permit and scrutinized his physique, raising an eyebrow at his still unaltered luxurious attire. "Kid, Your work permit indicates a technical position? I thought you were some sort of janitor or statistician, a non-technical worker. You're not one of those so-called signs from prominent families here just to gild your resume, are you? Let me tell you. The front of this logistics line is a battlefield, a place of life and death. You, a rich kid, better not cause trouble. The man glared at Su Ming with an unfriendly expression. Su Ming chuckled lightly and replied calmly, I have practiced mechanical disassembly at home and can handle this work. Mechanical disassembly? The man regarded Su Ming with renewed scrutiny, then scoffed. All right, let us see if you can walk the walk. I'll give you a few mechanical parts. If you can dismantle and reassemble them, I'll let you work in the mechanical department. Otherwise, you'll stick to being a janitor. No trouble allowed. Su Ming smiled. No problem. Follow me. The man led Su Ming to a spacious mechanical production room. Newcomer, huh? Monte. Several individuals in the mechanical room were busy dismantling machinery. These were machines damaged in frontline warfare, sent to the logistics mechanical repair factory for restoration. Upon seeing the robust man enter with Su Ming, the others began to jest. Look at this fresh face, probably just a gilded disciple sent by some big family. Wan Ku, grab some mechanical parts. Let's put this kid to the test. Wan Ku, a lean mechanic, laughed heartily, then selected a few seemingly ordinary mechanical parts from the pile of damaged components. Newbie, start with these simpler ones for your test. Clink. The mechanical parts were tossed in front of Su Ming. The surrounding mechanics, often engaged in monotonous tasks, were intrigued by the prospect of a newcomer's test and turned their attention to Su Ming's workstation. All right, Su Ming, begin dismantling and assembling, the man said nonchalantly. As Su Ming looked at the mechanical components before him, he momentarily froze. It was not that he did not recognize the parts. Rather, the system panel had endowed him with the ability to perceive the internal conditions of the components. It was as though his eyes had transformed into X-ray vision, effortlessly revealing the internal damages. Various metrics instantly appeared before his eyes: torque strength, damage degree, hardness, and more. It was as if a pair of glasses capable of seeing through the surface of objects had materialized before him, allowing Su Ming to easily discern the mechanical structure. His heart soared with joy. The complexities of mechanical components often lay in the need to be familiar with their structure and corresponding functions to ensure careful disassembly without damaging critical areas. After all, with technology having reached an astonishing level, many components featured circuits measured in microns and nanometers, small and densely packed. A moment of inattention could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially ruining the entire part. Now, equipped with this newfound capability, the task of disassembly became remarkably manageable. As Su Ming was lost in thought, the man named Monty grew impatient. He coldly remarked, well, kid, don't overestimate yourself and waste our time. Go fetch a menial task in a mechanical cleaning room instead. Hearing Monty's voice snapped Su Ming back to reality. He smiled at Monty and replied slowly, don't rush, just watch closely. Chapter 4, Restoration. With unwavering confidence, Su Ming picked up a rather battered mechanical part from the table. He then extended his hand, preparing to disassemble the component. Onlookers gasped in disbelief. Aren't you going to scan it with a scanner first? What if there are hidden damages inside? Rushing in could exacerbate the issues or lead to outright failure. One mechanic, witnessing Su Ming's approach, exclaimed. However, Su Ming paid him no heed and continued to disassemble the mechanical part. Another mechanic shook his head, muttering, his arm strength is uneven. Without mechanical arms, it's exceedingly difficult to control. He could easily damage the millimeter circuits inside. This kid doesn't even know the basics. Yes, clearly just pretending to understand. Upon hearing the voices of the two mechanics, the expression of the formidable Monty darkened as he cast a disapproving glance towards Su Ming. Should Su Ming damage this mechanical component, he would undoubtedly learn that there exists no remedy for regret in this world. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from the mechanical part in Su Ming's hands. Click! The onlookers craned their necks, their gazes drawn to the spectacle. Soon, astonishment flickered vividly in their eyes as they beheld the mechanical component being flawlessly disassembled into two distinct pieces, resting upon the workbench. How could this be? It appeared to be a perfect disassembly. This lad hadn't even employed a scanner. One of the mechanics voiced his incredulity. Yet, Su Ming paid him no heed. His focus unwaveringly fixed on the mechanical components laid out on the workbench as he retrieved another piece and continued his meticulous disassembly. Click! Once more a soft sound resonated, and the crowd was astounded to discover that the components Su Ming had disassembled bore no signs of secondary damage whatsoever. Secondary damage refers to the potential deterioration that occurs when mechanical parts, having sustained initial battle damage, are mishandled by mechanics during repair, resulting in further harm. The indicators of secondary damage are often far more pronounced than those of the original damage, rendering them easily identifiable. Such occurrences are quite common. A mechanic is generally deemed competent if they can maintain a damage rate of 40. Now, the spectators beheld this fair-skinned youth who, after flawlessly disassembling a second mechanical component, proceeded to grasp yet another piece and dismantle it with ease. Click, click, click. The workshop reverberated with a series of soft sounds, and the onlookers transitioned from astonishment to disbelief, then to a numbing reverence. By now, Su Ming had successfully disassembled 9 mechanical components, with a secondary damage rate of 0. It was utterly astounding. Gasps echoed throughout the workshop. While it was one thing to forego the use of a scanner, something even seasoned veterans could manage, it was an entirely different matter to perform such disassemblies by hand, which necessitated an intimate knowledge of every intricate structure within the mechanical parts. The operator must exert a perfectly measured force, as even the slightest deviation could result in damage. The implication of this youth's S0 secondary damage rate suggested that his expertise and experience in mechanical disassembly far surpassed that of anyone present. Was this boy honing his skills since infancy? One mechanic murmured, his eyes wide with incredulity. No, not merely from infancy, but he must have practiced extensively, perhaps 10 hours a day, with unwavering focus on this singular craft, to achieve such proficiency. Another mechanic quickly refuted the previous assertion. In his view, such a feat was nearly impossible. Who would dedicate their youth solely to the disassembly of mechanical components? Yet, little did they realize that, in a manner of speaking, Su Ming's actions mirrored the very behavior they described. From a young age, he had been inseparable from mechanical parts, spending his waking hours dismantling them. Save for sleep and meals, this relentless practice had fostered an almost obsessive familiarity with every mechanical component, allowing him to discern issues with merely a touch. With a final click, the 10th mechanical component was successfully disassembled, revealing a scattered array of individual parts on the workbench. The workshop fell into an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a needle dropping would have been audible. Monty, poised to speak, found his voice momentarily stifled as Su Ming disregarded the onlookers, casually retrieving a precision engraving tool and placing one of the components under it, beginning to etch micron-level circuits onto the part. He intended to repair the component. One mechanic exclaimed in astonishment, his disassembly skills are exceptional. Could he possibly repair it as well? Another mechanic's eyes widened as he fixated intently on Su Ming's hands. Mechanical repair involves numerous intricate steps: cleaning, disassembly, repair, and reassembly. The cleaning stage is the simplest, requiring minimal skill. However, disassembly, repair, and reassembly grow increasingly complex. Even these mechanics typically specialize in one aspect of the procedure, passing the final assembly to another. Yet here was this youth, who after disassembling, sought to repair. The crowd refrained from interrupting Su Ming. His previous performance had already captivated a portion of the mechanics present, and now, as they observed his intent to continue the repair, they collectively held their breath, eagerly anticipating his next move. His hands are remarkably steady. One mechanic murmured, "Monty, what is his brain domain level? With such steadiness, it must be considerable." Another mechanic inquired curiously. The steadiness of one's hands is controlled by the mind. The body's energy level signifies power and force, while the brain domain level represents control and skill. Monty retrieved Su Ming's work ID, intrigued. Upon seeing the large 3 in the brain domain level section, his eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misread. His brain domain level is 3? This must be a mistake. Even Monty was left bewildered. Wait. The part he is repairing is the N265 model energy rifle SX3 circuit board, but the etched circuits are incorrect. Many contradict the original design. At that moment, one of the engravers narrowed his eyes, standing up with a serious demeanor. Chapter 5. A startling revelation. Upon hearing his words, the mechanics in the workshop gasped in alarm. He.s. engraving it incorrectly? One disassembler frowned and queried. Although he lacked expertise in engraving, he understood a fundamental principle. If the etched circuits were contradictory, it could lead to a catastrophic self-detonation of the circuit board due to electronic interference. In such a scenario, not only would they fail to defeat their adversaries, but even preserving their own lives would be a fortunate outcome. Errors in engraving are strictly taboo in mechanical repair and manufacturing, for the repercussions of such mistakes are unfathomable. Should we stop him? Monty furrowed his brow as he posed the question. The engraver observed Su Ming's technique closely, watching as he meticulously re-etched the circuits onto the damaged board, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Strange, Although his engraving paths are contradictory, they harmonize remarkably when interconnected. The engraver murmured to himself, "Is there a danger?" Mani inquired, his brow still furrowed. The engraver shook his head and replied, "I cannot comprehend it. But we shall ascertain the final effect once he completes the engraving and conducts the reassembly test." As the crowd absorbed the engraver's words, their gazes returned to Su Ming. At this moment, he had commenced the repair of the second component, still utilizing the precision engraver, carefully etching patterns onto the part. Yet unbeknownst to the others, within Su Ming's mind, a series of soft notifications echoed. Dismantling successful, gained 1 starlight point. Dismantling successful, gained 1 starlight point. Repair successful, gained 1 starlight point. To Su Ming's delight, he discovered that successfully repairing components also yielded starlight points. Is it not to say that successfully restoring a weapon would yield an impressive bounty of starlight points? This logistics repair workshop is nothing short of my paradise. Su Ming, in high spirits, swiftly repaired several components, accumulating a total of 20 starlight points alongside the previously disassembled parts. Gazing at the restored components in his hands, he wasted no time in commencing the assembly process. The surrounding mechanics, now numb with astonishment, stared in disbelief at Su Ming, who had just completed the repairs and was poised to begin the assembly. "Well, you can handle heavy machinery. Is there anything you can't do?" They mused. The process of reassembly is the most challenging aspect of repairing mechanical components. It requires the precise alignment of circuits down to the micron level, ensuring that the gaps between components do not exceed 1 micron. This task is exceedingly demanding, placing high expectations on the mechanics involved. Even Su Ming, during the reassembly, was fully focused, meticulously piecing together the components before him. After considerable effort, he managed to assemble a complete mechanical part from over 10 individual components. Upon completing the assembly, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the workshop. Everyone had been riveted by Su Ming's actions, and witnessing the successful assembly brought forth a wave of unspoken relief. It was done. The circuit system of the N265 energy rifle has been restored. With a smile illuminating his face, Su Ming held the mechanical component, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Restoring a damaged part to its former glory, allowing it to perform its intended function once more, embodies the essence of mechanical repair. What is it with you all? Su Ming finally noticed that he had unwittingly become the center of attention, with everyone fixated on the mechanical component he was holding. "Su Ming, is it? Why does the circuit engraving in this component differ from the original?" asked the engraver. Swallowing nervously, Su Ming's recent display had left him utterly astounded, and though he sensed discrepancies in the circuit engravings, he struggled to ascertain whether the mechanical component had truly been restored. "Oh, I simply felt that certain aspects of the original circuit were somewhat unreasonable and made a few adjustments." Su Ming replied nonchalantly. "Somewhat unreasonable? Just a few adjustments?" The engraver couldn't help but smile wryly. Such a statement sounds simple, yet in practice, it entails a creative endeavor built upon existing foundations. This level of operation typically requires the expertise of a master, rendering it a formidable challenge. "Is there a test rifle for the N265 energy rifle? I would like to try this circuit system." Su Ming wayeth. At Su Ming's words, the crowd seemed to awaken from trance. Indeed, regardless of whether Su Ming's restoration was successful or not, the best way to verify it was to replace the component in the original weapon. If it could achieve over 75 of the original power, it would be deemed acceptable, over 90, and it could be considered a perfect restoration. The crowd hurriedly fetched a test rifle from the storage and handed it to Su Ming. He accepted the test rifle and seamlessly replaced it with the mechanical component he had just restored. Subsequently, he approached the testing area and fired at the target. Zing! A surge of energy erupted from the rifle, coalescing instantly before being unleashed through the barrel. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the test target swayed violently. However, constructed from supercomposite materials, the target remained unscathed despite its tumultuous motion. Soon, the testing results were unveiled. The N265 energy rifle's test results indicated a power output of 130 of the original value, a 20 reduction in energy storage time, and a 20 increase in projectile velocity. The overall assessment of the restored component indicated an effectiveness of 130 relative to its original state. Component quality, exceptional. Upon reading the displayed figures, every mechanic present felt a shiver run down their spines. The term repair implies that, even after restoration, the weapon's power would not match its original pristine condition. Yet, the energy rifle Su Ming had restored boasted even greater potency than before. This was not merely repair. It was innovation. A new circuit methodology had been conceived for this energy rifle. The crowd turned their gaze towards Su Ming, their eyes shimmering with admiration. Achieving such a feat is the hallmark of a master in the field of mechanics. This seemingly unassuming youth, who appeared to be merely passing through, possessed the mechanical prowess of a master. Monty's breath quickened as he realized that his repair workshop might have just stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 6, Estarlik Point Sumin. Young master, this shall be your residence, Monty said with a beaming smile directed at Su Ming. Indeed, skill and value are the finest means of earning respect. Previously, Monty had not regarded Su Ming favorably, but now he reserved the best staff quarters for him. Su Ming glanced around. While the employee quarters could not compare to the luxurious living conditions of the Kellen family, they were certainly commendable for a logistical planet like NOP. Satisfied, Su Ming nodded and inquired, Captain Monty, what tasks will I be required to undertake? Monty, still smiling broadly, replied, it's quite simple. Completing the disassembly of 20 components in a day fulfills the workload, with each component earning a reward of 1 star coin. Any parts disassembled beyond 20 can still be compensated. Additionally, both restoration and reassembly are rewarded, with 2 star coins for each restored component and 3 for reassembled ones. After a brief pause, Monty leaned in closer and quietly added, with your level of skill, young Master Su, you will undoubtedly complete the tasks with ease, so. He glanced around before lowering his voice. If you wish to earn more star coins, you might consider taking on some side jobs. I can help you procure them, and we can split the earnings 50-50. Upon hearing Monty's suggestion, Su Ming merely smiled, saying, if the need arises, I will reach out to you, Mr. Monty. But for now, I prefer to settle in first. Monty chuckled awkwardly, of course. We'll wait until you've adjusted to your new surroundings. I'll take my leave for now, but feel free to ask me anything you're uncertain about. Thank you, Mr. Monty. After Monty exited the room, Su Ming immersed himself in his system. At that moment, he discovered he possessed 32 Starlight Points. As this was his first acquisition of Starlight Points, he was eager to explore their potential. According to the system's explanation, Starlight Points could be utilized for a myriad of purposes: cultivation, attack enhancement, body repair, and physical training. Clearly, at this juncture, they were best suited for cultivation and physical refinement. Without hesitation, Su Ming selected the option for cultivation. Starless Celestial Technique. This was the technique Su Ming had been honing in his consciousness during the system's prolonged seclusion over a decade. He had mastered it to perfection. With ease, Su Ming activated the Starless Celestial Technique. Soon, threads of starlight descended from the heavens into Su Ming's room, where he absorbed them into his body. Whether day or night, starlight is ever present. The rays of stars are a form of starlight, and sunlight is undoubtedly a variant of it. Once absorbed, the starlight began to flow within Su Ming's body in a specific direction. This mode of operation possesses a certain enigmatic rhythm, which fortifies Su Ming's physique, rendering it increasingly resilient and robust. As he opened his eyes, a contemplative expression flickered across his gaze. At the current pace of his cultivation, it was likely that ascending to the rank of an upper-tier genetic warrior would require approximately 2 weeks. The hierarchy of genetic warriors is divided into 10 levels, corresponding to the 10 instances of genetic locks being unlocked within the human body. Each time a new genetic lock is activated, it necessitates the accumulation of a substantial amount of energy. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the next genetic lock will be unlocked. With the unlocking of these genetic locks, the genetic warrior gains access to even greater power. Presently, Su Ming stands as a level 1 intermediate genetic warrior, which implies that to unlock the next genetic lock, he must elevate his internal energy to that of a level 1 upper tier. Only then can he unlock the subsequent genetic lock and ascend to the rank of a level 2 genetic warrior. Su Rue, who is 2 years his senior, had begun unlocking genetic locks 2 years prior to him. Over these 2 years, Su Rue has advanced from a level 1 genetic warrior to a level 4 genetic warrior. The speed of this progression is alarmingly rapid, making it exceedingly rare even within the Empire. If Su Ming continues at this rate, he may not be able to catch up to Su Rue, and upon their next encounter, he might even find himself outmatched. After all, in addition to a normal training environment, Su Rue benefits from the resources provided by the Collin family, significantly accelerating his training pace. Even though Su Ming possesses superior aptitude compared to Su Rue, surpassing him without training resources remains a daunting prospect. This is something Su Ming cannot accept. Given Su Ming's character, he is one who harbors grudges. Su Rue had wronged him in their youth, and he is determined to reclaim his honor in the future. With this thought in mind, Su Ming wasted no time and promptly utilized 5 Starlight Points within the system for his cultivation. Soon, with the consumption of these 5 Starlight Points, 5 streams of exceptionally pure starlight surged into Su Ming's body. As he absorbed this pure and copious starlight energy, a thoughtful expression crossed his eyes. His 9 radiant stars' holy body is a unique constitution, a blend of starlight and flesh. The starlight points assist in his cultivation and physical enhancement precisely because his body is composed of starlight energy. Thus, the influx of this energy can indeed facilitate such endeavors. Without hesitation, Su Ming activated his cultivation technique and began to absorb the starlight he had exchanged. The immense starlight flooded into every corner of his being, becoming an integral part of him, augmenting his physical form. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of joy shone within them. Each starlight point contained energy equivalent to an hour's worth of starlight absorption. This means that by exchanging for 24 starlight points, he effectively equates to having cultivated for an entire day. The 24 starlight points represent a full day's worth of training. Su Ming silently noted some characteristics of the starlight points, and then he exchanged the remaining points for starlight energy, gradually absorbing it into his body. Through a night of cultivation, Su Ming's physique steadily grew stronger. The following morning, he awoke early, washed up, and made his way to the mechanical repair workshop. "Young Master Su Ming, you've arrived. Good morning." The mechanics he encountered in the workshop had not forgotten the astonishment Su Ming brought yesterday. Now, upon seeing him, they greeted him with smiles. Su Ming, modestly, returned their nods with a smile before approaching his workstation, adeptly picking up a basket of mechanical components and beginning to disassemble them. Chapter 7. The Marketplace. Click, click, click. Immersed in concentration, Su Ming skillfully dismantled the mechanical components in his hands one by one. To others, disassembling mechanical parts might seem a tedious task, but for Su Ming, it had become a part of his daily life over the past decade. It was an integral aspect of his existence. Without the act of disassembling mechanical components or engraving circuits, Su Ming felt an unsettling void. His speed increased, as these components were ones he had previously disassembled. With a mere glance, he could accurately pinpoint the hidden seams in the parts. Repeatedly, he found no irritation in the process. Whether disassembling mechanical parts, engraving circuits, reassembling machinery, or even delving into the intricate assembly of entire machines and eventually mechs, each step required a significant expenditure of mental energy to maintain focus. This was an excellent opportunity to hone his concentration and mental acuity. Throughout this process, Su Ming's cerebral capacity gradually improved through focus training. Elevating his cerebral capacity has no shortcuts or starlight points as sustenance. It must be accumulated and enhanced gradually. Even Su Rue, who had access to superior resources, had to diligently progress step by step. Su Ming focused intently on the mechanical components in his hands, clearing his mind of all distractions. He had an inkling that although he was engaged in the most fundamental tasks at present, they would one day lead to a profound transformation. At that point, he would be capable of assembling the most formidable mechanical equipment and mechs tailored to himself. Before long, the 20 mechanical components in his grasp had been successfully disassembled into a heap of mechanical parts. Witnessing Su Ming's efficiency in dismantling these components, the nearby disassembly technician looked on with admiration. "Young Master Su Ming, are you planning to repair and reassemble them?" Mont, observing the scene, couldn't help but smile as he addressed Su Ming. In less than an hour, Su Ming had effortlessly disassembled 20 mechanical components. This efficiency was 4 to 5 times greater than that of other disassembly technicians. With Su Ming having completed the disassembly of the 20 components before him, Mont eagerly anticipated witnessing his repair and reassembly process. Only Mont understood that if the workshop he managed could consistently produce such high-quality mechanical parts, it would soon attract the attention of soldiers on the front lines. At that point, numerous soldiers would specifically request repairs from his workshop, showcasing its capabilities to higher authorities, which would greatly aid his future advancement. Thus, for Mont, Su Ming's true value lay in his repair and reassembly skills. However, Mont was somewhat taken aback when Su Ming shook his head, set down the mechanical components, and said to Mont, "Captain Mont, I've completed my task for today. After collecting my pay, I would like to explore the nearby shops." Although the logistics planet differs significantly from the residential planet, the people working here also require normal lives filled with entertainment and consumption. Consequently, the planet naturally hosts shops, taverns, and various facilities such as combat arenas and internet cafes. Since his rebirth in this world, Su Ming had lived within the Colin family's estate, aimlessly, without ever venturing out for a leisurely stroll. This realization struck him. He had yet to truly explore this world. Now that he had the opportunity, Su Ming naturally wished to wander around and witness the diversity of this world. After collecting his pay, along with yesterday's earnings, he had over 40 star coins. Star coins serve as the circulating currency in human society, universally accepted across different nations. Although 40 star coins may not seem substantial, Su Ming possessed more than just this amount, previously acquired from the attendant. The sum was no trifling matter. It amounted to a staggering 200,000 star coins. A mere servant of the Colin family typically possesses such wealth, equivalent to the expenditure of an average family over 2 to 3 years, reflecting the opulence of the Colin lineage. After receiving his wages, Su Ming departed from the mechanical workshop, making his way towards the nearby commercial district. Although this planet primarily serves as a logistical and mechanical repair hub, catering to the needs of frontline warriors, a significant portion, 60%, of the area is designated for commercial and residential purposes. Apprentices for mechanics wanted, room and board provided, with a monthly stipend of 50 star coins. Behold the latest firearms produced by Noke Technology Corporation. Come take a look. Amidst the bustling shops, numerous vendors were vociferously advertising their wares. Most establishments, however, specialized in machinery and weaponry. At that moment, Su Ming was suddenly drawn by a vendor's call from a nearby shop. Today only, the ZX-30 Leopard mechanical arm is on promotion. Purchase one and receive 3 energy bars as a gift. Intrigued, Su Ming promptly entered the store. "Excuse me, could I have a look at the mechanical arm?" he inquired directly. The proprietor, a blue-skinned human likely not native to the Mongolian Empire, brightened at Su Ming's request. With a cheerful demeanor, he swiftly retrieved a mechanical arm from behind the counter. The ZX-30 Leopard mechanical arm is equipped with an anti-gravity system, rendering it virtually weightless and exceptionally agile. The proprietor beamed as he presented the arm, enthusiastically elaborating on its features. As Su Ming took the mechanical arm into his hands, his enhanced vision system allowed him to scrutinize it thoroughly. Each component was laid bare before him, devoid of any secrets. It was evident that this was a standardized mechanical arm produced by a technology corporation, each part imbued with the star precision of assembly line manufacturing. Despite his personal preference against such mass-produced mechanics, he could not deny that certain aspects of this arm's craftsmanship were indeed remarkable, making it a commendable choice for someone in his current position. With growing enthusiasm, Su Ming inquired, "What is the energy level range of this mechanical arm? Does it possess an internal anti-modification system?" The proprietor, taken aback by Su Ming's knowledge, regarded him with newfound respect and remarked, "A connoisseur indeed. It seems you intend to modify this arm?" "It supports modifications, with an energy level range of approximately 2080. The more Su Ming examined the mechanical arm, the more he found himself enamored. "How much does it cost?" he asked. "One fixed price, 13,000 star coins." 13,000 star coins? Su Ming was taken aback. That was no insignificant sum, enough to sustain an ordinary family for several months. However, he understood that such was the nature of mechanical weapon pricing, and this amount was not entirely exorbitant. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at several mechanical components displayed on the counter and proposed, in that case, "I will purchase the mechanical arm for 13,000 star coins, but could you include a brain domain amplification component as a complimentary item?" "A brain domain amplification component? Are you a gene warrior?" The proprietor was astonished. This component was specifically designed for gene warriors, capable of connecting to the brain domain to enhance the energy level of mechanical weapons. If the mechanical arm's energy level range stood at 2080, combined with Su Ming's own 25 points of brain domain energy, the final output could potentially reach an astounding 40,100 energy levels, an extraordinary augmentation of power. The proprietor scrutinized Su Ming, hesitating momentarily before resolutely declaring, "Very well. Although this will yield me little profit, it is worthwhile to foster goodwill with you. I shall sell it to you for 13,000 star coins." Chapter 8. Danger approaches. After acquiring the mechanical arm, Su Ming felt no inclination to continue his explorations. He hoisted the sizable mechanical arm and returned to the workshop. However, instead of heading directly to his dormitory, he made his way to his workbench, carrying the imposing mechanical arm. The evening had drawn near, and most mechanics had already clocked out, indulging in their post-work lives. Only a handful remained in the workshop, diligently toiling away. Su Ming discreetly approached his workbench, with only a nearby youth casting a curious glance at the mechanical arm he bore, momentarily halting his work, utterly captivated by Su Ming's presence. Paying no heed to the youth, Su Ming placed the mechanical arm on the workbench and proceeded to extract the brain domain amplification component gifted by the proprietor, focusing intently on its disassembly. Though these components were relatively complete as products, Su Ming felt a dispassionate indifference toward such assembly line-produced mechanical parts. Even if this component was a more mature assembly form, it still fell short of his expectations. With deft precision, he swiftly disassembled the brain domain amplification component into its individual parts. As components intended for brain domain developers, these pieces were far more intricate than ordinary ones. However, this complexity posed no challenge for Su Ming, whose extensive experience enabled him to dismantle even far more complicated mechanical assemblies with ease. The youth nearby grew increasingly entranced, watching Su Ming's fluid movements, which appeared to others as a mesmerizing art form. This task was extensive. After nearly 3 hours of meticulous labor, Su Ming completed the intricate engraving of new micro and nano-level circuits on each part of the component. Feeling a slight fatigue, he stood up, realizing he would not be able to finish the assembly tonight. Diminished focus due to exhaustion could lead to mistakes, even for someone as skilled as Su Ming. Stowing the mechanical arm and components in a storage cabinet, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, he noticed that the youth had not departed. Instead, he gazed at Su Ming with admiration. Su Ming was taken aback. "Aren't you off work yet? It's quite late." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the youth's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. He seemed ill at ease with social interactions and took a long moment before quietly responding. "Your disassembly and engraving techniques are remarkable. I couldn't help but watch." Su Ming smiled at the youth and replied, "Well, it's getting late. I need to head back to rest. You should do the same." After saying this, he turned to leave the workshop. The youth remained rooted in place, staring at Su Ming, hesitating to speak, his desire to communicate battling with his social anxiety. Finally, just as Su Ming was about to push open the door, the youth summoned his courage and spoke. "Su Ming, would you be willing to teach me mechanical skills?" It seemed that this question had drained him of all his strength. By the end, his voice had dwindled to a mere whisper. Su Ming turned back, somewhat surprised, and curiously asked, "You wish to learn mechanical skills?" Seeing that Su Ming did not immediately dismiss him, the youth's hope ignited. He nodded vigorously. "I want to learn. Will you teach me? I can assist you with your disassembly tasks and help manage your mechanical components." Su Ming pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Sure. You can simply observe me while I carve and assemble. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me directly." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the young boy instantly beamed with joy and bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Su Ming, witnessing the boy's reaction, couldn't help but smile wryly. "It's merely a small favor. There's no need to thank me. By the way, what is your name?" "I am Warren," the boy promptly replied. Su Ming repeated the name in his mind, then smiled at Warren and said, "I've noted that down. Let's take a break for today. You can ask me anything tomorrow." With that, Su Ming pushed open the door and stepped outside, leaving Warren alone in the workshop, his face alight with sheer astonishment. He glanced at the departing Su Ming, but did not follow him out. Instead, he stood at his workbench and retrieved a discarded mechanical part from the scrap bin below. Mimicking Su Ming's earlier actions, he diligently wiped away the original circuitry from a part, his mind replaying Su Ming's techniques. Cautiously, he began to carve new circuits onto the component. Being his first attempt, every effort ended in failure without exception. Yet, a glimmer of determination sparked in Warren's eyes as he continued to labor over the mechanical part, persistently emulating Su Ming's carving methods. In the workshop, circuits flickered to life only to extinguish swiftly, continuing until the late hours of the night. Unbeknownst to Warren, it was precisely because of this day's inquiry, coupled with his daily dedication, that years later, a formidable being known as the god of machinery Warren would emerge in the universe. Of course, that is a tale for another time. As for Su Ming taking Warren on as an apprentice, it posed no disruption or inconvenience to him. Warren was adept at recognizing boundaries, only posing his previously lingering questions during Su Ming's breaks, ensuring he did not interrupt Su Ming's work. In fact, with Warren as his aide, Su Ming was able to delegate some basic disassembly tasks to him. These tasks no longer offered significant enhancement to Su Ming, and continuing to perform them felt somewhat like a waste of time. So it was fortuitous that Warren could take over part of Su Ming's workload. Su Ming felt quite satisfied with Warren as an assistant, and thus devoted more effort to his guidance. Days passed in this manner, with Su Ming diligently repairing and reassembling damaged mechanical components on the battlefield during the day, earning numerous starlight points from the system. After work, he devoted himself to modifying his mechanical arm, transforming it into a circuitry design he was familiar with, and installing a brain domain amplification component. Life was indeed fulfilling and orderly. However, unbeknownst to Su Ming, at this very moment on Claire's star, one of the 5 main planets of the Mongolite Empire, a young man bearing a striking resemblance to Su Ming wore a faint smile. "Excellent. Father has finally departed. I can secretly eliminate some of the family's useless members." Chapter 9. The mechanical arm is complete. Claire Star is renowned for its prosperity and extravagance, being one of the 5 primary planets of the Mongolite Empire, holding significant status within the empire. Although this planet does not excel in technology or military prowess compared to the other main stars, failing to even reach half their standards, Claire Star has reached the pinnacle of indulgence, entertainment, and enjoyment. This has led many noble families and powerful clans to establish their bases on Claire Star. Despite its low military level, it is teeming with formidable individuals, including founders of families, prodigies, and imperial dignitaries. The Corrin family is a relatively large clan on Claire Star, with its patriarch, Corrin Clarence, being one of the 99 invincible beings of the Empyrean level. In a universe-grade empire as vast as this, even trillions of inhabitants cannot adequately describe a mere fraction of its population. With such an astronomical population base, there are only 99 Empyrean-level beings, highlighting the terrifying weight of such power. At this moment, within the Corrin family, the eldest son, Surrey, looked at a casually dressed man before him with a smile. Once the task is completed, the subsequent star coins will be transferred to your account. I've also prepared gene modifications, cosmetic surgery, and a new identity card for you. As long as you keep a low profile, no one will trace this back to you, Surrey said, playing with the cup in his hand. Upon hearing Surrey's words, the man in casual attire nodded without a change in expression and replied, "Rest assured, Master Surrey, with my involvement, Su Ming is as good as dead." Surrey glanced at the man, a third-tier low-grade genetic warrior. Although he had not activated his brain domain level, his physical level exceeded 400 points. Such physical prowess seemed somewhat excessive for the task of eliminating a mere fool. However, Surrey felt entirely secure. Even if this man stood still while Su Ming attacked, it was unlikely that Su Ming would even scratch the surface of this warrior's skin. The disparity in levels left no room for unexpected outcomes. "Go ahead." Surrey, in high spirits, stood up and spoke to the man. The man in casual attire nodded slightly and swiftly departed from the Corrin family, heading directly toward the spatial transfer station. "Please present your pass. Where are you headed?" The man in casual attire glanced at the staff member and chuckled softly, slowly uttering 4 words, "Norpstar." Meanwhile, Su Ming was engrossed in his work within the mechanical workshop. After a week of continuous modifications, his mechanical arm had undergone a remarkable transformation. The revamped arm was denser and appeared far more formidable than before. Most importantly, this mechanical arm could be amplified through the brain domain level. What does amplification through brain domain level entail? It means that if a normal person using this mechanical arm has a power level of 5, then a brain domain developer with a level of 5 can utilize the brain domain amplification system to elevate the arm's power to approximately 10. The brain domain level can nearly translate into tangible combat strength when integrated into mechanical weapons, enabling them to unleash tremendous force. Of course, it is not a perfect amplification. Energy losses from the amplification system must be considered, meaning the actual augmented power will approach but never fully reach the brain domain level. Additionally, the material of the mechanical arm itself dictates the upper limit of the energy it can handle. For instance, if a mechanical arm has a maximum energy limit of 100 points, a user with a brain domain level of 10,000 points would simply shatter the arm. As Su Ming gazed at his newly modified mechanical arm, a flicker of delight shone in his eyes. Beside him, Warren eagerly approached, touching the arm as if it were a piece of art. Warren had an immense fascination with machinery, and the more intricate the design, the more he adored it. "Su Ming, what is the energy level of this mechanical arm? Let's measure it right away," Warren exclaimed excitedly. Su Ming shook his head, smiling at Warren. "We won't measure it here. Follow me outside." "Not here." A hint of confusion crossed Warren's features. The workshop had the appropriate measuring systems. Why not test it there? Although perplexed, he suppressed his curiosity and followed Su Ming outside. The two individuals walked along, unexpectedly arriving at an exceptionally secluded wasteland. This desolate expanse was devoid of any structures, a barren landscape stretching endlessly. However, Su Ming appeared remarkably pleased with the surroundings. Upon their arrival, he stood still, beginning to calibrate the mechanical arm in his possession. Warren, increasingly perplexed, could no longer contain his curiosity and finally inquired, "Su Ming, what are we doing here? This desolate wilderness has no testing instruments." Su Ming merely smiled, offering no response. Then, to Warren's utter astonishment, Su Ming equipped the mechanical arm onto his right hand. Before Warren could utter a word, the mechanical arm erupted with a terrifying surge of energy. Without hesitation, Su Ming unleashed a punch toward the front. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, and a shockwave sent Warren's frail form tumbling backward. When he finally managed to stagger to his feet, his eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. A deep pit had suddenly appeared. This pit, over a meter deep, revealed that the rocks at its center had been pulverized. Just moments ago, there had been no such chasm, but now it lay starkly before Warren. The only explanation for this phenomenon was that it had been created by Su Ming's earlier strike. Warren abruptly realized something and turned to Su Ming, exclaiming, "You are a genetic warrior?" The term genetic warrior felt both distant and aspirational to Warren, yet he never imagined encountering one so close. Su Ming nodded with a smile, and then, as he examined the mechanical arm, murmured to himself, "Not bad. The energy level of the arm, after modification, has reached 130 points. The power of that last attack should be around 350 points." 130 to 350, Warren echoed in astonishment. However, his eyes soon widened further as he gazed at Su Ming, asking, "Are you also a mind domain developer?" Chapter 10, Danger approche. The mechanical arm originally possessed an energy level of 130 points, but had unleashed an astounding 350 points of force. This could only mean that Su Ming was indeed a mind domain developer, with a mind domain energy level exceeding 120 points, enabling the arm, with its 130-point capacity, to achieve such remarkable power. At this moment, Warren found himself at a loss for words, staring at Su Ming with a sense of awe. The mastery of mechanical fundamentals displayed by Su Ming was breathtaking, coupled with his identity as a genetic warrior and mind domain developer, an almost impossible combination. It even suggested that with a mind domain energy level above 120 points, Su Ming had reached the status of a second-tier genetic warrior. It was challenging enough to cultivate both aspects simultaneously, even from birth. Warren felt utterly bewildered. It was essential to note that genetic warriors were categorized into two types: those who had developed their mind domains and those who had not. The former could pilot mechs, significantly enhancing their combat prowess, while the latter relied solely on their physical strength, which, although capable of competing with mech warriors, ultimately lacked the amplification provided by mind domain energy levels. "Isn't that peculiar?" Su Ming inquired, tilting his head at Warren, who replied with a firm nod. "It's astonishing." He then continued, "You are undoubtedly a genetic warrior, exempt from legal constraints when assisting the front lines. Why waste 5 years here?" Upon hearing Warren's question, Su Ming fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "I am not wasting my time here." Warren raised an eyebrow, sensing an unspoken depth to Su Ming's words. He quickly shifted the conversation. "I truly envy you. I wish to become a genetic warrior as well, but, So meaning voyeur, intrigue." Warren sighed. "My family lacks the funds to purchase the gene unlocking medication. I've missed the optimal window for activation." A hint of despondency clouded his expression. However, Su Ming promptly shook his head, disagreeing. "The gene lock merely represents a barrier. The timing of its unlocking is inconsequential. As long as you maintain a consistent training regimen, the energy within your genes will accumulate, surging forth explosively when you finally unlock the gene." Warren paused, his skepticism evident. "Really? Su Ming nadi dernistri." This perspective diverged significantly from the mainstream belief in interstellar society, which held that only after unlocking the gene could one reap the benefits of training. Previous efforts were merely foundational. Yet, Su Ming's unique training methods had afforded him a different understanding of genetic matters. A gene lock is simply a lock. Its existence does not hinder ongoing physical training. "Then, starting today, I shall resume my genetic training. If what you say is true, once I save enough money, I'll purchase a gene serum to unlock my gene lock." Warren's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, radiating a vibrant energy. Su Ming smiled and nodded. "Let us return." "All right." Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Ming placed the mechanical arm beside him, satisfaction evident on his face. He was quite pleased with the arm, and given the dangers present on this logistical planet, possessing a mechanical arm for self-defense was a source of comfort. He then immersed his consciousness within his body, monitoring the fluctuations of his internal power. Warren's deductions were accurate. After a week of training, Su Ming had ascended to the realm of a second-tier genetic warrior. The enhancement from the Starlight Points had expedited Su Ming's training speed, surpassing previous rates by more than tenfold. What once required 1 or 2 months to achieve, now took merely a week. Su Ming's physical energy level stood at 131 points, while his mind domain energy level reached 124 points. Ultimately, the advancement of his mind domain energy level was comparatively slow, even though Su Ming's mechanical skills were exceptionally solid, allowing for relatively rapid growth. they still lagged behind the enhancements afforded by the starlight points. Shaking his head, Su Ming prepared to enter his daily training routine. The day's work, disassembling, carving, and reassembling, had rewarded him with over 40 starlight points, which would support an additional night of training. Just then, Su Ming's eyes flew open, a flicker of alertness sweeping through him. What was happening? Su Ming's heart raced, but having trained in the stellar, boundless heavenly skill, his sensitivity to atmospheric shifts and danger had sharpened to an acute degree. He sensed an unsettling presence gradually approaching him, no longer daring to continue his training. Su Ming grasped the recently modified mechanical arm and warily peered toward the door. The ominous feeling emanated from outside, although he couldn't articulate the source of his unease. His instinctive wariness remained unwavering. Suddenly, a faint sound, akin to the click of a trigger, resonated from beyond the door. This noise was exceedingly subtle. Had it not been for the quiet of the night, Su Ming likely would not have registered it. In an instant, a wave of terror washed over him. Without hesitation, he swiftly dodged to the side. In the next instant, the bed behind him erupted in a violent explosion, engulfing the room in a blaze of fire. Ding! Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming equipped his mechanical arm, shattered the window, and leapt through it. He rolled upon landing, steadied himself on the ground, while a raging inferno consumed the area behind him. Had Su Ming been even slightly slower in his escape, he would have likely been shot dead, leaving no trace behind. A shiver of fear coursed through Su Ming's mind as he swiftly darted towards the exit of the mechanical workshop. Just then, he heard a soft gasp reach his ears. Emerging from the shadows was a man clad in casual attire, his demeanor calm and composed. He cast a glance at the fleeing Su Ming, surprise flickering in his eyes. Wasn't this Su Ming supposed to be a fool? Had the young master been deceived? Fortunately, the young master had been cautious, sending him to deal with Su Ming. Today, he would assist the young master in eliminating any potential threats. The man muttered to himself before vanishing into the night. Chapter 11. Pursuit and the Mechanical Arm. Su Ming ran desperately forward, striving to evade the pursuer behind him. He had no intention of seeking help from the mechanics inside the workshop. After all, most of them were ordinary individuals who had never undergone any form of training, merely skilled in mechanical repairs. If they had been trained, they would not have been relegated by the Empire's laws to labor here. What assistance could they provide? It was a matter of self-rescue. At that moment, Su Ming's mind was frighteningly clear as he glanced back. The darkness enveloped him, obscuring all sight. Yet, he sensed a presence, a breath that was firmly fixated upon him, unwavering from the start. The assassin trailing him was relentless. In an instant, Su Ming deduced the identity of his pursuer. It must be that treacherous Su Rue sent to eliminate him. After all, he had spent over a decade in a daze, hardly offending anyone. The only one who would wish to erase Su Ming was none other than his own brother, Su Rue. A glint of cold resolve flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Damn it! Although he had previously felt conflicted, he had never intended to bring about Su Rue's demise. Clearly, however, Su Rue harbored no such reservations, seeking to extinguish him at once. In that case, what was there to hesitate? Should the opportunity arise in the future, Su Rue would undoubtedly meet his end at Su Ming's hands. Bang! Whoosh! A faint gunshot rang out from behind, accompanied by the sound of a bullet slicing through the air, reaching Su Ming's ears. Instantly, he pivoted sharply, employing an uncanny agility to evade the bullet fired from behind. The windbreaker pistol had an effective range of 300 meters and contained a total of 6 rounds. In a flash, Su Ming analyzed the sound of the bullet and the explosion it caused, deducing the type and specifications of the firearm behind him. 4 bullets remaining. The assassin, unaware that Su Ming had instantly assessed his pistol's remaining ammunition, trailed him like a phantom, his gaze impassive as he raised his weapon once more, firing another shot at Su Ming's back. As a professional assassin, he relied on long-range firearms rather than engaging in close combat. Moreover, he possessed unwavering confidence in his marksmanship. Each shot he fired was meticulously anticipated, utilizing breath to lock onto his target, minimizing Su Ming's escape routes. However, he was utterly astonished when the foolish second young master of the Corlin family evaded his 3rd shot with another deft maneuver. If dodging the first 2 bullets had been mere luck, evading the 3rd indicated something more troubling. Narrowing his eyes, the assassin replayed the earlier events in his mind, a glimmer of realization flashing in his gaze. This second young master was no simpleton. While it appeared he merely twisted his body, he had skillfully maneuvered out of the assassin's breath lock, causing the bullet to miss its mark. A normal person would never possess such formidable reflexes and evasion capabilities. Clearly, this second young master had been underestimated. He was a formidable opponent, What he did not know was that Su Ming's series of actions were instinctual, a product of muscle memory. For 16 years, Su Ming's consciousness had been confined within a sealed space, compelled to train relentlessly. However, one cannot train in only a single technique without succumbing to boredom. The system not only instructed him in various martial arts, but also taught him diverse footwork and evasion techniques. Even his shooting skills were honed through rigorous training. Throughout those 16 years, he spent 8 hours daily dodging the bullets in an onslaught set by the system. Particularly in the later stages, the training became increasingly intense, culminating in a harrowing 5 minutes where he evaded attacks from 1,000 different angles. This achievement was extraordinary, and likely no one within the empire could claim similar prowess. It signified that through 16 years of relentless training and learning new force application techniques, Su Ming had become a terrifying warrior capable of evading all attacks, even when surrounded in the vast cosmos. In his mind, Su Ming had developed a formidable muscle memory. At that moment, regardless of the assassin's exceptional marksmanship, hitting Su Ming had become nearly impossible. The youth's expression conveyed unwavering determination, his mechanical arm remaining poised and unyielding. He raced forward, leveraging the opportunity to evade the oppressive presence pursuing him. Su Ming awaited a chance, an opportunity for a decisive strike. As the hunter fixated on his prey, the prey, too, was keenly aware of the hunter. Finally, after several consecutive gunshots, the casually dressed assassin ceased firing. He had realized that no matter how many bullets he shot, unless he used a large area weapon, the youth would evade them all. While incredulous, he could not deny the reality before him. Shaking his head, he holstered his firearm and surged forward, his speed exponentially increasing. If ranged weaponry had proven ineffective, then he would engage in close combat. As a level 3 genetic warrior, his physical capability reached 400 points, while the youth, in his estimation, barely surpassed 100. The disparity of 300 points in energy levels would surely create a terrifying advantage. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that Su Ming was eagerly awaiting his approach. As the assassin closed the distance to under 20 meters, Su Ming abruptly halted, pivoted, and activated his mechanical arm, which whirred to life, electric circuits coursing through it, generating a terrifying force. Upon seeing the raised mechanical arm, the assassin's pupils constricted in shock, sensing a palpable threat of death emanating from it. However, due to the overwhelming inertia, if he halted abruptly, he risked injury from the mechanical arm. With no other choice, he mustered all his strength and launched a powerful punch towards the mechanical limb. In the open wilderness, a level 3 genetic warrior and a level 2 genetic warrior clashed in a titanic confrontation. Chapter 12, The Spatial Watch. Boom! A ressounding explosion échouée, and 2 figures were sent hurtling backward in unison. Su Ming found himself sitting on the ground, a fiery pain radiating through his body, acutely aware that he had sustained severe injuries in this clash. However, the assassin opposite him was in an even more dire predicament. He too was thrown back, and as he rose, one of his arms dangled limply from his shoulder, devoid of strength. It appeared that during this confrontation, his arm had been shattered. The assassin looked at Su Ming with a mix of shock and disbelief, his gaze fixated on the mechanical arm in Su Ming's possession. Aren't you at a brain domain level of 3? How are you capable of exerting such formidable power now? Confusion flickered in the assassin's eyes. He had never anticipated that Su Ming had advanced his brain domain level, transforming into a genetically enhanced warrior. The outcome of a second-tier warrior directly confronting a third-tier warrior, resulting in the latter's arm being broken, was truly astonishing. Yet, this was the reality of their era. While individual combat prowess held significant importance, the fusion of technology and brain domain capabilities could unleash a dazzling brilliance. A second-tier genetic warrior, equipped with a mechanical arm boasting an energy level of 130, could indeed stand against a third-tier genetic warrior. Physical strength was no longer the sole determinant. Machinery, materials, technology, and brain domain levels all played increasingly pivotal roles in combat. A third-tier genetic warrior, no matter how physically powerful, would find himself at a stalemate against a second-tier warrior who had already developed their brain domain, if they lacked the ability to interface with machinery. This revelation sent shockwaves through the mind of the low-ranking third-tier assassin. At that moment, Su Ming furrowed his brow and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Observing this, the assassin's expression shifted and realization dawned upon him. I thought you had outdone me. You merely relied on the material of your mechanical arm to avoid a fracture. However, the tremendous recoil has undoubtedly inflicted significant internal damage upon you. You must be on the verge of internal rupture, and your arm, is losing strength. The assassin's face lit up with delight as he coldly advanced towards Su Ming once more. Even with only one arm, what did it matter? As long as he could eliminate his opponent, modern medical technology could easily facilitate limb regeneration. Who would care about a broken arm? Su Ming regarded the assassin with a grave expression. He knew the assassin spoke the truth. Despite his outwardly intact appearance, his internal organs had already suffered grievous injuries. Though a second-tier genetic warrior could withstand a confrontation with a third-tier warrior using a mechanical arm, the disparity between their levels was profound. If not for Su Ming's modification of his mechanical arm to a level of 130, the original energy level of 80 would have likely resulted in a fracture from that last blow. You are out of options. Even if you endure using your mechanical arm, you pose no substantial threat to me. Ultimately, you shall perish at my hands. The assassin was brimming with confidence, having taken countless lives before. Seeing Su Ming's current state, he was convinced that his opponent's capacity for resistance had dwindled. As he surged towards Su Ming, ready to deliver a fatal blow, Su Ming's body suddenly erupted with resplendent starlight. Under the glow of the starlight, Su Ming's injuries miraculously healed. Vitality restoration at 45. Full recovery requires the expenditure of 30 starlight points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. An unspoken dialogue transpired quietly within Su Ming's mind. After the starlight faded, Su Ming's physical condition returned to its peak. With a cold glint in his eyes, he regarded the assassin charging toward him, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Beep, beep, beep. The mechanical arm activated once more, electricity coursing through it. In the next instant, Su Ming raised his mechanical arm and, amidst the assassin's terror-stricken gaze, unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! With a single blow, the assassin, now reduced to one arm, was shattered into countless pieces, his body torn apart by the overwhelming force, his eyes wide open in eternal shock. Su Ming detached the mechanical arm, breathing heavily. The final strike had also generated a significant recoil, but fortunately, most of it was absorbed by the mechanical arm, leaving little to impact Su Ming. Thus, he did not spew blood as he had moments before. Dragging the mechanical arm, Su Ming approached the assassin's lifeless form and began to search through the remnants of his body. A spatial watch? After rummaging for a while without success, Su Ming's attention was suddenly drawn to a severely damaged watch on the assassin's arm. He promptly lifted the arm. This was a spatial watch, one of the finest inventions of a new cosmic era. Though it appeared to be a mere watch, it housed an independent spatial system, potentially containing over 10 cubic meters of space capable of storing numerous items. Moreover, it was conveniently portable, making it ideal for illicit activities. However, upon inspecting the watch in his hand, no matter how he adjusted it, it remained unresponsive. Su Ming Chakilraidi, realizing that it must have been damaged in the earlier confrontation, rendering it unusable. Nevertheless, as long as the core of the space remained intact, the contents would not be lost. Once he repaired the watch, he would be able to access its contents. Glancing at the assassin's corpse, Su Ming contemplated for a moment before using the mechanical arm to excavate a large pit and bury the body. As for whether anyone would discover it or if it would lead to trouble, he deemed those concerns trivial. NOP planet was situated perilously close to the front lines. Such planets were often uninhabitable and marked by chaos. Due to their proximity to the front lines, even law enforcement could only ensure order in commercial districts and factories. While desolate areas like this routinely witnessed several deaths daily, who had the time to care? As long as one did not kill someone without provocation in front of witnesses, trouble would rarely find them, were it not for the fear of Su Rue unearthing evidence and causing him further complications. Su Ming would have been disinclined to bury the body at all. Chapter 13. An Agreement. The following day, under Monty's arrangement, Su Ming relocated to a different dormitory. Your previous dormitory was attacked by unidentified assailants, yet you emerged unscathed, truly a stroke of luck. Monty grinned as he spoke to Su Ming. He then led Su Ming to another dormitory, allowing him to reside there temporarily. Su Ming harbored no objections. He surveyed the new environment, noting that it was not much different from the previous one. Monty's efforts were commendable. What transpired yesterday? Is anyone investigating? I happened to be out for a stroll and returned to find the dormitory in this state. Su Ming felt fortunate that the dormitory area had not installed surveillance cameras to protect employee privacy. Had he been in the workshop area, where cameras were ubiquitous, everyone would have discovered his identity as a genetic warrior. Although this matter does not have a significant impact, it is prudent for Su Ming to maintain a low profile on the logistics planet. After all, he has heard tales of gene warriors discovered on logistics planets, only to be forcibly conscripted to the battlefield and meet their demise. while Su Ming considers himself considerably stronger than the average individual in the chaos of war. Personal prowess pales in comparison to sheer luck. At present, he has no desire to step onto the battlefield. Mont, scratching his head, shook it with a wry smile and remarked, "Who can truly clarify such matters? Though the logistics planet is not as perilous as the front lines, it is still rife with chaos, and accidents can certainly occur." Su Ming nodded in understanding. Mont cast a sidelong glance at Su Ming, then lowered his voice to speak. "Master Su Ming, have you given any thought to what I mentioned earlier?" Su Ming was taken aback. Mont continued, "To be frank, the mechanical components you repaired previously caught the attention of some soldiers once they reached the battlefield. Now, everyone knows that my workshop is home to a highly skilled mechanic. Many have inquired whether I accept private commissions." Upon hearing Mont's words, Su Ming pondered for a moment before nodding and responding, "It is not out of the question. But I require 3 conditions to be met." Mont's face lit up with excitement. "Go on." With a smile, Su Ming articulated, "First, I desire a private dormitory equipped with an independent workstation. After all, working on private commissions in a public space could lead to unwanted discoveries on your part." Su Ming had long yearned for a dormitory with a private workstation. Otherwise, he would be confined to the production area, working alongside ordinary mechanics. While this was manageable during his tasks, it became inconvenient when he wanted to engage in personal projects, such as assembling mechanical arms. Mont grinned widely at Su Ming's request. "That is not a problem. With my authority, arranging such a dormitory is quite simple." Su Ming nodded and proceeded, "Secondly, I wish for my identity to remain concealed. I do not wish for too many individuals to be aware of my skills." Mont nodded in agreement. "That too is manageable." Finally, Su Ming stated, "I would like to receive half of the profits from any private commissions." After a moment of contemplation, Mont gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well. You shall receive half." With Mont's assurance, Su Ming smiled in satisfaction and declared, "Then it is settled. Should there be any private commissions in the future, simply inform me." Mont, beaming with joy, eagerly nodded. "Master Su Ming is a straightforward person. If you wish to undertake anything on Nor Planet, feel free to approach me. I possess some influence here. If all goes smoothly, the private dormitory should be available by tonight. For now, you can stay in this dormitory temporarily." Moluk Daftidi, Sumi Nadif. Choosing not to elaborate further. During the day, he carried on with his usual routine, diligently repairing and reassembling machinery at the workstation. By nightfall, Mont reliably secured the promised private dormitory for Su Ming. At last, he had his own private studio. Aside from the occasional visit to the workshop during work hours, he could now craft his mechanical weapons within his personal workspace. That evening, Su Ming retrieved the spatial watch acquired from the assassin and carefully set it upon his workstation for repairs. Before long, he successfully extracted the spatial core from the watch. Then, he took an inconspicuous pendant, hollowed it out, and placed the spatial core within a circuit he had previously constructed. In a flash, the original spatial watch transformed into a pendant adorning Su Ming's neck. Satisfied, he nodded and connected his mind's energy, instantly activating the pendant through mental manipulation. Inside the pendant lay a plethora of items, various bank cards, a new identity card, a direct line communication device, and an assortment of miscellaneous mechanical weapons. Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes gleamed as he discovered an Independent Star currency card among the bank cards, while the other bank cards were inaccessible to him. As only the assassin could withdraw the funds, this Independent Star currency card was anonymous and could be accessed by anyone. Excitedly, Su Ming retrieved the direct line communication device from the spatial core. Upon opening it, he found a message waiting for him. "How are things progressing?" This message was anonymous. But given that the device was a direct line communication tool, it meant that it could only connect with the individual who sent the message. Upon reading it, Su Ming's expression shifted slightly, and he promptly replied, "The target has been eliminated. Do not contact me again." Having been a Chinese citizen in his previous life, Su Ming was well-versed in undercover operations and police dramas. With the appearance of a direct line communication device, a new identity card, and the context of the message, he quickly deduced that this device likely served as a means for the assassin to communicate with their employer. After sending the message, Su Ming promptly destroyed the device and meticulously scanned its components for any tracking devices before discarding the remnants in the waste bin. With all of this accomplished, Su Ming let out a quiet sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Rue would likely assume he was dead by now, even if there were doubts. It would probably take a considerable amount of time to uncover the truth. By then, he would likely have developed sufficient self-defense capabilities. Chapter 14. Planetary-level mechanical components. The arrival of the assassin seemed merely a minor interlude in Su Ming's otherwise routine life. Unfazed, he continued his daytime work at the workshop and dedicated his evenings to either mechanical research, reading, or completing the private commissions Mont brought him. Once Mont confirmed Su Ming's willingness, he began introducing a variety of private commissions to him, repairing mechanical arms, sniper rifles, and more. These private projects presented greater challenges compared to his daytime duties, allowing Su Ming to enhance his skills in mechanics significantly. Daytime work typically involved repairing standardized mechanical components for frontline soldiers, which often involved repetitive modules and offered little in terms of personal growth. In contrast, the modifications stemming from private commissions were vastly more diverse. The array of peculiar weapons truly opened Su Ming's eyes. Days turned into weeks, and before long, 2 weeks had slipped by. Su Ming's life returned to normal, and his skills consistently improved, elevating him from a low-tier, second-level Gene warrior when he encountered the assassin to a high-tier, second-level Gene warrior. He was merely a step away from advancing to a third-level Gene warrior. Furthermore, his physical energy level and mental energy level had risen to 260 and 225, respectively, nearly double what they were 2 weeks prior. In light of such rapid advancement, Su Ming felt elated. Unbeknownst to him, despite his desire to remain inconspicuous, Mont's continuous acceptance of various private commissions on his behalf, coupled with the impressive modifications he completed, gradually elevated Su Ming's reputation. It became common knowledge that within Mont's workshop resided an exceptionally skilled mechanic. The notoriety that Su Ming garnered certainly brought him both favorable and unfavorable repercussions thereafter. At this moment, within a certain region near Nopu planet, a spacecraft was hastily navigating through the void of the cosmos. Though it was indeed moving, it bore the semblance of frantic desperation, as if it were being pursued by an imminent threat. Inside the vessel, several powerful figures sat solemnly around a vast circular table, engrossed in discussion. I never anticipated that the Aquamarinians would prove to be so troublesome. This time, we have indeed miscalculated, lamented a middle-aged man with a heavy sigh. They were a band of interstellar mercenaries, accustomed to executing tasks for monetary gain. This time, they were tasked with seizing a particular energy crystal, but had underestimated the combat prowess of the Aquamarinians, leading to a hasty retreat. How we managed to shake them off? Inquired one of the individuals nearby. The middle-aged man shook his head. The ship's detection system is severely damaged. We cannot ascertain whether they are still in pursuit. However, judging by the sensations of the past few days, we should have evaded them. At this juncture, another figure seated beside the middle-aged man furrowed his brow and spoke. The predicament we face is that the ship has sustained considerable damage, and many of the mechanical weapons aboard were gravely injured in the last confrontation. We must find a place to effect repairs swiftly, or we shall be in dire straits. Upon hearing this, the others instinctively nodded in agreement. Recognizing the awkward situation they were all confronted with, should they continue their flight, not only would they risk encountering dangers in the vastness of space, but the ship itself might disintegrate due to its impairments. In such a case, all aboard would face the specter of death. The middle-aged man nodded and then declared, "Harriet, search for nearby logistical repair planets." Upon hearing this, the individual named Harriet nodded and promptly activated his electronic device, his brow furrowing in concern. "Captain, there are 2 logistical repair planets in proximity. Nopa planet, a Class 1 repair planet, and Zhonghai Star, a Class 3 repair planet." Upon hearing Harriet's words, the group visibly relaxed. The existence of a Class 3 repair planet nearby was indeed fortuitous news. Logistical repair planets are categorized by levels, determined by the technological standards, the skill of the mechanics, and the equipment available on the planet, with Class 1 being the lowest and Class 5 the highest. Given the classification of their vessel, a Class 3 repair planet would be more than adequate. However, Harriet's expression remained uncertain. With a rueful smile, he continued, "Although Zhonghai Star is the closer of the 2, it is still approximately 2 light-years away. The spacecraft's spatial jump capability has been damaged and is unable to make the necessary leap. Conversely, Nopa planet is merely hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. You can even see its celestial body from here." Upon hearing Harriet's words, the group gasped in unison, their expressions turning grim. The captain pondered for a moment before addressing the others. "In that case, let us first head to Nopa planet and try our luck. Perhaps there are mechanics that are capable of repairing the spatial jump system. Once that is restored, we can then make the jump to Zhonghai Star." After exchanging glances, the crew gradually nodded in agreement, recognizing that their current situation left them with no other viable options. With the captain's command, the spacecraft altered its course, heading toward Nopa planet. Unbeknownst to the captain and his crew, shortly after their departure, another ship emerged from the void, arriving at the very location they had just vacated. Enemy detected at this location. Should we alter course? An electronic voice inquired within the vessel, followed by a deeper voice that soon echoed, "Pursue them." Whoosh! The ship sliced through the sky, swiftly descending onto Nopa Planet. Under the guidance of the local staff, it gradually docked within an industrial sector. As the captain disembarked, he sought out the head of Nopa Planet. "Excuse me, sir. Could you inform me if there are any mechanics on Nopa Planet capable of repairing a planetary-grade spatial jump system?" The captain inquired politely, adding, "Rest assured, we will compensate Nopa Planet and the mechanic appropriately for their services." Planetary grade? The staff member was taken aback by the captain's request. Finding a mechanic skilled enough to handle planetary-grade components at a Class 1 repair planet is quite challenging. Perhaps you could first have the part custom-made elsewhere and then send it to Nopa Planet for us to replace? The staff member spoke with a wry smile. Just as genetic warriors are categorized by their levels, mechanical components and weaponry are similarly classified. The mechanical parts that Su Ming and his companions had previously repaired were primarily the lowest tier, designated as surface grade, suitable only for warfare on the planet's surface, with ordinary functionality and performance. In contrast, planetary-grade components are intended for interplanetary warfare, significantly more complex and refined than their surface-grade counterparts, demanding a high level of skill from the mechanics. Upon hearing the staff member's words, the captain's expression soured, and he shook his head, stating, "We cannot afford to wait. Time is of the essence." The staff member, sensing the captain's urgency, suggested, "Perhaps you could seek out Monty. I've heard rumors that a particularly skilled mechanic is currently working in Monty's workshop. He might be able to assist you in repairing your planetary-grade components." Chapter 15. Assembling the sniper rifle. Knock, knock, knock. Monty rapped on the door of Su Ming's dormitory. "Captain Monty, what brings you here?" Su Ming waited curiously. Monty grinned broadly and replied, "We got a job, little brother." Over the course of their collaboration, Monty and Su Ming had grown quite familiar with one another, often bantering playfully. "A job?" Su Ming's expression lit up with intrigue. Normally, Monty would simply leave the mechanical weapon that required modifications at the door of Su Ming's dormitory without directly approaching him. However, today, Monty's personal visit hinted that this task was of particular significance. "Planetary grade, are you confident?" Monty asked mysteriously. "Planetary grade?" Su Ming was taken aback, then pondered for a moment before responding, "I can manage. What components need repair?" Monty's face brightened. "I knew you could do it. Come with me. A spacecraft's spatial jump system is malfunctioning, and they need someone to fix it." Upon hearing Monty's words, Su Ming expressed a mix of curiosity and concern, then set aside his work and followed Monty outside. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the spacecraft. The crew inside regarded the newcomers with curiosity, especially Su Ming, whose youthful appearance, barely 16 or 17, sparked a flicker of skepticism in their eyes. "He's so young. Can he really manage this?" Harriet whispered skeptically to a fellow crew member. The individuals nearby scrutinized Su Ming from head to toe, subsequently shaking their heads in unison. Too young. At such a tender age, even if one were to practice from the womb, it is doubtful they would possess the capability to repair planetary-grade machinery. Even the captain furrowed his brow at this moment and uncertainly addressed Monty. "Mr. Monty, is this the mechanic you spoke of?" Monty flashed a grin and nodded with pride. Observing Monty's demeanor, the captain hesitated momentarily before finally speaking. "Mr. Monty, it is not that I doubt your judgment, but this mechanical component is of utmost importance. If this young master inadvertently damages it beyond repair, I fear." The captain's voice trailed off, yet the doubt in his tone was palpable. In response to the captain's concerns, Su Ming shook his head and spoke with an air of nonchalance. "If you are apprehensive, you may first present me with a planetary-grade weapon for repair, and then you can decide whether to proceed with the repairs." Su Ming was not particularly concerned about the supposed remuneration. He had amassed considerable wealth with little to spend it on, making the compensation merely symbolic. Were it not for the allure of the planetary-grade mechanical component, he would have been disinclined to leave his quarters to assist others with repairs. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the crew aboard the spaceship exchanged glances, and the captain chuckled. "Young master, please do not take offense. After all, we have not collaborated before, and it is only natural to have reservations. However, fortuitously, we do have a damaged planetary-grade sniper rifle that requires mending. Perhaps you could assist us with that first. And of course, the compensation will be generous." The captain promptly retrieved the sniper rifle from the ship's built-in storage and placed it upon the central workbench. Upon sighting the sniper rifle, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with interest, instantly focusing on the weapon. The Starry Sky Slayer, a planetary-grade sniper rifle, boasts an effective shooting range exceeding 100 kilometers and a power level of 2,000 points. He felt an overwhelming passion for machinery. The moment he beheld the planetary-grade sniper rifle, all prior skepticism from the crew evaporated as he became wholly engrossed in the weapon before him. Without hesitation, he began to disassemble the sniper rifle. Disassembling planetary-grade mechanical weapons demands a certain finesse and expertise, as the precision of the internal components far exceeds that of surface-level weapons. A moment's inattention could result in irreparable damage to the delicate parts. However, Su Ming possessed the system's X-ray vision function, allowing him to perceive the intricate structure of the sniper rifle with clarity. He forewent any devices and began to dismantle it with his bare hands. The crew watched in disbelief as Su Ming commenced disassembly without first employing a scanner to assess the weapon. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of dissatisfaction. As genetic warriors, they had a modicum of understanding regarding machinery and were acutely aware of the risks associated with Su Ming's decision to forego the scanner. To their eyes, he appeared somewhat amateurish and reckless. Undeterred by the crew's expressions, Su Ming remained fixated on the sniper rifle, meticulously removing each component piece by piece. It was evident that the sniper rifle had previously sustained severe damage, with its energy power system rendered inoperative to over 80. Su Ming could discern this clearly and began to formulate a corresponding repair plan in his mind. One by one, he flawlessly disassembled the components. As the crew observed Su Ming's disassembly process, their initial displeasure gradually transformed into astonishment, culminating in a collective breath-holding, fearful that any inadvertent sound might disrupt Su Ming's concentration. Even the captain could only stare, eyes wide with incredulity, as he witnessed this extraordinary spectacle. He had encountered many skilled mechanics, yet he had never seen someone disassemble a planetary-grade sniper rifle entirely without the aid of a scanner, and not a single mistake was made. The young man's technique resembled an artist's dance upon a piano, exuding a profound sense of artistry that left the onlookers in awe. Upon completing the disassembly, Su Ming did not pause. He extended his hands and began to dissolve the original circuitry and energy systems of each component. "Ah, no," one crew member instinctively exclaimed at the sight. If the circuitry and energy systems were to be dissolved, the repair workload would increase significantly, and the sniper rifle might not retain its planetary-grade weapon strength. However, before he could finish his thought, the captain silenced him with a look. The captain's gaze was imbued with a peculiar interest as he observed Su Ming, a flicker of enigmatic understanding crossing his eyes. He had witnessed some formidable master mechanics who, during repairs, would dissolve all markings, circuits, and energy systems only to re-engrave their unique signatures. This was a masterful approach, characterized by a distinctive understanding of the components, creating a one-of-a-kind imprint that could not be replicated. Moreover, such repairs often resulted in weapons of far greater power than their original capabilities. Could this young man be on the verge of inscribing his own system of markings upon this weapon? Chapter 16. The Invasion Approaches. The captain felt a rising excitement within him. If this lad truly possessed such talent, the value of the sniper rifle would soar, not to mention the potential for him to become a renowned master mechanic in the future. Should that come to pass, this sniper rifle could be considered one of Master XX's early works. It's worth skyrocketing by more than tenfold. Mercenaries prioritize profit, and in the captain's eyes, if this sniper rifle could indeed be successfully modified, it would be treasured as a priceless artifact. As Su Ming dissolved the markings, circuits, and energy flow systems, he did not linger. He immediately brought over the engraving instruments from the workbench. One by one, he began to meticulously re-engrave the markings onto each component. This was a complex and monumental task, akin to merely providing Su Ming with parts and allowing him to independently assemble a planetary-grade sniper rifle. Successfully completing this assembly would signify that this mere 16-year-old boy could create a planetary-grade mechanical weapon at such a young age. This would be an exceedingly rare occurrence throughout the annals of the Empire's history. The crew held their breath, silently watching as Su Ming, utterly absorbed, wielded the engraving tool, gradually inscribing the markings onto each piece. Time ticked by, and nearly an hour elapsed. Su Ming remained unwavering, entirely focused on his task for the duration. The expressions of the crew transformed from skepticism to reverence, for even the most knowledgeable member among them could not comprehend the implications of the markings Su Ming was etching. Su Ming's arms remained remarkably steady, comparable to the most precise mechanical instruments. He can even carve at the nanoscale. One member murmured in astonishment, his eyes filled with awe. Nanoscale markings surpassed micrometer-level intricacies by countless magnitudes. A mechanic capable of engraving at the nanoscale would easily surpass the requirements for Tier 3 logistics repair on a planetary scale. It is utterly astounding that a group of individuals encountered a master craftsman capable of engraving at the nanoscale on a Class 1 logistical repair planet. As the final component was meticulously carved, an immense weight seemed to lift from everyone's hearts, and they collectively exhaled, taking deep breaths to alleviate the tension that had gripped them. They had been so anxious that not a single breath dared escape their lips, fearing it might disrupt the concentration of the young mechanic. However, at that moment, Su Ming's forehead began to furrow. Upon witnessing this, the crowd's hearts skipped a beat, dreading the possibility that Su Ming might announce a failure in his engraving. Yet, to their relief, Su Ming stood tall and addressed the captain, inquiring, "Do you have a Nebula-class brain domain amplification component? Based on the engravings I have crafted, this sniper rifle can undoubtedly withstand a Nebula-class brain domain enhancement." What? The captain was taken aback by Su Ming's words. Nebula-class mechanical components were a tier above planetary-class components, representing a more advanced category of machinery. Ordinarily, a planetary-class sniper rifle's mechanical components could withstand only a planetary-class brain domain amplification. Exceeding this threshold posed a risk of self-destruction. Yet now, Su Ming was suggesting the installation of a Nebula-class brain domain amplification component into a planetary-class sniper rifle. This meant that, upon successful installation, the rifle could endure significantly greater brain domain energy levels and could potentially unleash Nebula-class energy levels while maintaining its planetary-class weapon status. The captain, breathing rapidly, wasted no time and retrieved a brand new brain domain amplification component from the ship's onboard storage. This Nebula-class component, while not exorbitantly priced in comparison to an entire mechanical weapon, was kept in stock given the ship's provisions for high-level mechanical parts. The captain swiftly handed the component to Su Ming, anxious that any delay might impede his repair efforts. Receiving the brain domain amplification component, Su Ming deftly inscribed it with his unique engravings once again. He then proceeded to pick up various mechanical parts, methodically reassembling them. Gradually, the silhouette of a sniper rifle began to take form in Su Ming's capable hands. As he commenced the modification of the sniper rifle, a spaceship suddenly burst through the void of space above Nopu planet, materializing in the starry expanse. "Target has successfully landed on the planet," an electronic voice announced from the ship. "Assess the planet's defense level." The deep voice resonated once more. After a brief pause, the electronic voice chimed in again. "Detected planetary defense level, Class 1, corresponding to a surface-level defense system, risk level, low." The surface-level defense system indicated the planet's overall defensive capabilities, which were merely at a terrestrial level. Upon hearing this report, the deep voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement. "Excellent. These individuals have stolen our vital energy crystals. Such transgressions cannot go unpunished. Since the planet's defenses are merely surface level, we shall invade, locate the culprits responsible for the theft of the energy crystals, eliminate them, and reclaim our property." With this proclamation, the spaceship swiftly approached Nopu planet, and soldiers clad in cosmic combat suits leapt from the vessel, harnessing the planet's gravitational pull to descend freely. Invade Nopu planet. Objective: eliminate 30 inhabitants and retrieve the energy crystals. The cold electronic voice reverberated through each soldier's communication system. Unbeknownst to the mercenaries observing Su Ming assemble the sniper rifle, this unfolding drama was entirely unnoticed. Moreover, Su Ming, wholly engrossed in the assembly of the sniper rifle, was oblivious to everything occurring around him. His entire focus was devoted to the meticulous construction of the weapon. One by one, he assembled the rifle's components, and at last, a sniper rifle emanating a potent energy signature was successfully crafted. Weapon assembly complete. Host gains 30 starlight points as a reward. Upon receiving the notification from the system, Su Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled with satisfaction. Clearly, the sniper rifle was complete, and in addition to the substantial system reward for the overall assembly, each component modification yielded further starlight points. Altogether, the assembly of a planetary-class weapon resulted in an impressive accumulation of over 80 starlight points, surpassing the rewards from assembling surface-level weapons. With a grin, Su Ming raised a newly crafted sniper rifle and announced to those around him, "The modifications are successful. This sniper rifle, which originally had an effective range of approximately 100 kilometers, should now achieve a range of 200 kilometers. And its energy capacity has increased from 2,000 points to an estimated 2,500 to 5,000 points." Of course, precise measurements would require professional testing equipment. This was merely an estimation. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, gasps of disbelief echoed through the ship. According to Su Ming's modifications, the performance of the sniper rifle had doubled. This was utterly terrifying. Even a master mechanic might struggle to achieve such a significant enhancement. Could it be that this young craftsman surpassed even the greatest of mechanical modification experts? What the crowd failed to realize was that Su Ming, endowed with the system support, could discern the connectivity within the engraved patterns, allowing him to pinpoint the optimal modifications that significantly enhanced the sniper rifle's performance. The captain was astounded. 5,000 energy points. What an extraordinary concept. This level of energy had already entered the realm of Nebula-class capabilities. Naturally, this represented the maximum potential range. The vast discrepancy in Su Ming's estimated energy levels was attributable to the brain domain amplification component. The difference in performance between an individual with a weak brain domain energy level and one with a strong brain domain energy level could nearly reach a factor of 2. However, this was still an astounding revelation, suggesting that this sniper rifle could now be wielded by individuals with significantly stronger brain domain energies. It was almost akin to a semi-nebula-class weapon. What a tremendous profit! Securing the services of such a master outside would undoubtedly require a staggering expense. Yet now, the team merely needed to pay a modification fee to acquire such a formidable armament. The captain felt as though he had uncovered a treasure in the form of a master mechanic. Just as he prepared to speak, a tremendous roar erupted outside the spaceship. Boom! A colossal wave of energy surged, threatening to overturn the vessel. Even if it didn't T-flip, the impact caused everyone inside the ship to lose their footing, collapsing haphazardly within the confines of the craft. Warning: the ship is under attack. Activating energy shield system. Remaining energy, 64. The electronic voice soon filled the ship, and a faint blue shield enveloped the vessel, protecting it from harm. Damn it, it's the Aquarians, Harriet exclaimed, glancing outside in a panic before urgently addressing the crew. What? I thought we had shaken off the Aquarians. How did they manage to follow us? The captain's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed out the ship's window. There stood numerous aliens clad in cosmic combat suits, surrounding the ship. By their numbers, there were at least 200. These extraterrestrial beings, vastly different in appearance from humanity, resemble a legion of centaurs, despite their mere 200 in number. The captain is acutely aware of the grim reality. The current defense systems of NOP Star would likely be inadequate against even this modest force. It is a stark demonstration of the disparity in technological prowess and physical capabilities. The beings before him, the Aquamarine, boast a minimum strength equivalent to third-tier genetic warriors, with some among them possessing the formidable power of fourth-tier warriors. Leading this formidable group is an individual of fifth-tier prowess. Such strength renders any notion of resistance futile. Even if the opposing forces were to bombard NOP Star, the planet's weaponry might not pose any threat to the mightiest of these genetic warriors, whose power exceeds 3,500. Only weapons with energy levels above 3,500 can inflict harm upon a fifth-tier genetic warrior. What a catastrophe! When had they managed to install a tracking system? Now, they have caught up to us. What are we to do? The energy shield can only sustain itself for approximately 10 more minutes. Once depleted, the ship will be left entirely defenseless. The mercenaries, faces etched with anxiety, cast worried glances at their captain. The captain's expression is grave. He is the strongest among the mercenaries, yet only a mid-tier, fourth-level genetic warrior. Among the 200 adversaries, there's a fifth-tier warrior, and with their own numbers barely exceeding 100, any confrontation would undoubtedly result in a one-sided slaughter. As for seeking assistance from NOP Star, that is a jest. The planet lacks even the capacity to defend itself against such an invasion, let alone extend aid. With no viable options left, the captain steeled himself and inquired, "How many functioning firearms do we have left?" Reporting to the captain, there are still 58. With a determined resolve, the captain replied, "Let us utilize the ship's energy shield as cover to eliminate as many of them as we can. Once the shield's energy is exhausted, we will engage them directly." There was no other recourse. Trapped within the ship, their only hope lay in a desperate resistance. As the mercenaries sprang into action, arming themselves and stepping outside to take advantage of the ship's protective barrier to fire upon the Aquamarine, Su Ming and Monty, having emerged from their initial state of confusion, exchanged glances that conveyed a shared wry smile. They had once again been swept into the throes of war, a scenario not unfamiliar during their time on logistical planets. Little did they expect to find themselves in such circumstances today. It was clear that Su Ming and Monty were now unwillingly bound to the mercenaries. The Aquamarine would show no mercy simply because they were there to repair rather than engage. My apologies, Mr. Mani, Master Su Ming. It seems we have dragged you into this predicament. I, Captain Hyman, promise that if it comes to the final moment, I will ensure your safe passage to a secure area. Captain Hyman turned, his face a canvas of deep remorse as he addressed Su Ming and Monty. He then extended his hand towards Su Ming. Master Su Ming, please hand me that newly assembled sniper rifle. It may be the key to our salvation. To Hyman's surprise, Su Ming did not immediately pass the sniper rifle to him. Instead, he grasped it firmly in his own hands and replied coolly, "Allow me to handle it. I am not in the habit of entrusting my life to others." Chiptrosomest, Su Ming's marksmanship. Hyman was momentarily taken aback by Su Ming's words. Then, with an incredulous chuckle, he said, "Master Su Ming, this is no time for jokes. Hurry and give it to me. If we delay, it may be too late. I respect your mechanical skills, but matters of combat should be left to those trained for war." Hyman's tone gradually turned serious. He shook his head internally, baffled by this mechanic named Su Ming. While his mechanical expertise was indeed impressive, this was war, an arena where lives were at stake. One misstep could result in death, a reality far beyond the realm of mere machinery. In Hyman's eyes, Su Ming seemed to lack a grasp of the gravity of the situation. Yet, Su Ming stubbornly held the sniper rifle, turning to Hyman with a sincere expression. "I am also a genetic warrior. Moreover, I am the one who assembled this sniper rifle. Only I can fully unleash its potential. Now, open the hatch and let me out." Taken aback by Su Ming's assertion, Hyman felt an inexplicable trust in the young man's words, compelling him to comply and open the hatch. In an instant, Su Ming darted out through the opening. As Hyman regained his senses, urgency flooded his heart, prompting him to follow suit. "Give me a gun. You return to the ship." Hyman instructed a nearby soldier as he emerged outside. The mercenary hesitated, but ultimately handed over his planetary-grade weapon. With the firearm in hand, Hyman's neural energy surged, instantly connecting with the weapon and dramatically enhancing its capabilities. Bang! A shot rang out, propelled by the formidable neural energy of a fourth-tier warrior, unleashing the weapon's maximum potential. Its power was exponentially greater than in standard conditions. In an instant, a third-tier aquamarine soldier was obliterated, leaving behind a gaping crater in the earth. Hyman relinquished the weapon, aware that such overwhelming power required a brief cool-down period. Otherwise, continuous fire would likely result in the weapon's destruction. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed nearby. Buzz. The muffled noise unmistakably signified an attack from sniper rifle. Hyman's heart raced as he turned to the young man, realizing that the shot had originated from Su Ming's weapon. The energy unleashed in that instant exceeded 2,800. Hyman was utterly astonished. Could it be that Su Ming was indeed a genetic warrior? Judging by the energy he had just displayed, he was likely on the cusp of becoming a third-tier warrior. How had this young man achieved such prowess at such a tender age? Before Hyman could collect his thoughts, buzz! Another shot rang out, the deep sound claiming yet another third-tier aquamarine soldier. Hyman stared in shock at Su Ming, particularly at the sniper rifle in his grasp. This weapon did not require a cooldown. Such firearms existed, but they were exceedingly rare, typically characterized by robust and sophisticated energy systems. If this rifle possessed such attributes, its value would indeed multiply. The sniper rifle modified by this young man was astonishingly capable of firing without delay. Hyman was left speechless, and just as he was lost in thought, a third shot thundered forth. Buzz! The ominous sound echoed like the harbinger of death on the battlefield, effortlessly claiming yet another third-tier genetic warrior from the enemy ranks. The series of shots had thoroughly captured the attention of the aquamarine commander. He furrowed his brow and gazed into the spaceship. However, the energy shield obscured his view, leaving him unable to discern the scene within and incapable of determining the origin of the attack. Be cautious. There are skilled snipers aboard the enemy's ship. Adopt a solo strategy, disperse, and seek blind spots for cover. This seasoned 5th-level gene warrior, brimming with battlefield experience, swiftly assessed the current situation and adeptly directed his soldiers to implement the necessary tactical maneuvers. Given the formidable snipers present within the enemy vessel, a direct assault would undoubtedly be unwise. Finding cover and continuously altering their positions would render it exceedingly difficult for the snipers to ascertain the locations of their soldiers. Soon, the soldiers behind him began to scatter. The sea blue beings, with their hoof-like lower limbs, moved with remarkable speed, creating significant trouble for the mercenaries aboard the spaceship. The enemy began to reposition, increasing the difficulty of their shots and making it harder to hit the soldiers. Yet at that moment, a dull thud resonated, echoing ominously. Buzz. A third-level Gene warrior, swiftly changing direction, was instantaneously reduced to ashes, utterly evaporated. Upon witnessing this shot, the fifth-level C Blue Commander's pupils constricted in shock. He had clearly observed that the third-level warrior was in the midst of a rapid maneuver. Soldiers, in the process of changing direction, emit a fluctuating aura, making them exceedingly difficult to target. Yet in a fraction of a second, that formidable sniper had locked onto their soldier and decisively fired. What an astounding locking ability. What exceptional marksmanship. What an air of confidence. The sniper's level was not overly high, a realization he registered. However, the opponent possessed an undeniably terrifying shooting prowess, hitting every target with deadly precision. Buzz. Another shot rang out, and yet another soldier was obliterated. Take cover behind obstacles to create blind spots, the commander urged, his brow furrowed. However, it wasn't long before a sea blue warrior, having taken refuge behind an obstacle and position within a blind spot, was once again shot dead along with the cover. What? The commander was genuinely stunned. Did the enemy's sniper not require aiming? Was it unnecessary to visually lock onto a target? How could he still deliver a precise shot that obliterated their soldier while he was concealed within a blind spot? Unbeknownst to him, the extensive training in mechanical disassembly and reassembly had endowed Su Ming with an exceptionally terrifying ability to predict trajectories within blind spots. The moment the sea blue soldier entered the blind zone, Su Ming had instantaneously visualized the soldier's movement trajectory after entering the blind area. With a swift shot, he executed a clean kill. Furthermore, Su Ming's marksmanship had been honed to terrifying levels over 16 years of rigorous training in confined spaces. The combination of these two factors culminated in an extraordinary sniping capability. Not to mention, at this moment, Su Ming's vision was progressively augmented by the system's functionalities, allowing him to effortlessly perceive even the sea blue soldiers concealed behind obstacles with crystal clarity. Chapter 19. Elimination of a fourth-level Gene warrior. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The battlefield reverberated with dull thuds. Each sound marked the precise end of a sea blue life. No amount of evasion proved effective. Who is it? Do we have such a formidable sniper in our mercenary group? This accuracy is astounding, Herod exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement as he looked around, invigorated by the sniper's performance. The steady rhythm of those shots instilled a sense of security in everyone. With such a teammate, anyone would feel reassured. Herod was referring to Su Ming, his young mentor. A nearby team member glanced at a youth not far away and promptly remarked, "Isn't that Su Ming, the mechanic?" Herod gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Hyman spoke slowly. Mechanics and Gene warriors are not mutually exclusive. In fact, some exceptionally powerful Gene warriors pilot mechs they have personally modified. Mechs are not weapons that those of their tier can wield. It is said that formidable mech warriors are also adept mechanics. As energy levels increase, the competition shifts to understanding and compatibility with mechs. Only a mech that one has personally modified is truly suited to oneself. What? Herod and the others gasped in disbelief, staring at Su Ming, murmuring, "Could it be that Su Ming might have the opportunity to become a mech warrior?" Hyman shook his head, then addressed the group. "These are uncertain matters. But it must be said that Su Ming's shooting prowess seems to be turning the tide of battle in our favor." Yet, he was acutely aware that the true linchpin of the enemy was undoubtedly the fifth-level Gene warrior. Even though Su Ming's accuracy and marksmanship were remarkable, the fifth-level Gene warrior's energy level was far too formidable. Even a sniper's bullet would struggle to inflict significant damage, as long as the fifth-level Gene warrior remained. If the enemy breached the energy shield, they would still face a fierce battle. How much energy remained in the energy shield? Just then, Su Ming, who had been silently sniping, suddenly inquired. Upon hearing his question, the others sprang into action, promptly checking the energy reserves of the spaceship's shield. "Master Su Ming, there are 27 units remaining," Herod stated gravely. The fifth-level Gene warrior's attacks had been overwhelmingly powerful, depleting a significant portion of his shield's energy. Upon learning that only 27 units remained, a sense of urgency welled within Su Ming, and he directed his gaze toward the sea blue assailants surrounding the ship. He realized that despite having unleashed a flurry of shots, he had only managed to eliminate over 33rd-level Gene warriors. Such a feat would be deemed extraordinary for a second-tier superior Gene warrior. An average individual would feel satisfied with such accomplishments. However, Su Ming felt none of that. He understood vividly that despite having directly eliminated over 30 sea blue warriors, The true core of this Sea Blue squad comprised the 5th level Gene Warrior and the 20 or so 4th level Gene Warriors, with the 3rd level Warriors being of lesser significance. Presently, their mercenary force numbered just over 100. Since the onset of the confrontation, including Su Ming's kills, they had scarcely reached 50. Even if they expended the last remnants of the shield's energy, they could at most eliminate another 50 soldiers. This band of mercenaries would still be outmatched. To decisively turn the tide of battle, the 4th and 5th level Gene Warriors were pivotal. Su Ming took a deep breath. At that moment, he made a significant decision. He raised his sniper rifle, but hesitated to pull the trigger. In that instant, he focused on calibrating his breath, attempting to lock onto one of the 4th level Gene Warriors amidst the rapid movements. The 4th level Gene Warrior's energy level had already reached approximately 1,000 to 2,500 points. Such energy levels would likely result in severe injury if struck head-on, but would not guarantee a one-shot kill. Nonetheless, Su Ming steeled himself and made this choice. He was determined to eliminate the 4th level Gene Warrior. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, striving to pinpoint the location of a level 4 genetic warrior amidst the erratic fluctuations of the atmosphere. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a sharp glint illuminating his gaze. In an instant, his cerebral domain's energy surged forth, and within less than a second, he fired another shot from his sniper rifle. The subsequent dull thud resonated with an intensity unlike any previous sound, imbued with a profound sense of determination and resolve, reverberating crisply across the battlefield. Upon hearing the gunfire, the commander of the Azure Blue Star experienced a dramatic shift in expression, acutely aware that this shot was aimed at one of his own level 4 genetic warriors. He abruptly halted his actions, diverting his gaze toward the afflicted warrior. The level 4 genetic warrior appeared to realize he had been targeted, yet no matter how he maneuvered, his presence remained firmly locked in the sniper's sights. A terrifying bullet struck him, sending him staggering backward. Ah! The warrior screamed in agony as his physical prowess erupted in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. His veins threatened to burst from the exertion. Ultimately, despite being grievously injured and bloodied, he managed to endure the lethal shot from the Grim Reaper of Sniper. "Well done," exclaimed the Azure Blue Star commander, his eyes lighting up with admiration. He had long since recognized that although the sniper's shooting skills were extraordinary, his inherent energy level was somewhat lacking, and even a direct hit on one of their soldiers could be mitigated. However, just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, a second ominous thud rang out almost immediately after the first. The interval between the two dull sounds was so brief that it seemed the second shot had been fired in direct response to the first. Upon hearing this second thud, the commander's pupils constricted in disbelief as he witnessed the sniper's second shot striking precisely the same spot as the first. Both attacks landed with unerring accuracy. Although the first shot had been withstood, the location could not have escaped injury. Some of the cellular tissue was likely already necrotic. The second shot, therefore, met no resistance from the now compromised cells. In an instant, the level 4 genetic warrior was utterly obliterated by the second shot. Witnessing this scene filled both the Azure Blue Star forces and the mercenaries with a chilling sense of dread. They looked on in disbelief at Su Ming. Is this marksmanship something an ordinary human could possess? Chapter 20. The Terrifying Su Ming. This sniper is simply too formidable. Such shooting prowess is beyond what any normal human could achieve. How can he possess such a potent ability to lock onto a target? The Azure Blue Star commander felt a chill wash over him. The loss of a level 3 soldier meant little to him. But every level 4 soldier represented a vital resource for the Azure Blue Star. Losing one was a blow he could ill afford. The energy shield is nearly depleted. We must shatter that damn shield. I will personally kill this sniper. His eyes burned with a murderous intent as he gazed toward the protective barrier of the ship, as if attempting to see through it to the formidable sniper within. As the forces of Azure Blue Star pressed their attack, the energy of the shield plummeted. 20 buzz. Buzz. 2 shots rang out, instantly claiming another level 4 genetic warrior's life. 15 buzz. Buzz. 10 buzz. Buzz. The energy shield's reserves dwindled rapidly, and 4 of the Azure Blue Star's level 4 warriors had already perished at Su Ming's hands. He gripped his sniper rifle tightly, his demeanor unnaturally calm, and at that moment, he resolved within himself. Crouched inside the ship, he maintained his shooting posture, motionless at the vessel's forefront. 5. The energy shield's power had dwindled to 5. Yet this time, Su Ming refrained from pulling the trigger. Instead, he focused on locking onto the presence of a level 5 genetic warrior. The Azure Blue Star commander seemed to sense the sniper's fixation, his brow furrowing slightly. a hint of derision glimmering in his eyes. Did the sniper truly believe he could attack him? How naive to think that, after dispatching a few level 4 warriors, he could dare to target a level 5 warrior. If someone had been beside him at that moment, they would have noticed the commander subtly swaying, almost imperceptibly. Yet this minor oscillation was enough to allow him to effortlessly evade Su Ming's attempted lock-on. His form seemed to sway, but at any moment, he could dart in any direction, rendering the sniper's targeting exceedingly difficult. At this juncture, Su Ming remained still, though beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. His mental fortitude was pushed to its limits. The disparity in energy levels was overwhelming. Even with the cerebral domain fully unleashed, locking onto the commander felt nearly impossible. Failure to secure a lock meant that any shot he fired would inevitably be evaded. If he couldn't even land a hit, how could he inflict any damage? Yet, Su Ming harbored no intention of surrendering. 16 years of rigorous training had instilled in him a profound understanding. The contest of locking and counterlocking was not merely an energy battle, but a test of endurance strategy, and psychology as well. Until the very last moment, no conclusion could be drawn. He continued to strive, employing every conceivable method to lock onto the level 5 genetic warrior. Just then, an alarm blared within the energy shield. 3, 2, 1. The series of alarms echoed like the footsteps of death, inducing a sensation of suffocation and tension. The surrounding mercenaries instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their faces etched with concern as they gazed at the energy shield. Only Su Ming remained in his stance, as still as a statue, utterly unchanged. At that moment, he felt as though he had entered the focused state he experienced while disassembling and assembling mechanical equipment. Concentrated, stable, and wholly undistracted. The fruits of his past efforts would ultimately culminate in this very moment. Unbeknownst to him, as he faced off against the level 5 genetic warrior, his cerebral domain's energy began to surge uncontrollably, skyrocketing to an astonishing level. The energy shield's power was exhausted. At that instant, an alarm blared from the energy shield. And in that moment, the shield shattered. With that moment of shattering, Su Ming's eyes widened, igniting with a fierce brilliance. Now, in the instant the energy shield disintegrated, the level 5 Azure Blue Star warrior experienced a fleeting change in mindset. It was this minuscule shift that allowed Su Ming to successfully lock onto him. 100 energy points consumed, starlight successfully converted. A torrent of starlight surged into the sniper rifle in Su Ming's hands, causing it to emit an extraordinarily brilliant glow. The light illuminated the entire battlefield, astonishing all who beheld it. In the next heartbeat buzz, a deep, resonant sound echoed forth once more. However, this time, the sound of the gunshot reverberated within the very souls of the onlookers. Merely hearing this sound sent chills down their spines, causing their spirits to tremble. The commander of the Ocean Blue Star felt an overwhelmingly terrifying aura surge towards him, a resolute and unyielding force locking onto him with an iron grip. No matter how he attempted to evade, he was destined to be struck by that bullet. How could this be possible? His pupils constricted sharply. In that instant, an overwhelming dread emanating from his very soul swept through him. The next moment, the commander found himself enveloped by a brilliant display of starlight, akin to a sea of stars, drowning him in its brilliance. Following the starlight, darkness descended upon him, rendering his mind incapable of coherent thought. Boom! A deafening roar echoed throughout the industrial zone, felt even by those several kilometers away, as a powerful tremor radiated from a singular direction. The tremendous sound marked the demise of the 5th-level Gene Warrior from Ocean Blue Star, reduced to ashes, dead beyond any doubt. Upon sensing the immediate disappearance of the 5th-level warrior's presence within the starlight, Su Ming felt an immense wave of relief wash over him, only to be followed by an excruciating pain coursing through every corner of his body. The starlight points he had recently exchanged from the system had far exceeded what his body could endure. Such colossal energy threatened to tear his very form apart. Su Ming gradually felt his head grow heavy, his body unsteady. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he addressed the system in his mind. System. Allocate the remaining starlight points to restore my vital organs. 12 starlight points remain, currently restoring damaged internal organs. Upon hearing the system's response, Su Ming felt a wave of relief, but darkness soon enveloped him as he collapsed in front of the spacecraft. Quick, Mr. Monty, take Su Ming to the hospital for treatment. We will escort you out. His body, overwhelmed by energy beyond its capacity, was cracking under the strain, riddled with injuries. Be cautious. Even a slight miscalculation could cost him his life. Enough with the chatter. The enemy commander is dead. We must escape with Su Ming. Upon witnessing Su Ming collapse, all the mercenaries were instantly startled, frantically carrying him towards the exit. Chapter 21. Awakening and Advancement. Light gradually penetrated the darkness surrounding Su Ming. His consciousness slowly returned. He opened his eyes, surveyed his surroundings, and examined his body. At this moment, his injuries had nearly healed completely. Given the medical standards of the cosmic era, it wouldn't take more than a day for his body to fully recover. Moreover, he had previously utilized the last of his starlight points to protect his damaged internal organs. However, while his injuries had mended, his body felt exceedingly weak. Additionally, his head throbbed as if it were encased in a durian, swollen, painful, and unbearably heavy. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at his reckless bravado. He had directly exchanged 100 starlight points as a means of attack. When the energy from those 100 points surged through him and was unleashed, it caused immense damage, but nearly tore his body apart as well. Had he exchanged even a few more points, he had no doubt his body would have been completely obliterated by the energy. It appeared that in the future, he would need to consider the maximum energy his body could withstand before employing starlight points as an offensive measure. Nevertheless, the results were undeniably impressive. That strike exceeded Su Ming's expectations, exhibiting extraordinary power. Even a 5th-level Gene Warrior, boasting around 5,000 energy points, had been eliminated in a single shot. Just then, he heard a voice nearby. "You're awake?" Su Ming turned his head. "Mr. Monty?" Monty stood up, smiling broadly at Su Ming, then complained. "You're quite the formidable Gene Warrior, able to take down even a 5th-level warrior. Who would have imagined that such a master lay hidden on Nort Planet?" Su Ming chuckled wryly. "True, I did kill him, but I'm nearly dead myself." Monty nodded thoughtfully, then walked towards the exit. "Wait here, I'll fetch a doctor." "However, you are indeed fortunate. You arrived with only half a life left. Thankfully, your internal organs weren't severely damaged. Otherwise, you might not have made it." Hearing Monty's words, Su Ming couldn't help but internally scoff. His internal organs were indeed severely damaged. The moment he fired that shot, he felt excruciating pain within, likely caused by the energy tearing them apart. Had it not been for the system's prior treatment, he would have most certainly perished from that single shot. A short while later, Monty returned with a doctor, accompanied by mercenary Heyman. "Mr. Heyman, how are the Ocean Blue Star forces faring?" Su Ming inquired curiously upon seeing Heyman. After confirming Su Ming's condition was stable, Heyman replied with a smile. "What do you think? You've eliminated their leader. The remaining soldiers are nothing but a disorganized mob. They were already terrified by your marksmanship, and had no idea you had lost consciousness. We easily dispatched them all." After a brief pause, Heyman tentatively asked Su Ming, "Would you be interested in joining our mercenary group?" Su Ming was taken aback and slowly shook his head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Heyman, but I have no intentions of joining a mercenary group at this time." Although Su Ming had the capability to evade some of the Empire's legal constraints, leaving Nort Planet was still a simple matter. He was not prepared to depart just yet. This place offered him ample opportunities for mechanical repairs. And while he could claim the ability to eliminate 5th-level Gene Warriors, it was under very specific circumstances. The 5th-level warrior had been hindered by the spacecraft's energy shield. In a direct confrontation, Su Ming would have been swiftly killed without any opportunity to lock on and snipe. Leaving Nort Planet without adequate self-defense capabilities would be an exceedingly imprudent decision. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Heyman could only sigh in disappointment. Su Ming's worth far exceeded that of any member of their mercenary group, not to mention his extraordinary sniping skills. Even his remarkable mechanical modification abilities would be a tremendous asset to any team, significantly enhancing their overall strength and mechanical support. Individuals who could both repair and fight were highly coveted. Despite anticipating rejection, being turned down by Su Ming still left Heyman feeling quite regretful. With a wry smile, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "Indeed, Su Ming, you could easily find a more powerful team. I was merely indulging in wishful thinking." Shaking his head, Heyman handed Su Ming a card. "Su Ming, this is for your modification expenses. I added a little extra as a token of gratitude from our team. My contact information is also included. Feel free to reach out if you ever need anything." Su Ming accepted the card, looking at Heyman, and slowly nodded in acknowledgement. "As our deadline approaches, and with your well-being now assured, we shall take our leave." Heyman smiled, well aware that Su Ming had been in a coma for 3 days. During this interval, Heyman had already procured a pristine space jump component from another location, which he subsequently installed onto the spacecraft. After exchanging a few words with Monty, Heyman departed from the planet Nopu with his mercenary squad. Meanwhile, Su Ming promptly completed his discharge paperwork with Monty and returned to his dormitory. Upon entering his quarters, Su Ming eagerly activated his system panel. "Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 410. Brain domain energy level, 570. Gene lock activation level, level 3, lower tier. Physical vitality, 92. Physical conditioning level, level 1. Starlight points required for next conditioning level, 100. Starlight points available, 0. Noticing his advancement to a level 3, lower tier gene rating. Su Ming felt no surprise. During his confrontation with the 5th level gene warrior, he sensed his brain domain energy level rapidly escalating, while his physical energy level also experienced a breakthrough due to the stimulation of the energy flow. It could be said that misfortune had turned into fortune. The significant enhancement of his brain domain energy level exceeded Su Ming's expectations. For the first time, it had surpassed his physical energy level, leading the ladder. However, Su Ming could only manage a wry smile at the realization that his starlight points had dwindled to 0. Having witnessed the utility of starlight points, Su Ming was now eager to acquire more. It seemed he needed to devise a way to gather additional starlight points. He murmured to himself. Chapter 22, Warren's Evolution. As Su Ming focused his energy back on mechanical disassembly following his discharge, a significant yet understated upheaval unfolded in a distant star system, one that would have far-reaching consequences. The Bander star system, located at the periphery of the Busa Free Federation, is a member of this formidable interstellar coalition, which ranks among the 5 leading powers in the human realm. It stands on par with the Mongol Empire as a superhuman authority. What constitutes a supercluster? A colossal assembly of numerous star systems akin to the Milky Way, collectively referred to as a galaxy cluster. When multiple galaxy clusters unite, they form a supercluster. The hierarchical classification of cosmic powers is determined by the vastness of the territories they occupy. Planets, star clusters, galaxies, galaxy clusters, and finally, supercluster-level powers. Within an entire supercluster, the number of included star systems can exceed 10,000. Among them, the Bander star system is an inconspicuous entity at the fringes. However, at this juncture, the Loser party within the Bander star system conspired with forces from over 10 neighboring star systems to instigate a coup, leading a coalition of 10 star systems. The Bander star system questioned the autonomy of the Busa Free Federation, asserting that if the Federation did not reform its democratic structure, the Loser party would lead the surrounding systems to secede and establish an independent supercluster-level authority. Such coups are not uncommon in the vast expanse of cosmic human power. After all, the larger the faction, the broader the territory it occupies, making it challenging to cater to many peripheral systems. Furthermore, unlike the other 4 superclusters, the core principle of the Busa Free Federation is free will, leading to governance by multiple political parties. This structure results in a cohesive entity that nonetheless comprises numerous autonomous regions. Consequently, the coup in the Bander star system was nothing new for the Busa Free Federation, eliciting little more than a customary sense of indifference. The core political party began to adopt a rather perfunctory approach, extending conciliatory measures and assuring the Loser party of their rightful political benefits. Yet, the Loser party remained unresponsive, even detaining the officials dispatched by the core party within the Bander star system. This incited displeasure among the core party, perceiving it as a blatant disregard for their authority. Compared to the core party's influence, the Loser party's power was but a fraction. This stark disparity in strength led the core party to grow impatient, gradually exerting pressure on the Loser party. Both sides displayed increasingly resolute stances, causing tensions within the Free Federation to escalate. Initially, these events bore no relevance to Su Ming. However, serendipitously, the planet Nopu, where Su Ming resided, was situated in close proximity to the Bander star system, a mere 5 light-years away. While 5 light-years may appear distant, even a standard planetary space jump system can traverse this expanse in under an hour. This implies that should any upheaval occur in the Bander star system, individuals could potentially utilize spacecraft to directly leap across the starry void into the territory of the Mongol Empire. Such a scenario would be intolerable to the Mongol Empire, as both war and unauthorized crossings must be thwarted to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings with the Free Federation. At this stage, these events had yet to impact the inhabitants of Nopu, and even Su Ming remained oblivious to the turmoil. Presently, he gazed intently at Warren and softly declared, "All right, now that we are alone, you may inject the gene serum." Warren, visibly anxious, held in his hand a vial of gene serum he had recently acquired, having saved enough money for the purchase. He now sought Su Ming's assistance as a safeguard before activating his gene lock. Approaching the age of 17, Warren had surpassed the optimal age for serum injection. heightening his anxiety more than anyone else's. A glance at Su Ming was followed by a deep breath of encouragement as he injected the gene serum into his arm. Exhaling, Warren closed his eyes and seated himself on the ground. Soon, a faint green luminescence emanated from his body, and the energy within him began to surge, seemingly on the verge of breaking free from some binding force. This was indicative of the gene lock activation process. The more intense the situation grew, the more vigilant Su Ming became. There are countless unforeseen circumstances associated with gene lock activation, and the gene serum carries inherent risks, especially those procured from the planet Nopu, where its safety cannot be assured. Su Ming had mentally prepared himself to rush Warren to the hospital at a moment's notice. Fortunately, after enduring the initial period of discomfort, Warren's body stabilized. Suddenly, an intense surge of energy erupted from him. This energy, while inferior to Su Ming's, was vastly superior to what Warren had exhibited prior to the serum injection. Upon sensing this newfound energy, a flicker of joy crossed Su Ming's face. It was a success. Warren had successfully activated his gene lock. Moreover, based on Su Ming's perception of Warren's physical energy level, it now stood at over 30, while his brain domain energy level mirrored this increase. For an average person, a gene lock activation typically yields only about 10 points. Even Su Ming had reached only 25 points at that time. However, Warren is nearly 17 years old, having cultivated for an entire year longer than the average individual. So it is hardly surprising that his awakened energy level is higher than normal. Moreover, this situation corroborates Su Ming's earlier theories regarding the relationship between gene locks and cultivation. It is not solely the unlocking of gene locks that constitutes effective cultivation. Even prior to unlocking, one's practice can manifest as energy levels within the body. Perhaps Su Ming himself is unaware that this seemingly inconspicuous theory of his could, in the unfolding cosmic progression, significantly alter the trajectory of human genetic evolution. Chapter 23, Body Refinement. Warren opened his eyes, and an expression of pure joy illuminated his face. Su Ming, I have become a gene warrior. My heavens! Does this mean I can pilot Mech in the future? Warren exclaimed with excitement, then extended his hand, gesturing aimlessly, and to his surprise, exhibited a semblance of authority in his movements. Su Ming chuckled softly beside him. This is merely the beginning. Mechs, at their weakest, possess stellar-level combat power, while you are currently only at the terrestrial level. Let us take it slow and build up from here. Warren grinned, playfully responding, No worries, time is abundant. The lifespan of a gene warrior far exceeds that of an ordinary person, and as I am also a mechanic, the probability of becoming a mech warrior in the future is quite high. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded slowly. The combination of a mechanic and a gene warrior almost guarantees a future as a mech warrior. The reason not every gene warrior becomes a mech warrior is not merely due to brain domain energy levels. It is also significantly influenced by whether the gene warrior is a mechanic. A powerful mech warrior must assemble their own mech to ensure a proper fit. Otherwise, if entrusted to another for assembly, flaws may be easily discovered, and should the mechanic harbor ill intent, the warrior could find themselves in dire peril. Thus, barring standard mechs, most formidable mech warriors are indeed mechanics. Conversely, if one is already an adept mechanic, Warren's chances of becoming a mech warrior in the future are exceedingly promising. As Su Ming observed Warren's excitement gradually dissipating, he pondered for a moment before addressing him. Warren, I am preparing to leave Nopu planet. Warren, who had been reveling in the joy of becoming a gene warrior, was taken aback by Su Ming's words. What? You plan to leave Nopu planet? Why? His face reflected confusion. Su Ming chuckled softly and replied, Nopu planet is, after all, too lowly in tier, being a terrestrial-level planet. The mechanical components available here are also of terrestrial grade, which offers me little in terms of advancement. I wish to explore planets of planetary level, or even higher. Su Ming was not lying. The recent incident on Hablin Star had ignited a desire within him to leave Nopu planet. The catalyst was not the Hablin people, but rather that sniper rifle. It was only after assembling the sniper rifle that he truly grasped how significantly planetary-grade mechanical components could enhance his capabilities. Moreover, the rewards from assembling planetary-grade weapons were substantial. The star points gained from constructing a single planetary-grade weapon could rival those from assembling 5 terrestrial-grade weapons. Now, with Su Ming's energy level on a rise, his demand for star points during cultivation had similarly increased. Previously, assembling terrestrial-grade components sufficed for his needs, but it was evident that such efforts could no longer meet his cultivation requirements. Thus, this notion took root in Su Ming's mind. After some silence, Warren lifted his head and proposed, Su Ming, why not let me accompany you? Now that I have become a gene warrior, according to Imperial law, I'm not obliged to serve on support planets. I can join you. Su Ming was momentarily stunned by Warren's unexpected suggestion. Upon seeing the resolute determination in Warren's eyes, he understood that this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. After contemplating, Su Ming ultimately nodded in agreement. He indeed needed a companion to assist with the tedious tasks of mechanical assembly and disassembly, and he had come to regard Warren as a friend. Naturally, he would not refuse his request. It's settled then. Let us tidy up, and 3 days from now, we shall depart from Nopu planet together, Su Ming said, smiling at Warren. That evening, Su Ming returned to his dormitory and began to store some mechanical components he had purchased for practice into his spatial pendant. He then sat cross-legged on his bed. It had been over a week since the Hablin Star incident, and during this time, Su Ming had been more diligent than ever in mechanical disassembly and reassembly, not for the sake of work, but primarily to accumulate star points. Having exhausted his star points in one go previously, Su Ming had quickly recognized their immense value. As he prepared to leave Nopu planet, he had also set aside a substantial amount of star points for emergencies. 400 points. This was the total he had accrued from his frenzied assembly of mechanical parts, sufficient to last him for quite some time. However, today, after his routine cultivation, he glanced at his system panel, and a contemplative expression crossed his face. Star points, aside from being utilized for cultivation and attacks, also included a feature Su Ming had previously overlooked: body refinement. In the past, due to his relatively low energy level, he had primarily focused his star points and energy on cultivating his techniques. However, now that he found himself unable to make significant leaps in energy level in the short term, he gradually began to take notice of the body refinement function. Host body refinement level 1. The star points required for the next level of body refinement are 100 points. This was the information regarding Su Ming's progress in body refinement within the system. A hint of confusion crept onto Su Ming's face. In the current interstellar society, the concept of body refinement was virtually unheard of. He had not encountered any experts who practiced such a regimen. This could stem from the stark contrast between the overall framework of genetic evolution in interstellar society and the system provided by the system. Interstellar society generally believes that as energy levels rise, the body's resistance and cellular hardness also improve, rendering body refinement unnecessary. Indeed, countless instruments have already detected that as energy levels increase, so too do various aspects of bodily quality. Much like a terrestrial-level weapon, it is impossible to harm a gene warrior above level 4 without infusing it with brain domain energy. If the elevation of energy levels can enhance the body, then why pursue body refinement? This conundrum had long perplexed Su Ming. Without hesitation, Su Ming spent 100 star points from his system to exchange for the body refinement option. Ding! Host has exchanged for body refinement option, consuming 100 star points. Body refinement in progress. Soon, Su Ming felt a surge of radiant star energy emanating from a deep recess within his body, flowing into every corner of his being in an instant. A hint of tension appeared on Su Ming's face. 100 star points were not to be trifled with. This was an energy capable of obliterating a level 5 gene warrior in a single strike. Previously, merely releasing it from his body had nearly caused him to burst. Now, with it all flowing into him, would he face a recurrence of that prior experience? Chapter 24. Departing Nopu planet. But at that moment, Su Ming felt an unusual sensation within his cells, a sense of absorption gradually drawing strands of star energy into them. Su Ming's expression shifted. Now, I have become the 9 radiant star body, with half of my being composed entirely of starlight. Thus, within my very cells, there exists an equivalent starlight substance. Gradually, these cells begin to absorb the starlight, much like a person drinking water, replenishing the vitality of the cells in a similar manner. Soon, an overwhelming sense of thirst emerged from within my cells, a longing that required no starlight circulation. The cells instinctively drew in starlight. With a flicker of realization, I attuned myself to this primal yearning and gently activated the celestial boundless art. A copious amount of starlight, under the influence of this technique, exhibited an extraordinarily efficient absorption rate. My cells consumed a vast quantity of starlight, and before long, I felt an overwhelming sensation of fullness, a bloated feeling gradually enveloping my entire being. I furrowed my brow. This sensation was quite uncomfortable, akin to every part of my body swelling. However, as the technique continued to operate and starlight was absorbed, it seemed that the cells, desiring to create more space for the starlight, also gained evolutionary energy from this newfound energy source. In summary, every single cell within me underwent rapid transformation, becoming more resilient, more vibrant. and significantly more adept at energy absorption. This process lasted approximately 10 minutes. Soon, I observed a layer of dark impurities expelled from my skin. With their removal came an extraordinary sense of refreshment, akin to a person who had not bathed in 16 years suddenly experiencing a thorough cleansing. This sensation originated from the very core of my being. Without hesitation, I rose and made my way to the bathroom, washing from head to toe. A torrent of filthy water flowed down the drain, and the grime upon me vanished. I exhaled softly, closed my eyes, and savored the transformations brought about by this bodily refinement. I felt my body become increasingly resilient, with enhancements to my recovery abilities, stamina, resistance, and adaptability across the board. Furthermore, my physical energy level surged by an impressive 100 points during this process. While an increase in physical energy can yield refinement results, these are two fundamentally distinct processes. The enhancement from a rise in energy level is passive and gradual, unfolding alongside the increase in energy. In contrast, refining with starlight is proactive, rapid, and yields far superior results compared to the benefits derived from a mere rise in physical energy level. The efficacy is more than double that of traditional physical energy refinement. In essence, with the same level of energy gain, my post-refinement physical resilience and capabilities exceed those of my peers by more than twofold. A smile of delight spread across my face. While a twofold difference may not be immediately evident in the early stages, as time progresses, this advantage will only grow, ultimately creating a significant disparity between myself and others of equal standing. The system promptly notified me that my body refinement level had risen to level 2, with the next level requiring 500 starlight points. Upon hearing this notification, a look of regret washed over me. 500 starlight points exceeded my current total. Reluctantly, I resolved to earn more starlight points before contemplating further enhancements. 3 days later, Monty gazed at me and Warren with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Alas, even Warren has quietly activated his genetic lock. I can see you 2-1T linger here much longer. Very well, you may depart. Should any matters arise in the future, feel free to seek me out. Warren and I exchanged smiles and bid farewell to Monty, subsequently arriving at the official office of NOP Star. To leave NOP Star, we needed to prove our status as genetic warriors at the office, thereby exempting ourselves from compulsory labor service in accordance with Imperial law. Following the staff's instructions, we stepped onto an energy level testing device. Testing subject, Su Ming. Su Ming's physical energy level, 510, cerebral domain energy level, 570. Su Ming is classified as a level 3 lower genetic warrior. Qualified. Testing subject, Warren. Warren's physical energy level, 35, cerebral domain energy level, 37. Warren is classified as a level 1 intermediate genetic warrior. Qualified. Upon stepping onto the testing apparatus, it swiftly measured our respective energy levels. Level 3 lower? The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief as they turned to me. 16 years old. Level 3 lower? How is that possible? The shock was palpable as they stared at me, momentarily lost for words. While level 3 lower is not particularly remarkable, being a 16-year-old at that level is indeed formidable. Moreover, according to my records, I had only turned 16 2 months prior. This meant I had elevated from the state of merely awakening my genetic lock to level 3 lower in just 2 months. Such a rate of advancement would likely be unmatched, even among the Empire's most exceptional youth. Sir, in accordance with Imperial law, I kindly request that you keep my energy level and genetic rank confidential. I glanced at the staff member. Had I not needed to leave NOP Star, I would not have subjected myself to this energy level assessment. My training speed was astonishingly rapid. Few could rival my pace within the Empire. I prefer to keep such matters discreet, as drawing attention to myself prematurely would be rather unwise. The staff member swallowed nervously and managed a wry smile. Rest assured, Mr. Su Ming, we will certainly not disclose your information. However, they hesitated before continuing. I wonder if Mr. Su Ming would be interested in joining the temporary military. Do not worry, it is not a mercenary force, but rather a temporary military organized in the name of the Empire. Currently, the situation in the Bender Star system is tense, causing the Empire to become equally anxious. A temporary military has been formed to address the chaos arising from the Free Federation's coup, and we are in dire need of genetic warriors skilled in machinery. Would you like to participate? Chapter 25. Temporary Military Number 32. Temporary military? I was taken aback, preparing to decline. However, upon seeing my expression, the staff member quickly added, the temporary military is not as you might envision. The benefits and welfare are quite substantial. Joining the temporary military allows you to enjoy the military merit system of the regular army, and you can leave whenever you wish upon completion of your term. After hearing the staff member's words, I did not hastily refuse. Instead, I inquired with curiosity, the military merit system? The staff member replied with a smile. It means that when you calculate military merit, you will be treated equally to the regular army, and later you can exchange military merit for a variety of items. They paused, realizing that recruiting soldiers likely fell under their performance metrics. Thus they were quite earnest in their persuasion. I see both of you are genetic warriors knowledgeable in machinery, and you will undoubtedly wish to assemble your own mechs in the future. In the military merit system, as long as you meet the military merit threshold, you can exchange for mech assembly knowledge and blueprints. The more military merit you accumulate, the higher the quality of mech assembly blueprints you can obtain. Upon hearing this, Warren and I exchanged glances, and a mutual excitement was evident in our eyes. Mech. For those of us who understand machinery, the allure was simply boundless. Even the most skilled mechanists cannot conjure mechas from thin air without the requisite knowledge. After all, the intricate patterns and markings within these machines are exceedingly complex. A single misstep could lead to complete disaster. The history of humanity's interstellar development, spanning hundreds of thousands of years, reveals that mechas were ultimately forged through the collective wisdom of countless individuals. It is utterly impossible for a solitary individual, lacking familiarity with mecha technology, to create such a sophisticated system from scratch. Knowledge of mechas and blueprints is an indispensable process for both individuals aspiring to become mecha warriors. Thus, the prospect of joining a temporary military unit to gain access to this knowledge and these blueprints holds immense allure for them. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming curiously inquired, "Is it difficult to earn military merit while serving in the army?" Noticing the keen interest that had ignited in Su Ming and Warren, the staff member's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly elaborated. There are numerous ways to earn military merit, by defeating enemies, assembling machinery, repairing equipment, and so forth. Given that both of you are mechanists, your avenues and opportunities for earning military merit will far exceed those of others. You should certainly consider this. Upon hearing the staff member's words, Su Ming pondered for a moment before glancing at Warren. Warren nodded in agreement, prompting Su Ming to address the staff member. "Very well. We shall join the temporary military, but could we be assigned to the same squad?" The staff member's face lit up with joy, and he quickly affirmed, "Rest assured, that will not be a problem at all. In fact, a temporary military unit comprising 1,000 personnel will be passing through Nopo Planet in 2 hours. I will register your information with them." Nodding in response, Su Ming and Warren found a place to sit and awaited the arrival of the temporary military. Su Ming felt a tinge of irony. Had he remained the second young master of the Collin family, he would have had access to an abundance of mecha knowledge. As a premier family of the Empire, the Collin family likely possessed tens of thousands of documents on mecha technology, with their profound heritage rivaling that of some galactic powers. Moreover, should Su Ming wish to delve into more advanced mecha knowledge, the Collin family could easily facilitate such pursuits for him. However, now that he had been disowned by the Collin family, all the privileges afforded to the scions of great families were now solely enjoyed by Su Rue. Shaking his head, Sumin Harvard no resentment. These privileges were never rightfully his. The Collin family had severed ties with him, and the ones who would truly regret this decision were undoubtedly the Collin family themselves. Approximately 2 hours later, a colossal starship descended gracefully before the office building. Su Ming gazed in awe. It was a star-class starship, far superior to the vessel previously piloted by the mercenaries. Truly, this was the military formed by the Empire, and its hardware alone provided a stark contrast to that of ordinary mercenary forces. Soon, a military officer sporting a prominent mustache descended from the ship. Adorned with military insignia that clearly read Lieutenant Walker, he approached Su Ming, Warren, and the staff members standing at the entrance. "Are you the two mechanists wishing to join the temporary military?" Lieutenant Walker inquired directly. The staff member nodded and promptly handed Su Ming and Warren's identification documents to the lieutenant. 16 years old, a third-tier low-grade genetic warrior? Lieutenant Walker examined Su Ming's credentials and was taken aback, casting an inquisitive glance at him. He quickly shook his head, while incredulous. He acknowledged that personal matters of soldiers were not within his purview to question, especially regarding how swiftly Su Ming had advanced. To him, the temporary military was not the regular army, and it was impossible to know the background of every soldier. "Both of you possess planetary-level mechanical skills? Quite impressive." Lieutenant Walker continued to scrutinize the documents and noted that both Su Ming and Warren had listed their mechanical proficiency as planetary level, his eyes brightening with enthusiasm. Discovering two planetary-level mechanists on Nopu planet was akin to striking gold. Although their starship was of a higher grade, most mechanical weapons still fell within the planetary category. The inclusion of these two in the military would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Exchanging glances, Su Ming and Warren shared a moment of mutual delight. Under Su Ming's guidance, Warren's mechanical skills had improved dramatically, enabling him to repair certain planetary-level components, although he was still honing his craft. As for Su Ming, he assessed the starship before him and confirmed that he was indeed capable of repairing it. In reality, Su Ming might even qualify as a star-class or higher mechanist. However, due to the absence of any tasks or components above the planetary level on Nopa planet, he had yet to engage in repairs of such magnitude, and thus temporarily classified himself as a planetary-level mechanist. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to astonish Lieutenant Walker considerably. Every military unit was in dire need of mechanists, especially those of notable caliber, making the arrival of two such individuals a source of great satisfaction for Lieutenant Walker. All right, comrades mechanists, stop dawdling. Board the ship. Welcome to the Empire's temporary military unit number 32. Thus, Su Ming and Warren were invited aboard the starship of the 32nd Temporary Military Unit by Lieutenant Walker. Zhongli, we have two new planetary-level mechanists. Please assist in their arrangements. Walker instructed a young woman nearby after stepping onto the ship. Zhongli, with her sun-kissed skin and neat, short hair, exuded a refreshing aura. Upon seeing Su Ming and Warren, her eyes lit up, and she cheerfully remarked, "Wonderful. We are in dire need of mechanists, and your arrival is perfectly timed. Follow me. I'll show you to your quarters." Nodding in agreement, Su Ming and Warren followed Zhongli deeper into the ship. After a brief walk, a subtle vibration coursed through the vessel. Su Ming turned to gaze out the window, witnessing the buildings of Nopo planet shrink into the distance, clearly indicating that the ship had taken off at remarkable speed. "This is the mission hall. Feel free to take a look." Zhongli's voice broke through. Upon hearing her, Su Ming and Warren turned their attention to a spacious hall nearby. At the center stood a massive LCD screen, flanked by numerous tasks scrolling across its surface. A mission has arisen on Zelene Star, where it is beset by space pirates. Task: eliminate the pirates. Suggested personnel: 1020. Recommended level: 3rd tier genetic warriors and above. Military merit: 100 points. Repair 20 planetary level weapons. Completion required within 10 days. Personnel limit: none. Recommended mechanist level: capable of repairing planetary level and above. Military merit: 400 points. In the Eastern Wilderness Star Domain, there are suspicions of interstellar black merchants passing through. The mission: apprehend the interstellar black merchants and repatriate them. Recommended personnel: 510 individuals. Suggested rank: level 4 gene warriors and above. Military merit for the mission: 300 points. This is merely a fraction of the tasks available. It is estimated that there are tens of thousands of similar missions, leading to an extraordinarily alarming situation. Within the Grand Hall, numerous soldiers wander about, seemingly grappling with which tasks to undertake. Su Ming and Warren find themselves momentarily dazed by the plethora of missions. Beside them, Zhongli chuckles and explains. The temporary military forces operate with relatively loose management. One can earn over 200 military merits in a month. These encompass all missions within the entire star system. Not only can we take them on, but other temporary military units can as well. Whoever completes a mission first gets to settle it. There are small spacecraft available for soldiers to execute their missions. When you have a task, you can borrow a small ship from the mission center and set off on your own. Zhongli adds with a smile. Su Ming and Warren exchange looks of realization. They are puzzled by how a temporary military unit with 1,000 personnel can undertake over 10,000 missions. It seems impossible. It turns out that all tasks across the star system are available for everyone to compete for. No wonder there are so many. At that moment, a voice from nearby interrupted their thoughts. "Zhongli, I hear 2 new mechanics have joined us. Are these 2 gentlemen here?" The trio turned to see a man in military attire approaching them, his face alight with surprise as he gazed at Su Ming and Warren. "Rock?" Zhongli exclaimed in astonishment. "Gentlemen, are you the newly appointed mechanics?" Rock asked, smiling and nodding at Zhongli before turning to Su Ming and Warren. Yes," Su Ming replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the man's enthusiasm. Upon learning that Su Ming was a mechanic, Rock's face instantly brightened. "Fantastic. The 32nd Temporary Military Unit finally has other mechanics." He then eagerly produced a mechanical battle knife, looking expectantly at Su Ming. "Could you 2 masters help me with this? It's a planetary-grade super thermal blade." Su Ming and Warren exchanged puzzled glances, unsure how to respond to such an overly eager request right after their arrival. Noticing the odd expressions on their faces, Zhongli let out a wry smile and explained, "Please don't mind him. Previously, there was only one planetary-grade mechanic on the ship, so all planetary-grade weapons had to be repaired by him, leading to long wait times. With your addition, the pressure on that mechanic will be greatly alleviated, and there will be no need for queues." Upon hearing Zhongli's words, Rock nodded repeatedly and then smiled sheepishly, saying, "Please don't take offense. I was just a bit too anxious. If I don't get my battle knife repaired, I'll one T be able to complete my mission." After hearing their explanations, Su Ming and Warren finally understood the scarcity of planetary-grade mechanics. "Is it true that there are so few mechanics?" Su Ming asked in astonishment. "It's not that there are few mechanics in general. Rather, planetary-grade mechanics are quite rare. Surface-level mechanics are abundant, but they seldom have opportunities to work with planetary-grade machinery. Most spend their lives repairing only surface-level devices, contributing to the shortage of planetary-grade mechanics." Zhongli elaborated, to which Rock added, "It's not solely that. Usually, planetary-grade mechanics come from affluent families, which allows them to invest ample resources into honing their mechanical disassembly skills, thus creating opportunities for their development." Hearing this, both Su Ming and Warren felt an inexplicable sensation. Coincidentally, Su Ming hailed from a prominent family. Albeit he was expelled midway, yet he had indeed dismantled numerous mechanical components. Warren, on the other hand, had fortuitously become Su Ming's assistant on NOP Planet, gaining invaluable knowledge about planetary-grade mechanics. Thus, they had not fully grasped the rarity of such skilled individuals until now. "All right, Rock, since these two gentlemen have just joined the military, it's customary for them to wait until their military merit system is activated before you can utilize your merits to have them assist you with repairs. Asking them for help now would be taking advantage of them." Zhongli interjected, stepping forward to decline Rock's request. Upon hearing her words, disappointment flickered across Rock's face as he sheepishly replied, "I was too hasty. My apologies for the disturbance." He picked up his battle knife, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, Su Ming spoke up. "It's all right. Repairing the knife won't take much time. I can assist you with it now." Chapter 27, The Planetary-Grade Mechanic. Surprise registered on the faces of both Zhong Li and Rock upon hearing Su Ming's offer. Su Ming smiled at Rock, adding, "But you'll need to guide me to the workbench. I'm not too familiar with this place." Rock quickly regained his composure and replied, "No problem. The workbench is this way. Follow me." With that, Rock led Su Ming and Warren to the mechanical repair room aboard the ship. As Su Ming surveyed the room, he noticed that nearly all the components being repaired were surface-level mechanical parts. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Rock, noticing his expression, quickly explained, "Planetary-grade mechanics have their own independent studios. You will have yours in the future. This is a public repair room for surface-level mechanics." After understanding Rock's explanation, Su Ming guasti no time. He approached a workbench and took Rock's battle knife. The thermal battle knife from the Warriors Company was a planetary-grade weapon, with an energy level of around 2,000, qualifying as an entry-level model. Su Ming instantly assessed the condition of the battle knife and murmured to himself. Upon hearing Su Ming's remarks, Rock nodded vigorously, though Su Ming was too focused on the mechanical repair to engage him in conversation. With deft hands, Su Ming began to meticulously disassemble the mechanical battle knife. However, he became so engrossed in his task that he failed to notice soldiers wandering about the ship, each carrying damaged weapons. As they did not spot any new mechanics among the crew, they made their way to the mechanical repair room, hoping for a stroke of luck. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face diligently working at the workbench, alongside Zhong Li and Rock who were observing, the soldiers quickly realized that the mechanic disassembling the battle knife was indeed the newly joined planetary-grade mechanic. Their eyes lit up, and they eagerly gathered around to quietly watch Su Ming repair the weapon. The blade had warped, and the reinforcement system of the hilt had sustained damage, rendering the battle knife exceedingly fragile and incapable of withstanding high energy levels during use, lest it break. Su Ming quickly identified the issues with the battle knife at a glance. The reinforcement system is a crucial component in melee weapons, enabling them to withstand immense force and adapt to various energy levels. For gene warriors without brain domain energy, melee mechanical weaponry is the most commonly utilized. The reinforcement system ultimately determines how much energy the weapon can endure when wielded. Currently, the reinforcement system is damaged. Based on the original material of this mechanical battle sword, it is estimated that it can withstand no more than 200 points of energy impact. Any higher, and the mechanical sword would shatter into pieces. Locke's energy level, according to Su Ming's assessment, should be around 800 to 900 points, qualifying him as a third-tier superior genetic warrior. With such an energy level, the unreinforced mechanical sword would likely break with just a swing. It is no wonder that after the mechanical sword was damaged, Locke found it difficult to undertake any missions. Without hesitation, Su Ming swiftly disassembled the mechanical sword into its individual components. A multitude of parts was placed on the workbench, amounting to several hundred pieces, which is 5 to 6 times the number of standard surface-level weapons. Planetary-grade mechanical weapons are inherently more complex than their normal surface-level counterparts. However, for Su Ming, this level of complexity was hardly a challenge. The disassembly of the mechanical soldier took him less than 10 minutes. Observing Su Ming effortlessly dismantle all the components without the aid of a scanning device, the onlookers exchanged glances, astonished by the sight. Such speed was likely unattainable by another mechanic aboard the ship, especially for Zhong Li, who frequently witnessed the planetary-grade mechanic dismantling mechanical weapons. Not only did that process require a scanner, but among every 100 parts, there would be 5 instances of secondary damage occurring during disassembly. Completing the task would take nearly half an hour, a commendable feat for a planetary-grade mechanic. Yet here was Su Ming, who not only worked without a scanner, but also managed to achieve a 0 damage rate in the process, taking less than 10 minutes. Witnessing the scene, Zhong Li's gaze towards Su Ming was imbued with a strange sense of surprise. Ignoring the stares of the onlookers, Su Ming remained immersed in his mechanical repair process. Soon, he proceeded as per his usual practice, dissolving all the markings and patterns on the mechanical sword. Locke widened his eyes, but recalling Su Ming's deft movements, he ultimately refrained from speaking. After dissolving all the markings, Su Ming picked up the nearby engraving tool and began meticulously carving his unique markings onto the mechanical sword. As the number of engravings increased, Su Ming had developed a distinctive style, executing the carvings with practiced ease. Approximately half an hour later, he had engraved special patterns on each of the more than 100 components. Next came the most crucial step, reassembly. However, after examining the parts of the mechanical sword for a considerable time, Su Ming looked up at Locke. "What is the matter, Master Su Ming?" Locke felt a pang of anxiety at Su Ming's expression, fearing something was amiss with his mechanical sword. "Do you have a stellar gray blade?" Su Ming inquired curiously. "Huh?" Locke was taken aback, then asked in confusion. "Stellar grade blades can be procured, but wouldn't pairing a stellar grade blade with planetary grade components be a waste of the blade's quality?" Su Ming shook his head. "In my hands, there's no waste. Just buy it." Locke, puzzled, considered that Su Ming was assisting him for free, but still shook his head. Following Su Ming's suggestion, he spent a significant amount of military merit to purchase a stellar grade blade. "Here you go, Master Su Ming." A few seconds later, Locke produced a stellar grade blade from his storage space. Su Ming was taken aback. "Ah, you procured it so quickly?" Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Zhong Li and Locke burst into laughter. "Master Su Ming, this is a small-scale spatial transmission device provided by the Empire for soldiers. Anything exchanged with military merit will be transmitted directly to the storage space, which is incredibly convenient." Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Then couldn't he help but marvel at the wealth of the Imperial Army. Just the cost of this spatial transmission device alone might exceed 100,000 star coins. And each soldier had one. In stark contrast, mercenaries truly belong to the neglected category, having to fend for themselves for everything. "All right, now that we have a blade, I'll install it for you." Without delay, Su Ming took the stellar grade blade from Locke. Chapter 28, greatly popular with confidence. Su Ming began reassembling the parts in his hands piece by piece. The entire repair room was silent, everyone watching Su Ming with expressions of shock. They had never witnessed such a rapid and effortless assembly. Su Ming picked up a component, as if it were a toy, seamlessly connecting it with the others. "Is this really going to work?" A soldier gulped, his heart racing as he observed Su Ming's technique. The assembly process required extreme caution. Each step demanded precision in fitting the components together. Yet, Su Ming appeared remarkably relaxed, casting his gaze toward other parts on the workbench even before the current components were fully assembled. It resembled a child playing house, causing onlookers to worry that Su Ming might fail in his next move. However, each time, amidst the tension, the mechanical parts were successfully assembled. After exchanging glances, the spectators felt a growing astonishment. Achieving this level of skill suggested that Su Ming's mechanical prowess likely surpassed that of a planetary-grade mechanic. This resulted in an effortless demeanor that stemmed from a disparity in skill. Approximately 15 minutes later, the mechanical battle sword was completely reassembled. At that moment, the sword emanated a strong energy response, and its blade was unmistakably made of stellar-grade material. Su Ming had flawlessly fused planetary-grade components with the stellar-grade blade. Witnessing this, everyone's eyes gleamed with admiration. Master Su Ming's skills are truly exceptional. Locke's face radiated joy as he seized the battle sword and swung it at the testing device. To his astonishment, it produced an energy output of 1,400 points. It was worth noting that Locke himself possessed an energy level of just under 900 points. He had managed to unleash a staggering 1,500 points of damage. A remarkable 500 points more than his usual output, thanks to the mechanical enhancements. This energy range was typically associated with 4th-tier genetic warriors. Locke's heart sword. Previously, he had only achieved just over 1,000 points with the battle sword. Now, a mere swing had yielded an output of 1,400 points. Only he understood the true brilliance of Su Ming's mechanical reassembly skills. Seeing this, Su Ming nodded slightly and remarked, "Not bad. You can test the sword's specific data when you return. It should be quite impressive." Although Su Ming had roughly estimated the value, precise measurements were best determined by the system. After completing the assembly of the mechanical sword, Su Ming exhaled and prepared to leave the workbench. But upon lifting his gaze, he was taken aback. Approximately 40 to 50 soldiers had encircled him, their envious eyes fixated on Locke, then turning eagerly toward him. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had been so engrossed in the repair of his battle blade that he had failed to notice how the area had filled with onlookers. "Who are you?" he instinctively inquired. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the soldiers forming a human wall around him instantly regarded him with fervent eyes, as if gazing upon an unparalleled beauty. This throng of soldiers eagerly pressed forward, vying for his attention. "Master Su Ming, I possess a planetary-class ray gun. Could you assist me in its repair?" One soldier implored. "What do you mean by master? You should call him Grandmaster." "Su Ming the Grandmaster, my anti-energy battle armor has sustained damage. Can you help restore it?" Another chimed in. "Are you all seeking to exploit his generosity?" Su Ming countered. "Grandmaster Su Ming, I have a stellar energy mechanical arm that requires your expertise. Simply tell me how much military merit it costs, as I am not lacking in that regard. I also do not lack in military merit and am willing to pay. I possess several stellar-class mechanical components that Grandmaster Su Ming could assist me in installing." These soldiers, though not mechanical engineers themselves, possessed discerning eyes. Having just witnessed Su Ming directly produce stellar-class mechanical components for modification, they were acutely aware that even if he were not a full-fledged stellar-class engineer, he was undoubtedly on the cusp of greatness. Such engineers were a rare find, and the ability to modify mechanical components was a significant favor. The crowd had clearly observed Su Ming's entire repair process. While it was termed repair, it bore little distinction from complete overhaul. The beaming expression on Locke's face made it evident to all that the results of this modification would far exceed what a typical planetary-class engineer could achieve. Their initial expectations had merely been to restore the equipment to its former state, yet Su Ming had exceeded these anticipations, igniting a fervor among the soldiers. Acquiring a superior piece of equipment would not only enhance their combat prowess, but also ensure that this equipment would remain relevant even as they grew stronger, sparking excitement among them. At this moment, Su Ming found himself surrounded, feeling trapped within the throng. He offered a wry smile at the wall of bodies before him, yearning for a gap through which he could escape. Fortunately, Zhongli noticed Su Ming's predicament and promptly called out, "Step aside, everyone. Su Ming the Master has yet to collect his military ID. You cannot offer him military merit without it. Please wait until I escort him back to his quarters to complete the necessary procedures before seeking him out." With that, Zhongli impatiently parted the crowd and turned to Su Ming and Warren with a smile. "Allow me to take you both to your dormitory." Upon hearing her words, Su Ming and Warren sighed in relief and hastily rushed to Zhongli's side, eager not to fall behind and risk being besieged by the soldiers again. Sweat poured down Su Ming's forehead. The previous scene had proven nearly unbearable, and he would prefer to face the alien beings of High Blue Star than endure such scrutiny again. In essence, Su Ming often immersed himself in mechanical repairs and harbored a certain introversion and social anxiety. Observing the expressions of Su Ming and Warren, Zhongli could not help but chuckle softly, finding the situation amusing. She then led Su Ming and Warren to their dormitory. The spacious twin dormitory featured 2 workstations at its center, clearly designed for planetary-class engineers. It was perfectly suited for Su Ming and Warren's research and work. After glancing at them, Zhongli smiled and said, "Please wait here while I retrieve your identity badges. With them, you can access tasks and the military merit system." Shortly thereafter, Zhongli returned, holding 2 ring-like wristbands, which she presented to Su Ming and Warren. "Here are your identity badges. They encompass numerous functionalities for you to explore," she explained cheerfully. "I must take my leave now, but I've left my contact information in the badges. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. With that, Zhongli closed the door behind her, leaving Su Ming and Warren to exchange glances. Warren's face lit up with excitement as he examined his identity badge. I heard there are mechs available for exchange within the military merit system. Let me take a look, he exclaimed. Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming promptly reacted, hastily picking up his own badge to investigate. Within the wristband, 4 main functions were clearly displayed: tasks, military merit system, contact, request for help. Intrigued by the military merit system, Su Ming delved into its contents. Instantly, a plethora of exchange options appeared before him, encompassing a vast array of items, potions, mechanical components, everyday supplies, combat techniques, schematics, and more. One could even utilize military merit to post tasks within the task system. Beyond these functionalities, there were also the spatial teleportation and spatial storage features that Locke had previously demonstrated. Any items exchanged would be delivered in a remarkably short time through the spatial teleportation functionality, ensuring both privacy and swift logistics for the soldiers. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement as he clicked on the schematics option within the military merit system. Instantly, various forms of knowledge materialized before him. Planetary class segment disassembly techniques, stellar class pattern initial analysis, magnetic energy circuit system assembly techniques. The array was comprehensive, showcasing the combined mechanical knowledge of various master engineers. There were even resources pertaining to cluster class and galaxy class engineers. It was, in essence, a veritable repository of mechanical wisdom. Although Su Ming was currently capable of assembling stellar class machinery and was adept at planetary class mechanics, the diverse techniques and methods available to him still held considerable reference value. After all, his mechanical knowledge had primarily stemmed from his experiences within the Corrin family, gradually gleaned from exposure to numerous mechanical components. While he had developed his own understanding and style, acquiring mainstream mechanical knowledge from the Interstellar Society would undoubtedly offer him a holistic perspective, proving beneficial in his endeavors. Su Ming's enthusiasm surged. It was akin to a gamer suddenly encountering 100 coveted skins. Naturally, he felt compelled to invest. At that moment, Su Ming's state of mind was akin to that of a player eager to purchase these knowledge sets, as engaging with the masters who authored these knowledge systems was an invaluable opportunity. However, military merit was the currency required for such transactions. Each piece of knowledge demanded a substantial amount of military merit in exchange. If Su Ming wished to redeem this knowledge, he would need to diligently accumulate military merit. At that moment, a twinge of regret gnawed at Su Ming. He lamented his earlier ignorance regarding the importance of military merit, having unwittingly acquiesced to Locke's request. In hindsight, he should have insisted on receiving some military merit from Locke. Yet, the die had been cast, and with the repairs completed, he felt too embarrassed to ask Locke for merit anew. Su Ming sighed in resignation. Just then, a gasp from Warren interrupted his thoughts. "Oh my goodness! The mech knowledge and schematics are exorbitantly priced," he exclaimed. Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming's expression shifted to one of surprise as he swiftly lowered his gaze to the mech knowledge section. WAS type basic flight mech X1. Type knowledge schematic. Required military merit 80,000. The minimum required brain domain driving level 3,000 points. E-class humanoid advanced mech. Type knowledge blueprint. Required military merit 150,000. Minimum required brain domain driving level for 1,000 points. Upon seeing these two models, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. These mechs could be considered quite fundamental. They are essentially the entry-level models for anyone aspiring to learn about mechs. However, it was astonishing that even these basic models demanded such a significant amount of military merit. Previously, Su Ming had glimpsed the task prices within the mission hall. Ordinary tasks, even when completed successfully, yield merely a few hundred points of military merit, while higher-tier tasks might offer slightly more, yet only amounting to a few thousand points at best. Judging by these figures, it seemed an insurmountable challenge to accumulate enough military merit to afford the knowledge of a single mech. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming recognized the futility of the situation. After all, mech knowledge is the true core of every nation's expertise, and it is strictly prohibited from circulating in the market. It is a priceless treasure, obtainable only through illicit means or certain officially sanctioned channels. Private transactions are strictly forbidden. The redemption system within the military merit framework is one of the officially sanctioned avenues. Purchasing through this system signifies official registration, ensuring that should one assemble a similar mech in the future, the authorities would not interfere. With a renewed focus, Su Ming shifted his gaze downward, eager to discover just how exorbitant the highest-tier mech models truly were. S-Class Glory Nuclear Mech. Type: Knowledge Blueprint. Required military merit: 20 million. Minimum driving level: 400,000 points. Upon reviewing the description of this mech, Su Ming's eyes widened with disbelief. If memory served him correctly, his estranged father, the head of the Corrin family, Colin Clarence, piloted this very series of mechs. Yet, the mech his father operated was undoubtedly more advanced and formidable. It appeared to be the SSS-class Ultimate Glory Mech. This realization left Su Ming feeling somewhat despondent. It seemed he had a long and arduous journey ahead to catch up with the Corrin family. Presently, he had yet to even lay eyes on a mech, let alone the ultimate model. Shaking his head, Su Ming resolved to begin his journey with the most basic mech. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, in the near future, his reputation would soar within the spaceship, all stemming from his casual modification of Locke's mechanical battle blade. At this moment, Locke stood with several soldiers, brandishing a brand new mechanical battle blade. Mission objective: Muta Planet, Cosmic Life Invasion, requesting Imperial assistance. Mission difficulty: Level 4, lower tier. Everyone, let us now set forth towards Muta Planet. A soldier with a formidable presence spoke calmly beside Locke. The others nodded in agreement and boarded a small spacecraft. Moments later, the small vessel detached from a main ship and sped towards an inconspicuous planet. Chapter 30, Muta Planet. Whoosh! The spacecraft raced past, and several figures abruptly leaped from the ship. Activating the flight mode of their space combat suits, they descended directly onto Muta Planet. At that moment, Muta Planet was besieged by hundreds of round, tentacled creatures known as furry ball monsters, who incessantly ensnared humans with their tentacles and drew them into their mouths. These beings were among the myriad of cosmic life forms. The universe is vast beyond comprehension. Within the cosmic expanse, life forms occasionally emerge that can adapt to the void. Floating through the emptiness, these creatures do not belong to any specific biological classification and are collectively referred to as cosmic life forms. The strength of cosmic life forms varies greatly. However, due to the limitations of their individual existence, they drift aimlessly in the cosmos, unable to develop their own technology or civilization. Thus, while these cosmic beings may be significantly stronger than ordinary humans, they pale in comparison to cultivators or genetically enhanced warriors who possess advanced technology and training systems. They exist in a liminal space between the two. The furry ball monsters. Upon their arrival on Muta Planet, the soldiers recognized these creatures with expressions of understanding. Furry ball monsters, as these round, tentacled entities are known, are quite common in the realm of cosmic life, often seen drifting in clusters throughout the cosmic void. Typically, these creatures curl into a ball to minimize energy consumption. But once they detect a planet teeming with life, they descend to consume the planet's inhabitants to replenish themselves. The average combat capability of furry ball monsters ranges from that of a level 2 to level 4 genetically enhanced warrior, making them a terrifying calamity for a low-tier planet like Muta. However, for the soldiers who had descended, this was hardly a cause for concern. The team dispatched was composed of approximately 15 members, all of whom were genetically enhanced warriors of level 3, with the captain being a lower-tier level 4 warrior. This configuration was more than sufficient to eradicate the furry ball monsters. After all, the combat prowess of technologically advanced humans is not solely derived from their physical capabilities. A significant portion is attributed to the enhancements provided by their weaponry. It is quite possible that a lower-tier level 3 warrior equipped with a formidable mechanical battle weapon could match the combat effectiveness of an average upper-tier level 3 warrior. Upon witnessing the furry ball monsters, the team collectively exhaled in relief. Excellent. These are not perilous cosmic beings. We can easily dispatch these furry ball monsters, the captain stated, and without delay, the soldiers swiftly charged towards the direction of the creatures. During this process, the captain retrieved a ray gun from his storage space, aimed it, and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the furry ball monsters. As the strongest member of the team and a brain domain developer, his proficiency with firearms significantly amplified their effectiveness. Instantly, several furry ball monsters were disintegrated by the captain's ray gun, resulting in their immediate demise. This display of power caught the attention of numerous furry ball monsters, who abandoned their human captives and surged toward the captain. Each creature stood approximately 5 to 10 meters tall, and hundreds charged towards this direction, creating a spectacular scene. However, this did not intimidate Locke's team. The soldiers exchanged nonchalant smiles upon witnessing this spectacle. One by one, they retrieved their mechanical battle weapons from their storage spaces and advanced to engage the furry ball monsters. Those who had not developed their brain domain levels and possessed only physical enhancement found their melee capabilities superior to firearm combat. Even Locke, at that moment, drew forth the recently refurbished thermal battle blade that Su Ming had modified. With a swift leap, he closed in on a furry ball monster, estimated to possess the combat strength of a mid-level tier 3 genetically enhanced warrior. He raised the battle blade high and swung it down with force. In an instant, his internal energy surged, enveloping the blade. The weapon glowed a fierce red, emanating an extraordinary heat as it struck the furry ball monster, cleaving it in two with a single blow. The searing temperature ignited the surrounding air into a blistering inferno. In an instant, the level 3 medium-sized furball monster was engulfed by the terrifying heat energy, its body incinerated into ashes. This overwhelming heat startled several nearby team members. "Locke, what's going on? Have you had a breakthrough?" Those familiar with Locke exclaimed in surprise, their curiosity piqued by the spectacle. Yet at that moment, Locke stood in a daze, staring incredulously at the energy blade before him. In the past, slaying a level 3 medium opponent would have been an arduous task, requiring a prolonged struggle to defeat. However, after he swung the blade just now, it felt as if the furball monster was nothing more than a bubble, effortlessly cleaved in two without any resistance. That smooth sensation was one Locke had not experienced in ages. He gazed at the blade in his hand, fully aware that the remarkable ease with which he dispatched the furball monster was largely due to this weapon. To Locke's astonishment, this blade possessed the might of a stellar-class weapon. Most astonishingly, the threshold for wielding this blade was merely that of a level 3 genetic warrior. Every weapon has its usage threshold, not implying that one cannot lift or utilize a weapon below their capability, but rather that a minimum level of power is required to unleash its true potential. For instance, a level 2 genetic warrior would be unable to channel the scorching energy of the heat blade and would only be able to wield it as a mundane, albeit durable, weapon. In such a case, its efficacy would diminish by more than 5-fold. There are even instances where warriors of significantly lower levels have met their demise from the recoil of firearms they were ill-equipped to handle. The principle remains unchanging. One must wield weapons commensurate with their power level. Yet, at this moment, Locke suddenly realized that the mechanical warrior modified for him by Su Ming, despite its stellar-class prowess, had a threshold of merely planetary level. This was akin to a child effortlessly handling a handgun, capable of overpowering even the strongest of adults. If this were true, Locke sensed that Su Ming's expertise surpassed that of an ordinary stellar-class mechanic, perhaps on par with only the most exceptional masters of machinery. Chapter 31, Level 5 Cosmic Beings. Armed with such a formidable heat blade, Locke swiftly distinguished himself in this mission. The blade was exceedingly sharp. Any furball monster that faced Locke was doomed to be dispatched in a single strike. A surge of delight welled within him as he realized that, as a level 3 medium genetic warrior wielding this mechanical blade of stellar might, he could unleash the combat power of a level 4 low-tier warrior. Even level 3 medium furball monsters fell before him in one clean slice. Enthralled by the thrill of battle, he and his comrades swiftly eradicated the furball monsters one after another. Locke's prowess naturally drew the attention of his teammates. They were all familiar faces, and each understood the strengths and weaknesses of their companions well. Witnessing Locke's sudden surge in power, they could not help but be captivated by his performance. What is happening? Locke has truly become formidable. Not a single furball monster can withstand a strike. Did he consume a potent elixir? How could he have gained such strength? Wait, his physical level doesn't seem to have changed, but his attack power has certainly increased. Could it be the weapon? One of them recalled. I remember his previous blade was damaged. How is it functioning now? Was it repaired? Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention to Locke's heat blade, their expressions filled with curiosity. Was this newfound strength indeed a result of the blade? Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd as a soldier was brutally impaled and dragged skyward by a robust tentacle. The sight sent shockwaves through the group. The soldier, a level 3 upper genetic warrior, while not the strongest, was certainly among the upper tier. How could such a warrior be dispatched so swiftly by a furball monster? In disbelief, they shifted their gaze toward the source of the lethal tentacle, revealing a horrifying sight. A furball monster towering over 20 meters had descended upon them. The tentacle that had just claimed a teammate was unleashed by this monstrous creature. The sight of the towering furball monster instilled a sense of dread among the onlookers. Normally, furball monsters reached a maximum height of 10 meters. Yet this one was an alarming 20 meters tall, indicating some form of mutation, possibly due to radiation or another potent energy. The team leader, observing the monstrous figure, wore an expression of grave concern and instructed, "Shao Kelly, assess the energy level of that furball monster." Hastily, a young man produced a measuring device and aimed it at the colossal creature. Beep. Soon, a series of numbers flashed across the screen. 5,200. The revelation stunned everyone as they stared in disbelief at the display. 5,200 energy points. How could such a high-level furball monster exist? The expressions of the team grew grim. Even their strongest leader was merely a level 4 low-tier genetic warrior. Although equipped with mechanical weapons for enhancement, the disparity between their levels was insurmountable. One had 2,000 energy points, while the other boasted 5,200. Even with an increase of approximately 1,500 points from their weapons, they would still be no match for the furball monster, with a gap of nearly 1,500 energy points. This is dire. Although the spaceship is stationed above, the furball monster's energy level allows it to match the speed of the ship. Moreover, in the vastness of space, our combat effectiveness will diminish significantly, rendering us even more vulnerable against the creature. One team member's face turned pale as he regarded the beast, akin to a harbinger of doom. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the despair that gripped them. If only we had stellar-class equipment, we might stand chance. One murmured. Yet, upon hearing this, the leader shook his head. The threshold for stellar-class weapons is exceedingly high. One requires a minimum of over 4,000 energy points to wield them. Even if we possessed such weapons, we would be unable to utilize them. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind them. I possess a stellar-class weapon, and the threshold is a mere 800 energy points. The team turned in surprise to see Locke stepping forward, holding the mechanical blade with a serious expression. The leader furrowed his brow and shook his head. Impossible. There is no stellar-class mechanical weapon that requires only 800 energy points to wield. Locke, this is not the time for jest. As the conversation unfolded, two soldiers, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance, were once again pierced through their bodies by the formidable 5th-level furball monster, their lifeless forms being dragged away. Witnessing this grim spectacle, the captain's eyes widened with a mixture of intense rage and helplessness. A thought surged within him. A means of resistance must be devised. He could not remain passive in the face of such peril. The captain's gaze ignited with unwavering resolve. At that moment, Locke abruptly stepped before him, forcibly presenting his battle knife. "Captain, place your faith in me this time. Once you wield this knife, you shall comprehend its immense power." The captain hesitated, momentarily taken aback. But he soon discerned the unwavering determination in Locke's eyes. A wave of doubt washed over him. He was well acquainted with Locke and knew him to be no braggart. Could it be that this battle knife possessed some extraordinary force? Taking the knife, the captain gritted his teeth and fixed Locke with a serious gaze, inquiring, "Are you certain it possesses stellar-grade combat capability?" Locke, equally resolute, nodded emphatically. "There is no doubt. I would never jest with my life." Upon hearing Locke's assurance, the captain regarded him with a profound look, then unleashed a torrent of energy from within himself. "Very well, I trust you." With that, he turned, channeling all his energy into the thermal battle knife he now held. In an instant, an astonishing phenomenon occurred, leaving all present in awe. The thermal blade erupted with a staggering wave of heat and blinding radiance, nearly cleaving the night sky asunder. The energy emanating from the knife surged to a level that left everyone astounded. What a remarkable weapon, the captain thought, exhilaration coursing through him as the knife bestowed upon him boundless strength. With a fierce leap, he swung the thermal battle knife towards the towering 20-meter furball monster. A thunderous roar erupted as the mighty blade unleashed its power in the captain's hands, far surpassing the potential it exhibited when wielded by Locke. The thermal knife unleashed a horrific energy that painted the surroundings in fiery hues. Vehicles and buildings along the street began to show signs of melting under the searing heat. With a swift, decisive stroke, the captain cleaved the furball monster, igniting the blade's scorching energy and carving a massive red crescent across the sky. To the astonishment of all, the once formidable beast was violently slashed open, releasing a rich aroma of roasted meat from its wound. The successful strike elicited expressions of surprise and joy from the captain and his team, affirming that despite the captain's energy level not exceeding that of the monster, he had reached a comparable tier. This was the key to inflicting damage upon the beast. "Cover me. I shall slay this furball monster," the captain shouted to his comrades. Without hesitation, the team unleashed their full arsenal, ferociously attacking the monster's tentacles, though their energy levels paled in comparison to the creature's. Focusing their efforts on its appendages proved effective. In a swift series of events, and at the cost of two more soldiers, the captain, with the aid of his team, successfully bisected the furball monster. The most formidable of its kind had perished in that moment. The remaining furball monsters posed no threat to the soldiers and were swiftly eradicated by the squad. The captain, having sliced through the creature's body, procured a piece of its flesh for research purposes. He sensed something was amiss. This furball monster should not have grown to such a size without external stimuli. Therefore, he resolved to take a sample back to the temporary military vessel 32 for further examination. After completing this task, the team returned to the ship. The captain handed the knife back to Locke, his eyes betraying a sense of reluctance. "Locke, would you consider selling this knife? I would pay handsomely for it." The captain, contemplating the proposition, ventured to test the waters, despite his usual reluctance to request items from his subordinates. The allure of the mechanical knife was simply irresistible. Even with planetary-level energy, it wielded the might of a stellar-grade weapon. Such an armament would leave anyone envious. If he could acquire this equipment, he could wield the strength of a 5th-level genetic warrior with only a 4th-level energy level, a significant leap indeed. The thought was tantalizing. Upon hearing the captain's words, Locke clutched the knife protectively, eyeing the captain with a mix of suspicion and indignation. "Captain, for us soldiers, a weapon is akin to a spouse, sacred and irreplaceable." Locke shot a sidelong glance at the captain, his tone defensive. Initially, he had been willing to lend the knife temporarily for the sake of survival. But now, seeing the captain's interest, he felt a surge of protectiveness. However, their camaraderie was strong enough that he did not take the captain's curiosity too seriously. The captain's expression flickered with disappointment before he sighed, resigned to the situation. "What a pity. This knife is truly remarkable, worth even more than some top-tier stellar-grade equipment." At the captain's words, a glimmer of pride illuminated Locke's eyes. Indeed, this was crafted by Master Su Ming. "Master Su Ming?" The captain paused, curiosity piqued. "Who is this Su Ming? Perhaps you could introduce me. I would like him to forge a mechanical knife for me as well." Locke chuckled at the captain's request. "Captain, you've been cooped up on the ship for too long. Master Su Ming is the new mechanic who recently joined the temporary military unit 32. My weapon was modified by him." At this revelation, the surrounding soldiers expressed their astonishment, eagerly gathering around Locke to discuss. "I remember, indeed, 2 new mechanics joined the ship recently. But were they not both planetary-level mechanics? How could they produce such formidable equipment?" In the midst of their chatter, one soldier proudly remarked, "You may not know, but when Locke was having his knife modified, I was right there. This Master Su Ming may be young, but his skills are exceptional. He restored and modified that knife in just about 40 minutes. "What? 40 minutes? Another exclaimed, incredulous. "The previous planetary-level mechanic took 3 to 4 hours just for repairs, and that was not even a modification. How could this Master Su Ming complete both tasks in such a short time? Impressive. Huh. I once sought out Harry the mechanic for repairs, which cost me 4 credits. And he had a notoriously foul temper. Dealing with him was a headache." Another soldier scoffed. Harry was the only planetary-level mechanic that had existed in the temporary military unit 32 prior. As soon as his name was mentioned, the ship erupted in a chorus of complaints. Meanwhile, the captain remained aloof from the discussion. A contemplative expression emerged on his face as he cast a glance at the planet-class firearm he had previously damaged, a flicker of anticipation subtly glimmering in his eyes. Several hours later, the squad piloted their spacecraft back to the main ship. After returning the vessel to the custodian, the captain disembarked and hurriedly made his way toward the dormitory area within the ship. "Captain, where are you off to?" After completing the mission, "Why not take some time to relax?" One of the team members joked, glancing back at him with a smile. The captain turned around, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I have a few matters to attend to. You all go ahead without me." While it is true that soldiers can amass considerable wealth in a short span, it often comes with significant death risks. On this occasion, 4 team members had tragically perished on the planet Mu Tower, never to return. Thus, it became a tradition for members of the temporary military to indulge in revelry after completing their missions, a way to release the pressures of military life. However, this time, the captain chose to abstain. The others exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting understanding. "Let us go." The captain must be eager to consult Master Su Ming after witnessing his remarkable modification skills. The squad's speculation proved correct. After experiencing the mechanical war knife crafted by Locke, the captain's desire for such a weapon intensified. He alone understood the terrifying value of that mechanical war knife. Even standard stellar-grade equipment could not compare in worth. Now that he had returned to the main ship, his mind could hardly entertain other thoughts. He inquired about Su Ming's dormitory and promptly headed in that direction. Upon arriving at Su Ming's dormitory, the captain paused in surprise. A throng of soldiers had already gathered at Su Ming's door. Master Sumin, once you finish modifying that firearm, could you assist me as well? I'm willing to offer 300 military merits. Master Sumin, I've been waiting for quite some time. Please help me modify my equipment. I'll offer 400 military merits. The soldiers at the door craned their necks, eagerly voicing their requests. Witnessing this scene, the captain felt a jolt of astonishment and quickly approached the dormitory entrance. He then beheld a young boy standing before the workstation, intently scrutinizing the mechanical components in his hands. His fingers moved with remarkable speed, assembling the parts as if thought were unnecessary. A glimmer of immersion radiated from the boy's eyes, utterly unaffected by the commotion outside, his focus unwavering on the task at hand. It seemed that nothing in the world could disrupt this boy's concentration. The captain, observing the spectacle, felt a peculiar stir of admiration. The boy's brainwave energy was astoundingly active during the assembly, reminiscent of rigorous mental training. The captain couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. This was a unique method of cultivating brainwave energy specific to mechanics, one that others could not hope to emulate. Moreover, this young boy appeared far more engrossed than other mechanics. In such a state, his efficiency in cultivating brainwave energy would be significantly heightened. At that moment, the surrounding soldiers erupted in exclamations of awe, prompting the captain to direct his gaze toward the weapon in the boy's hands. What had once been a planet-class firearm was now adorned with several stellar-grade mechanical components, elevating its capabilities to a remarkably terrifying level. It appeared that the boy was employing a unique assembly technique, allowing a weapon to deliver stellar-grade combat power while remaining usable by those of planet-class caliber. A look of admiration flickered in the captain's eyes as he squeezed into the crowd, cheerfully addressing the young boy. Master Su Ming, would you be able to repair and modify my firearm? I am willing to pay 500 military merits. Upon hearing the captain's request, Su Ming looked up, regarding him with a curious expression before shaking his head and stating, "Queue up." The captain was taken aback, noticing the soldiers behind him stifling laughter at his expense. Flushing with embarrassment, he obediently stepped to the back of the line. Su Ming stretched lazily before turning his gaze to the soldiers waiting at his dormitory door. This scene had played out just a few hours prior. Since he and Warren had settled in, a multitude of soldiers had flocked to him, eager to queue for mechanical repairs. However, Su Ming sighed. Despite tirelessly working for several hours, the line showed no signs of diminishing, and in fact, it seemed to be growing longer. Even he felt a touch of fatigue after continuously repairing for hours. To date, he had fixed and modified 12 pieces of equipment, consuming a total of 8 hours of his time. It was undeniable that the starlight points from planet-class machinery were quite substantial. Calculating at 100 starlight points per piece of planet-class equipment, 12 items had earned him a staggering 1,200 starlight points. If he had been dealing with surface-class equipment, it would likely take him days to accrue such a bounty. Leaving planet Nopu had indeed been a wise decision. In addition to starlight points, Su Ming had also amassed a considerable amount of military merits. Almost every individual who approached him for mechanical modifications contributed between 200 to 400 military merits. Thus, the 12 pieces of equipment had garnered approximately 3,000 military merits for him. From his perspective, accumulating enough military merits to purchase knowledge and blueprints for mechs was not as daunting as it once seemed. He estimated that within a few weeks, he could amass 150,000 military merits to acquire the humanoid E-Class melee advanced mech that he desired. Turning to the soldiers still waiting outside, Su Ming summoned Warren to the forefront and announced, "This is my companion Warren, whose mechanical skills are also quite impressive. If you can't wait, feel free to consult him for repairs." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the crowd turned their attention to the unassuming Warren. Feeling a bit anxious under the sudden scrutiny, Warren stood beside Su Ming, offering a sheepish smile. "Since Master Su Ming has recommended you, there should be no issues. Young Master Warren, please assist me in repairing this mechanical warblade. I am willing to pay 200 military merits." A soldier from the back of the queue stepped forward, grinning as he spoke. Among those seeking repairs from Su Ming, some aimed to enhance their weapons for greater power, while others merely wanted to restore their damaged equipment to functionality without concern for performance improvement. However, waiting for the mechanic named Harry would require patience, whereas Su Ming's efficiency was notably superior, making it more expedient to queue for his services. Now that Su Ming had introduced Warren, the crowd finally recalled that there were two mechanics among the members of the temporary military unit 32. The slender, inconspicuous boy standing before them was indeed another mechanic. Warren, believing his skills were not on par with Su Ming's, felt quite content to have someone approach him for repairs. not daring to expect too many military merits in return. Upon hearing that someone was willing to offer 200 points for repairs, Warren's face lit up with joy. He nodded vigorously, accepting the mechanical war blade from that individual, and proceeded to the workbench to commence the restoration. Su Ming, observing Warren's demeanor, couldn't he help but smile softly. This young man had become his apprentice in mechanics, yet due to his humble beginnings, Warren had always lacked confidence. Little did he realize, however, that the status of a mechanic in interstellar society was far superior to that of many others. Almost all gene warriors whose weapons were damaged sought out a mechanic for repairs. While surface-level mechanics were commonplace, planetary-level mechanics enjoyed a significantly elevated status. At this moment, Warren's primary issue was his lack of self-assurance. Once he transitioned into a regular order-taking mode, he would soon experience the high regard that planetary-level mechanics held among soldiers. Chapter 34. The Peculiar Incident. After several hours of waiting, the captain of the lock team successfully received his modified weapon. Subsequently, he uploaded a video documenting their mission on Mu Tower Planet to the public network. This public network was a shared system among the temporary military stationed on Spaceship 32. Each team, prior to embarking on a mission, would set up automatic video recording to preserve the process. This was a regulation of the Empire's temporary military. Given the relatively lax management of the temporary military compared to regular forces, the Empire mandated that these soldiers record their missions to prevent negligence. Naturally, the captain documented the mission on Mu Tower Planet. Once the video was uploaded to the public network, everyone aboard the ship could view it. This public network functioned similarly to a forum, allowing other soldiers to comment and share. Presently, soldiers familiar with the lock team began to leave playful remarks beneath the captain's latest update. Oh, have you achieved military merit? Planning to treat your comrades to a celebration? Initially, these exchanges were lighthearted banter. However, when these soldiers clicked on the video and witnessed its contents, they were taken aback. How could there be a level 5 furball monster? This creature seems unusual. Shouldn't this be reported? If we encounter such misinformation during our missions, it could endanger us. Some soldiers were captivated by the furball monster, while others were drawn to the war blade in Locke's hand. This blade wielded stellar-level power, yet was also usable at the planetary level. Upon hearing this soldier's analysis, the comments erupted into astonished discussions about the mechanical warblade. Which master modified this warblade? Seeking recommendations. Noticing a friend's inquiry in the comments, the captain hastily revealed that the warblade was crafted by Su Ming. What? Su Ming? The newly joined mechanic on the ship? ISNT planetary level? It seemed quite normal, as many mechanics these days preferred to remain low profile and refrain from certification. Surely, Master Su Ming had already attained stellar-level status. He was simply too disinterested in the accolades. Incredible. A stellar-level mechanic aboard our ship? I must seek him out for modifications. The news of Su Ming's stellar-level status rapidly spread throughout the spaceship. Consequently, an increasing number of soldiers queued outside Su Ming's dormitory, seeking repairs, with some even entrusting him with stellar-level mechanical equipment. Remarkably, Su Ming successfully repaired these high-tier items, further solidifying the soldiers' belief in his stellar-level capabilities. Instantly, Su Ming's standing and earnings aboard the ship surged dramatically. Previously, he earned approximately 200 to 400 points for each piece of mechanical equipment repaired. However, once the soldiers recognized him as a stellar-level mechanic, the pricing for every modified piece of equipment skyrocketed to between 1,000 and 1,200 points, an increase of nearly fivefold. The value that a stellar-level mechanic could generate was indeed 5 times, if not more, than that of a planetary-level mechanic. Moreover, some external stellar-level mechanics found it difficult to secure appointments. For the soldiers, having a stellar-level mechanic on board was an extraordinary boon, prompting them to eagerly seek Su Ming's assistance for repairs and modifications. During this period, Su Ming's income soared, allowing him to earn approximately 20,000 points daily. At this rate, it was likely that within a week, he would successfully exchange for the mech knowledge and schematics he had long desired. The video uploaded by the lock team, however, sparked more than just a buzz about Su Ming's mechanical prowess. Soon, Lieutenant Walker, the ship's actual overseer, viewed the video and shifted his attention to the level 5 furball monster. He had no interest in stellar-level mechanical equipment. Given his position, locating a stellar-level mechanic was a simple task. However, the level 5 furball monster piqued his interest. How curious. Why are there so many bizarrely leveled cosmic creatures appearing lately? This is not the first incident. Lieutenant Walker furrowed his brow, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. While others might merely find the situation odd, he connected it to the recent coup within the Lhasa party in the Bander system and its murky implications. He sensed that the peculiar occurrences in this star domain might be linked to the Lhasa party. Rising from his seat, he sought out the captain of Lock's team. "Lieutenant, is there something you need?" The captain, surprised by Lieutenant Walker's visit, gazed at him curiously. The lieutenant nodded slightly, his expression serious as he addressed the captain. "From a mission video, I noticed that you collected a piece of meat from the slain level 5 furball monster. May I request that you hand it over to me?" The captain, taken aback by the lieutenant's solemnity, replied, "Of course. That piece of meat was specifically set aside for research submission. It will be my pleasure to provide it to you." The captain then retrieved a chunk of meat stored within a preservation apparatus from his storage space and handed it, along with the device, to Lieutenant Walker. The lieutenant nodded in acknowledgement and then instructed the captain, "Do not discuss this matter with anyone." The captain was startled. "Lieutenant, is there something amiss with the level 5 furball monster?" Upon hearing the captain's inquiry, the lieutenant shook his head. "I can't be certain, but this situation feels off. I need to analyze the flesh of this furball monster to draw any conclusions." The captain opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately nodded in silence, refraining from further questions. Given the lieutenant's insistence, it was likely that the matter involved sensitive issues, and the captain felt it inappropriate to pry further. Chapter 35. Acquiring Mech Knowledge. Days passed swiftly, and soon a week had elapsed since Su Ming's meteoric rise in status. During the course of this week, Su Ming amassed an impressive amount of military merit, approximately 160,000 points. Likewise, Xinguang Dian also reaped substantial rewards. After deducting the points required for daily training, Su Ming was able to save around 400 points of Xinguang Dian each day. By the end of the week, he had accumulated a total of 800 points. Today, Su Ming, brimming with excitement, eagerly accessed the military merit system. With his military merit sufficiently amassed, he was finally poised to exchange it for the long-coveted E-Class humanoid advanced mecha. To facilitate this, Su Ming even took a day off from work, intending to dedicate the day to thoroughly studying the knowledge pertaining to the E-Class humanoid advanced mecha. Please confirm, Su Ming Soldier, if you wish to spend 150,000 military merit points to acquire the knowledge and blueprints for the E-Class humanoid advanced mecha. Once exchanged, the military merit will be non-refundable. The prompt from the military merit system soon echoed in his ears. Without a moment's hesitation upon hearing the electronic notification, Su Ming promptly selected confirm. Ding. Su Ming Soldier has successfully spent 150,000 military merit points to purchase the knowledge and blueprints for the E-Class humanoid advanced mecha. The items are now being transmitted to Su Ming Soldier. Ding. The exchanged items, E-Class humanoid advanced mecha knowledge and blueprints, have entered Su Ming Soldier's storage space. Please check your inventory. As the electronic notifications continued, a look of elation spread across Su Ming's face, and he swiftly retrieved the blueprints from his storage. A thick tome and a pile of blueprints materialized within his dormitory. Observing this, Warren's eyes glimmered with profound envy. The knowledge and blueprints Su Ming had procured were deemed core imperial knowledge, protected and restricted by the laws of the empire. Even Su Ming could not share these materials with Warren. To do so would breach the empire's core knowledge protection laws, resulting in incarceration for both. Unless Warren independently acquired the corresponding knowledge, it would be a moot point. Without hesitation, Su Ming opened the book and began to read. Mechas. They represent the ultimate aspiration of every mechanic. Only those capable of assembling mechas can truly be considered masters, enjoying a prestigious stature within interstellar society. This is because mechas are classified as strategic weapons, distinct from mere conventional arms. Each mecha holds considerable strategic significance for an army and possesses unparalleled formidable strength. To illustrate, every component of the E-Class humanoid advanced mecha is no less than stellar-grade machinery, and in some critical systems, even cluster-grade components are employed. Successfully assembling a mecha would mean enveloping oneself in countless stellar and cluster-grade mechanical weapons. A single stellar-grade weapon is sufficient to turn the tide of battle, enabling a team of level 4 genetic warriors to triumph over level 5 monstrosities. The sheer force unleashed by numerous stellar and cluster-grade mechanical weapons would be terrifying. Even a singular cluster-grade mechanical weapon would appear insignificant in the presence of a mecha. If Su Ming successfully assembles this mecha, he could traverse the Bander system with impunity. Even Lieutenant Walker, a formidable level 6 genetic warrior, will be compelled to yield before the might of this creation. However, after several hours of study, Su Ming grasped only the rudimentary concepts of mecha assembly. He could not help but marvel at the astonishing culmination of countless minds throughout the cosmos. The knowledge and blueprints for this mecha could take an individual millennia to decipher independently, such as their complexity and intricacy. If assembling a single weapon resembles a singular academic discipline, then mecha assembly encompasses knowledge from dozens of fields. The complexity is magnitudes greater. The task of assembling a single weapon pales in comparison to the daunting challenge posed by a mecha. Moreover, Su Ming suddenly realized with a wry smile that his current cerebral domain capacity was insufficient to master this foundational mecha. To fully command it, he would need to elevate his cerebral domain level to that of a level 5 genetic warrior, providing him with the necessary capacity to wield the mecha. Nevertheless, Su Ming was undeterred. His forte lay in transforming high-threshold mechanical equipment into more accessible versions. By simplifying certain mechanical components, he could lower the entry threshold of the mecha to a level within his grasp. Furthermore, he anticipated that the process of assembling the mecha would enhance his own capabilities, undoubtedly elevating his domain level and easing his mastery of the mecha. Without hesitation, Su Ming, with over 10,000 military merit points remaining, spent a significant portion to exchange for a plethora of mechanical components essential for mecha assembly. Yet, even after this expenditure, he had acquired less than 1/10 of the necessary parts. The components required for a genuine mecha are exceedingly elaborate and costly, even through the military merit system. Acquiring a complete set of mecha parts demands a substantial amount of military merit. Currently, Su Ming's military merit was woefully insufficient, compelling him to initially procure only a fraction of the mechanical components, allowing him to assemble one segment and gradually purchase additional parts as his military merit increased. Soon, the mechanical components he had exchanged were transmitted to Su Ming's storage space via spatial transfer. He meticulously took each component out and set them down in his dormitory. Without further ado, he plunged into the task of disassembling and re-engraving these mechanical parts. As Su Ming entered the assembly mode, his order-taking mode reactivated. There was no choice. He needed to earn military merit, as assembling a mecha is an endeavor that consumes resources profusely, likely requiring upwards of 100,000 military merit points. Thus, Su Ming resumed his operations, assisting others in modifying mechanical equipment for military merit rewards, which he would then use to purchase abundant mechanical components to sustain his mecha. However, Su Ming found solace in the fact that as he delved deeper into mecha research, his mechanical skills were advancing at an extraordinary pace. What once took him 40 minutes to modify a piece of equipment was now accomplished in a mere 20 minutes, a speed that would leave most mechanics in awe. Simultaneously, the task of assembling a mecha proved to be exceedingly laborious. Su Ming remained oblivious to the fact that his cerebral domain level was rapidly surging as he engaged in the study and assembly of the mecha. Chapter 36, The Lhasa Alliance. As time flowed, over a week had elapsed since Su Ming exchanged for the mecha and commenced his research on its assembly. During this interval, a significant event transpired within the Bander system. The Lhasa Party from the Free Federation, during negotiations with the core parties of the Free Federation, reached an impasse. Ultimately, the Lhasa Party declared its separation from the Busa Free Federation, establishing a cluster-level nation known as the Lhasa Star Cluster Alliance. With the formation of the Lhasa Alliance, tensions escalated dramatically among the neighboring star systems. At this moment, within the parliamentary chamber of the core party of the Busa Free Federation, several prominent figures were seated, deliberating on this matter. Esteemed colleagues, what are your thoughts on the matter of the Lhasa Alliance? A formally attired legislator inquired, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone unremarkable. Upon hearing his words, several surrounding members of parliament exchanged knowing glances, their faces betraying a hint of bemusement, seemingly unconcerned about the issue at hand. Does this trivial matter truly warrant a dedicated discussion? Another legislator, with a relaxed demeanor, rose to address the assembly. The Lhasa Alliance lacks even a single apocalypse-level combatant, and yet dares to proclaim itself a galactic power. It is utterly oblivious to its own impending demise. First and foremost, let us acknowledge a fundamental truth. The Lhasa Alliance does not exist in the cosmos. It is merely a violent criminal organization leading armed factions in treasonous rebellion. Countless citizens of the Federation are currently being forcibly stripped of their nationality by the Lhasa Party, severing their ties with the Federation. Now is the time for the Federation to deploy its military forces to eradicate these violent elements and liberate the populace from the clutches of the Lhasa Alliance. The legislator spoke passionately. After his remarks, the assembly members exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Brook, it shall be your responsibility to lead the military in quelling the insurgents. One legislator spoke to another, addressing the individual named Brook. The legislator, known as Brook, exuded a formidable aura, as if he contained the power of a star within him. radiating explosive strength. He was indeed one of the apocalypse-level masters of the Free Federation. Upon hearing the legislator's words, he chuckled lightly and nodded slowly. This task would be exceedingly simple for him. The so-called Lhasa Alliance, devoid of any apocalypse-level experts, would be easily crushed under his might. Indeed, a galactic power without an apocalypse-level master is nothing short of a jest in the realm of cosmic civilization. Any moderately strong faction could dispatch a legion led by an apocalypse-level expert and effortlessly breach the entire galactic cluster. To those present, the Lhasa Alliance was merely an inconsequential farce. Very well, esteemed colleagues, let us cast aside this farcical clown. Shall we not discuss the contention over the radiant or mining region and the recent electoral matters concerning the ruling parties? The legislator slowly took his seat and addressed the assembly. Upon hearing his words, the members of parliament visibly perked up, straightening in their seats as they commenced their discussions. The universe is vast, and mining regions are as plentiful as the stars. Yet, the discovery of each mining region is no simple feat. As it pertains to the most distant realms of exploration, the areas that technology can probe have nearly been exhausted, while unexplored territories often harbor unspeakable dangers. Whether it be extraterrestrial races or cosmic-level hazardous regions, some areas remain beyond reach. Moreover, the regions that can be explored possess a limit. Surpassing this limit affects humanity's technological capabilities, energy supplies, detection methods, and so on, rendering further exploratory expansion impossible. Thus, each discovery of a mining region requires human civilization to achieve significant breakthroughs in exploration over many years. Once such regions are identified, they become focal points of contention among the great powers. Whoever manages to seize these mining resources will possess a wealth of mineral assets, fostering development across various sectors, including construction, military, and healthcare. This presents the optimal opportunity to widen the gap with surrounding factions. Hence, when a new mining region is discovered, the gaze of humanity throughout the universe becomes fixated upon it. In comparison, the Lhasa Alliance's predicament is indeed of little consequence. At this moment, the apocalypse-level expert Brooke observed that the conversation had shifted towards the mining regions and smiled faintly as he rose to his feet. Very well, you may continue your discussions. I shall proceed to annihilate the Lhasa Alliance. With this declaration, Brooke exited the conference chamber, a common occurrence for those accustomed to his character, which was marked by a self-assured demeanor. However, no one harbored concerns for Brooke's safety. An apocalypse-level expert is invincible in such conflicts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fleet of ships soon ascended from the vicinity of the core political faction of the Free Federation. Numerous soldiers, exuding powerful auras, boarded the vessels. The ships then soared into the sky, vanishing from the planet in an instant. At the forefront of this fleet, a mech emanating an exceptionally terrifying aura sped forward with astonishing velocity. The very void through which this mech surged appeared to warp under the weight of its formidable energy. The pilot of this mech was none other than Brooke, known to many as the God of Slaughter, an invincible powerhouse of apocalypse-level caliber. Meanwhile, as the Free Federation initiated its various operations, a vessel drifted within a nearby star system close to the Bander system. This ship, the temporary military vessel number 32, was manned by Su Ming and Warren, hovering within the transitional zone between the Empire and the Bander system, patrolling for potential criminals and smugglers who might exploit the chaos. However, just as Brooke departed with his forces, the temporary military vessel number 32 found itself confronting a significant threat. A cosmic creature, resembling a sea turtle, silently glided around the ship, as if it regarded the vessel as its prey. Chapter 37, The Rising Tide. On this day, Su Ming, as was his custom, spent the daylight hours assisting soldiers in repairing mechanical equipment. As dusk approached, he would take out mech components for assembly. The mech before him had been nearly 80 assembled. With its core components nearly complete, only a few external parts remained to be added. One could say that the assembly of this mech was nearing its conclusion. The completion of a fully functional mech promised Su Ming a qualitative leap in knowledge and technology. Throughout the assembly process, he felt a significant enhancement in his mechanical skills compared to before. Su Ming sensed that once he successfully assembled this mech, it would likely catalyze an explosive growth in his cerebral capabilities. While he had already experienced considerable growth during the assembly, the moment of final success would feel akin to reaching a pinnacle, culminating in a feedback that would yield an explosive increase. Yet, just as Su Ming was excitedly preparing to continue assembling the mech, the ship suddenly jolted violently. Alarms blared throughout the vessel. Warning: encountering an attack by a cosmic organism. Energy level range, 15W, 2W, assailant classified as a level 6 organism. Warning, the ship has activated its shielding function. Current energy remaining in the shield, 70. Danger alert. The ship can withstand 4 more attacks. Please issue appropriate commands promptly. Upon hearing the alarm resound through the vessel, everyone was taken aback, rushing incredulously from their quarters into the corridor. Lieutenant Walker also emerged from his quarters, casting a grave glance out the window. Before them loomed an immense cosmic entity resembling a colossal tortoise, suspended in the void, its crimson eyes fixated on the spacecraft. In an instant, the gargantuan creature opened its maw wide and lunged ferociously towards the vessel. A resounding bang echoed through the air, accompanied by a violent tremor, and the ship's systems alerted that energy reserves had dwindled to 50%. Su Ming, witnessing the spectacle, was taken aback. The creature was a cosmic dragon turtle, a species among the terrifying entities of the cosmos, renowned for its formidable biting power. However, as previously mentioned, without the aid of genetic serums or systematic training, cosmic beings find it exceedingly challenging to transcend their genetic limitations and evolve into high-energy life forms. Typically, a cosmic dragon turtle would possess an energy level around 35. Yet, what could account for the presence of a 6th-level turtle now? Lieutenant Walker regarded the creature with a grave expression. This dragon turtle reminded him of the high-energy cosmic entities encountered in the surrounding star systems recently. Such an anomalous level could not possibly arise from normal development. Like those previous cosmic beings, this dragon turtle harbored secrets. Damn it, has the research facility not yet analyzed the blood and flesh samples of the creature I sent earlier? Their efficiency is appalling. Gritting his teeth, Lieutenant Walker declared, elevating the matter's urgency from normal to critical. After executing this pivotal action, he inhaled deeply, donned his space combat suit, and propelled himself outside the spacecraft. As the sole 6th-level genetic warrior aboard, he was the only one capable of confronting such a formidable foe. Fortunately, the dragon turtle species thrived in the cosmic void, devoid of any civilization or technology. Empowered by human advancements, Lieutenant Walker felt confident in his ability to face an adversary of equal rank. He swiftly retrieved a stellar-grade cannon from his storage space, the Star Destroyer XC-71, a product of Rod technology, boasting an exceptional stellar-grade energy output. Upon witnessing this imposing weapon, the crew aboard the spacecraft gasped in astonishment. Even Su Ming found his focus drawn to the cannon. Although classified as stellar-grade, this weapon possessed an energy capacity exceeding 8,000 points. Coupled with Lieutenant Walker's own energy level of over 10,000, it could unleash a staggering 2,000 points of energy in an instant. This exemplifies the extraordinary capabilities of a brain domain developer, who can augment mechanical weaponry with cerebral energy to yield formidable combat prowess. Those with insufficient brain domain energy would be unable to wield firearms, relegating them to melee weapons. Thus, in the face of interstellar warfare, these melee genetic warriors would invariably find themselves at a disadvantage. Silence reigned in the cosmos. However, this did not hinder the crew from sensing the terrifying energy erupting from Lieutenant Walker's body, nor the cataclysmic force brewing within the cannon's barrel. Enraged by the sight, the dragon turtle surged forward, aiming to strike Lieutenant Walker. Yet, the moment it moved, a torrent of devastating energy erupted from the cannon. The shockwave compelled the ship to activate its energy shield to protect itself from the repercussions. The silent explosion engulfed the dragon turtle in a blinding inferno. In the stillness of space, this wave of destruction became all the more terrifying. The dragon turtle writhed in agony as the flames enveloped it. When the fire subsided, the onlookers were astonished to see a massive gash torn into the turtle's head, its eye sockets shattered. In pain, the creature opened its mouth wide, revealing an expression of profound suffering. Lieutenant Walker, however, paid no mind to the creature's distress. His own abilities surged once more, channeling energy into the cannon in his grasp. The second shot, it erupted silently. The catastrophic explosion illuminated the nearby star systems, casting a dazzling light. Despite both being classified as 6th-level beings, the mechanical equipment wielded by Lieutenant Walker was sufficient to decisively turn the tide of battle. This was the culmination of a civilized society's advancements, a testament to countless years of development that endowed Walker with the power to subdue the dragon turtle effortlessly. In no time, the dragon turtle's form was obliterated by the relentless cannon fire. Massive chunks of flesh drifted quietly in the cosmic void, destined either to be consumed by other cosmic entities or drawn towards a planet, colliding with its surface. Lieutenant Walker selected a fragment from the remains, placed it in a preservation device, and returned to the ship. Amidst the crew's jubilant cheers, he exhibited no signs of triumph. His countenance remained serious as he held the specimen, making his way to his quarters. Upon gazing out the window, the cosmic void appeared as tranquil and enigmatic as ever. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lieutenant Walker sensed that beneath this calm and mystery, a terrifying undercurrent was slowly stirring. Chapter 38, The Storm Approaches. Walker's premonition proved accurate. Upon returning to the ship, he received a message from the Imperial Laboratory. Walker, there's an issue with the blood and flesh samples of the creature you sent. His heart raced at the news, prompting an immediate inquiry. What seems to be the problem? The samples contain numerous components that do not belong to the creature itself. These tissues are indicative of external interference. Additionally, traces of a peculiar genetic serum have been detected. Get to the point. Walker furrowed his brow and pressed the staff member for clarity. The staff member hesitated momentarily, then spoke gravely. The mutation of the creature is man-made. Moreover, based on the frequency of recent high-energy cosmic events, the origin of this mutation appears to be near the Banderstar system. This implies that the Banderstar system may be the source of the cosmic being's mutations. What? The Banderstar system? Walker inhaled deeply, sensing the gravity of the situation. Recent disturbances in the Banderstar system had been significant, involving defections from the Free Federation and the potential to unite with other star systems to form a formidable star cluster force. Despite the might of the Empire and the Free Federation, one should not underestimate the Banderstar system. After all, it constituted a star system-level power, akin to a behemoth in terms of individual strength. Even a being of apocalyptic caliber, without leading an army to subdue it, could easily be vanquished by the Banderstar system's might. Currently, approximately 10 such colossal entities had formed a star cluster-level force. While lacking the support of apocalyptic-level beings, they appeared somewhat vulnerable. However, if Brooke did not lead the Free Federation's forces in a battle, he would likely lack the courage to attack. One could hardly consider the leader of the Lhasa party to be lacking in intellect, having dared to lead a star system in defection from the Free Federation. He surely possessed a trump card. Now it seemed that this trump card might be these anomalous cosmic beings. What course of action should our temporary military take? Or should we consider a withdrawal? Walker posed the question that had been weighing heavily on his mind, for he sensed that the situation had escalated beyond the intervention capacity of the temporary military unit. The overall strength of the 32nd Temporary Army was only sufficient to address disturbances of stellar magnitude. However, the chaos surrounding them had evidently risen to a galactic scale, far surpassing the realm of mere stars. Faced with such a level of upheaval, even a slight misstep could result in the 32nd Temporary Army being engulfed by danger. After a brief silence following Walker's inquiry, the Imperial official finally spoke, stating, "I have inquired about the Empire's stance, and they have instructed you to remain on standby and maintain your current patrol rhythm. In 3 days, the Empire will dispatch a more elite force to take over your duties, at which point you shall return." Upon hearing these words, Walker's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed vehemently, 3 days? The Free Federation's Brooke has already marched towards the Banderstar domain today. War is imminent. And you ask me to linger in this wretched star domain for 3 days? What if the war spreads? The official quickly sought to reassure him. Lieutenant Walker, I understand your frustration, but you must realize that war cannot encroach upon this territory. Although it is close to the Banderstar domain, you are still within the Empire's domain. As long as you remain in Imperial territory, neither Brooke nor the Los Alliance would dare to fire a single bullet into this space, for that would be tantamount to declaring war on the Empire. The official's tone was unwavering and firm. This was a matter of internal affairs that no other nation would wish to entangle the Empire in. Even the most naive could discern this truth. Walker's expression softened as he contemplated this reasoning. While the surrounding star domains were indeed tumultuous, it seemed unlikely that the war would spill into the Empire's territory. At most, there would be a need to screen for a few smugglers. Yet, he thought, the cosmic entities encountered nearby exhibited a disconcerting power level. What if they encountered beings of significantly higher energy? Walker spoke in a low tone. The official shook his head and replied, "As of now, there have been no sightings of cosmic life forms exceeding level 6, so you can rest assured." With the official's reassurance, Walker felt compelled to remain silent. He closed his mouth, sighed, and acquiesced. The communication between Lieutenant Walker and the Empire was unbeknownst to the other soldiers aboard the ship, including Su Ming and Warren. However, as Su Ming gazed at the decaying body of the cosmic dragon turtle floating in space, he found himself lost in thought. According to standard theories, a cosmic dragon turtle should not reach level 6, yet they had encountered one. An ominous premonition stirred within him. He then shifted his gaze to the mech standing before him, approximately 3 meters tall. The workshop in the mechanics dormitory featured a workbench, necessitating a higher ceiling than other dormitories. Otherwise, it was doubtful that the mech could even fit within Su Ming's quarters. Observing that the mech's framework was nearly completed, with only a few components remaining, Su Ming felt a surge of determination. He promptly switched his dormitory to private mode, closing the order window to prevent outsiders from witnessing his progress. He then placed the unfinished parts on the workbench and began concentrating on the assembly of the mech. He sensed the connection between the dragon turtle incident, Wachter's grave demeanor, and the recent news from the Banner system. It seemed likely that the Free Federation was on the brink of declaring war against the Los Alliance. Should war ensue, this star domain would descend into chaos. He needed to expedite the repairs on his mech. It might very well be the key to his safety amidst the impending crisis. Chapter 39. Completion of the mech. Su Ming's sense of urgency also influenced Warren. Noticing that Su Ming had closed the order window, Warren hesitated not and followed suit, shutting his own order window as well. He then instinctively entered a state of focused practice. Although the war was just an item in the news, its proximity was palpable, and even Warren felt an unsettling foreboding. He glanced at Su Ming, who remained entirely absorbed in assembling the mech, undistracted by anything else. A hint of envy flickered across Warren's face. Su Ming possessed an ability to enter a state of concentration instantaneously, a trait that many would covet. Warren sighed as he contemplated his own military merit points, which amounted to over 10,000, yet were a mere fraction compared to Su Ming's accumulated points, sufficient to exchange for mech knowledge. Determined to bridge the gap, Warren resolved to forego mech knowledge temporarily and convert his merit points into mechanical knowledge instead. He recognized that much of his advanced mechanical understanding had stemmed from Su Ming's guidance. Warren understood that relying solely on Su Ming's teachings would limit his future in mechanics. He needed to learn independently, to forge a path distinct from Su Ming's if he wished to go further. While the allure of mech knowledge was strong, he chose to prioritize his mechanical skills first. Without hesitation, he exchanged a significant number of points for planetary and stellar-level mechanical knowledge, then immersed himself in his studies. Both Su Ming and Warren inadvertently entered a state akin to seclusion, causing frustration among the soldiers who sought their assistance with mechanical repairs, as they found themselves met with closed doors and left in disappointment. The following afternoon, just a day after the ship's encounter with the cosmic dragon turtle, a sudden surge of energy erupted from Su Ming's dormitory. Curious soldiers turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion. "Is Su Ming all right?" one familiar soldier inquired, peering into the dormitory. At that moment, Warren emerged from the room, grinning as he addressed the concerned soldiers. "It's nothing to worry about. Su Ming has been in a breakthrough state these past few days. The energy fluctuation was merely part of his transition. There's no cause for alarm." Upon hearing Warren's explanation, the surrounding soldiers nodded in understanding, smiles breaking across their faces. Truly, Su Ming is a prodigious mechanic. While repairing our equipment, he is also achieving breakthroughs. How remarkable, they remarked. Warren scratched his head, chuckling, and then retreated back into the dormitory, resetting it to private mode. Observing this exchange, the soldiers couldn't help but chuckle as they casually walked away. As Warren deactivated the dormitory's external display and retreated to his room, he couldn't help but exhale in relief, casting his gaze towards the spot where Su Ming was situated. The room was in utter disarray, as if a formidable force had wreaked havoc within. The source of this chaos was the towering mech standing at the center, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. Waves of energy emanated from a mech, transforming the room into a tempestuous storm, with terrifying energy surges sweeping through and displacing items haphazardly. Warren regarded the mech with a look of astonishment. He had never anticipated that upon its successful assembly, the mech would seem to possess a semblance of life, exhibiting a unique sense of breath. A continuous series of energy waves pulsed from the mech, as if celebrating its newfound existence. It was almost unbelievable. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he might have mistaken it for a living being endowed with consciousness and breath. So this was the experience of successfully assembling a mech. "Su Ming, you have created life." Su Ming? Su Ming? Warren murmured, then, filled with excitement, he turned to Su Ming. To his surprise, however, he found Su Ming with his eyes closed, seated cross-legged in front of the mech. A closer inspection revealed that Su Ming's breathing rhythm was in perfect harmony with the mech's energy pulsations. The two appeared to be connected in some extraordinary manner. their energy frequencies synchronizing seamlessly. Moreover, Su Ming's aura began to thicken, and his energy levels were surging dramatically. What on earth? Warren was taken aback, staring incredulously at Su Ming. This was all too peculiar for him. The cold, metallic mech was inexplicably resonating with Su Ming. This connection resembled the bond between beast tamers and their beasts in the beast god civilization. Beasts? Mechs? The two seemed utterly incongruous. Furthermore, beasts were undeniably alive, while mechs were merely lifeless machines. At that moment, Warren suddenly focused intently on Su Ming and the mech. Their auras seemed poised to reach a crescendo. This is bad. Activate protective mode. Shield energy detection. Observing the changes in the two, Warren's expression shifted, and he shouted to the room systems. Beep. Protective mode activated. Just as the ship's system announced, Su Ming and the mech's energies peaked. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from both, filling the room with an exceptionally violent energy tempest. Warren struggled to brace himself against the force, managing to keep himself from being thrown across the room as he directed his gaze toward Su Ming. After reaching the apex of his energy, Su Ming gradually drew it back into himself, and, astonishingly, the mech's energy also began to recede. Slowly, Su Ming opened his eyes, and the divine light within them illuminated the entire room. Chapter 40. The Beast Tide Erupts. Su Ming? Warren inquired cautiously upon witnessing Su Ming's eyes open. Su Ming's divine light receded as he stood, smiling at Warren. What is the matter, Warren? Warren swallowed hard, then pointed at the mech, tentatively asking, Is the mech successfully assembled? Su Ming looked at the mech, then back at Warren, nodding with a smile. Indeed it is. Goodness. This is the first time I've seen a mech outside of television. Warren exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the mech before him. Although this mech appeared far more rudimentary compared to those piloted by prominent figures on screen, its formidable aura left Warren exhilarated. Su Ming, did you feel anything peculiar when the mech was completed? Warren asked, his curiosity piqued. Su Ming chuckled. You mean the sensation of breathing and life, right? Warren nodded eagerly. Su Ming glanced at the mech and began to speak slowly. I'm not entirely sure. It seemed to possess a kind of mystical essence. Their essay saying, the end of science is theology. The mech is somewhat analogous. Once a mech is assembled, it gains a certain spirit, especially after we mechanics complete its assembly. The mech rewards us, enhancing our vitality and spirit. Su Ming banda veloth. Warren nodded, clearly feeling the breakthrough sensation emanating from Su Ming's being. Evidently, Su Ming's cultivation had improved significantly alongside the successful assembly of the mech. If that is the case, can't we just keep assembling mechs to continually grow stronger? Warren's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Are you trying to exploit a bug? Su Ming teased with a smile. Each type of mech only generates this spiritual resonance and feedback upon its initial assembly. Subsequent assemblies of the same mech will not yield such effects. Thus, the first mech assembled by any mechanic is their most powerful creation. Even if their mechanical skills improve dramatically afterward, replicating such a level of mech becomes exceedingly challenging. Su Ming's words left Warren momentarily stunned, unable to fully grasp their implications. Observing his friend, Su Ming shook his head and turned to the chaotic room. Feeling a slight headache, let us summon the cleaning robot to tidy this up, Su Ming said softly, then released energy from his brain domain, controlling the storage function of the mech before him, shrinking it into a compact ring. Each mech is equipped with a storage function during assembly for ease of transport. The ring in Su Ming's hand was, in fact, the humanoid mech he had just assembled. I shall name you Xiao Yi, Su Ming thought to himself. He then plunged his consciousness into his system panel. After nearly 2 weeks of cultivation, coupled with the feedback from the mech assembly, Su Ming's cultivation had experienced a remarkable enhancement. His panel read as follows. Host, Su Ming. Body energy level, 3700. Brain domain energy level, 5000. Gene lock opening level, upper level 4. Body vitality, 100. Body refinement level, level 2. Next level refinement requires 500 star points. Available star points, 4300. Gazing at his panel attributes, Su Ming drew a deep breath. The growth was astounding. The enhancement brought by successfully assembling a mech was simply monumental. Previously, Su Ming was at upper level 3, with energy levels around 500, but now his energy had surged to 3,700, and his brain domain energy had skyrocketed to 5,000 due to the mech's feedback. With 5,000 energy points, he was already in the realm of a level 5 gene warrior. However, since his body energy level had not yet caught up, his panel still indicated that he was a level 4 gene warrior. Upon seeing this, Su Ming wasted no time and directly spent 2,500 star points to elevate his body refinement to level 4. Beep. Body refinement successfully upgraded to level 4. As the system's voice echoed, coupled with the immense change Su Ming felt within, his body energy level leaped from 3,700 to 4,600. This energy level was now just a hair's breadth away from the realm of a level 5 gene warrior. To Su Ming's astonishment, he discovered that the enhancements from body refinement seemed to be calculated separately from genetic upgrades. In other words, even though Su Ming was merely a level 1 genetic warrior at present, his physical enhancements could elevate his energy level to over 1,000 points. He could even choose to refrain from leveling up, thus becoming the most formidable level 1 genetic warrior. Of course, Su Ming harbored no such malicious intent. Nevertheless, this revelation was not without significance, for it implied that Su Ming's actual energy level and combat prowess far exceeded those of his peers. Moreover, his physical strength surpassed that of other genetic warriors at the same level by a considerable margin. Just as Su Ming completed the assembly of his mech, an astonishing news event unfolded within the Lhasa Alliance. Against all odds, the Lhasa Alliance had successfully repelled the Free Federation's army, led by Brook, and the current situation suggested a sense of ease in their defense. This development sent shockwaves throughout the cosmos, compelling everyone to turn their gaze toward the Lhasa Alliance, eager to uncover how the Free Federation's forces had been thwarted. After all, not only was Brook formidable, but the mechanical weapons and mechs wielded by the average Free Federation soldier were significantly superior to those of the Lhasa Alliance. The unexpected resilience of such a well-equipped army astonished all. However, the specific reasons behind this phenomenon would not be widely publicized by the Free Federation. Only a few major human factions were privy to the Lhasa Alliance's true trump card. At that moment, Lieutenant Walker received a call from the Empire. "This is Temporary Army 32. What are your orders?" Lieutenant Walker spoke softly. To his surprise, a hurried voice responded from the other end of the line. "Lieutenant, we have identified the cause of the anomaly related to cosmic organisms. It originates from the Lhasa Alliance's supergene drug research. Following the assault led by Brook, the Lhasa Alliance was compelled to release experimental subjects from their laboratories. Some of these subjects managed to fend off the Free Federation soldiers, while others scattered and escaped." Upon hearing the Empire's staff member's words, Walker was taken aback. "What is the situation now?" The staff member replied solemnly, "A multitude of cosmic organisms are fleeing, including several high-level life forms. Lieutenant, take advantage of the current situation before it escalates. Retreat your forces." Chapter 41. Level 7 Cosmic Organisms. After hanging up, Lieutenant Walker's expression turned grave. He decisively ordered the ships to return to a safe star region. However, the outbreak of the supergene research incident far surpassed the expectations of both the Free Federation and the Empire. The research on supergene technology had not yet stabilized when they were forced to initiate the experiment. Even the Lhasa Alliance itself likely struggled to comprehend the ramifications of this event. Instantly, vast quantities of gene drugs were seized by various cosmic organisms from the laboratory. This spread like a virus, capable of transmission from one cosmic organism to another in some manner. The actual number of mutated cosmic organisms was far greater than anticipated. What exactly had they been researching? This was undoubtedly not supergene technology, but rather a virus capable of inducing biological mutations. Although Lieutenant Walker had already ordered a swift retreat, he was still a fraction too late. Approximately 20 minutes into their flight, he could clearly see that the ship was now surrounded by a swarm of mutated cosmic organisms. These beings varied in form, yet they all shared the common trait of exhibiting aggression and levels distinct from ordinary cosmic organisms. Moreover, these entities refrained from attacking others that had already been infected. Instead, their aggression was directed at other targets traversing the cosmos. Temporary Army 27 has been completely annihilated. "How are things on your end, Lieutenant?" The Empire's operator quickly inquired. Army 27, having ventured deep into the fringes of the Lhasa Alliance, was the first to suffer an assault from the cosmic organisms once the supervirus tide erupted, and they were decimated before they could react. Now, the outbreak was gradually encroaching upon every temporary army unit. "We might not be faring well here." Lieutenant Walker's expression turned grave as he gazed out the window, now surrounded entirely by mutated cosmic organisms. The average energy levels hovered around 4 or 5, occasionally mixed with a few level 6 organisms. Although Walker was a level 6 genetic warrior, facing tens of thousands of level 4 and 5 cosmic beings would likely lead to his swift demise. For reasons unknown, these cosmic organisms did not immediately attack, as if they were waiting for something. Everyone aboard the ship mirrored Lieutenant Walker's tension. their expressions grave as they stared out the window. Should these cosmic entities launch a collective assault, the 32nd Temporary Army would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. At that moment, all present, including Lieutenant Walker, felt their pupils constrict in unison. The cosmic organisms parted ways, revealing a being radiating a terrifying aura. This creature bore a resemblance to a lizard covered in spikes, an iron lizard. Such a cosmic organism was a rarity in the universe. Upon sighting the iron lizard, alarms blared throughout the ship. Warning: high-energy life form detected. Energy level, 41,000 points. Warning, warning. This life form's energy level exceeds the estimated overall combat power of Temporary Army 32. The warning sent chills down the spines of all aboard. 41,000 energy points. A lower-tier, level 7 cosmic organism. Despair flickered in the eyes of the crew. While Lieutenant Walker might have had a fighting chance against a high-level 6 cosmic organism with mechanical weaponry, a lower-tier level 7 organism was beyond the scope of such measures. Now confronted with this level 7 cosmic entity, along with the surrounding lower-tier beings, escape seemed utterly hopeless. What should we do? Am I to perish here? One officer murmured, his face pale. At that moment, the level 7 cosmic organism unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, directing a cataclysmic ray toward the ship. The moment the beam struck, it shattered the ship's energy shield, nearly capsizing it. We cannot remain idle. We must engage. Waiting aboard the ship only invites death. Lieutenant Walker shouted, leading the charge. He donned his combat suit and rushed out, shouldering a massive cannon to unleash upon the cosmic creature. Yet, the iron lizard regarded the incoming artillery with disdain, effortlessly deflecting the projectile with its spiked head. It then unleashed another devastating ray, sending Lieutenant Walker hurtling away, the protective shield of his suit obliterated in the process. If another attack followed, Lieutenant Walker would likely meet his end at the jaws of the iron lizard. As he was flung from the ship, the hearts of those aboard tightened in fear, drenched in cold sweat. Brothers, we must assist. Otherwise, we will surely perish. A soldier prepared to dash out of the spaceship. However, at that moment, his vision blurred, and he caught sight of a figure swiftly rushing towards the ship's entrance. Huh? The soldier was momentarily stunned, but soon recognized the silhouette. Master Su-Ming? The soldier was taken aback and instinctively attempted to stop Su-Ming. After all, to him, Su-Ming was merely a mechanic. Although he was likely also a genetic warrior, his level probably wasn't very high. Expertise lies in specialization, and someone as technically proficient as Su-Ming must have dedicated a significant amount of energy to mechanical fabrication. While it is true that mechanical creation can enhance one's cerebral domain level, it does not contribute to physical prowess. For Master Su-Ming to venture out like this, though valiant, seemed rather unwise. The soldier, in a state of panic, called out, "Master Su-Ming, come back. It's dangerous outside." Yet, before he could utter the word danger, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the figure beyond the spaceship. The other soldiers, mirroring his astonishment, also turned their gazes towards the entrance of the ship. At that moment, a mech radiating a silver luminescence slowly emerged outside the vessel. Chapter 42. The mech reveals its might. Lieutenant Walker, in his combat suit, felt the energy of his protective shield dissipate entirely, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through his body, leaving him with a burning sensation. Although the impact had been absorbed by the shield, the terrifying force still left him dazed and disoriented. However, Lieutenant Walker had no mind to attend to his own agony. He looked desperately at the steel lizard, for the next strike had already erupted from its maw, hurtling toward him with alarming speed. His mind went blank, and all he could do was widen his eyes helplessly as the beam grew larger before him. He had already mentally prepared himself for death. Yet in the next instant, he was enveloped in a silver light. Before he could process what was happening, he felt a sudden shift, and when his vision cleared, he found himself rescued, having narrowly evaded the beam's assault. Sensing the immense power that had just brushed past him, Walker broke into a cold sweat. He had escaped death. Walker then turned his gaze towards the figure that had saved him. Upon realizing it was a silver mech, relief washed over his features as he exclaimed, "Is the Empire finally here to rescue us?" However, to his astonishment, a familiar voice came through the communication system of his combat suit. "Mr. Walker, pull yourself together. The Empire has not come to our aid. It is I, Su-Ming." The crisis was not yet averted. Complacency would be perilous. Walker's eyes widened as he gazed at the silver mech. "Su-Ming? How could this be? Why do you possess a mech? Are you a mech warrior?" Walker found it hard to believe. Even someone of his rank had no opportunity to pilot a mech, yet the seemingly inconspicuous Su-Ming was now commanding one. This could wait for later. Su Ming's voice was laced with urgency as Walker watched the silver mech vanish from sight, suddenly charging towards the steel lizard. Observing the mech rescuing its target, the steel lizard had long deemed it an eyesore. It immediately slithered its body, lunging ferociously at this seemingly insignificant mech. Terrifying beams coalesced once more, surging toward the silver mech. However, the mech appeared to predict the attack, deftly swaying side to side and evading the onslaught of beams. At that moment, Su Ming sat within the mech, his expression grave as he maneuvered its controls. His cerebral domain level had fully released, merging seamlessly with the mech. A torrent of beams rained down upon him at an astonishing frequency. Meanwhile, the surrounding cosmic beings, upon spotting Su Ming, opened their mouths wide and unleashed their own terrifying beams. Beams were standard for cosmic entities, as prolonged exposure to high radiation environments had led most to evolve the ability to fire devastating beams from their mouths. Radiation was lethal to ordinary life. Yet for these cosmic beings, it was akin to the relationship between fish and water. Inside the spaceship, the onlookers beheld countless beams surging towards the silver mech from all directions. It's over. With such a dense barrage, Master Su Ming cannot possibly evade. As they witnessed the overwhelming number of beams, their palms grew sweaty, and despair flickered in their eyes. Yet, as the beams surged madly, the silver mech executed dozens of different maneuvers and body movements in an instant, effortlessly dodging the mass of beams. What? How is this possible? The onlookers exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in their eyes. This maneuver, even the Empire's most elite soldiers could not perform such feats, could they? It was as if he had to concentrate his mind on every angle simultaneously, swiftly identifying weaknesses amid the relentless attacks and evading them one by one. Many suspected that even a top-tier being who had sealed their power to match Su Ming's level would struggle to execute maneuvers more exquisite than his. To the soldiers, Su Ming's movements appeared like the most exquisite art. Anyone witnessing such mastery could not help but feel a sense of aesthetic pleasure, even if the sentiment was somewhat misplaced in the current context. Nevertheless, it was a feeling that subtly resonated within all the soldiers. Su Ming's performance was so captivating that it sent shivers down their spines. At that moment, while the soldiers focused their gaze on Su Ming, his expression remained eerily calm. His mental faculties were operating at their peak. The scene before him faintly evoked the sensations he had experienced during 16 years of training within the system. Over those years, he had practiced shooting, evasion, and techniques in an exceedingly confined space, where the system presented him with countless scenarios to dodge incoming attacks. Initially, he had been quite clumsy, often getting hit even by solitary attacks. However, through pain and guidance from the system, he discovered methods to avoid being struck. 1 attack, no longer hit. 10 attacks, no longer hit. All 100, also earned, all mediate. A brilliant silver light erupted from Su Ming's eyes, a manifestation of his cerebral domain level reaching its zenith. Indeed, Su Ming was now exhilarated. The blood within him began to boil, yet his mind remained tranquil. Youthful ambition soared. After 16 years of training, Su Ming was confident that at the same level and with the same mech, even a top-tier expert would not be his match. A torrent of attacks surged forth once more, akin to heavenly fire descending upon him. Every nerve in Su Ming's body was taut. Exchange 100 stellar points. Su Ming's calm voice resonated within the mech. At that moment, the surroundings were a vacuum, and he had no fear of being overheard. He could finally communicate with the system without restraint. Exchange for stellar points successful. The system's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind as always. It seemed that no matter the circumstance, the system remained utterly unperturbed. Suddenly, Su Ming sensed a formidable surge of stellar energy inundating his body. With a frigid gaze, he frantically maneuvered the mech, deftly evading a barrage of attacks. In the midst of countless sparks of assault, he fixated his piercing stare upon the iron lizard ahead. Chapter 43, The Mighty Su Ming. The flow of energy caused the iron lizard to writhe uneasily. It attempted to twist and break free from the mech's lock. Yet the mech remained terrifyingly stable. Even when faced with tens of thousands of attacks, it steadfastly maintained its focus on the iron lizard. A devastating attack brewed within the mech's arm, where the Star Destroyer sniper rifle lay poised. What is a Star Destroyer? It is a weapon so potent that a single shot could obliterate a planet. However, whether the manufacturing company exaggerated its capabilities remains uncertain. At this moment, the iron lizard felt an unsettling presence looming. Inside the mech, Su Ming was multitasking, evading the deluge of attacks while simultaneously locking onto the iron lizard with unwavering intensity. Though the explosive power within him was formidable, It was restrained with meticulous control, not allowing an ounce of it to escape. Su Ming was no longer the same individual from the Nopa planet. Through rigorous training and enhancement of his physical capabilities, he effortlessly harnessed the power equivalent to 100 points of stellar energy. Now was the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he precisely identified a flaw in the Iron Lizard's defense. In an instant, the Star Destroyer unleashed a shot imbued with intense stellar light, hurtling towards the Iron Lizard. At that moment, the Iron Lizard felt as if the armor on its back had suddenly bristled, its crimson gaze fixated upon the impending strike. It sensed that no matter how it tried to evade, there was no escaping the shot. The silent attack struck the Iron Lizard, sending it careening backward, its scales cracking upon impact. The soldiers aboard the ship erupted into cheers at this sight. Yet, Su Ming's thoughts were far from the excitement of his comrades. Though he had struck the Iron Lizard, the damage inflicted was minimal. A disparity in energy levels still existed. Despite the mech's significant boost, Su Ming's maximum output, even with the added 100 points of stellar energy, only reached approximately 37,000 energy units. This was indeed a formidable level, considering Su Ming's original energy was merely a little over 5,000. However, it was still insufficient. The Iron Lizard boasted an energy level of 41,000. The gap of 4,000 units was substantial enough to render the Iron Lizard partially immune to damage. Nonetheless, the starlight in Su Ming's eyes did not waver. Energy levels were crucial, determining the strength of both parties, yet they were not the sole factor. Otherwise, combat would merely devolve into a comparison of energy levels, with the weaker party resigning themselves to defeat. In the midst of conflict, execution, temperament, judgment, and skill held immense significance as well. A difference of 37,000 to 41,000 energy units indicated a gap, yet it was not insurmountable. Su Ming's gaze remained fixed on the spot he had just targeted. Indeed, though the wound was small, it was real. As long as he could inflict damage, he was confident he could bring down the Iron Lizard. The silver mech darted through the cosmic entities like a streak of silver light. System, exchange 100 points of stellar energy. Su Ming kamikemandif. In the next moment, a surge of stellar energy flooded into the mech. With renewed focus, Su Ming turned his gaze back to the Iron Lizard, honing in on the previously struck area amid the chaos of attacks. Starlight flickered within the barrel once more, and in an instant, a terrifying shot struck precisely at the Iron Lizard's earlier wound. Su Ming's marksmanship was remarkably precise. Upon witnessing Su Ming's second shot, the onlookers aboard the ship were awestruck. The second shot hit exactly where the first had landed. The initial shot had already dislodged some of the Iron Lizard's scales, revealing the softer flesh beneath. The second shot penetrated directly into the flesh, causing grievous injury to the Iron Lizard. Excitement lit the faces of those aboard the ship. They now saw a glimmer of hope. Su Ming's performance far exceeded their expectations, exhibiting stability and flawless execution, akin to a masterpiece in motion. Should Su Ming succeed in vanquishing the Iron Lizard, the crew could emerge from the ship to support him. Otherwise, should they recklessly abandon the ship while the Iron Lizard remained undefeated, they would only hinder Su Ming's efforts. As the crew marveled, the silver mech unleashed a relentless barrage of shots at the Iron Lizard. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Each successive shot maintained a steady, unwavering assault. Before long, a profound sense of dread took hold of the Iron Lizard. The pilot of this mech possessed a terrifying level of shooting prowess, no matter how it attempted to evade. The mech could always accurately lock onto its position. There was nowhere to escape. Even hiding behind other cosmic creatures, the mech could pinpoint its location, firing through the intervening beings to strike the Iron Lizard's wound. With each successive strike, the Iron Lizard's injury deepened, creating a horrific gaping hole. System, how many stellar points do I have left? Su Ming's calm voice resonated within the mech. He assessed the Iron Lizard's wound, which had grown to a size 1/20th of its entire body, a clear indication of severe injury. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming sensed the moment to slay the Iron Lizard had arrived. 1,200 points of stellar energy remaining. The system's voice echoed softly in Su Ming's mind. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression shifted. He had previously possessed over 3,000 points of stellar energy, yet now only 200 remained. Considering each shot required 100 points, he had unleashed approximately 20 shots at the Iron Lizard, all targeting the same wound. It was no wonder the Iron Lizard now showed signs of retreat. Observing the Iron Lizard's increasingly hesitant movements, Su Ming took a deep breath and stowed away the sniper rifle. replacing it with an immense mechanical battle axe, Bloody Wave, XAZ-071. Chapter 44, Bloody Wave. As Su Ming brandished the battle axe, his expression grew slightly grave. This weapon was a top-tier stellar-grade axe, nearly reaching the level of a star cluster. Under normal circumstances, Su Ming's energy level would render him incapable of wielding such a weapon. However, thanks to his modifications, the threshold for using this axe had been significantly lowered. Additionally, with the mech's augmentation, Su Ming could barely manage to swing the axe. To fully unleash the formidable power of this battle axe, Su Ming needed to exchange 400 starlight points. Gritting his teeth, he directly redeemed 400 starlight points from the system. Given Su Ming's current physical conditioning, his body could only endure an energy threshold of approximately 350 starlight points. Beyond this limit, he would risk inflicting damage upon himself. However, the additional 50 points were not excessively beyond his capacity. Even if they caused harm, it would not lead to his immediate collapse. As long as his body remained intact, Su Ming could harness the starlight points to restore his physique. In order to ensure the stable defeat of the Iron Lizard, Su Ming resolutely exchanged for this significant amount of energy, aiming to imbue his strike with unparalleled might. As he redeemed a vast amount of energy, the battle axe erupted in a resplendent glow. A crimson aura swirled upon its blade, radiating a dazzling array of colors, resembling waves of blood flowing across the weapon. This spectacle was the very origin of the axe's name. Enhanced by starlight energy, the axe now shimmered with a brilliant silver amidst the red glow, creating a striking and otherworldly appearance. Yet, the enemy, locked in by the aura of the axe, perceived no beauty in its luminescence. At that moment, the Iron Lizard was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Alarmed, it prepared to flee. However, just then, the Iron Lizard noticed the silver mech charging directly towards it. Instead of being frightened, it felt a surge of joy. The heavens seemed to have shown mercy, as the mech finally opted for close combat. Although the Iron Lizard was unaware that Su Ming had no choice but to abandon long-range attacks due to a depletion of starlight points, it nonetheless reveled in its perceived advantage. The Iron Lizard's true strength lay in melee combat. Its claws posed a far greater threat than the rays it emitted. Its name, Iron, signified its brutal prowess in close-quarter battles, characterized by formidable defenses akin to a copper wall or iron bastion. Previously, it had sought to close the distance with the mech, but each time it attempted to do so, the mech would seamlessly blend into the swarm of cosmic entities, rendering it impossible to approach. Now, however, the mech had relinquished its long-range advantage to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Was this not a chance served on a platter? The Iron Lizard's hesitance vanished, and it bared its fangs, lunging at the silver mech with ferocity. At that moment, Su Ming, piloting the silver mech, surged forth with astonishing speed. Grasping the battle axe, he infused it with a substantial amount of starlight energy, causing it to radiate even more brilliantly. A profound heat and weight enveloped his hands, a sensation not imagined, but rather a tangible response transmitted through the mech's unique perceptions, relayed to Su Ming's mind via the neural interface. The sensations between them intertwined at that instant. The heaviness stemmed from the axe's energy level exceeding Su Ming's own capacity, leading to a sense of overwhelming weight. Weapons exceeding the user's limits often lose controllability, a detrimental circumstance in battle. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, Su Ming forcefully bound the axe's energy with starlight energy, compensating for his own limitations. Finally, he raised the axe, its red and silver radiance exploding with lethal intent. Like a dazzling crimson wave slicing through the void, it hurtled towards the Iron Lizard. At this moment, Su Ming's body was gradually torn apart by the starlight energy, blood spilling forth, yet he endured the onslaught. His eyes shimmered with silver light, and under the command of the neural interface, he activated the mech's nuclear power acceleration device. Instantly, an immense thrust propelled the mech's speed to over tenfold. This was the reason why mechs surpassed conventional mechanical equipment in strength. Mechs were comprehensive in their capabilities. Their defense, charge, speed, attack, and agility were all enhanced, unlike ordinary mechanical equipment, which possessed only singular abilities. Boom! A powerful force surged from the mech, strong enough to potentially crush anyone with a weaker physical condition. Thankfully, Su Ming's physique was robust enough to withstand this force. The mech's sudden acceleration disrupted the Iron Lizard's rhythm. It had been gathering power, but was forced to release its attack prematurely. This sensation was profoundly uncomfortable, nearly causing the Iron Lizard to cough up blood. Moreover, Su Ming's sudden surge in speed perfectly evaded the Iron Lizard's targeted aura, allowing him to slip out from its detection. Evasion was not merely about dodging bullets and impacts. It also encompassed avoiding hostile energies. Su Ming deftly evaded the Iron Lizard's lock, leaving it to strike at empty air, seizing the fleeting opening while the Iron Lizard was momentarily vulnerable. Su Ming drove the axe into the wound he had previously inflicted. In the silent expanse of the cosmos, the sound of flesh being severed resonated through bone conduction to Su Ming's ears. He roared, his body torn and bleeding, his eyes flashing with silver light as he unleashed all his remaining starlight energy in this decisive strike. Pain coursed through him, but he forced himself to ignore it, focusing intently ahead. The system's X-ray vision activated in his eyes, allowing him to discern the intricate patterns of flesh, akin to dismantling machinery. With precision, he identified the blood vessels within the Iron Lizard's anatomy and effortlessly sliced through them. Just then, the sight of a frantic, pulsating heart caught his attention through the system's vision. Without hesitation, he raised his axe and struck towards the heart's location. Chapter 45. The Death of the Iron Lizard. Though the Iron Lizard might have survived even a grievous blow from the massive axe, a strike aimed at its heart would seal its fate. In an instant, the axe cleaved into the heart. In Su Ming's vision, the Iron Lizard's heart was cleaved in two, shattering into fragments. The rupture unleashed a torrent of blood, gushing forth like a fountain, instantly staining the silver Mech crimson. Yet, Su Ming did not indulge in triumph. He promptly expended 50 starlight points to mend his ravaged body, then maneuvered the Mech to swiftly retreat. Indeed, his judgment proved astute. Even after the heart's destruction, the Iron Lizard, bolstered by its incredible vitality, endured for 3 more minutes, thrashing and roaring, before finally succumbing after tearing apart any nearby cosmic beings. The soldiers aboard the spacecraft were instantly galvanized by the scene before them, erupting into joyous cheers. Incredible! What a display of skill! This will surely garner a wave of followers online. Textbook examples of the weak prevailing over the strong. One soldier exclaimed, but another interjected, "Forget about recording it, brothers. The Iron Lizard is dead. We must hasten to support young Master Su Ming." With fervent cries, the soldiers promptly donned their space combat suits, their faces alight with excitement as they surged forth from the vessel. "Don't worry, young Master Su Ming. We are here to assist you." The enthusiastic voices of the soldiers crackled through the communication system of the Mecha. Su Ming's expression shifted as he turned his gaze toward the spacecraft. Indeed, a multitude of soldiers was emerging, armed with mechanical gear, each charging valiantly into the fray against the cosmic creatures. A barrage of laser missiles rained down upon the extraterrestrial swarm, which was so numerous that the soldiers hardly needed to aim. Each attack effortlessly struck a target. Su Ming was not idle either. Brandishing a mechanical battle axe, he became a fleeting red specter, deftly weaving through the throngs of cosmic entities. Each pass left a trail of destruction, effortlessly cleaving through the surrounding creatures. Countless extraterrestrials fell before Su Ming's Mecha, transforming the starry expanse into a gruesome tableau of blood and carnage. The cosmic beings, witnessing the terrifying efficiency of the Mecha, were seized by a profound dread. This machine was formidable beyond measure, elusive yet devastatingly lethal. Confronted with such a foe, anyone would be gripped by fear, especially in light of their leader, the Iron Lizard, having just been slain by this very Mecha. Without their leader, the cosmic creatures were thrown into disarray, their coordination shattered. Panic ensued as they began to flee in all directions. As the news of their retreat spread, a ripple effect took hold, and soon all remaining cosmic beings were scattering, vanishing into the void. The vast emptiness was now littered with corpses and blood, leaving only the soldiers of the temporary 32nd Army behind. Su Ming exhaled a sigh of relief, finally able to relax his taut nerves. He retracted the Mecha into his storage space, only to be overwhelmed by an acute sense of fatigue. His body and mind were besieged by an intense ache, as if he could no longer summon strength. A wry smile crossed his lips. This exhaustion was a consequence of excessive exertion, a burden he had neglected while in the throes of battle. Now that he had relaxed, fatigue washed over him like tide. The cosmic beings were likely unaware that had they persisted for just a few more minutes, he might have succumbed to exhaustion, his condition deteriorating rapidly. However, the intelligence of these extraterrestrials paled in comparison to that of more evolved beings. With the battle concluded, Su Ming paid little heed to his aching muscles, recognizing it as a sign of his body's recovery. The discomfort would ultimately yield to significant gains once his body and mind recuperated. As the soldiers returned to the spacecraft, they encircled Su Ming, their faces alight with excitement, eager to shower him with praise. Yet, Su Ming merely offered a weary smile, pushed through the throng, and retreated to his quarters, collapsing onto his bed, instantly succumbing to sleep. Despite having reached an elevated state of existence, he still required rest. Sleep, contrary to the notions portrayed in fantasy tales, was essential for recovery and rejuvenation. In fact, the higher one ascended in power, the more judiciously they utilized sleep. The soldiers exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before sharing understanding smiles. No one had anticipated that a mere mechanic aboard the ship would be the key to their survival in this battle, leaving them with a profound sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. Despite their buoyant spirits, there was no inclination to celebrate. The crisis had not yet passed. The threat of viral-infected cosmic beings still loomed ominously, ready to strike. After all, once infected, these creatures exhibited heightened energy levels along with aggressive and contagious tendencies. Who could say what horrors awaited them in the more distant star systems? With urgency, they hastened to pilot the spacecraft, racing toward the nearest star system. Shortly after their harrowing encounter with the cosmic beings, news of the Lhasa Alliance's research into supergenetic agents broke in the media. While such endeavors might typically remain clandestine, common among various factions, the public revelation, especially in light of the ensuing chaos caused by the aggressive and infectious side effects of the agents, incited widespread backlash. The citizens of the cosmos were gripped by fear of the virus, a perennial source of terror regardless of the advancements in technology. In an instant, the Lhasa Alliance found itself vilified, akin to a rat scurrying across the street, while even the Empire voiced its condemnation and contemplated military action against the Lhasa Alliance. It was evident to all that the Empire's interest was piqued by the ongoing development of the supergenetic agents. Chapter 46. The Empire's stance on the Empire's third military planet, Konat. A formidable general with an imposing presence entered a conference room, where several individuals were gathered around a table. I trust you're all aware of the latest intelligence, he began. The Empire's research facility has conducted an in-depth analysis of the Lhasa Alliance's supergenetic agents and extracted some vital data. The room erupted in discussion as the attendees reacted to the general statement. This supergenetic agent has a certain probability of accelerating the growth of genetic warriors. Though it may impact intelligence and other facets, we can control it, potentially granting the Empire a new secret weapon. One remarked, We just received intelligence that the Lhasa Alliance managed to fend off Brook's assault with the cosmic beings spawned from the super agent. Though Brook isn't particularly formidable among the Apocalypse class, he is still a force to be reckoned with. They actually held their ground. As the conversation grew animated, the general observed with a furrowed brow before raising his voice, Silence. We must focus. The room fell silent, all eyes fixed on the general, who was no ordinary commander, but General Hill of the Empire's 36 Pillars. His combat prowess had long reached the Apocalypse level, and although he rarely engaged in battle now, no one doubted his capabilities. General Hill surveyed the assembly and continued, The Empire's high command has reached a decision. We are preparing to advance to the Bandar Star Field to seize the supergenetic technology. Should the Free Federation acquire this technology, it could lead to a cascade of unnecessary troubles in the future. While the Free Federation and the Empire were not outright enemies, competition in various domains was inevitable. The military confrontation between both parties is a recurring event, and thus the Empire is naturally averse to the Federation acquiring any emerging technologies. They possess an apocalyptic class, so we shall dispatch 2 of our own to subdue them decisively, Hill proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing Hill's words, the expressions of those in the conference room varied. A female officer rose and interjected, General Hill, the public perception of this matter could be detrimental. Our actions must remain clandestine. However, numerous temporary military units in the vicinity of the Bandar Star domain have already witnessed the outbreak of superpower events. I am concerned about the potential repercussions from these temporary forces. As her words echoed in the room, all eyes turned towards her, revealing a flicker of concern in their gazes. The issue she raised was indeed grave. Across the cosmos, there exists a profound aversion towards the Lhasa Alliance's superpower genetic technology and superpower virus. The Empire must ensure that this technology remains under wraps to avoid public discontent. Although the formal military is bound by confidentiality agreements, thus alleviating worries about information dissemination, the temporary forces lack such constraints. Once disbanded, the soldiers could scatter, leaving no trace to pursue or manage. Should any individual leak this information online, it would spell trouble. A glint flashed in General Hill's eyes as he coldly remarked, Everyone present has traversed through bloodshed. Why fret over such trivialities? It is simple. Dispatch 2 forces, one to seize the superpower genetic technology and the other to silence any witnesses. His words elicited no surprise among the attendees. This aligned perfectly with their collective thoughts. The temporary military, in essence, bore no distinction from civilian militias. Such units could be entirely eradicated without a shred of remorse from the Empire, and there was little fear of any ensuing complications. Those who joined the temporary military typically lacked substantial connections or influence. Otherwise, they would have been integrated into the formal military. The lives of these individuals were inconsequential. Very well, we need not be overly concerned about these temporary forces. Their average combat capability does not exceed level 7. We can easily deploy 50 level 7 mech warriors to accomplish the task. An officer rose. He was the commander responsible for the lower tier mech warriors. Upon hearing this, he promptly opened the door and strode out with purpose. Soon, a warship ascended into the sky, carrying 50 level 7 mech warriors towards the vastness of space. Meanwhile, aboard the temporary military ship number 32, a throng of soldiers gathered at Su Ming's dormitory door. However, their purpose was not to seek Su Ming's assistance in repairing mechs, but rather to find Warren. After recently awakening, Su Ming faced an avalanche of mechanical repair orders. Overwhelmed, he handed these tasks over to Warren, as he needed time to repair his own mech. Unexpectedly, Warren's repair work proved remarkably effective. Over the past 10 days, he had diligently exchanged military merits for mechanical repair knowledge, significantly enhancing his skills. His methods began to diverge subtly from Su Ming's, which brought Su Ming a sense of satisfaction. If Warren continued to learn solely from him, he would be forever bound to Su Ming's path without ever developing his own identity. Now, his burgeoning knowledge was commendable, garnering much satisfaction from the soldiers. Su Ming retrieved a pristine component and adeptly began disassembling it. His expression was one of intense focus, as he entered a state of profound concentration. Though his mech had not sustained direct hits in battle, the prolonged maneuvering amidst various energy beams had taken its toll. Internal damage had begun to manifest. Although it did not hinder operation, failure to address it promptly could jeopardize the mech's longevity. Following an exhilarating battle, Su Ming's brain domain energy surged to unprecedented heights, culminating in a significant breakthrough. His brain domain energy escalated from 5,000 points to a staggering 7,000 points. This level of brain domain energy now placed him in the intermediate tier of level 5, and when combined with his mech and starlight points, he could potentially unleash formidable level 7 prowess. Yet, paradoxically, his physical energy level lagged behind, barely reaching 5,200, just on the cusp of being classified as a low-level 5 genetic warrior. Su Ming couldn't help but smile ruefully, while others fretted over elevating their brain domain energy. He was burdened with the challenge of enhancing his physical energy level. Chapter 47. Something's amiss the following day. Lieutenant Walker promptly reported the relevant events to the Empire's operational station. The staff at the station pondered for a moment before addressing Lieutenant Walker. Lieutenant, remain stationary. We have your coordinates. The Empire has dispatched a rescue team, and the rescue mechs will soon arrive at the coordinates of Temporary Military Unit 32. Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Walker's face brightened with joy. The Empire was sending mech warriors for rescue? Clearly, they regarded this situation with considerable seriousness. Dilaitid, cualquier harbor no doubts. After ending the call, he ordered the ship to stay put and await the Empire's forces. However, he overlooked a crucial point. If the Empire's rescue team were indeed en route, they would likely instruct him to proceed toward the Empire's territories while coordinating with him along the way. Yet, the Empire's directive for him to remain stationary suggested a desire to prevent Temporary Military Unit 32 from returning to the Empire's core territories. As time passed, following the recent battle, the cosmic entities seemed to harbor a fear of the ship, as none dared approach the nearby star system. After receiving the signal for Imperial rescue, Lieutenant Walker eased his mind and calmly anchored the ship in the void to regroup the troops. Hours slipped by, and Su Ming straightened up, grinning as he patted the mech before him. After several hours of effort, the repairs on the mech were finally complete, yielding nearly 500 starlight points, significantly replenishing the losses incurred during the previous conflict. At that moment, a sudden cheer erupted within the ship. The Imperial reinforcements had arrived. Joy radiated from the faces of the soldiers. The mech warriors dispatched by the Empire were now racing toward them. Upon closer inspection, there appeared to be around 10 mech warriors. The Empire seemed to take this matter quite seriously, sending mech warriors for rescue. A robust-looking man beamed with delight as he observed the approaching mech warriors. Each mech warrior was a product of the Empire's considerable investment in training. Not only did they require the genetic warriors to unlock their brain domain energy, but substantial funds were also spent on crafting standardized mechs. Su Ming, having assembled mechs himself, understood the staggering expenses involved in constructing a single mech, which rivaled the cost of acquiring mech knowledge outright. These 10 mech warriors are truly like flying star coins. As they soar towards the temporary military vessel number 32, each one radiates an aura of immense power, rivaling that of the steel lizards encountered earlier. Such strength, if indeed here for rescue, would be more than sufficient. Lieutenant Walker's face lit up with excitement upon seeing the mech warriors, after waiting for so many days. Help had finally arrived. Moreover, the fact that it was the mech warriors sent for assistance indicated the Empire's considerable regard for this mission. Without hesitation, Lieutenant Walker donned his space combat suit and stepped out of the spacecraft, ready to greet the mech warriors. Su Ming, the Empire has dispatched mech warriors to rescue us, Warren exclaimed, visibly relieved at the sight of so many mech warriors. Anyone would feel a profound sense of security upon witnessing them. After hearing Warren's words, Su Ming curiously turned his gaze towards the spaceship window. Indeed, outside, 10 white mechs were approaching with formidable energy signatures, racing towards the temporary military vessel number 32. A smile graced Su Ming's lips, his anxiety easing significantly as he prepared to focus on the mechanical equipment before him. But just as he reached out to retrieve the gear, his arm froze in midair. He raised his gaze once more towards the mech warriors, and the more he looked, the graver his expression became. Something is amiss, Su Ming murmured to himself. What do you mean something is amiss? Warren inquired, intrigued. These rescuers have not brought a rescue team. For a colossal entity like the Empire, there exists a stringent protocol for military rescues. It is not merely a matter of dispatching strong individuals to extricate trapped soldiers. Genuine rescue operations require a complete team, equipped with medical personnel, mechanical repairs, spare spacecraft, energy blocks, and other supplies to address potential issues such as damaged ships, severely injured personnel, or insufficient energy. Although it is possible that Lieutenant Walker had communicated beforehand, ensuring there were no casualties, surely a mechanic and spare parts should be included. After all, this spacecraft had previously been attacked by steel lizards, and no one can guarantee that there are not hidden damages within. These assessments must be conducted by a mechanic, and relying solely on the ship's onboard mechanic would be insufficient to accomplish this promptly. The Empire, a pinnacle of human civilization, would not commit such a grave oversight in its rescue protocols. To arrive without any rescue team, just these 10 mech warriors, raises a sense of unease in Su Ming. Perhaps the Empire has redirected its rescue teams elsewhere. However, with these 10 mech warriors, we can still return safely to the Empire. Warren, seemingly unconcerned, believed that citizens living within the Empire would never suspect it would harbor any ill intentions towards them. After listening to Warren, Su Ming murmured, "Let us hope so, but it's always wise to be cautious." Deep down, Su Ming sensed something was off. Being a traveler from Earth, he held no real faith in the Empire's promises of citizen safety. After speaking, Su Ming stood up, storing the recently repaired mech into his spatial storage. He took precautions, setting the mech to be readily deployable at a moment's notice. Then he approached the front desk, borrowing a small spacecraft, which he also placed into his storage. After completing these tasks, Su Ming felt a slight sense of reassurance. However, at that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from within the spacecraft. Su Ming's expression shifted as he looked out the window, his pupils constricting in shock. There, a corpse, grotesquely disfigured, floated silently in the void. Surrounded by the remnants of smoke from a recent explosion, from the tattered clothing, Su Ming could vaguely discern that it was the body of Lieutenant Walker. Chapter 48. The destroyed spaceship. Upon seeing Lieutenant Walker's body adrift in the void, Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Walker had been murdered, and the perpetrators were evidently the so-called rescue team. These 10 mech warriors, just as Su Ming had suspected, were not here for a rescue, but to silence witnesses. In an instant, Su Ming realized that the Empire likely harbored ulterior motives concerning the advanced gene technology and, under the pressure of public opinion among cosmic citizens, felt compelled to eliminate certain informants to prevent the leak of sensitive information. For a vast empire, an advanced technology is far more valuable than the lives of its citizens. Before Su Ming could process this revelation, he sensed several powerful energy signatures locking onto the spacecraft. This is bad. Panic surged through him, leaving no time for further contemplation. He seized Warren and, with a swift motion, his mech enveloped him. In an instant, he broke through the spacecraft's window and leaped into the void. Just as Su Ming vaulted through the shattered window, a series of terrifying energy blasts erupted, engulfing the spacecraft. The protective shield barely held for a moment before it shattered under the onslaught of overwhelming power. This force did not relent. It utterly tore the spacecraft apart. Brilliant flames erupted, and the vessel disintegrated in an explosive display within the cosmos. The soldiers aboard had no time to react, falling victim to the catastrophic attack. It was estimated that fewer than 20 survived. The 10 mech warriors before them were each as formidable as the steel lizards. Such a terrifying array of power swiftly dismantled the once impressive defenses of the spacecraft. As the mech warriors noticed that a few managed to survive, they exchanged signals and prepared to unleash a second wave of attacks to eliminate the remaining survivors. At that moment, one of the mech pilots suddenly sensed an alarming threat locking onto him. Alarmed, he prepared to maneuver his mech to evade the danger. But before he could react, a devastating attack descended upon his mech silently. Boom! The pilot felt an overwhelming force hurl his mech away. In an instant, the mech's energy shield lost 40% of its power. The Imperial mech warrior, now in shock, turned to locate the source of the attack, only to see a silver-white mech hovering ominously in the void, wielding a long-barreled sniper rifle aimed directly at him. Before he could warn his comrades, the rifle glowed ominously once more. Boom! Another shot was fired, accurately targeting the Imperial mech warrior. This shot shattered the mech's protective shield entirely, and the residual force twisted the mech into a grotesque shape. The mech warrior's heart raced as he braced for the worst. Fortunately, while the blow had deformed his mech, the inherent hardness of its materials prevented him from facing immediate annihilation. Consequently, the mech warrior deduced that the pilot of the silver mech was likely not exceptionally powerful. Otherwise, 2 direct shots to his own mech would have annihilated him instantly, had it been a mech of considerable caliber. Nevertheless, even so, the next strike from the silver mech could very well spell his doom. He hastily uttered a warning about the presence of enemy mech warriors. In the following moment, he felt the opposing mech warrior lock onto him once more. A fierce instinct for survival surged within him, compelling the Imperial mech warrior to maneuver frantically, attempting to evade the targeting of the opposing mech. Yet, to his despair, no matter how he repositioned himself, the adversary's mech maintained a relentless lock on his presence, as if he had unwittingly entered a predetermined point of the enemy's aim. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out on the mech warrior's brow. How terrifying! How utterly terrifying! The marksmanship of the opposing mech warrior was extraordinary, surpassing even that of his comrades renowned for their sniping prowess. He could not afford to remain passive. Gritting his teeth, the mech warrior unleashed a formidable surge of energy from within. In an instant, his mech brandished an electromagnetic pulse weapon, intending to force the adversary to reposition, thereby creating an opening in the lock, allowing him to escape. To his astonishment, the silver mech appeared to remain stationary, seemingly focused on aiming and preparing to unleash its attack. This revelation enabled the Imperial mech warrior to quickly pinpoint the location of the silver mech. Boom! A terrifying attack erupted from the electromagnetic pulse weapon in an instant. Yet, at that very moment, the Imperial mech warrior's expression shifted dramatically, for as he unleashed his assault, he sensed that the silver mech had abruptly evaded his lock. How could this be? His pupils constricted sharply. In that instant, he recalled a mention within elite mech circles of a peculiar maneuver. Just before an enemy had locked onto oneself and prepared to strike, one could deftly evade the lock through slight repositioning. Mastering this technique almost guaranteed that the attack would miss, as the locked target could slip away just a second before the attack was released, leaving the attacker unable to retract their strike. The moment the attack was initiated, a significant flaw would inevitably arise, allowing the evader to turn the tide and swiftly eliminate the attacker. However, this technique was notoriously difficult to master, demanding not only exceptional timing and maneuvering skills from the locked mech operator, but also a keen sense of judgment regarding the attack. Only with the confluence of these factors could such an operation be executed. Even the most elite mech warriors would hesitate to employ this maneuver unless absolutely necessary, as the risks were exceedingly high. If one failed to escape the lock at that crucial moment, they would undoubtedly suffer the full brunt of the attack. Those who could wield this technique were invariably individuals brimming with supreme confidence in their abilities. Chapter 49. Surrounded. Indeed, without any unexpected turn of events, the Imperial mech warrior's attack was effortlessly evaded by Su Ming. Without hesitation, at the moment the opponent had just released their attack, it was the perfect opening. His eyes radiated a fierce silver light as his cerebral energy surged forth, instantly channeling a formidable assault through his sniper rifle. Time was of the essence. Su Ming acted without delay, unleashing his attack. A moment's hesitation would allow the other Imperial Mech warriors to react and come to their comrades' aid, rendering his efforts to eliminate the Mech warrior futile. A silent blaze erupted, engulfing the opposing Mech warrior in an instant. In that moment, the Imperial Mech warrior was obliterated without uttering a sound, reduced to fragments by Su Ming's shot. Only then did the other Imperial Mech warriors react, having engaged in a flurry of strategizing that had transpired in mere seconds. After 3 shots, Su Ming had successfully annihilated a Mech warrior. The remaining Imperial Mech warriors, witnessing this, were struck with shock, abandoning their pursuit of the temporary soldier number 32, and surged towards Su Ming with lethal intent. Multiple, formidable presences converged upon him, locking onto Su Ming with unwavering focus. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming promptly activated the spacecraft from his storage space, calling out to Warren, "Get inside the ship and escape." Without waiting for a response, he soared into the sky, drawing enemy fire away. Warren, momentarily dazed by the unfolding chaos, snapped back to reality as Su Ming propelled him into action. Without hesitation, he entered the spacecraft and initiated its launch. This vessel, which Su Ming had rented upon sensing impending danger, was now their key to survival. As Su Ming piloted his mech upward, distancing himself from the spacecraft, he effectively diverted the attention of the Imperial Mech warriors away from their escape route. His objective was straightforward: to attract fire. In an instant, a barrage of terrifying attacks erupted from the remaining Mech warriors, their cerebral energies converging on Su Ming. The Mech warriors accelerated their machines, charging towards him with lethal intent. Su Ming's focus sharpened. He sensed every incoming threat. His sole desire was to evade, for he faced a formidable coalition of 9 Mech warriors, each as formidable as a steel lizard. In unity, they posed a threat he dared not confront, only wishing to buy time for Warren to activate the spacecraft's jump capabilities. These Imperial Mechs were basic models lacking space travel capabilities, while the spacecraft boasted such functionality, allowing it to leap vast distances measured in light years. At such a range, no matter how swiftly the Mech warriors pursued, they could never hope to catch the ship. A relentless barrage of attacks continued to rain down, each breath of energy locking onto Su Ming. His gaze remained eerily calm as he unleashed his cerebral abilities, expertly maneuvering his mech to evade the incoming fire. He's a master. His positioning is exceptional, one of the Imperial Mech warriors remarked coldly, his eyes alight with murderous intent and fury. It was an absolute humiliation for the Imperial Mech warriors that, despite their overwhelming strength, they had allowed an enemy to slip away, eliminating one of their own right before their eyes. Thus, the 9 Imperial Mech warriors harbored a singular intent to eradicate Su Ming. Yet, they soon discovered that the pilot of the Silver Mech exhibited remarkable skill, darting through their attempts to lock onto him like a slippery fish. Under normal circumstances, they would have marveled at such exquisite maneuvering, but now, this elusive Mech warrior was their adversary. As adversaries, such exquisite evasion techniques are undeniably exasperating. Striking them proves futile, as they remain elusive, inciting considerable frustration among all. Utilizing strategic maneuvers, they sought to constrict the encirclement. Soon, several Mech warriors devised a corresponding strategy. In an instant, they dispersed, surrounding Su Ming from all directions. 9 Mech warriors encircled Su Ming, constricting their formation. They relentlessly attacked, compelling Su Ming to maneuver, gradually tightening the circle around him. Su Ming furrowed his brow. After all, the enemy held a numerical advantage, and each warrior was formidable, a powerful Mech fighter. Even if he aimed to break through single-handedly, it would consume a significant amount of time. The other Mech warriors would undoubtedly deny him such an opportunity for escape. As the encirclement grew tighter, Su Ming found his space for movement diminishing. He was not a deity. With limited mobility, he too could be struck and unable to evade. Should they reduce the encirclement to a critical degree, Su Ming would likely face dire peril. At that moment, Su Ming's peripheral vision caught sight of Warren piloting a spaceship, which began to emanate a soft blue glow. This indicated the imminent initiation of a spatial jump. A surge of joy filled Su Ming's heart upon realizing the ship was preparing to leap through space. "Can I escape from the encirclement?" he pondered. He activated his communication device, and indeed, Warren's anxious voice crackled through. "Su Ming, just make the jump, and I'll emerge at the final moment. Just remember to open the door for me." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Warren bit his lip, a look of profound hesitation crossing his features. Fear gripped him, for once the spaceship initiated its spatial jump, there would be no turning back. If Su Ming failed to breach the encirclement and board the ship in time, the vessel would leap away, leaving him stranded. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable to Warren. Warren, trust me. Su Ming spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of determination sparked in Warren's eyes. All right, I believe in you. Without further hesitation, Warren activated the spaceship's spatial jump function, and the vessel began to tremble gently, as if to tear through the fabric of space and depart this star region. Meanwhile, Su Ming found himself increasingly ensnared by the encroaching mech warriors. Chapter 50. The Battle Axe Splits the Heavens. The surrounding mech warriors relentlessly unleashed a barrage of psychic energy, effectively locking Su Ming in place. With his mobility severely restricted, escaping their grasp became exceedingly difficult. Yet, Su Ming remained unervingly composed, his communication device clearly relaying Warren's countdown. 30 seconds, 20 seconds. He refrained from any reckless actions, continuing to evade the onslaught of attacks with a chilling calm. Su Ming, 10 seconds left. Hurry. Warren's voice began to tremble, tinged with urgency. Upon hearing the 10-second mark, a fierce light ignited in Su Ming's eyes. Exchange 400 starlight points, he declared. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of power flooded every corner of his being. As was customary, the capillaries in his body ruptured from the strain, blood seeping from his wounds. However, Su Ming was undeterred by the discomfort. He swiftly assessed the situation and, instead of retreating, charged directly into the path of an incoming attack from one of the mech warriors. Electromagnetic shield, Su Ming shouted, releasing a torrent of starlight energy. A brilliant glow erupted from the left arm of his mech, forming a massive electromagnetic shield. Bolstered by the starlight energy, the shield responded with a vigorous surge of energy. Boom! The assault from the opposing mech warrior was deflected by the electromagnetic shield, though it diminished its durability to around 60. 2 strikes left, Su Ming calculated silently, and activated the nuclear propulsion system behind him. In that instant, rather than being thrown back by the enemy's attack, his mech surged forward with terrifying speed, charging toward the attacking mech warrior. Bad news, he's attempting to break free. Quick, provide support. The other Imperial mech warriors swiftly recognized Su Ming's intentions and rushed to assist him. Yet, their response was just a fraction too slow. Su Ming's mech reached the front of the enemy mech in an explosive burst of speed. Blood Wave XAZ-071. The infamous bloody battle axe, known for cleaving steel lizards in half, materialized in Su Ming's grasp. His eyes gleamed with silver light as he channeled all his starlight energy into his arm and the axe. Celestial Bundles Technique, Combat Edition. Heavenly Opening Technique. This marked Su Ming's inaugural use of the Heavenly Opening Technique from the Celestial Boundless repertoire. Legend speaks of Pangu wielding a colossal axe, cleaving the heavens and the earth, thereby separating chaos into the pure and the impure. The name Heavenly Opening stems from this myth. This technique, requiring a battle axe to unleash, possesses formidable penetration and defensive breach capabilities, ideal for the current predicament. As Su Ming observed the enemy mech's protective shield glowing ominously, he hesitated no longer. Raising the massive axe, he focused intently on the shield. Being a mechanic himself, he understood that machines have patterns and energy flows similarly. There would inevitably be a fleeting moment of weakness amidst the flow of energy. This moment of vulnerability was the key to his breakthrough. With sharp focus, Su Ming zeroed in on an inconspicuous spot. Heavenly Opening. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted. At that moment, Su Ming resembled a giant emerging from chaos, wielding the axe with an earth-shattering force, striking at the weakest point of the enemy mech's energy shield. Heavenly Opening. Physical penetration 70. Energy level might 30. Defensive breach capability 50. In an instant, the Blood Wave battle axe radiated a vivid crimson light, engulfing the enemy mech as if it were submerged in a sea of blood. When the other mechs regained their senses, they were horrified to discover that the attacked mech had been bisected, its occupant obliterated by the mighty strike, dead beyond recovery. In that moment, Su Ming's mech did not pause. Seizing the gap created by the destruction of the Imperial mech warrior, it burst through the encirclement of enemy mechs, surging forth. 4-3. Even now, within the cockpit, Su Ming remained eerily calm, still counting down the spaceship's spatial transmission. 2. As he uttered this number, he propelled himself into the open door of the ship. 1. The hatch closed instantaneously, followed by an enigmatic spatial fluctuation erupting from the spacecraft. In an instant, the vessel was enveloped by this peculiar wave, and just as the other mech warriors hastened toward it, the ship vanished from its original location, leaving behind a desolate void. The spacecraft had successfully executed a space jump. The remaining Imperial mech warriors exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a complex tapestry of emotions. Rage, resentment, frustration, and helplessness. A melange of feelings. How could such a formidable mech warrior exist within a makeshift army? Where had he acquired his mech? What mastery did he possess in operating it? A profound chill washed over them. This mech warrior had, from the outset, eliminated one Imperial mech warrior and, shortly thereafter, dispatched another amidst their encirclement, before nonchalantly departing. If the initial shot was a result of their negligence, then the subsequent breakout and swift execution left them utterly powerless to impede his graceful exit. His coordination with the spacecraft was impeccable, his timing exquisite, rendering them utterly unprepared as he slipped away into the ship's space jump. They had grasped at nothing. The mission could be deemed complete, considering that the majority of the troops from the makeshift Army No. 32 had been annihilated, and the few remaining posed no significant threat. Yet in their hearts, they knew the mission had failed. The enemy had managed to slay 2 of their own with a mere solitary warrior, whose prowess was even inferior to that of any of their surviving mech warriors, leaving an indelible impression of the silver-clad warrior in their minds. Chapter 51, Flight. In the silent void of the cosmos, a wave of spatial energy surged, and suddenly, a spacecraft materialized in the emptiness. Inside, Su Ming removed his mech suit, exhaling a sigh of relief. He then glanced to the side, momentarily stunned. Alongside Warren, there were indeed other surviving soldiers from the makeshift Army No. 32. Excluding Su Ming and Warren, there were a total of 7 survivors aboard the ship. It seemed that after the explosion, these soldiers had been fortunate enough to survive and were subsequently rescued by Warren. To his surprise, one of them was his old acquaintance, Locke, the very individual who had once sought his assistance in modifying a battle axe. However, the other members of Locke's squad, including their captain, had perished in the inferno during the assault. At this moment, the group exchanged glances, their faces revealing bitter smiles. Little did they realize that they had been abandoned by the Empire. Should the Empire become aware of their whereabouts, what awaited them would not be rescue, but yet another attack. What rotten luck, one soldier remarked with a wry smile. Locke shook his head, saying, in interstellar society, this is the norm for soldiers. We must now consider our next destination. With that, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Su Ming. He had saved them all aboard the ship, and he was also the strongest among them. Thus, they naturally regarded him as their leader. Su Ming pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I have not ventured far from the Empire, and I am not well acquainted with the conditions of interstellar society. Do you have any suggestions? After further contemplation, he added, in any case, we must either conceal our identities or seek refuge in a lower-tier civilization temporarily. We cannot appear in high-tier civilizations, or we risk being discovered and hunted. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the others nodded in unison. They had effectively become stateless, or rather, not even that, as any exposure of their identities would likely result in a frenzied pursuit by the Empire. No one could escape the wrath of a vast cosmic nation, not even those of apocalyptic-level strength. Locke, wearing a thoughtful expression, raised his head and addressed the group. I know of a place where we can find refuge. One that will not be discovered. The others turned their attention to Locke, curiosity evident on their faces. Locke smiled and began to explain, I visited that place years ago, but it became too perilous. One soldier interjected, you mean the Black Domain, right? Locke nodded. Su Ming and Warren exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes reflecting a deep confusion. Both had lived within the Empire and, compared to these seasoned soldiers, had never ventured beyond its borders. Their understanding of interstellar society was confined solely to the public knowledge disseminated by the Empire. The special places Locke spoke of were certainly not mentioned in the Empire's textbooks. Such knowledge was reserved for those who frequently traversed the outer realms. Observing their bewilderment, Locke chuckled and explained, the Black Domain is a gray market for humanity, existing outside the bounds of interstellar society. Given the vastness of interstellar society, there are always individuals who, for various reasons, cannot establish themselves within it and must instead turn to the Black Domain for survival. Within the Black Domain, no one cares about your previous identity, but correspondingly, the dangers there are significantly heightened. As Locke's explanation sunk in, Su Ming and Warren's expressions shifted to one of realization. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming concurred with Locke's suggestion. For them, the Black Domain indeed seemed the most suitable refuge at this juncture. It was better to face the dangers of the Black Domain than to remain within the Empire's sights. Do you have the coordinates for the Black Domain? Let us set course directly. Su Ming declared. Upon hearing his words, the others promptly entered the coordinates for the black domain into the ship's navigation system. Oh right. Su Ming suddenly recalled, retrieving the identity card issued by the makeshift Army No. 32, and promptly exchanged it for a multitude of mechanical components, completely depleting the military merit points it contained. He then placed the card into the furnace to be incinerated. The others, witnessing this, marveled at Su Ming's audacity, daring to use the identity card to acquire mechanical gear while being hunted by the Empire. After all, once the Empire's material distribution department dispatched resources via spatial transmission, they would be able to ascertain their coordinates. However, the vastness of the Empire's system may have its drawbacks. Communication within such a large framework can be exceedingly resource-intensive. It was possible that the military had already issued orders for Su Ming and his companions' extermination and had launched a manhunt, while the logistics department remained oblivious, continuing to provide Su Ming and his group with military supplies as per normal protocol. Without hesitation, the others followed suit, exchanging their military merits for various equipment before incinerating their identity cards. One should not underestimate this detail. These mechanical components could very well become crucial for their survival in the black domain. Even Su Ming's mech, without spare parts, will be rendered nearly useless if damaged. Preparation was essential for those fleeing for their lives. Unidentified spacecraft detected ahead. At that moment, a soldier piloting the ship suddenly turned to Su Ming and the others, announcing the alarming news. Upon hearing the words of the sergeant, Su Ming and the other soldiers were suddenly taken aback. They promptly made their way to the cockpit, where the scanner revealed the fluctuations of a spacecraft several 100,000 kilometers away. In the vast emptiness of the universe, such a distance was insignificant, and for the speed of a spacecraft, it could be traversed in mere hours. The group exchanged glances before turning their attention to Su Ming, awaiting his decision. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming, wishing to avoid trouble, prepared to instruct the pilot to turn back. However, just then, the pilot's voice rang out. They seem to have discovered us and are approaching. Chapter 52, The Mysterious Spaceship. A vessel sped toward Su Ming's ship, prompting the crew to squint their eyes, their expressions turning grave. In the cosmos, if a ship actively approached yours, it was undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune. Instinctively, they reached for their mechanical gear, adjusting their breathing and bracing themselves with heightened vigilance. Soon, the approaching spacecraft came to a halt directly in front of Su Ming's vessel. The two ships suspended in the void, facing each other. Suddenly, the hostile ship launched an unprovoked attack on Su Ming's craft, its cannons locking onto Su Ming's vessel and unleashing a powerful strike. In an instant, Su Ming's ship shook violently, and the energy shield plummeted dramatically. Witnessing the unprovoked aggression, both Su Ming and the soldiers within the cabin felt a surge of indignation. What madness was this? What did they intend to achieve? One soldier stood up, frowning as he spoke coldly. If they were dealing with space pirates, the usual protocol would involve sending down genetically enhanced warriors before launching an attack, as pirates regarded any encountered ship as a potential treasure. Damage inflicted by their own attacks was something they would seek to avoid. Yet this assailant had chosen to attack directly without dispatching combat personnel. Clearly, they were not pirates. If they were not pirates, what did their immediate aggression signify? The crew felt a mix of annoyance and confusion, and Su Ming took the lead, donning his mech suit and launching himself from the ship. The others, equally incensed, followed suit. From the previous assault, they deduced that the attacking ship's energy levels were not particularly formidable, indicating a lack of powerful occupants. Even so, their audacity to initiate an attack was tantamount to courting death. Clad in his mech, Su Ming surged toward the hostile vessel, activating his nuclear propulsion system to its fullest extent. In the blink of an eye, the silver mech had advanced to the front of the adversary's ship. Upon noticing Su Ming's advance, the hostile vessel redirected its firepower toward him, unleashing a barrage of attacks. As Su Ming deftly maneuvered to evade the onslaught, a peculiar expression crossed his face. It was almost amusing. None of the ship's cannons seemed to have consciously targeted him. Instead, they fired indiscriminately in his direction, as if a child with a gun were recklessly shooting at a squad of well-armed soldiers before they had even noticed him. Not only did they fail to hit their mark, but they also exhausted their ammunition in a frenzy. This was Su Ming's most immediate impression of the ship. A look of confusion flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he abandoned the idea of obliterating the ship with a few well-placed shots. Instead, he swiftly approached the craft's entrance. As he neared, the vessel appeared to panic, its weaponry unable to target the nearly adjacent Su Ming. He had effectively entered the ship's blind spot. What followed was an utterly absurd reaction. The ship began to flee. It raced back in the direction from whence it came. Typically, An armed ship encountering an enemy breaching its perimeter would have numerous strategies to counteract the threat, such as releasing powerful electrical surges to repel intruders or dispatching genetically enhanced warriors for direct combat. However, this ship opted for a rather comedic retreat. Watching this unfold, Su Ming was all but certain that the individual piloting this vessel was a novice, one entirely devoid of the fundamental knowledge required for survival in the cosmos. His curiosity piqued. Su Ming promptly retrieved a bloodied war axe from his mech storage and raised it high, delivering a powerful strike against the ship before him. A resounding crash echoed as the force of the blow reverberated through his arm, yet he remained unfazed, as if the impact had not registered at all. With that strike, he shattered the ship's energy shield. Continuing his assault, he lifted the axe once more, this time not with full force but merely to breach the ship's hull. A dull thud resonated as a gaping hole was cleaved into the entrance, causing the air pressure and oxygen within the ship to rapidly escape. Without hesitation, Su Ming extended his hand, tearing through the vessel's outer layer before swiftly diving inside. Once aboard, sharp alarms blared throughout the ship, and the pressure and oxygen levels plummeted to a point beyond human tolerance. While ordinary individuals might succumb to such conditions, it posed little threat to genetically enhanced warriors. However, Su Ming's expression shifted. Surely, this vessel was populated by mere civilians? It was entirely plausible that they could burst under the vacuum's pressure. Without a moment's pause, he slipped into the ship's interior, only to be met with a shocking scene. Indeed, it was filled with ordinary people. Several men clad in white lab coats, resembling researchers, had been gruesomely sucked into the vacuum, their organs and blood splattered everywhere, rendering the interior a gruesome sight. However, Su Ming felt a slight relief upon noticing that only a few were lost. The majority of the crew had donned space suits, thus evading the deadly consequences of the vacuum. Upon seeing Su Ming in his mech, the suited crew members displayed expressions of sheer terror, their eyes wide with fear. Su Ming furrowed his brow. These crew members emitted no significant energy signatures, at most resembling level 1 or 2 genetically enhanced warriors. This level of capability was hardly distinguishable from that of ordinary humans. What baffled him was why such an inadequately armed ship would initiate an unwarranted attack on his vessel. "Those who wish to live, stand down and follow me back to my ship," Su Ming commanded coldly through his communicator. He then turned, leading the bewildered crew back to his own vessel. Chapter 53. A Fortuitous Encounter. Su Ming's ship sped through the void, having secured the captured vessel within his spatial device as he departed. The spacecraft must depart swiftly, otherwise, one cannot predict when the Empire's mechanized warriors might arrive. Although this region is technically part of the Empire's fringe star belt, it still falls within their territorial domain. Who knows what unique surveillance methods the Empire employs within its own borders? At this moment, aboard the vessel, Su Ming and a cadre of soldiers were gazing bemusedly at a group of frail men before them. These individuals were the attackers he had recently captured from the ship. "Are you implying that the ones who just assaulted us mistook us for someone else?" Su Ming waited, somewhat exasperative, as he looked at the scrawny figures clad in research uniforms. Their energy readings were notably feeble, likely only at the level of 1 or 2 genetic warriors, with some individuals being mere ordinary humans who had yet to unlock their genetic potential. The leader of the group nodded with a look of dismay. "We detected a signal from an Imperial ship, and assumed you were sent to apprehend us." Upon hearing this, Su Ming felt a headache coming on. Now that he had unraveled their motives for attacking, he realized they had mistakenly identified him and his companions as agents of the Empire pursuing them. This was indeed a colossal blunder. The Empire had dispatched 2 fleets, one tasked with annihilating temporary military units, like the one that had previously assaulted Su Ming and his group. The other was far more formidable, aimed at attacking the Lhasa Alliance's laboratories to seize data and technology related to supergenetic research. Faced with simultaneous assaults from 2 cosmic powers, the Lhasa Alliance, despite possessing supergenetic technology, saw its defenses crumble instantaneously. The higher echelons of the Lhasa government quickly fell apart, each scrambling to find their own means of escape. Consequently, the Lhasa Alliance descended into a state of anarchy, soon to be reclaimed by the Free Federation. The individuals before Su Ming were researchers who had fled from the Lhasa Alliance's supergenetic laboratories. Lacking the necessary combat training and experience in cosmic survival, these researchers often made absurd decisions. Their attack on Su Ming's vessel was a desperate reaction after detecting it as an Imperial ship. Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. It was evident that their survival instincts in a vast cosmos were woefully inadequate, even if they had genuinely been pursued by Imperial forces. It was illogical for them to turn and attack Su Ming and his group. How could a cadre of fragile researchers hope to stand against a well-equipped military? No wonder this misunderstanding had occurred. Now, the pressing question was how to deal with these researchers. Their own ship had been severely damaged, leaving a gaping hole. And until a repair planet was located, it was evident that their vessel could not be utilized. A flicker of intrigue crossed Su Ming's eyes as he addressed the researchers. Are you responsible for the study of supergenetic technology? Which sector do you belong to? The researchers exchanged shy smiles, and one of them timidly responded, the core sector. We developed the supergenetic technology. Upon hearing this, Su Ming and the soldiers collectively gasped, their astonishment evident in their expressions. It was no wonder these researchers appeared so skittish. The two great cosmic powers were relentlessly pursuing them, eager to capture them for their own nations. It was sheer luck that Su Ming and his companions had stumbled upon them during a spatial jump, eluding the grasps of both empires. I wonder how you managed to escape, Su Ming mused aloud. The difficulty of their escape was undoubtedly far greater than his own flight from the mechanized warriors, who patrolled with the most elite forces of the two cosmic powers. To escape from such skilled eyes was no simple feat, one researcher sighed with a wry smile. In fact, we fled long ago, but we were terrified of being pursued and wandered aimlessly through space, afraid to land. Curiously, the researcher then asked Su Ming, "Where are you headed? You don't appear to be Imperial soldiers, yet you pilot an Imperial ship?" The group exchanged glances, and Su Ming shook his head. "It's a long story. We are also being pursued by the Empire and are heading to the Black Domain to evade them." Upon hearing this, the leading researcher's face lit up with a glimmer of hope. He cautiously inquired, "Could you take us with you? If we are captured by the two empires, our freedom will be severely restricted. Please allow us to accompany you to the Black Domain. I can offer you supergenetic technology in return." Su Ming was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that these researchers wished to join him in the Black Domain. Moreover, it seemed they intended to stay close by for safety. Su Ming conceded that he was somewhat tempted. Despite their lack of combat prowess, the knowledge they possessed was invaluable, coveted even by the two cosmic powers. It was evident that their expertise was of the highest caliber in the universe. Enlisting such individuals could undoubtedly yield significant benefits in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming lifted his head and addressed the group. "I can take you with us. However, as you mentioned, should I require your technological assistance, you must agree to provide it unconditionally. In return, I will grant you a level of freedom unattainable within the two empires." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the researchers exchanged glances before the leading one stepped forward with a smile, saying, "No problem. As long as you provide the necessary research conditions. My name is Wang Ke. I look forward to working with you." Chapter 54, Spider-like Mechanical Arms. The Black Domain lies on the periphery of interstellar society, making it quite distant for the group. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that Su Ming and his companions were aboard a mere small temporary vessel, intended for soldiers on brief missions. The ship's travel capabilities were significantly inferior to those of a standard ship, while a regular vessel could, under optimal conditions, leap several light years in a single spatial jump. Su Ming's small craft could manage barely 2 light years per jump. Given the vast distances they needed to traverse, this was grossly inadequate. Additionally, due to the enigmatic substances and various electromagnetic storms and radiation encountered during spatial travel, their ship could only attempt 3 jumps per day, requiring approximately 7 hours of cooling time after each jump to prevent damage. With limited options, Su Ming regretted having so brutally damaged Wang Ke's vessel. Had he not done so, they could have reached the Black Domain in a matter of days using their ship. Now, however, with the speed of this temporary craft, it would take approximately 3 weeks to arrive. Nevertheless, having embarked on this journey, Su Ming and Warren quickly adapted to life aboard the vessel. During this time, Su Ming began to engage in mechanical assembly and repairs. Now, Su Ming has completely fallen in love with mechanical assembly. Initially, his motivations stemmed from the starlight points and a certain habitual persistence. However, he has now discovered that mechanical assembly effectively exercises his cerebral domain's energy levels, significantly enhancing them in a short period. Additionally, there are some intangible benefits. It aids him in maintaining greater calmness and stability during combat, thereby improving his overall combat performance. While this may not directly enhance his hard power, it remains of paramount importance for combatants. Under the same realms and energy levels, the evaluation of one's combat state becomes exceedingly crucial. Su Ming's several effortless victories over stronger foes can be attributed to his composure and stability in battle. The enhancement of his combat state likewise contributes to a significant increase in his fighting prowess. Su Ming, I wish to try assembling a mech myself, Warren shyly expressed to Su Ming today. Now that the two have liberated themselves from the Empire's constraints, they no longer concern themselves with issues of intellectual property protection. Su Ming has long shared his knowledge of mechs with Warren, and after extensive practice, Warren has developed an undeniable eagerness towards mechs. Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming felt a surge of happiness. He has observed Warren's progress, and, after training with the temporary military unit 32, Warren has reached a level where he can stand on his own in the realm of mechanics. Although some stellar-level equipment within the mechs may require gradual honing, assembling other components should pose no issue. Furthermore, Su Ming possesses ample experience in mech assembly and understands that during this process, Warren's mechanical skills will also see a remarkable enhancement. By the time he needs to assemble stellar-level mechanical components, Warren will likely have become a stellar-level mechanic, fully capable of mastering such advanced machinery. By all means, feel free to experiment boldly. Do not fear the possibility of ruining the mechanical parts. We have exchanged for plenty this time, Su Ming said with a smile. Simultaneously, he deftly attached a mechanical component to a back-mounted mechanical arm. Spider-type back-mounted mechanical arm. Stellar-level mechanical equipment. This mechanical arm operates independently of the main limbs, acting autonomously. Behind Su Ming, a small space storage unit is positioned, and upon activation, the mechanical arm will spring forth from this compact storage, transforming into 4 independent mechanical limbs. True to its name, it resembles a spider. Once activated, these arms move freely like spider legs, not only assisting Su Ming's mobility, but also capable of striking with sharp spears, and even featuring kinetic acceleration and laser gun functionalities. With this mechanical arm, Su Ming can effectively disengage his own arms to execute various attacks. The capabilities of this mechanical arm are exceedingly comprehensive. The initial intention behind assembling this arm was to equip Su Ming for navigating complex terrains. After all, while mechs are formidable, they often require vast spaces to perform optimally, such as the expansive void of space. However, on the ground, many confined environments do not lend themselves well to mech combat. Forcing a mech into such settings would only render the battle clumsy. As they venture into the Black Domain, Su Ming cannot guarantee what peculiar terrains they might encounter, so it is prudent to prepare in advance as a precautionary measure. Originally, this mechanical arm lacked kinetic acceleration and firearm capabilities, but through Su Ming's modifications, its functionalities have been significantly enhanced. This is a testament to Su Ming's profound understanding of mech knowledge, which extends beyond mere mechanical principles to various fields that can be explored. A mechanical engineer of Su Ming's caliber can derive numerous applications from a single piece of knowledge. Before long, 3 weeks had elapsed, and Su Ming successfully assembled the mechanical arm. Observing the completed arm in his hands, he sensed the powerful energy emanating from within and could not help but display a look of satisfaction. Through 3 weeks of training and modifications, Su Ming not only advanced his mechanical skills, but also assembled a considerable array of mechanical weaponry, endowing the entire crew aboard the ship with formidable armament. Moreover, his starlight points and energy levels have seen substantial enhancement. Currently, Su Ming's status panel reads as follows. Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 6200. Cerebral domain energy level, 7800. Gene lock unlock level, intermediate level 5. Physical vitality, 100. Body refinement level, level 4. Stars required for next body refinement, 5000. Starlight points, 4700. Throughout this process, his physical and cerebral energy levels have also seen considerable improvement, and his gene unlocking level has directly ascended to intermediate level 5. With this level, combined with the mechanical arm's inherent energy of 10,000 points, Su Ming can unleash approximately 24,000 energy levels in close combat. While this cannot compare to the 50,000 energy levels of mechs, the combat power of the mechanical arm is undeniably formidable in surface-level battles. Su Ming gazed at the mechanical arm with satisfaction, preparing to don it for a trial. Just then, a soldier in the cockpit shouted loudly, "We have arrived at the Black Domain, brothers!" Chapter 55, Arrival at the Black Domain. The Black Domain is a place overlooked by the 5 great cosmic nations in their textbooks, a realm whose existence is denied even within interstellar society. Yet for those who frequently traverse the cosmos, the Black Domain is no mere legend. Occasionally, these travelers engage with the Black Domain. However, should one inquire with someone who has ventured into the Black Domain, they would undoubtedly advise against visiting lightly, for it is fraught with danger. At this moment, a spaceship emerged from a state of spatial jump, entering the cosmic expanse of the Black Domain. The Black Domain represents a vast star field, not a singular planet, so the entry of this spaceship did not draw much attention. After all, countless vessels traverse the Black Domain daily, and the enormity of the star field itself means that no one pays heed to an ordinary small spaceship. Inside the spaceship, Su Ming and Warren curiously surveyed their surroundings in the Black Domain. To their surprise, the Black Domain was not the perpetually dark realm they had imagined. Instead, the environment here, even when compared to habitable star fields within interstellar society, is relatively pleasant. The surrounding planets emanated a soft azure glow, indicative of their adequate water content, affirming that most of these celestial bodies were indeed habitable. "Which planet shall we settle on?" Warren instinctively inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Locke responded, "The forces within the Black Domain are intricate and perplexing. I am uncertain about which planet to choose. However, as newcomers, it will be prudent for us to dock at one of the outer planets." Upon hearing Locke's words, the others nodded in agreement. In a typical stellar system, the planets at the center are usually core worlds, boasting formidable military capabilities, whereas the outer planets tend to be weaker and less entangled in complex power dynamics. Since they were new arrivals, opting for an outer planet seemed wise, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the Black Domain's environment before making further plans. Su Ming's gaze fell upon a planet that appeared to be an even split between ocean and land, and he smiled, pointing to it as he declared, "This shall be our chosen planet." The group nodded in unison, expressing no dissent. With no one familiar with the Black Domain, their choice of planet relied entirely on luck, and they had no other criteria to consider. It simply had to appeal to the eye. The spacecraft set off, hurtling towards the selected planet. However, as they neared their destination, another spacecraft traversed the distant starry expanse. Within this vessel, a man clad in a gray robe caught sight of Su Ming's ship. An Imperial vessel? He mused in surprise, then chuckled softly to himself. It appears more Imperial personnel are seeking refuge. They look like novices, completely unaware that the outer planets in the Black Domain are the most perilous. After a moment's thought, he turned to the pilot beside him and commanded, "Ram, follow that ship and head towards Planet Abbey." Upon hearing his orders, the pilot named Ram chuckled lightly and replied, "Finally, some action. I was beginning to wonder how I would pass this month." With that, Ram let out a sharp cry and maneuvered the controls, propelling their ship forward towards the planet Su Ming was approaching. Unbeknownst to Su Ming and his companions, a small tail had latched onto them. The pursuing vessel far surpassed theirs in technological advancement, rendering it undetectable to Su Ming's ship, even as it trailed behind. Su Ming's expression of bewilderment deepened. The Black Domain felt oddly peculiar. From the outside, everything appeared perfectly normal, yet as their ship prepared to land, there was no communication from a command center, as if such a facility was completely non-existent. Despite the notorious chaos of the Black Domain, one would expect a planetary command station to be operational. Su Ming was left speechless, but as their ship descended onto the planet's surface, they were compelled to find a place to dock. The spacecraft slowly approached the planet's surface. Just then, all crew members froze in surprise, their brows furrowing slightly. Upon docking, a group of individuals, men, women, and even children, dressed in tattered clothing and armed with firearms, rushed forward, aiming their weapons at the ship. Su Ming even spotted a child, no older than 10, wielding a lightweight Gatling gun, unleashing a barrage upon the craft. These weapons were rudimentary at best. The Gatling gun, a relic of ancient cosmic civilizations, was an unexpected sight in this place. Once a formidable weapon in its time, it now seemed obsolete in the current era of advanced technology. Yet, even at its peak, the Gatling's energy level barely reached 300, a mere trifle for Su Ming and his companions. What perplexed Su Ming was why these seemingly indigenous individuals resorted to such primitive weaponry to assault them. Surveying the ragtag assembly before him, he couldn't help but shake his head. They appeared malnourished, mere ordinary folk unable to even unlock their genetic locks. "Wait here. I will go down and investigate," Su Ming softly announced, opening the hatch and stepping outside the ship. At that moment, the energy shield surrounding the vessel erupted in a dazzling display, a response to the external assault. Su Ming paid it little mind, surmising that it would take the assailants a considerable duration, perhaps half an hour, to breach the ship's defenses. Upon seeing someone emerge from the craft, the indigenous assailants intensified their fire. Su Ming frowned slightly and raised his hand in a gesture of peace, signaling that he meant no harm. However, the attackers seemed oblivious to his intent, continuing their relentless assault. This blatant disregard ignited a flicker of irritation within Su Ming. These natives were audaciously ungrateful. Without hesitation, he darted out from the protective energy shield. In an instant, Gatling rounds struck him, yet to the astonishment of the assailants, the bullets failed to penetrate his body, as they typically would. Instead, they merely dented his skin before ricocheting off, as if striking steel. With his current physical energy level at 6,200, augmented by his body enhancement, he could withstand an hour of fire from Gatling guns without issue. However, Su Ming had no intention of merely demonstrating his invulnerability. With a swift motion, he lunged towards the indigenous attackers. Chapter 56, A Series of Assassinations. Su Ming surged into the crowd of assailants, bullets clanging against him as he advanced. Without hesitation, he activated his backpack-mounted mechanical arms, which extended from his back, stabilizing his form. A glimmer of novelty danced in Su Ming's eyes. This was his first time employing the backpack-mounted mechanical arms. Maneuvering them was no simple feat, akin to having an additional set of limbs, presenting a challenge for his cognitive energy. If he rushed, he risked becoming clumsy. Yet for Su Ming, a skilled mechanic, multitasking was hardly daunting. The more he practiced, the less challenging it became. In an instant, he moved with remarkable speed. The mechanical arms transformed him into a swift creature, akin to a great spider. As he navigated through obstacles with ease, within moments, he reached the group firing upon him. The mechanical arms danced deftly, shattering the firearms held by the attackers. Just as he was about to unleash a flurry of strikes upon them, the mechanical arms froze mid-air. Su Ming sighed softly. If these natives were all able-bodied men, he would have no qualms about dispatching them. However, among them were children and the elderly, causing him to hesitate. Yet in that fleeting moment of uncertainty, a strange energy surged within the bodies of these indigenous people. Upon perceiving this eerie energy level, Su Ming's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately fled backward with great urgency. Simultaneously, his mechanical arm crossed over itself, enveloping him within its protective embrace. An energy shield was instantaneously unleashed from the mechanical arm, encasing Su Ming. In the next moment, the bodies of the indigenous people erupted with terrifying energy levels, a surge of crimson energy causing them to burst apart, releasing their energy in a cataclysmic explosion. They self-destructed. These individuals had evidently been implanted with powerful explosives, which detonated under a certain command. It was clear that they were beyond saving. However, Su Ming was also caught directly in the path of this horrific explosion, and he was violently propelled away. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying hundreds of meters, the energy of the protective shield in his mechanical arm utterly depleted. A searing pain engulfed Su Ming's entire body. Gritting his teeth, he managed to stand, feeling as though his body had nearly been shattered by the force of that impact. A trace of regret flickered in Su Ming's eyes. After all, he had emerged from a civilized world, possessing an instinctual empathy for the elderly and children, making it impossible for him to strike them down without a second thought. Thus, he had hesitated for just a moment. Yet, it was precisely this moment of indecision that had led him into the trap set by the one who placed the explosives. No wonder these indigenous people attacked him with seemingly ridiculous weapons from the first technological world. The true lethal move had been concealed within this deception. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming suddenly realized how naive he had been. Having entered an illegal zone within the dark domain, he must regard anyone wielding firearms, regardless of age, as an enemy. Nevertheless, in that moment, Su Ming was not overly affected by emotion. He decisively exchanged 100 starlight points to restore his body. Subsequently, he stealthily assessed the condition of his mechanical arm. A slight relief washed over him as he discovered that only one arm had sustained damage and was temporarily unusable, while the other 3 mechanical arms remained fully operational. This ensured that his combat capacity would not suffer a significant decline. Without hesitation, he seamlessly executed the series of actions to rise, recover his physique, and inspect his mechanical arm in a remarkably brief span of time. The next moment, he showed no sign of hesitation, swiftly dodging from his previous position. Indeed, just as he had moved away, several terrifying missiles struck the very spot where he had been standing, creating massive craters in an instant. Had he been even a moment slower, he might have been grievously injured by those missiles. A fierce glint ignited in Su Ming's eyes as he locked onto the source of the energy surge. Without a moment's pause, he dashed toward the origin of the missile fire. However, at that moment, several figures abruptly appeared around him, rushing to attack. These figures exuded immense power, each wielding formidable mechanical equipment. The weakest among them radiated the presence of a level 5 genetic warrior, while the strongest energy level reached approximately 150, categorizing him as a level 6 genetic warrior, for level 5 genetic warriors and one level 6 genetic warrior. Such a formation, combined with the snipers targeting from a distance and the prior self-detonations, suggested that others had likely already perished at their hands. Yet, Su Ming clearly did not belong to that unfortunate group. Even at this juncture, his heart remained remarkably calm. He forced himself to maintain a state of absolute composure, and his mechanical arms began to move rapidly. Two of the mechanical arms defended against the terrifying blades of the level 6 genetic warrior, while another arm, serving as a means of repositioning, executed a bizarrely angled maneuver. In an instant, Su Ming successfully neutralized the enemy's assault. Just then, he sensed the presence of a sniper preparing to lock onto him. Instantly, a chilling resolve flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Without a moment's thought, he exchanged another 100 starlight points, and a gun barrel extended from one of his mechanical arms, gathering immense energy. Su Ming did not even take aim. Relying solely on instinct, he fired. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed from afar as the sniper, who had been targeting him, vanished without a trace. Su Ming, leave the distant snipers to us. Hold your ground. We will come to your aid once we deal with them. At that moment, the anxious voices of Locke and the others crackled through Su Ming's communicator. A wave of relief washed over Su Ming. He knew he could not perform optimally against the snipers alone, but with Locke and the others addressing the threat, he could unleash his full potential in battle. A cold glint flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he extended his mechanical arm, charging toward one of the genetic warriors. Chapter 57. Slaying the Enemy. Combat was imminent. With no concerns weighing on him, Su Ming fully immersed himself in the battle at hand. A mechanical combat knife materialized in his grasp. A stellar-grade weapon assembled aboard his ship, boasting tremendous power. Coupled with all his energy levels, it was estimated to unleash over 20,000 points of energy. Simultaneously, Su Ming multitasked, rapidly activating his mechanical arms to strike at one of the level 5 genetic warriors. Although one of his mechanical arms had been damaged, the remaining 3 could still unleash nearly 190,000 points of energy. A typical level 5 genetic warrior usually ranged between 5,000 to 10,000 in energy levels, and with mechanical weaponry, perhaps only reaching around 12,000 to 14,000 at best. Thus, the advantage of his mechanical equipment became abundantly clear. After all, Su Ming was also a level 5 genetic warrior, yet the mechanical arms he had assembled were stellar-grade equipment, and with his personal assembly, their compatibility had achieved a perfect 100%. Normal mechanical equipment would inherently incur energy losses, but Su Ming's self-assembled machinery approached negligible energy loss. The level 5 genetic warriors utilized planetary-grade mechanical equipment crafted by other engineers, which might enhance their energy by around 2,000 points. Decent, but still utterly dwarfed by Su Ming's ability to exceed 10,000 points. Equipped with his mechanical arms, Su Ming could effortlessly contend with level 6 genetic warriors without losing ground. With a swift motion, his mechanical arm pierced through one of the level 5 genetic warriors. The warrior's face contorted in agony as he struggled violently, attempting to free himself from the grasp of the mechanical arm. The vitality of genetic warriors was formidable. An ordinary person struck by such an attack would likely perish on the spot, yet this level 5 genetic warrior still had the strength to resist. However, Su Ming was not surprised. While the penetrating power of the mechanical arm was indeed formidable, its impact area was too small to guarantee lethal damage. Thus, he had made some adjustments during the modification of his mechanical arm. Suddenly, the arm that had pierced through the level 5 genetic warrior erupted with intense red light. In the next moment, a blinding crimson glow illuminated the area, and the body of the level 5 genetic warrior was instantly incinerated to ashes by the searing energy emanating from the mechanical arm. Thermal neutron impact device. This is one of the devices installed by Su Ming on the mechanical arm. Whenever the mechanical arm pierces an enemy who has not yet succumbed to death, the thermal neutron bombardment device on the arm is instantly activated, unleashing a terrifying surge of heat that incinerates the enemy into ashes in an instant. After this decisive strike, Su Ming did not remain idle. His other 2 mechanical arms swiftly executed auxiliary movements before striking like phantoms, directly impaling 2 5th-level gene warriors, extinguishing their lives. Damn it. A tough nut to crack. Retreat. The sole 6th-level gene warrior, witnessing his attack thwarted, couldn't help but change his expression slightly. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the 3 5th-level gene warriors on his side were swiftly obliterated by the opposition. At that moment, The 6th-level Gene Warrior realized he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle and immediately prepared to flee. Su Ming cast a faint glance at the retreating 6th-level Gene Warrior. Not overly concerned, he extended his mechanical arm and swiftly dispatched the remaining 5th-level Gene Warrior before retrieving a sniper rifle from his storage space. Thunderer 1502 Sniper Rifle. Level: Stellar. Effective range: 200 kilometers. Energy level range: 5,000 to 16,000. After Su Ming's modifications, the energy level range of this sniper rifle had been significantly enhanced. At this moment, Su Ming stood firm, wielding the sniper rifle as his mental energy surged, precisely locking onto the fleeing 6th-level Gene Warrior. The 6th-level Gene Warrior, sensing the rifle's lock-on, was filled with panic and began to frantically change direction, desperately seeking rocks for cover to evade the shot. However, to his dismay, no matter how he maneuvered, the sniper's presence remained firmly fixed upon him. Virum! A low, resonant gunshot reverberated, shaking the ground, and the mechanical gear the 6th-level Gene Warrior attempted to use for protection was shattered in an instant. Virum! Soon, the second shot rang out. Only those who had been locked onto by Su Ming understood the true terror of his targeting. Once locked, no amount of evasive action would suffice. For Su Ming's sniper fire could accurately strike the designated target. The second shot sent the 6th-level Gene Warrior hurtling through the air, the overwhelming kinetic force propelling him away. This shot successfully dismantled all defensive energy levels on the warrior's body, rendering him incapable of reconstituting his defenses in the immediate aftermath. With an indifferent gaze, Su Ming continued to pull the trigger for a third shot. Virum! The third shot was fired. After squeezing the trigger for the third time, Su Ming retracted the sniper rifle, showing no inclination to observe the 6th-level Gene Warrior. As anticipated, the third shot struck the 6th-level Gene Warrior's body in midair before he could even hit the ground. In an instant, the powerful sniper rifle turned him into a gory mist, ensuring his demise beyond resurrection. Meanwhile, the others swiftly dealt with the snipers lurking nearby. Once everyone resolved their troubles, they gathered together, exchanging puzzled glances. What was happening? Confusion flickered in their eyes. They were entirely oblivious to the Black Domain, and being attacked upon their arrival felt inexplicably bewildering. At that moment, Su Ming's expression shifted as he spotted a large spacecraft hurtling down from the sky, gracefully descending before them. Given their previous encounter, Su Ming and his companions felt a heightened sense of vigilance toward this unexpected development. Su Ming subtly positioned his mechanical arm into a more advantageous stance, ready to respond to any sudden occurrences. As the hatch opened, a man clad in gray emerged. Upon witnessing the devastation around him and the group standing before the spacecraft, his eyes brightened. He approached with a smile, saying, "Everyone, please remain calm. My name is Walter, and I mean no harm." Chapter 58, Walter the Merchant. After stepping down from the spacecraft, Walter regarded Su Ming and his companions, particularly focusing on Su Ming, whom he recognized as the group's leader. This realization surprised him, given that Su Ming appeared merely 16 or 17 years old, yet exhibited such formidable energy fluctuations. Having observed the recent battle, he was astounded by the boy's mechanical prowess and exceptional sniping skills. Thus, while aboard the spacecraft, Walter altered his previous intentions. He smiled at Su Ming and said, "Sir, please do not be alarmed. I am merely a merchant." "A merchant?" Sumini Wayir, intrive. Walter chuckled lightly and continued, "Indeed, within the Black Domain, you can procure anything through me, even items that are strictly prohibited by interstellar society. Of course, the prices will be approximately 20% higher than market value. However, do not dismiss the cost as excessive. In the Black Domain, openly priced goods are considered bargains. For some contraband items are exceptionally difficult to obtain." Su Ming comprehended Walter's words, yet he remained puzzled. Why would a merchant approach him at this moment? He could easily engage with others who had already established themselves in this realm. Noticing the look of confusion on Su Ming's face, Walter chuckled softly and remarked, "As I said, you can acquire anything from me, including intelligence. You must be newcomers to the Black Domain, and I presume you are in dire need of information to navigate it? Fortunately, I have just what you require." Walter's face broke into a grin as he produced a storage chip from his hand. Presumably, the intelligence he spoke of was contained within this chip. Su Ming's expression shifted. Indeed, the group desperately needed information. While they might gradually learn the rules of the Black Domain through experience, this information represented efficiency and safety. The details it contained could undoubtedly help them avoid unnecessary detours, especially in steering clear of hazardous zones. After all, in the Black Domain, stepping into a minefield could easily lead to one's demise. The attack they faced upon the spacecraft's arrival was a direct consequence of the imbalance in information. Su Ming still could not fathom why they had been targeted by an unknown force. How much for the information? Su Ming asked curiously. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Walter chuckled lightly before responding, 50,000 star coins, or a planetary-grade mechanical device. Su Ming was taken aback by Walter's words. Such a steep price. 50,000 star coins, or a planetary-grade mechanical device, was an exorbitant sum for mere intelligence. However, considering the dangers they might encounter due to a lack of information, Su Ming rationalized that a planetary-grade mechanical device was not too steep a price to pay. With that thought, Su Ming casually produced a planetary-grade handgun and handed it over. Walter smiled graciously and exchanged the chip in his hand for the weapon. Within the chip, Walter had included his contact information. In truth, a planetary-grade mechanical device was not significant to Walter. Initially, he believed that Su Ming and his companions would soon fall victim to the local forces upon their arrival on Abe Planet, and he had even planned to reclaim the equipment seized from outsiders by the local authorities. However, he was astonished to see Su Ming and his companions decisively dismantle the local forces' ambush and eliminate those Gene warriors, prompting Walter to regard them with newfound respect. This time, his descent in the spacecraft was not primarily aimed at selling goods to Su Ming, but rather to establish a connection with him. After all, judging by Su Ming's demeanor, it was not inconceivable that significant business dealings could arise in the future that would require his expertise. For Walter, such preliminary engagements with potential clients were second nature. Indeed, after receiving the chip, Su Ming pondered briefly before inquiring, "We urgently need a place to settle. Can you assist us in securing one?" Upon hearing Su Ming's request, Walter smiled and replied, "Finding a foothold in the black domain is quite simple. Just seek it out. The power dynamics within the black domain are well defined. To ascend, one must eliminate the existing powers above to claim their position." Su Ming, reflecting on Walter's words, then asked, "Which faction was responsible for the recent attack on us?" Walter narrowed his eyes slightly and, in a hushed tone, responded, "This information typically comes at a cost, but as it is our first meeting, I shall divulge it freely. The assailants were likely the York Star Bandits, a fourth-tier faction from Abbey Planet. Only they would resort to such despicable tactics as employing human bombs." "York Star Bandits," Su Ming murmured, then curiously inquired, "What constitutes a fourth-tier faction?" Walter shrugged, gesturing toward the chip in Su Ming's hand. "Realign dovnet on sunun timing." Such matters were likely included in the intelligence data embedded within the chip. He could simply review the contents later. Walter, with a knowing smile, added, "A fourth-tier faction possesses 7th-level Gene warriors, so do not underestimate them. Now that I have achieved my purpose, feel free to reach out to me for any items you wish to procure. I can source a wide array of goods for you." With that, Walter prepared to take his leave. At that moment, Su Ming's expression shifted, and he abruptly asked, "Do you have access to mechanical and mecha knowledge, as well as components?" Turning back, Walter regarded Su Ming thoughtfully and replied, "Indeed. Aside from the core mechas of the 5 major cosmic nations, I can procure knowledge about other mechas, provided the price is right." Moreover, he glanced at the researchers, including Wang Ku, who had just disembarked from the spacecraft, and continued, "I can also acquire bioweapons knowledge, medical knowledge, and more." Su Ming's heart raced at the enormity of Walter's resources. His ability to procure such advanced knowledge in mecha, biotechnology, and medicine was astounding. These fields represented the cutting edge of the universe's knowledge and were typically core assets of every cosmic faction. It was no trifling feat to obtain such information. However, this was fortuitous for Su Ming, as his increasing combat prowess would necessitate upgrading his mecha and mastering more formidable mechanical knowledge in due course. Chapter 59, Intelligence of the Black Domain. After Walter's departure, Su Ming wasted no time. He extracted the chip from his possession and used the device to access the knowledge contained within. Soon, a wealth of detailed information about the Black Domain unfolded before the group. They leaned in eagerly to examine the data. Before long, a look of realization crossed Su Ming's face. Every area operated under rules and regulations. Although the Black Domain was notorious for chaos and crime, it also had its own codes of conduct. However, these codes were far more brutal and sanguinary than the laws and regulations of interstellar societies. In the Black Domain, power was categorized into 5 levels based on strength, level 1 being the strongest and level 5 the weakest. The faction that had previously assaulted Su Ming and his companions belonged to the 4th tier of the 5th-level factions, the York Star Bandits. Despite the intricate web of factions within the Black Domain, a variety of groups existed, each with differing objectives. Some factions were composed of criminals, the most wanted individuals across various cosmic nations. Such factions tended to be more chaotic, rife with violence and aggression. Conversely, others focused on illicit businesses prohibited by interstellar societies. Akin to Walter's operations, these factions were typically less aggressive, though one should not expect them to be virtuous, as treachery lurked around every corner. Furthermore, factions like the York Star Bandits not only established their bases in the Black Domain, but also frequently ventured into various star regions of interstellar societies in search of easy prey. In essence, factions with renown in the Black Domain typically arrived for specific interests or reasons. In stark contrast, the true indigenous inhabitants of the Black Domain often lived in abject misery, treated as slaves or tools, barely scraping by with insufficient sustenance. Utterly disconnected from the vast profits circulating within the domain, Su Ming also grasped the rationale behind the previous attack on him. Unlike other star regions, the Black Domain was characterized by the trade of illicit industries, attracting individuals from afar seeking to acquire illegal products. High-profit areas often constituted the core regions of territory. Thus, the outer planets of the Black Domain frequently engaged in foreign trade, rendering them the true heart of the Black Domain, while the inner regions were considered marginal territories. Su Ming and his companions exchanged glances, astonished by this revelation. They had initially sought merely a peripheral planet to settle, only to inadvertently select one of the most central planets. This was in stark contrast to the structure of cosmic nations in interstellar society. No wonder the more central planets in the Black Domain were perilous. They had unwittingly stumbled into a considerably dangerous sector. What should we do now? Should we leave this planet, or? Warren asked, his expression revealing uncertainty. A glint of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he calmly replied, "There is no need to leave. Since we are here, we should make ourselves comfortable. We have just arrived, and already gifts have been presented to us. It is time to reciprocate." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the surrounding soldiers were taken aback, and Locke murmured, "But Mr. Walter mentioned that the opposing base houses 7th-level gene warriors, and we." Everyone understood that while Su Ming possessed a mecha, if he donned it, his combat strength would rival that of a 7th-level gene warrior. Yet, the adversaries were not limited to just one 7th-level warrior. Their stronghold would undoubtedly be fortified with various defense systems and a multitude of soldiers. It was no longer a matter of mere skill. Under such extensive defensive measures and the targeting of snipers, even Su Ming's exceptional abilities would struggle to contend with a 7th-level gene warrior on solid ground, where mobility was severely restricted. This was a disparity in strength. The enemy's military force, defensive systems, and overall prowess would far exceed their own. While mechas were formidable, they were constrained by the terrain. Su Ming was aware of this reality. He had confidence, but it was not blind confidence. In such circumstances, skill alone would prove inadequate. Nevertheless, Su Ming took a deep breath, lifted his head, and earnestly proposed, "What if we bombard their base with a planet killer cannon?" At Su Ming's suggestion, everyone was taken aback and instinctively voiced their objections. No way. Once the annihilation cannon is unleashed upon the terrestrial realm, it will undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the planet's ecological balance. At that point, our troubles will extend far beyond just the York Pirates. The York Pirate faction is merely a 4th-tier force. There exist 3 higher tiers above them. The 4th tier has already proven to be a formidable challenge, and one cannot help but speculate about the greater powers lurking above. There is no doubt that within these superior ranks, there are undoubtedly higher-grade gene warriors, perhaps even 10th-tier gene warriors. Should the ecological environment of planet Abe be utterly destroyed, it is likely that the first to take issue would be these higher-tier forces. If a 10th-tier gene warrior were to confront us, no matter how adept Su Ming may be, he would be rendered insignificant in their presence, and surely, we would face dire consequences. The choice of weaponry will also be influenced by the environmental context. While the annihilation cannon possesses formidable power, it is ill-suited for terrestrial deployment. With a knowing smile, Su Ming, cloaked in an air of mystery, declared, "We merely need to modify the annihilation cannon." The crowd stood momentarily stunned, and before they could voice their thoughts, they witnessed Su Ming already diving into the spaceship. Exchanging glances filled with curiosity, they followed him inside. At that moment, on the workbench within the spacecraft lay a colossal mechanical apparatus, a cannon of imposing girth, exuding an intense metallic essence that rendered it strikingly formidable. As they entered, the onlookers beheld Su Ming, his face alight with enthusiasm, meticulously disassembling the annihilation cannon piece by piece. The sight left them in silent contemplation. Modify the annihilation cannon? What could it possibly be transformed into? Even Warren felt a flicker of doubt. Su Ming's mind was a wellspring of unorthodox and often contrary ideas that diverged from mainstream mechanical knowledge. This very divergence was why Warren believed he could never catch up to Su Ming. It was these flights of fancy that bestowed upon Su Ming's mechanical prowess a distinctive flair. Reluctantly, the group found places to sit, observing as Su Ming continued his intricate modifications to the annihilation cannon. After all, they had just vanquished a wave of the pirate faction, and it was likely that the York pirates remained unaware of their subordinates' demise, granting Su Ming some time to work on the cannon. Chapter 60. Modifying the annihilation cannon. Oblivious to the astonished gazes of the soldiers around him, Su Ming's focus was solely on the annihilation cannon on the workbench. Once he stood before the mechanical apparatus, his attention became irresistibly absorbed in its intricacies, as if the surrounding world had faded into irrelevance. Dismantling mechanical components successful. Gained starlight points. 1. Before long, the annihilation cannon was steadily disassembled in Su Ming's capable hands, and his system panel registered a continuous influx of starlight points. With over 100 components contributing to Su Ming's tally, his mastery of mechanical disassembly had reached a staggering level. What once took him several minutes to dismantle could now be accomplished in mere seconds. To the onlookers, Su Ming's hands became a blur, transforming singular components into multiple parts in an instant. This spectacle mesmerized Warren, who perceived Su Ming's actions not as mere disassembly, but as the crafting of a perfect work of art, imbued with skillful finesse. In short order, the annihilation cannon lay before Su Ming, reduced to a pile of components. He gazed at the pieces, lost in contemplation, as his mind began to construct a grand vision, a vision of how these mechanical parts would interconnect and coalesce. These images played out in his mind, undergoing simulations and assembly. For a mechanic, the most crucial step is not merely disassembly or reconstruction. It is innovation. Any mechanical design must first be conceived in the mind of the mechanic before it can be transmuted into a tangible construct. Rapidly, Su Ming's thoughts raced through various assembly methods for the annihilation cannon, and one by one, he dismissed entirely different configurations. The same weapon could yield vastly different outcomes depending on its components and structure. Some configurations emphasize power, others range, and still others sustained output. This time, however, Su Ming was determined to adapt the annihilation cannon for terrestrial use without compromising the ecological environment, continuously adjusting his design in his mind. Increased power would be detrimental, as it would certainly impact the ecosystem. Conversely, diminished power would render the cannon ineffective against the York pirates' defense system, leaving them vulnerable to retaliation. After extensive restructuring within his mind, Su Ming gradually formed a comprehensive plan for this modification. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he reached for nearby mechanical components, seamlessly initiating the assembly process. Warren, pass me a planetary-grade energy thruster. Warren, help me disassemble a sniper rifle's targeting system. Su Ming commanded with the authority of a lead surgeon, casually instructing Warren to gather various mechanical parts. If he were to solely utilize the original components of the annihilation cannon, it would not be a modification, but a mere reassembly. Modification entails substituting certain functions with other parts to gradually shape the annihilation cannon into his envisioned form. Fortunately, Warren and Su Ming shared an exceptional synergy, having developed a rapport akin to that of a master and assistant in a repair workshop on NOP Planet. Warren tirelessly retrieved an array of components, significantly enhancing Su Ming's efficiency. Approximately an hour later, Su Ming's face broke into a satisfied smile as he affixed the final mechanical component onto the now compact annihilation cannon. Mission accomplished, he declared, patting his hands together before scrutinizing his creation. Upon hearing Su Ming's proclamation, the waiting soldiers gathered around, their expressions filled with a mix of intrigue and apprehension as they beheld the annihilation cannon before them. This is practically a mini annihilation cannon, one soldier exclaimed, marveling at the sight. Locke glanced at the modified weapon, concern etched on his face as he cautioned, Su Ming, we haven't tested this annihilation cannon yet. What if something goes awry? With a reassuring grin, Su Ming replied, no need for concern. I'm confident this annihilation cannon will perform flawlessly. The group exchanged anxious glances, their expressions betraying their worries. After all, if this annihilation cannon failed to obliterate the enemy's defenses in one fell swoop, they would undoubtedly face the York pirates' furious retaliation, and few among them would likely survive. Su Ming shook his head, dismissing their trepidation. Clearly, their mindset had yet to adjust to the gravity of their situation. Yet, Su Ming understood all too well that their circumstances were far from the serene facade they presented. They were, in fact, in a state of flight, and without taking a gamble to secure a refuge, their future would be bleak. From the moment they became targets of the Empire's pursuit, Su Ming had grasped that certainty was a luxury they could no longer afford. If there was a possibility, they must seize it. This is also the reason why Su Ming, upon arriving in the Black Domain, displayed a stark departure from his previously laid-back demeanor, proactively seeking to provoke trouble with the York Star pirate group. In his past life on Earth, Su Ming realized that once one extricates oneself from a life of comfort, it becomes imperative to cultivate an aura of resilience. Otherwise, one would merely invite disdain and bullying from others. This is Su Ming's philosophy of survival. Disregarding the onlookers, Su Ming dedicated another 20 minutes to meticulously restoring his mechanical arm to pristine condition before stowing it within his spatial compartment. He then seized the annihilation cannon in his grasp and confidently stepped off the spaceship. Observing this, the others exchanged glances and promptly followed Su Ming out of the vessel. Approximately 10 minutes later, atop a mountain on planet Abe, a cannon, roughly half his height, was abruptly positioned at the summit. Su Ming extended his hand, firmly grasping the cannon's handle, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Surrounding him, Locke and other combatants stood behind Su Ming, armed with a variety of mechanical equipment, their expressions gravely serious. They understood that the moment Su Ming unleashed the annihilation cannon, the battle with the York Star pirate group would officially commence. Chapter 61. The York Star pirate group. With both hands tightly gripping the massive annihilation cannon, Su Ming's cerebral energy gradually established a connection with the weapon. Although this annihilation cannon was indeed colossal compared to other mechanical arms, it was, in fact, a scaled-down version relative to its counterparts. An annihilation cannon, by definition, possesses the capability to obliterate an entire planet with a single shot. While most annihilation cannons do not literally shatter a planet, they are designed to devastate the ecological systems, thus achieving a similar destructive effect. Nevertheless, this does not impede the annihilation cannon from being a formidable weapon on the battlefield. As the others sensed the energy levels emanating from Su Ming's body, their eyelids involuntarily trembled. This was utterly insane. The thought of using an annihilation cannon against a military base was beyond their wildest imaginations. Yet, without hesitation, Su Ming positioned the cannon. Soon, the energy aura of the annihilation cannon began to resonate with Su Ming's cerebral energy. The two energies gradually coalesced into a singular entity, as if Su Ming was the annihilation cannon and the cannon was intrinsically a part of him. This phenomenon occurs only when mechanical equipment achieves near-perfect synchronization with its operator. The onlookers immediately cast envious glances at Su Ming. Such a remarkable effect could only be attained by someone who, as a mechanic, utilized their own assembled equipment. Thus, at this moment, Su Ming's energy expenditure while wielding the annihilation cannon approached an infinitesimal value. Through the cannon's scope, Su Ming directed his gaze towards a military base situated approximately 5 kilometers away. This base was the very stronghold of the York Star pirate group. From the exterior, it appeared unassuming, resembling an innocuous residential building, with individuals continuously entering and exiting. However, Su Ming was acutely aware that the moment the military base detected an energy lock, all defensive systems would activate in a fraction of a second. At that point, the entire base would be enveloped by its defenses, rendering any conventional mechanical weaponry virtually ineffectual. However, the annihilation cannon, with its extensive range and tremendous destructive power, lay far beyond the capabilities of typical mechanical armaments. Just then, a subtle veil of starlight covered Su Ming's eyes. The system. In that instant, the system granted Su Ming a perspective function, effortlessly allowing him to discern the intricate structures within the military base. Narrowing his eyes slightly, his gaze scanned the base like a scanner, diligently assessing the most vulnerable points in its defenses, preparing to strike from there. Suddenly, Su Ming's attention fixated on a particular area, and a faint smile graced his lips. The energy response from the annihilation cannon grew increasingly robust. At that moment, within the stronghold of the York Star pirate group, a middle-aged man with a jovial expression rested his chin upon his hand, seated centrally in the chamber. This man was York, the leader of the York Star pirate group, a level 7 genetic warrior. York was in high spirits. For just 2 days prior, the group had successfully captured a substantial shipment of mechanical components. This bounty was considerable, collectively weighing over 100 tons. The value of such a haul could easily amount to billions of star coins. If he could resell this shipment, the York Star pirate group would undoubtedly expand once more. He might even procure some expensive level 8 body enhancement liquid, which would significantly elevate his physical capabilities in a short time, making the ascension to a level 8 genetic warrior a tangible possibility. With such advancements, the York Star pirate groups ranking within the Black Domain could ascend yet another tier. Just then, York glanced at the time and furrowed his brow slightly. Lav and the others had mentioned detecting an Imperial ship preparing to land, intending to ambush it. Yet, an hour and a half had passed with no word. York turned to one of his subordinates, inquiring about the situation. Normally, regardless of the outcome, protocol dictated that subordinates report back every hour. The absence of any updates after an hour and a half instilled a sense of foreboding in York. Standing nearby Lav, a tall and lean man, radiating the energy of a level 6 genetic warrior, also frowned upon hearing York's words. He was about to retrieve a communication device to contact the operative, when suddenly both he and York lifted their heads, gazing toward a distant point. York was taken aback, rising to his feet, and exchanged a glance with Lav, inquiring with uncertainty, "Am I imagining it? Or do I feel as though we are being targeted by heavy weaponry?" Upon hearing their leader's words, Lav's heart raced, and he responded incredulously, "I sense it too." York's eyes widened in shock. One person sensing it could be dismissed as mere misperception. However, the fact that both of them felt it confirmed its authenticity. Someone had locked onto the York Star Pirate Group S base with heavy weaponry. Who? Had they lost their sanity? To employ heavy weaponry on planet Abe? York sprang into action, preparing to activate the base's defensive systems. He was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Someone was targeting them with heavy weaponry in the Black Domain? This individual must be deranged. Such an act would utterly devastate the ecological balance of planet Abe, essentially declaring war on the Black Domain. It took him a moment to grasp the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to command the base's intelligence system to initiate the defenses, a vast brilliance of starlight erupted in the distance, followed by an overwhelming surge of energy that exploded forth. This formidable energy descended upon the York Star Pirate Group's base in an instant. The members had only a fleeting moment to react before they were engulfed by the assault. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded, and a colossal mushroom cloud billowed from within the York Star Pirate Group's base. The surrounding area trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. At the very moment of the explosion, several powerful auras above the planet Abe swiftly locked onto the site of the detonation. Damn it! Is someone using a planet-destroying cannon to bombard the surface? Are they declaring war against us? The ferocious auras stirred by this explosion instantly ignited a surge of murderous intent across the planet, with all eyes turning towards the base of the York Star Pirates. Chapter 62. The Dawn of a New Era. The attack on the surface with the planet-destroying cannon was clearly aimed at annihilating everyone, a direct affront to everyone's interests. In an instant, countless powerful auras descended upon the planet Abe, fixating their gazes on the York Star Pirates base. Suddenly, upon witnessing the explosion at the York Star Pirates base, a formidable figure emitted a soft gasp of surprise. Although it was a planet-destroying cannon, it seemed to differ from the usual ones. Typically, when a planet-destroying cannon strikes its target, the terrifying thermal energy would rapidly diffuse, ultimately engulfing a tenth of a planet. It is only at that point that the planet's ecological system would be irrevocably damaged. However, this expert observed that after the projectile from the cannon detonated within the York Star Pirates base, the horrific thermal energy remained confined within a relatively small area, as if an invisible force was restraining it within a reasonable limit. Under such circumstances, the area affected by the cannon's blast was likely less than 2 kilometers in diameter. Such a limited range posed no significant threat to the planet Abe, let alone disrupt its ecological balance. Has the planet-destroying cannon been modified? This expert discerned the truth behind the cannon at a glance, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Could the one behind this be a remarkable mechanic? The thought crossed his mind, accompanied by a flash of astonishment. At that moment, the might of the planet-destroying cannon gradually diminished, revealing the base of the York Star Pirates. What lay before them was not the base, but a massive pit, littered with shattered metal fragments, presumably remnants of the defensive systems that had been reduced to ashes by the cannon's blast. All the Star Pirates within the York Star Pirates had perished in this catastrophic strike, turned to ashes beyond resurrection. Yet it seemed not all was lost. At that moment, a severely injured figure soared into the sky, its gaze filled with a fierce, vengeful glare directed at Su Ming. Seeking death. 20 years of my toil. Obliterated in an instant. This figure was none other than York. As a level 7 genetic warrior, despite being at the epicenter of the explosion, York's body had reached an energy level exceeding 40,000. Though injured, he was not dead. At this moment, his expression was twisted in rage, eyes ablaze. Despite the drastic decline in his energy, he fixated on Su Ming, then surged forward with tremendous force, launching an assault. The terrifying energy erupted in an instant. York was truly enraged. Over 2 decades of effort had been annihilated in one fell swoop, and who would not feel such wrath? His form shot through the air like a meteor, crashing towards Su Ming. Yet, upon seeing York approach, Su Ming remained unfazed, his composure unwavering. Everything was within his calculations. In a swift motion, he retracted the planet-destroying cannon, and the next moment, a thick layer of armor enveloped him. System, exchanged for 200 star points. Su Ming spoke coldly. In an instant, a massive surge of starlight energy flooded into Su Ming's body. Without hesitation, he drew forth a blood-red battle axe, unleashing a powerful wave of energy from its blade. Boom! The bloody wave battle axe clashed with York's weapon in a violent confrontation. The tremendous force unleashed at the point of their clash was so potent that it cleaved half of the mountain below in two. York wielded a mechanical combat knife. In this age of interstellar warfare, few opted for unconventional weapons. Even swords had become nearly obsolete. Techniques demanding precision could not unleash formidable energy. They had gradually been sidelined in the evolution of interstellar combat. The mainstream mechanical weapons, knives, axes, and hammers, were the path to dominance. Their clash resulted in a brief separation. Both rivals pushed back slightly by the force of their exchange. A mecha warrior? York was taken aback, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. The name of the mecha warrior carried weight, instilling a sense of trepidation within York. However, the vengeance for the destruction of his base could not go unpunished. After overcoming his initial disarray, York quickly regained his composure. He realized that the energy output from his opponent was only slightly superior to his own injured state. He surmised that had he not been wounded, his energy output would not have paled in comparison to this mecha warrior. It was evident that the pilot's prowess was likely inferior to his. The only reason they could contend was due to the mecha's augmentation, which granted over 30,000 energy points, a source of great envy for York. Boom! The two clashed once more. The axe and knife erupted with the raw beauty of primal strength. Su Ming's gaze was as sharp as ice, constantly evaluating York's physical condition. Their battle shattered the ground beneath them. Locke and others had long retreated 2 kilometers away, unable to withstand the aftershocks of their conflict, which had caused the very stones within that radius to fracture and scatter. It had been a long time since Abby had witnessed such an intense battle of energy. Instantly, all factions on Abby turned their attention to the site of their struggle. The formidable figure who had previously observed the York Star Pirates base now beheld Su Ming as a mecha warrior, his eyes alight with overwhelming joy. He was fervently eager to find a mechanic capable of assembling mecha. The mecha warrior's armor was clearly self-assembled, a stroke of immense fortune for him. Now, he merely needed to await the moment this mecha warrior vanquished his opponent. From his perspective, an uninjured York could still contend with the mecha warrior. However, with his injuries, York's energy level had evidently plummeted. It wouldn't be long before he fell beneath the might of the battle axe wielded by the mecha warrior. Indeed, the strongman's assessment proved accurate. Just as their clash intensified, York's flesh began to tear apart. The strain of their fierce struggle had pushed their energy levels to the brink, exacting a toll on their bodies. Under normal circumstances, York's bodily vitality would have sustained such a tremendous burden. But now, with his injuries, the strain resulted in self-destruction. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with determination. He swiftly exchanged 400 star energy points from the system, augmenting the massive axe in his grip. The next moment, the mecha lunged forward with sudden ferocity. Seated within the mecha, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity as he uttered 2 words. Unleash. Chapter 63. The Warrior of the Jade. The axe's radiance surged towards the heavens, as if to cleave the very sky asunder. A rich crimson glow erupted, painting everything around in a deep fiery red. Unleash. At this moment, an extraordinarily terrifying level of energy erupted from the blood-stained battle axe. Before York could react, a fierce strike descended, cleaving him in 2 along with his battle blade. A dignified 7th-level gene warrior met his demise in an instant under Su Ming's devastating combat technique. Witnessing this scene, the powerful beings observing from Abe Planet felt their gazes sharpen, and a collective gasp escaped their lips. Could this blow have reached an energy level of 55W? This lad's physical energy level is at most 7,000 points. Perhaps his cerebral domain is somewhat stronger. But to unleash an energy level of 55W in one go seems implausible. The keen-eyed experts found it hard to believe, their incredulous eyes fixed on Su Ming. Could it be a mech? No, that seems unlikely. The mech he wears appears to be a basic E-class model from the Empire, incapable of such formidable energy levels. The only possibility lies in combat techniques. Upon hearing this remark, the onlookers fell silent for a moment, their expressions shifting to one of contemplation. Among some of the powerful figures, a glint of ill intent flickered in their eyes as they regarded Su Ming. Indeed, there exists a notion of combat techniques in this world. However, these techniques differ greatly from those found in martial arts novels. Here, combat techniques refer to special methods of exertion that enhance physical energy levels through interaction, allowing the body to unleash significantly greater energy. Typically, combat techniques are not flamboyant. They often consist of simple muscle movements or specific actions. Yet, precisely because of this, combat techniques are exceedingly rare for Jin warriors. The few techniques accessible to the masses lack such overwhelming might. Consequently, some of the powerful figures on Abe Planet have already begun to set their sights on Su Ming. The Black Domain warriors exuded a greedy aura, their intentions palpably aggressive as they probed towards Su Ming. Sensing these hostile energies, Su Ming's gaze turned icy, and he unceremoniously released his own aura, issuing a warning against the encroaching malevolence. In this moment, Su Ming resembled a lion in the wilderness, driving off the encroaching hyenas. Yet among these hyenas were other lions, even more formidable entities, all eyeing Su Ming with keen interest. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the air around Lu Yuan nearly solidifying. Just then, a hearty laugh shattered the oppressive silence, followed by the appearance of a boisterous figure beside Su Ming. This was a robust man, whose sharp gaze swept across the surroundings upon his arrival. Is it him? Hu Bing? Why is he stepping in for this lad? Retreat. For Hu Bing is the second in command of Tianlin, and we cannot afford to provoke him. Upon seeing this man's arrival, the Black Domain warriors, who had been casting greedy glances at Su Ming, murmured to one another. Gradually, the oppressive aura surrounding Su Ming dissipated, as if it had never existed. Su Ming turned his gaze toward the robust man, a flicker of gratitude crossing his features. This man's timely intervention had unwittingly extricated Su Ming from a precarious situation. At such a level of power, one cannot possibly be unaware of the shifts in energy. His appearance at that moment clearly indicated a desire to assist Su Ming. However, Su Ming understood all too well that this man likely sought something from him. Otherwise, he would not have intervened on his behalf. Individuals from the Black Domain prioritize interests above all. They engage in matters only when there is something to gain. Thank you for the assistance. May I inquire if you have a particular request for me? Su Ming inquired, removing the mech he had donned and looking on with curiosity. This formidable warrior gave him an unmistakable sense of invincibility, likely an 8th or even 9th level Jin warrior. At the 8th or 9th level, the transformation of energy is profoundly formidable. While he could contend with 7th level Jin warriors, he would stand no chance against an 8th level warrior. Should the other party wish him harm, even clad in mech, his demise would be inevitable, thus rendering the need for armor unnecessary in their discourse. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the robust man chuckled and replied, I am Hu Bing. Little brother, your mech operation was quite remarkable. It left me in awe. Su Ming chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond, instead waiting for Hu Bing to continue. Indeed, upon observing Su Ming's demeanor, Hu Bing smiled and stated, It seems you've guessed that I have a matter of some urgency to discuss with you. Might you assist me in assembling a mech? Su Ming was taken aback. Assemble a mech? Hu Bing nodded, of course. It is not the Empire's standard mech, but rather a design I acquired from someone, a D-class mech. I have yet to find a suitable mechanic in the Black Domain to help me assemble it. Seeing that you have a self-assembled mech, I wondered if you could assist me in assembling mine. Upon hearing Hu Bing's words, Su Ming was inwardly astonished. A D-class mech is already considered an advanced model. His humanoid mech is merely a basic E-class, yet possesses such strength. One can only imagine the power of a D-class mech. If this man were to possess a D-class mech, he could even rival a 10th level Jin warrior. No wonder he is so eager to befriend me. It is all for the mech. This clearly illustrates the high status of mechanics within the cosmic society. Forming an alliance with a mechanic signifies a substantial enhancement in one's combat prowess, enabling one to contend against 10th level Jin warriors with the strength of an 8th level warrior. Who wouldn't want to befriend someone who could elevate their power without conflicting interests? Su Ming was beginning to grasp the formidable potential of a mechanic's connections. However, regarding the D-class mech, Su Ming pondered for a moment before raising his gaze to Hu Bing and stating, I can assist you in assembling the mech. But I have a few conditions. Chapter 64. D-Class Mech Hu Bing, upon hearing this, was instantly elated and eagerly replied, Please, lay out your conditions. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. For Hu Bing, the mech represented his greatest aspiration. As Su Ming had surmised, Hu Bing was indeed a 9th level gene warrior. However, the path from 9th level to 10th level is fraught with difficulty. To rapidly enhance his combat strength, he saw only the path of the mech. Once a mech is assembled, Hu Bing's power could potentially soar to the level of a 10th level gene warrior. At that point, as long as the exceptionally powerful entities within the black domain do not intervene, he would be virtually invincible. It is clear how deeply Hu Bing yearns for a mech. Su Ming smiled and continued. First, the D-Class mech will involve some star cluster level mechanical knowledge. Nothing excessive, but it is indeed necessary. You may need to provide me with this knowledge. Without hesitation, Hu Bing nodded in agreement. No problem. While star cluster level mechanical knowledge may not be inexpensive, it pales in comparison to the assembly of the mech. Su Ming nodded and proceeded. Secondly, I will require some time to study mech knowledge. Afterward, I would like to retain the rights to this knowledge. Hu Bing pondered for a moment before replying. That is acceptable. However, this mech knowledge must not be disclosed to my enemies. Otherwise, should they learn of the mech's weaknesses, they could target me. Su Ming nodded, acknowledging the inevitable truth that every mech warrior harbors such concerns. This apprehension often compels many mech warriors to assume the role of mechanics themselves, assembling their own mechs. A smile then graced Su Ming's lips as he spoke. As for the third option, might it be possible to forge an alliance with the forces behind you? You need not lend a hand. Merely leveraging your reputation would suffice. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing couldn't help but chuckle. Su Ming was astute, recognizing that his flamboyant entry into the black domain would undoubtedly attract attention, thus opting to ally with Hu Bing's powerful faction. By utilizing the influence of this faction, he could instill fear in potential adversaries. For Hu Bing, this presented no disadvantage. In fact, it was an excellent opportunity to cultivate a rapport with Su Ming, the mechanic. Without hesitation, Hu Bing readily agreed. He promptly shared his contact information and provided Su Ming with backup schematics of mech knowledge. I estimate you'll need some time to settle in, but that's no issue. I have plenty of time, and I shall wait for you. Oh, by the way, it seems York acquired a splendid batch of goods a couple of days ago. You might want to check his remains. Hu Bing remarked with a grin before gracefully departing. Left alone, Su Ming stood still until Warren and the others arrived by his side. Su Ming, how did it go? The group inquired, their gazes darting cautiously around, wary of any lurking foes. Observing their expressions, Su Ming couldn't suppress a laugh. The place has been flattened. There's no one left. Our next headache will be the reconstruction efforts. The group quickly turned their attention to the ravaged ground, displaying expressions of wry amusement. The terrain was utterly devastated. Previously bombarded by the Star Destroyer and subsequently marred by the fierce battle between Su Ming and York, it resembled a field that had been plowed. Establishing a new base on this site would be a formidable undertaking, even with the assistance of construction robots. Soon, Su Ming entrusted the task of rebuilding the base to Warren and Locke, while he himself ventured into the remnants of the battlefield. Having heard Hu Bing mention York's acquisition of commendable goods, Su Ming felt a surge of curiosity and began his search. Before long, he discovered a petite storage ring nestled among the remains of York's bisected body. Fortunately, Su Ming had employed an axe in the takedown, rather than firearms. Otherwise, the storage ring might have been reduced to mere fragments. He promptly activated the storage ring to inspect its contents. To his astonishment, it was brimming with an abundance of mechanical components. Upon seeing these parts, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was indeed a fortuitous encounter. For a mechanic, the value of mechanical components far surpasses that perceived by others. If these components were to be sold to the uninitiated, they might fetch merely around 10 billion star coins. However, if Su Ming were to assemble them himself before selling, even a fraction of the components could yield the original price. In the capable hands of a mechanic, these components could indeed appreciate in value tenfold. Moreover, as everyone was preparing to establish a foothold, with the prospect of recruiting and building a faction, possessing these mechanical components equated to having the seed capital for future endeavors. In contrast to the initial uncertainty Su Ming and his companions experienced upon their arrival in the Black Domain, the situation was now gradually clarifying for them. Following the announcement of their alliance with Hu Bing's formidable faction known as Tianlin, those who had previously kept a watchful eye on Su Ming began to retract their gazes, no longer scrutinizing him with hawkish intensity. For Su Ming, This chapter had reached a conclusion. The next step was the reconstruction of the base, a task he need not oversee, delegating it instead to Locke and the others. At this moment, Su Ming found himself seated alone aboard the spaceship, a stack of mech knowledge and schematics laid out before him. This comprised the assembly knowledge for the D-Class mech. Overlord D-Class humanoid mech. Energy level range, 60W, 150W. Mech abilities, Overlord armor, charge strike. Mech type, melee. Mech weapons, Overlord blade. Overlord armor. The mech possesses a shield capable of absorbing up to 250W of total energy attacks. The kinetic conversion device stores energy from attacks on the Overlord armor, preventing the mech from being knocked back by kinetic force. Charge strike releases stored kinetic energy, enhancing the next attack's power by 100W. A flicker of intrigue danced in Su Ming's eyes. As the advanced model of mech, it boasted unique abilities. Dubbed the Overlord mech, it featured specialized energy shields and conversion devices that allowed it to mitigate kinetic damage. It indeed exuded an aura of invulnerability akin to that of an unyielding sovereign. Furthermore, the charge strike could serve as the mech's ultimate move, delivering a surprise assault in critical moments. Overall, the performance of this mech would undoubtedly eclipse that of his basic silver model. Especially when combined with his own skills, it could unleash a terrifying might. Su Ming couldn't help but feel a stirring excitement as he perused the blueprints and knowledge of this mech. Chapter 65, The Era of the Three Great Universes. Following Su Ming's intense confrontation, the Black Domain swiftly returned to its accustomed rhythm. For the Black Domain, such skirmishes fell within the realm of trivial altercations. There have been instances of combat involving over 10-level gene warriors amidst its starry expanse. The factions entrenched in the Black Domain had long grown accustomed to such conflicts. Thus, despite the shockwave caused by the Star Destroyer, once it was confirmed that it was Su Ming's modified version, the unusual gazes were promptly averted. Instead, news of a promising mechanic arriving in the Black Domain began to spread among its factions. Although Su Ming's reputation had yet to reach its zenith. At least on planet Abe, the presence of this mechanic had become common knowledge. After Su Ming and his companions eradicated the York Star thieves, they set about establishing a base amidst the ruins. Numerous discarded mechanical parts were excavated by local natives from the debris, subsequently set aside. These natives had been specifically recruited by Locke to assist in the base's construction. The group quickly realized that in the Black Domain, the most affordable labor force was not the work robots, but rather the indigenous populace. For these natives, 1 or 2 star coins could suffice to hire a robust local for an entire week, exceedingly economical. Locke waved his hand decisively, spending over 1,000 star coins to employ more than 500 natives to rebuild the base amid the ruins. This scenario illustrated the peculiar nature of the Black Domain. It was a place of advanced technology, formidable combat prowess, and mature factions. Yet, since everything stemmed from external sources, a significant cultural chasm existed between the local natives and the other factions in the Black Domain. Observing the local populace felt akin to witnessing humanity in the early stages of the first cosmic era, when civilization was still confined to the surface. Meanwhile, Su Ming remained engrossed in studying the D-Class mech knowledge Hu Bing had provided, finding it significantly more intricate than that of the E-Class. After all, D-Class mech knowledge delves into the realms of second universe technology development. What, one might ask, constitutes second universe technology? In essence, throughout the progression of humanity, every significant technological revolution has been regarded as a milestone of development. Each major innovation facilitates a qualitative leap for human society. From the annals of human history, we can discern 3 monumental revolutions. The first of these revolutions marked the emergence of surface civilization into the industrial technological era, a period known as the First Cosmic Era, or the Surface Era. The mechanical equipment previously assembled by Su Ming, although not solely a product of the First Cosmic Era, remains technically rooted in that epoch. The second Great Revolution centers around the development of space technology. This pivotal advancement ushered humanity into the Second Cosmic Era, characterized by relentless exploration of the cosmos, the establishment of interstellar civilizations, and the transformation of planetary landscapes to render them habitable. The 5 great cosmic nations of today are colossal entities that rapidly ascended during the Second Cosmic Era. In the D-Class Tyrant humanoid mecha, the energy shields and kinetic conversion devices are emblematic of the technological achievements of this era. Every mechanic, upon embarking on their journey to master mechanical knowledge, must begin with the rudimentary principles of the First Cosmic Era. While the technologies and knowledge from this era may seem relatively primitive, They form the foundational bedrock upon which all subsequent knowledge and skills are built. This is an inescapable rite of passage for every mechanic, who must diligently solidify their understanding of first cosmic era knowledge step by step. Once a robust foundation has been established, the mechanic may then progress to the complexities of second cosmic era knowledge, which has burgeoned into an intricate and expansive system, brimming with imaginative concepts. Each mecha they encounter henceforth possesses unique attributes and even distinctive combat styles, all supported by groundbreaking technologies. Having ascended beyond the rank of stellar mechanic, Su Ming gradually approached the status of cluster mechanic, marked by the initiation of studies in second cosmic technologies. This transition signifies a profound metamorphosis for the mechanic. Cluster-level mechanical equipment vastly surpasses its stellar counterparts in power and capability. Su Ming, are you there? I bring you mechanical knowledge. A week later, the base began to take shape, with over 500 indigenous workers erecting 5 towering structures that would become the foundation for Su Ming and his companions. On this very day, Hu Bing arrived at Su Ming's base, promptly locating him with a smile and presenting a volume of cluster-level mechanical knowledge, precisely what Su Ming had earlier requested him to procure. The document, titled Intermediate Theory of Kinetic Utilization, was handed over with a grin. Brother, this is the last one, right? When do you think you can assist me in assembling the mecha? Prior to this, Hu Bing had delivered 3 other volumes of cluster-level mechanical knowledge, and this kinetic theory was the final piece of the puzzle. With all 4 volumes now in hand, Hu Bing's mind began to race with possibilities. Su Ming Shakith. During this period, he had nearly mastered the knowledge required for mecha assembly, needing only this final document to commence the construction of the mecha. In 2 weeks, I will come to find you. By then, I will help you assemble the mecha at your base. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hu Bing nodded with satisfaction. Sound good. I will await your arrival at my base in 2 weeks. With that, he gracefully departed from Su Ming's base. After bidding farewell to Hu Bing, Su Ming returned to his workshop, eagerly perusing the materials Hu Bing had provided. Beside him lay several mechanical components, unmistakably parts of a mecha. Su Ming had taken the initiative to begin assembling the D-class tyrant humanoid mecha within his base. This was the reason for the 2-week delay he had communicated to Hu Bing. While he could complete the mechanical knowledge in mere days, he wished to first assemble this mecha himself before assisting Hu Bing with his. After all, the first assembly of a mecha by any mechanic imbues it with a distinct spirit, as if granting it a soul and life of its own. This notion, albeit metaphysical, has been substantiated as a reality in the wake of the 3rd technological revolution and the advent of the 3rd cosmic era. Each mechanic's inaugural encounter with an unfamiliar mecha design indeed involves a remarkable process of awakening. The mecha that undergoes this awakening typically exhibits capabilities and performance levels approximately 20 superior to his standard model. Indeed, Su Ming intended to retain his first mecha for himself. He would not allow Hu Bing to benefit from it so easily. Despite Hu Bing's generosity, Su Ming firmly believed that within the black domain, only interests prevail, devoid of personal favors. After several more days of studying kinetic theory, Su Ming resolutely approached his workbench, commencing the assembly of the mecha before him. While many necessary components were unavailable at the base, Su Ming was undeterred. He deftly extracted various independent parts from the abundant mechanical components acquired from the Yorkstar Pirate Group, repurposing them into new mechanical pieces. Although most components from the Yorkstar Pirate Group were planetary and stellar grade, a select few were of cluster grade. These mechanical parts had become an invaluable treasure trove for Su Ming. Whatever component he sought was likely to be found within. Without hesitation, he meticulously etched his unique markings onto each component before reassembling them. The assembly of this mecha necessitated a deep engagement with the principles of cluster-level mechanics. And as Su Ming progressed, he naturally synthesized and integrated this advanced knowledge. For a mechanic, the most expedient path to enhance one's cerebral capacity lies in the acquisition of new, more sophisticated knowledge, coupled with a concentrated focus on the repair and modification of machinery. At this moment, Su Ming's state aligned perfectly with the conditions conducive to a rapid elevation of his cerebral capacity. He devoted his entire attention to the mechanical workstation before him, continuously melding each component into a cohesive whole. This process demanded immense mental acuity. Even a slight misstep could result in complete destruction of the mechanical parts. Thus, Su Ming remained vigilant, elevating his cognitive engagement to an exceptionally active state. As Su Ming established his roots in the black domain and commenced the assembly of the tyrant Mecha, distant in the cosmos, the armies of the 5 great cosmic nations stood poised in a competitive standoff within the newly discovered mining star domain. Each planet in this star domain shimmered with a kaleidoscope of hues, the light of the stars reflecting off the metallic elements present, revealing a rich abundance of various mineral deposits. The profusion of resources in this star domain, even as the universe entered the third cosmic era, had only been encountered a handful of times before. Throughout history, this celestial region undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 of the explored mineral vein territories. The allure of profit incites fierce competition. The immense value of this mineral vein territory has prompted the 5 great empires to concentrate their competitive efforts here. In comparison, the actions of the Lasso Alliance are merely trifling affairs. Consequently, the atmosphere above the mineral vein territory has become increasingly tense. Each of the 5 cosmic nations has dispatched more than 5 apocalypse-level mech warriors to this mineral-rich area. Warfare is certainly not on the horizon. The presence of 5 apocalypse-level powerhouses from each empire, totaling 25, would likely result in the very obliteration of this star region should conflict arise. The true purpose of these apocalypse-level beings convening here is merely to intimidate the formidable forces of other cosmic nations. At this moment, Clarence Collin, the head of the Collin family, has also arrived at the mineral planet. Clarence Collin is the adoptive father of Su Ming in this lifetime. Although Su Ming has been expelled from the Collin family, it is undeniable that a blood tie still exists between them. Clarence Collin sits leisurely aboard his warship, savoring a fine wine, fully aware that while the current situation is tense, an actual confrontation is out of the question. A conflict would not align with the interests of the 5 great cosmic nations and would only lead to mutual losses in this star region. Thus, the apocalypse-level powerhouses of the 5 empires are, in fact, quite relaxed. There are even amusing instances of these powerhouses from different cosmic nations visiting one another. Clarence Collin's gaze drifts toward the mineral vein territory, where shimmering lights dance in the distance, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. Everyone present is essentially waiting for the decision-makers of the 5 great cosmic nations to negotiate a distribution of interests. It is certain that numerous politicians are tirelessly advocating for the benefits of the mineral vein territory, with various meetings taking place across the 5 empires. Ultimately, the method of extracting resources from this mineral vein territory will be a collective decision made by the 5 great cosmic nations. As for the other cosmic factions, they may receive a minuscule share, perhaps around 5%, allocated under the guise of humanitarianism and the spirit of collective development. However, the majority, approximately 95%, will be firmly under the control of the 5 empires. Clarence Collin and his associates are merely biding their time, awaiting the final decision before taking any action. At that moment, a knock resounds at Clarence Collin's door. He places his wine glass down and calls out, "Come in." A middle-aged man clad in a simple robe enters. Upon seeing him, Clarence Collin inquires, "How is it? How has my second son fared on NOP planet?" After all, he is still his biological son, and deep within, Clarence Collin cannot help but feel a twinge of regret for his decision to expel Su Ming. However, as the esteemed head of the Collin family, he is reluctant to acknowledge his momentary impulse or to admit any wrongdoing. To the outside world, Clarence Collin claims he sent his second son for training. A few months after Su Ming's expulsion from the Collin family, Clarence dispatched this middle-aged man to locate Su Ming and secretly bring him back into the family. At this moment, he is somewhat taken aback by the swift return of his subordinate. After hearing Clarence Collin's inquiry, the middle-aged man reveals a wry smile and hesitantly responds, "I'm deeply sorry, esteemed Clarence Collin. Young Master Su Ming left NOP planet over a month ago." "What?" Clarence Collin abruptly rises, casting an incredulous gaze at the middle-aged man. "Mr. Dewey, what transpired? Surely you have conducted a thorough investigation." A sharp glint flashes in Clarence Collin's eyes, revealing his inner turmoil. Sensing the tension in Clarence Collin's tone, the middle-aged man, Dewey, feels a surge of anxiety. The man before him is one of the apocalypse-level powerhouses of the Empire, and should Clarence Collin become enraged, the consequences could be dire, potentially even jeopardizing his life. Generally, if an apocalypse-level being were to commit murder, the Empire would rarely intervene or pursue consequences, as long as the actions were not excessively egregious. Dewey's heart races as he detects the simmering fury beneath Clarence Collin's calm demeanor. Without hesitation, he continues, "I have inquired of many individuals. It is said that when young Master Su Ming passed through the space transit station, his brain domain energy level was measured at 25 points. Clearly, young Master Su Ming regained his faculties prior to passing through the transit station." Clarence Collin is taken aback by Dewey's words. A brain domain energy level of 25? Does this not imply that Su Ming is on the verge of breaking the Empire's millennium-old record? potentially becoming the highest achiever in brain domain energy levels after unlocking the genetic lock? How is this possible? He distinctly recalls measuring it at 3 points. How could he emerge with a level of 25? If this is indeed the case, Su Ming's talent may reach a terrifying level. Clarence Collins' thoughts spiral. Yet he suppresses his tumultuous emotions and commands Dewey, continue. Dewey cautiously glances at Clarence Collins before proceeding. Subsequently, I conducted further inquiries on NOP Planet. Young Master Su Ming worked under a man named Monty as a mechanic. I spoke with Monty, who stated that young Master Su Ming possesses remarkable mechanical skills, capable of repairing and modifying even planetary-grade mechanical equipment, which he has rendered extraordinarily powerful. And then, Clarence Collins' mood darkens further. His son is not only a mechanic, but one capable of repairing planetary-grade equipment. Such advanced machinery could not be mended by just anyone. Attestament to Su Ming's restored intellect. Although Clarence Collins remains unaware of how Su Ming regained his faculties, the initial measurement of 3 brain domain energy points is an undeniable fact that leaves him bewildered. Then the Aquarians invaded NOP Planet. Dewey murmurs. The Aquarians? Are they not a minor cosmic civilization? I could crush them with a single hand, yet they dare to invade an imperial logistics planet? Clarence Collins furrows his brow, speaking to himself. Hearing this, Dewey cannot help but smile wryly. While it may be true that Clarence Collins could easily dispatch them, he is an apocalypse-level entity. The Aquarians pose no threat to him, but to NOP Planet, they are akin to a natural disaster. Then young Master Su Ming shot and killed a 5th-level Aquarian with a sniper rifle. Dewey quietly adds. What? Clarence Collins' eyes widen in shock, and he stands abruptly, unable to contain his astonishment. In just over a month since he left the Collins family, Su Ming has managed to kill a 5th-level Aquarian? What on earth is happening? Colin Clarence was utterly bewildered this time. Within a mere month, he had ascended from a level 1 genetic warrior to a capability that could slay a level 5 aquamarine being. Just how terrifying was this talent? His eldest son, Su Rue, had taken over a year to advance to a level 4 genetic warrior. Although much of that time was spent laying the groundwork for subsequent rapid advancement, achieving level 5 genetic warrior status in just 1 month was still somewhat exaggerated. However, what truly astonished his subordinates was that Master Su Ming had subsequently enlisted in the temporary military at Station 32. During his service, while piloting a mech, he had managed to dispatch a level 7 cosmic creature, the Steel Lizard, amidst an onslaught of tens of thousands of cosmic beings. A feat documented with video evidence by the military at Station 32. After relaying this information, Dewey presented Colin Clarence with a video of Su Ming annihilating the Steel Lizard in his mech. Colin Clarence took the video with a peculiar expression, meticulously watching the footage. As he observed Su Ming's maneuvers, predictions, and various evasion techniques, his countenance increasingly reflected disbelief. Some of the maneuvers were beyond his capabilities. At Colin Clarence's level, such techniques were indeed no longer necessary. The dimensions and tiers of combat had ascended to an entirely different realm, and the skills required diverged significantly from those of typical mech warriors. Nevertheless, the finesse demonstrated by Su Ming was evident to Colin Clarence, a general of the Empire, who quickly discerned that Su Ming possessed skills ample enough to serve as an instructor within a mech army. How had he achieved such prowess? He had never piloted a mech during his time with the family. Colin Clarence found it incomprehensible. It felt as though Su Ming had transformed entirely. Such skills could not be honed without extensive practice. Moreover, Su Ming had only been away from the Colin family for a little over 6 months. Even if he had trained relentlessly during that time, it was impossible to attain such results. It was truly astonishing. What a remarkable son I have. This lad is beginning to resemble my younger self. The more Colin Clarence watched, the more he felt a swell of pride for his son. With such exceptional talent, surely he must awaken from dreams with a smile. But suddenly, Colin Clarence's eyes widened in alarm. A thought struck him. If memory serves correctly, the Empire had implemented a classified operation aimed at eradicating the temporary military. Hadn't he it? Colin Clarence felt his heart race. Chapter 68. The Allocation of Resources. Colin Clarence abruptly stood, his expression now a tumult of anger and panic. Grasping Dewey firmly, he hissed through clenched teeth. So you mean to say my son was eliminated by that damned classified operation? Colin Clarence's aura surged violently, shattering nearby glass objects. Had he not reined in his energy, even the warship might have been torn asunder by his furious presence. Sensing Colin Clarence's overwhelming aura, Dewey broke into a cold sweat, feeling a near brush with death. He was astonished, Colin Clarence's combat prowess had evidently intensified, rumored to be at the apex of apocalyptic-level strength, and yet here he was, growing even stronger. A master like Colin Clarence could likely contend with newly ascended apocalyptic-level warriors without the need for armor. Dewey swallowed hard before hastily saying, "Lord Colin Clarence, please, remain calm." The second young master did not perish in the eradication plan. He escaped. He escaped? Colin Clarence's breath caught, and he gazed incredulously at Dewey. The Empire had deployed 10 level 7 mech warriors to hunt down every warship. Level 7 mech warriors were not to be trifled with, far beyond the capabilities of a steel lizard. While Su Ming could defeat a steel lizard, how could he possibly evade 10 level 7 mech warriors? Colin Clarence voiced his disbelief. Dewey shook his head. "The facts are as I state, Lord Colin Clarence. However, how the second young master managed to escape remains classified. I lack the authority to investigate." Ridicine Dewey, Conan Clarence aura gradually succédé. His expression softened as he addressed Dewey. "My apologies, Mr. Dewey. I was overly agitated just now. Do you happen to know my son's whereabouts?" Upon hearing Colin Clarence's inquiry, Dewey offered a wry smile and shook his head. The second young master utilized spatial leap to exit the Empire's star domain. "No one knows where he's gone." Colin Clarence nodded, unsurprised. It was to be expected that Su Ming's whereabouts were unknown. Had they been known, Su Ming would likely have been unable to evade the Empire's relentless pursuit. Colin Clarence's expression fluctuated between contemplation and resolve. Then he abruptly stood and addressed Dewey. "This cannot stand. I must personally visit the Imperial Military Office and demand they revoke the warrant for Su Ming. How dare they pursue my son? Stay here and await further instructions from the Empire. I must return at once." Dewey's face reflected urgency as he realized the weight of the situation. What could he possibly do alone? Just as he prepared to rise and dissuade Colin Clarence, the latter's expression shifted and he seized the communication system. At that moment, a call request from the leader's office appeared. "What is it?" Colin Clarence frowned. It was a call from the Imperial leader's office. Such a call typically heralded strategic arrangements to be discussed with Colin Clarence. "Lord Clarence, the meeting of the 5 cosmic nations has concluded. A consensus has been reached, and the Empire is allocated an 18% share." Colin Clarence was taken aback. 18? What about the other 4? They too receive 18%. This allocation is comparatively equitable. "Lord Clarence, what? So the remaining 10% will be evenly distributed among the other cosmic nations? Within human society, aside from the 5 cosmic nations holding absolute dominion, there were numerous lesser forces, such as star cluster-level and galaxy cluster-level nations. Altogether, there were thousands of these lesser cosmic nations. Traditionally, when new resource territories were discovered, a portion of the resources would be allocated to these nations, typically around 35%. However, this time, a staggering 10% was to be distributed. Colin Clarence found this perplexing. Upon hearing Colin Clarence's query, the office staff chuckled lightly before responding. "You must be aware, Lord Clarence, that the Void civilization is currently at war with us. Aside from the 5 cosmic nations, many other nations have also committed significant military resources. If this distribution were to follow the previous norms, it would likely incite discontent among the other nations." Realization dawned on Colin Clarence as he absorbed the explanation. The Void civilization, a non-human cosmic-level civilization, possessed an immense scale and boundless territories. The universe is vast, and the territory explored and occupied by humanity may scarcely amount to 1/10,000th of it. Within the uncharted realms, a multitude of extraordinary civilizations undoubtedly exist. As humanity relentlessly expands its horizons, it frequently encounters civilizations hitherto unknown. Naturally, weaker civilizations fall prey to invasions, while the stronger ones exhibit a propensity for aggression. The Void civilization, in terms of its strength, is arguably slightly more formidable than human civilization, though only marginally so, as both belong to a comparable tier of civilizations. Currently, a fierce conflict has erupted between the Void civilization and humanity within a certain star domain at the center of the cosmos. The motive behind this warfare is, of course, the contention over cosmic resources. However, after more than a decade of skirmishes, both factions are well acquainted with one another, without a definitive assurance of annihilating the opponent. An all-out war remains unlikely. Presently, the hostilities consist of minor skirmishes, primarily involving the smaller cosmic nations within human society. During such times, it is imperative to allocate more resources to these minor cosmic entities. Otherwise, negative public sentiment within human society is bound to arise. Colin Clarence nodded, indicating his understanding. He then terminated the communication, rose, and addressed Dewey. In that case, I shall return to the Empire, and you will oversee the mining operations in this region. Once the extraction is complete, send the resources back in batches. Suddenly, Cole and Clarence ponder for a moment before continuing. By the way, I will have my eldest son, Sir, come over to manage the transportation of the mined resources. This will also serve as an opportunity for him to make a name for himself among the Empire's higher echelons. At that time, you can simply hand the resources over to him. Having concluded his words, Cole and Clarence stood and departed the warship. Chapter 69. The Forming of the Tyrant Mecha. Meanwhile, the events transpiring in the distant mining star domain bore little relevance to the Dark Domain. The Dark Domain does not belong to the legitimate forces of human society. While it is not universally reviled, it occupies a gray area that the authorities are reluctant to acknowledge. At this moment, within the military base on Planet Abbey in the Dark Domain, Su Ming had just arrived. Brother Su Ming, all the mechanical components you requested have been prepared. This is your workstation. If you need any assistance, just let me know. Today marked the day when Su Ming had agreed to assemble the Tyrant Mecha for Hu Bing. At this moment, the members of Tianlin could not help but cast curious glances at Su Ming, subsequently expressing their astonishment. So young, Bingo, you must keep your wits about you. Can someone so youthful truly assemble a D-level mecha? A rather brash young man scoffed. Hu Bing shot a glare at the young man before disdainfully retorting. You know nothing? This brother Su Ming is the very mechanic who previously deployed the Annihilation Cannon. What? He is the mechanic who unleashed the Annihilation Cannon? The one capable of modifying it into a localized weapon? This young man seems to possess quite the skill. Upon hearing Hu Bing's words, the surrounding members of Tianlin turned their attention to Su Ming, eager to ascertain whether he truly possessed the extraordinary abilities Hu Bing had claimed. After all, most individuals within the Dark Domain were rather crude. Mechanics were akin to academic prodigies, while gene warriors resembled athletes with special talents. In the Dark Domain, few possessed the expertise to delve into mechanical studies. Even within Tianlin, there was only one stellar-level mechanic, and none capable of assembling a cluster-level mecha. They were all observing. As if Su Ming could indeed assemble a cluster-level mecha, it would demonstrate his exceptional repair capabilities. A mechanic of such caliber would undoubtedly be in high demand. And in the future, the influential figures of the Dark Domain might seek to forge connections with this mechanic named Su Ming. Even within Tianlin, many individuals had cluster-level mechanical equipment in need of repair, and they might soon find themselves seeking Su Ming's assistance. At that moment, Su Ming did not hesitate. He reached out and deftly retrieved the mechanical components. Prior to his arrival, Su Ming had already assembled a Tyrant Mecha within his base, successfully activating its spirit. Therefore, for him, this was merely a matter of reassembling it with ease, and his speed surpassed that of his prior assembly at his base by a significant margin. His fingers became a blur, swiftly piecing together the mechanical parts. Dismantling mechanical components successful, gaining 1 starlight point. Assembling mechanical components successful, gaining 3 starlight points. The process of assembling the mecha was also a frenzied accumulation of starlight points. In his previous assembly of the Tyrant Mecha back at his base, Su Ming had garnered over 3,000 starlight points from start to finish. He estimated that this current assembly should yield over 2,000 points as well. The reason for the reduced starlight point from this mecha compared to the first was due to the numerous modifications Su Ming had made during his own assembly. The original Tyrant Mecha lacked long-range weaponry, being a purely close combat mecha. However, the absence of long-range capabilities was unacceptable to Su Ming. He decisively equipped his Tyrant Mecha with a long-range weapon system. Moreover, based on his combat style, Su Ming added a rudimentary spatial teleportation device to his Tyrant Mecha. This device could teleport within a 2-kilometer radius, significantly enhancing operational versatility. Of course, the spatial teleportation device could not be used indefinitely, just as a spaceship could not engage in continuous spatial jumps. During each jump, it would endure the onslaught of a spatial storm, and prolonged use could prove taxing for both the mecha and Su Ming. Despite fitting his mecha with such advanced technology, Su Ming was reluctant to grant Hu Bing too many modifications. Completing the mecha to specifications sufficed. With Su Ming's unique electro-engraved patterns, once the mecha was successfully assembled, its power would exceed that of a standard mecha by approximately 10%. This should surely satisfy Hu Bing, if not astonish him. There was no need for further alterations. Upon reaching the Dark Domain, Su Ming remained vigilant. Shaking his head to dispel unnecessary thoughts, he devoted his full attention to the mechanical components before him. One by one, the mecha parts were assembled. Su Ming worked tirelessly in the Tianlin base from dawn until dusk, then found a place to rest for about 4 hours before rising to continue assembling the mecha. The scale of constructing a mecha far surpassed that of a single mechanical device, even though Su Ming had previously assembled one, leading to a significant improvement in efficiency. It still required 2 full days to complete this mecha. On the afternoon of the second day, Su Ming inserted the final circuit board into the mecha's frame, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. It's done. At the moment of completion, the mecha emitted a considerable energy fluctuation, instantly drawing the attention of the surrounding members of Tianlin, who gathered around in awe, marveling at the tyrant mecha before them. Master Su Ming is remarkable. I've seen other mechanics assemble mechas before. Even for an E-level mecha, they took 3 weeks. Yet, Master Su Ming completed this in just 2 days. The previously dismissive youth, who had looked down on Su Ming, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Over the course of the past few days of assembly, his doubts regarding Su Ming's skills had vanished entirely, replaced instead by profound respect. A skilled mechanic commands admiration from all, regardless of who they are. The crowd gazed with shining eyes upon the mech before Su Ming, sensing the powerful energy emanating from it, and could not restrain their envious gasps. This mech is evidently formidable. When will I have one of my own? How enviable it is for Bingu to possess his own mech. It's akin to reaching the pinnacle of life. The crowd exclaimed in unison. At that moment, an urgent voice belonging to Hu Bing rang out from outside. Get the hell out of my way. I want to see my precious mech. Shortly thereafter, Hu Bing squeezed through the throng and entered the room. Upon stepping in, he was immediately captivated by the dark red mech before him. Excitedly, he reached out to caress the mech, feeling the immense energy radiating from within, coupled with the cold yet intoxicating metallic texture. His eyes sparkled with delight. Possessing a mech meant that his combat prowess would be significantly enhanced in a remarkably short time. In the Black Domain, combat prowess signifies both status and wealth. One can only imagine the thrill that coursed through Hu Bing's veins. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure and sheepishly turned to Su Ming, saying, My apologies, Master Su Ming. I was so thrilled to see the mech that I forgot to greet you. At that moment, Hu Bing had already begun to regard Su Ming with respect, unconsciously shifting his address from brother to master. He had resolved to cultivate a friendship with Su Ming, as he would require his assistance not only for future modifications of mechanical equipment, but also for the maintenance of his mech. This is the esteemed status of a mechanic in interstellar society. It is inevitable that any mech assembled will require repairs after sustaining wear and damage during battles. Other mechanics, unfamiliar with the intricacies of this particular mech, may not replicate its original performance. Only the creator can restore the mech to its former glory. Unless one refrains from combat altogether, repairs are an absolute necessity. For Hu Bing, it was not merely about befriending Su Ming. He also needed to ensure Su Ming's safety. Should anything happen to Su Ming, it would be tantamount to rendering his mech half useless. Under no circumstances could he allow any misfortune to befall Su Ming. Su Ming, however, had not considered this aspect. With a smile, he addressed Hu Bing. No worries, brother Hu Bing. You can now sit in and test the mech's performance. Hu Bing was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, Yes. I forgot in my excitement. I'll try it out right now. With that, Hu Bing moved swiftly, as the energy from his brain domain surged forth, establishing a connection with the mech before him. In an instant, the mech disassembled and flew towards Hu Bing, reassembling seamlessly upon contact, transforming into a cohesive entity. Before the onlookers, a towering mech warrior, approximately 3 meters tall, materialized. The sight of such a spectacular display filled the members of Tianlin with overwhelming envy. Incredible. This mech is simply dazzling. Once donned in the mech, Hu Bing wasted no time and headed straight for the testing chamber. The testing chamber is a fortified room constructed by every faction, designed to absorb energy efficiently. Unless breached from the outside, it is virtually impervious to damage from within. Here, Hu Bing could unleash his energy without reservation. The crowd followed suit, joining Hu Bing in the testing chamber. At that moment, Hu Bing drew forth a mechanical battle blade, known as the Blood Blade of Frenzy. This was the weapon accompanying the Overlord mech Blood Blade of Frenzy energy range, 50,000, 100,000. Those with energy below 30,000 cannot wield it effectively. Ability, Frenzy, consolidates excessive energy overflow to form a secondary attack, striking the enemy and dealing 50 damage of the initial assault. The name of the Blood Blade of Frenzy, like its ability, suggested that after the first wave of attack, a second would swiftly follow without the need for the user to swing it, resulting in a secondary strike. From an observer's perspective, it appeared as though the user of the Overlord mech was engaging in a frenzied assault against the opponent. The term frenzy aptly describes the intensity of the attack frequency. At that moment, a surge of powerful energy erupted from Hu Bing, causing Su Ming to react with a slight change in expression. Such a formidable energy response. Su Ming directed his gaze toward the nearby detection device, where a series of numbers illuminated the screen. 230,000 energy. Su Ming was taken aback. Hu Bing, relying solely on his own energy output, had achieved a staggering 230,000. This implied that, even while clad in the Overlord mech, Hu Bing could effortlessly obliterate him. Gene warriors, such as Hu Bing, are easily enhanced in the early stages. But as one progresses, especially to the 8th or 9th level, each advancement becomes a monumental leap, with the difficulty of enhancement increasing dramatically. Yet once achieved, the transformation is extraordinarily formidable. In the past 2 weeks, Su Ming's physical energy and brain domain energy had risen to 112,000 points, respectively. Even combined, they amounted to a mere 21,000 energy, trivial in comparison to the 9th level Gene warrior Hu Bing. As Hu Bing's energy surged, the mech began to exhibit energy fluctuations. The next moment, Hu Bing bellowed, driving the mech to unleash a powerful strike toward the testing device. The ferocious energy enveloped the entire chamber. Were it not for the special materials of the testing chamber, which possessed energy-absorbing capabilities, this single blow could have toppled the Tianlin base. Boom! A resounding crash echoed, prompting the crowd to instinctively turn their gaze toward the testing device, where a vivid red number began to appear. 350,000. 350,000. This indicated that the D-Class Overlord mech had elevated Hu Bing's energy by a whopping 120,000. Most importantly, having reached the 350,000 threshold meant he had crossed into the realm of a 10th level Gene warrior. In the testing chamber, the members of Tianlin exchanged glances, then erupted into a chorus of astonished exclamations. Incredible! I must develop my brain domain energy now. I also want to become a mech warrior. Oh, spare me. Developing brain domain energy isn't as simple as that. Otherwise, Tianlin wouldn't have only 13 members with activated brain domain energy. Without activation of brain domain energy, one is destined to be unable to wield a mech. This is the most crucial threshold for mech warriors. At that moment, Hu Bing suddenly shouted, "Attack me. I want to test the capabilities of the Overlord armor." The crowd paused, then observed as a thin layer of energy shield emerged around the Overlord mech. This energy shield is the Overlord armor, capable of absorbing up to 250,000 energy in attacks and converting kinetic energy into counterattacks to be released back. The onlookers exchanged glances, then, without hesitation, they began to strike the Overlord mech level 2, 100, 300. Level 3, 300, 1000. Level 4, 1,000, 5,000. Level 5, 5,000, 10,000. Level 6, 10,000 for W. Level 7, 4, 10. Level 8, 10, 18. Level 9, 18, 30. Level 10, 30, 60. There are additional levels beyond these, but we will discuss those later. For now, let us focus on the first 10 levels. Chapter 71, The Establishment of Wantong. As a second-tier force in the Black Domain, the members of Tianlin, though not as formidable as the Hubei, are certainly not to be underestimated. Among the onlookers, there were several 6th and 7th level Gene warriors. Upon hearing that Hubei had requested them to attack the Tyrant Mecha, they exchanged glances, astonished. Could there really be such an opportunity? The Tianlin members displayed excitement on their faces, and one by one, they drew their firearms and launched a frenzied assault on the Tyrant Mecha. However, in the next moment, everyone was taken aback. The Tyrant Mecha appeared completely unaffected by their attacks, not retreating an inch, and continued its steady advance. Normally, even if the energy shield could absorb the bullets, the kinetic energy would still push the mecha back. Yet, the Tyrant Mecha stood firm. This was all thanks to the kinetic energy conversion device within it. The kinetic energy was absorbed and transformed for the Tyrant Mecha's use. Visually, it seemed as though the Tyrant Mecha was shrouded in an invincible aura, impervious to the constraints of kinetic energy. At that moment, Hubei shouted sharply, "Enough!" The crowd froze, halting their actions. Although the Tyrant Mecha possessed the Tyrant armor, capable of absorbing 250,000 points of damage. Hubei, by standing unwaveringly and absorbing all their attacks, would soon find the energy shield depleted. Hubei regarded the tyrant Mecha as a treasure possession, and he could not permit the onlookers to continue their assault once the energy shield was exhausted. Just then, Hubei called out once more and swung his blade again, not towards the crowd but toward the testing wall behind him. Charge strike. The tyrant Mecha could convert all the previously absorbed kinetic energy into a powerful attack. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The onlookers gasped in awe and turned to the nearby display. The figures on the screen dramatically soared to 420,000. This was an increase of 70,000 points of energy compared to the previous full-strength strike. Although the description of the charge strike indicated a potential increase of 100,000, that was merely the ideal scenario. Under normal circumstances, an increase of 370,000 would already be considered exceptional. Seeing the numbers on the display, Hubei's face lit up with ecstatic joy. A trump card. This could unequivocally be viewed as the tyrant Mecha's secret weapon. Hubei grew increasingly fond of the tyrant Mecha. A Mecha that could augment one's power was nothing short of a dream come true. He quickly removed the Mecha and stored it within his personal space storage button, carefully threading it into a necklace to wear around his neck. In moments of danger, he could summon the Mecha at will with a mere thought. Thank you, Master Su Ming. Hubei smiled as he addressed Su Ming after removing the Mecha. Su Ming shook his head, replying, Brother Hubei, you have provided me with a wealth of knowledge. This is nothing. Now that the Mecha is assembled, I shall take my leave. With that, Su Ming departed from the Tianlin military base. The others at Tianlin, witnessing Su Ming's retreating figure, exchanged contemplative glances. Many among them had already exchanged contact information with Su Ming. Once they found the time, they intended to seek Su Ming's assistance in repairing their mechanical equipment. In the future, Su Ming's reputation would surely spread throughout the Black Domain, especially with Hubei utilizing the tyrant Mecha more frequently. In a realm as violent as the Black Domain, those who could enhance the strength of others would always be held in high esteem. After leaving Tianlin, Su Ming returned directly to his own base. Having witnessed the strength and structure of a second-tier force, he began to contemplate the state of his own organization. Currently, his force comprised just 20 individuals, including 11 researchers from the former Luosa Alliance who had joined during their journey. This meant that only 9 of them possessed combat capabilities. Such an organization could hardly be considered a 4th-tier force, let alone a 5th-tier one. The classification of forces is not determined solely by the leader's cultivation level. It is impossible to assert that Su Ming, possessing the strength to contend with 7th-level Gene warriors, qualifies as a 4th-tier force. In reality, assessing the strength of a force involves examining its organizational structure, influence, operational scope, and the normal flow of personnel as reference indicators. Presently, Su Ming's base was nothing more than a bare structure, barely deserving of the term base. Were it not for Tianlin's announcement of an alliance with his organization, he might not have been able to build it so securely. Upon returning to the base, Su Ming gathered a few core members for a brief meeting. We have 3 matters to discuss, he stated directly. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Warren, Locke, and the others exchanged glances, curiosity etched on their faces. Were they? They inquired. First, our organization needs a name. We cannot exist without one. How will others refer to us? Su Ming spoke with gravity. The others nodded in agreement, and a spirited discussion ensued. I think we should call ourselves the 32nd Legion. One suggested. Nonsense. Do you want the Empire to discover us at a faster pace? Another retorted. Everyone voiced their opinions, contributing ideas. After a lively exchange, Su Ming interjected, how about we name our organization Wantong? Wantong, on one hand, represents the convergence of individuals from diverse star domains and factions, intertwining like countless vines to form a resilient force. On the other hand, vines extend and reach out. Wantong will stretch its influence into every sphere, aspiring to become the dominant power in each field. This is the reason I wish to name it Wantong. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the group brightened in understanding and nodded in unison. Wantong sounds excellent, and the underlying meaning is commendable. Let be Wantong. With no objections raised, an organization named Wantong, led by Su Ming, quietly began to take root within the Black Domain. Having settled on a name, Su Ming nodded with satisfaction and continued. Now, 2 more pressing issues remain. First, how do we generate revenue? Second, how can we attract others to join Wantong? Chapter 72, Expanding Operations. Upon hearing Su Ming's inquiries, a contemplative expression washed over the faces of those present. Revenue generation and team expansion are challenges that every organization, regardless of its nature, be it light or dark, must confront. Within the black domain, while some forces may not operate legally, they undoubtedly possess revenue channels, commonly referred to as business. The business of the York Star thieves revolves around robbing the cosmos. Tianlin's business model is based on employment. Other factions engage in the trade of various materials, both legal and illegal, such as mechanical components. So, what will Wan Tang's business entail? Certainly, with Su Ming's capabilities, he could easily work as a mechanic, assisting others in the repair and modification of mechanical equipment to amass considerable wealth. However, a faction relies heavily on its leadership to labor tirelessly for revenue. Thus, the establishment of such a faction begs the question of its significance. It is imperative for everyone to identify a venture that provides meaningful engagement for all, ensuring sustainable development. At this juncture, Wang Ku, who had been relatively silent, unexpectedly interjected, "We could sell genetic serums, along with various specialized potions, such as those for enhancement, recovery, and even toxins." Upon hearing Wang Ku's proposal, the group turned their attention towards him, their expressions betraying a flicker of unease. They had not forgotten the profound impact that Wang Ku's team of genetic serum specialists had during their time in the Lost Alliance, where the entire cosmic ecosystem of the Banderstar domain had been afflicted by the supergenetic virus. The mention of developing genetic serums inevitably conjured memories of the chaos that had erupted in the Banderstar system. Noting the peculiar expressions on their faces, Wang Ku quickly offered a wry smile and clarified, "I am referring to standard genetic serums, not the supergenetic variants. Our technology for the latter is still in its infancy and requires further research. However, we possess a relatively mature understanding of the standard genetic serums that unlock genetic potential, so there should be no issues there. The same goes for other potions. As elite researchers, we are quite confident in our ability to develop standard remedies." Upon hearing Wang Ku's explanation, the group visibly relaxed, realizing they had misunderstood him. The previous upheaval had left a lasting impression, and the mere mention of genetic serums had triggered unwarranted associations. Nevertheless, the concept of genetic serums and other potions sounded promising. It is well known that even within human society, genetic serums command a substantial market share. Each star domain consumes vast quantities of genetic serums daily, ensuring that there will always be buyers as long as there is supply. Moreover, in a volatile domain, such as the black domain, other potions would undoubtedly be in high demand, as conflict invariably leads to injuries requiring restorative remedies. This prospect appears to be quite viable. I concur, it seems promising. However, in addition to genetic serums, we should explore other business avenues. For instance, Warren, you could assist others in repairing mechanical equipment and later recruit a cadre of apprentices to establish a mechanical repair factory. As for Locke and your team, you could readily engage in contractual work. Su Ming remarked with a smile. The presence of researchers is indeed advantageous. While they may not provide the immediate strength that combat personnel do to bolster a faction, their contributions are subtle yet profound. The long-term value generated by researchers often surpasses that of even the most formidable warriors. Each faction's formation is multifaceted, and within the black domain, it is likely that no more than 10 factions possess researchers, all of which are major powers. Wang Ku and his colleagues are highly coveted, even by the two great cosmic nations, underscoring their formidable standing in the field of research. With the inclusion of Wang Ku and his team, Wanting need not worry about the future of medical and biochemical domains. After confirming genetic serums as the primary business focus, the group proceeded to discuss the third question posed by Su Ming, recruitment. Recruitment, however, is an ongoing endeavor for any faction, becoming increasingly feasible as the faction grows in strength. The consensus was that once Wan Tung is established and begins selling genetic serums, they should recruit at a premium, ensuring the quality of new members. With a clear direction for future work established, the meeting concluded and the attendees dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. After the meeting, Su Ming pondered for a moment before dialing a number. Young brother Su Ming, long time no see. Are you looking to purchase something? A middle-aged man's voice greeted him upon connection. It was Walter, the merchant with whom Su Ming had previously made acquaintance. Without preamble, Su Ming inquired, "Mr. Walter, I wish to procure a substantial amount of research and production equipment from you. Do you have any available?" Walter appeared somewhat surprised by Su Ming's request. "You have brought researchers? Whatever type of production equipment you need, I can secure it for you. Though the usual arrangement applies, a 20% markup on market prices, as I do need to cover my expenses." Su Ming chuckled. "I understand. That is acceptable. I require large-scale genetic serum production equipment, research stations, nanobiological incubators, and more. He proceeded to enumerate the mechanical apparatuses Wang Ke had mentioned. Walter was taken aback by Su Ming's requests. Genetic serums? Are you planning to produce them? Indeed. Mr. Walter, you could also serve as our agent. Su Ming replied with a smile. However, Walter's tone grew more serious. Young brother, allow me to offer some advice. In the black domain, genetic serums represent a significant business opportunity, and many are vying for a piece of the pie. The waters are quite murky. Should you enter this market, you may inadvertently encroach upon others' interests. In the black domain, interests reign supreme, and any threat to another's profit could provoke severe retaliation. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming responded, let us proceed with acquiring the equipment first, so our researchers have work to engage in. As for when we will commence sales, I have a plan. Walter sighed, then stated, these devices are not inexpensive. They're strictly regulated by various cosmic nations. I calculated that procuring a complete set would cost around 400 million star coins. 400 million star coins? Su Ming gasped. Research instruments are so exorbitant that some could sustain billions of people on a planet for a day. Not even an E-class mech costs that much. The staggering amount left Su Ming astounded. Indeed, Walter lamented, I wish it were not so steep, but the legitimate prices for such instruments are inherently high. Otherwise, why do so many small workshops produce substandard genetic serums? It is precisely because they cannot afford proper research equipment. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming resolved, I will buy. It is imperative to acquire quality equipment, not the shoddy instruments from small workshops. From the outset, Wan Teng's reputation must be pristine. If we are to produce genetic serums, they must be of the highest quality. After all, competition in this sector is fierce, and producing affordable yet superior genetic serums will undoubtedly attract market interest. Although the cost is high, one must invest to reap rewards. With determination, Su Ming then asked, Mr. Walter, do you accept mechanical components? I have numerous parts available. Walter chuckled lightly before replying, yes. Of course. But let me be clear. I will purchase them at 80% of market value. I cannot operate at original prices without profit. Su Ming was not surprised by Walter's terms. It was only reasonable that the sale of mechanical components would not be at the purchase price. Such expectations are unrealistic. Even when dealing with reputable institutions, most tend to sell at approximately 80% of the market price. Walter's fees are quite reasonable and do not reflect any unscrupulousness. Without hesitation, Su Ming decisively transferred 1/5 of what he acquired from York to Walter through the spatial transmission function. After receiving the mechanical components, Walter meticulously counted them and then spoke with satisfaction. All right, these are worth about 4 billion star coins, so we are even. The equipment you requested should arrive the day after tomorrow. Su Ming nodded, a wry smile crossing his face as he remarked, after this batch, I will truly be left destitute. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Walter suddenly became intrigued. Brother, are you interested in pulling off a big score? A big score? Su Ming replied, taken aback. Walter continued in a mysterious tone. Recently, a new vein of mines has been discovered in a stellar region. The 5 great cosmic nations are preparing to transport these minerals back. This is our opportunity. Upon hearing Walter's words, Su Ming immediately shook his head, saying, Mr. Walter, I appreciate your goodwill, but as far as I know, the transportation of these minerals is typically handled by Ascendant-level powers. I cannot even reach the standard of a level 10 gene warrior. Wouldn't I be easily dispatched by an Ascendant-level being? Haha, brother, do not panic. Allow me to elaborate. Walter said mysteriously, within the transport team, there is a wealthy scion of an empire, specifically Corn Surrey of the Corn family, who has been dispatched for this transport. You understand how these wealthy heirs operate. They merely seek to gild their reputations. However, with Surrey in this transport team, a gap has opened for non-ascendant levels. Such opportunities have been rare in previous years. This is a tremendous chance. Walter exclaimed excitedly. What? Corn Surrey? Su Ming was taken aback upon hearing the familiar name, and a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Surrey, his elder brother. He had previously targeted Su Ming multiple times while in the Corn family, and after Su Ming left the family, Surrey had sent assassins to eliminate him. Had he not awakened his consciousness and fortuitously assembled a mechanical arm, he might have indeed perished at the hands of a mere level 3 assassin. The fact that Surrey was responsible for transporting these minerals suddenly made Su Ming take this matter seriously. Noticing the change in Su Ming's tone, Walter was puzzled. Shouldn't the focus of this matter be on the absence of Ascendant-level warriors for mineral transport? Why did it seem that Su Ming was fixated on the wealthy heir of the Corn family? Confused, Walter shook his head, then continued, Brother, if you're interested, we have internal contacts to assist. I can temporarily disable their warship, and you can seize the opportunity to take it. Afterward, I will open a spatial passage to extract you, and we will split the spoils 50-50. Curious, Su Ming asked, Mr. Walter, why choose me? Wouldn't it be more prudent to select an 8th or 9th level gene warrior for this task? Walter chuckled lightly, then slowly replied, on one hand, I trust your skills. I have seen your prowess in operating mechs. You are exceptionally talented. On the other hand, if we employed an 8th or 9th level gene warrior, I would be concerned about black-on-black scenarios. Su Ming couldn't help but smile inwardly. Walter, true to his mercantile nature, was calculating. He likely did not genuinely believe in Su Ming's exceptional skills. Rather, he was genuinely wary of potential betrayals from others. Walter was well aware of Su Ming's combat capabilities and likely did not fear him turning against him. Although over the past few weeks, Su Ming had significantly increased his level and assembled a new Overlord mech, he had no intention of betraying Walter over this endeavor. Su Ming was not merely fixated on immediate gains. After a moment of contemplation, driven by his feelings towards Srey, he agreed to Walter's proposal. Very well, but Mr. Walter, you must ensure that the warship goes out of control and that the spatial passage remains unobstructed. Should anything seem amiss, I will withdraw. Upon hearing Su Ming's response, Walter's face lit up with delight. He promptly assured, Rest assured, brother, as a businessman, I value my reputation above all. I am absolutely reliable. However, the Empire has only just begun mining the ores, so we will likely need to wait a month or two to intercept them. Su Ming smiled at Walter's words. For him, a month or two posed no issue. Rather, it provided him ample time to focus on his training, after which he would surely surprise Srey. Chapter 74, Level 5 Body Refinement. 2 days later, the research instruments arrived at the Wanten base. Su Ming promptly moved the equipment to the designated research building assigned to Wang Ku and others. He then entered work mode alongside Warren. The base's defensive mechanisms and systems required construction. Su Ming immersed himself in the workshop, fervently disassembling and assembling mechanical equipment while simultaneously engaging in training. That night, Su Ming sat alone on his bed and glanced at the star points accumulated in his system. After a period of accumulation, coupled with the abundant star points gained from the continuous assembly of mechs, Su Ming's star points had remarkably reached around 9,000. Observing the considerable amount of star points, he promptly declared, System, exchange for Level 5 Body Refinement. The Level 5 Body Refinement required a staggering 5,000 star points. Had it not been for the substantial accumulation during this time, Su Ming might not have dared to pursue the Level 5 refinement. However, the effects of body refinement far surpassed the standard enhancement of physical capabilities. It not only significantly increased the strength of Su Ming's physique, but also greatly enhanced his adaptability to stellar energy. Previously, during Level 4 body refinement, Su Ming's body could only withstand a maximum of 500 points of stellar energy. Exceeding this threshold would inflict severe damage to his physique. Now, with Level 5 body refinement, it remained uncertain just how much higher his limits could go. Soon, a massive influx of stellar energy surged into every part of Su Ming's body. Under the refinement of this energy, he felt his body gradually solidifying and strengthening. In no time, he sensed a qualitative leap in his physique. Body refinement successful. Host body refinement level elevated to Level 5. The required star points for the next level, 10,000. The system's voice resonated, and Su Ming opened his eyes, gradually perceiving the extraordinary strength his body had attained through this process. Level 5 body refinement provided an enhancement to physical strength that was more than double that of Level 4. Now, Su Ming's capacity for star points was estimated to have risen to around 1,000. Such an immense reservoir of star points could potentially unleash an energy level of 50,000. This meant that by expending 1,000 star points, Su Ming could augment his next attack by 50,000 energy levels. For Su Ming at this moment, this represented a formidable weapon. Moreover, with the elevation of his body refinement, his physical energy level surged for the previous 9,600 to 11,000, officially surpassing the 10,000 threshold. He experienced a near 1,500 increase in his physical energy level in one go. Thus, Su Ming had officially entered the realm of Level 6 Gene Warriors. A look of satisfaction spread across Su Ming's face. He cast a fleeting glance at the imposing tyrant Mecha that stood within the chamber, a faint smile of bitter resignation gracing his lips. The minimum energy requirement to operate the tyrant Mecha was a staggering 30,000 points. This meant that Su Ming's cerebral and physical energy levels combined had to reach this threshold before he could pilot the mecha effectively. Currently, the total of his energy levels barely exceeded 20,000 points, rendering him entirely incapable of operating the Tyrant Mecha. At this moment, Su Ming felt as though he were a mere mechanic whose skills surpassed his own capabilities, a profoundly tormenting realization. With no other recourse, he resolved to devote himself to rigorous training during this period to rectify his energy deficiencies. With just over a month remaining, Su Ming decided to enter seclusion and immerse himself in fervent practice. He ceased to be frugal with his star points, continuously exchanging them without hesitation. Determined to maximize his training as long as his body could endure, time flew by swiftly, and before he knew it, a month had elapsed. During this month of seclusion, Su Ming's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, propelling him to a mid-level 6th rank. His attribute panel now read as follows. Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 21,000. Cerebral energy level, 20,000. Gene lock activation level, mid-level 6th rank. Physical vitality, 100. Body refinement level, 5th rank. Star points required for next level, 10,000. Current star points, 4,800. After a month of intense cultivation, his energy levels had nearly doubled. Su Ming's gene level had also ascended to a mid-level 6th rank, with the combined total of his energy levels now reaching 40,000 points. He finally found himself ready to pilot the Tyrant Mecha. A satisfied expression adorned his face as he pushed open the door and stepped outside. At the very moment, Su Ming emerged from his seclusion. In the distant star regions of interstellar society, a striking young man arrived in this sector. This young man was none other than Su Rue, the eldest son of the Colin family. Upon arriving in the mining sector, Dewey approached him directly. "Young master, you have arrived." Dewey greeted respectfully. In response to Dewey's words, Su Rue smiled and replied, "There's no need for such formalities, Mr. Dewey. Just call me Su Rue." True aristocratic education is about fostering approachability, not instilling an air of superiority. In this regard, Su Rue certainly excelled in his superficial demeanor. Hearing Su Rue's words, a smile broke across Dewey's face, and he promptly informed him, "Young Master Su Rue, your father has made all the necessary arrangements, and the mining operations here are nearly complete. You will be able to transport the resources back in 2 days." Both Su Rue and Dewey understood implicitly that Colin Clarence's arrangements were primarily intended to enhance Su Rue's standing, facilitating his future endeavors within the Empire. Su Rue had strategically chosen to arrive on the final day, as this process was merely a formality. Upon learning that he could return to the Empire in 2 days, a satisfied smile adorned Su Rue's face. "I appreciate your hard work during this time, Mr. Dewey. I will take care of the subsequent matters," Su Rue said with a smile. He had not come alone, for the universe was vast, and one could never be too cautious against potential dangers, such as space pirates. Thus, Su Rue had brought along an 8th-rank Gene warrior and a team of 7th-rank Mecha warriors. With such formidable escorts, he was confident that the resources would be safely transported back. In due time, his father would be able to add to his resume, involved in the execution of strategic-level affairs for the Empire, and achieve successful results as the responsible party. With this thought, Su Rue couldn't help but display a self-satisfied grin. Chapter 75, An Unusual Shadow. However, unbeknownst to Su Rue, one of the 7th-rank Mecha warriors he had brought along was quietly eavesdropping on his conversation with Dewey. This individual then made their way to the restroom aboard the warship, where they discreetly transmitted classified information regarding Su Rue's imminent return to the Empire in 2 days. Along with the planned route, the recipient of this message was none other than the black market merchant, Walter. At that moment, Walter was piloting his ship, seeking business opportunities, when he suddenly received a transmission. His expression shifted as he read the message about Su Rue. A look of delight spread across his face. Quickly, Walter dialed a number. "Brother, Su Rue is set to depart for the Empire in 2 days. We should prepare accordingly." After hanging up, Walter wore a satisfied smile. This was a shipment classified by the Empire as strategic-grade resources, indicating their immense quantity. Although he would ultimately share the profits with Su Ming, it still represented a substantial windfall. Securing this batch of resources could allow him to lighten his workload for a decade. Such wealth was almost unfathomable to Walter. As he plotted for this venture, Su Rue remained leisurely in the mining sector, awaiting the miners to extract the resources for him. The Empire had organized 5 transport teams to convey these resources, with each team tasked with transporting nearly 10 trillion star coins worth of minerals. Upon their return to the Empire, These minerals would primarily be utilized in the fabrication of mechanical components. Additionally, some special minerals with radioactive properties would be employed for energy supplies. In summary, discovering a mining sector had the potential to significantly stimulate interstellar society, even ushering in prosperity for entire planets. Young Master, this is the non-radioactive mineral storage, Dewey announced as he brought a half-human-tall box into the warship, placing it within the ship's secure system. This imposing storage box was designed to accommodate the vast quantities of minerals being extracted. Due to the sheer volume of minerals, ordinary storage rings or watches were utterly inadequate. Only a storage box could suffice. While it may have appeared to be only half a person high, the minerals contained within were estimated to amount to a third of a habitable planet in size. The value of such an immense quantity of minerals was incalculable, capable of sustaining countless planets for an extended duration. Moreover, this was not the entirety of the mineral haul, as radioactive minerals remained to be extracted. These radioactive minerals typically possessed exceptionally potent energy, and their value far exceeded that of non-radioactive minerals of the same mass. Su Rue nodded and inquired with curiosity. Have the radioactive minerals not yet been fully extracted? Dewey's face contorted into a wry smile as he replied, "We had anticipated completion by now, but it seems we encountered some resistance during extraction, causing delays. However, we are nearing completion." Su Rue appeared enlightened, and with a light chuckle, he remarked, "No worries. We can afford to wait. Take your time." At this moment, neither Su Rue nor Dewey noticed that while extracting the radioactive minerals, one of the workers suddenly exclaimed, "Old Ma, did I just see a shadow flash by within that metallic clump?" The worker peered intently at the radioactive minerals ahead. "What nonsense! Given the intense radiation here, how could anyone possibly be inside?" The workers extracting radioactive minerals were required to don radiation suits to perform their task safely. Without the protective radiation suits, under such high energy concentrations, a human would likely be instantaneously melted into a pool of blood. Consequently, these workers had no means to visually inspect the minerals before them. They could only observe the scene through the imaging technology embedded within their suits. Had someone possessed the ability to see these minerals with the naked eye, they would undoubtedly discover, amidst those pale red, translucent, peculiar radioactive minerals, the silhouettes of dozens of individuals bathed in crimson, lying within these veins of ore. Such a sight, if witnessed, would surely leave onlookers utterly astounded. After all, the energy emitted by this radioactive mineral was so potent that, if contained within, even a 10th-level genetic warrior would be reduced to mere blood. Yet, at this moment, there lay numerous crimson figures, seemingly at ease within the very minerals that could easily bring about death, as if these deadly substances were as natural to them as water to fish. Intriguingly, these silhouettes could only be captured by the naked eye. No photographic or surveillance technology could detect them. From the perspective of the workers' camera systems, the pale, red minerals appeared devoid of any figures, merely transparent substances. "Perhaps I've been working continuously for several days, and my eyes are playing tricks on me," one of the workers muttered. Upon glancing again at the pale, red minerals, he indeed found no trace of any figures. Subsequently, several individuals operated mechanical equipment to transport the pale red minerals into specialized radiation-proof storage containers. Little did they realize that as they moved these minerals, one of the crimson figures abruptly opened its eyes, scanning its surroundings with a wary expression. The supposed illusion of figure seen by the worker was not a mere trick of the eye. It was the silhouette awakening that triggered the equipment's detection. This crimson figure seemed only detectable during its movement. When still, it was visible solely to the naked eye. At that moment, the figure encased within the pale, red mineral had just awakened, barely comprehending its surroundings, when it was swiftly confined within the storage container. Following this, several workers cheerfully clapped their hands. "We've finished for now. Our next transport will likely be a few months from now. Let us take a break and have a drink." The workers, filled with joviality, successfully concluded the collection of the last mineral. They then carried the box containing the radioactive minerals back aboard the battleship. After passing through the radiation absorption area to eliminate the residual radioactive elements from the box, they presented it to Dewey. Dewey nodded with a smile and promptly placed the box into the safety system. "Young Master Surue, the minerals have been mined, and we are ready to set sail back." Chapter 76, The Intrusion. Under the influence of a spatial fluctuation, 3 cosmic battleships abruptly plunged into an expanse of void. A cosmic battleship is distinct from a spaceship. Their relationship mirrors that of a tank to a car. One serves military purposes, while the other is designed for transport. True cosmic battleships, in terms of both functionality and power, far exceed that of mere spaceships. At this moment, the three cosmic battleships raced forward at astonishing speed, tearing through the void and leaving behind a shimmering mirage as they sped away into the distance. These three battleships were the ones carrying Surue, tasked with transporting the mine minerals back to the Empire. Surue sat within the battleship, brimming with satisfaction, leisurely engaged in a virtual mech game. He felt utterly confident, believing that this mission was virtually guaranteed to succeed. Although their team lacked any apocalypse-level powerhouse, their strength was formidable, consisting of dozens of 7th-level mech warriors and one 8th-level genetic warrior. Moreover, Surue himself had made remarkable progress over the past 6 months, reaching the realm of a 6th-level genetic warrior, and when combined with his mech, he could unleash a formidable 7th-level energy. Such rapid advancement in cultivation was rare within the Empire, with few able to rival Surue, coupled with his father's political influence and the gilded opportunities presented to him. Surue's ascension to becoming a significant figure within the Empire seemed almost inevitable. The future appeared bright, filling Surue with delight. However, at that moment, the battleship in which Surue was situated suddenly came to a jarring halt, while the other two ships continued onward at their normal pace. What is happening? Surue swiftly removed his gaming helmet and stood, his expression resolute as he inquired. Why has the battleship suddenly stopped? Dewey hurriedly entered, addressing Surue. Young master, the battleship's power core has encountered an unknown malfunction. It is currently initiating self-repair, which will likely take about half an hour. Upon hearing Dewey's words, Surue furrowed his brow. He did not wish for any mishaps on their journey. However, there was little to be done about a malfunctioning ship. Reluctantly, Surue commanded, "Have the other two ships halt. We will wait until this battleship is repaired before returning together." Dewey nodded and promptly exited to issue the command. Meanwhile, in the cosmic void, an inconspicuous black mech floated silently. This was the Tyrant mech piloted by Su Ming. Originally, the Tyrant mech had been a vibrant red. However, to facilitate this operation, Su Ming had painted it a matte black. As light struck it, it seemed to blend seamlessly with the dark, tranquil void surrounding it. At that moment, Su Ming observed the three battleships racing swiftly past him. Just then, the central battleship abruptly halted, while the two adjacent ships failed to react, continuing their forward momentum. Now's the time, Su Ming. Walter's voice resonated within the mech, with the other two ships already some distance away. Even if they noticed something amiss and attempted to return, it would take them some time. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ming accelerated toward the battleship. As he approached, a door large enough to accommodate the Tyrant mech opened on the battleship. Su Ming understood that Walter's contacts within Surue's ranks had facilitated this opening for him. He silently admired Walter's influence. Even an apocalypse-level scion could have an insider place so close. This would allow him to easily infiltrate the battleship. When only 2 kilometers away from the vessel, Su Ming activated the Tyrant mech's spatial jump device, instantly vanishing into the fabric of space. When he reappeared, he had precisely entered the battleship through the open hatch. Su Ming, you have 5 minutes remaining. In 5 minutes, the other 2 battleships will arrive alongside this one. Walter's voice echoed in Su Ming's communication system. This is the schematic of the battleship. The containers holding the minerals are located in this room. Remember, my people can only disable the security system for 10 seconds. Once you enter the room, you must seize the container within that time. After hearing Walter's instructions, Su Ming replied softly, "Understood." With that, a glimmer of starlight flashed in his eyes as he activated the system's X-ray vision. Although Walter provided Su Ming with an appropriate blueprint, the lines depicted were merely static representations. While possessing a schematic, one cannot discern the intricate movements of every individual aboard the battleship. However, the ability to perceive through walls changed the game entirely. Su Ming could effortlessly observe the actions of all personnel within the vessel, allowing him to select the most optimal path. Through the system's X-ray vision, Su Ming clearly identified the distribution of skilled fighters throughout the battleship. He squinted slightly, directing his gaze toward the central chamber. Within that room sat a strikingly handsome young man, somewhat resembling Su Ming himself, lounging leisurely on a sofa. Upon seeing this youth, a wave of murderous intent surged within Su Ming. Surui, the one who had tormented him during his moment of vulnerability and subsequently sought to end his life by hiring assassins. This individual was a target that Su Ming could not afford to let escape. Has he already attained a mid-level 6th rank cultivation? Su Ming used. Yet he did not regard Su Rue as a significant threat, although Su Ming was also a 6th rank genetic warrior, on par with Su Rue's cultivation. He did not believe Su Rue possessed the capability to assemble a D-class mech. Only a personally assembled D-class mech could be operated at the 6th rank. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to wield such a machine at that level. Su Rue was undoubtedly using an E-class mech, rendering him vastly inferior to Su Ming in both raw power and technique. Su Ming's expression hardened as the layout of the entire battleship replayed in his mind. Without hesitation, he unleashed a formidable energy surge. The tyrant mech transformed into a shadowy figure, crashing through the battleship's walls and charging forward. Warning. Enemy detected. Enemy detected. The ship's automated defense systems activated. Chapter 77. The Dash. Upon hearing of the intrusion, the entire crew of the battleship momentarily believed they had misheard, left in a state of confusion. What nonsense is this? What the ship's inherent detection system? What the defense mechanism? How could an intruder breach the vessel so silently? Surely, the energy shield would have made some noise upon being attacked. Perhaps there was a malfunction in the power core that rendered the entire defense system inoperative, one crew member speculated. Malfunction? Nonsense. If it were truly incapacitated, the alarms wouldn't even sound. The only explanation for such a silent entry is that there must be a traitor aboard. A mech warrior shouted angrily. At that moment, the Empire was in the midst of transporting minerals, and the crew bore a significant responsibility. The intrusion sent shockwaves through the sensitive nerves of every individual on board. The security system began locating the intruder's numbers, energy response, and position. An 8th-rank genetic warrior, the strongest aboard the battleship. Though he had not activated his brain domain energy and could not pilot a mech, his combat prowess surpassed even that of ordinary mech warriors. Instantly, he calmly addressed the security system, understanding the utmost importance of ascertaining the intruder's strength and position in order to intercept them before they reach the vessel's core. Should the intruder breach that vital area, it could lead to the entire ship's downfall. Almost immediately, the security system relayed Su Ming's position and energy range to every crew member's communication device. As they observed the moving red dot, their expressions darkened. So fast. The intruder's speed is astonishing. Yet this realization also alerted everyone to Su Ming's whereabouts, prompting them to converge upon him. 5 will go to intercept him, while 5 will remain to guard the core chamber. We must protect the minerals, commanded Henry, the 8th-rank genetic warrior, a blade-wielding combatant, as he led 5 mech warriors toward Su Ming's direction. Through the system, Su Ming was aware of their movements and understood that his trajectory had likely been compromised. There was no avoiding this. The entire battleship was under the watchful eye of the security system, making his movement akin to traversing a room under 360-degree surveillance, utterly devoid of concealment. However, this was all within Su Ming's expectations. While they could see him, he could also perceive their positions. Furthermore, he possessed an undeniable advantage, the ability to breach the battleship's walls at will, with no regard for the damage incurred. In contrast, his pursuers were constrained to the designated routes laid out within the ship. Without hesitation, Su Ming targeted the adjacent alloy wall, drawing the battle blade from his mech and striking forcefully. With a thunderous roar, the battleship's alloy wall was cleaved open, and the tyrant mech swiftly plunged through the gaping hole. What? He breached the wall? Henry exclaimed, his eyes widening as he watched the mech's actions on the monitor. His mood darkening. The crew had intended to navigate through that passage to intercept him, but halfway there, the intruder had already darted through the wall into an adjacent corridor. This was undeniably awkward. After all, the crew had just circled around to encircle the invading mech, only to find that their efforts were rendered futile by the intruder's breach of the wall. Now, Henry faced 2 choices, to return the way he came or to pursue the intruder through the newly created opening. Yet regardless of the path chosen, it would entail a considerably lengthy journey. Pursue. Henry decided without hesitation, pressing onward along the path. Any choice was better than inaction. However, this shift in dynamics transformed the situation entirely. The crew, who had been on the defensive, were now the hunters, left scrambling in Su Ming's wake. Disregarding the pursuit behind him, Su Ming propelled himself forward, racing toward the core chamber. It did not take long for him to arrive at his destination, where the mineral storage boxes and Su Rue awaited him. Yet, before that confrontation, Su Ming had to confront 5 7th-rank mech warriors. His gaze steady, he utilized the system to observe the 5 vigilant mech warriors stationed at the entrance. Both sides were now acutely aware of each other's positions, and a clash was imminent. Without hesitation, Su Ming raised his war blade from his mech. Although he excelled in range combat, Utilizing high-powered long-range weaponry within the confines of the battleship would likely result in collateral damage that could harm himself as well. Thus, he opted to abandon the sniper rifle in favor of the blade system, exchanged for 800 starlight points. Su Ming remained calm and focused. In his mind, he had rehearsed the impending confrontation with the 5 mech warriors countless times. Instantly, a vast surge of starlight flooded into every corner of Su Ming's being, transforming him. The youth was no longer the same. Now, having undergone physical refinement, Su Ming could effortlessly bear the once unbearable torrent of starlight energy. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the mech's footsteps reverberated throughout the battleship, each step amplifying the energy emanating from the tyrant mech. That energy had surpassed 100,000. Henry's expression changed dramatically as he sensed the surge of energy from the tyrant mech exceeding 100,000 energy placed him firmly within the realm of an 8th rank mech warrior. Confronted with an 8th level mech warrior, even 5 7th level gene warriors would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught. Moreover, this energy level was ceaselessly escalating, and in the blink of an eye, it had surged to an approximate intensity of around 130,000. Damn it! Wasn't this individual only exhibiting an energy level of 110,000 during the assessment? How could there suddenly be an additional 20,000? Henry spoke with a grave expression. Minerals were of paramount importance. Should they be lost, they would bear significant responsibility. Gritting his teeth, Henry drew his mechanical battle blade and forcefully cleaved through the adjacent alloy wall, disregarding any further delay as he raced towards Su Ming's direction. At that very moment, Su Ming had finally arrived outside the core chamber, where he beheld 5 mech warriors, all poised and alert, their gazes fixed upon him. Stand azide. Su Ming barked coldly, and then surged forward. Radiant starlight erupted within the warship. Chapter 78, The Dominant Tyrant Mech. The 5 mech warriors had likewise noticed Su Ming charging towards them. Instantly, they activated their mechs and advanced to meet him. Within the confines of the warship, only melee weapons could be employed, prompting the 5 mech warriors to brandish the mechanized weapons integrated into their suits. To their astonishment, the opposing force was charging directly towards them without a hint of evasion, as if their urgency left no room for avoidance. Witnessing this, the 5 mech warriors were filled with elation, raising their mechanical weapons to strike at the black mech with fervor. Yet at that moment, a thin energy shield materialized around the frame of the black mech. Seeing this, the mech warriors did not halt their assault. It was entirely normal for a D-class mech to possess an energy shield, though it was unlikely they could breach the shield with their initial strike. The sheer force of their assault could still impede the opponent's advance. They were confident that the momentum of their charge would be affected, allowing them to launch a second wave of attacks or await Captain Henry's arrival. However, what transpired next astounded the mech warriors. Their mechanized weapons struck the energy shield, yet the black mech remained utterly unaffected, as if the kinetic energy had lost all efficacy upon contact. How could this be? The 5 mech warriors were taken aback. They had never witnessed such an uncanny sight before. It was akin to exerting all one's might against an adversary, only to find that not only had they sustained no injury, but their advance had not even been obstructed in the slightest. What was happening? The black mech surged forward like a tyrant, impervious to their kinetic energy, resolutely continuing its charge. In disbelief, the warriors prepared to launch a second assault. Yet, how could Su Ming afford to grant them a second opportunity? The first strike had merely been a pretext to allow them to gather energy, enabling their initial strike. Su Ming raised his dark crimson berserker blade, a smile playing upon his lips as he unleashed the full brunt of his starlight energy. Charging his attack, the starlight energy combined with the mech's own might culminated in an astonishing output of 170,000 energy points. A mere 10,000 energy points shy of reaching the realm of a 9th level mech warrior. Such a formidable energy level was surely beyond the capacity of 5 7th level mech warriors to withstand. At this juncture, Su Rue had already become aware of the intruders aboard the warship. He promptly contacted the other 2 vessels to turn around and provide support. However, redirecting the 2 ships would require time. Su Rue had no choice but to don his mech and urgently press Henry. Hurry over. Captain Henry, they are about to breach my chamber. Forget about the damage aboard the ship. Break through the walls if you must. This is no time for hesitation. Sweat beaded on Su Rue's forehead as he sensed the energy fluctuations outside. Judging by the energy readings, it was evident that the intruder was an 8th level mech warrior. boasting the power of an 8th-level gene warrior. Meanwhile, he himself, along with his mech, barely constituted a 7th-level mech warrior. Should the intruder breach the defenses of the 5 warriors guarding the door, he would be utterly outmatched. At this moment, Su Rue could only pray that the 5 mech warriors could stall for just a little longer, granting Henry the time to arrive. Once Henry was present, he could successfully hold off the opponent, allowing the other 2 ships to render assistance. If the other 2 vessels could turn back, they would assuredly be capable of intercepting the intruder. Su Rue was engulfed in a tempest of anxiety and fury. His greatest concern was that the intruder would seize his minerals, leading to severe political repercussions within the Empire. Although punishment was not guaranteed, his prospects within the Empire would undoubtedly suffer grave consequences. Damn it, you must hold him off, Su Rue fervently implored from within. Yet, evidently, his prayers fell on deaf ears. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from outside the door, causing Su Rue to momentarily doubt his assessment of the intruder as an 8th-level mech warrior. The energy fluctuations rivaled the intensity of a 9th-level mech warrior. In an instant, the fortified walls of the chamber were breached, and Su Rue beheld the 5 mech warriors being hurled into the room through the shattered wall. 3 of the mech warriors were shattered beyond recognition, blood oozing forth from their wrecked exoskeletons, indicating that the pilots had perished instantaneously within their machines. The remaining 2 mech warriors were likewise sent flying, crashing against the walls, their vitality plummeting as they lost consciousness. Su Rue gazed at the encroaching black mech, overwhelmed by an aura of malevolence. As if it were a demon risen from the depths of hell, intent on annihilating the world. His mind went blank, and faced with the specter of death, Su Rue frantically piloted his mech, retreating in desperation. Yet, despair washed over him as the black mech swiftly closed the distance. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck him from behind. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Su Rue felt himself propelled by an overwhelming power. Warning! Mech shield compromised, damage exceeding 20. Though both were classified as E-level mechs, Su Rue's mech was undoubtedly of far superior design compared to the other 5 warriors' machines. Those 5 mech warriors had been dispatched with a single blow. However, Su Rue's mech, fortified with a robust shield, had withstood the initial assault. Yet it could only endure that first strike. The dark mech advanced relentlessly, its energy fluctuations brewing ominously as it approached. Chapter 79, The Guardian's Company. Damn it. Upon witnessing this, despair engulfed Su Rue's heart. Yet he knew that remaining idle would only hasten the demise of his mech. With a determined grit, Su Rue fiercely extracted a colossal battle axe from within his mech, unleashing a surge of energy that enveloped the weapon in a formidable aura. He bellowed, charging towards the jet-black mech with unbridled ferocity. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the black mech evaded his strike with an almost supernatural agility, maneuvering with an inconceivable precision that rendered Su Rue's assault futile. The disparity in their skills was glaring. The pilot of the black mech clearly operated at a level far beyond Su Rue's capabilities. Like a predator toying with its prey, the black mech effortlessly nullified Su Rue's attacks. In the next instant, Su Rue was struck by an overwhelming force emanating from his opponent's mech, shattering his own into fragments. Warning, mech damage exceeds 60. Automatic disengagement initiated to prevent explosion due to malfunction. The alarm blared within the cockpit. Moments later, Su Rue's mech disintegrated, revealing him within. Upon witnessing Su Rue ejected from the mech, Su Ming's eyes glinted with a cold malice. Though he was his brother, Su Rue had relentlessly tormented him throughout their childhood in the pursuit of the Collin family's resources. Compassion for this man was utterly absent in Su Ming's heart. Su Ming raised his battle knife, poised to cleave Su Rue in two. Just as the strike was about to descend, a brilliant radiance erupted from Su Rue's form. With a thunderous crash, Su Ming suddenly felt as though his weapon had collided with an impenetrable object, the recoil jolting his hands. Peering closely, he furrowed his brow. Su Rue was shielded by a warm, golden energy barrier. As a mechanic, Su Ming was well aware of the significance of such a protective device. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. This energy shield, known as the Guardian 30 Energy Shield, was a premium protective apparatus manufactured by a company named Guardian. Although the company specialized solely in protective mechanical gear, its influence spanned the 5 great cosmic nations. The reason was simple. Guardian's products far surpassed all other protective equipment in performance. However, they catered exclusively to high-end clientele and markets. with each piece of equipment being incredibly powerful yet exorbitantly priced. Useless. This is the Guardian's Protection 30 energy shield, which even a level 10 gene warrior cannot breach within 10 minutes. You stand no chance, Su Rue shouted from within, his expression grim. Indeed, he had reason to be troubled. This Protection 30 energy shield was a coveted piece of gear he had acquired through considerable connections. Such highly fortified equipment was single use, meaning that after this encounter, its value, equivalent to an B-class mech worth over 100 billion star coins, would be entirely depleted. The thought of such a vast sum evaporating in this conflict made Su Rue's heart bleed. Though his life was spared, he felt despondent, lamenting the substantial loss. In the cockpit, Su Ming understood the implications of the protective gear. He recognized that Su Rue was not exaggerating. Products from Guardian could easily withstand the onslaught of even the most formidable level 9 gene warriors, let alone this high-end version 30 energy shield. With a sigh, Su Ming, shielded by the energy barrier, resolutely abandoned his plan to eliminate Su Rue. There was no way he could risk losing what was essentially a life bought with cold hard cash. Acknowledging that he could not breach the shield in the immediate future, Su Ming turned his focus to the mineral box secured within the safety system. Realizing the intentions of the Black Mech's pilot, Su Rue burst into laughter, futile. That mineral box is secured within an Imperial safety system, impenetrable even by level 10 warriors. You will gain nothing. His expression twisted into a snarl. The loss of the expensive energy shield had stirred a deep sense of resentment within him. Seeing the Black Mech aiming for the mineral box only amplified his satisfaction, as he sought solace in the enemy's impending failure. As he claimed, the safety system protecting the mineral box was developed by the Empire, and the technological prowess of the Empire was fearsome, far beyond the capabilities of an 8th-level mech warrior to breach. However, Su Ming paid no heed to Su Rue's taunts, calmly instructing Walter through the communication device, shut down the safety system. Understood. The safety system will be disabled in 3 seconds. Walter's voice soon replied. With only 10 seconds to act, urgency was paramount. Within the warship, Walter's team infiltrated the safety system, although Su Ming could not breach it himself. Disabling it was another matter. 3 seconds later, the safety system surrounding the mineral box collapsed, and the atomic shield enveloping it vanished. Witnessing this, Su Rue stood in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. No, Henry, where the hell are you? Panic surged through him as he realized the impending theft of the minerals. The mineral box was the most crucial aspect of his mission, tied to his future and the prestige of his empire. If it were taken, it would be tantamount to losing half his life. His mind spiraled into chaos, casting aside his usual composure as he screamed frantically into the communication device. A profound sense of helplessness coursed through Su Rue. He yearned to engage in battle, yet fear gripped him, fear of being killed. His fury stemmed not only from the imminent loss of the mineral box, but also from his own internal dread and vulnerability. In that moment, a formidable figure burst into the scene. Without hesitation, this figure raised a battle knife and charged towards Su Ming. Chapter 80, The Slaying of Henry. The assailant was none other than Henry. As the safety system activated, Henry finally arrived, unleashing a torrent of energy from his weapon as he struck at Su Ming's mech. Su Ming's gaze hardened. He had anticipated Henry's approach through the system's visual capabilities. He too raised his battle knife, clashing violently with Henry's strike. Boom! The overwhelming force reverberated throughout the room. Henry's assault was ferocious. As the most powerful level 8 gene warrior aboard the warship unleashed a torrent of fiery attacks from his battle knife, aiming to obliterate Su Ming. Unieldin, Su Ming responded. Having already sensed Henry's imminent attack, with a swift motion, he countered with a blade radiating a chilling brilliance, engaging Henry in a fierce duel. Both combatants unleashed their might in a spectacular clash, igniting a fierce battle within the confines of the room. However, for Su Ming, time was of the essence. He wished to conclude this encounter swiftly, for Walter's trader aboard the ship could only afford him a mere 10 seconds to secure the mineral box. As the 10 seconds elapsed, the security system was reactivated, rendering Su Ming unable to infiltrate it. Thus, Su Ming had to conclude the battle within this brief span. 10 seconds? To vanquish an 8th-level gene warrior of equal prowess? Such a task seemed utterly insane. Yet, Su Ming remained remarkably composed, mentally replaying their skirmish numerous times. With unwavering confidence, he never undertook endeavors without assurance. 10. In an instant, Su Ming lunged towards Henry, the terrifying blade light reducing a nearby table to mere ashes. Henry sneered, his long knife refusing to cower, clashing violently with Su Ming's strike. 9. A resplendent burst of starlight erupted from Su Ming, a manifestation of the 600 starlight points he had exchanged from the system. As he surged forward, the Berserker Blade triggered its frenzy effect, launching a second wave of attacks that made the Overlord mech appear as a frenzied warrior, brimming with fighting spirit. Henry furrowed his brow, caught off guard by the continuation of Su Ming's assault after the initial strike, nearly losing grip on his mechanical sword. Nevertheless, an intense tingling sensation coursed through his hands. 8. Martial technique, wave overlap. Martial technique, wave overlap. Effect. The second attack inherits 20 of the energy level of the first, and so forth, with a stacking limit of 3. Physical penetration, 30. Defensive breakthrough capability, 50. This technique, part of the Celestial Boundless Art, harnesses the rebound potential of the blade's strike to amplify the power and energy level of subsequent attacks. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, Su Ming would have refrained from employing this move, as it required the blade's material hardness to counteract some potential energy, placing immense strain on it. After a single battle, the blade would likely sustain over 30 damage. However, at this moment, Su Ming could not afford such concerns. He would repair the blade after the battle, should it incur damage. Boom! 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 Su Ming executed 3 swift slashes, the Overlord mech resembling a frenzied swordsman, enveloped in an overwhelming aura as it relentlessly pressured Henry. Each slash grew more potent, each more difficult to withstand. Upon the third strike, Henry's long knife was ruthlessly cleaved in two by Su Ming's blade. The sheer force caused Henry to lose his grip on the weapon, which fell aside. Simultaneously, Su Ming's stellar-grade mechanical blade also bore the brunt of the furious onslaught, its edge visibly damaged and energy levels diminished by approximately 57 seconds. Su Ming, disregarding any remorse, continued to slash at Henry with his long knife. However, this attack was skillfully evaded by Henry. 6 seconds. Rather than attacking, Su Ming opted for strategic positioning, compelling Henry to adjust his stance, while simultaneously locking onto Henry's energy signature with fervor. 5 seconds. The energy lock of the long knife bore similarities to that of a sniper rifle, and soon, Su Ming successfully pinpointed Henry's presence. As Henry's expression shifted drastically, Su Ming's long knife descended at an angle impossible to evade. For seconds, Henry's body was cleaved in two, blood spraying forth, staining the ground crimson under the gravitational pull of the battleship systems. 6 seconds. Su Ming had dispatched Henry in a mere 6 seconds. The swiftness of the battle left Su Rui in shock. Su Ming cast a profound glance at Su Rui, then utilized the final 4 seconds to grasp the mineral box from the security system before swiftly retreating along the same path. On his original route, several mech warriors awaited to intercept Su Ming. His gaze hardened, ready to eliminate these foes. Yet at that moment, a voice resonated from his communication device. "No need for you to act." It was Walter's voice. Upon hearing it, Su Ming's demeanor shifted, retracting his poised blade. Indeed, the next instant, Su Ming witnessed 2 of the mech warriors suddenly springing into action, brutally dispatching their comrades. Su Ming's expression changed. He had initially believed there was only one traitor among the Imperial ranks, yet 2 were implicated, explaining the substantial energy at their disposal. Not only did they open the door for him, but they also disabled the security system. After eliminating their surrounding allies, the 2 mech warriors gestured to Su Ming. "This way. The spatial passage is over here." Upon concluding their directive, they led Su Ming at a swift pace, bursting through another door. Boom! A large hole was blasted into one side of the battleship. Subsequently, 2 ordinary basic mechs, accompanied by a powerful, pitch-black mech, surged forth through the breach. "Activate the spatial passage." The 2 supporting mechs shouted over the communication device, and before the trio, a spatial wormhole materialized. Without hesitation, Su Ming and the 2 warriors piloted their mechs directly into the wormhole. The silhouettes of the 3 mechs quickly vanished. Approximately 1 minute later, 2 Imperial battleships arrived in the vicinity of the previous vessel, their numerous combat personnel donning space battlesuits, or mechs, rushing into Su Rui's battleship. However, it was too late. Su Ming had already traversed the wormhole with the mineral box, returning to the dark domain. Chapter 81, Dividing the Spoils. Whoosh! The 3 figures swiftly passed through the wormhole and emerged in the dark domain. Su Ming's eyes brightened, and as his vision normalized, he realized he had returned to the familiar surroundings of the dark domain, letting out a sigh of relief. The location of the Imperial battleship hijacking had been situated in a remote star region within the dark domain. No matter how hard Su Rue and the Empire pondered, they would never suspect that the thief of the mineral box was from the Dark Domain. Once again, Su Ming marveled at Walter's capabilities. Within the 2 days of preparation, Walter had established a one-way spatial transmission passage between the two locations. This had facilitated the creation of the wormhole, allowing Su Ming and the two mech warriors to escape. Establishing a spatial transmission passage in such a distant star region was no simple feat. Walter's prowess exceeded Su Ming's expectations. "My dear brother, you are truly exceptional. I am utterly astounded by your maneuvers." Walter had long awaited them in the Dark Domain. The rendezvous point was an inconspicuous, barren planet within the Dark Domain, where no one would notice their presence. Upon hearing Walter's words, Su Ming removed his mech and stored it within the spatial device. He smiled and began to engage in mutual flattery with Walter. Not at all. Without Mr. Walter's planning and the spatial passage, this operation would have been far from successful. The two exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent understanding as they chuckled together. This collaboration had allowed Su Ming to witness Walter's capabilities, while Walter had glimpsed Su Ming's potential. It could be said that following this partnership, a mutual recognition had blossomed, and future collaborations were likely on the horizon. Now, enough of the pleasantries. The mineral storage boxes are here. Let us divide the minerals. Su Ming smiled and placed the two large boxes on the ground, although he regretted not eliminating Su Rue. The acquisition of these two imperial minerals filled Su Ming with immense joy. Moreover, Su Rue had squandered a significant resource of the Empire upon his return. He would likely face dire consequences, possibly even a trial by military court. This was a scenario that Su Ming eagerly anticipated. The two large crates, when lifted individually, seemed remarkably light, each weighing approximately 100 kilograms. Such weight was trivial for a first-tier gene warrior, let alone for Su Ming, who had already attained the prowess of a 6th-tier gene warrior. Yet, despite their seemingly light exterior, the crates concealed an expansive storage space within. Within this vast storage area lay mineral resources amounting to about 1/3 the size of a planet. What does 1/3 of a planet entail? If all these minerals were to be fashioned into mechanical components, it could take Su Ming centuries to assemble them all, even if he worked tirelessly for 500 years. This illustrates the sheer magnitude of these mineral resources. However, the higher the caliber of mechanical components, the more diverse the types of minerals and the purity of compression required. It was inconceivable that such a vast quantity of minerals could all be transformed into components of equivalent volume. Indeed, if one aimed to create even more advanced parts, they might shrink to merely 1% of their original size. Nevertheless, even at 1%, the scale of these resources, calculated in terms of planetary volumes, remained formidable. Walter gazed at the two crates with the same admiration one might reserve for an unparalleled beauty. Conflict held no allure for him. His sole interest lay in amassing wealth. Commerce was the domain Walter valued most, and the sight of such abundant minerals before him elevated his spirits immensely. Although he felt a twinge of envy towards the mineral resources, he harbored no intention of usurping Su Ming's share. A merchant's reputation is paramount, and while merchants in the Black Domain might not always adhere to this principle, Walter had come to recognize Su Ming's potential and capabilities during their time together. He understood that Su Ming was a worthy investment, and thus, he would not engage in treachery. Walter swiftly produced a peculiarly designed machine, directing one end toward the crates and inserting it within. Su Ming observed this scene and nodded slowly. It was a spatial separator. This instrument was specifically designed to segment spatial storage equipment, enabling the safe and complete division of a vast storage space into multiple sections, which could then be temporarily absorbed into the device. Thus, rather than exhausting himself by extracting and dividing the entirety of the mineral resources, Su Ming opted to allow the device to perform the segmentation within the storage space itself. Soon, the apparatus generated significant spatial fluctuations, successfully dividing the mineral storage into two portions. One segment was drawn into the separator, while the other remained in the mineral crate. "Well, I've casually selected half of the minerals. As for what they comprise, we shall leave it to fortune," Walter remarked with a carefree smile. He then presented both crates to Su Ming, stating, "Delightful collaboration. Now, I am ready to take my leave." Su Ming grasped both crates and subsequently summoned a spacecraft from his storage space. After stowing the crates aboard, he bid farewell to Walter with a smile and returned to his base on planet Abe. The two crates could not be accommodated within another storage space, as their actual volume equated to 1/3 of a planet, far exceeding the capacity of ordinary storage units. Thus, Su Ming had no choice but to place the crates in his base. intending to inspect the types of minerals contained within before deciding whether to sell them or put them to use. Once Su Ming had placed the crates in a designated room within his base and was preparing to exit, he curiously activated the perspective function of his system to gaze into the crates. To his astonishment, the system's ability allowed him to peer through the crates, revealing the types of minerals stored within. This revelation spared him the need to exert mental energy to communicate with the storage space for information. As Su Ming scanned the contents, meticulously identifying the various minerals to categorize them later, his gaze fell upon a batch of pale red, unidentified crystals emanating a potent energy wave within the crate containing radioactive minerals. Upon noticing these pale red crystals, Su Ming's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively let out a soft gasp. Chapter 82. Humanoid beings. Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he nearly doubted his own vision. Within the pale red crystals, he discerned several figures encased within. Startled, he leaned in closer, confirming that indeed, several humanoid beings were trapped within the pale red crystals. Although these beings bore a resemblance to humans, Su Ming was certain they were not human. Their foreheads sported a prominent horn, and their bodies were entirely crimson. Moreover, their arms were significantly longer than those of a human, while their legs were disproportionately shorter. By human aesthetic standards, these beings appeared exceedingly uncoordinated, even grotesque. If a normal person were to resemble this, they would undoubtedly be considered a deformity. Yet, within the pale red crystal lay dozens of these identical beings, leading Su Ming to initially conclude that they were not human deformities, but rather members of a distinct biological group. Curiosity piqued, Su Ming scrutinized these humanoid beings, pondering why they were encased within this pale red crystal. Could it be akin to amber? He mused. If that were the case, cutting open these pale red crystals might indeed yield valuable samples of these humanoid beings. For humanity, any sample from a humanoid species represented an immense fortune, as many modern genetic technologies were inspired by or derived from such beings. However, at that moment, Su Ming's pupils dilated sharply. He noticed one of the humanoid beings had opened its eyes, as if it could penetrate the spatial barrier of the storage crate to see Su Ming. How could these beings still be alive? This was perplexing to Su Ming. Having been sealed within such an energy-radiating crystal, they should have perished long ago. It was inconceivable for any living organism to endure such conditions. Even a being of apocalyptic caliber, if encased within such a crystal, could only survive for a short duration without succumbing after a century, let alone thousands of years. Recalling the indicators of the mineral deposit's formation, Su Ming surmised that their history had likely spanned over a century, if not several millennia. How could these beings have survived for thousands of years? What was happening? Moreover, Su Ming's expression grew grave as he intently studied the soul-awakened humanoid being. It too was gazing back at him, and in that moment, a peculiar connection of information seemed to form between them. Su Ming felt an increasing sense of wonder. Evidently, this humanoid being had detected his presence and could see him despite the constraints of the storage crate. Suddenly, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, for at that instant, he received a message through the information link established with this humanoid being. Save me, rescue us. Su Ming furrowed his brow. This creature was capable of communicating directly through information. Lower life forms typically convey messages through tone and emotion, much like cats and dogs, which utilize vocal inflections to express their feelings. Such methods of communication are often inefficient and simplistic, primarily transmitting singular emotions such as anger, joy, or fear. In contrast, intermediate life forms employ language, written symbols, and visual imagery for communication, with humans exemplifying such entities. This mode of interaction is more precise and nuanced than that of lower beings, allowing for a deeper understanding of the conveyed information. However, written and visual symbols remain mere vessels for communication, inherently subject to interpretative discrepancies. The most efficient and error-free communication transcends these vessels and languages, facilitating a direct exchange of information. Su Ming's wariness grew. This humanoid being could communicate via an information link, bypassing traditional vessels and language altogether. Clearly, the life form possessed a level of existence far superior to that of humanity. Faced with the unknown and formidable entity, Su Ming's instincts heightened. Who are you? Why should I save you? Su Ming's mental energy fluctuated, although he lacked the ability for direct information exchange. The bridge established by the other party allowed him to engage in this mode of communication, albeit temporarily. Sensing Su Ming's trepidation, the humanoid being transmitted a message imbued with goodwill. We are imprisoned here by another civilization. I harbor no malice towards you. we merely seek to escape. Once freed, I shall share some of our civilization's technologies with you as a token of gratitude. Su Ming shook his head. This is a matter between you and the civilization that imprisoned you. It has no bearing on me. I cannot guarantee that once I release you, you will not pose a threat to my existence. The humanoid pondered for a moment before sending another message. This civilization is exceptionally aggressive. If you encounter them, you too will be attacked. We share a common enemy. Follow my thoughts. I will show you the horrors of this civilization. After speaking, the being cautiously transmitted its thoughts into Su Ming's mind. After a brief moment of perception, confirming that it was merely a straightforward exchange of thoughts devoid of any ulterior motives, Su Ming felt reassured and followed the humanoid's mental path. Soon, a vivid tableau of civilizational conflict unfolded in his mind. One of the warring civilizations was that of the humanoid being, to Su Ming's astonishment. The creature's original skin closely resembled that of humans, predominantly white and yellow. However, this civilization soon faced a terrifying invasion from another. Upon witnessing the invading civilization, Su Ming's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed upon the colossal entity, a pale red crystal, vast enough to encompass an entire star system. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the crystal that had imprisoned the humanoid life form. This immense crystal radiated a terrifying aura of radiation and thermal energy as it surged into the star domain of the humanoid beings. Any planet that encountered this massive crystal was incinerated by its dreadful radiation and heat, subsequently melting into nutrients that were absorbed by the colossal pale red crystal. Chapter 83. The Civilization of the Pale Red Crystal. The pale red crystal rapidly advanced towards the star domain inhabited by the humanoid beings. Naturally, the civilization of the humanoid beings recognized the arrival of the invader and employed various strategies to repel or annihilate it. Countless powerful humanoid beings soared from their planets to confront the invading civilization. What is this? A civilization or a cosmic menace? Su Ming involuntarily inquired, for in his sight, he detected no signs of life emanating from the pale red crystal. It appeared more like an extraordinary celestial body incessantly devouring its surroundings. Civilization, I can assure you. The humanoid's message resonated within Su Ming's mind, and he soon beheld numerous distinct pale red entities emerging from the crystal. These beings, resembling candy figures, flowed forth, transforming into various forms. It seemed these entities could alter their appearances at will, adapting themselves for combat, perhaps even specifically to battle against humanoid beings. Each individual crystallized from the pale red crystal seemed to evolve abilities expressly designed to counter the humanoids, with even their physical transformations targeting the vulnerabilities of the humanoid form. What is this? Su Ming's eyes widened. These entities emitted no signs of life, yet upon coalescing from the pale red crystal, they possessed independent consciousness, capable of making distinct choices in their invasion. These entities lack any life fluctuations. How can they possess independent consciousness? Su Ming used. Life and consciousness are merely the ingrained perceptions within your minds. In the universe, there exist many entities beyond your comprehension. The humanoid conveyed to Su Ming. Su Ming was taken aback, then slowly nodded. Only living beings can constitute a civilization and possess wisdom. Otherwise, they cannot be deemed living entities. This notion is a common understanding within human society, a part of the inherent mindset of every individual. Yet, the vastness of the universe makes the existence of civilizations that challenge this established perception far from extraordinary. At this moment, the vision continued to flow, and Su Ming soon witnessed the civilization of the humanoid beings engaged in a fiercely intense war against the civilization of the pale red crystal. However, what sent a chill down Su Ming's spine was the utter defeat of the humanoid civilization. Even the humanoid beings, who had evolved to communicate through information and possessed a life level superior to that of humans, were effortlessly obliterated by the civilization of the pale red crystal. Within the humanoid civilization, Su Ming also observed individuals who rivaled the apocalyptic level strength of humans, valiantly battling against the entities of the pale red crystal civilization. One by one, these entities were shattered by the apocalyptic level warriors. Yet, in the next instant, the pale red crystals reassembled, as if no matter how thoroughly they were destroyed, the entities could effortlessly restore themselves. As more and more humanoids fell, only a few hundred powerful beings remained, while the entities of the pale red crystal, bolstered by the main body, eventually ascended to apocalyptic levels of strength. Witnessing this, the surviving humanoids fled in a frenzy. Each of them was a formidable being among their kind, yet they possessed little means of resistance against the civilization of the pale red crystal. In the ultimate throes of despair, the last formidable being of a humanoid civilization finally unraveled the offensive strategies of the pale red crystalline civilization. This breakthrough was communicated to his comrades through an information stream. However, only a minuscule number of individuals were able to grasp this newfound knowledge, while the majority fell victim to the ruthless annihilation perpetrated by the crystalline civilization. Those few who mastered the decryption were subsequently ensnared by the overwhelming energy of the crystalline civilization, ultimately entombed within the very crystals, left to languish in the vastness of the cosmos. The ones who had deciphered the secrets of the pale red civilization now stood before Su Ming, their forms awash in crimson. Despite their immense strength, the protracted ordeal of drifting through space had eroded their power, leaving them diminished compared to their former glory. Su Ming inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the shocking spectacle before him. The clash of two civilizations, a confrontation on a cosmic scale, was nothing short of astonishing. Such a powerful cosmic civilization, even more robust than humanity itself, had been silently extinguished in the annals of history, annihilated with ease by one of its own. Should the crystalline civilization encroach upon humanity? Could human civilization withstand such a formidable invasion? Rest assured, this civilization will not approach in the near future, a humanoid being communicated within Su Ming's mind. Why? Su Ming inquired, taken aback. The humanoid let out a sigh and replied, "We have been sealed for so long that a portion of our beings has already been assimilated. Utilizing the information stream technology of our civilization, I can sense the trajectory of this crystalline civilization." Upon hearing these words, a contemplative expression crossed Su Ming's face. He then addressed the being, "I can assist in your release, but not at this moment. You shall be freed when I can trust you." Curiosity piqued, the humanoid asked, "What must we do to earn your trust?" With a smile, Su Ming straightforwardly responded, "First, strength. When I surpass your current capabilities, I shall trust you. Second, sincerity. I will consider my trust based on the assistance you can provide during this process." Su Ming was not naive. He would not blindly believe someone simply because they presented him with a fragment of information. While he believed the humanoid's claims were likely true, he could not dismiss the possibility of withheld details. Most importantly, even if the pale red crystalline civilization was a common adversary, who could guarantee that an enemy's enemy was indeed a friend? They could just as easily be foes themselves. Until Su Ming attained a level of power that instilled confidence in his ability to subdue these beings once more, he would not release them. Chapter 84. The Assault of Tianlin. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the humanoid could not help but smile wryly, stating, "True enough. But having been sealed within the crystal for so long, we are not in a rush." After uttering these words, the humanoid transmitted a portion of their civilization's knowledge into Su Ming's mind through their information stream. "To demonstrate our sincerity, I shall first impart some knowledge from our civilization to you." This was an extraordinary process, as if a new repository of knowledge had materialized within Su Ming's consciousness. However, this knowledge was not immediately applicable. It lay dormant, akin to a file awaiting Su Ming to access, read, comprehend, and utilize. As Su Ming pondered this remarkable phenomenon, he marveled at the efficiency with which high-level beings facilitated the transmission of knowledge. The information had been seamlessly integrated into his mind. Perusing through some of the knowledge, he curiously inquired, "This encompasses your civilization's foundational knowledge. What are the methods and insights for deciphering the pale red crystalline civilization?" The humanoid chuckled lightly and replied, "The methods and insights rely upon the foundational knowledge of our civilization. Knowing it now would be of no use to you. Moreover," he paused before continuing, "I await the day you decide to release us before divulging the knowledge of the decryption. After all, I cannot fully trust you either. I hope you understand." Upon hearing this, Su Ming found himself smiling. He appreciated conversing with someone so forthright. It was only natural to harbor doubts. Mutual distrust was to be expected given their initial encounter. Had the being divulged all the knowledge Su Ming sought, it would have only heightened his wariness. "Very well. I shall find a time to release you from your confinement. Remaining cooped up here is not a viable solution." With that, both parties shared knowing smiles before Su Ming severed their connection and exited the room. Once outside, Su Ming exhaled softly. He set aside thoughts of the humanoid beings and the crystalline civilization, recognizing that this matter lacked immediate clarity. Urgency was unwarranted. He resolved to focus on the tasks at hand, postponing further considerations for the time being. Having successfully secured the minerals during his escort of Su Rue, although Su Ming had acquired a considerable bounty, many subsequent matters awaited his attention. Entering his workshop, he retrieved his Dominator mech and placed it in the corner. The mech had sustained minor damage during the recent battle. High-grade mechs typically possessed internal nanobots for self-repair, boasting remarkable self-healing capabilities. As such, they rarely required complete overhauls after each skirmish. However, lower-tier mechs lacked such advanced technology and were burdened with the necessity of repairs and maintenance after each use. Particularly, the Berserker blade, which Su Ming had wielded without restraint against Henry, was now in a state of disrepair. Without hesitation, Su Ming immersed himself in the task at hand. Shortly after he focused on his work, a significant event transpired in the Black Domain. At that moment, on a planet known as Talon, a crimson-armored warrior led a squad of formidable mercenaries toward a specific location within Talon. Second in command, do you have confidence? One of the mercenaries inquired. From within the crimson mech came a nonchalant voice. What is there to worry about? This is not our first encounter with Sokka. This time, we shall certainly annihilate them. This group, led by Hu Bing, comprised other members of Tianlin. They had arrived at Talon, preparing to launch a surprise assault on a second-tier power known as Sokka. Sokka had long been a rival of Tianlin, with the two factions frequently clashing over business interests, even within the Black Domain. Members from both sides had often perished at each other's hands, forging an irreconcilable enmity. However, due to their relatively comparable strengths, neither side had been able to decisively overcome the other, resulting in a series of inconclusive skirmishes. However, at this moment, Hua Bing, having become acquainted with his overlord Mecha, found his thoughts invigorated, preparing to take down Sokka before he was even aware that he possessed such a formidable machine. Rest assured, we shall handle the second wave of infiltration. The first wave of direct confrontation is best left to our leader, Hua Bing proclaimed with a grin. He had yet to meet Su Ming, the leader of Tianlin, but as the head of a second-tier force, he was renowned as a level 10 low-grade gene warrior. Possessing un parallèle de combat prouesse. A level 10 gene warrior is undoubtedly a paragon of strength within the abyssal domain. Similarly, Sokka, aligned with Tianlin, also had a level 10 low-grade gene warrior commanding their forces, establishing a comparable strategic framework. Previously, Tianlin would have had little confidence in annihilating Sokka. However, now that Hua Bing was ensconced within the Overlord Mecha, a spark flickered in his eyes. With the acquisition of the Mecha, he might just become the pivotal factor in turning the tide of battle. Boom! 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 As the group approached, the very earth trembled beneath them, a powerful energy response emanating from nearby. The members exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with gravity. It had begun. The leader had already engaged a squad of Tianlin members in combat with the opposing force. Let us go. We must support our leader. Hua Bing's demeanor shifted, and he swiftly led the Tianlin members toward the source of the energy explosion. Chapter 85, Sokka versus Tianlin. The war between Tianlin and Sokka erupted with ferocity. Both factions boasted forces numbering in the tens of thousands. The moment war ignited, the entire land trembled in response. By the time Hua Bing and his mercenaries arrived at the battlefield, they witnessed their leader locked in a fierce confrontation with Sokka's leader. Both were level 10 gene warriors, significantly surpassing the surrounding soldiers in strength. The skirmishes among the nearby members seemed almost irrelevant to the two, who fought with wild abandon, impervious to the explosions surrounding them. Level 10 gene warriors possessed energy levels exceeding 300,000. This was an extraordinarily fearsome realm of power. Only attacks exceeding 100,000 points could potentially affect or injure them. However, the battlefield was sparsely populated by grade 8 gene warriors exceeding 100,000 points, likely numbering fewer than 300. Only by uniting could these grade 8 warriors hope to contend with the level 10 gene warriors, yet they were not of a single faction, resulting in a fierce and chaotic melee. At that moment, a level 10 mecha burst onto the scene, leading a squad of members into the fray. Upon sighting the Crimson Mecha, Sokka's members were taken aback. A mecha warrior? When did they acquire such a machine? One Sokka member murmured. What unsettled him was not merely the presence of the mecha, but the overwhelming energy radiating from its pilot. Russ, come and meet your demise. Ah! Hua Bing laughed maniacally, charging toward a level 9 gene warrior. Tianlin had its second in command, and Sokka had a similar figure. Both sides were well acquainted with each other's abilities and combat strength after prolonged encounters. As soon as Hua Bing entered the battlefield, he zeroed in on a level 9 gene warrior named Russ. This was his longtime rival, and there was no camaraderie between them, only a profound enmity. The other side had claimed the lives of countless brothers, and now was the time for retribution. With a chilling gaze, Hua Bing piloted the mecha charging toward Russ with ferocity. Upon realizing that Huobing commanded the Crimson Mecha, and sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from it, Russ's expression shifted dramatically. Previously, their energy levels had been nearly equal, hovering around 200,000 to 250,000. However, with the addition of a mecha boasting an energy level exceeding 100,000, Huobing's power had surged to a formidable 300,000. How could he contend with that? A disparity of 100,000 is no trifling matter. It was a crushing advantage. Where did he acquire such a mecha? It must be a D-grade mecha. Russ felt utterly flustered as he fled. D-grade mechas were notoriously difficult to procure, tightly regulated and monopolized by major cosmic nations. The engineers capable of assembling D-grade mechas would never stoop to the depths of the abyssal domain, nor would they condescend to trade with black market merchants. Thus, a D-grade mecha was akin to a treasure within the abyssal domain. Now, with Huobing wielding such a machine, how could Russ possibly fight back? He had no choice but to flee. Yet, the speed of the mecha was beyond Russ's ability to match. In an instant, Huobing closed the distance, raising his warblade to strike down upon Russ. It must be noted that although both wielded overlord mechas, Huobing's prowess was significantly superior to Su Ming's. After all, Su Ming had merely reached the threshold of operation, struggling to maneuver the mecha as if wielding a cumbersome weapon. In contrast, Huobing's energy level was perfectly attuned to the overlord mecha, allowing him to unleash its full potential. As Russ beheld the overlord mecha charging towards him with alarming speed, he realized that fleeing would inevitably lead to his demise at the hands of the mecha. He resolved to confront it head-on, seeking a means of escape amidst the clash. However, the combat prowess of the overlord mecha was not something Russ could withstand. The Warblade's ability was activated, causing 50 of the attack to be absorbed and converted into a subsequent strike, rendering it akin to a relentless barrage of blows from the mecha. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed through the air. The overlord mecha rained down blows, each strike sending jolts through Russ's grip. After 3 or 4 strikes, a sudden pain shot through Russ's hand, causing his weapon to fly from his grasp. Ecstatic at the opportunity, Huobing swung his warblade with fervor, cleaving Russ in two without a moment's hesitation. With his nemesis vanquished, Huobing felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. He let out a triumphant roar and surged towards Sokka's leader, who was currently embroiled in a fierce battle with Tianlin's commander. The two were locked in a brutal skirmish, both unleashing their full fury. Sokka's leader felt an unsettling sensation. Something about Tianlin's demeanor seemed unusually resolute, as if they intended to seize this chance to eliminate him. With a cold chuckle, Sokka's leader mused, "Annihilate me? I am well aware of Tianlin's capabilities. To think they could hope to extinguish my life is sheer folly." Yet suddenly, his expression changed. He sensed an overwhelming energy barreling toward him. Another level 10 Gene warrior? He found the notion absurd. Wasn't there only one level 10 Gene warrior in Tianlin? Where did this second one come from? Turning around, he beheld a crimson mecha charging directly at him. "You? Huobing." Sokka's leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the approaching mecha. Sensing the energy emanating from within, he felt an ominous premonition wash over him. "You seek death," he bellowed, swiftly shifting his form, wielding his battle axe to strike at the overlord mecha with ferocity. Upon witnessing this scene, Huobing's lips curled into a faint smirk. Subsequently, a thin layer of energy shield materialized atop the tyrant mech, resolutely confronting the assault from Boss Sokka, without flinching or retreating. Boss Sokka, observing this, felt somewhat dismissive. It was quite ordinary for a mech to possess an energy shield. However, his own energy output surged to an impressive 300,000 watts, which would undoubtedly shatter any standard mech shield, sending the mech careening away. He had already devised a narrative in his mind, his movements unwavering as he relentlessly hacked at the tyrant mech. Yet, events swiftly unfolded beyond his expectations. The energy shield shattered, yet despite sustaining a massive gash, the mech did not get sent flying. Instead, it seemed to absorb the force of his strike entirely, advancing towards him with unyielding dominance. This unexpected momentum disrupted Boss Sokka's offensive rhythm. In the next moment, having accumulated sufficient potential energy, the tyrant mech unleashed its most formidable attack, Charge Strike. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Boss Sokka clashed with Huobing. His gaze brimmed with derision, even though Huobing piloted a D-class mech. His energy levels could rival that of a level 10 genetic warrior. Yet, this was merely a semblance of parity. In truth, the level 10 genetic warriors benefited from mechanical enhancements, inherently surpassing Huobing's energy levels while piloting a D-class mech. The two engaged in a fierce confrontation. But at that moment, Boss Sokka's eyes widened in astonishment. He sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from his opponent, accompanied by an overwhelming force. Boss Sokka was astounded. He had previously gauged the energy levels of Huobing's D-class mech to be around 330,000 watts at most. Yet now, Huobing had unleashed an energy level nearing 400,000 watts, a staggering increase of 70,000 watts. Where could this additional energy have come from? Unbeknownst to Boss Sokka, these energy levels were derived from the kinetic energy generated by his own attacks, now fully harnessed by Huobing and redirected back at him. Consequently, the explosive force of this strike far exceeded Boss Sokka's expectations, catching him utterly off guard as his mechanical equipment was sent flying by the impact. Disaster. A wave of panic washed over Boss Sokka. Without his mechanical gear, how could he contend with the formidable Tianlin behind him? Instinctively, he reached into his storage space to retrieve a backup combat knife. However, this process invariably required a measure of time. In this fleeting moment, Tianlin and Huobing exchanged a glance, their energies intertwining as they launched a swift and ferocious attack, enveloping Boss Sokka as if wrapping dumplings. Boom! Another thunderous sound reverberated across Tarlin Star. The energy fluctuations unleashed at this moment far more potent than those from the previous charge strike. Boss Sokka scarcely had time to utter a cry of despair before being obliterated into mere pulp by the overwhelming energy collision. With Boss Sokka's demise, the Sokka faction was left leaderless, its members demoralized and scattering in all directions. Observing this, Huobing commanded Tianlin's members to pursue, while he himself dismounted from his mech, surveying the battlefield with satisfaction. Initially, the Sokka and Tianlin factions held equal strength. However, with Huobing's additional mech, his energy levels were elevated by approximately 100,000 watts, tipping the scales of victory in favor of Tianlin. With Sokka's downfall, Tianlin could now absorb some of Sokka's influence and operations, further enhancing its own power. Tianlin's leader, named Canes, was a brawny figure with golden hair and blue eyes. At that moment, he gazed at Huobing with envious admiration. Should you ascend to the strength of a level 10 genetic warrior, your energy output would likely surpass my own. Mech warriors undeniably remain the backbone of interstellar society. Canes harbored deep envy. Yet regrettably, he was not a developer of mental domain energy. He possessed only physical energy, rendering him incapable of piloting a mech. Otherwise, he might have sought a mech from Master Su Ming as well. For now, he could only wallow in envy. We must cultivate a good relationship with Master Su Ming. The significance of mechs is immense, greatly enhancing Tianlin's capabilities. Huobing spoke with a smile. Canes nodded in agreement, then curiously inquired, might it be possible to procure some mechs from Master Su Ming? We could equip those among us who have developed their mental domains, thereby bolstering Tianlin's strength. Huobing pondered. It is indeed feasible. While our other members may not be able to utilize D-class mechs, we could consider acquiring some E-class mechs. The assembly difficulty for E-class mechs is not exorbitant. I will inquire with Master Su Ming, though it ultimately depends on his willingness. Canes nodded in agreement. But at that moment, both men suddenly shifted their gazes skyward. They beheld a mech warrior quietly hovering in the air. Upon being noticed by the duo, the individual retracted his mech and gracefully descended. Upon seeing this person, both men were taken aback. Neil, what brings you here? Canes asked, a hint of wariness in his tone. Neil was a level 10 expert from a first-tier faction. His combat prowess formidable enough that even Canes would struggle against him. Although Tianlin maintained a decent relationship with Neil's faction, the recent battle had just concluded, and Neil's appearance here sparked Canes' caution. Upon seeing Canes, Neil smiled and said, Canes, my old friend, there is no need for wariness. I harbor no ill intentions. Canes replied in surprise, then what is your purpose? One does not simply visit without reason, especially when Tianlin has just eradicated Sokka and is poised to absorb Sokka's influence. Canes thought it unlikely that Neil was here merely for friendly chat. Upon hearing Canes' words, Neil's gaze drifted toward the tyrant mech, and he smiled as he spoke. I have come to inquire whether you gentlemen know of any mechanics capable of assembling D-class mechs. Upon hearing Neil's request, Huobing and Canes exchanged glances, their initial wariness beginning to dissipate. Huobing then spoke, if I recall correctly, your faction also possesses mechanics adept at assembling D-class mechs. Why not enlist their help? Neil's faction was a first-tier power, immensely strong, even boasting its own stellar-class mechanics. For a D-class mech, a stellar-class mechanic would be more than capable. After hearing Huobing's suggestion, Neil sighed with a wry smile and replied, "The mech I wish to assemble, while classified as D-class, presents a significant challenge. The mechanics of my base lack the capability to construct it. Observing the impressive power of your mech, it is evident that your mechanic skills are exceptional, and I am eager to explore the possibility." Upon hearing Neil's words, Huobing's expression shifted to one of realization, and he nodded, stating, "I can recommend you. But whether this mechanic is willing to assist will depend on your own abilities." Neil nodded with a smile, and then confidently stated, "Rest assured, my faction possesses a wealth of knowledge that many mechanics find intriguing. I'm certain this stellar-class mechanic will be tempted." Huobing nodded in agreement, then turned to Keynes, saying, "Boss, I shall take my leave now. I entrust the subsequent matters to you, as I also need to seek Master Su Ming's assistance in repairing some of my mechs." After finishing his words, Huobing, along with Neil, piloted a spacecraft back to Planet Abbey. Chapter 87. The Mother-Child Mech. At this moment within Planet Abbey, the base of Wantan was undergoing continuous construction and development. Originally comprising only 3 buildings, Wantan had now expanded significantly. During this period, Wantan also increased its membership considerably, with the number of personnel exceeding 100. Although most of them were merely 4th and 5th tier genetic warriors, this represented a substantial augmentation of Wantan's strength. Locke and Warren were traversing the base of Wantan. "Has the air missile system that Su Ming mentioned been assembled?" Locke, now resembling the steward of Wantan, curiously inquired. Due to his overwhelming busyness, Su Ming had entrusted the construction of the base's military defense system to Warren. Fortunately, Warren had become a competent mechanic capable of handling the military defense system within the base with ease. "Rest assured, I've even added several electromagnetic pulse weapons. Even if there are attacks from the sky, we can take them down directly," Warren boasted proudly. Locke nodded, then directed his gaze toward one of the buildings. Inside the structure, several researchers clad in white lab coats were bustling about. These were members of Wang Ku's team. At that moment, Wang Ku and his team were revisiting their previous research topic, the super gene serum. Previously, the super gene serum from the Lhasa Alliance could only be considered a semi-finished product, lacking the necessary stability and safety to be deemed a mature technology. However, now Su Ming had proactively encouraged Wang Ku and his colleagues to resume this research topic. After all, Su Ming had witnessed the effects of the super gene serum, which could instantaneously elevate cosmic beings to a higher tier. If successfully developed for human application, it would undoubtedly represent a revolutionary product, embodying immeasurable value. Even the Empire and the Federation had developed an envy for the super gene serum. Nevertheless, the research process would demand a significant investment of time and resources, essentially burning through funds continuously. Currently, the most financially draining department within Wantan was the research division, which consumed tens of millions daily. Locke felt a sense of urgency regarding this matter. Although Wantan could sustain itself for a considerable period through the sale of mechanical components and minerals acquired by Su Ming, it was ultimately unsustainable. The income sector had become a shortcoming. They could not rely on their previous resources indefinitely, as they would eventually run out. A strategy for profitability needed to be devised promptly. With this thought in mind, Locke did not hesitate to knock on Su Ming's door. Today, Su Ming happened to have just finished preparing the machinery and had no pressing matters at hand. Locke, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Locke enter, Su Ming inquired curiously. Without hesitation, Locke expressed his concerns directly. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming slowly replied, "The development of the super gene serum must continue. It is a product of revolutionary significance that might one day alter the course of the universe, enabling Wantan to rise rapidly. However, the issue you raised is indeed critical." Locke nodded, then suggested, "I was thinking, why not seek some channels to sell the gene serum? Wantan possesses advanced gene serum production equipment and technology. The products we produce are on par with those from legitimate sources in the cosmic markets. Compared to the small workshops where failure rates exceed 10, our products are undoubtedly top-notch. Once released, they could dominate the entire market." However, after a moment's reflection, Su Ming shook his head. "Now is not the right time. Our gene serum is too exceptional. Once it is sold, the small workshops will undoubtedly struggle to compete with us, which would adversely affect certain interests. I will think of solution later. Wantan is still relatively weak. If we disturb the interests of others, we will undoubtedly face significant targeting from numerous dark domain forces, which will be counterproductive." Su Ming fell into contemplation, pondering various potential solutions in his mind. At that moment, a voice called from outside, "Leader, someone wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, Both Su Ming and Locke exchanged astonished glances, and Su Ming said to Locke, "You may leave for now. We will discuss revenue matters later." Locke nodded and departed from Su Ming's workspace. Shortly thereafter, Hubing entered Su Ming's studio with Neil. "Master Su Ming." Hubing greeted with a beaming smile in his eyes. Su Ming held a status akin to that of benefactor. "Who is this?" Su Ming curiously asked, glancing at Neil. Hubing quickly introduced, "This is Neil from Yaoyong. He has heard of your exceptional mechanical skills and specifically wishes to visit you, Master Su Ming." Upon learning that Neil hailed from Yaoyong, Su Ming couldn't help but feel a touch of surprise. Yaoyong was a top-tier force within the Dark Domain, undeniably possessing considerable influence. A portion of the rules governing the Dark Domain had been established by the Yaoyong organization, which engaged in a vast array of businesses, including mechanical production, various material sales, and employment services. Realizing Neil was from Yaoyong, Su Ming shifted his focus to him. Neil smiled and addressed Su Ming, "Master Su Ming, your expertise is remarkable. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you to assist me in assembling a D-class mech? Of course, feel free to state your conditions or price. I will do my utmost to accommodate." After hearing Neil's request, Su Ming did not hastily agree, but instead inquired with curiosity, "You wish to assemble a D-class mech? What type of D-class mech are you referring to?" Neil glanced at Su Ming and replied with a light chuckle, "I wonder if you have the confidence. The mech I wish to assemble is rather complex. A mother-child mech." "A mother-child mech?" Su Ming was taken aback. "Is there a mother-child mech among D-class mechs?" Neil nodded and explained, "Such mechs are rare within the D-class category, but not long ago, Yaoyong invested heavily to acquire the knowledge and blueprints for this mech. The mech I am currently piloting is also a D-class mech, but in terms of power, it certainly pales in comparison to the mother-child mech. Hence, I seek your assistance in its assembly." Chapter 88, The Gene Serum Business. What exactly is a mother-child mech? As the name suggests, it not only comprises the main body of the mech, but also possesses a subordinate body. During combat, the main body, besides wielding its own combat prowess, benefits from the formidable capabilities of the subordinate body, serving as an enhancement or assistant. This means that while others operate one mech, a mother-child mech effectively gains the advantage of an additional mech, enabling a 2-on-1 combat strategy. Compared to standard mechs, mother-child mechs boast significantly superior combat capabilities. However, typically, mother-child mechs impose considerable demands on the pilot's cognitive capacity. After all, operating such a mech requires the pilot to multitask effectively. Naturally, with the mech's intelligent systems, one could manage without extensive multitasking, but this would result in the subordinate body not benefiting from the pilot's cognitive enhancements, significantly reducing its combat power. Therefore, although mother-child mechs are incredibly powerful, if operated by an inexperienced individual, they may yield counterproductive outcomes. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback by the unwavering confidence exhibited by this individual named Neil, who believed he could master the intricacies of the mother-child mech. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and spoke. "I am willing to give it a try, but I have 3 stipulations when assisting others in assembling mechs." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Neil's eyes brightened, and he promptly inquired, "What are the stipulations?" With a smile, Su Ming replied, "First, I require a share of the rights to the knowledge regarding mech technology. Rest assured, I shall not disseminate it to your adversaries." Neil nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable. Secondly, I seek certain mechanical knowledge." Neil, grinning, responded, "That is trivial. Anything that Yaoyong can procure will suffice. What specific type of mechanical knowledge do you desire?" Su Ming nodded and said, "Knowledge pertaining to energy. I require all levels of energy-related mechanical knowledge, even the most rudimentary. As for the equivalence of value, that is for you to assess. The realm of technological knowledge is exceptionally intricate. Aside from the knowledge of mechanical assembly and construction, which Su Ming is somewhat acquainted with, there exists a primary field of study, energy-related technology. Energy technology, along with mechanical assembly, construction, and repair, constitutes mainstream knowledge within the realm of science. However, Su Ming had primarily focused on mechanical assembly knowledge previously, and now he yearned to acquire knowledge in energy technology for a significant reason: the knowledge of humanoid civilizations and the looming threat posed by crystalline civilizations. The insights imparted to Su Ming by that humanoid entity revealed that this civilization leaned heavily towards the study of energy in the technological sphere. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ming aimed to supplement his understanding of energy technology. On one hand, he wished to explore the differences between the knowledge of the two civilizations, and on the other, he aspired to carve a novel path from the knowledge systems of both civilizations. Most importantly, there loomed the crystalline civilization, Evidently, the crystalline civilization represents a pure energy entity, having likely reached the pinnacle of energy development and utilization. Su Ming had simulated scenarios to gauge humanity's chances of success against the crystalline civilization, and the answer was alarmingly close to zero. The energy erosion inflicted by the crystalline civilization was overwhelmingly potent. Even an apocalyptic-level powerhouse's assault would be devoured by the crystalline civilization. To unravel the capabilities of the crystalline civilization, one must undoubtedly delve into energy technology. Upon hearing Su Ming's requests, a flicker of intrigue passed through Neil's eyes. Energy-related technological knowledge is seldom pursued by mechanics, as it represents a distinctly different area of expertise. Mechanics generally have limited focus and tend to specialize in one discipline. Attempting to master two may prove overwhelming. Nevertheless, some mechanics may choose to study energy technology as a secondary discipline, hoping to enhance their mechanical knowledge through related insights. Neil had no doubts regarding this. However, the energy-related knowledge within Yaoyang was not extensive, and he would need to exert effort to seek it out. Neil nodded and then asked, "And the third?" Sumin Shakil. Pulling a chair over. "Please sit. Let us converse at leisure." Neil and Hu Bing exchanged a glance, both filled with perplexity. Even Hu Bing felt a twinge of confusion. Su Ming's three stipulations were also ones he had previously articulated to Hu Bing, so he had a rough idea of what Su Ming sought. Yet, Su Ming's current demeanor left them both somewhat bewildered. With a sly grin, Su Ming lowered his voice and inquired, "I wonder if Tianlin and Yaoyang engage in the business of genetic potions?" Upon hearing this, both Hu Bing and Neil nodded, perplexedly responding, "That is indeed a major enterprise. We certainly partake in it. What if I were to propose that I wish to become a supplier of genetic potions for both of you?" Su Ming said with a cheerful tone. After hearing Su Ming's proposition, Neil and Hu Bing exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly. The business of genetic potions constitutes a lucrative opportunity within the black domain, and everyone covets a slice of this substantial pie. Now, with Su Ming seeking to enter this arena, they were momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Observing their expressions, Su Ming chuckled softly and continued, "Naturally, I would not expect you to switch suppliers without incentives. Why not hear my conditions? My genetic potions possess a success rate of 995. They belong to the premium category of genetic potions, and beyond the black market. You could even expand into some of the small cosmic nations where genetic potions are scarce. Moreover, to be candid, the cost for me to produce each potion is around 500 star coins. If you procure from me, I will only make a profit of 200 star coins, allowing you to purchase at the rate of 700 star coins each." Neil and Hu Bing were taken aback by Su Ming's claims. A success rate of 995? Are you serious? That rivals the premium genetic potions produced by the 5 major cosmic nations. Neil remarked with a tone laden with skepticism. Su Ming smiled and then retrieved a vial of genetic potion produced by Wang Ku and others, complete with a verification report, which he handed to them. Both of them, accustomed to dealing with genetic potions, could readily assess the quality of the potion. They could easily determine the efficacy of a genetic potion by injecting just a milliliter or two into their bodies. A harmless amount that could be expelled or absorbed at will. Direct injection is indeed the most effective method to evaluate the quality of genetic potions. Shortly after administering the potion, their eyes lit up. This genetic potion is remarkably pure. Excellent. It qualifies as a high-quality genetic potion, they both exclaimed. Observing their expressions of astonishment, Su Ming grinned like a clever little fox. "So what do you think? I am not insisting on an immediate answer. Feel free to take a few vials back to test with your superior or trusted acquaintances. If you need more, you can always come to me for supplies. For now, I can offer you this purchasing price." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, a glimmer of clarity flashed in Neil's eyes, and he promptly declared, "No need to deliberate further. Let's make a decision now. Su Ming, we shall procure your genetic potions for Yaoyang from this point forward." Having dealt frequently in the genetic potion trade, Neil was well aware of the value of the potions produced at Su Ming's base. As Su Ming had indicated, such high-quality genetic potions fully met the mainstream societal standards for genetic potions, meaning they could even be treated as legitimate goods for sale. Previously, potions crafted by small workshops did not meet regulatory standards and could only be sold in black markets or gray zones. However, once they achieved interstellar certification, it signified that such products could be supplied to the entirety of human society. The implications for market scale were profound. Most crucially, of course, was the profit margin. Potions from small workshops might cost around 600 star coins each, but when sold to Yaoyang, they fetched 1,000 star coins apiece. Upon resale, Yaoyang could sell them for a maximum of around 4,000 star coins. The cost, when accounting for labor, transportation, and time, amounts to approximately 2,000 star coins. If sold for 4,000 star coins, the profit would be 2,000 star coins per unit. However, the cost of Su Ming's genetic potion is not only considerably lower, but it is also sold to Yaoyang at 800 star coins per unit, which is 200 star coins less than that of small workshops. Most importantly, this high-quality genetic potion can be resold for around 5,000 to 6,000 star coins. This results in a profit margin between 3,200 and 4,200 star coins, which is over 50% higher than the profit gained from purchasing genetic potions from small workshops. Moreover, high-quality genetic potions are far more likely to attract significant clients, who can place large orders all at once, thus facilitating even greater profits. In an instant, Neil realized that this would yield substantially greater profits than before. Hubei also recognized this and, in unison with Neil, expressed his agreement. Su Ming, with a beaming smile, observed the two, feeling quite pleased. It seemed his genetic potion had found its buyers. Excellent. I hope our collaboration will be fruitful. I encourage you both to return and discuss with your respective organizations, and send someone over in a couple of days to discuss the details regarding the duration and supply of our collaboration. Once we finalize the contract, we shall be like family. However, Su Ming paused momentarily before continuing. The prices at which you acquire from me must remain confidential, as Wantan may supply other factions in the future, though the prices may differ then. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Hubei and Neil exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking. Su Ming's statement clearly indicated his dissatisfaction with the current market share and his desire to capture a larger portion. This strategy has its advantages and disadvantages. While it allows for rapid growth, the more market share one consumes, the greater the likelihood of infringing upon the interests of others. Should that occur, the opposition faced by Wantan would not be limited to just small workshops. Su Ming was acutely aware of this. Nevertheless, this endeavor is akin to a race. If Wantan develops swiftly enough, it can contend with these forces. Su Ming nodded with a smile and extended his hand towards Hubei and Neil, saying, "Hand it over." The two were momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Huh? Hand over what?" Su Ming chuckled helplessly and replied, "Brother Hubei, aren't you in need of repairing your mecha? Mr. Neil, didn't you want me to assist in assembling the mother mecha? You must provide me with the mecha and the knowledge blueprints." Hubei and Neil suddenly smacked their foreheads, realizing they had been so preoccupied with the genetic potion that they had forgotten the very purpose of their visit. With wry smiles, they handed over their storage rings and a chip containing the knowledge for the mother mecha to Su Ming. "All right, you two should head back now. I will contact you once I've made progress," Su Ming said with a smile. The two nodded and exited through the door, watching their departing figures. Su Ming's eyes reflected a hint of contemplation. The true profits from genetic potions do not lie with the suppliers, but rather with the distributors. Wantan earns only 300 star coins from each genetic potion sold, while Yaoyang and Tianlin can pocket over 3,000 star coins from the same sale, a staggering tenfold profit disparity. This made Su Ming feel a twinge of envy. However, he also understood that this market share must remain untouched until he has sufficiently grown. Otherwise, the once amicable Hubei and Neil would undoubtedly turn against him, directing their ire towards Wantan. As it stands, Wantan is not yet capable of contending with the Black Domain to seize the entire market share. However, once he has matured, he will certainly strive to reclaim his rightful portion of the pie. Su Ming shook his head with a smile, redirecting his focus to the mecha repair at hand. Chapter 90. The challenging mother mecha operation. Meanwhile, as Su Ming worked on repairing Hubei's tyrant mecha, he also began to delve into new mecha knowledge. Inyang XA03 type D-class mother mecha. Mecha type, mother mecha. Mecha level, 10-15-4-7. Main mecha abilities. Solar Lock. Releases a nuclear energy sealing ring to confine enemies while continuously inflicting thermal damage. With a level enhancement of 5W. The Solar Lock is a standalone equipment that can only be activated once. Subsequent uses require retrieval or remanufacturing. Solar Impact. The submecha sets spatial anchor points. Activating these points can, within 1 second, pull the main mecha to the location of the submecha, simultaneously inflicting thermal damage on enemies in the path. Solar Shield. Absorbs damage up to 30W in energy, and upon the shield shattering, converts the absorbed damage into a thermal explosion, injuring opponents. Submecha abilities. Shadow Cloak. Utilizes light transmission technology to conceal itself from sight, while simultaneously canceling energy fluctuations, rendering the submecha undetectable by enemies. During the concealment period, it cannot attack. Otherwise, energy fluctuations will reveal its position. Shadow Break Strike. During concealment, energy is accumulated. The longer the concealment, the stronger the strike upon breaking concealment. Accumulation limit is 7 W points. Upon reviewing the description of the Mother Mecha, Su Ming finally comprehended why it was heralded as invincible in the hands of skilled operators, yet rendered powerless in the hands of the unskilled. The sub-mecha and the main mecha share numerous interconnected operations, colloquially referred to as combos. For instance, the operator can use the cloak to position themselves behind the enemy and simultaneously execute the break strike while the main mecha unleashes the solar impact. This coordinated assault can catch opponents completely off guard. However, this requires extraordinarily high operational precision. Firstly, the operator must ensure that the enemy is aligned perfectly with the Mother Mecha. Otherwise, the solar impact would fail to connect, leaving a significant opening. After all, if the solar impact does not strike its target, the main mecha would be entirely exposed to the enemy's retaliation. Should the enemy react swiftly, they could easily obliterate the main mecha from behind. Furthermore, during battle, the enemy will undoubtedly be constantly repositioning, meaning that what was once a parallel line could quickly become misaligned. This necessitates that the operator of the Mother Mecha possesses exceptional judgment and predictive ability regarding the enemy's movements to effectively wield the capabilities of the Mother Mecha. The retrieval of the solar lock can also be executed using the sub-mecha, but the sub-mecha must have a keen foresight of the retrieval point. Otherwise, it would fail to secure the solar lock, inadvertently exposing its position and providing the enemy with an opportunity to strike. Balancing extensive operations while considering these numerous factors is an exceptionally daunting task for any ordinary individual. Even Su Ming could not guarantee a flawless execution of his skills. Nonetheless, if this combo is successfully executed, the energy unleashed by the mecha could reach approximately 200 W, equivalent to the presence of an additional 9th-level genetic warrior's energy. If operated skillfully, this mecha could become an unparalleled weapon of destruction. Without hesitation, after conducting a brief study of the mecha assembly knowledge, Su Ming began assembling his Mother Mecha. As per his usual practice, he reserved the first mecha he assembled for himself, as the inaugural creation would inherently possess an awakening effect, outperforming standard models by around 20%. An awakened mecha was certainly meant for personal use. As for the version he would assemble for Neil, it would be the subsequent standard iteration. Su Ming retrieved a plethora of mechanical components from the storage ring Neil had provided him. The most complex aspects of this mecha lie in the control connections between the mother and sub-mechas, as well as the spatial anchor points and light transmission technology. These are all mechanical techniques of the stellar cluster level, and even Su Ming must undergo extensive learning and research before he can assemble this segment of technology. Within, Su Ming harbored no anxiety. He remained focused, diligently assembling while fervently studying the mechanical technologies of the stellar cluster in his workshop. As Su Ming tirelessly delved into the intricacies of stellar cluster mechanical technology and worked on assembling the mother-child model mecha, news of Tianlin's annihilation of Sokka reached the ears of the majority of factions within the Black Domain. Hadn't the two factions been in conflict for an extended period? They had maintained a precarious balance. How could Sokka be so suddenly obliterated? The powerful entities of these factions exhibited expressions of perplexity. At that moment, a video surfaced on the forum of the Black Domain. The Black Domain possesses a forum, typically used for posting job offers and illicit goods. Now, an unknown individual had uploaded footage of the conflict between Tianlin and Sokka, instantly capturing the attention of the masses. Although occurrences of one faction obliterating another are frequent within the Black Domain, almost a weekly occurrence, such events generally transpire among factions of the 4th or 5th tier. For instance, the previous annihilation of the York Star thieves drew attention primarily due to the involvement of the Annihilation Cannon. However, once it was confirmed that the cannon had been modified and lacked extensive lethality, the incident gradually faded from collective memory. The rise and fall of 4th and 5th tier factions are hardly worthy of concern in the Black Domain. However, both Tianlin and Sokka are 2nd tier factions. 2nd tier factions are considered to be hegemonic powers within the Black Domain, and the obliteration of one by the other incited a tremendous uproar. Immediately, people turned their gaze toward the video, eager to uncover the reasons behind Tianlin's eradication of Sokka. It was the mecha, that resplendent crimson mecha. A powerful viewer of the video almost instantaneously discerned the pivotal factor that tipped the scales of victory. I heard that previously, Hu Bing had acquired the schematics for a D-class mecha and had been seeking a skilled mechanic within the Black Domain to assist in its assembly. Unfortunately, either the mechanics he found were incompetent or were affiliated with other major factions, which made him uneasy. To his surprise, he had discovered a mechanic not tied to a major faction. This mecha, if I recall correctly, is referred to as the Overlord mecha, isn't it? The skill level of this mechanic is commendable. I sense that the performance of this Overlord mecha surpasses that of any I have encountered elsewhere by a considerable margin. D-class mecha? Those who were experts in the Overlord mecha found themselves deep in contemplation. A portion of these experts were developers of brain domain levels, and, as members of the Black Domain, possessed varying degrees of mecha knowledge acquired through diverse channels. Upon witnessing Hu Bing's Overlord mecha, their minds began to whirl with possibilities. If this mechanic is capable of assembling a D-class mecha, could he assist me in assembling my own? Chapter 91. The networking abilities of an advanced mechanic. Is Master Su Ming available? I am from the Jiko Mercenary Corps. Our leader wishes to arrange a visit. May I inquire if Master Su Ming could spare some time to assist my leader in assembling a mecha? The price is negotiable. At this moment, outside the Wan Tongue, a group of mercenary-like genetic warriors awaited at the entrance, craning their necks to peer inside. Locke gazed at these mercenaries with a pained expression, exchanging a glance with Warren. Their eyes filled with resignation. Clearly, the networking capabilities of a high-level mechanic were gradually coming to light. As one of the few mechanics within the Black Domain capable of assembling D-class mecha, whose performance exceeds that of standard D-class mecha by 20, Su Ming soon attracted a multitude of factions eager to enlist his services. When Su Ming helped Hu Bing assemble his mecha within Tianlin, many members of Tianlin bore witness to this event. So it was no longer a secret that Hu Bing's mecha originated from Master Su Ming's hands. Now, various factions were aware of a formidable mechanic in the Black Domain who had established a force named Wantung. The power constructed by mechanics did not pique the interest of these influential figures, but they were exceedingly intrigued by Su Ming's mechanical prowess. Those capable of piloting D-class mecha are at least 8th-level genetic warriors or stronger. Even 10th-level genetic warriors fall within the realm of D-class mecha. At this level, who isn't a figure of authority and influence within the Black Domain? Now, a throng of individuals had come to Wantung, seeking Su Ming's assistance in acquiring a mecha. Everyone, our leader is quite busy these days, helping others assemble mecha in the workshop. Would it be possible for you to return in a couple of days? Locke spoke with a wry smile. The individuals before him were underlings sent by powerful figures. Locke could only persuade them with courteous words, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. If he were to provoke these magnates, Wanting might find it difficult to cope. Certainly, we must give Master Su Ming his due respect. However, my dear brother, you must remember that it was our Shanhui Mercenary Corps that approached you first. Thus we should have priority in the queue. Nonsense. Clearly, I arrived first. How dare you attempt to cut in line? Laughable. I have been waiting here since this morning. Who do you think you are? Soon, these genetic warriors erupted into a fierce dispute over the issue of priority. Locke, watching the scene unfold with a bitter smile, promptly interjected, "There is no need for contention. I will consult our leader's thoughts. If necessary, we can hold a bidding meeting where the highest offers take precedence." If these gentlemen were to continue their uproar, the base Wantung had painstakingly established might be dismantled by these genetic warriors. Not worth the trouble. Not worth the trouble, Locke thought to himself, feeling a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing Locke's words, the genetic warriors exhibited thoughtful expressions before nodding in agreement. Indeed, my Donghua Mercenary Corps possesses ample mechanical knowledge and abundant star coins. We can compete based on conditions. Others echoed their agreement, subsequently leaving their leaders' names and contact information with Locke before dispersing. Locke let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, and then turned back toward the office building. He had not deceived these genetic warriors. Su Ming was indeed in the workshop, diligently assisting others in assembling mecha. The mecha being assembled was none other than the mother-child model. Having immersed himself in the mechanical knowledge of this design for nearly 2 weeks, Su Ming proceeded to assemble his own Qiling mother-child model mecha. Once his Qiling mecha was completed, Su Ming would begin assembling Neil's mecha. It must be noted that each time Su Ming assembled a new mecha and acquired new knowledge, his energy level experienced a significant enhancement. Each mecha, upon being assembled for the first time by Su Ming, not only gains a Qiling effect, but also enables Su Ming himself to reap considerable benefits from these Qiling experiences. Qiling is a mysterious phenomenon, yet it has been clearly understood following the third transformation of human society. Qiling genuinely exists, and moreover, only the first assembly of the same model of mecha by a mechanic can bestow this Qiling effect. It is akin to the mechanic imbuing their first creation with a soul. It is an extraordinarily profound process, yet it possesses corresponding scientific foundations. In addition to facilitating the growth of the mecha, chilling also grants significant growth to the mechanic. With each chilling process, the mecha that undergoes chilling will feed back a portion of its energy level and growth to the mechanic themselves. As each piece of the awakening mech was assembled, Su Ming found himself reaping substantial growth and enhancement from it. Following the recent transcendence of the awakening mech, Su Ming's physical energy level and cerebral domain energy level surged from an initial 21W and 2W to 24W and 25W, respectively. The awakening directly conferred upon him an increase of 3,000 in physical energy and 5,000 in cerebral energy. It is worth noting that the cerebral energy enhancement of 5,000 was not solely due to the awakening. During this process, Su Ming had assimilated a wealth of knowledge pertaining to cluster-grade mechanics and gradually began to digest the knowledge of humanoid civilizations, which subsequently facilitated such a significant increase in his cerebral domain energy. At this moment, Su Ming was in the final stages of assembling Neil's mother and child mech. A sharp click resonated through Su Ming's workshop, indicating that the mother and child mech had been successfully assembled. Su Ming placed the two mechs together and scrutinized them closely. The yin-yang mother and child mech was a formidable construct utilizing three types of weaponry: overload electron ray gun, flame sun chain, and flame sunblade. Each weapon possessed its unique prowess. Among them, the overload electron ray gun employed a cluster-level technology capable of generating tremendous electronic vortices instantaneously, unleashing formidable power. The flame sun chain, resembling a chain weapon, was equipped with a tracking and binding system, allowing it to ensnare enemies upon being thrown. Comparatively, the flame sunblade seemed somewhat ordinary, prompting Su Ming to contemplate whether he should replace his mech's blade with a more formidable variant. The two mechs bore a resemblance to a hunchback figure, as one was burdened with the other on its back. Upon entering combat mode, the subsidiary mech would automatically detach, becoming an independent entity. Gazing at the completed mechs, Su Ming distinctly perceived that the mech infused with awakening exuded a far more vibrant aura than its unawakened counterpart, with a markedly more potent energy fluctuation. Satisfied, Su Ming nodded and promptly called Warren, intending for him to contact Neil for the mech's delivery. Chapter 92, The Enigmatic Star Domain. To Su Ming is surprise. After he finished his call with Warren, Locke entered his workshop alongside Warren. After handing over the storage space containing the mother and child mech to Warren, Su Ming looked at Locke. Puzzled. What brings you here, Mr. Locke? He inquired with curiosity. Hearing Su Ming's question, Locke managed a wry smile and replied, Leader, you have no idea. It's pandemonium outside. Su Ming, taken aback, asked what happened. Locke shook his head and proceeded to inform Su Ming about the mercenaries outside. Su Ming was slightly astonished to learn that high-level mechanics were in such high demand that these powerful figures were willing to lower themselves to seek him out. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming addressed Locke, saying, Mr. Locke, let us embark on a bold venture. Gather the leaders of these factions. It's time to open up the market for gene potions. Locke was somewhat startled by Su Ming's suggestion. He understood that Su Ming intended to invite the heads of various factions in the Black Domain to discuss collaboration on gene potions. Given the quality of the Wanten gene potion, the likelihood of these leaders agreeing to cooperate with Su Ming was exceptionally high. However, this would undoubtedly jeopardize the livelihoods of the small workshops within the Black Domain, potentially inciting a furious backlash against Wanten. Locke felt a twinge of concern. Although he used the term small workshops in jest to mock the researchers of these factions for their lack of responsiveness and outdated technology, he recognized that, apart from their technological prowess, these factions possessed formidable strength. At least one small workshop was backed by a first-rate power within the Black Domain. And while others might not be first-rate, they were certainly not to be underestimated. If Su Ming were to approach the leaders of these factions with the intent to monopolize the supply of gene potions, it was likely that these smaller factions would react aggressively and unite against him. Noticing Locke's hesitance, Su Ming chuckled and reassured him, Rest assured, I understand your concerns. However, fortune favors the bold. How will we know unless we try? Locke cast a glance at Su Ming, increasingly perplexed by his leader's character. At times, Su Ming exuded an unnerving calm, akin to a soulless automaton, yet at other moments he revealed a wild side. This duality was evident during the previous incident with the York Star Pirates, where Su Ming had contemplated using a planet-destroying cannon against Abbey Planet. Fortunately, he had managed to halt that plan in time. Otherwise, they would have faced annihilation at the hands of the powerful factions in the Black Domain. Now, Su Ming aimed to monopolize a significant industry within the Black Domain, an audacious move indeed. Locke felt a shiver run down his spine. What is happening? Is he not a supremely composed mechanic? Why does his madness leave even him overwhelmed? Unbeknownst to Su Ming, he often exhibited this contradictory nature, oscillating between extreme calmness and wildness. This duality stemmed from the vast differences in his upbringing across 2 lifetimes. However, at this moment, Su Ming remained blissfully unaware of this trait within himself. Then it settled. Su Ming declared with a grin. Locke swallowed hard and nodded numbly. This leader was undeniably reckless. He had no choice but to accompany him on this wild endeavor. After leaving Su Ming's office, Locke began reaching out to the heads of various factions. Meanwhile, within the Empire, the head of the Corlin family, Corlin Clarence, wore a grim expression as he glared at the young man before him. His eldest son, Corlin Sui. Clarence was seething with frustration. Just moments ago, he had leveraged numerous connections to extricate his son from a military tribunal, thus incurring a significant debt of gratitude. Yet, this was not the source of his greatest ire. What truly infuriated Corlin Clarence was the realization that his seemingly capable son had failed to complete a task that should have been effortlessly accomplished. Corlin Clarence had hoped that Surui would cultivate a positive reputation. Instead, his performance had tarnished their name. The entire empire was now aware that a distinguished apocalypse-level powerhouse had a son incapable of fulfilling even the most basic duties. With such a reputation, Surui's prospects for advancement within the empire appeared bleak, and he would struggle to carve out a position of significance. Corlin Clarence seethed internally, lamenting his misfortune. His eldest son, despite appearing exceptional, was in essence a failure, while his second son, initially presumed to be a waste, turned out to be a prodigious talent. The son he had high hopes for was falling short, while the one he had dismissed was astonishing him with his capabilities. Stay home for now. There's a swarm of reporters outside. Wait until this matter cools down, and I will arrange some tasks for you, Corlin Clarence said, suppressing his rage as he spoke to Surui. At this moment, Surui was utterly intimidated by the Empire and the harrowing experiences she had previously encountered. The once confident and graceful visage was now marred by anxiety and trepidation. Corlin Clarence sighed inwardly. Witnessing his son in such a state was not easy for him either. If his son could emerge from the shadow, he might yet achieve great things. However, should he succumb to despair, even Corlin Clarence, a being of apocalyptic strength, would be powerless to remedy the situation. After Surui departed from his chamber, Corlin Clarence abruptly rose to his feet, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Who dares to hijack the mineral containers of Corlin Clarence? You must be tired of living. He spoke in a low voice, his gaze hardening. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, he swiftly made his way onto a warship. He addressed the ship's autopilot system with a calm demeanor, set course for the mysterious star domain of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. The intelligent robotic voice of the autopilot system replied, "The mysterious star domain is located at the far edge of the Eastern Underworld Alliance, a region perpetually fraught with extreme danger. Are you certain you wish to proceed to the mysterious star domain?" After hearing the robot's words, Corlin Clarence nodded impassively. To others, the mysterious star domain represented a perilous realm from which one might never return. To him, however, it posed no threat whatsoever. Chapter 93, The Oracle, Owen. The Eastern Underworld Alliance, one of the 5 great cosmic nations, stands as a colossal entity on par with the Empire. The formation of the Eastern Underworld Alliance was markedly distinct from that of the other 4 cosmic nations. While the others developed civilization first, followed by technology, and ultimately produced formidable warriors, the Eastern Underworld Alliance emerged in the reverse order. First came the warriors, then technology, and finally civilization. This process starkly contrasts the mainstream trajectory of interstellar societal development. Moreover, the Eastern Underworld Alliance is the youngest and least historical of the 5 great cosmic nations, gradually taking shape after the other 4 had already solidified. Despite its relatively brief history and peculiar societal structure, no one would dare to underestimate such a newly risen cosmic power, for it was only after the establishment of the Eastern Underworld Alliance that the 3rd cosmic era began. The precursor to the Eastern Underworld Alliance was an organization composed of formidable warriors, each of whom had mastered technology to its utmost limits. In their quest for technological perfection, these warriors founded the Eastern Underworld Alliance, and through years of research and exploration, they uncovered the theological pinnacle of technology. This theology is not of the religious or idealistic variety, but rather a tangible and scientifically grounded discipline. Revolutionary research and technologies, such as brain domain energy levels, Mech awakening, divine mechs, multidimensional informational states, dark matter tidal energy, and the process of deification, were all accomplished under the leadership of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. This epic-defining cosmic nation, while politically structured quite differently from its counterparts, wields an exceptionally formidable national strength. At this moment, a warship surged into the mysterious star domain of the Eastern Underworld Alliance, piloted by none other than Corlin Clarence. Due to his status, he encountered some obstacles upon entering the territory of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. However, having visited before, he swiftly completed the necessary formalities and sped directly toward the mysterious star domain. The mysterious star domain, nestled within an inconspicuous sector of the Eastern Underworld Alliance, is characterized by its exceedingly harsh environment. The void is often permeated by the lingering radiation of stellar explosions, casting the entire domain under a shroud of nuclear fallout. Heat and radiation run rampant, rendering the area akin to a desolate wasteland. Nevertheless, Corlin Clarence was acutely aware that within this domain resides a deified, apocalyptic-level warrior, the Oracle Owen. His purpose for seeking out Owen was to pose certain inquiries. As the warship traversed the void, the fierce thermal energy erupting around, it was effortlessly repelled by the ship's energy shield. This vessel was far superior to the one piloted by Su-Ray, as it served as the chariot of an apocalyptic-level warrior of the Empire. Even temperatures soaring to a terrifying 1,000 degrees Celsius were easily deflected by the protective shield, leaving the ship unscathed. As the warship continued its journey, Corlin Clarence stood up, scanning the mysterious star domain with keen interest. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an unremarkable white dwarf star. A white dwarf is a planet formed at the end of a star's evolution, characterized by extreme temperature and gravity. Mere mortals would be incinerated by its terrifying heat before they could even approach. However, Corlin Clarence sensed a familiar energy fluctuation emanating from this white dwarf star. A smile crept across his face, and with a swift motion, he departed the warship, venturing into the cosmic void alone. To the astonishment of onlookers, Corlin Clarence wore no protective gear, not even a combat suit, as he stood freely in the vacuum of space. It seemed as if the terrifying void was merely his backyard. He directed his attention to the white dwarf star and, with a sudden movement, descended upon its surface. The immense gravity and heat of the white dwarf merely prompted a slight furrow of his brow. Soon, he emanated a wave of energy that allowed him to acclimate to the star's harsh conditions. Lord Corlin Clarence. On the surface of the white dwarf sat an unassuming bald man, cross-legged. He was not surprised by Corlin Clarence's arrival. With a smile, he opened his eyes and addressed him. Corlin Clarence nodded, scrutinizing his surroundings with a frown. "Owen, my dear brother, why do you insist on cultivating in such inhospitable conditions?" I failed to see the appeal. Although he could adapt to the environment of the white dwarf, it did not mean he enjoyed it. The discomfort was palpable, and it seemed only apocalyptic-level warriors could endure the extreme temperatures found here. The bald man, known as the Oracle Owen, smiled and replied, "One must coexist with will and suffering to perceive divinity within the brain domain." Corlin Clarence attempted to brush off some dust from a nearby rock, only to remember that on a white dwarf, dust is not so easily removed. Doing so would require shattering the rock itself. Shaking his head, he abandoned the notion and plopped down onto the stone. "That's why I find the pursuit of deification to be too arduous," Corlin Clarence grumbled. As a general of the Empire, he was an imposing figure, typically serious, displaying only superficial emotions in the presence of equals. "Owen, do you have any matters you wish to discuss with me?" Owen inquired curiously. "Are you not the Oracle, reputed to possess knowledge of all things? Why do you need to ask me?" Corlin Clarence replied with a shake of his head. Owen chuckled. "I cannot perceive the thoughts of beings of equal strength. Otherwise, I would be omniscient." Corlin Clarence chuckled softly, then slowly began to speak. "I have come here to request your assistance in observing who has seized the Empire's minerals and their whereabouts." Chapter 94. The Bewildered Colonel Clarence. Upon hearing Colonel Clarence's words, Owen's eyes flickered with intrigue, and he promptly closed them, seemingly attuned to some unseen force. Moments later, Owen opened his eyes, expressing astonishment as he remarked, "So it is true, the Empire's minerals have indeed been unlawfully taken." With merely the closure of his eyes, Owen had discerned the entirety of the situation. This was the hallmark of an apatheicized, apocalypse-class powerhouse. Although his combat prowess might not significantly surpass that of his peers, he possessed an array of peculiar abilities. The diviner Owen's apotheosis granted him the power of insight, allowing him to perceive recent events with remarkable clarity, a formidable capability for information acquisition. Such a being, on the battlefield, functioned almost as an omniscient spy, effortlessly discerning the adversary's movements from within their own base. If the opposing civilization lacked a counteracting powerhouse, secrets were virtually non-existent. This matter, I implore you to investigate. Who has seized the Empire's minerals? Colonel Clarence's demeanor revealed no overt signs of emotion, yet his somber tone conveyed his profound displeasure regarding the issue. Noticing Colonel Clarence's expression, Owen chuckled lightly and remarked, "In that case, Your Excellency, you should be aware of my stipulations. Should you seek my assistance now, I may require your aid in the future." He added, "Of course, you may opt not to assist if it exceeds your capabilities." Upon hearing Owen's words, Colonel Clarence nodded in acknowledgement. Owen was well regarded within the circles of Apocalypse-class individuals. After all, everyone had occasions when they required assistance in information gathering, and Owen's stipulations were no secret among them. Once Colonel Clarence nodded, Owen quietly closed his eyes again. Soon, Colonel Clarence sensed a formidable cerebral energy emanating from Owen. This energy was vast, yet distinct from that of an ordinary Apocalypse-class powerhouse, as it seemed imbued with a certain sentience. As if both Owen and his cerebral energy possessed consciousness, an almost dualistic sense of awareness within a single body. Colonel Clarence understood that this was a cultivation method known as apotheosis, akin to infusing a mech with divinity, but in this case, it involved cerebral energy. This was a uniquely characteristic cultivation method of the Eastern Ming Alliance. Colonel Clarence was familiar with this method and aware of the extraordinary abilities that could arise from the apotheosis of cerebral energy. However, most Apocalypse-class experts were reluctant to adopt such a practice. After all, who would desire to introduce a divine consciousness into their own mind? Before long, the unique sentience guided Owen's cerebral energy into an alternate dimension of information flow. In this universe, every material is fundamentally composed of various strands of information. The migration of matter and the passage of time are phenomena constructed and arranged by information. Thus, events occurring in this world can be observed through secondary dimensional information, allowing glimpses into specific details. Owen's divine essence afforded him the capability to pierce through stimulating dimensions and seek out dimensional information. Before long, an exceptionally peculiar expression manifested on Owen's face. Gradually, he opened his eyes, casting a strange gaze upon Colonel Clarence. Colonel Clarence thought to himself, "Why does it feel as though Owen's gaze is somewhat odd?" Perplexed, he quickly inquired, "Lord Owen, what is the situation? Why do you regard me so? It feels rather peculiar." Colonel Clarence was bewildered. Could the perpetrator of this theft possess some extraordinary identity? Or perhaps someone he could not afford to offend? Surely not. There were scant few individuals throughout the universe whom he could not confront. And would anyone truly resort to targeting a mere junior who had yet to break through level 10 merely for a collection of minerals that held little value for them? Are you truly keen on knowing this, Your Excellency? Owen's expression grew increasingly odd, prompting him to clear his throat and reiterate his inquiry. "Owen, you are driving me to distraction. Please, reveal it to me," Colonel Clarence implored helplessly, as Owen's demeanor had piqued his curiosity. "Very well," Owen began after a moment's pause. "Your Excellency Clarence, brace yourself. The individual who has seized your minerals is none other than your son." Colonel Clarence's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say? Surue has committed treachery and stolen these minerals? That cannot be. The Clarence family does not lack for wealth, and there would be no need to jeopardize their future over minerals." Colonel Clarence instinctively thought of Surue, for it was unfathomable that such an act could stem from his younger son. Owen quickly shook his head, clarifying, "Your Excellency Clarence, you misunderstand. I mean your second son. Su Ming has commandeered the minerals transported by this warship." "What? Su Ming?" Colonel Clarence's voice escalated, his eyes reflecting profound incredulity. Had it not been for Owen's esteemed reputation within the Apocalypse-class community, and the fact that Owen had previously no knowledge of Su Ming or his name, he might have suspected that Owen was jesting. Upon learning that it was indeed Su Ming who had seized the minerals, Colonel Clarence found himself grappling with incomprehension. He sat upon a stone, dazed, his mind a cacophony of thoughts. It took considerable time for him to process the information. "My second son has robbed the minerals entrusted to my eldest son and then beaten him?" Colonel Clarence murmured, momentarily overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. Anyone faced with such a scenario involving their two sons would likely feel equally disoriented. At that moment, Owen, unable to contain himself, opened his eyes and gently patted Colonel Clarence on the shoulder. The sheer absurdity of the situation elicited a mixture of laughter and exasperation from Owen, and it was evident that Colonel Clarence's emotions were undoubtedly conflicted. "Lord Owen, where's my second son now?" Colonel Clarence finally regained his composure and inquired slowly. Owen smiled and succinctly replied, in the black domain at Wantong. Chapter 95, Su Ming's Strategy. At that moment, within the confines of Wantong, Su Ming occupied a central position in a vast conference room. Seated around the circular table were formidable gene warriors, all regarding Su Ming with expressions of incredulity. Is it your intention, young master, to establish a collaborative venture for the supply of gene agents with all of us? A powerful middle-aged man asked in disbelief. Upon hearing the man's question, Su Ming nodded with a smile and said, "Indeed, Wantong seeks to do just that. You have all witnessed the gene agents produced by Wantong. Let us speak candidly. Having experienced such products and knowing the quality can yield greater profits and acclaim, would you still choose to rely on those inferior workshop products?" At Su Ming's affirmation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. Today marks the occasion when Su Ming summoned the leaders of the Black Domain to discuss the matter of gene serums amidst the lush surroundings of Wantong. From the outset, Su Ming made his intentions clear, directly addressing the topic of gene serums with the assembled leaders. As anticipated, the conversation swiftly gravitated towards the gene serums. And after Su Ming distributed the serums produced by Wantong to these leaders, they promptly shifted their focus away from the Mecha concerns. In comparison to the Mecha, the subject of gene serums piqued the interest of these leaders far more significantly. At this moment, as Su Ming noted, upon witnessing the superior quality of the Wantong gene serums, the leaders began to harbor ulterior motives. The quality, profitability, and distribution channels of Wantong's gene serums far surpassed those of the small workshops from which the leaders had previously procured their supplies. Should other leaders commence selling such high-quality gene serums, it would undoubtedly place them at a competitive disadvantage. Consequently, no faction was willing to relinquish their claim to Wantong's gene serums. Almost all present expressed a desire to collaborate with Wantong. However, one 10th-level gene warrior, seated in a chair, furrowed his brow and voiced his concerns. "Master Su Ming, my sole apprehension is that your approach may lead to a monopoly, which poses significant risks for us." "What concerns you, Mr. Lente? Please share your thoughts," Su Ming responded, turning towards him with a smile. "Firstly, once you establish a monopoly, you will face attacks from other suppliers. How will you survive such assaults? If you're vanquished midway, it will greatly impact us as well. Secondly, a monopoly implies control over pricing. If Wantong survives and truly monopolizes the market, will you not inflate the prices of these gene serums for us, knowing we have no choice but to purchase from you? Monopolies raise concerns for both competitors and clients alike. Once a monopoly is established, it becomes all too easy for the powerful to exploit the vulnerable, allowing Wantong to raise prices with little resistance." After listening to this individual's words, Su Ming nodded thoughtfully, then rose to address the gathering, stating, "Thus, I propose that we all partake in this venture together." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the attendees exchanged puzzled glances and inquired, "What do you mean?" With a smile, Su Ming elaborated, "I can offer each of you a contract. As you collectively represent over 90 factions, I will allocate each faction a 5 stake over the course of 3 years. This way, you will all have a vested interest in Wantong, ensuring equitable profit distribution and eliminating the potential for price hikes. After 3 years, should you wish to continue collaborating with Wantong, your shares will remain intact until you cease your partnership or stop purchasing gene serums." Upon hearing Su Ming's proposal, the leaders fell silent, contemplating the implications. Observing the thoughtful expressions on their faces, Su Ming felt a surge of confidence. The allocation of 5 stakes to over 90 factions would equate to distributing a substantial portion of the profits. For a businessman, this would typically be an unacceptable concession. Yet, Su Ming did not view himself merely as a merchant. Selling gene serums was a means to expedite Wantong's growth. While this strategy would reduce Wantong's profits by half, it would simultaneously bind all the factions of the Black Domain to his cause. If the interests of all factions were intertwined with his own, each would strive to ensure Wantong's sustained success. Any entity wishing to challenge Wantong would have to contend with the collective opposition of these powerful factions. Moreover, for the factions involved, this proposal was alluring. Gaining a 5 stake without assuming any risk, with the option to withdraw at any time, was an opportunity too enticing to decline. As Su Ming articulated his plan, the eyes of the assembled leaders glimmered with newfound respect for him. Su Ming's strategy aimed to consolidate the forces within the Black Domain into a cohesive entity, with Wantong positioned at its core. As Wantong flourished, so too would the factions benefit immensely. They exchanged knowing glances and nodded in silent agreement. Master Su Ming's proposition is indeed astute. "I, Old Mo, shall join your venture," one leader declared, no longer addressing Su Ming as master but rather as sir, a clear indication of the respect he had garnered. As one leader voiced his support, others soon followed suit, rising to express their intentions. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Su Ming could not suppress a satisfied smile. These individuals recognized his ambitions. His aspirations extended far beyond the confines of the Black Domain, rendering him indifferent to short-term gains. He was determined to reclaim any relinquished profits through various means in the future. Now, gentlemen, Su Ming began, once the leaders had all indicated their support. Should we not consider expelling the small workshop factions from the Black Domain? Chapter 96. Knowledge of Energy. Soon, Su Ming and the heads of the factions reached a consensus. And under Wang Ke's leadership, Wanten embarked on an intense production spree of gene serums. Having confirmed the collaboration with the faction leaders, Su Ming felt a sense of relief and returned to his research endeavors. With a curious gaze, he looked at the workbench below, where a peculiar energy was continuously brewing. Energy absorption devices had been installed around the area, and 2 days had passed since the meeting at Wanten. During this time, Su Ming had been diligently exploring various concepts related to energy, including knowledge of humanoid civilizations. Consequently, the base occasionally reverberated with tremendous explosions, leading a disheveled Su Ming to emerge from the rubble, sheepishly assuring everyone that all was well. Initially, the others were bewildered, but they gradually grew accustomed to the sounds of explosions, now understanding that their leader was experimenting with new energy applications. These blasts were merely the result of mishaps during the exploration of novel energy sources. To mitigate further damage to the structures, Su Ming had installed energy absorbers in his workshop. Should an energy explosion occur, the absorbers would contain the blast, minimizing harm. At this moment, Su Ming meticulously observed the energy reactions on the workbench, carefully manipulating the electronic collision needle to strike the atoms within the energy vessel. A sizzling sound emanated from the energy vessel as electrons coursed through it, and Su Ming's expression shifted to one of tension. A slight miscalculation could lead to a catastrophic explosion of the vessel. Researching energy science was inherently fraught with such peril. It often involved navigating the hazards of explosive reactions in pursuit of controllable high-energy factors. However, soon, with the collision of electrons, the atoms within the energy vessel, which were once stable, could now be distinctly observed through the scanner. At this moment, some of the pre-existing electrons on the atoms were replaced by those released from the electron bombardment, transforming into a novel and balanced atomic form. These electrons, imbued with immense energy, manifested a state of equilibrium atop these atoms. Should this balance be disrupted, the electrons would unleash a catastrophic explosion of energy. Upon witnessing the unprecedented form of the atom, Su Ming could not suppress a glimmer of excitement and exhilaration in his gaze. It was a triumph. His research in altering the atomic energy structure had succeeded, although this technique could merely be deemed elementary within the realm of energy science. The true profundity lay in the ability to alter neutrons and protons, or even the properties of energy inherent within atoms. Nonetheless, for Su Ming, this marked a significant advancement. With this newfound progress, he could now apply the energy knowledge imparted by the humanoid civilization. Among the knowledge bestowed upon him, there existed a form of energy that Su Ming could now manifest. Mechanical toxin, primary paralyzing type. Type, energy. Effect, the energy from an attack carries mechanical toxins, which activate upon striking the enemy's energy shield or machinery, hindering energy transmission and damaging internal circuitry. After 10 seconds, the enemy's machinery would become entirely inoperative, unable to be activated. Hidden effect. Once the enemy's machinery is thoroughly corroded by the toxin, a portion of the control over the mech temporarily falls into the hands of the toxin's wielder, allowing them to commandeer the mech and initiate self-destruction. The knowledge of energy had undeniably opened a gateway to an entirely new realm for Su Ming. Previously, his command over energy styles had been rather singular. Aside from nuclear energy, he was limited to electromagnetic and thermal energies, which were predominantly utilized by human society. While these energy types exhibited explosive potential, their characteristics were rather monotonous, allowing for only straightforward attacks. However, it must be noted that the humanoid civilization's research into energy science surpassed that of human society, igniting within Su Ming a profound fascination for energy studies after his exposure to the humanoid knowledge. Various forms of energy could yield distinct effects in different scenarios. In fact, the pinnacle of energy research could rival that of Mechs, as exemplified by the crystalline civilization. A twinge of excitement coursed through Su Ming's heart as he envisioned the formidable capabilities that could arise from integrating human mechs with the energy sciences of the other two civilizations. He perceived a luminous path unfolding before him. Without hesitation, he retrieved his maternal and child mechs, promptly installing the mechanical toxin energy converter onto them. Particularly with the child mech, the addition of the mechanical toxin as an energy attack method could potentially lead to a devastating surprise strike against the opponent. Just as Su Ming was zealously modifying the mech, his phone suddenly rang. He paused, a slight frown creasing his brow. Typically, he had informed everyone beforehand that he should not be contacted during work hours unless in case of emergencies. The unexpected call piqued his curiosity. What is it, Warren? He inquired as he answered the call. Warren's large visage promptly appeared on the screen, his expression marked by urgency and distress. Leader, it's bad. A batch of our gene potion samples has been hijacked, and several of our brothers were captured. The assailants insist that you must come in person to negotiate for their release. Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming's expression shifted, and he promptly asked, "Do you know which organization has taken our samples?" Warren nodded and replied, "They claim to be from the Zyso family." The Zyso family? Su Ming's reaction was one of unexpected delight. The Zyso family was a renowned producer of gene potions within the Black Domain, a first-rate power operating in a familial structure. Ordinarily, upon learning that a first-rate power had targeted him, Su Ming should have felt a sense of trepidation. However, a subtle joy flickered across his face instead. News of the various factions coming to Wanfeng to procure gene potions had circulated for 2 days. He had not anticipated that these individuals would take action so soon. Su Ming had been waiting for 2 days for them to initiate the confrontation. Thus, without hesitation, he hung up the phone and promptly dialed several other numbers. Chapter 97, Spatial Traction Device. The Zyso family is a first-rate power family located in the Black Domain, specifically on the planet of Huan. The primary business of the Zyso family is in gene potion production within the Black Domain. As a first-rate power, the Zyso family's gene potion business occupies nearly 50% of the entire Black Domain's gene potion supply market. However, the head of the Zyso family has recently been in a foul mood. At this moment, he held a gene potion labeled prominently with the words "produced by Wanfeng." He could not deny that this particular gene potion was far superior to those produced by the Zyso family. Even with his discerning eye, he found no faults. Yet, the absence of flaws presented a significant dilemma. A gene potion that outmatches those produced by the Zyso family has appeared on the market, and it comes at a lower price. This implies that it would not be long before the various factions in the black market would only seek to acquire gene potions from Wanfeng rather than the Zyso family. This was a scenario he was unwilling to accept. Furthermore, during the past 2 days, he had heard whispers of several factions expressing interest in this gene potion, contemplating a change of suppliers to Wanfeng. This was unacceptable. If these factions altered their supplier, the Zyso family would be left to starve. At this moment, a gene warrior approached the family head and quietly said, "Master, the leader of Wanfeng has arrived." Upon hearing this, the family head was taken aback, speaking with confusion. "He truly came? Does he think we invited him for tea?" The family head had ordered the hijacking of Wanfeng's gene potions, along with the capture of its leader. The reason for not killing him was merely to instill a sense of intimidation in Wanfeng. He could not believe that the leader of Wanfeng would come to the Zyso family's territory for the sake of a few subordinates. Was he not courting death? How many people did they bring? The family head furrowed his brow, curiosity piquing his interest. 3. 2 6th-level gene warriors and the leader of Wanfeng. Only 3? The family head was increasingly astonished, even finding it somewhat amusing. Did the leader of Wanfeng truly not comprehend the circumstances of the Black Domain? Did he genuinely believe that negotiations could resolve matters involving fundamental interests? The annihilation of Wanfeng was an unchanging goal for the head of the Zyso family. At this moment, he rose from his seat and calmly stated, "Take me to meet the leader of Wanfeng." "Yes, master." Shortly thereafter, the head of the Zyso family found himself standing before Su Ming. Sensing the energy levels emanating from Su Ming, the family head could not help but chuckle lightly. A 6th-level gene warrior? Although it is said that the mech warrior possesses remarkable prowess, capable of unleashing the strength of an 8th-level genetic warrior when clad in their armor. What does that truly signify? Within the Hisoka family, there exists a multitude of 8th-level genetic warriors, and there are even those who surpass the 10th level. A mere 8th-level mech warrior is hardly worthy of the attention of the Hisoka family head. A glimmer of disdain flickered in the head's gaze, and he spoke with an indifferent tone. "You are the leader of Wanting, correct? I present you with 2 choices." He was too apathetic to set the stage, for he held ample leverage against Wanting's might. allowing him to issue commands from a position of superiority. Upon hearing the words of the Hisoka head, Su Ming revealed a peculiar expression, followed by a half-smile as he inquired, "Oh, were the two choices?" Observing Su Ming's demeanor, the Hisoka head furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure. This sardonic expression was a slight against his authority, igniting a flicker of murderous intent within him. However, his interest in Wanting's technology overshadowed his disdain for Su Ming. Acquiring the technology could enable him to monopolize the genetic drug market within the black domain. Thus, he tempered his impatience and spoke slowly. "First, you and your people leave, and I will allow you to escape with your lives if you relinquish your technology. Second, if you refuse, I will kill you and forcibly abduct your researchers to the Hisoka family. Those who comply may live, while those who do not shall perish." The Hisoka head spoke with a detached calmness. In his view, allowing Wanting's members to exit the black domain was already a demonstration of his greatest mercy. Otherwise, with Su Ming's current defiance, he would have no choice but to eradicate Wanting entirely. Upon hearing the Hisoka head's ultimatum, Su Ming erupted into laughter, as though he had heard an amusing jest. "What are you laughing at?" The Hisoka head frowned, having already resolved that even if Su Ming surrendered his technology, he would still have him killed. Once Su Ming ceased his laughter, he proclaimed loudly, "I choose the third option." "There's no third option." The Hisoka head scowled, questioning whether he was conversing with a fool, finding the dialogue exceedingly laborious. Su Ming paused momentarily, allowing his expression to grow cold as he stated calmly, "The third option is that the Hisoka family disappears from the black domain." The Hisoka head's eyes filled with frost at Su Ming's declaration, and he coldly responded, "It seems you are seeking death. Allow me to grant your wish." With that, two formidable 9th-level genetic warriors appeared at his sides, immediately charging towards Su Ming. As these two warriors advanced, Su Ming bellowed, "Everyone attack." The Hisoka head was taken aback by Su Ming's command, just as Su Ming revealed an unassuming device that emanated a potent spatial fluctuation. This device was a spatial traction apparatus that Su Ming had constructed. Spatial traction is a technology associated with the mother-child mech system, which Su Ming had isolated and fashioned into this device. Its sole purpose was to instantaneously draw another apparatus close to it. Do not underestimate a mechanic. Su Ming chuckled softly before activating the spatial traction device. Instantly, several figures were drawn to Su Ming's side. In the next moment, these figures surged forth, obliterating the two 9th-level genetic warriors that had been attacking him. Upon witnessing the emergence of these figures, the Hisoka head was astounded. Who are these people? His eyes widened in disbelief as he quickly recognized the identities of the figures. They were none other than the leaders or second-in-commands of various renowned factions within the Black Domain. At this moment, they had appeared from Su Ming's mechanical device within the Hisoka family. Originally, the Hisoka family possessed its own defensive system, making it implausible for these formidable figures to breach without incurring significant losses. Yet now, this youth had employed a peculiar device to transport the elites of various factions into the heart of the Hisoka family, a notion that was difficult for the head to accept. What do you intend? Do you seek to wage war against the Hisoka? The head glared angrily at the emerging figures. Su Ming chuckled lightly, his energy levels surging once more as he activated the spatial traction device again, drawing in two more powerful individuals. This had been a carefully orchestrated plan. If the Hisoka family refused to welcome him into their territory, the elite warriors from other factions would be reluctant to risk their lives attempting to breach the Hisoka's defenses. Thus, Su Ming had devised a means of infiltrating the Hisoka family. This way, he could successfully summon the ambushed elites from outside the Hisoka family. Of course, this traction device had its limitations. It could only draw a maximum of 3 individuals at a time and could not reach those more than 10 kilometers away. In the vastness of space, where distances often spanned hundreds of kilometers, it was of little use, only proving effective on planets. Furthermore, the device was not invincible. Certain protective shields with spatial defenses could intercept it, a feature Su Ming had witnessed within the protective energy shields of the Colin family. With a series of faint sounds, the space around Su Ming began to violently ripple. Soon, figures tore through the fabric of space, arriving within the Hisoka family. Today marked the day when Su Ming would unite with the various factions in the Black Domain to oust the Hisoka family from power. The leader of the Hisoka family was a genetic warrior exceeding the 10th level. At this stage, one could survive in the vacuum of space without a cosmic battle suit, thus referred to as a vacuum-level warrior. This designation indicates the ability to maintain normal physiological functions and survival capabilities in the vacuum. The vacuum level transcends the limitations of the 10 genetic locks, representing a terrifying realm that breaks through the boundaries of life itself, reaching an entirely new echelon of existence. Despite being a vacuum-level warrior, numerous experts within the Black Domain also held the same status. The first two warriors that Su Ming transported were indeed two vacuum-level elites from the Black Domain. Upon being summoned, they swiftly dispatched the two 9th-level genetic warriors, then charged directly at the Hisoka family head, engaging him in fierce combat. Though they held the home field advantage, the Hisoka family head found himself hard-pressed to hold his ground against the two, barely managing to fend them off. Unable to extricate himself to hinder Su Ming's continued summoning of reinforcements. Reluctantly, he bellowed orders to the other powerful members of his family. At his command, the Hisoka family seemed to awaken, with a surge of energy erupting within their ranks. After all, the Hisoka family was a prestigious first-tier faction, deeply rooted in the Black Domain with a wealth of resources. In that moment, numerous powerful warriors surged forth from the Hisoka family, including many mech warriors. Observing the situation, Su Ming demanded composed. As he swiftly retreated to create distance from the emerging masters, he activated the spatial traction device, drawing one formidable opponent after another to his location. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward to engage with the elite warriors of the Shisuo family. His form danced fluidly as he evaded the relentless assaults of these skilled fighters. Suddenly, a 9th-tier genetic warrior lunged toward him, prompting Su Ming to activate the spatial traction device once more. In an instant, a figure clad in crimson mech armor burst forth from the spatial disturbance. It was Hu Bing. "Go, Pikachu!" Su Ming exclaimed with fervor. "Hu Bing," bewildered, responded Pikachu. "Who is that?" "I am Hu Bing." Realizing his blunder, Su Ming sheepishly scratched his head, having inadvertently called out a phrase from another dimension. His current state felt akin to tossing out Pokeballs to summon Pokemon for battle. Hu Bing, perplexed, cast a glance at Su Ming, noting the earnest expression on his face. "How could you mistake me? Clad in this flamboyant red mech of your own making? It scarcely seems possible. Who is this Pikachu?" Shaking off the confusion, Hu Bing charged forth, swiftly disarming the 9th-tier genetic warrior of the Shisuo family with a single slash, then delivering a second blow that cleaved the warrior in twain. "Master Su Ming," Hu Bing bellowed, now addressing Su Ming as master instead of little master Su Ming. Turning to Su Ming, he inquired, "Since I am fighting for the sake of the Wantong, if my mech sustains damage during this battle, could you assist with repairs free of charge?" Hu Bing winced at the thought. Su Ming's repair fees were notoriously steep, having cost him over 100,000 star coins previously. Each repair was a source of anguish. In response to Hu Bing's plea, Su Ming chuckled lightly and proclaimed, "Rest assured, unleash your full might. If any mechanical equipment suffers damage, bring it to me for repairs, and I shall reimburse you for any losses, free of charge." Hearing Su Ming's words, the elite warriors exchanged knowing smiles. The financial aspect was of little concern. However, as they aided Su Ming in overcoming obstacles, his generous attitude lightened their spirits. One by one, Su Ming transported numerous masters into the fray against the Shisuo family. These warriors were among the most formidable from various factions within the Dark Domain. With such a convergence of power targeting a single first-tier faction, it was inconceivable for the Shisuo family to withstand the onslaught. Before long, the genetic warriors of Shisuo family were decimated at the hands of the descending masters. Chapter 99, Root Eradication. You are renowned warriors of your own right. Why allow yourselves to be commanded by this mere child? I do not comprehend. The patriarch of the Shisuo family seethed with rage, witnessing his kin being slain one after another by the warriors summoned by Su Ming. A vacuum-level master attacking him scoffed and calmly replied, "Master Su Ming has established a profound partnership with us. It is simply a matter of fact that your Shisuo family has fallen behind. Obsolescence inevitably leads to eradication." Across the Shisuo estate, chaos reigned. Mechanical blades clashed, gunfire erupted, laying waste to their territory. The elite warriors fought without restraint, unleashing horrific killing blows as energy cannons resounded throughout the estate. The inhabitants of the Shisuo family fell victim to the masters summoned by Su Ming, and in a fit of unrestrained fury, the patriarch was brutally severed into pieces, killed beyond resurrection. What was once a colossal entity within the Dark Domain, commanding a market share of 50% in genetic pharmaceuticals, was thus reduced to nothingness in a matter of hours. Standing amidst the ruins of the Shisuo estate, Su Ming surveyed the collapse of the once mighty conglomerate, his heart brimming not with regret, but with joy. The Shisuo, the largest supplier of genetic medications, had fallen. Now, No force remained in the entire dark domain capable of threatening the Tong genetic pharmaceutical industry. The remaining factions were but small fry, insignificant and inconsequential in comparison. Master Su Ming, with the Shisa now fallen, we shall take our leave. One of the masters approached Su Ming with a smile, nodding in agreement. Su Ming acknowledged that these warriors had all signed agreements with Tong for genetic pharmaceuticals, sharing 5% of the profits, an immense boon. In the future, these masters would surely continue to support Tong. As long as the company thrived, their profits would remain substantial. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your assistance today. You may send your mechanical equipment to Tong, and I shall personally ensure each is repaired. Su Ming declared. Upon hearing his words, the assembled warriors exchanged glances, bursting into laughter before nodding in agreement and bidding their farewells. Warren, dispatch personnel to clean up the battlefield. Gather some brothers, and let us sweep through the remnants of the Shisua's operations. Su Ming, not pausing for rest, returned to Tong and immediately set forth with Locke and other combatants. Have you confirmed the location of the Shisua factories? Su Ming inquired with a calm demeanor. At that moment, he sat aboard a luxurious spacecraft, acquired through weight, which boasted an expansive interior capable of accommodating thousands. Su Ming's intention behind this purchase was to ensure that, when the time came to mobilize his forces, he could transport everyone within the vessel. Currently, the ship held over 1,500 individuals, all of whom Locke had fervently recruited during this period. More than 500 remained at the base, bringing the total to over 2,000. Locke had diligently amassed sufficient manpower for Tong. Upon hearing Su Ming's query, Locke smiled and retrieved the document, projecting it onto the large screen. Instantly, a three-dimensional star map unfolded before Su Ming and the others. Locke pointed to the red dots on the map and cheerfully explained, "You asked me to investigate which factions supply and manufacture inferior genetic medications. These red dots represent the markers for various small workshops, while the deep red ones indicate the locations of the Shisua family's factories." During this time, Locke had not been idle, following Su Ming's directives. He had thoroughly researched which factions in the dark domain supplied subpar genetic medications, presenting the findings clearly before Su Ming. Su Ming nodded, thoroughly impressed with Locke's capabilities. Locke operated with the precision of a steward, ensuring every task was meticulously organized. "Where shall we head first?" Locke inquired with curiosity. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming extended his hand, pointing at one of the deep red dots. "First, we shall visit the Shisua factory. With their downfall, I fear these individuals may flee under the cover of night." This time, Su Ming sought to eradicate all remnants, not merely due to the possibility that the factory heads might possess some knowledge and return to disrupt his monopoly, but primarily because, although the Shisua family lacked the technological prowess of Tong, their production equipment was still relatively advanced, including various raw materials, reagents, client lists, and other items, all of which are under the control of the factory. Eradicating Hisoka's factory, to a significant extent, would allow for the acquisition of a vast array of instruments and raw materials. These resources may be of little interest to other factions, yet for Su Ming, they represent genuine wealth, a bounty to be seized. The spaceship swiftly surged forward, racing toward a deep crimson point that Su Ming had indicated. The locations of these factories are situated within the more internal regions of the Black Domain. After all, the outer regions of the Black Domain are exceedingly perilous, and land prices are prohibitively high. Conversely, the internal star regions are of lesser importance, allowing for the establishment of factories in these areas to significantly reduce costs and risks. As the spaceship engaged in spatial jumping, it came into brief contact with a time-space storm, producing a hissing sound of friction. Su Ming displayed little expression as he stood in the command room at the front of the ship, gazing into the distance at the planet. This expedition was wholly reliant on the strength of the Tong, devoid of any assistance from other factions within the Black Domain. However, Su Ming felt little psychological burden. After all, the true experts of Hisoka had been annihilated in a previous massacre by the united forces within the Black Domain. The personnel within the factory were likely to be mere genetic warriors assigned to oversee and guard these remote planets, lacking any significant combat prowess. True experts typically do not venture to such isolated worlds. Suddenly, the spaceship experienced a slight jolt, prompting Su Ming to notice that they had reverted from the state of spatial jumping to normal navigation. As his gaze locked onto the planet, it magnified infinitely the moment they exited the spatial corridor. The factory belonging to Hisoka had arrived. Chapter 100, The Midnight Assault. Without hesitation, Su Ming was the first to descend onto the planet. The group quickly approached Hisoka's factory. Given the vast expanse of the planet's terrain, many areas remained unclaimed or uninhabited. The factory established by Hisoka was immense, spanning several dozen square kilometers. Upon arriving near the factory, Su Ming looked up to see the interior ablaze with light, still operating tirelessly to produce genetic potions. It appeared that Hisoka's main family had been eradicated too swiftly. The news of their demise had not yet reached the factory. Through the system's X-ray vision function, Su Ming effortlessly discerned the entire situation within the factory. The workforce was predominantly composed of local natives or ordinary individuals with minimal combat capabilities. Su Ming bore no ill will towards these workers and did not intend to eradicate them entirely. They were innocent souls, and he would simply attempt to drive them away. The true targets were the guards stationed within the factory and the management personnel in the offices, those dispatched by Hisoka to supervise the factory's operations. However, these individuals were scattered throughout, with a few present in various locations. About 1,000, Su Ming murmured to himself, estimating that approximately 1,000 individuals possess combat abilities. For a faction like Hisoka, which boasted forces numbering in the millions, 1,000 was not a considerable number. Yet exterminating them all would prove to be somewhat challenging due to their dispersion. This extensive factory provided ample opportunity for escape should trouble arise in one area. Nonetheless, this did not pose a significant problem for Su Ming. He handed several mechanical components to the Wan Tongue members who had previously activated their brain domain energy levels. You will go around the perimeter of the factory, activating these mechanical components and releasing them into the factory. Remember, do not release them onto our own people. Su Ming instructed in a calm voice. Upon hearing his command, the Wan Tongue members nodded as they accepted the mechanical components. These components were mechanical toxin energy converters created by Su Ming. Once activated, the mechanical toxins would invade the factory, incapacitating the mechanical equipment of the genetic warriors within. They might even lead to self-destruction. Without their mechanical gear, the combat capabilities of any genetic warrior would drastically diminish. Although Su Ming possessed considerable confidence, it was prudent to minimize risks. Otherwise, it would be unfortunate if they succeeded in eliminating the enemy but lost hundreds of their own brothers in the process. Each of you take 100 individuals and surround the factory. If combatants attempt to escape, eliminate them. If they are ordinary workers and pose no threat, let them go. Su Ming continued, issuing orders to several squad leaders. Subsequently, these leaders departed in succession, leading their teams to encircle the factory. Once Su Ming confirmed that his subordinates had completed their preparations, he nodded and quietly instructed through his communication device. Commence the assault. Following his command, Su Ming, along with over 400 individuals, charged into the factory. They were equipped with devices that protected against mechanical toxins, ensuring that even if the Wan Tongue members activated the toxins, Su Ming and his team would remain immune. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated across the night sky of the planet, awakening many who had already settled for the night. Su Ming made no effort to conceal their presence. A direct and overwhelming approach proved most effective. The overload electronic ray gun, mounted on the mother-type mech, unleashed a formidable surge of energy, obliterating the factory's main entrance in an instant. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! As the factory doors were shattered, chaos ensued within as the guards scrambled to retrieve their mechanical gear and confront Su Ming and his team. While this planet was not particularly dangerous, it was still part of the Black Domain, where absolute safety was a myth. One could be eradicated by other factions wielding mechanical weaponry at any moment, such as today. The armed personnel of Hisoka, though initially taken aback by the sudden assault, quickly transitioned to combat mode, rushing toward the entrance to ascertain who dared to launch an attack on Hisoka's factory. However, what awaited them was another barrage from the overload electronic ray. A golden flash streaked through the air, creating a sizable crater within the factory, incinerating several armed personnel of Hisoka, ensuring their demise was irrevocable. Su Ming piloted the mech into the depths of Hisoka's factory. His gaze was cold and devoid of any semblance of mercy. The mech radiated a chilling metallic glimmer in the darkness, akin to the Grim Reaper, prowling through the factory. The genetic warriors within the factory were, at most, 7th-level warriors. Before Su Ming, they posed no resistance whatsoever, falling to his onslaught with a single shot. In the night, brilliant flashes of light continued to erupt, each illumination claiming at least one genetic warrior's life. The enemy is at 9th-level power. We stand no chance. Flee! A guard, perceiving Su Ming's energy levels through his sensing device, broke into a cold sweat, hastily retreating in the opposite direction. Yet at that moment, a ghostly figure gradually emerged from the shadows. The guard's pupils contracted sharply as he witnessed a flash of a blade slicing through the air. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and his body was cleaved in two by a peculiar entity concealed within the shadows. There was no death more final than this. The Mecha of Ji, one under Su Ming's command, surged forth like an invincible general, while the other resembled a stealthy assassin lurking in the depths of night. Their coordinated assault rendered the members of Shisoa before Su Ming utterly incapable of escape, leading to their swift and merciless slaughter. However, given the vast expanse of the factory, a number of armed personnel sensed the rising energy levels and promptly fled the premises. Yet, unbeknownst to them, an outer perimeter awaited, prepared to ensnare these elusive fish. Those who dared to resist felt their mechanical gear become sluggish, with some even rendered wholly inoperable, though these armed personnel possessed the potential for combat. The malfunction of their equipment made them no match for the members of Wantan encircling them. The powerless were allowed to flee, while those with strength were summarily executed. This night was destined to be a night of bloodshed for Shisoa. Meanwhile, as Su Ming continued to eliminate Shisoa members, he remained unaware that, within the Black Domain, a warship was hurtling towards his planet at a terrifying speed. Chapter 101, Shadows in the Night. As the night deepened, this planet lacked a satellite akin to the moon. Kasti no moonlight. At night, aside from artificial lights, there were no other sources of illumination. This evening, alongside the artificial glow, the factory erupted with various mechanical devices emitting bright sparks. Within the factory, a cacophony of chaos erupted, as numerous workers fled in terror. To their astonishment, the formidable beings intent on annihilating the factory paid them no heed, allowing them to escape unscathed. Soon, all the workers had vacated, and the factory fell silent after the final cries of a genetic warrior echoed through the air. Su Ming removed his mecha and stored it in his spatial compartment. Shortly thereafter, Locke and the others approached him. Leader, we VE seized over 1,000 genetic production devices and a substantial amount of genetic fluid, Locke reported, his face alight with joy. These items represented the very purpose of their mission, and their acquisition was a significant windfall for Wantan, as the instruments alone could be worth billions of star coins. With these devices, coupled with Wantan's technology, they could easily expand production capacity and enhance the yield of genetic potions. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction, observing as Locke stored all the equipment in the spatial compartment. He then spoke, "Let us return to the ship. There are other small workshops that we must dismantle one by one." A glimmer of determination shone in Su Ming's eyes. From the moment he entered the Black Domain, he understood that to thrive, one must be ruthless. Though others had not yet provoked him, Su Ming preferred to eliminate threats preemptively rather than allow anyone the opportunity to bully him. After speaking, he led his companions toward their spacecraft. Along the way, laughter and conversation filled the air as their spirits appeared buoyant. They could all sense that Wantan's future was undeniably bright. Surely, they too would rise in status and wealth as a result. At that moment, however, the group suddenly halted. For Su Ming, leading the way, abruptly came to a stop. Confused, the others turned to him, and following his gaze, they beheld a pitch-black figure standing quietly not far from them. It seemed this silhouette was waiting for someone else's arrival. What was happening? The group wondered. Could this figure be a remnant of Shisoa? Observing their leader's demeanor, a member of Wantan contemplated approaching to confront the figure. Yet before he could act, Su Ming's voice rang out ahead. "You all go on to the ship. I have something to attend to. I will join you shortly." His tone appeared calm, but those familiar with Su Ming sensed an unusual gravity in his voice. Locke cast a puzzled glance at the distant figure, shaking his head in disbelief. He sensed no energy fluctuations emanating from the shadow, perceiving it as an ordinary person. Yet paradoxically, this figure exuded an aura that made it the undeniable center of everything around it. Locke felt a shiver of apprehension. This person was formidable. He glanced worriedly at Su Ming, only to find Su Ming's reassuring gaze meeting his. Locke sighed inwardly, then turned to the others, instructing, "Brothers of Wantan, let us return to the ship." The members of Wantan, filled with their own uncertainties, complied with their leader's directive, following Locke toward the spacecraft. As they passed the shadowy figure, they instinctively maintained their distance, circumventing it as if it were a harbinger of terror. Locke glanced back at the figure, and his pupils dilated in shock. The silhouette bore a striking resemblance to someone he had often seen on television during his time in the Empire. Locke shook his head, dismissing the thought. How could that person possibly be here, waiting for them? Su Ming watched as Locke and the others' figures faded from view, taking a deep breath before advancing toward the shadowy presence. The figure, too, observed Su Ming's approach. The darkness posed no hindrance to his vision, and he effortlessly discerned the faint bloodstains marking Su Ming's path. Su Ming appeared remarkably composed, as his killings had been executed with the Mecha. However, upon stowing it away, he had inevitably stepped into the blood on the ground, leaving a trail behind him. Noticing the blood beneath Su Ming's feet and catching the faint scent of blood in the air, the figure sighed softly. At last, he found himself face to face with Su Ming, their gazes locking without evasion. The atmosphere grew subtly tense. After a lengthy silence, the figure spoke first. The Empire's worship was taken by you. His tone held no hint of doubt, as if declaring a well-established fact. Su Ming paused, then slowly nodded. Before this individual, he felt no need for concealment. If he had been asked, it was evident that the matter had been thoroughly investigated. However, Su Ming's sole curiosity lay in how this person had discerned his involvement in the hijacking. Seemingly reading the confusion in Su Ming's eyes, the figure replied in a calm tone, "Do not underestimate the Apocalypse class or the Empire. Had I not preemptively investigated and rescinded the Empire's inquiry, they would have 100 ways to ascertain that it was you." Su Ming fell silent, sensing no deceit in the figure's words. Yet, upon learning that this person had halted the Empire's investigation, a flicker of unease stirred within him. A silence enveloped them once more, as if both were inherently reticent individuals. Eventually, the figure broke the silence again, stating, "He is your brother. Why did you attack him?" It appears that, in comparison to the first inquiry, this shadowy figure is far more concerned with the second question. In his perspective, the first question holds little significance. However, what he truly yearns to uncover is the answer to the second question. Su Ming lifted his gaze to meet this individual, and a fleeting chill flickered across his eyes. He had endured torment for a considerable duration, and now he merely retaliated in kind. Ahem, having noticed numerous classmates inquiring about the realms of cultivation, let me clarify the hierarchy once more. The levels of cultivation are as follows: Gene Lock level 10, Vacuum level, early, mid, late, Skyward level, early, mid, late, Stellar level, early, mid, late. For the time being, this is the classification of cultivation levels, with the Apocalypse level considered the late-stage boss level. The ranks of mechanical equipment are Surface level, Planetary level, Stellar level, Star Cluster level, Galactic level, Supercluster level, and Cosmic level. The classification of mechanical equipment is determined by the level of warfare in which the weapon can participate. It is important to note that this means the weapon can engage in conflicts of that level, not that the weapon itself embodies that magnitude. For instance, a Star Cluster level weapon cannot be equated with a Star Cluster level force. The two are not commensurate. It can merely be said that it is capable of participating in the struggles of a Star Cluster level power, thus qualifying it as a Star Cluster level weapon. As for the mechs, their ranks are classified as E, D, C, B, A, and S, with varying levels of energy strength. I will elaborate on each mech in detail later, so I shall refrain from further discussion here. Chapter 102, A Father and Son Reunited. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the aura of the shadowy figure seemed to waver slightly. He appeared taken aback, not expecting such a response from Su Ming. "He bullied you?" His brow gradually furrowed, revealing a complex emotional state. Su Ming slowly nodded. "Aside from the 5 years when my mother was alive, the subsequent 11 years were unceasingly fraught with torment. Even." He prepared to divulge the matter of the assassins, but ultimately refrained. Not out of hesitation, but rather the belief that it was a personal matter not requiring him to cast it as a grievance before this individual. Upon hearing the words mother and death, the figure standing before Su Ming's expression shifted dramatically. He involuntarily took a step back, seemingly wishing to evade the topic. In that moment, he appeared less as an invincible powerhouse and more like a weary elder. Yet ultimately, upon catching sight of the resolute and clear gaze in Su Ming's eyes, he managed to quell the tumult within his heart. For reasons unknown, as he inhaled the faint scent of blood in the air and observed the crimson footprints left by the boy behind him, a sense of guilt began to blossom within him. For so many years, he had been embroiled in battles far from home, scarcely aware of the circumstances surrounding his family. At this moment, he gleaned some understanding from Su Ming's words. His lips quivered, as if he wished to articulate something, but how proud a man he was. Even in the presence of his own son, he would not yield an ounce of weakness, and thus, the words remained unspoken. Perhaps this was the very reason he had once decided to expel Su Ming from the Kellen family. Proud, iron-willed, resolute, and assertive. These were his virtues. Yet they also represented his flaws. Otherwise, he would not have often acted impulsively, leading to decisions he would come to regret. Perhaps this was the essence of fatherhood. It was undeniable that Su Ming shared certain aspects of his character with him. Both were similarly taciturn, proud, and steadfast. The two fell into a prolonged silence. "Follow me back to the Empire." This man spoke once more, his tone no longer forceful, but imbued with a note of inquiry. He could not express words of supplication, as such would mortify him, yet deep within, he fervently wished for Su Ming to accompany him back to the Empire. Su Ming shook his head. "I am wanted by the Empire. All your bounties have been rescinded. The extermination plan, as well as the abduction incident. The Black Domain is far more perilous than you can imagine. Come with me back to the Empire." This was the second time he uttered those words. An unfathomable request for someone of his stature. Su Ming raised his head to regard him, his emotions complex upon hearing of the rescinded bounty. Nevertheless, he resolutely shook his head. "I am faring well in the Black Domain." "No, Su Ming, the dangers of the Black Domain arise not from within, but from without." Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Su Ming's eyes. "Do you comprehend why the Black Domain continues to exist? A mere apocalypse-level warrior, accompanied by a fully armed squad, could easily sweep through the Black Domain, yet it persists. It is due to the buffer." "Buffer?" Su Ming was perplexed. The figure nodded, then spoke slowly. "The Black Domain lies on the fringes of human society. Should another civilization invade, the Black Domain would be the first to bear the brunt. Recently, the Void civilization has been stirring, seemingly poised to make a move. While everyone remains vigilant, their gaze is fixated on the Black Domain, for it serves as the buffer against the Void civilization's incursion. The reason the Black Domain is tacitly accepted is not due to its strength, but rather because it functions as humanity's sacrificial pawn." Upon hearing his words, Su Ming was taken aback, and a dawning realization washed over him. Since arriving in the Black Domain, he had sensed that while it was not devoid of weakness, it was virtually impossible to contend with the 5 great cosmic nations. Even ordinary star cluster-level powers could effortlessly obliterate the Black Domain. Yet, the Black Domain continued to occupy its peripheral position within human society. Now, with his father's elucidation, Su Ming finally comprehended the unique status of the Black Domain. So, they regard the Black Domain as expendable? After absorbing this revelation, Su Ming fell into silence for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. "I shall contemplate leaving the Black Domain in the future, but for now, I wish to remain here and hone my skills." The shadowy figure was none other than Kellen Clarence, Su Ming's father. Upon hearing Su Ming's declaration, he glanced at his son and discerned the earnestness reflected in Su Ming's eyes, realizing that Su Ming genuinely desired to train outside. With this understanding, Kellen Clarence's emotions were a blend of pride and regret. He let out a bitter smile before speaking. "If you wish to train, that's fine, but the Black Domain may not be the optimal training ground. You might consider the Eastern Underworld Alliance. It is a haven for the strong, a place teeming with talent. If you wish to witness the world's heroes, the Eastern Underworld Alliance is the best destination. The Eastern Underworld Alliance operates under a strongman pact system, markedly different from the party-governed political models of the Empire and the Federation. Under such a framework, the atmosphere of competition is intense, and the environment for cultivation is equally thriving, with a far greater number of strong individuals and prodigies than in the other 4 cosmic nations." Upon hearing Kellen Clarence's words, Su Ming pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. "I understand." Noticing the eager gleam in Su Ming's eyes, Kellen Clarence couldn't help but nod inwardly. Regardless of the circumstances, this conversation between father and son, while not immediately forging an unbreakable bond, had certainly dispelled many misunderstandings and eased the tension between them. Achieving this outcome, Kellen Clarence felt a sense of satisfaction. A faint smile began to grace his previously stern visage. Then, Kellen Clarence softly remarked, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." However, he immediately added a supplementary remark. "You must understand that you still have a home within the Empire, with an apocalyptic class warship backing you. If anyone dares to provoke you, even someone from the apocalyptic class, just let me know, and I shall annihilate them." Upon hearing these words, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, instinctively reaching out to accept a communicator. "Should any matters arise, feel free to contact me through this device." Colin Klaus appeared somewhat unaccustomed to such sentimental expressions. After speaking, he hurriedly returned to his warship, visibly uneasy. Soon, the warship powered up, ascending once more into the sky. Vanishing from sight, Su Ming lifted his gaze to the disappearing vessel, a subtle smile flickering in his eyes. "This old man does not seem as detestable as I once thought." Chapter 103, Wealth Beyond Measure of Wanton. The spaceship soared into the heavens, with Su Ming seated in the cockpit, the curious onlookers beside him. "What is the matter?" Su Ming asked, momentarily startled. The leader, the one just now the others cautiously inquired. The gossiping crowd had already speculated on the identity of the mysterious figure aboard the spaceship. Su Ming chuckled softly, responding, "You need not concern yourselves with that. Let us simply enjoy our freedom." Witnessing Su Ming's lighthearted demeanor, the surrounding crowd manifested expressions of disappointment, amused by their reactions. Su Ming shook his head. "Oh, by the way," he recalled, turning his gaze towards Locke, "the Empire has rescinded its bounty on us. We must be ready to retreat to the Empire should any troubles arise in the Black Domain." Locke was taken aback by Su Ming's words, casting an incredulous glance in his direction. He understood that having the Empire lift a bounty would require formidable connections, rendering the possibility of such an outcome quite slim. To his astonishment, Su Ming seemed to have accomplished this with remarkable ease. "If that is the case, does it mean I am now a free man?" However, the others had already established a considerable influence in the Black Domain, and even Locke did not entertain thoughts of departing from Wantan or the Black Domain. He vaguely surmised that Su Ming must possess immense power within the Empire, possibly even being the offspring of a significant figure. Such a formidable ally with influence is one I must cling to. Disregarding Locke's inner musings, Su Ming, with an air of indifference, gestured towards the planetary simulation map, calmly stating, "Now, let us proceed to eliminate these small workshops one by one." Over the following days, Su Ming led the group through various star systems within the Black Domain. Wantan adopted an exceptionally iron-fisted and ruthless approach, systematically obliterating all workshops engaged in the production of genetic agents within the Black Domain. In this moment, Su Ming displayed an exceptionally cold-blooded iron will, leaving no opportunity for these workshops to survive. Within just a few days, the small workshops in the Black Domain were entirely eradicated. The only remaining force involved in the production of genetic agents was Wantan. From this moment forth, Wantan established its monopoly over genetic agents in the Black Domain. Seated in his workspace, Su Ming reviewed the orders for genetic agents sent over by Locke, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. These orders were from various major factions, and it was estimated that the first batch would amount to several billion units. Several billion units, in the grand scheme of the Black Domain, hardly constituted a significant demand. It is worth noting that on a single habitable planet, there are likely tens of thousands of individuals requiring genetic agents daily, and the Black Domain boasts over 1,000 habitable planets. Moreover, given the quality of Wantan's genetic agents, selling them beyond the Black Domain would be an effortless endeavor. Currently, various factions within the Black Domain were casting their eyes towards other cosmic nations beyond its borders. For instance, certain stellar-level cosmic nations possess only around 10 planets, typically lacking the advanced technology to manufacture genetic agents, and thus relying on external acquisitions. The factions within the Black Domain could sell to such nations. The several billion orders for these factions were merely a trial run. However, for Wantan, it represented a golden opportunity. At this moment, Su Ming was pacing within the genetic agent research building. "How's it coming along, Wang Ke? Are we able to meet the demand?" Su Ming inquired with a wry smile. The order for several billion units was an enormous undertaking for Wantan. Given the existing equipment, even with the addition of machinery acquired from various factories, it would still be somewhat challenging to fulfill. Wang Ke looked at Su Ming, his expression pained, and replied, "My esteemed Su Ming, it's not that I am unwilling to expedite the process. Who wouldn't want to earn more money? However, the calibration of the equipment requires time, and less than half of the machinery we acquired is operational. This is the fastest we can manage. Currently, Wantan's production speed for genetic agents was capped at a maximum of 50 million units per day. Beyond that, Wantan could not produce any further." Upon hearing Wang Ke's words, Su Ming said, this was a multi-billion order. Even if Wantan earned just 50 star coins per unit, that would amount to a staggering sum of 150 million star coins. To pass up such an opportunity would be foolish. Exiting the genetic agent research facility, Su Ming exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "Expansion. We must expand rapidly." In the next moment, Su Ming dialed Walter's number. "Hello, Su Ming, my dear brother. What is up? Are you looking to purchase something again?" Walter cheerfully asked. Su Ming had become one of Walter's major clients, and Walter had often marveled at his own foresight in recognizing the potential for such substantial orders from Su Ming. Hearing Su Ming's voice felt more comforting than even his father's. "Walter, do you have any planets for sale? I'd like to acquire one for our endeavors." Su Ming's voice resonated through the phone. Walter nearly choked on his drink, incredulously asking, "What? You want a planet? Are you serious?" Su Ming nodded earnestly. "A normal habitable one will suffice. It doesn't need to be resource-rich. I intend to establish a genetic agent factory there. Walter instinctively nodded. As a customer of Wantan, he was well aware of the substantial orders totaling several billion units, and he understood the current challenges faced by Su Ming. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "All right, I will secure a planet for you within the Black Domain and provide you with a quote. However, my dear brother, given your wealth, I have no concerns about your ability to pay." After all, Walter was acutely aware of the terrifying profits associated with the multi-billion orders. Although Wantan's combat capabilities were average, it was indeed swimming in wealth. Acquiring the next planet should pose no significant issue, provided there were no special requirements. Oh, and also procure some genetic agent equipment, research laboratories, and energy blocks for me. Wantan needs these for research. Upon hearing Su Ming's request, Walter silently noted everything down, then smiled and said, "Brother, are you truly intending to develop Wantan into a research powerhouse? But let me remind you, in the Black Domain, strength is paramount. You should focus on enhancing Wantan's overall capabilities." Upon hearing Walter's words, Su Ming stroked the communicator given to him by his father, smiling as he replied, "Rest assured, my brother, Wantan will not instigate trouble, but anyone who dares to provoke us is merely courting death." Chapter 104, The Mechanical Little Xiong. Wantan has purchased a planet. This planet is located within a certain expanse of the Black Domain, originally designated as Planet X-29. After the arrival of the Wantan, this planet was renamed Wantan Planet. Su Ming, with a grand gesture, promptly relocated the entire Wantan to this celestial body. The current objective is to expand aggressively, recruiting members, researchers, and workers to augment our production capacity. After conveying this to Locke, Su Ming dove into the mechanical workshop of Wantan alongside Warren. In order to forge cooperative relationships with various factions, Su Ming accepted orders from mechas from numerous influential figures, amounting to over 90 mechas. Fortunately, despite the large number, many of these mechas were of repetitive designs, as lower-tier mechas tend to be rather uniform and predominantly mainstream models. In truth, Su Ming only needed to learn about approximately 10 new mecha designs. Of course, assisting the various factions of the Black Domain in assembling mechas was not without its costs. In addition to a substantial quantity of mechanical components and star currency as payment, these factions also shared all the mechanical knowledge they had acquired with Su Ming. A staggering number of over 90 factions contributed mechanical wisdom, significantly enhancing Su Ming's repository of knowledge to an astonishing level of over 700 distinct items. What constitutes a small item of mechanical knowledge? Mechanical knowledge is categorized into several broad areas, but within these categories, each individual piece of knowledge is further divided into smaller items. Each small item possesses different branches of knowledge, which together form a broader category. For instance, the mechanical battle blade is subdivided into interpretation of mechanical battle blade energy level enhancement, theory of mechanical battle blade edge toughness enhancement, mechanical battle blade energy aspects, and so forth. These diverse, small items constitute a systematic body of knowledge. This represents a tremendous fortune, even if placed on the market. It could fetch a considerable amount of star currency. Yet, it has all been willingly bestowed upon Su Ming by the major factions. Gazing at the mecha orders before him and the mechanical knowledge stored in the intelligence system, Su Ming could not help but smile wryly. This was an enormous undertaking. While other mechanics were troubled by a lack of knowledge to learn, he found himself vexed by the scarcity of time to absorb this wealth of information. At that moment, the long-silent mecha martial sovereign system suddenly emitted a notification sound once more. Ding! Detected that the host has acquired over 500 small items of mechanical knowledge. Achieving the accomplishment, Mountains of Knowledge, activating the automatic learning function. Ding! The host may input mechanical knowledge into the system. Upon entering a sleep state, the system will transmit the knowledge into the host's mind, facilitating the acquisition of understanding. The system's voice echoed in Su Ming's mind. Initially startled, a wave of ecstasy surged through him. System, does this mean I can grasp this knowledge in my dreams? It won't require the cognitive effort needed to comprehend the energy knowledge from humanoid civilizations, will it? Ding! Comprehensive teaching. The system's cold voice resonated in Su Ming's mind, seemingly disdainful of his doubts regarding its capabilities. Upon receiving the system's assurance, Su Ming was filled with elation. The ability to learn in one's sleep is a coveted skill, particularly for mechanics and students, as it could alleviate numerous burdens. Consequently, Su Ming would no longer need to dedicate extensive hours daily to study various mechanical concepts. With this thought, Su Ming wasted no time and promptly uploaded all the mechanical knowledge stored in his intelligence system into the Mecha Martial Sovereign System. Ding. Currently inputting the 607th item. Ding. All inputs successful. Detected that the above mechanical knowledge falls within the host's acceptable knowledge level. Learning progress. 5 items per sleep hour. Commencing tonight. Hearing the system's words, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. The speed of learning was exponentially faster than his usual pace under normal circumstances. Mastering 2 small items in an hour was already commendable. Yet the system could assimilate 5 items in the same time frame, and crucially, this did not encroach upon his regular life. Su Ming began to contemplate whether to gather some lower-tier knowledge items. Despite being a star cluster-level mechanic, there remained lower-tier knowledge, such as planetary and surface-level mechanics, of which he was still unaware. After all, human society has undergone extensive progress and development. Each stage of knowledge has seen countless wise individuals pioneering new small items. Even master-level mechanics surely possess realms of knowledge pertaining to lower-tier subjects that they have yet to explore. Why should he seek to fill these gaps? Essentially, a mechanic's breadth of knowledge directly influences their depth of understanding. Oftentimes, seemingly insignificant pieces of knowledge can determine the upper limits of a mechanic's potential. The foundation of a mechanic largely dictates the heights of their future achievements. Thus, if possible, Su Ming was naturally inclined to learn as much foundational knowledge as he could. He quickly contacted Walter. Brother Su Ming, is there an issue with the planet? Walter was puzzled as to why Su Ming, having just arrived at a new planet, was reaching out to him again. Was there a problem with the planet? Walter, my good brother, you have access to a wealth of mechanical knowledge, right? Could you assist me in acquiring some foundational mechanical knowledge? The more varied and comprehensive, the better. Su Ming smiled as he spoke. Walter was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Su Ming's intentions. After all, as far as he knew, Su Ming was at least a star cluster-level mechanic. Why would he concern himself with basic knowledge? However, not being a mechanic himself, Walter refrained from making judgments and simply nodded, responding, "If I look, I could probably find tens of thousands of small items of knowledge. Would that suffice?" Upon hearing Walter's words, Su Ming was ecstatic. Of course, the more, the better. Just gather as much as you can. After ending the call, Su Ming felt a wave of excitement. No mechanic had ever managed to amass over 100,000 foundational small items of knowledge. Given the constraints of time, acquiring around 10,000 foundational items would already mark one as an extraordinary mechanical master with a remarkably solid foundation, leading to a terrifying level of mechanical expertise. However, if he could attain over 100,000 or even 1,000,000 small items, the heights he could reach in the future were something Su Ming eagerly anticipated. Chapter 105. The Wealthy Su Ming. Wanten has entered a phase of rapid development, becoming the epitome of affluence within the Black Domain. Almost daily, billions of gene potions are produced by Wanten and subsequently sold to the various factions within the Black Domain. Under normal circumstances, such a militarily weak force would likely be viewed as a thorn in the side of other factions, destined to perish quickly. However, Wanten is different. Su Ming had decisively chosen to share a portion of the profits with other factions as Wanten rose, establishing it as a unique entity within the Black Domain. During this period, not only were the individuals within Wanten jubilant, but the factions holding shares in Wanten were also in high spirits. Wanten has become akin to a cash cow, generating wealth for these factions, and under these circumstances, no one wishes to see Wanten come to harm. Indeed, no one would dare to target it. Furthermore, Su Ming was not overly concerned about the potential dangers facing Wanten. After all, if worse came to worst, he could always initiate a wave of apocalyptic-level summoning. Warren, is the power arm equipped and ready? Please pass it over. After Su Ming meticulously assembled the mech's chassis before him, he turned to Warren and exclaimed, "Here it comes." The freshly minted power arm. Warren, with a beaming smile, handed the newly assembled power arm to Su Ming. During this period, Warren had been diligently assisting Su Ming in the assembly of various mech components. Although Warren had yet to attain the capability to independently construct a D-class mech, his mechanical skills had advanced remarkably. Were it not for Su Ming's insistence on him mastering foundational knowledge, Warren might have already been capable of assembling stellar-grade mechanical equipment. His progress was undeniably significant. With Warren's mechanical prowess, while a D-class mech remained beyond his reach, an E-class mech posed no challenge at all. He had even gone so far as to construct his own E-class mech. Given the multitude of orders Su Ming had on hand, it would take an eternity for him to complete them alone. Thus, he opted to enlist Warren's help in assembling various scattered components. Their collaboration was remarkably harmonious. reducing what could have been a 2-month task to less than a month. Surveying the array of mechs piled within the workshop, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. If sold, these mechs would undoubtedly fetch astronomical prices. However, all of them were destined for Su Ming to use as leverage with the leaders of various factions in the Black Domain, contributing significantly to the future prosperity of the Wanten organization. As Su Ming prepared to install the last power arm that Warren had just handed him, the mech emitted a series of beeps, and a surge of formidable energy erupted from within. At this sight, Su Ming and Warren exchanged glances, both reflecting the joy in their eyes. This is the final one. After a month of immersing themselves in mech assembly, isolated from the outside world, they finally felt a sense of relief upon completing the last mech. Go and call someone to deliver these mechs to the leaders of Wanten, and then take a well-deserved 2-day rest, Su Ming remarked with a smile. In gratitude for Warren's assistance, Su Ming compensated him fairly, adhering to his principle that those who are close should share the rewards. In Wanten, Su Ming had established a body activation chamber, designed to enhance the physical vitality of Gene warriors, ensuring they maintain peak physical condition. Training within this chamber significantly accelerated the rate of physical enhancement, allowing 1 hour of practice to equate to 3 days of training for others. Su Ming's rationale for constructing this chamber was twofold: to facilitate his own training and to serve as an alluring incentive for attracting talent to join Wanten. Each member was granted 3 hours of usage per week, with additional time awarded to those who contributed significantly. Naturally, the chamber's construction was no trivial matter. Setting aside the initial costs, the daily operational expenses, including replenishing the body activation fluid, amounted to a staggering 3 million star coins. However, Su Ming no longer fretted over such expenditures. He had fully embraced the joys of financial abundance, even constructing a private body activation chamber at his residence, immersing himself in it daily without a hint of regret. No worries, we may lack many things, but we certainly do not lack money. With this chamber at their disposal, Wanten was poised to enter a phase of rapid advancement, as its members' training speeds would far surpass those of rival factions. Over time, it was likely that the other forces within the Black Domain would gradually be eclipsed by Wanten. Observing Warren's departing figure, Su Ming closed the door and reclined comfortably in the body activation chamber. Please set the level and concentration of the body activation fluid. Upon hearing the intelligent voice prompt, Su Ming chuckled softly and replied, Level 7, concentration 100. Calculating the cost of filling the body activation chamber. The estimated cost is approximately 18 million star coins per day. Would you like to proceed? Small change, proceed. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned about such a trivial amount. The concentration of the members' pool at Wanten hovered around 30, averaging level 4 fluid, which allowed cost to be controlled at 3 million star coins daily. However, while Su Ming's chamber was considerably smaller, its concentration had always been at 100, with level 7 fluid driving costs to an astounding 18 million star coins daily. The elevated concentration and level promised superior outcomes and accelerated training speeds. Coupled with the starlight points earned through the system, Su Ming had achieved remarkable results during this period of training. After a month of relentless training and expenditure, his physical energy level surged from 240,000 to 470,000, propelling him into the realm of a level 7 Gene warrior. His brain domain energy level also experienced a qualitative leap, rising from 250,000 to 490,000. Now, Su Ming's attribute panel appeared as follows. Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 470,000. Brain domain energy level, 490,000. Gene lock opening level, lower level 7. Body vitality, 100. Body refinement level, level 5. Next level refinement requires starlight points, 10,000. Starlight points, 370,000. Mechanical knowledge, minor 1, 100. Chapter 106, New Plans. Now that Su Ming finally had the time to reflect on his training progress, he cast a glance at his attribute panel, subsequently focusing on his body refinement level. The refinement level held immense significance for Su Ming. During the past month, as he had not been engaged in combat and had solely been assembling mechs, he had not intentionally sought to enhance his refinement level. However, he now sensed the necessity to elevate his body refinement level. System, enhance the body refinement level. Enhancing the body refinement level requires 10,000 starlight points. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Upon Su Ming's confirmation, a rich surge of starlight energy flooded into his body. He let out a soft grunt, feeling every inch of his skin and flesh undergoing a profound metamorphosis. The active agents within the body activation fluid began to be fervently absorbed by Su Ming's body. It was visibly apparent that the once milky white activation fluid was transforming into a transparent hue under the influence of Su Ming's refining process. Body activation fluid concentration is decreasing. Current concentration, 64. Would you like to replenish the concentration? The electronic voice of the body activation chamber chimed. Replenish. Without further ado, Su Ming felt as if a deep, primordial power within him was awakening, as vast quantities of starlight energy and active components were greedily absorbed into his body, augmenting its resilience and strength. Though his physique was lean and well-proportioned, no one would perceive Su Ming as frail. Rather, they would sense the explosive power lurking within. Soon, amidst the sounds of cracking and popping from his body, Su Ming exhaled in relief, sensing that the refinement process had reached completion, elevating his physical strength to a new tier. Body refinement complete. Current level, 6. Next level refinement requires 50,000 starlight points. Initially, Su Ming had intended to press on and elevate his refinement level to 7, aligning it with his gene level. However, upon seeing that the required starlight points for the next level amounted to 50,000, he glanced at the remaining 270,000 starlight points in his system panel. Su Ming silently chose to relinquish, bidding a quiet farewell. Although his physical body did not ascend to the 7th level, the remarkable transformation brought about by the 6th level still augmented his bodily energy by an astounding 3,000 points, reaching a staggering total of 50,000 points. Furthermore, it is estimated that the maximum capacity of starlight points his body could now endure has increased from the original 1,000 points to 2,000 points. Coupled with his mech, Su Ming now believed he could unleash an energy level and combat prowess comparable to that of a 9th level genetic warrior. With a sigh of relief, Su Ming experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort, subsequently closing his eyes and gradually leaning back into the vitality pool, drifting off to sleep. He often found himself in this state. Once asleep, the active components of the vitality pool would be gradually absorbed by his body, allowing him to frequently fall asleep directly within the pool. Moreover, not only would his physical form receive enhancements during this slumber, but the knowledge residing in his mind would also be gradually uploaded by the system, enabling Su Ming to acquire numerous snippets of knowledge even in his dreams. It could be said that he could grow stronger while reclining. The following morning, Su Ming awoke from his deep slumber, his mind brimming with dozens of new mechanical knowledge snippets. As usual, this newfound knowledge was remarkably profound, imprinted directly into his consciousness, far surpassing what he could have learned through his own efforts. A satisfied expression graced Su Ming's face. As the number of knowledge snippets increased, his understanding of mechanical theories became increasingly sophisticated, broadening the array of mechanical equipment he could fabricate. Casting a glance at his communication device, he found a plethora of messages of gratitude from the various leaders within the Black Domain. The tone of these messages was surprisingly courteous, making it hard to believe they originated from a band of ruffians. Such is the status of a mechanic, having assembled mechs for these leaders. Su Ming had inadvertently transformed into their benefactor. If these leaders failed to maintain a good rapport with him, he might be reluctant to assist with future maintenance, leaving their mechs either to be repaired by other mechanics, resulting in a significant reduction in their capabilities, or left to gather dust. Having experienced the sensation of becoming stronger and having glimpsed a broader horizon, how could these leaders possibly wish to revert to their former selves? They were eager to keep Su Ming close, constantly adjusting their mechs with his assistance. With this newfound relationship, Wan Teng's position within the Black Domain became increasingly secure. Now that matters had settled into a routine, Wan Teng began to flourish, prompting Su Ming to fall into deep contemplation. Wan Teng was now stable. With minimal danger or risk, a steady development was feasible. It seemed he need not remain stationed at Wan Teng any longer. A glimmer of thought flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Was it not time to consider exploring the world beyond Wan Teng? Of course, he did not intend to depart for an extended period. Rather, he sought a brief excursion. After all, staying in one place for too long, especially since he had nearly exhausted all the mechanical knowledge Wan Teng had to offer, felt stifling. Perhaps a change of scenery would yield significant benefits for himself. As for where to go, after conversing with his father previously, Su Ming had a place in mind. Rising from his seat, he did not hastily make the decision, but instead made his way to the dim chamber housing the mineral boxes. Upon entering the chamber, the humanoid being slumbering within the mineral box opened its eyes and gazed at Su Ming. What is it? The being inquired slowly. With a smile, Su Ming casually moved a chair closer, sitting before the mineral box. There was no need to open it, as they could see and communicate with one another without the necessity of face-to-face interaction. Brother, I am preparing to leave here, Su Ming announced with a smile. During this time, Su Ming had visited this being several times, and after confirming that Su Ming had absorbed their civilization's knowledge, the being had provided him with additional snippets of their humanoid civilization's wisdom. As their interactions progressed, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the being appeared somewhat taken aback. You are preparing to leave? What will become of me? Su Ming chuckled softly, then replied calmly, Do not worry. I will honor my promise. However, as I am leaving, I may not have much time to return. Would you be able to? Su Ming boasted, then made a request that he himself felt was rather audacious. Could you provide me with most of your civilization's knowledge in advance? The humanoid being, seated within the faintly glowing crystal, scrutinized Su Ming with seriousness, quickly realizing that he bore a sincere expression, evidently not jesting. After a prolonged silence, the being suddenly inquired, Are all beings of your civilization as shameless as you? Su Ming replied, While this request may be somewhat excessive, consider this. I am leaving here, and it may be quite some time before I can see you again. Regardless, you are destined to share your civilization's knowledge with me. So whether you do so sooner or later is inconsequential. Perhaps by that time, I may have learned enough to release you. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Ming's cheeks flushed as he spoke. The being within the crystal fell silent once more, then raised its head to regard Su Ming, deep in thought. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. After a lengthy pause, the being finally nodded, letting out a sigh as it spoke. Very well, I can entrust it all to you. But can you provide me with a timeline for my release? Upon hearing the being's inquiry, Su Ming contemplated briefly before responding. How about 2 years? Once the 2 years have elapsed, I shall release you. 2 years, the being mused. The method of time calculation in human society differed slightly from that which Su Ming had experienced on Earth. In human society, a day was counted as 25 hours. Thus, 2 years would equate to an additional 365 hours compared to Earth standard. This is the advantage of information flow communication. Su Ming could simply state 2 years, and there was no need to elaborate on the specifics, as his understanding of time was inherently conveyed through the communication process. Consequently, the humanoid being instantly grasped the time calculation involved in 2 years. After a moment of reflection, it nodded, stating, Very well, 2 years is not a long time. I can accept that. Upon hearing the being's response, Su Ming was elated, and he soon perceived a vast and complex stream of information flowing into his mind from the being. This information comprised various knowledge pertaining to energy within the being's society, an overwhelming array that caused a faint ache in Su Ming's head, akin to a memory storage overload. Fortunately, Su Ming was somewhat of a brain domain developer. His brain domain had been partially developed, allowing him to manage the influx of information despite its overwhelming nature. While receiving the information transmitted by the humanoid being, Su Ming simultaneously synchronized it with the Mech warrior system. Ding information uploaded by the host categorized as energy-related knowledge, level, low-tier snippets. Ding. Once Su Ming confirmed the completion of this information upload, he controlled the energy level of his brain domain, expelling this portion of information from his mind. It was akin to executing a delete function for his brain. After all, with the system's learning capabilities, there was no need to retain this information in his mind, which would otherwise create a persistent feeling of bloating, causing Su Ming considerable discomfort. At this moment, if someone were to stand beside Su Ming, they would be astonished to find him seemingly lost in thought, staring vacantly ahead with a dazed expression. He maintained this state for over half an hour, a feat that required a significant amount of time for even the complex information transfer between the two. After half an hour, the humanoid being within the crystal finally let out a sigh of relief, his eyes reflecting profound fatigue. It was exceedingly exhausting. Conveying such intricate information was truly taxing. Despite his capabilities, the uninterrupted flow of information for half an hour left him utterly drained. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Su Ming still in a trance, seemingly yet to emerge from this state. Instantly, he understood that the youth had likely assimilated all his knowledge and data into their civilization's information storage method. However, he shook his head. Despite having transmitted a wealth of information from their civilization to this young man, the truly elite knowledge, the essence of their civilization, had been concealed and not imparted to him. Although they had grown quite familiar with each other, it was prudent to retain some discretion regarding the core tenets of their civilization's legacy. Su Ming, for his part, vaguely sensed that the humanoid being was withholding certain information. Nevertheless, the knowledge that had been shared with him was already a source of excitement and joy. This knowledge was approximately a century ahead of the energy-related knowledge within human society. He felt content to acquire this energy knowledge. As for the core knowledge and traditions of a humanoid civilization, it was understandable that this being chose not to disclose it. Host has uploaded a total of 430,000 items of energy-related knowledge, including 30,000 items of basic knowledge, 10,000 items of intermediate knowledge, 3,000 items of advanced knowledge, and 2 items of divine knowledge. The host currently understands the following categories of knowledge: basic knowledge with minimal intermediate knowledge. The current number of learnable knowledge items is 310,000, with 120,000 items temporarily stored until the host's comprehension ability improves. At this moment, the system's voice echoed, causing Su Ming to inwardly muse. Why does it feel as though my comprehension ability is being belittled by the system? However, he recognized that he was indeed unable to grasp some of the advanced knowledge. Acquiring such knowledge necessitated not only a solid foundation, but also countless practical experiences. Only after fully understanding and applying the concepts could one gradually attain comprehension of advanced knowledge. For Su Ming, there was no urgency. After all, with the system at his disposal, he could first complete his studies in basic knowledge before delving into advanced topics. System. Prioritize the learning of energy-related knowledge for now, and put other knowledge on hold, Su Ming declared after some consideration. He had purchased nearly 30,000 items of mechanical knowledge from Wait, all of which were stored within the system. Currently, the system had facilitated his learning of 800 items, combined with the previously acquired 300 items, totaling 100 items. A significant portion of knowledge remained unstudied. However, Su Ming was eager to explore energy-related knowledge, as it could greatly enhance his combat prowess in a short period. Chapter 108, Preparing to Depart. Just as Su Ming sought energy-related knowledge from the humanoid civilization, far beyond the Black Domain, amidst the vast expanse of stars, a spaceship sped through the cosmos. This vessel was the very one that Wait was aboard. At this moment, he sat within the ship, humming a cheerful tune, his spirits seemingly high. He had found a buyer. Wait reveled in his thoughts. The minerals he had previously seized had been entrusted to a friend in the black market for sale. Today, this friend informed him that the minerals had successfully been sold, yielding a handsome profit in star coins. With these star coins, Wait's future was assuredly bright. Whether investing or expanding his business, it would be a breeze. Brother, who is this buyer? Such a substantial transaction. Wait marveled at the unexpected sum in his account, feeling utterly amazed at who could possibly afford to purchase all those minerals at once. The person on the other end of the line chuckled softly before responding. Mr. Wait, one must not inquire too freely about clients in the black market. Upon hearing this, Wait chuckled awkwardly and quickly apologized. My apologies, old friend. I was just caught up in excitement and spoke without thinking. Under normal circumstances, Wait would never have dared to ask such a question. As a merchant, he understood the importance of respecting client privacy. However, his curiosity had gotten the better of him this time. Realizing his faux pas, Wait intended to change the subject, but the voice on the phone suddenly lowered, speaking softly. However, Mr. Wait, we are no strangers. Allow me to tell you who made the purchase. Upon hearing this, Wait's attention peaked, and he eagerly inquired, who? It isn't an individual. Judging by their behavior, they resemble the people from the Donglin Cosmic Nation whom I encountered previously. I suspect it must be them who made the purchase. The Cosmic Nation? That explains it. Wait's face lit up with understanding upon hearing this. The Donglin Cosmic Nation was a planetary-level cosmic nation aligned with the Mongolian Empire. Although it did not rival the colossal cosmic nations, it was significantly stronger than stellar or cluster-level forces. If all the powers within the Black Domain were combined, they would merely amount to a weaker cluster-level force. In contrast, the Donglin Cosmic Nation was a planetary-level cosmic nation, a tier above cluster-level. Were it not for its proximity to the Mongolian Empire, which imposed military constraints, the Donglin Cosmic Nation's influence would likely be far greater. After hanging up, Wait's expression turned contemplative. It seemed the Donglin Cosmic Nation harbored considerable ambition, quietly consuming resources that originally belonged to the Empire. Clearly, they were eager to rapidly enhance their national strength and expand. Yet Wait shook his head. These matters were of no concern to him. As a merchant, as long as the payment was secured, everything else could be negotiated. What Wait did not realize was that among the other half of the minerals he received was a pale red radioactive crystal, buried within the confines of the mineral box. He was merely a merchant. During his idle moments, he would not bother opening the mineral box to study the contents. He only needed to know what minerals were inside and their value. These minerals emitted strong radiation, and Waite was reluctant to come into contact with them. Thus, he only used a mineral testing device to identify the specific minerals in the box. The pale red crystal went unrecognized and, consequently, unnoticed by Waite. He was completely unaware that within his mineral box lay a pale red crystal, and not only was he oblivious, but so too was Su Ming. The humanoid being had once informed Su Ming that the pale red crystal he possessed was the very crystal that sealed the remnants of their civilization survivors. Within that crystal lay the entirety of the humanoid civilization's surviving populace. It was unbeknownst to the humanoid beings that a pale red crystal had been extracted by the mineral separation apparatus brought by Walter, now residing within the mineral box held by him. Upon hearing the words of the humanoid, Su Ming instinctively assumed there were no pale red crystals on Walter's end, and thus refrained from seeking clarification. Consequently, he found himself unwittingly sold to the Eastern Lin cosmic nation within the black domain of Wanti. At this moment, the leading figures of Wanti gathered together, their gazes fixed upon Su Ming, astonishment flickering in their eyes. "Are you preparing to depart from the black domain?" they exclaimed in unison. Su Ming smiled and replied, "I am not abandoning Wanti. I merely intend to venture out for some experience and will return after a while. This place remains my stronghold." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the gathering exchanged glances, a sense of surprise washing over them. It was a critical time for Wanti's rapid advancement, yet Su Ming was planning to leave. Although temporary, it instilled a sense of unease and rock in the others, akin to a headless dragon. "What are your plans?" Su Ming inquired in truth. "Wanti is currently in a stable state, so there is no need for concern. I will be monitoring the situation closely, and various powerful factions are assisting in our development. So everything is secure." His tone was reassuring. The individuals before him were the veterans of Wanti, its true core. Should they wish to embark on a journey for experience like Su Ming, he would not deter them. After a moment of contemplation, Rock responded with a smile. "Wanti cannot function without a leader. If you depart, I shall take responsibility for managing Wanti, remaining here to aid in its growth." Su Ming nodded in agreement. Rock had always played a steward-like role. His capabilities, aside from combat, were exceptionally strong, and the orderly state of Wanti was greatly attributed to his skills. The notion of Rock staying within the black domain brought Su Ming a sense of relief. "I too shall remain," Wang Ke chimed in with a smile. "As a researcher, Wanti provides the resources and funding for my studies, so I will certainly stay in the black domain." During this period, Wanti's factories had begun to function smoothly, allowing researchers like Wang Ke some respite. Su Ming had generously allocated substantial research funding to them, enabling their continued study of superpowered gene medications. Wang Ke and his colleagues felt immensely satisfied as the funding from Su Ming far exceeded what they had available in the Lozer Alliance, making them unwilling to depart from the black domain. Su Ming smiled and then turned his gaze to Warren. Noticing Warren's hesitation, he watched as Warren slowly began to speak. "Su Ming, I too am planning to venture out for some experience." Upon hearing Warren's words, Su Ming and the others were taken aback. Warren, typically reserved and somewhat reclusive, preferred to remain in his workshop, delving into mechanical knowledge. Now that Wanti possessed an ample reservoir of mechanical expertise, Warren could acquire this knowledge as long as he contributed by fulfilling repair requests and achieving results for Wanti. However, remaining at Wanti would certainly allow Warren's mechanical proficiency to mature further. Su Ming had anticipated that Warren would choose to stay and continue his mechanical studies. Yet, to his surprise, Warren expressed a desire to leave Wanti for experience. This revelation astonished Su Ming. Noticing the surprise in everyone's eyes, Warren quickly explained. "While Wanti indeed holds a wealth of mechanical knowledge, skilled mechanics are scarce here. With your departure, the absence of a formidable mechanic will be felt even more keenly. Though I can learn from the knowledge available, I cannot truly grasp the capabilities of exceptional mechanics without witnessing their skills firsthand. Thus, I wish to venture to the Linming Mechanical Association to see what true top-tier mechanics are like." Su Ming's expression shifted to one of understanding, accompanied by a sense of comfort. His relationship with Warren was one of mentorship and camaraderie. Su Ming had imparted much knowledge to Warren, who had selflessly assisted him in assembling mechanical equipment on numerous occasions. Witnessing Warren's newfound clarity of purpose brought a subtle nod of approval from Su Ming. Mechanics understand mechanics best. Su Ming's own desire to leave the black domain stemmed from similar motivations. The black domain had always been a haven for criminals. where even skilled mechanics, despite minor transgressions, were often tolerated by human society. Thus, it was challenging to encounter highly proficient mechanics within the black domain, which hindered the advancement of their skills. Knowledge is one aspect, yet perspective is equally vital. Much like art, technical skill is one facet, while corresponding aesthetic appreciation is another. Both are interdependent. Perspective serves as the foundation for a mechanic's imaginative thinking. Devoid of it, one risks becoming a mere cog in the machine, a monotonous assembly line mechanic. Only by witnessing the ingenuity and creativity of more accomplished mechanics can one cultivate a sufficiently rich perspective to ultimately assemble extraordinary mechas. Moreover, the place Warren aspired to visit, known as the Linming Mechanical Association, was not merely an association but a cosmic nation, a neutral entity within human society, boasting vast territories across 5-star systems. It was a sanctuary for mechanics, drawing together countless skilled and top-tier professionals, including elite mechanics from the 5 great cosmic nations, all members of the Linming Mechanical Association. Linming was the first researcher to propose the concept of a mechanic, guiding humanity into the second cosmic era. Although his life was tragically cut short due to early medical and genetic limitations, human society established the Linming Mechanical Association as a tribute to him, a purely research-oriented cosmic nation, the sacred ground for all mechanics. In the future, once Su Ming had grown sufficiently strong, he too would journey to the Linming Mechanical Association to engage in exchanges with various mechanics. Now, with Warren choosing to go to the Linming Mechanical Association, he would undoubtedly encounter many remarkable mechanics. Warren paused, his gaze shifting to Su Ming, as he specifically addressed him. Su Ming, after much thought, I believe I may not be suited for combat. Although I possess energy levels, my disposition causes me to become overly anxious in battle, hindering my performance. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, and he began to surmise the implications of Warren's forthcoming words. Indeed, Warren quickly continued, thus, I intend to become a non-combat mechanic, dedicating myself to the study of mechanical technology. Otherwise, in any regard, I shall never be able to keep pace with your strides. Warren had long regarded Su Ming as a benchmark for his aspirations, envisioning a day when he might catch up to him in some capacity. However, it was both despairing and astonishing to realize that despite Su Ming often being embroiled in combat or cultivation, his mechanical knowledge was so vast that it left Warren in awe. He had never imagined that such a person, excelling in all facets of growth, could exist in the world. This realization weighed heavily on him. Not only did he fail to catch up with Su Ming, but he also found himself drifting further away from him. The mechanical knowledge that Su Ming possessed was already leagues ahead of him. Soon, Warren began to contemplate his future plans. He realized he must choose a path, be it combat or machinery, and specialize in one. Otherwise, given his talents, he risked becoming mediocre, unable to excel in either field. Su Ming glanced at Warren and nodded slowly. Indeed, Warren was ill-suited for combat. Becoming a purely non-combat mechanical engineer might very well be a fitting path for him. Moreover, becoming a pure mechanical engineer did not preclude the enhancement of his cerebral domain level. Should his cerebral domain level rise in the future, he could still harbor the potential to become an apocalyptic level being. Su Ming recalled an imperial apocalypse, a non-combatant who was nonetheless a formidable mechanical engineer. This individual had nearly helped assemble battle mechs for 60 apocalypse-level warriors and had established a defense system within the empire that withstood assaults from over a dozen apocalypse-level fighters, even leading to the demise of 2 of them. This battle catapulted the non-combat apocalypse-level engineer to fame, earning him the title of the Empire's armor among the apocalypse-level warriors. While Su Ming did not expect Warren to reach such heights, even a modest breakthrough in mechanical technology would suffice, particularly in overseeing the defense systems and other mechanical assemblages for the future of Wanten. Su Ming nodded in agreement and then stood, speaking with a smile. Then it is settled. Warren will head to the Linming Mechanical Association, and as for me, I shall prepare to depart. Su Ming paused, his gaze drifting toward the sky. The Eastern Ming Alliance. Chapter 110, Departure. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a spaceship suddenly tore through the spatial continuum, penetrating this star region. The vessel moved with remarkable speed, its surface gleaming with opulence, a clear indication that its owner was not lacking in wealth. At that moment, within the ship, Su Ming was reclining with his eyes closed, immersed in a rejuvenating liquid designed to activate his bodily functions. This vessel had been custom-built by Walter, featuring not only a workstation and a gravity training room, but also a private vitality pool and numerous entertainment facilities. Although Su Ming had little interest in such amenities, Walter had meticulously integrated these luxuries into the ship, resulting in an exceedingly lavish appearance. Nevertheless, the purchase price of this vessel was not insignificant, even for someone as affluent as Su Ming, who felt a pang of regret. Gritting his teeth and contemplating the long journey ahead, he ultimately decided to go through with the purchase. A prompt then echoed through the ship. Energy reserves at 43. Sufficient to reach the next supply planet? Upon hearing the announcement, Su Ming's expression shifted as he inquired, how much energy remains? Will it be enough to reach the next supply planet? Energy reserves stand at 43. The vessel can continue flying for 2 more days. The next supply planet is located 43 light-years away in the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation, requiring 30 energy units to reach. Came the ship's response. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression changed. The Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation, a cosmic nation adjacent to the Empire, had numerous logistical supply planets. Thus, the ship could certainly dock there for replenishment. Continue flying. We will not stop at the Empire supply station, Su Ming replied calmly. The Empire supply stations would undoubtedly require a plethora of paperwork, which could be quite cumbersome. It was far more practical to allow the ship to fly a bit longer and refuel once the energy reserves were nearly depleted. Having departed from the Black Domain, Su Ming had been traversing the starry expanse for 3 days. The distance from the Black Domain to the Eastern Ming Alliance was considerable, necessitating multiple jumps by the ship. Su Ming remembered how his father, even while piloting the Empire's finest warship, had taken a day and a half to travel from the Eastern Ming Alliance to the Black Domain. Although Su Ming's vessel was luxurious, it was undoubtedly inferior in terms of spatial technology compared to his father's warship. He estimated that his journey from the Black Domain to the Eastern Ming Alliance would take approximately 2 weeks. However, for Su Ming at this moment, 2 weeks was not a daunting prospect. He could simultaneously delve into energy-related knowledge and experiment with various forms of mechanical assembly during the voyage. His father had once remarked that the Eastern Ming Alliance was teeming with geniuses. Although Su Ming felt no fear, he still regarded it with a sense of seriousness. Seizing the opportunity to intensively study energy-related knowledge and practice, striving to elevate his combat capabilities and knowledge base before arriving at the Eastern Ming Alliance. The spaceship surged forward at great speed, soon activating its spatial jump function, disappearing into the space-time continuum. However, unbeknownst to Su Ming, a significant event was unfolding in the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation, the destination of his journey. The capital planet of the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation was known as Telling. At this moment, within Telling, 2 gene warriors entered a factory, carrying 2 immense boxes. Did we acquire them? One of the gene warriors exclaimed. This factory was officially affiliated with the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation and was dedicated to producing military-grade mechanical equipment. After placing the boxes on the ground, the gene warriors spoke with a smile. Here they are. We procured this mineral from the black market. It cost us quite a bit, but with this batch, we should be able to manufacture a plethora of mechanical gear. The other gene warrior glanced at the 2 boxes and quietly remarked, with such an immense quantity of minerals, it's clear they weren't acquired through legitimate means. I suspect they might be from the Empire. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful figure standing before them suddenly barked, silence. This individual was a vacuum-level warrior, emanating an overwhelming aura. The 2 gene warriors were startled by the command, their necks breaking out in a cold sweat as they instantly realized the gravity of their words. They were fortunate to have been stopped in time. Had the word Empire escaped their lips, they likely would not have left the factory alive. The Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation could not allow the Empire to know that it had obtained this batch of minerals from the black market. If discovered, the nation would face immense pressure from the Empire. You too, be mindful of your words. Do not invite disaster upon yourselves. I cannot guarantee your safety. Upon hearing the vacuum-level warrior's words, the gene warriors broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly responded in agreement. Enough. You may leave now, the warrior commanded, transporting the 2 boxes of minerals into the factory. Just hours after the minerals were delivered, the factory's engineers began to inventory the contents. Wait, look, this box contains an unidentified mineral that hasn't been scanned. One engineer exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the surrounding engineers gathered around, curious to see the screen before them. The scanner revealed a pale red crystal, the energy contained within it significantly surpassing that of the surrounding minerals, clearly of an entirely different caliber. What's going on? The engineers exchanged bewildered glances. In this advanced age of human society, there was hardly a mineral they hadn't encountered. Any mineral should be easily identifiable upon scanning. Yet, this particular mineral had evaded recognition and exhibited such extraordinary energy reactions. Could be a new type of mineral? Such a powerful energy reaction It is highly likely that we can explore numerous possibilities from this mineral. A mechanic exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding engineers seemed equally captivated by the pale red crystal. Why don't we extract this crystal and conduct some research? Chapter 111. The Unknown Crystal. With this proposal, the other engineers instantly developed a profound interest in the crystal. After all, given humanity's current pace of exploration, discovering an unknown mineral is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. The elements and minerals that can naturally form in the cosmos have nearly all been explored by human society. Each time a previously unseen mineral is discovered, it invariably signifies that a new transformation is on the horizon for humanity, whether for domestic use, military applications, or medical purposes. Each mineral undoubtedly holds potential for valuable applications, representing immense profit. The high energy index of this crystal immediately alerted the engineers to the diverse applications it could yield. Once developed, the engineers who discovered the crystal might find their names enshrined in the annals of human history, commemorating the year they unearthed the XX crystal, which catalyzed a significant transformation in society. The thought of achieving such historical recognition, alongside fame and fortune, filled the engineers with exhilaration. One engineer, with a hint of unease, spoke up. Shouldn't we report this to our superiors? While unknown minerals can represent new possibilities, they may also pose dangers. There have been instances where an explosive arc within a mineral resulted in the annihilation of an entire planet. Upon hearing this, the other engineers exchanged disdainful glances. Wang Dong, if you're afraid, you're free to leave and inform the higher-ups. Our contributions will not vanish entirely, even if this is recorded in history. It certainly won't be just a few of us. Indeed, such matters should be conducted discreetly. Let us thoroughly investigate the crystal before publishing our findings in the Engineering Academic Forum. Once it's firmly established, we can report it to our superiors with far better results. The allure of the newly discovered crystal blinded the engineers, even as a couple of them harbored reservations. However, they could not withstand the fervor of their colleagues, who were already caught up in the excitement. Wang Dong's face displayed indecision, but soon his eyes reflected a determined resolve. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Fine, let us proceed as you suggest. We will research first and report later." Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, the other engineers cast him appreciative glances. Indeed, Wang Dong is quite perceptive. With their decision made, the engineers operated the radiation isolation equipment to extract the pale red crystal from the mineral container. They exchanged glances, donned their radiation suits, and entered the isolation zone. What a beautiful crystal! One engineer gazed at the crystal with an almost infatuated expression, akin to admiring a peerless beauty. For engineers, the allure of an unknown crystal far surpasses that of any so-called stunning figure. One engineer reached out, touching the crystal through his protective suit, causing ripples to spread across its surface. This ripple triggered a wave of energy fluctuations, sending waves of excitement coursing through the engineers. However, they remained oblivious to the subtle energy level fluctuations intertwined within, indicating that the crystal was no mere inanimate object. If Su Ming were present, he would undoubtedly exert every effort to halt the engineer's actions. For within the pale red crystal resided not only a humanoid entity, but rather a vast array of crystalline substances that appeared translucent and ethereal, devoid of any humanoid form. In this context, the crystal's energy levels suggested the existence of some form of consciousness tied to a crystalline civilization. Yet, Su Ming was unaware of the events unfolding in this factory. He was currently traversing the cosmic void toward the Donglin cosmic nation, oblivious to the happenings at this location. The engineers, brimming with excitement, continued to touch the crystal, reveling in the energy ripples it emitted, which heightened their exhilaration. This crystal exhibited intense energy reactions. Yet the fluctuations remained remarkably stable. Such materials could undoubtedly be utilized to craft formidable weapons for the battlefield. It possessed immense military value. One engineer began to analyze this phenomenon quietly. Upon hearing his analysis, the other engineers exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. This was a collective sentiment. The crystal before them possessed a peculiar attribute, exuding powerful energy while also exhibiting remarkable stability. The material was both energetically vibrant and resilient, suggesting that it could play a significant role in firearms and various power systems. The engineers grew increasingly animated. Minerals suitable for military applications represented vast wealth, as the profits in this sector were significantly more apparent compared to civilian or medical uses. Suddenly, one engineer exclaimed, "Look, I've discovered another characteristic of this crystal." At his call, the other engineers shifted their attention toward him, curious. They observed as he placed his hand upon the crystal, and over time, his hand seemed to gradually sink into the crystal itself. This crystal resembled a non-Newtonian fluid, maintaining a hard form under normal circumstances but yielding to gentle pressure, allowing one to sink into it. Witnessing this phenomenon, the other engineers displayed expressions of intrigue and soon followed suit, placing their hands on the crystal. Indeed, as they did so, they found their hands, along with their protective suits, gradually submerging into the crystal. Excited exclamations erupted from them, akin to discovering an extraordinary toy. All right, enough playing around. Let us first use instruments to test the energy index and stability of this crystal. Afterwards, we can explore its other characteristics. One engineer suggested with a smile, preparing to withdraw his hand from the crystal. However, his pupils suddenly constricted in alarm as he realized that his arm, which had penetrated the crystal, had lost all sensation. How is this possible? He gasped in shock. The others, who had merely touched the crystal through their protective suits, were bewildered by the sudden loss of feeling in his arm. Sensing something was amiss, he exerted all his strength to withdraw his hand from the crystal. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he showed no sign of being able to pull it free. Instead, his hand inexplicably continued to plunge deeper into the crystal. Chapter 112, Crystal Lifeform. What's happening? Help me. The engineer's face turned pale with terror as he gasped, his voice hoarse with panic. Hearing his cries, the nearby engineers instinctively attempted to pull their hands away from the crystal. Yet, regardless of their efforts, none could extricate themselves from its grasp. The group of engineers, lacking proficiency in combat, possessed physical capabilities that paled in comparison to their cerebral prowess, merely reaching the level of 4th or 5th tier genetic warriors. In the grand scheme of things, such a level of ability was utterly inconsequential to the crystal. At this moment, the crystal gradually revived, beginning to devour those around it. The engineers quickly became aware of their dire predicament, their faces contorted with terror as they struggled frantically. One engineer, in a state of despair, cast a glance at the alarm button nearby. However, his hands had already been consumed by the crystal, rendering him incapable of reaching for the button. What to do? Think of a solution. Panic set in for one engineer as he felt the encroachment of the crystal spreading, inching perilously close to his shoulder. If no action was taken soon, his head or heart would soon be in jeopardy, positions from which even divine intervention would be futile. My hand. It has transformed into a red crystal. One engineer's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the pale red crystal, particularly at the sight of his hand. The translucent hue of the crystal allowed everyone to see what lay within. The engineer was horrified to discover that a portion of his arm had vanished, absorbed into the translucent red crystal before him. As the crystal consumed his arm, it seemed to gain a modicum of vitality, its power surging, hastening its consumption of the engineers. Just moments before, these engineers had been wrestling desperately, but in the blink of an eye, they convulsed, their gazes dimming and growing vacant as their consciousness and thoughts began to dissipate. Clearly, the crystal's corrosion had begun infiltrating their minds, gradually robbing them of their cognitive faculties. Soon, the lifeless engineers were drawn into the crystal, becoming part of it. After absorbing these engineers, the crystal appeared to regain some strength. Remarkably, it transformed into a liquid state, subsequently reshaping itself into a human form. However, this figure was entirely composed of pale red crystal, resembling a sculpture crafted by a master artist. If any engineers were still alive, they would have recognized that this crystalline entity bore an uncanny resemblance to one of their own, a certain engineer named Wang Dong. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, revealing a glimmer of the contemplation and curiosity characteristic of sentient beings. It promptly uttered some universal terms of human civilization. Unknown civilization of Donglin universe. The 5 great mechanical empires. It resembled a newly activated automaton, striving to assimilate knowledge pertaining to human society. Astonishingly, the thoughts and understanding that had once resided in the minds of the engineers were being absorbed piece by piece, becoming its own comprehension. Soon, this crystalline being appeared to have familiarized itself with this newfound understanding, its gaze sharpening, and its speech becoming fluid. After such a long slumber, I have unexpectedly discovered human civilization, it mused. My civilization will absorb human knowledge and grow even more formidable. I must convey this information back to my civilization. Pausing for a moment, a flicker of contemplation crossed its eyes, followed by a distinctly human expression of frustration. Alas, I can only absorb superficial knowledge. The true strength of mechanical armor remains a mystery to me. After some deliberation, the crystalline entity made a decisive choice, splitting off a portion of itself. This fragment took on the form of another engineer, specifically that of Wang Dong. Upon splitting, the original crystalline being's aura diminished significantly, yet it paid little mind. Addressing its doppelganger, "You shall return and bring the civilization here. I will remain to assess the strength of human civilization." Hearing the command of the main crystal, the newly formed crystalline entity nodded blankly, then liquefied once more, effortlessly creating a gaping hole in the isolation barrier before swiftly departing. Once it confirmed its counterpart's departure, the original crystalline being erupted with an immense surge of power. In the next moment, its form began to swell, drawing in everything that came into contact with it, assimilating them into the crystal, turning them into part of itself. As it continued to expand, an ever-increasing amount of matter was consumed, and its presence grew more formidable. The energy fluctuations generated by this transformation were swiftly detected by the Donglin universe. "What is this entity?" exclaimed a powerful figure, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed upon the pale red crystal displayed on the monitor. The crystal had swelled to an astonishing diameter of several kilometers, and as it continued to consume matter, its size only increased. "We cannot allow it to expand unchecked. Otherwise, it will consume the entire planet," warned another adept from the Donglin universe. "Danger level 1. Classify this entity as an unknown cosmic crisis. Confidential level 1. Investigate the origin of the crystal, examine its properties, and attempt to collect sample for research. If that fails, evacuate the populace and deploy Mech to attack the crystal, using annihilation cannons to reduce this crystalline matter to nothingness." The higher-ups of the Donglin universe, witnessing the crystal so unabashedly consuming its surroundings, exchanged grave glances. This was Telling Planet, one of the capital planets of the Donglin universe. Should it suffer significant damage, the repercussions for the Donglin universe would be incalculable. Thus, the Donglin universe harbored no illusions of safety and promptly enacted stringent countermeasures. Chapter 113, Static Energy Element. In the void, Su Ming's spacecraft continued its forward trajectory. At this moment, Su Ming remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the Donglin universe. Even if he were aware, he likely would be powerless to intervene, as he needed to dock his spacecraft within the Donglin universe. The energy reserves of his craft were nearly depleted, and without resupply, it would be impossible to venture far. Regardless, his spacecraft had to find refuge within the Donglin universe. Currently, Su Ming anxiously observed the energy conversion device on his workstation. Suddenly, an immense energy reaction erupted from the device. Upon sensing this surge, Su Ming's anxiety intensified. The success or failure of this endeavor hinged on this moment. Should he fail, the conversion device might explode, leading to a complete loss of progress and requiring reassembly. Su Ming recalled that he had already failed over 10 times. He wondered if this time would yield success. In a remarkable turn of events, just as the energy reaction was poised to erupt, it halted abruptly. This was an extraordinary occurrence, akin to a bullet fired suddenly freezing in midair. Why did the impending explosion of energy come to a standstill? Su Ming's eyes sparkled with elation as he beheld this unprecedented sight. The static energy element had been successfully achieved. Static energy elements represent a unique energy factor that induces particle transformations by directly influencing energy eruptions, reverting particles to their original forms at the moment of imminent explosion. In simpler terms, it allows one to render an opponent's attack motionless, preventing its detonation. This technique, imparted to him by humanoid beings, grants Su Ming the capability to immobilize the explosive energy of any remote attacks directed at him using static energy elements. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Su Ming's eyes. After several days of study, he had begun to appreciate the allure of energy-related knowledge. This domain is as formidable as that of mechanics, and delving deeper into it could place him on par with the elite mech warriors of the apocalypse level. However, the biological attributes of human society dictate that the mainstream focus of research remains on machinery and technology. In contrast, humanity's understanding and application of energy knowledge lag significantly behind that of humanoid civilizations. Now, having encountered a wealth of energy knowledge imparted by these beings, Su Ming found much of it to transcend the boundaries of human research, imbued with a sense of the extraordinary. A spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. With the fusion of mech technology and energy techniques, he might very well pioneer an entirely new school of mech warfare. Yet just then, the energy previously restrained by static energy elements suddenly broke free, erupting violently. Su Ming's eyes widened, and he quickly shielded himself with the energy conversion device in front of him. In the next instant, the unleashed energy sent Su Ming hurtling through the air. Disheveled and dust-covered, he stood up and scratched his head, realizing how he had overlooked the time limitation of static energy elements. Given Su Ming's current abilities, he could only confine an eruptive energy for a matter of seconds. The more potent the energy entity, the shorter the confinement period. After all, while static energy elements possess remarkable capabilities, they cannot indefinitely halt the motion and transformation of particles. Otherwise, they would not be termed static energy elements, but rather time-stopping devices. At that moment, an electronic voice echoed through the spaceship. We are merely 3,000 kilometers from the Donglin Cosmic Nation, expected to arrive in 10 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Donglin Cosmic Nation, on the planet Tellering, an eerie sight was visible from space. A pale red crystal resembling an abnormal growth. For it to be visible to the naked eye from such a distance signifies that the volume of this pale red crystal has exceeded 100 kilometers. Initially, this crystal was only a few kilometers in size, but to everyone's astonishment, various weapons proved utterly ineffective against it, as they were continuously absorbed by the crystal instead. This absorption only served to further inflate the crystal size. Moreover, the larger it grew, the more energy it absorbed from surrounding matter. The entire planet of Tellering, along with other planets in the Donglin Cosmic Nation, found themselves in a dire predicament, unable to devise effective means to curtail the crystal's expansion. Amidst this chaos, the personnel on Tellering were too preoccupied to notice that one of their ships had mysteriously vanished from the control station, along with a significant portion of the energy stored in the energy system. It is known that the energy reserves in a spaceship supply station are staggering, sufficient to sustain millions of ships for several days. Yet now, more than half had inexplicably dissipated. What manner of spacecraft could possibly withstand such a colossal energy scale? At this moment, an unremarkable spaceship quietly departed from the Donglin Cosmic Nation amidst the turmoil. Within it stood a stoic figure, radiating an enchanting crimson glow. His form entirely composed of deep red crystal. He was a crystalline entity, a split off from the original crystal being, now masquerading as the esteemed engineer Wang Dong. Having effortlessly acquired access to the ship and made his escape from the Donglin Cosmic Nation. At this moment, the once translucent pale red crystal on Wang Dong's body had transformed into an opaque deep red crystal, emanating energy fluctuations magnitudes greater than before. Clearly, much of the energy from the supply station had been absorbed into his being. Upon hearing the ship's alert, Wang Dong displayed little reaction. He extended a finger, which morphed into a power connector and forcefully inserted it into the ship's energy system. The ship is currently receiving power, sufficient for a journey of 23 years. Chapter 114, Independent Knowledge Project. Boom! A terrifying assault struck the pale red crystal on Tellering. However, these attacks merely produced a fleeting glimmer upon the crystal's surface before being absorbed entirely. The officials of Tellering looked on gravely at the screen displaying the pale red crystal, their expressions reflecting a deep sense of helplessness. What in the world is this? Why does our attack fail to inflict damage and instead gets absorbed? One official's eyes filled with despair. The Donglin Cosmic Nation had exhausted various methods in an attempt to destroy the pale red crystal. Yet the outcome invariably resulted in further amplification of its size. If the current rate of expansion continued, the entirety of Tellering would likely be consumed within a week. A chill ran down the spine of the official, sparking concerns about whether to seek assistance from the 5 great cosmic nations. Having developed over the years, they must possess the means to obliterate such an extraordinary cosmic threat. Another official spoke up gravely. We may need to consider reaching out for help. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals shook their heads. Unless absolutely necessary, no nation wished to seek refuge under the protection of the 5 great cosmic nations. This was not merely a matter of national image. It involved state secrets. Allowing powerful entities to roam freely on their capital planet left little room for secrecy for smaller cosmic nations. One official turned to the researchers present and firmly demanded, "What is the situation? What are the properties of this crystal? We need answers swiftly." In response, a researcher could only smile ruefully. "We have yet to ascertain the specifics. However, ordinary energy seems ineffective against this crystal. We suspect it is a peculiar cosmic energy entity, and only specialized energy may be capable of causing damage." "Then get to work. Discover an energy type capable of countering this entity," the official urged impatiently. Time was of the essence. It was frustrating that the researchers appeared so disinclined to act. Yet, The researchers could only respond with silent exasperation. Research? Easier said than done. The exploration of energy by human society is not a recent endeavor. It has been pursued for many years. The knowledge regarding energy has been extensively researched and developed. Presently, it appears that the entire human society is ensnared in a bottleneck concerning energy knowledge, making it exceedingly challenging to uncover new advancements. The remarks made by this politician, suggesting a breakthrough in energy technology within a mere week, seem utterly fanciful and implausible, a significant imposition. The researcher shook his head repeatedly and spoke. We can attempt to study this, but the ultimate outcome may not meet our expectations. I propose that we first explore alternative solutions and prepare several contingency plans. Upon hearing the researcher's words, the politicians exchanged glances and slowly nodded in agreement. It is unreasonable to place all hopes on an uncertain prospect. It is imperative to prepare multiple backup plans. What do you suggest, esteemed colleagues? Inquired one politician, furrowing his brow. I propose we invest in inviting an apocalyptic-level entity to assist us. Surely, there are solitary apocalyptic beings in the universe who could be called upon to help resolve this issue. As this individual concluded, the assembly exhibited expressions of contemplation, gradually nodding in agreement. If an apocalyptic being could come, it would undoubtedly resolve this matter with ease. However, the cost would surely be exorbitant. Exorbitant or not, we cannot simply stand by and witness the complete engulfment of Telling Star. At this rate, we risk losing several kilometers of land. After some deliberation, the assembly acquiesced to this decision. I have another proposal. At that moment, another politician interjected. Upon hearing his words, the others turned their attention towards him, curiosity piqued. A bounty? A bounty? The assembly paused, quickly deducing what he was implying. The apocalyptic beings are costly, yet the civilian domain undoubtedly harbors numerous extraordinary individuals, often possessing unique skills. If we could entice these gifted individuals through a bounty, the expense would certainly be less than that of inviting an apocalyptic being. Upon hearing this, the assembly exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. That makes sense. But what reward should we offer for the bounty? If it is insufficient, few will be inclined to assist. I suggest we offer knowledge from our independent projects as a reward. Independent project knowledge? The assembly gasped at this proposal. Independent project knowledge refers to knowledge that does not adhere to any specific level, accessible and beneficial to all regardless of their rank. Such knowledge is exceedingly precious due to its indiscriminate nature, far surpassing ordinary knowledge in value. Within the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation, there are numerous independent project knowledge areas encompassing medicine, construction, machinery, and space, all of which are vital to the foundation of a nation. The suggestion to use independent project knowledge as a prize took the other politicians by surprise. I cannot agree. Independent project knowledge is of utmost importance to the Eastern Forest Nation and should not be disseminated. I also disagree. Several politicians instinctively shook their heads. Observing their reactions, the proposing politician sighed softly and remarked, esteemed colleagues, while independent project knowledge is indeed vital to the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation, is Telling Star not of equal importance? Extraordinary individuals in the universe are often uninterested in material wealth and seek knowledge instead. If we offer monetary rewards, we may not attract the genuine extraordinary individuals we need. Conversely, independent project knowledge would possess a unique allure for these beings. If they can resolve our issue, we would merely need to back up the knowledge and sign confidentiality agreements, potentially incurring no costs at all. Upon hearing this, the assembly exchanged glances, a glimmer of intrigue sparking in their eyes. It seems reasonable. By offering knowledge, we would not need to spend any money. At that moment, the leader of the assembly rose and declared, esteemed colleagues, time is of the essence. We cannot afford further delays. Let us proceed concurrently. On one hand, we shall attempt to invite an independent apocalyptic being, while on the other, we will issue the bounty and see if any extraordinary individuals are willing to come to Telling Star to address this crystal. Chapter 115, Arrival at Telling Star. Sumin, with a relaxed demeanor, guided the spacecraft to land on a supply planet within the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation. This type of supply planet is akin to the NOP planet where Su Ming had previously worked, providing repair services for passing machinery and spacecraft, as well as energy replenishment. However, the planet before him was of a significantly higher grade than the NOP planet. The spacecraft descended gently onto the surface. Su Ming chose not to land on a planet closer to the core of the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation, but opted for one on the periphery, intending to depart immediately after refueling without any desire for interaction with the nation. Ding! The Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation has issued a bounty notice directed at all of humanity. Would you like to view it? At that moment, the spacecraft's intelligence system chimed in with an alert. Upon hearing the notification, Su Ming's expression shifted to one of surprise. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Retrieve the bounty notice." Ding! Retrieving retrieval successful. As the voice of the spacecraft's intelligence system rang out, a video display materialized before Su Ming. Initially, he had paid little attention to the bounty notice, driven merely by boredom and curiosity. However, upon his first glance at the video, he sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? Su Ming exclaimed in astonishment. The content of the video displayed a pale red crystal hovering over Telling Star. Observing the crystal, Su Ming was engulfed by a sense of absurdity. The crystal civilization had not approached human civilization, so why did he see the shadow of the crystal civilization within human society? Although this crystal appeared minuscule compared to the entirety of the crystal civilization, akin to a grain of sand in the ocean, Su Ming, having witnessed the peculiarities of the crystal civilization, was acutely aware that even such a diminutive crystal could, if left unchecked, expand to the size of an entire planet or even a galaxy. The crystal's abilities for assimilation and absorption rendered it capable of effortlessly converting any material into energy, becoming part of the crystal's energy reservoir. Nonetheless, Su Ming did not believe that this small crystal could obliterate all of human civilization. That notion was implausible. While the crystal civilization is formidable, it is truly terrifying only when its entirety descends simultaneously, overwhelming all in its path. At that point, even apocalyptic-level beings would find it challenging to assert their power. However, at present, this crystal could be regarded merely as a minuscule entity within the crystal civilization. To suggest that such a small individual could annihilate all of human civilization is an exaggeration. Within human civilization, there surely exist entities capable of effortlessly eradicating this crystal, albeit likely at some cost. Regardless of the intervention from the apocalyptic level or the advanced technologies of the 5 great cosmic nations, an immense expenditure of resources is required to ultimately obliterate this singular crystal. However, one must bear in mind that this is merely an individual crystal. Confronting such an entity necessitates an all-out effort. Should human civilization face the entirety of the crystal civilization, it is likely that it would not endure any longer than the biological civilizations. I implore all extraordinary individuals with the confidence to dismantle this crystal to come forth and attempt it. The Donglin Cosmic Nation pledges that upon successful disintegration of the crystal, a unique piece of knowledge will be awarded. I encourage all to sign up enthusiastically. In the video, an official from the Donglin Cosmic Nation spoke with a grave expression. From the official's eyes, Su Ming discerned a hint of bloodshot weariness and urgency. It was evident that the entire administration of the Donglin Cosmic Nation had been thoroughly overwhelmed by this crystal in recent days. However, upon hearing of the reward mentioned by the official, Su Ming's demeanor shifted, revealing a spark of interest. A unique piece of knowledge is exceedingly precious, 100-fold more valuable than ordinary knowledge. Up until now, Su Ming had not acquired a single unique piece of knowledge. Obtaining one would undoubtedly be a significant boon for him. Moreover, he harbored a curiosity about the crystal civilization. He had yet to confront the life forms of this civilization directly and was unaware of their capabilities. This opportunity would enable him to gain early exposure to the crystal civilization, ensuring that if he were to encounter them later, he would not be caught off guard. First, I shall replenish my energy, Su Ming murmured to himself, proceeding to recharge his spacecraft on this planet. Once he confirmed that the energy was fully replenished, he activated the spacecraft and departed from the planet. He submitted an entry request to the Turlin planet, simultaneously notifying them that he had accepted the bounty. Su Ming spoke calmly. Shortly thereafter, the intelligence system aboard the spacecraft emitted a series of beeps. The application was successful. Entry was granted, and arrangements would be made upon arrival. Nodding in acknowledgement of the system's voice, Su Ming soon found himself descending onto the surface of Turlin planet. As he disembarked, he spotted a soldier clad in military attire awaiting him at the air station. Upon witnessing Su Ming's arrival, the soldier's eyes brightened, and he swiftly approached. "Are you Lord Su Ming? I would like to confirm that you have accepted the bounty, correct?" The soldier inquired with a smile. Su Ming nodded in affirmation. "Very well. Lord Su Ming, please follow me." After securing his spacecraft in the spatial storage system, Su Ming followed the soldier into what appeared to be a war preparation room. Upon entering the chamber, Su Ming's attention was immediately drawn to a myriad of genetically enhanced warriors, each exuding a distinct aura, seated within the room. Upon sighting these warriors, Su Ming's initial reaction was indeed one of astonishment, for they were extraordinary beings. The genetic signatures of these warriors varied significantly. Some bore a resemblance to ordinary humans, while others exhibited traits that clearly indicated extensive genetic modifications. The universe is not lacking in such genetically altered warriors. Each cosmic nation has its own research endeavors regarding genetic enhancement, with some nations boasting relatively mature and safe technologies. Su Ming even observed one individual whose upper body was human, yet his lower half was entirely mechanical, a bioengineered hybrid. Another was submerged in a strange liquid, with only his arms exposed. In contrast to these beings, Su Ming appeared remarkably ordinary. Chapter 116, Extraordinary Individuals. Once everyone had entered the preparation room, they took their seats in silence, gazing at one another, their eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. These individuals were no ordinary genetic warriors. Each possessed unique skills and abilities. Thus, they were proud and somewhat disdainful of each other, leading to a lack of conversation. Su Ming, enjoying a moment of tranquility, chose a corner to sit. Gradually, several more genetically distinct warriors entered the room, and after approximately half an hour, a member of the Turlan administration stepped inside. Upon witnessing the diverse assembly of beings, a flicker of surprise crossed the official's face, though it was quickly suppressed as he exhibited commendable professionalism. With a warm smile, he addressed the room. Thank you all for coming to assist the Donglin Cosmic Nation in its time of crisis. In return, Donglin shall extend its goodwill. Upon successful completion of a task, you may select a unique piece of knowledge. Upon hearing the official's words, smiles spread across the faces of the gathered warriors, as they all coveted the unique knowledge. However, after a pause, the official continued with a smile. This crystal possesses peculiar abilities. Upon encountering an attack, it absorbs the energy, causing it to swell even more. Before you engage, could each of you please disclose your abilities? Otherwise, if the methods are incompatible, it may yield adverse effects, exacerbating the crystal-S expansion. The official maintained a friendly demeanor, his gaze calm as he regarded the assembly. After a moment of mutual glances, a peculiar individual covered in various growths rose and rasped. My ability is poison cultivation. Within the tumors on my body, I nurture over 100 distinct toxins, which will surely corrode this crystal. Upon hearing his declaration, the others nodded in agreement. Utilizing corrosive toxins might indeed present a viable method to erode the crystal, and with over 100 varieties to choose from, it seemed likely that at least one would prove effective. Even Su Ming regarded this individual with interest, intrigued by the potential efficacy of the toxins. At that moment, another individual clad entirely in armor stood, and, from within the suit, a low electronic voice emerged. I am a modified experimental subject from a laboratory. During the genetic enhancement process, I underwent a mutation that granted me formidable freezing abilities. I can freeze it and then shatter it. As Su Ming observed these extraordinary beings introduce themselves, he felt a sense of wonder akin to attending a showcase of remarkable abilities. Each individual's power broadened his horizons, leaving him in awe. As they took turns sharing, it soon came to Su Ming's turn. Surprised, he stood and smiled at the others, saying, "Compared to all of you, my abilities are rather mundane. I specialize in energy-related mechanical knowledge and am a mechanic." With that, he signaled the conclusion of his introduction and resumed his seat. Noticing Su Ming's brevity, the official appeared somewhat taken aback. "Is that all?" Su Ming nodded. "Indeed, there is nothing extraordinary about me. I am neither a modified being nor a product of genetic experimentation, merely an ordinary individual. I possess no remarkable abilities worthy of introduction." Upon witnessing Su Ming's nod, a flicker of disappointment passed through the eyes of the official, yet he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he maintained his smile and addressed Su Ming, saying, "No matter, knowledge of energy-based machinery is still a commendable specialty." He vaguely recalled that researchers from the Donglin Cosmic Nation had once mentioned utilizing energy-based attacks to resolve the crystal issue. Thus, even though Su Ming lacked significant special abilities, the official did not overtly display his indifference. Upon overhearing their conversation, the peculiar individuals surrounding them cast glances of derision towards Su Ming. In human society, the study of energy was not particularly profound. For the divine mechanics of the Dongming Alliance, it would be a source of delight. However, an energy-based mechanic was deemed less useful than an ordinary mechanic. The crowd swiftly diverted their attention from Su Ming, shifting their gaze to the next extraordinary individual. Soon, these remarkable beings introduced their abilities one by one, and the officials' eyes began to glimmer with a hint of hope. They had already dispatched someone to seek a solo, apocalyptic-level powerhouse. But the exorbitant fees demanded by the encountered apocalyptic-level beings were subtly beyond their means. If these extraordinary individuals could resolve the crystal issue, it would indeed save the Donglin Cosmic Nation a significant sum. Each of your abilities is quite exceptional. I shall leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands, the official declared with a smile. Upon hearing the official's words, one of the extraordinary individuals rose and calmly stated, "Sir, I am not accustomed to collaborating with others. Allow me to act independently first." The official furrowed his brow slightly at this remark and curiously inquired, "Sir, why do you wish to act alone? Wouldn't collaboration yield better results?" In response to the official's question, other extraordinary individuals chimed in, "Sir, we too prefer to act independently. This is not merely a matter of habit. It also concerns compatibility of abilities. For instance, if this gentleman who employs toxins were to team up with the ice manipulator, the toxins would hardly have a chance to take effect before being frozen, rendering it utterly ineffective." At this, the individual covered in tumors flashed a cold look, rudely retorting, "Are you implying that my toxins are inferior to his freezing abilities?" Upon hearing the words of the toxic individual, the one who had spoken earlier shook his head, opting for silence, though skepticism was evident in his gaze. As tensions began to rise among these irritable individuals, the official quickly interjected, "Very well. Then let each of you act in turn. Let's not quarrel prematurely." Chapter 117. The Properties of the Crystal. The tumor-laden individual, known for his fiery temper, stood abruptly in response to provocation and made his way outside. Observing the intense malevolence emanating from this individual, the others in the preparation room displayed a variety of expressions, some smirking, others scoffing, while a few appeared genuinely intrigued. In any case, everyone present was inherently rebellious and indifferent to the malignant aura radiating from the toxic individual. Su Ming, however, exhibited little emotional response. His primary objective for being here was neither to seek recognition nor to showcase his prowess. He was far more interested in understanding the abilities and characteristics of the crystalline organism, as well as whether he could acquire knowledge of independent projects. At this moment, the toxic individual taking the lead was advantageous for Su Ming. He wished to observe whether any of these extraordinary abilities could indeed counteract the crystalline beings. In his eyes, these individuals were akin to participants in a grand experiment involving crystalline organisms. The toxic individual exited the room and boarded a flying device, ascending to the vicinity of the crystal. The others monitored the situation via the display screens. The room fell silent as everyone watched with keen interest, eager to see whether the toxic individual's abilities would prove effective against the crystal. Suspended in midair by his flight suit, the toxic individual gazed down at the crystal, which emanated formidable radiation. Even with his toxic capabilities, he could not approach the crystal without risking radiation burns or potential assimilation. He hovered above, wearing a confident expression. At that moment, one of the tumors on his body began to writhe visibly, creeping up his neck towards his mouth. The sight was repulsive. Yet Su Ming remained transfixed on the display. His concern regarding the toxicity's effect on the crystal outweighed that of anyone else present. Suddenly, the toxic individual's cheeks bulged. In the next instant, he expelled a thick green liquid from his mouth. Even from behind the screen, the noxious odor of the viscous green liquid was palpable. The act of expelling such a substance commanded a grudging respect for the toxic individual's formidable capacity for revulsion. Once the liquid was ejected, it was half-spewed, half-spat directly onto the crystal. A hissing sound erupted as the pale red crystal began to emit white smoke, gradually corroded by the lethal toxin. Where the toxin made contact, the crystal began to dissolve, transforming from solid to liquid, appearing as if it were being consumed. This unexpected turn of events startled everyone in the preparation room, including Su Ming. None had anticipated that the troublesome pale red crystal, which had posed a significant headache for the Donglin Cosmic Nation, would be so swiftly addressed by the first individual to act, yielding effective results through potent toxins. Expressions of bewilderment spread across the faces of the onlookers. What is happening? Are we not needed after all? It seems my pursuit of independent knowledge has been rendered moot. I merely came to play a supporting role. The rapid success bred a sense of dissatisfaction among the extraordinary individuals. They felt as though they had been deprived of their moment to shine, akin to building up tension only to have it dissipate against cotton. Now, they found themselves hoping the crystal would endure a little longer, resisting dissolution. The officials of the Donglin Cosmic Nation, too, were enveloped in profound surprise. If anyone desired the crystal's disintegration, it was undoubtedly the officials. Observing the gradual dissolution of the crystal on the screen, their faces lit up with elation. Had it not been for the need to maintain composure, they might have leaped up in jubilation. Yet, Su-Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. In his perspective, while the toxin appeared effective, the rate of corrosion was diminishing. Initially, upon contact, the crystal had been breached, forming a significant cavity. However, now, as the toxin continued to drip onto the crystal, it merely produced wisps of white smoke. Struggling to erode further, a chill ran through Su-Ming's heart. The potency of the toxin was waning, or rather, the crystal was adapting to the toxin. Indeed, as time passed, when the toxin was again applied to the crystal, it no longer elicited a vigorous reaction. Even the emergence of white smoke was scarce, and it became evident that the toxic substance was gradually being absorbed by the crystal. This crystal possessed an extraordinarily strong capacity for adaptation, or perhaps it was a learning ability. It could rapidly acclimate to a specific force or energy within a remarkably short span of time, and once adapted, that force or energy might no longer be effective against it. Su-Ming's heart sank. This revelation sent a shiver down Su-Ming's spine. What a bizarre ability. This power ensures that once an attack has been launched, it cannot be targeted again by the same type of assault. With this in mind, Su-Ming contemplated a hypothesis. Could it be that the method of counteraction discovered by the humanoid civilization in its final moments was continuously adapted within the crystalline civilization? The countermeasure that the humanoid he knew took pride in might have once been effective against the crystalline civilization, but it may no longer hold the same efficacy today. Realizing this, Su-Ming took a deep breath. The strategy he once deemed reliable could no longer be considered a definitive solution. In fact, it might very well become a trap. If he were foolish enough to rely solely on the countermeasures of the humanoid civilization, he would find himself in a dire situation with no recourse. Shaking his head, Su-Ming redirected his gaze to the screen. The crystal had developed immunity to his venom, and the poison man recognized this change immediately. His expression shifted, yet he remained composed. After all, aside from the venom he had just unleashed, he possessed over 100 other lethal toxins, many of which were far more potent than the previous one. Without hesitation, multiple tumors within his body began to writhe towards his mouth, coalescing into a more terrifying toxin that surged downward towards the crystal. Chapter 118. Rising Danger Level. Wow. The toxin, now tenfold more repulsive and concentrated than before, cascaded down onto the crystal. This time, the effect was significantly more pronounced. In an instant, the crystal was eroded, creating a massive cavity, and the area of erosion continued to expand outward. The individuals in the war room gaped at the scene before them. This toxin was indeed formidable, and in the blink of an eye, the area it had consumed had reached a span of several kilometers, eroding approximately 1% of the crystal. However, Su-Ming shook his head internally. If this toxin were to grow 100-fold in strength, or if the crystal's area were to diminish 100-fold, it might truly be capable of eradicating the crystal before him. Yet, the crystal had grown too rapidly during the previous consumption process. Despite the toxin's ferocity, the crystal's terrifying adaptability rendered it unlikely to be annihilated. Indeed, the rate of erosion slowed considerably. Eventually, the crystal ceased to be harmed and began to absorb the toxins as nourishment, gradually fortifying itself. Seeing this, the poison man's eyes flickered with alarm. The previous toxin had already been among his most potent arsenal. If this could not dismantle the crystal, he feared he had no better options left. Yet, having boasted in the war room, admitting defeat now would be utterly humiliating. Gritting his teeth, he gathered all the tumors in his body to his back, transforming himself into a grotesque, hunchbacked figure. 10,000 poisons erupt, he bellowed, as the tumors on his back burst forth, expelling a deluge of toxins towards the crystal. However, despair washed over him as he realized that at this moment, the crystal had developed an exceptionally robust resistance to the toxins. Despite their intensified potency, they were less effective against the crystal than the initial assault had been. Witnessing this, the poison man understood that he could do nothing to the crystal before him. A wave of retreat washed over him as he prepared to pilot his craft away from the scene. Yet, how could the crystalline entity allow such an escape? Suddenly, dozens of pale, red crystalline tendrils shot forth from the crystal, ensnaring him completely. The poison man struggled violently, releasing terrifying toxins from his body. Yet, these toxins merely served as sustenance for the tendrils, which grew even stronger. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped by the crystalline appendages, and when they opened again, he was nowhere to be found, having been entirely assimilated by the crystalline entity. Gasps echoed throughout the war room as this unfolding drama captured everyone's attention. It possesses consciousness? Exclaimed a member of the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nations Administration. Previously, the crystal had exhibited no signs of proactive aggression, merely passively consuming and expanding, coupled with its peculiar appearance. The officials had assumed it was merely a hazardous cosmic anomaly devoid of independent awareness. However, the sight of the crystal actively extending tendrils to consume the poison man revealed that it indeed possessed consciousness, a bona fide life form. Exchanging glances, the officials recognized the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. This dangerous entity was a conscious being, elevating its threat level by 1 degree. Murmured one of the officials. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions now tinged with determination. This fell squarely within the realm of unknown cosmic life forms, potentially involving different civilizations, and was no longer a matter for their nation alone. The entire human society needed to be informed to collectively confront this external peril. Rising to his feet, one official spoke up decisively. No one opposed his words. The danger level had escalated once more, surpassing the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation's capacity to manage it alone. Given the life form's nature, particularly one with the potential to devour entire planets, its classification and status warranted the vigilance of all human society. If the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation continued to conceal this matter, it would not only suffer the consequences, but could also endanger other human societies. We must establish contact with the 5 great cosmic nations, disseminating all records and information regarding the crystal into the United Human Cosmic Network, ensuring that every cosmic nation is aware of this crystalline entity. Immediately, staff members sprang into action, swiftly connecting with the officials of the 5 great cosmic nations and uploading videos of the crystal, including the confrontation with the Poison Man, to the United Network. The Mongolian Empire acknowledged receipt and is reporting this matter. Please hold. The Busa Free Federation responded, inquiring when a joint conference could be convened. The Dongming Alliance acknowledged receipt. The Beast God Civilization confirmed receipt. The Diaz Kingdom also acknowledged receipt. The 5 great cosmic nations responded promptly. In the next moment, the projections of the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation as officials materialized in the virtual conference hall, followed by the projections of the officials from the other 5 great cosmic nations. After preliminary assessments, the threat level was determined to be A grade, extremely high. Our side has dispatched an Apocalypse-class vessel, expected to arrive in 3 hours. While the immediate threat posed by this crystalline entity is not great, the civilization or biological group it represents could pose severe risks to human society, necessitating a thorough investigation into the origins of this crystalline being. Quickly, the officials of the 5 great cosmic nations reached a consensus, initiating arrangements and signaling to communicate with the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation. May I ask, as the crystal continues to expand, some civilians and significant buildings are unable to evacuate in time. We wish to dispatch extraordinary individuals to halt the expansion. Is this feasible? The officials of the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation spoke gravely. 3 hours await the arrival of the apocalyptic level, and it is estimated that 1/10 of the planet may be consumed in the process. While it is true that these extraordinary beings may not necessarily dismantle the crystal, they can certainly impede its expansion to some extent. The Poison Man perished at the hands of the crystal, yet in releasing his toxins, he managed to corrode a portion of the crystal, resulting in a slight reduction in its overall volume. The Poison Man, it seems, is not entirely without merit. Upon hearing the words of the Donglin Cosmic Nation, the officials from the 5 major cosmic nations fell into a moment of silence before gradually nodding their heads in agreement. It is imperative to restrain the growth of the crystal. Chapter 119, Utilization and Live Broadcast. It did not take long for consensus to be reached. The extraordinary beings would be tasked with curbing the crystal's growth while they awaited the arrival of the apocalyptic level. Once it arrived, even if the crystal devoured an entire planet, it would have no choice but to submit before the apocalyptic level. After the officials ended their call, their gazes shifted towards the extraordinary beings before them. The recent conversation had not been privy to these beings. Otherwise, given their volatile temperaments, they might have erupted in fury. After all, the crystal demonstrated a considerable threat, and a moment's inattention could lead to direct assimilation by the crystal. However, the officials' deliberations concluded that these extraordinary beings should continue their efforts to prevent the crystal's growth. On the surface, this seemed unproblematic. Yet the officials' true intent was to utilize the lives of these extraordinary beings to halt the crystal's proliferation. In the face of a national crisis, The officials could transform into the coldest executioners, wielding death invisibly. Their regard for the lives of the extraordinary beings was negligible. Their primary concern lay in the survival of the Donglin nation. In a sense, the officials' decision was not entirely erroneous. Sacrificing a small portion of lives to save nearly a third of the population of an entire planet is a calculated trade-off. Yet for the extraordinary beings, this was undeniably unfair. The officials wore expressions of congeniality, reminiscent of their recent encounters with these extraordinary beings. However, unbeknownst to all, their mindset had undergone a profound transformation. The officials of the Donglin nation no longer required the abilities of these extraordinary beings to dismantle the crystal. In 3 hours, an apocalyptic level would take over, rendering the extraordinary beings redundant in solving the nation's dilemmas. Nonetheless, appearances must be maintained. For the officials, this was merely a customary task. Their performance skills, a compulsory course for any official, were executed with finesse in this moment. The officials maintained an air of respect and warmth as they addressed the extraordinary beings before them. We express our deep regret for Mr. Coton's unfortunate fate. Yet the crystal persists. It is likely that your intervention will be necessary to resolve this issue and save the Donglin nation. Please exercise caution in your efforts. Mr. Coton refers to the Poison Man. After delivering this statement, the officials cast expectant glances towards those present, their hopes unmistakably evident. Yet, only they knew the extent of their sincerity. At this juncture, another official could not help but smile and declare, to showcase your formidable prowess, we have decided to conduct a live broadcast, presenting your valor to the entirety of human society. This broadcast, in truth, was merely a means for the various cosmic nations to continue observing the crystal's other characteristics. However, the officials of the Donglin nation had cunningly framed it as a presentation to the entire human society. What do the extraordinary beings seek? Beyond their innate abilities, it is fame and fortune. Upon learning that this battle would be broadcasted to the entirety of human society, many extraordinary beings could hardly contain their excitement, eager to showcase their talents. If they could attain fame through this battle, accolades and wealth would surely follow. Excellent. This live broadcast must reach all of humanity, allowing the audience to witness the extent of my formidable abilities. The Iceman exclaimed, rising with a smile. He then addressed the officials of the Donglin cosmic nation. Ensure that my prowess in dismantling the crystal is showcased for all of human society to see. With that, the Iceman pushed open the door and exited. Observing his eagerness, the other eager extraordinary beings felt a twinge of regret, wishing they had acted sooner. Upon witnessing this scene, the officials exchanged knowing glances, their eyes betraying amusement. Indeed, by enticing these so-called extraordinary beings with fame and fortune, they would rush forth in pursuit of glory. However, the promise of a broadcast to all of humanity was not entirely inaccurate. After discussions among the officials of various nations, it was confirmed that such a live broadcast could be hosted on the public network of human society, primarily serving the research interests regarding the crystal. This event would also exemplify the spirit of mutual aid among the cosmic nations in times of crisis, a veritable beacon of interstellar positivity. This would undoubtedly contribute to the harmony and stability of the populace. Soon, under the coordination of the staff, the Donglin Cosmic Nation uploaded a broadcast announcement on the Cosmic Forum. Following Donglin's notification, the other cosmic nations promptly shared the broadcast announcement through their official accounts. Consequently, a deluge of users flocked to the live stream, eager to witness the unfolding battle between the Donglin Cosmic Nation and the Crystal Entity. Netizen, hey, what's happening, brothers? Our Tianjin Cosmic Nation's official media shared this news, and I came to see if any big shots arrived early. Can someone explain where we are now? Netizen B. The live broadcast just started. I just entered as well. Look, the strange figure completely encased in armor is about to confront the crystal entity. The fight should commence shortly. Netizen C. What exactly is this crystal entity? The post describes it as an unknown cosmic danger. How can a living being look like that? The netizens began to fervently discuss among themselves. In the interstellar society, gene warriors with combat prowess are, in reality, a mere minority. Despite the fact that nearly everyone Su Ming encountered were gene warriors, it was solely due to the war-torn environment in which he existed. In truth, the proportion of gene warriors within the entire human society is approximately 1 in 100. Only 1 out of every 100 individuals has the opportunity to become a gene warrior. Most interstellar citizens are ordinary people without combat capabilities. To them, the formidable gene warriors are akin to celebrities. The battles among gene warriors resemble reality shows on television, albeit significantly more thrilling, as many confrontations often culminate in the death of a gene warrior. For the ordinary populace, this spectacle represents an exceptionally captivating combat showcase. Thus, in an instant, the live stream was inundated with viewers numbering in the billions. Chapter 120. The Iceman versus the Crystal Entity. The audience in the live stream was in an uproar. However, the Iceman remained oblivious to their commotion. At this moment, he advanced towards the crystal, standing on a flying vessel as he launched a fierce assault against the crystal entity. He shed his metallic armor, emerging from it clad only in a tattered cloth. Before them stood a man of grotesque appearance, remarkably gaunt and seemingly deformed. Upon emerging from the confines of his iron armor, a flurry of minute ice crystals materialized around him, exuding a chilling aura so formidable that it could be sensed even through the screen. His intention in donning the iron suit was not to augment his combat prowess. Rather, it served to restrain the frigid energy emanating from him, allowing him to navigate through crowds and engage in conversation. Without this armor, the intense cold radiating from his being would deter anyone from approaching, lest they be encased in ice. This individual was the result of an experiment conducted by a research institute of a certain cosmic nation. Such institutions often expend vast sums to recruit individuals from abject poverty, offering substantial monetary compensation to those willing to serve as test subjects. Many impoverished families, left with no alternatives, would send their children to participate in these experiments. Although such practices have been unequivocally condemned by society, some laboratories continue to clandestinely pursue these endeavors. Once research yields results and data is recorded, these laboratories release the volunteers. The Iceman before us is a product of such a laboratory, his expression devoid of emotion, as if the overwhelming cold had rendered the very muscles of his face immobile. His inability to move stems from a genetic mutation that bestows upon him terrifying freezing abilities while simultaneously robbing his muscles of much of their vitality, forcing him to rely on the armor's automated functions for movement and nutrient solutions to sustain his life. After all, any food he attempted to consume would freeze solid before reaching his lips. The price of his genetic mutation is a lifetime spent in such a state. This explains why many individuals with extraordinary abilities exhibit peculiar temperaments. Under such conditions, maintaining a healthy psyche becomes exceedingly difficult. The Iceman, with a visage as expressionless as a corpse, gradually turned his gaze toward the crystalline entity below, his eyes flashing with a deep-seated scorn. Having shed his iron armor, he found himself unable to speak, his vocal cords long rendered inert by the cold. However, this did not impede his capacity to unleash his formidable powers. A profound chill emanated from him, visibly manifesting in the air as a deep blue hue. This phenomenon, a special crystallization that occurs only at extreme temperatures, indicated that the region was enveloped in an intense cold. Under the Iceman's control, this chilling wave surged toward the crystalline creature, swiftly enveloping it in frost. This dazzling display of combat rivaled that of any cinematic masterpiece. The added thrill stemmed from the knowledge that it was all too real. The audience in the live stream was left spellbound. Contemporary programs predominantly feature mech battles or hand-to-hand combat. Such a spectacle, with a bizarre individual employing freezing effects as a means of attack, was a rarity. This sudden display propelled the live stream's viewership to new heights. What a spectacular move! With a single strike, he froze a vast expanse. How formidable this individual is! One could only wonder if a conventional mech warrior could contend with him. Surely, even machinery would succumb to his frost. This must be a form of extraordinary ability. How astonishing! The chat room erupted into fervent discussion. Do you think this attack could annihilate the crystalline entity? I believe it's feasible. Just look at the once faintly red exterior, now transformed into a silvery hue, evidently frozen solid. Indeed, at this moment, Su Ming's gaze remained fixed on the screen, captivated by the unfolding scene. The Iceman's abilities were indisputable. His potent freezing capabilities had effortlessly encased nearly half of the crystalline being. Moreover, learning from the lessons imparted by the Toxin Man, he had opted to unleash his trump card immediately, denying the crystal any opportunity to adapt gradually. Following the Iceman's freezing assault, a significant portion of the crystal was instantly encased in ice. Excellent. Continue to freeze. Even the officials present could not hide their astonishment, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual surprise. The Iceman's abilities seemed genuinely formidable. This massive crystal had quickly succumbed to being frozen halfway. Halfway is no trivial feat. One must acknowledge that the crystal's expanse stretched over hundreds of kilometers, meaning the Iceman's attack encompassed a staggering area, truly terrifying. The Iceman, witnessing the efficacy of his assault, displayed a flicker of satisfaction in his only movable eyes. In the next moment, he directed his icy powers to begin shattering a portion of the crystal. To his astonishment, the frozen segment of the crystal began to fracture under his control, splintering as if in concert with the ice itself. The shattered fragments, now severed from the main body of the crystal, had lost the vitality inherent to their crystalline nature. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming's expression shifted. It truly proved effective. The fragmented ice crystals had not only rendered a portion of the crystal inert, but had also ensured that these sections no longer belonged to the crystalline being. Even if reabsorbed, they could not be restored to their former glory. However, a hint of regret flickered in Su Ming's eyes. If only the Iceman's powers were tenfold stronger, he might have been able to effortlessly obliterate the crystal before him, annihilating it entirely. Yet, the Iceman's freezing speed was evidently outpaced by the crystalline entity's adaptation. Soon, the ice-encased portions began to revert to their original crystalline form. Regardless of how the Iceman continued to assault the crystal with his icy abilities, the crystalline being developed immunity, gradually assimilating the power of the frost. Ice, too, represented a form of energy, one that the crystal could absorb. The Iceman's freezing efforts, once assimilated, merely served to augment the crystal's strength, causing it to resume its expansion. Seemingly weary of the standoff with the Iceman, the crystal extended 2 tendrils toward him. The Iceman, taken aback, found himself unable to act swiftly due to his genetic deficiencies, watching helplessly as the tendrils enveloped him, and in the next instant his life essence vanished. The Iceman fell to the crystalline entity. The livestream chat erupted in a frenzy, boiling over with excitement. Viewers engaged in heated debate over the shocking events they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, seated in the preparation room, Su Ming's eyes glimmered with contemplation. Chapter 121. Su Ming Taques Action. At this moment, Su Ming was deep in thought. The Iceman and the Toxin Man, their abilities were indeed effective against the crystal. The crystalline entity was not as invincible as it seemed. There were methods to counteract its singular form. The true strength of the crystal lay in its sheer scale. If the crystal were merely a few hundred square meters, either the Iceman or the Toxin Man could easily obliterate it. However, now that the crystal had expanded to hundreds of kilometers, its magnitude had increased over 1,000-fold, rendering the abilities of both the Iceman and the Toxin Man insufficient to pose a significant threat. Instead, the crystal could utilize its formidable learning capabilities to adapt to their powers and subsequently eliminate them. The might of the crystal civilization also resided in its scale. With a size spanning billions of light years, such a colossal magnitude would require even an apocalyptic-level warrior countless years of relentless assault to eradicate. Throughout this process, the crystal civilization could seamlessly adapt to the attacks of the apocalyptic-level warrior, ultimately consuming that very warrior. A civilization of crystalline nature, spanning billions of light years, is inherently impervious to swift annihilation. As long as it persists and adapts to corresponding assaults, it becomes immune to such attacks. The true strength of the crystalline civilization lies precisely in this aspect: sheer magnitude. By leveraging an overwhelming scale, it grants itself ample time to adapt, thereby rendering itself immune to all forms of aggression. This is the essence of its might. There are some enigmas to ponder, Su Ming mused wryly. To surpass the crystalline civilization, the only feasible approach would be for everyone to possess unique abilities, launching diverse attacks upon the crystal simultaneously. With millions joining forces, only then might there be a glimmer of hope. Before long, following the demise of the Iceman, several formidable individuals, each endowed with distinct powers, emerged from their chambers to engage in combat with the crystalline entities. Yet, without exception, they fell victim to the very creatures they sought to vanquish. As the crystals adeptly countered their abilities, fire was neutralized, vibrations were adapted to, and so forth. The scenes of extraordinary beings employing various tactics against the crystalline life forms, only to be subsequently obliterated, were transmitted to the preparation room and streamed live. At that moment, the audience in the live stream transitioned from passive observers to a state of mild panic and trepidation. Could this crystal truly be overcome? It felt increasingly insurmountable. Its capacity to adapt to diverse attacks rendered any offensive futile, leading to inevitable retaliation. Such a capability was grotesquely formidable, and the ongoing expansion of the crystal, which had already burgeoned several kilometers, suggested an impending consumption of human society itself. When the situation seemed distant, people observed the crystalline phenomenon with an air of detachment. However, the The realization of its relentless expansion incited a wave of anxiety among the spectators. Even within the preparation room, the atmosphere grew notably tense. These extraordinary individuals, often brash and prideful, were not foolish. One could dismiss a single failure as a lack of skill or inadequate training. But repeated losses indicated something far more formidable lay before them. Is there anyone else willing to take action? A government official inquired, furrowing his brow. With an hour and a half remaining before the arrival of an apocalyptic-level expert, they hoped the crystal would not continue its voracious consumption during this critical interval. I shall give it a try, declared a robust individual, renowned for his swiftness as a genetically altered being. Confronted with the apprehensions surrounding the crystal's tendrils, he felt a flicker of confidence in his ability to safeguard himself. In the absence of others willing to act, he sought to test his fortune, perhaps believing he could subdue the crystal himself. At that moment, however, a voice emanated from the corner of the preparation room. "Do not go. I shall handle this." A figure rose, speaking with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing the voice, the assembly paused, their gazes shifting towards the speaker, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating their expressions. The individual who had spoken was the one who identified himself as an energy-based mechanic, seemingly the only person in the preparation room exuding a semblance of normalcy. His name was Su Ming. As the audience observed Su Ming rise, a flicker of skepticism crossed their faces. This is absurd. Even those with formidable powers have met their demise. What can an ordinary energy mechanic possibly contribute? Ignoring the incredulous stares directed his way, Su Ming stood and strode towards the exit. He initially wished to refrain from immediate action, but after witnessing the relentless slaughter of capable individuals by the crystal, he sensed an unsettling discrepancy. This crystalline entity possessed the strength to dispatch these adept beings in a single encounter, yet deliberately allowed them to unleash their abilities, only to strike once their powers were adapted to. It appeared as though the crystal was intentionally granting these individuals the opportunity to utilize their abilities. The motive was evident. This crystalline being sought to adapt to as many human abilities as possible. Su Ming's mind raced with a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the adaptive capacity of crystalline beings could be transmitted among them upon fusion? This entity aimed to collect a diverse array of ability samples, ultimately integrating them into the core of the crystalline civilization. If this continued unchecked, the civilization would swiftly consume human society, rendering any future resistance futile. Determined to prevent further adaptation, Su Ming exited the preparation room and swiftly took his place within a spacecraft, racing towards the crystalline threat. As Su Ming departed, the livestream cameras shifted to focus on him. This young man appears to be quite normal. The audience in the livestream expressed their surprise. Isn't it ironic that normalcy stands out amidst such peculiarities? Another viewer commented. Observers momentarily reflected on the bizarre figures they had witnessed attacking the crystal, instinctively perceiving the conflict as a battle of monsters. The sight of a seemingly normal individual, however, elicited a sense of curiosity. Yet soon, discussions erupted fervently in the live stream. This young man looks rather frail. Surely he cannot be a match for the crystal. If even the strongest have fallen, I have little faith in him. Beyond the live stream, high-ranking officials from various cosmic nations were also tuned into the broadcast. Within a military conference room of the Empire, several figures were seated, intently observing the clash between the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation and the crystalline entities. Among them was Colin Crawlins. Upon seeing Su Ming emerge from the preparation room, abruptly stood, his eyes widening in shock. By the heavens, why is that rascal Su Ming here? The surrounding individuals turned their attention to Colin Crawlins, bewildered by his outburst. What is the matter, Lord Crawlins? Why such astonishment? Those seated nearby, prominent figures within the Empire, exchanged puzzled glances, seeking clarity. Colin Crawlins' expression grew somber, and he gradually resumed his seat, furrowing his brow as he spoke. That is my second son. I cannot fathom why he is present here. The revelation that this was Colin Crawlins' second son astonished the assembly. Isn't it said that one began, only to halt abruptly, hesitant to voice an unflattering opinion before Colin Crawlins. Lord Crawlins, if indeed that is your son on screen, he is in considerable peril. An imperial official remarked, concern etched on his face as he observed Su Ming rushing towards the crystal. It was evident to all that ordinary genetic warriors stood no chance against the crystal, not due to its sheer strength, but because of its enigmatic abilities that could easily spell doom for those lacking sufficient power. At this moment, witnessing Su Ming's intent to approach the location of the crystal, Colin Crawlins could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. He found it incomprehensible why Su Ming would appear in the Donglin cosmic nation and seek to confront the crystalline entities. Did Su Ming not recognize the formidable nature of these beings? Without hesitation, Colin Cairns promptly dialed a number to the officials of the Donglin cosmic nation. Lord Colin Cairns, what brings you to contact us? The officials were visibly taken aback, clearly unprepared for a call from Colin Cairns. Skipping the pleasantries, Colin Cairns got straight to the point. The Su Ming who is preparing to act is my son. You must stop him at all costs. Do not allow him to engage with the crystalline beings. If anything were to happen, I would lose my mind. Do you understand? Colin Cairns, filled with urgency, was too anxious to partake in superficial niceties with the officials. Upon hearing his words, the officials of the Donglin cosmic nation were taken aback, quickly turning their attention to the surveillance footage displaying Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming had already ventured some distance and was perilously close to the crystalline entities. Seeing this unfold, the officials broke out in a cold sweat. They felt a mix of frustration and confusion. Why is a progeny of the apocalypse not staying at home, but instead causing a ruckus in the Donglin cosmic nation? Seeking independent knowledge? Please. As if an heir of the apocalypse would lack in that regard. Their minds were filled with bewilderment, yet now was not the time for questions. They needed to act swiftly to prevent Su Ming from encountering any danger. The wrath of an apocalypse-level powerhouse was not something one could easily withstand. The officials quickly connected to Su Ming as communicator and anxiously urged, "Young Master Su Ming, please return. An apocalypse-level individual will arrive in an hour. Your intervention is unnecessary." Meanwhile, Su Ming, aboard his aircraft and en route to the crystalline entities, was taken aback by the official's words. "It's fine. I want to test my capabilities. I have yet to engage with the crystalline beings. I need to ascertain whether my assumptions are correct," he nonchalantly remarked, then hung up the communicator, focusing intently on the crystalline entities ahead. After the call was terminated, the officials were left in a state of panic, swiftly dialing the Ministry of Defense of the Donglin cosmic nation. "The youth currently advancing is Lord Colin Cairns' son. You must ensure his safety and prevent him from being harmed by the crystalline entities." Immediately, the entire Donglin cosmic nation mobilized. Troops that were already stationed near the crystalline entities entered a state of emergency preparedness, ready to rescue Su Ming at a moment's notice. Observing the scene from the Imperial Conference, Colin Cairns furrowed his brow, worry etched across his face. "Lord Colin Cairns, it appears your son is quite confident." Seeking to dismantle the crystalline entities, remarked a rival official with a smirk, directing his gaze at Su Ming on the screen. Others present exhibited a range of expressions, watching the live footage with curiosity about Su Ming's abilities that led him to believe he could resolve the situation with the crystalline beings. At this moment, Su Ming hovered above the crystalline entities, and it was too late to intervene. He summoned his Mech, a formidable D-class model known as the Yin-Yang Mother-Son configuration, which enveloped him in a protective shell. Below, the crystalline entities displayed minimal energy response, seemingly intent on assimilating Su Ming's capabilities. A smile crept across Su Ming's face as he effortlessly maneuvered the submech beside the crystalline entity. Without hesitation, the submech launched a decisive strike, carving a substantial opening into the crystal. In the next moment, the submech struck again, severing a portion of the crystal's form. Witnessing this unfold, the audience, including various officials from different nations, displayed expressions of puzzlement. What was Su Ming attempting to achieve? Even if a piece of the crystalline being was severed, it would rapidly regenerate. The detached fragment would not lose its vitality. It would either grow independently or seek to reunite with its mother entity. Did Colin Cairns' son truly lack such fundamental knowledge? Disappointment flickered in the eyes of the officials in the Imperial Conference Room. They had anticipated something extraordinary from Colin Cairns' progeny, yet he resorted to such a basic tactic. After being severed, the crystalline fragment retained its vitality and prepared to reconnect with the main body. However, at that moment, Su Ming chuckled softly and released a standard bullet from his mech, striking the severed crystal with precision. What transpired next astonished everyone. The severed crystalline fragment became immobilized upon impact, losing all capacity for movement. What is happening? Is there some hidden mechanism within that bullet? How did it render the severed crystal motionless? Such questions swirled in the minds of the spectators. It appeared to be merely an ordinary bullet, yet it exhibited such extraordinary capability. Unaware of the viewer's confusion, Su Ming continued to manipulate the submech to retrieve the immobilized portion of the crystal and bring it closer to himself. The bullet had indeed been a standard projectile, but Su Ming had infused it with static energy essence. The purpose of this essence was to revert particles to their original state. The crystalline being was composed of a complex amalgamation of energy particles, inherently an energy-based life form. The static energy essence could halt the motion of the particles within the crystal, effectively placing it in a temporary state of stasis. Moreover, the most significant advantage of the static energy essence was that it could not be adapted to by the crystal. Once affected by the essence, the crystal would remain motionless, its internal particles ceasing all movement, rendering it incapable of responding to new stimuli. This was a means of complete suppression against the crystalline beings that Su Ming was currently aware of. However, the static energy essence had a time limitation. If the crystal was not dealt with within that time frame, the sealed portion would eventually regain its former state. As the submech delivered the severed crystal fragment before Su Ming, he prepared to shatter it without hesitation. Just then, the voice of the mechanical martial sovereign system echoed in his mind. Detected sealed stellar energy factors. Would you like to absorb them? Startled, Su Ming paused and inquired within his mind. What is the situation? Is the stellar energy factor the severed crystalline fragment before me? Yes. The system's response left Su Ming utterly astonished, a revelation he had never anticipated. Su Ming harbored a singular desire to shatter the crystalline fragment before him, rendering it inert. Yet, astonishingly, the system informed him that it could absorb this very fragment. System, can you absorb the essence of this crystal? So meaning wayir, curiosity piqueth. Negative. I can only absorb the energy factors of the crystalline entity in its sealed form. Dynamic energy factors are beyond my capability to absorb. Upon hearing this from the system, a flicker of disappointment washed over Su Ming. However, upon reflection, he realized his expectations might have been overly ambitious. If the system could absorb intact crystals, it would single-handedly extinguish the crystalline civilization. System, commence absorption. Without hesitation, as the time for the static energy essence dwindled, he decisively commanded the system to proceed. Absorbing energy factors from the celestial entity, the system announced, and Su Ming was astonished to see the crystalline fragment, roughly several cubic meters in size, rapidly diminishing before his eyes, akin to a deflating balloon. Celestial energy factors? Su Ming mused, gleaning hints from the system's terminology. Was it possible that the crystalline civilization was, in a sense, a celestial body, a being capable of devouring all matter, possessing its own consciousness, and potentially evolving into life, a creature reminiscent of a black hole? Su Ming squinted slightly. A celestial body capable of consuming all matter immediately invoked thoughts of a black hole. Yet, with its pale red hue, it was evidently not a black hole. It could only be understood as a testament to the universe's vastness and its myriad wonders. Upon completion of the absorption, the system reported, conversion to starlight points, 372 points. In this brief moment, the system had entirely absorbed the crystalline fragment, and these so-called celestial energy factors had transformed into 372 starlight points under the system's influence. Stunned by the system's notification, Su Ming's gaze shifted downward to the crystalline entity below, which spanned several hundred kilometers. If such a mere fragment could bestow 372 starlight points, the entire crystalline organism would surely yield hundreds of thousands of points. Body tempering and attack training. What doesn't T require starlight points? Who would have thought I could replenish them from the crystalline organism? Su Ming's heart raced with excitement. In addition to the crystalline entity before him, the main body of the crystalline civilization awaited consumption. It was known that the mass of the crystalline civilization was measured in light years. Such an immense volume could potentially provide him with an immeasurable wealth of starlight points. A peculiar sensation stirred within him. The crystalline civilization, which had been a source of frustration, now appeared to be his boundless resource. If he ever found himself short on starlight points, he could simply seek out the crystalline beings. Would that not grant him an endless supply? This sudden shift in perspective alleviated Su Ming's apprehensions regarding the crystalline civilization. However, he did not naively assume that the entire civilization would stand idly by, awaiting his absorption. He understood that the system could only absorb crystals in a sealed state, which could be interpreted as shattered fragments. To absorb the crystalline entities, he would first need to reduce the civilization to fragments. Yet once he reached that stage, the system's absorption would render the crystalline civilization's remarkable regenerative capabilities utterly ineffective. Regardless, Su Ming felt a modicum of relief. After absorbing the crystalline fragment, Su Ming directed his attention once more to the crystalline entity below. Emulating his previous tactic, he maneuvered the submech to conceal itself beside the crystalline organism, then swiftly emerged to sever a portion of its body. Following this, he unleashed bullets infused with static energy essence upon the severed segment. In the next moment, the submech appeared alongside Su Ming's main mech. Absorbing celestial energy factors, the system chimed. Upon completion, it reported total starlight points acquired, 612 points. Chapter 124. The true battle. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, his consecutive actions left the audience in the live broadcast utterly astonished. From the viewer's perspective, a remotely controlled submech had suddenly appeared, severing a portion of the crystal, which was then obediently retrieved by the main mech. The next moment, the crystalline fragment in the main mech's grasp began to shrink, ultimately vanishing. What has happened? Was it absorbed? Absorbed? Impossible, my friend. It must have been dissolved by some force. Didn't we see individuals with abilities capable of dissolving before? The viewers engaged in lively discussion as the audience count surged. Captivated by Su Ming's combat style, which ignited hope for the annihilation of the crystalline entity. Go for it, buddy. What's this guy's name? He is not bad looking. Even politicians from various nations turned their attention to Su Ming. Thus far, he had relied solely on physical attacks, which could not be absorbed by the crystal, given the minimal energy transfer involved. However, the reasons behind the crystal's immobilization and subsequent disappearance remained a mystery. Should they uncover this method, it would render them impervious to the crystalline civilization. While ordinary viewers focused on the excitement of the battle, political figures were more concerned with the implications and potential benefits. Some officials from cosmic nations exchanged thoughtful glances, their attention riveted on the unfolding events on screen. In the footage, Su Ming relentlessly employed the same tactics, systematically ravaging the crystalline organism's exterior. The excavated crystal fragments had no hope of returning to the main body for restoration. They had all transformed into Su Ming's starlight points. In a brief span, his starlight points surged by over 8,000, reaching a total of 40,000, nearly hitting 50,000. At that moment, Su Ming found himself intrigued by the crystalline organism, eager to continue absorbing its corporeal form. However, just then, the crystalline entity began to writhe violently. The vast creature, spanning hundreds of kilometers, rapidly contracted. This contraction was not a result of the system absorbing its energy, but rather a gathering of power. The dispersed energy began to coalesce toward the center, and the crystalline organism's exterior shifted from a pale red to a deep crimson. It was concentrating, consolidating, and unifying its power. Upon witnessing this transformation, Su Ming felt a weight of trepidation settle upon him. Here it comes. The crystalline organism had merely been acclimating to his abilities, refraining from attacking. Now, however, it evidently recognized that continuing in this manner would only lead to the depletion of its own form. Not only had it failed to adapt to his abilities, but it had also sacrificed a portion of its body. Realizing this, the crystalline organism would undoubtedly seek to retaliate against him, preparing to strike. This moment marked the onset of true peril. As the crystalline entity continued to consolidate, it gradually morphed into the semblance of a human figure with deep crimson skin, or rather, a humanoid form. Upon witnessing the appearance of this individual, the officials of Donglin Kingdom could not help but exclaim, "Wang Dong, the mechanic?" Indeed, the crystalline entity that had materialized bore the likeness of the mechanic known as Wang Dong. At this moment, as Wang Dong came into being, his gaze fell upon Su Ming, and he appeared somewhat dazed, as if still acclimating to his human form. "How did you sever my split body?" Wang Dong stammered. A flicker of confusion reflected in his eyes. He was genuinely perplexed as to why his split body seemed to lose its cognition in that fleeting moment. Although he could still sense its existence, communication was utterly impossible, and it was only upon its annihilation that he completely lost awareness of it. This left him in a state of astonishment, gradually cultivating a sense of trepidation towards this newfound human civilization. Sumindiman Saident. Yet the energy levels in his mind surged quietly, flowing into the mech. The mech began to awaken, emanating a dangerous aura. Level 10. He had sensed that the crystalline entity before him had ascended to the formidable realm of level 10. This was indeed alarming. It was remarkable that this crystalline being, which had only recently awakened with minimal power, had escalated to such combat prowess in less than a day. Should it consume more energy, its strength might surge once more, potentially reaching the vacuum level. Facing a level 10 adversary posed a challenge for Su Ming. After all, the energy level range for level 10 resided between 300,000 to 600,000. With his energy level combined with the mech's approximately 150,000, his total output would barely reach around 250,000. And with the enhancement from starlight energy, it might edge close to 300,000. He could faintly grasp the threshold of 300,000. It would be a formidable endeavor. Inhaling deeply, Su Ming felt little apprehension, although this crystalline being's combat ability seemed to belong to the level 10 category. It was not entirely representative of pure level 10 strength. The combat prowess of the crystalline entity was peculiarly constituted. A portion of its might was derived from the energy within its crystalline structure. In other words, as long as it engaged in battle, the energy contained within would be gradually depleted, leading to a decline in its combat capability. Unless it absorbed new energy sources or materials, its strength would continuously wane. After all, no ability could remain entirely insurmountable. The rapid enhancement of its power came at the cost of extreme instability. What surged swiftly could just as quickly dissipate. Currently, Su Ming needed only to withstand the initial onslaught of the crystalline entity, and the ensuing combat would become progressively more manageable. Your abilities pose a threat to my civilization. You must be eliminated, Wang Dong declared, lifting his gaze towards Su Ming's hovering mech, his words somewhat unclear. Following this proclamation, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from within Wang Dong's being. In an instant, he lunged towards Su Ming with alarming speed. A deep crimson phantom cleaved through the sky, poised to shatter the mech into oblivion. Su Ming's eyes narrowed coldly as he fixated on the imminent threat of the red apparition. He understood that his confrontation with the crystalline entity had only just begun. Chapter 125. The battle commences. Viewers in the live stream were captivated as they beheld the crystalline entity manifesting in an entirely unprecedented form, resulting in an uproar of astonishment. Is it entering the second phase? This is reminiscent of a boss fight in a dungeon, complete with stages. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that the combat power of this phase far surpassed that of the crystalline form previously encountered. Brother, this is perilous, the audience marveled, while officials from various nations, seated behind the screens, fixated intently on the unfolding spectacle. Lord Kalinka Clarence, your son is commendable. He has induced this crystalline entity to exhibit an extraordinary transformation. A general from the Empire exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the changes on the screen. The crystalline being's new form was unprecedented, offering invaluable insights for the study of such entities. Lord Kalinka Clarence cast a disapproving glance at the general. What nonsense! How could he not see that this crystalline entity, upon assuming this state, had dramatically escalated its combat power? In terms of speed and explosive force, it likely possessed the strength of a level 10 genetic warrior. He had previously witnessed his son, who, despite being commendable, had only reached a moderate level 6 combat capability at such a young age. Yet even with a D-class mech, he could never contend with a level 10 being. My son is in grave danger. Kalinka Clarence felt restless, had he not been bound by the time it would take to traverse to Donglin Universe. He would have already set forth to rescue Su Ming. To the officials of Donglin Kingdom, I am Kalinka Clarence. I shall remind you once more, Su Ming is my son and must not be allowed to falter. At this moment, Kalinka Clarence remained unaware that since the last time he had seen Su Ming, his son's cultivation had surpassed the moderate level 6, now having ascended to the lower level 7. While a moderate level 6 could not possibly contend with a level 10 being a lower level 7, when coupled with a D-class mech and starlight energy, afforded Su Ming a genuine opportunity to battle a level 10 entity. Meanwhile, the officials of Donglin Kingdom were breaking into a cold sweat, acutely aware of the looming threat from an imperial-level adversary. This young gentleman, Su Ming, must be preserved. Yet, at this juncture, Su Ming was already engaged in combat with the crystalline entity. A deep crimson streak surged toward him, the terrifying energy fluctuations distorting the air around them. Su Ming felt no hint of panic. Once he entered a combat state, he transformed into a mode reminiscent of assembling machinery, calm, rational, decisive, and audacious. As the crystalline entity charged toward him, Su Ming did not hesitate. Instead, he advanced fearlessly. Sunfire Impact. The submech was equipped with spatial anchor points, which, upon activation, could draw the mother mech to its location within a second. If struck during this process, it would unleash a tremendous potential energy and thermal damage. Whoosh! Su Ming's mech morphed into a brilliant red shadow, colliding with the crystalline entity. Boom! Both parties sustained significant impact damage. However, due to the spatial gravity embedded in the Sunfire Impact of the mother sub-mech system, Su Ming's force and velocity slightly outmatched that of the crystalline entity. The crystalline being was instantly sent reeling, breaking apart into countless crystalline fragments that floated in the air. Meanwhile, all damage to Su Ming's mother mech was entirely mitigated by the Sunfire Shield protective barrier. Sunfire Shield absorbs 300,000 points of energy damage, and upon shattering, converts the absorbed damage into a thermal explosion, injuring the enemy. The 300,000 points of energy damage had been fully absorbed, and the Sunfire Shield was on the verge of breaking. However, Su Ming chose not to trigger the thermal explosion. Ordinary energy attacks would be ineffective against the crystalline entity and would only serve to enhance its strength. Allowing the Sunfire Shield to shatter would only empower the crystalline being further. Turning around, Su Ming observed that the crystalline entity had reassembled itself in an instant, restored to its pristine form. Due to the energy consumption resulting from the recent impact, the aura of the crystalline creature slightly diminished. Nevertheless, its combat prowess still surpassed that of Su Ming by a considerable margin. The crystalline creature's aura firmly locked onto Su Ming, and in an instant, a laser was unleashed from its fingertip, hurtling towards him. Su Ming's expression shifted, yet he remained composed, fixating on the creature's finger. The moment the laser was released, he executed a subtle movement. This slight maneuver allowed him to break free from the creature's locked gaze. The laser shot forth, but Su Ming had already evaded its trajectory, causing the beam to strike the ground beside him, creating a massive crater and melting countless stones under the searing heat of the attack. Witnessing this, Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Without hesitation, he ascended into the sky, soaring towards space. Remaining on Trillin Star to continue the battle could potentially devastate its ecological environment, resulting in untold suffering for its inhabitants. The event was currently being broadcast live. Should the entirety of human society witness such destruction, condemnation and infamy would be inevitable. Moreover, the battlefield truly suited the stars, as lingering on the planetary surface would only hinder him. The crystalline creature, observing Su Ming's ascent, followed suit without hesitation. The two engaged in a breathtaking aerial dance, their previously vibrant mechs now shimmering in silvery hues as a deep crimson phantom intertwined with a silver one, resulting in a series of explosive collisions amidst the void. The filming system adjusted to capture the celestial spectacle. Deploy aerial-level experts to follow. Respond immediately if the situation escalates, exclaimed the officials of the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation. Upon hearing their commands, several figures propelled themselves into the cosmos at remarkable speed. These figures were the aerial-level experts. The Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation boasted not only vacuum-level powerhouses, but also a plethora of aerial-level elites. However, despite their superior combat abilities compared to the crystalline creature, they dared not intervene recklessly, opting instead to observe from the sidelines. Any interference that allowed the creature to replenish its energy could shift the balance in its favor, a risk too great to take. As both combatants burst into the vastness of space, the effects of gravity diminished significantly, allowing their velocities to escalate to extraordinary levels. The live broadcast from the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation transitioned to the cosmic backdrop, capturing the attention of all spectators. Could he defeat the crystalline creature? Uncertain. Yet even in defeat, safety seemed assured, especially with the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation's experts mobilizing. I can barely discern their movements now. Can you? No, it's too fast. We'll have to wait for the replay. At this moment, Su Ming and the crystalline creature floated in the void of the universe, unencumbered by gravity or atmospheric resistance, their speeds reaching an almost surreal intensity. For the ordinary viewers in the live stream, the actions of the two were nearly imperceptible, reduced to mere flashes of red and silver darting through the cosmic expanse. Countless satellites were obliterated by the shock waves of their battle, prompting the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation to maneuver their remaining satellites away from the conflict zone, while ordinary spectators struggled to follow the duel. The officials and military generals of various cosmic nations observed the confrontation with crystal clarity. Indeed, the son surpasses the father. His performance has exceeded our expectations, one general remarked, astonished as he gazed at the screen. The other generals nodded in agreement, all seasoned warriors with extensive battlefield experience. They recognized that throughout the encounter, Su Ming exhibited unparalleled skill in positioning, anticipation, and energy manipulation. Each of his maneuvers flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous actions, presenting a spectacle of grace and precision. Thus, even while unleashing peak-level energy at Grade 9, he held his ground against the Grade 10 crystalline creature with a remarkable sense of equilibrium. His original energy level should have been around Grade 7, yet he has harnessed the full potential of a grade D mech. It seems he must have assembled it himself, pondered one official, recalling Su Ming's genetic unlocking ceremony from 10 months prior. In such a short span, he has ascended to the terrifying level of grade 7. How is this possible? Another official, present at the unlocking ceremony, exclaimed incredulously. He recalled that Su Ming's earlier energy levels had even dipped into the negative. How could his cultivation have skyrocketed to such heights in just 10 months? What did you say? The surrounding officials stared in disbelief at Su Ming on the screen. Grade 7 in just 10 months? This was no joke. It rivaled the Empire's fastest records, if not surpassing them. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they might be witnessing the Empire's record being shattered once again. Moreover, Su Ming not only reached this realm, but also excelled in combat prowess, experience, and mechanical expertise. All at the pinnacle of this level. Another official swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. Indeed, Su Ming has not only elevated his realm, but also his combat capabilities, experience, situational judgment, and mechanical skills. After all, a grade 7 warrior can pilot a grade D mech and unleash its full power only if they have personally assembled it to achieve perfect synergy. It was noteworthy that the Empire's fastest record was attained by an individual who did not engage in combat, martial training, or mechanical studies. Viewed from this perspective, Su Ming's rapid advancement dwarfed that of others. The assembly turned their gaze toward the seated Kolink Clarence, their eyes revealing a mixture of emotions. Kolink, aware of the murmurs and astonishment among the crowd, felt a surge of pride at their attention, his expression a blend of complexity, envy, and astonishment, which quickly morphed into an air of superiority. Ahem, it's just average, I suppose. This little brat is doing decently, reminiscent of my younger days, he remarked nonchalantly. Oh, and it seems he has even established a force in the black domain. I wonder when he will unify it. Kolink reveled in his son's achievements, feeling elated by Su Ming's success. However, he maintained a facade of casual indifference, as if Su Ming's excellence were merely to be expected. Meanwhile, the other generals and officials of the Empire felt a vain throb at their temples, turning away in frustration, no longer able to bear Kolink's insufferable demeanor. Damn it, how infuriating. This guy is definitely reaping the benefits while pretending to be humble. The onlookers had begun to ponder in silence whether they had been overly indulgent with their own offspring, realizing that they ought to hold their little ones to Su Ming's lofty standards. Behold, this exemplifies the notion of other people's children. Although Colin Clarence felt a surge of satisfaction within, his gaze remained fixated on the surveillance footage before him, intently observing Su Ming's figure. A flicker of barely perceptible concern crossing his eyes. At this moment, Su Ming was locked in a fierce battle with the crystalline entity. Beads of sweat formed on Su Ming's brow as he dared not let his focus waver, fixating intently on the crystalline creature before him. Despite seeming evenly matched in combat, he had already pushed his mental faculties to their utmost limits, unleashing a tremendous surge of brain energy. Thus, he barely managed to hold his ground against the crystalline being. Nevertheless, Su Ming did not succumb to complacency. He understood that the creature's strength would soon diminish. When that moment arrived, it would be his opportunity to shift from defense to offense. Without hesitation, Su Ming discreetly released his submecha. The submecha's silhouette, once unleashed, seamlessly blended into the cosmic void, disappearing without a trace. As time ticked away, both sides continued their exceptionally fierce struggle amidst the void, with terrifying energy reactions erupting in the starlit expanse. The crystalline entity wore an expressionless visage, appearing somewhat dazed. Yet its movements remained unimpeded, launching lethal strikes towards Su Ming. Death. A deep crimson, searingly radiant greatsword extended from the crystalline being's arm, clashing violently with the long blade in the mecha's grasp, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. Both combatants were momentarily pushed back by the force of their confrontation. In that instant, Su Ming's demeanor shifted, a glimmer of joy igniting within him. It has weakened. The combat prowess of the crystalline entity began to slide from the 10th level downwards. Clearly, the recent clash had taken a toll on the creature as well. A gleam of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he seized the opportunity, unleashing his brain energy with fervor. A shadowy figure materialized from the depths of the cosmic expanse. It was none other than the submecha, just as both opponents were retreating from their clash. The submecha appeared behind the crystalline entity, its blade thrusting fiercely toward the creature. A decisive strike. This blow was breathtaking, slicing through the void as if to cleave the very river of stars. System. Exchange 1,000 starlight points. Suminatirth. And a torrent of starlight energy surged into his body. The crystalline entity, unperturbed by physical attacks due to its ability to regenerate at will. Was equally unfazed by energy assaults, which, once adapted to, would serve to replenish its strength. Starlight energy, being an energy-based attack, should, in theory, be absorbed by the crystalline being once it acclimatized, becoming part of its power. Su Ming's actions were undeniably perilous, yet his eyes remained composed, for he harbored a bold hypothesis. The crystalline entity was designated by the system as a stellar energy factor, while starlight points represented a congealed form of starlight energy. Su Ming sensed an intrinsic connection between them. Thus, he resolved to experiment, testing whether starlight energy could indeed inflict harm upon the crystalline being without being adapted by it. For Su Ming harbored an inkling that while starlight energy bore some semblance to the crystalline entity's composition, its tier was likely superior. The crystalline entity could adapt to various energy types, yet would struggle to assimilate energies of a higher tier that bore similarity. As starlight energy flowed into Su Ming's body, it was swiftly transferred to the sub-mecha. In that moment, the blade of the sub-mecha erupted in resplendent starlight, resembling a silver wing slicing through the void, aimed directly at the crystalline being. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of derision crossed the crystalline entity's previously vacant gaze. Physical and energy attacks? Despite its diminished power due to energy depletion, this human civilization's adversary dared to attempt assaulting it with physical and energy strikes. It shook its head inwardly, convinced that these two forms of attack would be ineffectual against it, and might even bolster its energy reserves, enhancing its prowess. Unfazed, it allowed the terrifying assault to collide with its form. But at the very moment the attack was about to land, the crystalline entity seemed to sense something, its eyes widening in alarm. What is this? Why does my body perceive an energy type that is higher and unrecognizable with this strike? The crystalline entity was formidable, yet its capabilities had their limits. It could fully adapt to and digest energy of the same level, but energies of a superior tier were beyond its comprehension. Before it could react, the strike landed squarely upon it, causing the crystalline being to shatter into countless fragments. Su Ming squinted, meticulously assessing the scattered crystalline shards. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his gaze as it settled on one particular fragment. This shard had lost its vitality. Moreover, its exterior bore no signs of corrosion or damage, resembling a piece that had been flawlessly severed, naturally rendered inert. This was nearly impossible for a crystalline entity, for even if it were meticulously sliced into millions of pieces, it would not lose its vitality. Rather, it would swiftly regenerate post-cutting. Yet now, following a single strike from the sub-mecha, portions of the crystalline being had inexplicably lost their vitality. The cause of this loss could not possibly be attributed to the physical damage of the decisive strike. Hence, the answer was abundantly clear. It was the starlight energy. Under the influence of starlight energy, a portion of the crystalline being that had shattered had directly lost its vitality, becoming lifeless. Starlight energy could indeed counteract the crystalline entity, even rendering it inert. Su Ming's gaze shifted to other fragments that retained their vitality. Among them, a few still bore traces of starlight energy. Su Ming scrutinized these active crystalline shards, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Even the active crystalline FR in the vast emptiness, numerous lifeless crystals floated, unable to be absorbed back into the crystalline beings. This strike had directly diminished the crystalline creature's power by a fifth. Su Ming remained silent, skillfully maneuvering his mech to collect the inactive crystal fragments drifting in the void, subsequently delivering them to the mother mech side. With deft precision, Su Ming extended his hand. He absorbed energy from the stellar points, 721 and 912. Chapter 128, The Chase. In a mere moment, over 6,000 stellar points were added to Su Ming's system, perfectly compensating for his previous expenditures. These stellar points were obtained after he had stripped the crystalline beings of their vitality and absorbed the now inert crystals. A sense of joy blossomed within Su Ming. When battling others, stellar points were mere consumables. Yet against the crystalline beings, they transformed into a veritable source of energy. Without hesitation, he refocused his gaze upon the crystalline creature. At that moment, the crystalline being was engulfed by a mix of shock and fury. Its civilization had always been one of invaders, thriving on the conquest and consumption of other civilizations to grow and acquire knowledge. This was the survival mode of the crystalline civilization. However, now confronted with a form of energy it could not comprehend, both the creature and its civilization faced a tremendous threat. Unable to recognize or adapt, they found themselves under attack, losing vitality in the process. For the crystalline being, This was an existence akin to a nemesis. The crystalline entity cast a deep glance at Su Ming, seemingly intent on imprinting his visage in its memory. It could not discern whether this energy was unique to the individual before it or if a segment of human society possessed it. However, after consuming various mechanics and oddities and reading their memories, it could faintly ascertain that this energy was likely a singular manifestation exclusive to the human before it. Should this be the case, the crystalline civilization's future ambitions to invade humanity would undoubtedly target this individual first. Failing to resolve this issue before launching an invasion would surely result in catastrophic losses. In an instant, the crystalline being surged forth, opting to flee into the starry void. Its power had waned. It could no longer contend evenly with Su Ming, who had become its overwhelming adversary. If it did not escape, it would surely be slain by the very human it sought to evade. Yet, how could Su Ming allow such an escape? The moment the crystalline creature attempted to flee, he astutely discerned its intentions. The nuclear propulsion device activated instantaneously, unleashing formidable thrust under the enhancement of the brain domain's energy level. Su Ming's mech surged forward in relentless pursuit. What had once been a balanced struggle now transformed into a fervent chase. The viewers in the live stream erupted in cheers upon witnessing the spectacle. This guy's incredible. I just watched a slow-motion replay, and this maneuver is nothing short of divine. I agree. If he entered the mech world, professional players would be rendered obsolete. Mech World is a universally embraced interstellar game produced by Galactic Gaming Company. Given that less than 10 of the human population can cultivate their abilities, and even fewer can become mech warriors, the rarity of mech warriors in human society is evident. Mech World allows ordinary individuals to indulge in their mech fantasies through a highly immersive holographic simulation. Rumor has it that due to its near 100 realism, some military forces from cosmic nations utilize Mech World to train mech warriors, elevating the game's status beyond mere entertainment to one of military significance. Consequently, many players within Mech World may well be formidable mech warriors in reality. Thus, after the slow-motion analysis of Su Ming's actions, some viewers began to grasp his techniques. Numerous commentary channels had sprung up, dissecting Su Ming's maneuvers and strategic judgments. Thanks to this analysis, Su Ming rapidly gained considerable popularity, his impressive techniques drawing admiration from netizens, who eagerly downloaded his footage to study later. Though these commentators noted that it was improbable for an ordinary person to replicate Su Ming's skills. Only those who had trained extensively as mech warriors might aspire to master them. Everyone, I doubt Su Ming will catch that crystalline being before the apocalypse level arrives. One analyst lamented upon witnessing the chase. Identified as Manhan Qianxi, a retired mech warrior turned video analyst. He had garnered a vast following of around 2 billion fans due to his accurate assessments and professional insights. While this number might seem insignificant on a societal scale, it was substantial for a video content creator. At that moment, as Manhan Qianxi observed Su Ming pursuing the crystalline entity, he shook his head and spoke into his live stream. What is happening? Manhan provided analysis. A fan inquired eagerly. Manhan Qianxi nodded and began. Although the crystalline being is marginally slower than the mech, it is nearly impossible for our young hero to strike it at this distance. The target must be brought within 10 kilometers for an effective attack. Given the current speed differential, any offensive action from the mech would only increase the distance, making it challenging to close in. Manhan Qianxi spoke with the authority of experience in star battles. As long as the speed gap between the two was not significant, the latter would find it exceedingly difficult to catch up with the former. After all, the cosmos does not present a singular path. Countless angles allow the crystalline being to alter direction at will, distancing itself from the pursuing mech. As predicted, Manhan Qianxi's analysis proved accurate. Su Ming relentlessly pursued the crystalline being, yet continually changed direction, disrupting Su Ming's advance. Regardless of one's strength, a reaction time always exists, though it may be minimized. It can never be eliminated. As long as a reaction time remains, the crystalline being could create distance with a swift change in direction. Nevertheless, Su Ming demanded un perturbe. Slowly, he retrieved a sniper rifle from his mech. Komodo Star Sniper, Rifle Number 1. This weapon was entirely of Su Ming's own design and manufacture, named after the Komodo dragon, known for secreting paralyzing toxins. Indeed, this sniper rifle had been imbued with mechanical toxins. Once struck, the enemy would succumb to paralysis. Although the crystalline being was not mechanical, the mechanical toxins effectively targeted energy entities. A single moment of paralysis would suffice for Su Ming to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 129, The Terrifying Marksmanship. Upon witnessing Su Ming brandishing the sniper rifle, Both Manhan Qianxi and officials from various nations could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. Impossible at this distance. Locking onto the target is virtually unfeasible. At this moment, Su Ming's act of drawing the sniper rifle was perceived by the onlookers as a desperate gamble, a mere attempt to test his fortune. However, the adversary was far from foolish. Relying on luck amidst the vastness of the cosmos was nearly an impossibility. After all, the angles in the starry expanse are virtually infinite. Even if a solitary figure stood motionless several kilometers away, the likelihood of striking them without precise aiming was approaching nil. Su Ming's actions indicated a lack of better alternatives. Indeed, the spectators observed through the surveillance video as Su Ming seemingly fired a shot at the crystalline entity without any prior targeting. It was evident that he had not locked onto his target. Rather, he had taken a shot in a haphazard manner. The accuracy of this shot was utterly abysmal, soaring far beyond any hope of hitting the crystalline being. The entity, noticing this reckless discharge, couldn't help but smirk internally, dismissing the attack. Even if it remained stationary, it was impossible for that shot to find its mark. Was this human truly so inept as to resort to such mindless aggression? Yet, as this thought crossed its mind, an unexpected surge of energy erupted from an inconspicuous corner of the abyss. The crystalline entity instantly sensed that it had been locked onto. Alarmed, it frantically maneuvered, striving to escape this ominous presence. However, the grip of that energy was as unyielding as a relentless parasite, firmly tethered to its form. In the next instant, an explosive burst of energy culminated in a terrifying strike aimed directly at the crystalline being. Emerging from a void was a sleek, silver-hued small mech, the subordinate mech of the Yin-Yang dual mech system. The previous attack had been unleashed from the sniper rifle mounted on the arm of the subordinate mech. Realizing it was under lock, the crystalline entity panicked and abruptly altered its trajectory, hoping to evade the impending assault. Fortunately, the distance between them was sufficiently vast. Even when locked onto, there remained a slim chance of evading the sniper's shot. The entity's swift maneuver indeed allowed it to narrowly avoid the initial strike. However, before the crystalline being could revel in its good fortune, it suddenly felt a violent impact from behind. The force of the blast shattered its form into fragments, with a portion of its body rendered inert by the stellar energy's assault. Witnessing this scene, both the Han and Man officials, along with dignitaries from various nations, were left in astonishment, rising from their seats in shock. How could this be possible? The crystalline entity had just evaded the subordinate mech's attack, yet its evasion trajectory had unwittingly led it straight into the path of Su Ming's first shot. It appeared as though the entity had deliberately positioned itself to be struck by that very bullet. Yet, the gathered crowd was far from ordinary. They could discern that the crystalline being had not simply aligned itself with Su Ming's shot. Rather, Su Ming had expertly manipulated the subordinate mech to force the entity's movements into the trajectory of the first bullet. Since the initial shot had not been aimed at the crystalline entity, it had not sensed any imminent danger at that moment, resulting in the unexpected hit. What is happening? Manhan, why is the crystalline entity gravitating toward this young man's attack? The audience in the live stream remained perplexed, having witnessed the sudden appearance of the subordinate mech, followed by a seemingly aimless shot, only for the crystalline being to inexplicably leap toward the mother mech's initial strike. The crowd in the live stream was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. After a brief pause, Manhan spoke gravely. This mech warrior undoubtedly possesses the caliber to become a mech instructor of a major cosmic nation. This maneuver is simply extraordinary. He proceeded to elucidate the mech warrior's tactics for the audience. Observe the subordinate mech. This mech warrior, during the pursuit, had stealthily concealed the subordinate mech and utilized it to gauge the crystalline entity's movements. Despite the entity's frantic evasive maneuvers, it was gradually ensnared within the trap laid by the dual mechs, utterly unaware. Subsequently, as the mother mech discharged a shot, the subordinate mech simultaneously locked onto the crystalline entity and fired, with the latter's attack arriving slightly later due to the distance, compelling the entity to maneuver directly into the path of the mother mech's assault. This operation not only tested the mech warriors' shooting accuracy, but also their foresight, strategy, and dexterity. Each action could serve as a textbook example at the Mech Academy of the Grand Cosmic Nation. Manhan was genuinely astounded by Su Ming's display, questioning whether the individual piloting the dual mech was truly human. Could such feats be accomplished by mere mortals? Su Ming's subsequent attack shattered yet another portion of the crystalline entity's form. Without hesitation, he absorbed the now inert fragments into the system, accruing nearly 9 0.000 star points. As the crystalline entity began to merge and recover, it fled desperately into the distance, utterly terrified. The individual pursuing it operated with an uncanny precision, as if a phantom, leaving no trace of their presence. It was terrifyingly unpredictable. In that moment, the entity dared not underestimate Su Ming, fleeing with all its might. Yet, how could Su Ming allow it to escape? With the crystalline entity battered twice, its strength diminished to approximately 60% of its peak. Not only was it no match for Su Ming, but it also stood no chance of evading his assault. The mother and subordinate mechs, akin to shadowy hunters in the void, unleashed a barrage of strikes, each imbued with a chilling precision and dread. Each shot was breathtaking in its execution, igniting bursts of light throughout the cosmos, until the crystalline entity was obliterated into countless shards. Chapter 130. The Empire's concern at this moment, within the Imperial Conference Room. The attendees beheld Su Ming's extraordinary maneuvers on the screen, their eyes reflecting profound admiration. Even the highest echelon of the Apocalypse level found no fault in Su Ming's technique. Indeed, they themselves might struggle to replicate his current prowess. Aesthetic and ethereal, as if art itself. Such was a collective sentiment regarding Su Ming's marksmanship. Colonel Clarence sat composedly in his chair, striving to maintain a neutral expression, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curling into a smile. Ha ha, splendid. My little brat's shooting skills are commendable, surpassing even our Empire's renowned Apocalypse-level sniper, the Nightshade Saint Sniper, by fraction. He mused, this young one is quite audacious. Should he ascend to the Apocalypse level, our esteemed Nightshade Saint Sniper may find himself in a rather awkward position. With a casual posture, Colonel Clarence chuckled, crossing his legs with a hint of mirth. Upon hearing his words, the assembled officials exchanged uneasy glances. The Nightshade Saint Sniper was a formidable Apocalypse-level marksman within the Empire, renowned for his ghostly marksmanship, possessing an unparalleled prowess. However, upon closer inspection, it is evident that Su Ming's marksmanship surpasses that of the Night Saint Sniper by a significant margin among peers. At this moment, the onlookers found themselves contemplating the prospect of Su Ming ascending to the apocalyptic level. Should he hone his current skills, he would undoubtedly evolve into an exceptionally formidable assassin. The mere thought evokes a sense of dread. At this juncture, an Imperial general rose from his seat, directing his gaze towards Lord Kalinka Clarence. Your Excellency Kalinka Clarence, when does your son intend to return to the Empire? His prowess could very well allow him to serve as an instructor in both mecha and marksmanship. The Empire is in dire need of such talent. As his words resonated, the crowd displayed expressions of contemplation, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Su Ming is the son of Kalinka Clarence, who is one of the Empire's 99 apocalyptics, a true-born son of the Empire. This is a stark contrast to the eldest son, Su Rue, who pales in comparison. Should Su Ming return to the Empire, his capabilities would surely make him an instructor with ease. Moreover, having witnessed Su Ming's talents, the Assembly has developed a fondness for such brilliance. A genius of this caliber could undoubtedly be hailed as a source of pride for the Empire. If he were to return, the prospects for his development would be nothing short of a clear path. The Empire would surely recognize the importance of nurturing such prodigious talent. The thoughts swirling in the minds of the attendees aligned with those of the general. When will Su Ming return? Will he return? What position is he preparing to assume within the Empire? The crowd's gaze turned expectantly towards Kalinka Clarence, undoubtedly aware of his son's intentions. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Kalinka Clarence maintained an air of nonchalance. There is no need for haste. This young lad is ambitious and desires to forge his own path. Perhaps a bit of struggle away from the Empire's shelter would better facilitate his growth. He spoke, his demeanor calm and composed. Yet, deep within, Kalinka Clarence harbored uncertainty regarding Su Ming's return. His prior commitments to imperial military affairs had left little time for familial engagement, resulting in a growing distance between father and son. Although they had recently reconciled, their relationship was still in the process of mending. However, patience is required, as emotional bonds must be cultivated gradually. Kalinka Clarence could also sense the underlying reason for Su Ming's reluctance to return to the Empire, one that has little to do with the Kalinka family and everything to do with the death of his mother. Contemplating this, a shadow of sorrow crossed Kalinka Clarence's eyes as he gazed at the screen. There are some matters, even for the mighty Apocalypse, that are beyond their control. Su Ming's independence at this moment raises questions about whether it is ultimately beneficial for him. Meanwhile, within the celestial expanse of the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation, Su Ming had shattered the crystalline entity into countless fragments, the majority of which had lost their vitality, becoming mere lifeless debris drifting in the void. Only a few diminutive crystals retained a semblance of activity, striving to recombine. Observing these active crystals, Su Ming remained indifferent. This particular crystal had nearly become transparent, its energy dwindling to a meager level, insufficient to even reconstitute a humanoid form. Such a diminished crystalline entity posed no threat, and even a common person might find it incapable of assimilation. It was pathetically weak. With a casual gesture, Su Ming absorbed the shattered crystalline remnants into his system. In the blink of an eye, his star points surged from 370,000 to an impressive 840,000, more than doubling in quantity. A hint of regret flickered across Su Ming's visage. Had he managed to absorb the entirety of the crystalline entity, he might have gained an additional 100,000 star points. Yet, due to the energy depletion during the entity's battle, disassembly, and attempted fusion, he had only acquired over 40,000 star points. Nonetheless, this amount was sufficient to satisfy him. Without hesitation, Su Ming extended his hand, intent on capturing the remaining active crystalline entity before him, which had dwindled to roughly 1 cubic meter in size, appearing remarkably pitiful. Young Master Su Ming, please halt. Do not destroy this crystalline entity. It holds significant research potential for the various cosmic nations. Young Master Su Ming, the independent project knowledge is prepared. We kindly request you to relinquish the crystalline entity to us. The officials of the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation, witnessing Su Ming's actions, broke into a cold sweat, fearing he would dissolve the crystalline entity as he had with the others. Should the entity be entirely annihilated, the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation would likely face condemnation from the entirety of human society. What a farce! You expect us to solicit assistance from all of humanity, and yet, while we are en route, you obliterate the crystalline entity. Are you jesting with us? At this moment, the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation harbored little desire to retain the entity for their own research. Their sole aim was to capture it alive and subsequently hand it over to the arriving apocalyptic-level experts for further analysis. Upon hearing the officials' anxious pleas, Su Ming chuckled softly. He had never intended to kill the crystalline entity. Its research value was indeed substantial. By allowing the various cosmic nations to study it, he could alleviate the burden of future concerns when the crystalline civilization inevitably invaded. Chapter 131. Acquiring Independent Project Knowledge. In the distant void of interstellar space, a spacecraft sped away towards the horizon. Within the vessel, a deep crimson crystalline being sat in a daze, gazing into the starry expanse, lost in thought. Suddenly, the being's expression shifted from a blank stare to one of keen awareness, as if, in that moment, it had transformed into an entirely different entity. The consciousness transfer was successful, the crystalline being exhaled softly, murmuring to itself. Had Su Ming been present, he would have been astonished to discover that the being's gaze mirrored that of the crystalline entity he had previously confronted. Logically, the crystalline entity opposing Su Ming had been reduced to a rudimentary state, with only the most basic vitality remaining. However, prior to its assault, the entity had secretly split off a doppelganger, which had boarded a spaceship, preparing to return to the crystalline civilization. At this moment, the crystalline being exhibited an ability previously unseen by Su Ming and his companions: consciousness transfer. Its primary consciousness had originally resided within the body engaged in combat with Su Ming. Yet, as its form gradually disintegrated, the crystalline entity was compelled to transfer its consciousness to its doppelganger without delay. Now, the body left within human civilization was merely a lifeless crystalline husk, devoid of any consciousness, a state akin to being in a persistent vegetative state. Once the consciousness had been transferred, the crystalline being's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. These changes were the result of the being adapting to the attacks from the various adversaries it had encountered. In essence, the ability to transfer consciousness did not merely shift the crystalline entity's awareness. It also allowed the adaptation of its abilities to be transferred as well. At this moment, the crystalline being aboard the spaceship had already adapted to the capabilities of the toxin wielders and ice wielders. It would return to its crystalline civilization equipped with these newly acquired abilities. The human's unique abilities were an enigma that could not be decoded or adapted to. The crystalline entity murmured to itself, and a flicker of gravity crossed its gaze. The individual capable of absorbing my corporeal form poses a significant threat. Our civilization must eliminate him before launching an invasion. The crystalline being whispered again. and a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in its eyes. Upon returning to its civilization, the crystalline entity would promptly relay information about human society, ensuring that its civilization would first eliminate Su Ming before commencing their incursion into human civilization. With this resolute thought in mind, the crystalline entity piloted its spacecraft at great speed towards the distant realm of its crystalline civilization. The entity had already transferred its consciousness, yet no one was aware of this fact. After all, the populace is not omniscient. They could not possibly fathom that the crystalline being possessed such an ability. Normal individuals would instinctively believe that the crystalline entity had merely been rendered unconscious, and once this small crystal revived, its consciousness would similarly return. As for the possibility of discovery, that might only emerge after the Donglin Cosmic Nation reviewed the spacecraft's usage records, which could hint at something amiss. However, such matters were beyond the realm of immediate speculation. Su Ming placed the small crystalline entity, rendered to its primitive state, into a box containing static energy essence. This diminutive crystalline being's energy was exceedingly weak. Thus, the static energy essence could surely maintain it in a fixed state for several years without issue. With the stabilization provided by the static energy essence, the small crystal lost its capacity to devour other substances and regain strength. Subsequently, Su Ming handed the box containing the small crystalline entity to the officials of the Donglin Cosmic Nation. A seemingly astute official, wearing a smile, accepted the box from Su Ming's hands and addressed him, saying, "Mr. Su Ming, the Donglin Cosmic Nation promises that once the issue with the crystalline entity is resolved, it will reward you with independent knowledge projects. May I inquire what area of independent knowledge you seek, Mr. Su Ming?" Upon hearing the official's words, Su Ming pondered for a moment and then replied directly, "Do you have independent knowledge projects related to mechanics?" The official, showing no surprise at Su Ming's request, had anticipated that he would desire mechanical knowledge. With a hint of a smile, he slowly responded, "Within the Donglin Cosmic Nation, there are 3 independent mechanical knowledge projects available: brain domain split, mechanical softening, and reutilization. Which independent knowledge project would you like to choose as your reward, Mr. Su Ming?" Upon hearing the official's words, Su Ming felt a tinge of envy. Each of the 3 independent mechanical knowledge projects constituted a distinct knowledge system that could be learned by mechanics at any stage of their careers, each possessing unique effects. Su Ming opened the descriptions of the 3 independent mechanical knowledge projects and studied them closely. Brain domain split. Knowledge segments. 3. Effect upon learning the first segment. Split an equal level of brain domain energy, allowing for remote operation of an additional mech. Effect upon learning the second segment. Split into 2 equal levels of brain domain energy, enabling remote operation of 2 additional mechs. Effect upon learning the third segment. Split into 3 equal levels of brain domain energy, permitting remote operation of 3 additional mechs. Knowledge defect. The energy consumption for brain domain energy increases proportionally with the multiplicity of the splits. Mechanical softening. Knowledge segments. 2. Effect upon learning the first segment. Softens the joint areas of mechs, increasing their agility by approximately 15. Effect upon learning the second segment. Softens the joint areas of mechs, increasing their agility by approximately 30. Knowledge defect. The defense and hardness of the softened joint areas decrease in proportion to the agility gained, 15 to 30. Reutilization. Knowledge segments. 2. Effect upon learning the first segment. Allows for the repair of scrapped machinery using nanotechnology, restoring damaged mechanical equipment or mechs within a time frame of 5 minutes. Effect upon learning the second segment. Allows for the repair of scrapped machinery using nanotechnology, restoring damaged mechanical equipment or mechs within a time frame of 3 minutes. Knowledge defect. The repaired mechanical equipment's effectiveness and energy level are only half of the original. Upon reviewing these 3 independent mechanical knowledge projects, Su Ming fell into a deep contemplation. Chapter 132, Brain Domain Split. These 3 independent pieces of knowledge are mutually exclusive from traditional mechanical knowledge, unable to influence one another. Even the weakest mechanic could learn these 3 mechanical knowledge projects. Furthermore, as a mechanic's abilities improve, the power of these 3 pieces of knowledge would become increasingly formidable. Contemplating the 3 independent mechanical knowledge projects, Su Ming ultimately chose the first one, Brain Domain Split. Each of these independent mechanical knowledge projects holds its own value. Softening could enhance the agility of mechs, providing a substantial qualitative change for close combat mech warriors. For Su Ming, this also bore significant value and assistance. However, after reflection, he abandoned this notion. For in a strict sense, Su Ming's greatest strength does not lie in melee combat, but rather in long-range sniping and a comprehensive grasp and judgment of the battlefield. Su Ming excels in rhythm and overall awareness. While he is not weak in close combat, there remains a notable gap when compared to top-tier operators. Thus, this independent mechanical knowledge project would not yield such a substantial enhancement for Su Ming. Moreover, due to its knowledge defect, utilizing this independent mechanical knowledge project would likely render the mech's joints vulnerable to damage during combat. Su Ming envisioned a scenario where he would employ his combat techniques. Should both sides be evenly matched, the strain inflicted by techniques like opening heaven or layered waves could easily lead to joint damage, ultimately impairing his operation. Thus, he dismissed mechanical softening as a viable independent knowledge project. As for reutilization, Su Ming shook his head. This independent knowledge project is suitable for those incapable of assembling their own mechs, but who require adaptability in the face of frequent battlefield engagements. For Su Ming, while it holds utility, it is equally superfluous. Should any of his equipment sustain damage, he could readily retrieve spare gear or mechs, rendering the concept of self-repairing a mech unnecessarily time-consuming. Furthermore, the resultant effects would be diminished. Indeed, felt rather redundant. Instead, Su Ming gazed at brain domain split, with evident satisfaction in his eyes. This skill, as its name implies, allows for the splitting of brain domain energy into independent segments, enabling multitasking. Not only could he pilot his own mech, but he could also operate additional mechs. Upon mastering the third stage of knowledge, he could pilot up to 3 additional mechs. Once Su Ming acquires this knowledge, he could split his brain domain energy, allowing him to pilot 4 mechs simultaneously, including the one he operates himself. The resultant combat capability, while not quite quadrupling, would undoubtedly see an enhancement of 2 to 3 times. Although this independent mechanical knowledge may seem somewhat superfluous to others, especially as the energy consumption of brain domain energy at the third stage would be 4 times greater than that of others. This exorbitant consumption would likely leave one incapacitated within 10 minutes, completely drained. After all, a normal individual consumes a standard amount of brain domain energy, which replenishes during the consumption process. The consumption and replenishment of energy are not vastly different, enabling the mech warriors to maintain their combat prowess for several hours. However, once the consumption significantly outweighs the replenishment, one may swiftly feel completely drained after only a short duration of battle, leaving no time for recovery, and consequently, the duration of combat will sharply decline. Although it may seem like a mere quadrupling of consumption, the cumulative effect drastically diminishes one's endurance in battle by several magnitudes. This independent mechanical knowledge may seem rather trivial to an ordinary person. However, Su Ming is certainly not an individual of that ilk. It is essential to note that Su Ming possesses a system that allows him to replenish his energy consumption through starlight points. For others, the terrifying consumption is unbearable. But for Su Ming, it merely translates to the expenditure of starlight points. The act of consuming starlight points to enhance his combat strength is a highly advantageous endeavor for Su Ming. This independent piece of mechanical knowledge appears to be tailor-made for him. "Sir, I choose Brain Domain Division. Thank you," Su Ming said with a smile to the official. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the official was evidently taken aback. Based on his observations of Su Ming, he had anticipated that Su Ming would lean more towards skillful mechanical softening techniques. Yet he was surprised that Su Ming opted for a piece of mechanical knowledge focused on consumption to enhance combat strength. Mr. Su Ming, have you not reconsidered? If it were anyone else, he would not bother to advise, allowing them to choose as they pleased. But Su Ming was different. He was well aware of the implications. Su Ming is the second son of His Excellency, Lord Colancrans of the Empire, with an exceedingly prominent background. As an official of the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation, he possessed a modicum of acumen, which is why he had come to cultivate a good relationship with Su Ming. Hearing Su Ming choose a relatively redundant piece of mechanical knowledge prompted him to offer some counsel. If Lord Colancrans were to learn that his son had selected such a seemingly trivial piece of mechanical knowledge, he might suspect that he had misled Su Ming. He certainly did not wish to bear that burden. The ultimate effectiveness of this knowledge may not be as formidable as you anticipate. The official articulated his concerns regarding the drawbacks of energy consumption. However, Su Ming's mechanical expertise far exceeded his own. So how could he possibly be unaware of the disadvantages of this independent piece of mechanical knowledge? Upon hearing this, Su Ming shook his head and replied, "It's perfectly fine. I shall choose this mechanical knowledge." After hearing Su Ming's declaration, the official sighed softly, inwardly chuckling at his own predicament. Very well, Mr. Su Ming. Since you have made your choice, I shall say no more. Here is the chip containing the mechanical knowledge. I entrust it to you. The official smiled and handed the chip to Su Ming. After receiving the chip, Su Ming promptly uploaded the mechanical knowledge contained within it to the Mech Warrior system. Loading independent mechanical knowledge, brain domain division. This knowledge belongs to a special category requiring the host to undergo personal training. Current stage 1 training progress, 0-40 hours. Requiring an additional 40 hours of uninterrupted training to progress to stage 2. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback and then let out a wry smile. It seemed that his desire to take shortcuts would not come to fruition. Independent knowledge is not merely knowledge, but also a method of training, with no shortcuts available. Only a gradual progression through the practice of brain domain energy division. Chapter 3, Su Ming's expertise. After Su Ming dealt with the crystalline beings, a tremendous wave surged through the cosmic network. Initially, people were drawn to the matter due to the threat posed by the crystalline beings, but as time went on, their attention shifted to Su Ming's remarkable maneuvers. Su Ming's actions were nothing short of breathtaking. Not only was his decisive predictive sniping impressive, but the coordination of the mother and child mechs in other attacks also warranted inclusion in educational materials. Various analyses of Su Ming's actions were uploaded continuously on the network, with numerous prominent bloggers eagerly dissecting his techniques. For those truly knowledgeable and experienced in operating mechs, the skills and judgments demonstrated by Su Ming were invaluable, leading many to repeatedly watch his videos in order to learn. For the general populace, this resembled a spectacle of professional prowess, where, although the intricacies may have eluded their grasp, it did not diminish their awe of the battle. I found out this individual is named Su Ming and is from the Empire. Moreover, I have relatives working in the archives department. It seems this young man, named Su Ming, is the son of a significant figure in the Empire, hailing from an exceptionally prestigious background. No wonder. I suspected that an unknown master had emerged, likely a prodigy nurtured by some prominent family within the Empire. Everyone, let us not say anything further. My cousin works in the Eastern Forest Cosmic Nation's political sphere, and this Su Ming has an impressive lineage. He is the second son of His Excellency, Lord Collencrans of the Empire. Soon, extensive information regarding Su Ming was unearthed by netizens. In this era of advanced data accessibility, discovering an individual's background is remarkably straightforward, particularly for someone like Su Ming, who harbors little desire for concealment and is connected to a notable family. Revealing his identity is exceedingly easy for the countless bored netizens. Su Ming was unaware that he had already amassed a portion of fans within the cosmic network, a considerable number of whom were female admirers. His exquisite maneuvers, striking appearance, youthfulness, and impressive lineage made him the epitome of many women's ideal partner. Were it not for Su Ming's lack of social media account, the wave of attention he would have garnered could easily have exceeded several billion. Such is the nature of stardom in interstellar society. Young mech warriors are the true luminaries of this era. Furthermore, the news of Su Ming as Lord Collencrans' son swiftly reached officials across various cosmic nations. While ordinary citizens reveled in the spectacle, officials from different cosmic nations were primarily concerned with the potential benefits, the methods of restraint, dissolution, and the unique energy technique employed by Su Ming to shatter the crystalline beings were all annotated within the videos. These techniques were not publicly developed in human society, at least not overtly. Consequently, the various cosmic nations began to covet the technologies exhibited by Su Ming, as acquiring such knowledge would alleviate concerns should the crystalline beings prove to possess civilization. However, upon learning that Su Ming was indeed Lord Collencrans' son, those covetous gazes swiftly retreated. What nonsense! It is entirely expected that the son of the Empire's Exalted One would possess knowledge of advanced technologies unknown to human society. Most likely, these were technologies already researched by the Empire, simply imparted to Lord Collencrans' son. Anyone daring to covet imperial technology would likely face the Empire's wrath, which would vividly illustrate the disparity between civilizations. However, while other cosmic nations may be oblivious to the Empire's affairs, are the Empire's own officials unaware of their internal matters? The top-tier individuals within the Empire are certainly cognizant of the recent developments and hidden technologies within their ranks. How could anything escape their discerning eyes? At this moment, a peculiar gaze was cast upon Collencrans, leaving him utterly baffled. What is it? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Collencrans spoke irritably. The crowd exchanged glances, and soon a government official tentatively inquired, "Your Excellency Collencrans, Do you perhaps have your own research institute where you've developed these emerging technologies to teach your son? Upon hearing this, Colin Clarence was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously replied, "Do you truly believe I developed these technologies on my own?" The crowd nodded in unison. Witnessing this, Colin Clarence was at a loss for words. "Do you think I have the time to invent these technologies? They were all learned by my son outside." Upon hearing Colin Clarence's words, a flicker of disdain passed through the eyes of the onlookers. Who were they trying to fool? These technologies were beyond the current capabilities of human society. How could a boy not yet 20 have developed them? Colin Clarence, you're quite the trickster, attempting to wriggle out of this. However, those familiar with Colin Clarence bore an expression of contemplation. They knew that while Colin Clarence was indeed a mechanic, his skills barely scraped by. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be piloting a mech assembled by others. Colin Clarence's true strength lay in his physical prowess and close combat abilities. The enhancement provided by mech was minimal for him. To put it plainly, Colin Clarence was rather rough around the edges, typically preoccupied with thoughts of how to increase his durability or optimize his strength. The prospect of him establishing a research institute to explore energy technologies was simply beyond his capabilities. Yet, if you're not the one who developed these technologies, then who could it be? The crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of confusion. At that moment, a government official shook his head, opting not to dwell on the matter any further. After all, Su Ming was a citizen of the Empire. His possession of such technology was advantageous for the Empire compared to other nations. With a smile, the official turned to Colin Clarence and asked, "Respected Colin Clarence, despite this, I would still like to inquire through you whether Su Ming has any intention of selling his technologies. If he does, the Empire would not disappoint him and would offer a generous price." Colin Clarence was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. Then a glimmer of contemplation crossed his eyes. "I can certainly ask Su Ming, but whether he is willing or not depends solely on him." Chapter 134. The Knowledge of Divine Mechanics. The affairs concerning the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation had concluded, and Su Ming's spaceship was fully charged. He had no desire to linger in the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation any longer and prepared to head towards the Eastern Ming Alliance. Seated within his spaceship, Su Ming directly accessed the independent knowledge of Cerebral Domain Division. Soon, the contents of this independent knowledge manifested in his mind. Independent knowledge differed from ordinary mechanical knowledge. While the latter could be learned with the aid of a system during slumber, independent knowledge required rigorous practice to master. Cerebral Domain Division necessitated special methods to stimulate cerebral energy levels, followed by continuous training to enable the conscious division of those energy levels during an explosive process. The initiation of the first stage required 40 hours of meditation to fully grasp the independent knowledge. Without hesitation, Su Ming prepared to enter a meditative state. At that moment, a sudden shift in Su Ming's expression indicated he had received a phone call. It was from his father. Surprised, Su Ming answered the call, revealing Colin Clarence's large face on the screen. "Ahem, I've heard about the recent events concerning the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation, and I have watched the videos." Colin Clarence began, appearing somewhat uneasy. Despite their relationship having thawed, the prolonged lack of communication rendered their interactions slightly awkward. Thus, Colin Clarence got straight to the point. "The Empire wishes to inquire whether your energy freezing technology, special light energy technology, and crystal dissolution technology are for sale." Upon hearing his father's words, Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Then it dawned on him. Colin Clarence was likely referring to static energy elements, starlight energy, and the system's absorption capabilities, three abilities that had prominently manifested during his confrontation with crystal beings, certainly captured on video by the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation's live broadcast. Now, various cosmic nations were undoubtedly envious of these three technologies. However, due to the Empire's circumstances, they might hesitate to approach him directly. Yet, owing to his father's status, Colin Clarence's inquiry felt less abrupt. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming replied, "Regarding the system-related technology, that is off the table. Even if I wish to share it, I couldn't. However, I could potentially sell the energy-related knowledge pertaining to humanoid civilizations to the Empire. After all, I am well aware that Colin Clarence is a loyal general of the Empire, and the Empire's prosperity is certainly one of his utmost concerns. Selling the technology to the Empire would effectively grant them access to capabilities no other cosmic nation possesses, which I believe would greatly please Colin Clarence." While his father had previously proven somewhat unreliable, he had still supported Su Ming significantly behind the scenes. Pondering this, Su Ming was about to speak when Colin Clarence, interpreting Su Ming's silence as hesitation, quickly added, "Rest assured, with me here, You will not suffer any loss. The Empire will pay a fair price. Intrigued by this assurance, Su Ming asked, what kind of compensation could the Empire possibly offer for my technologies? Colin Clarence pondered for a moment before slowly responding. If I recall correctly, the Empire possesses a form of divine mechanical knowledge that you are currently eligible to learn. With my position, I should be able to secure that divine mechanical knowledge for you. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's heart raced with excitement. Could it be true? His father could actually procure divine mechanical knowledge? What is divine mechanical knowledge? It pertains to mechanical knowledge from the third cosmic era, which, once learned and applied, could grant a mechanic's supernatural mechanical abilities. Divine mechanical knowledge is far more precious than energy-related knowledge. Even 10 pieces of the latter might not equate to the value of a single piece of divine mechanical knowledge. Is this truly happening? Su Ming couldn't help but wonder if his father was secretly making financial arrangements to provide him with this opportunity. Surely, the Empire wouldn't engage in such a financially disadvantageous deal otherwise. Dad, are you secretly making some financial arrangements for me? Su Ming inquired with a hint of skepticism directed at Colin Clarence. Upon noticing the look of skepticism on Su Ming's face, Colin Clarence burst into hearty laughter. Rest assured, while the knowledge pertains to divine mechanical engineering, it is merely at a rudimentary level, possessing little intrinsic value within the realm of divine mechanics. If I am not mistaken, your various applications of energy must indicate a breakthrough in the field of energy manipulation, correct? After hearing Colin Clarence's words, Su Ming slowly nodded. He was typically reticent about revealing his capabilities to others, but since Colin Clarence was his father, he felt secure enough to acknowledge it. The knowledge you possess regarding energy is likely beyond your own research. It must have been acquired from the knowledge systems of other civilizations. Am I right? Colin Clarence gazed at Su Ming and boldly speculated. Upon hearing his conjecture, Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. How did you know? Colin Clarence chuckled lightly and replied, my boy, you underestimate the significance of the knowledge you hold, or perhaps its standing within human civilization. Due to certain ingrained thought patterns and physiological constructs, humanity is not particularly sensitive to the various types of energy. Rather, the utilization of external tools is our forte. Consequently, knowledge related to energy has seen little advancement to date. The true value of your technology lies not in the technology itself, but in the innovative thought processes and reference values it encapsulates. Simply put, the Empire is not merely purchasing your technology. They are acquiring a direction for research in energy knowledge. Armed with this knowledge, the Empire can continuously achieve breakthroughs in the field of energy. Su Ming's expression reflected enlightenment upon hearing Colin Clarence's insights. Chapter 135, Exoskeletal Armor. It was no wonder he had thought that this technology could not possibly rival the worth of divine mechanical knowledge. It turned out that the Empire was not enamored with the technology itself, but rather the potential it represented. The officials of the Cosmic Nation were no fools. They possessed keen insight and would likely realize that the knowledge Su Ming commanded originated from other civilizations. Such occurrences, while not frequent, were not unheard of in the vast cosmos. Given the enormity of the universe, it was common for individuals to discover the remnants or life forms of other civilizations, and, in turn, acquire corresponding knowledge. This type of knowledge was often fetched at exorbitant prices by the major cosmic nations. However, does your knowledge stem from a living civilization or from the ruins of one? Colin Clarence inquired in a hushed tone. Each time technology from another civilization emerged, it inevitably raised the issue of potential civilization invasion. If the originating civilization was weaker than humanity, it was manageable. However, should the technology derive from a civilization more advanced than humanity, it would pose significant risks. Thus, Colin Clarence had voiced his concerns. After contemplating Colin Clarence's question, Su Ming smiled and assured him, rest easy. My knowledge comes from a civilization that has long since perished, so there is no cause for alarm. Colin Clarence nodded with relief and cautioned, when discussing this with outsiders, assert that your knowledge was acquired through the Empire's explorations of other cosmic civilizations. And do not mention that it was obtained by you personally. Otherwise, it could lead to a myriad of complications. Su Ming nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart, recognizing that Colin Clarence was providing cover for him. Now, then, have you made a decision regarding your technology? Will you sell it? Colin Clarence inquired. Upon hearing his father's words, Su Ming immediately responded with a smile. I shall sell it. However, I will only part with the technology for energy stabilization. The other two aspects are tied to my personal privacy and cannot be sold. Colin Clarence nodded in agreement. That technology alone suffices. Shortly, you will transfer the knowledge to me, and after I confirm it with the Empire, they will provide you with the divine mechanical knowledge in return. Su Ming nodded and subsequently transmitted the knowledge of static energy components into Colink Clarence's communication device. The two then ended their communication. After a brief period, Su Ming felt a stirring within him, noticing a new piece of mechanical knowledge materialize within his storage space. As he opened the information on this mechanical knowledge, he felt a rush of anticipation. Exoskeletal Mecha. Knowledge attribute. Basic divine knowledge. Knowledge effect. Bestows divinity upon the mecha, allowing it to transform into an exoskeleton for the pilot upon entering combat mode, establishing a connection between them. Divine reaction capability. 50. Mecha sensation. 60. Force transmission. 20. Special ability. Limb regeneration. When the mecha sustains damage, it can utilize bodily energy to repair itself, restoring its capabilities to 100 of its pre-damage state. Upon reading this introduction to the knowledge, Su Ming gasped in astonishment. Truly, divine mechanical knowledge lived up to its name. The effects contained within this mechanical knowledge far surpassed the realms of ordinary mechanical understanding. The most extraordinary aspect of this ability was the tactile connection established between the mecha and the pilot. Typically, mecha warriors could only assess the state and damage of their mecha through the internal self-diagnostic systems. They lacked any concrete sensory perception of the overall mecha. However, this divine mechanical knowledge enabled the pilot to possess the mecha's tactile sensations, meaning that the pilot could sense the extent of damage, attacks, and charging activities through tactile feedback. This represented a qualitative enhancement for mecha warriors, potentially boosting their combat capability by nearly 50%. After all, manipulating a device through thick gloves is vastly different from direct fingertip contact. The disparity in efficiency and agility is monumental. Divine mechanical knowledge transmutes the mundane into the divine, shattering the confines of conventional mechanical thinking and allowing machines to exhibit remarkable extensions of ability. Without hesitation, Su Ming directly uploaded the divine mechanical knowledge into the mecha martial sovereign system, then plunged into the bodily activation fluid, donned the respiratory system, and succumbed to slumber. With divine mechanical knowledge at his disposal, who would still pursue the independent study of mechanical knowledge? It was only fitting to sleep first, allowing the system to imprint the divine mechanical knowledge into his mind before later studying the independent mechanical knowledge. As time slipped by, days passed as Su Ming's ship journeyed further. The human society was vast, with the Dongming alliance situated at a considerable distance from the Black Domain, necessitating a lengthy voyage. Nevertheless, Su Ming found ample tasks to occupy him aboard the ship, rendering the journey far from tedious. He regarded it as a period of seclusion amidst the stars. At that moment, Su Ming rose from the bodily activation fluid. His physique radiated an exceptionally fierce and refined aura, akin to a body of steel forged through countless trials. Brimming with explosive power. 7th level body refinement. Achieved. The 7th level of body refinement required a substantial expenditure of 50,000 starlight points. Had this been before, Su Ming would not have possessed such a wealth of starlight points to facilitate an upgrade. Yet now, having absorbed crystalline beings and acquired tens of thousands of starlight points, Su Ming decisively elevated his body refinement to the 7th level. With the enhancement of body refinement to the 7th level, Su Ming distinctly sensed a transformative sensation coursing through him. It was as if reaching the 7th level marked a significant threshold. Once attained, his body would undergo a profound metamorphosis. Contemplating this, Su Ming decided to exit the ship and venture into the vastness of space. Upon doing so, a look of delight crossed his face. Remarkably, his body now withstood the pressure exerted by the vacuum of space. In essence, although Su Ming is currently only a level 7 genetic warrior, he possesses the remarkable ability to survive in a vacuum of space. Of course, he still lacks the capacity to exist without oxygen, which characterizes true vacuum-level beings. Nevertheless, Su Ming can navigate the vacuum without succumbing to its crushing pressure. This implies that his physical strength is now comparable to that of a master at the vacuum level. Chapter 136. Entering the Eastern Underworld. In addition to the elevation of his physical training level, Su Ming has experienced an extraordinary enhancement during these past few days due to his studies in divine knowledge and independent project knowledge. His independent project knowledge has now reached the first stage, which means that in addition to piloting his main mech, he can also operate a secondary mech in battle. This secondary mech, however, is not akin to a sub-mech that typically possesses significantly less power than the primary mech. The energy output and combat prowess of the secondary mech are identical to that of the mech piloted by Su Ming himself. Aside from the inability to utilize the divine knowledge of the external skeletal mech, there are virtually no other distinctions. This represents a substantial surge in Su Ming's combat capabilities, having mastered divine mechanical knowledge and independent project knowledge. He can now contend with 2.5 versions of his former self. His combat power has increased a staggering 25-fold. Su Ming's current status is as follows. Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 60,000. Brain domain energy level, 610,000. Gene lock activation level, intermediate level 7. Physical vitality, 100. Physical training level, level 7. Next level training requires 100,000 starlight points. Physical defense capability, 150,000. Attacks below 150,000 energy level cannot inflict any damage. Maximum starlight energy capacity, 5,000. Starlight points accumulated, 480,000. Mechanical knowledge, minor projects 3, 100. Independent project knowledge, brain domain division, level 1. Divine knowledge, external skeletal mech. In comparison to Su Ming's previous status, his current panel reflects an earth-shattering transformation. He silently muses that indeed, venturing into the world has significantly enhanced his cultivation. During his prolonged stay in the Black Domain, he saw minimal advancement, as progress was painstakingly incremental. However, after departing from the Black Domain, he encountered crystalline beings, divine knowledge, and independent project knowledge, each contributing to his enhancement. In a remarkably short span, Su Ming's cultivation has ascended to the intermediate level of 7. Moreover, once clad in a mech, the power he can unleash far surpasses that of his physical form. Previously, Su Ming struggled against level 10 genetic warriors, forced to flee and endure passive assaults. Yet now, even when facing a mid-level 10 genetic warrior, he can confront them head-on without a trace of fear. In just a few days, Su Ming's progress has been nothing short of monumental. At that moment, an electronic voice resonated within the spacecraft. The vessel is about to enter the territory of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Do you wish to proceed? Upon hearing the announcement, Su Ming's expression shifted, and he promptly approached the spacecraft window, directing his gaze toward the starry expanse ahead. The Eastern Underworld Alliance. He was surprised at how swiftly they had arrived at its borders. Without hesitation, Su Ming declared, "Proceed." With Su Ming's command, the spacecraft immediately entered a state of spatial leap. A few minutes later, he felt a slight tremor as the vessel transitioned, and upon regaining his focus, he realized they had indeed entered the realm of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Identifying vessel model and verifying the passage permit. "Welcome to the Eastern Underworld Alliance." A deep electronic male voice echoed within the ship. This was the security system of the Eastern Underworld, tasked with verifying the identity of incoming vessels and their permits. Su Ming had long arranged for a passage permit while in the Black Domain, and as soon as the ship entered the Eastern Underworld, it was detected. Soon, various hidden barriers and energy fields in the surrounding starry sky gradually dissipated. Without delay, Su Ming piloted the spacecraft into the star region of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. Shortly after Su Ming's passage permit was verified, a man in military attire within the Eastern Underworld glanced at his display screen, where the words "important person detected" flashed in red. The technological prowess of human society is astoundingly advanced, allowing for highly precise data management. Su Ming was not originally marked as an important figure. However, following his notable confrontation with the crystalline beings in the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation, he had gained significant notoriety. His emerging technologies, operational skills, and lineage combined were sufficient for the Eastern Underworld Alliance to designate him as an important individual. Upon observing this designation, the man in military garb was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself, "So, it is him?" Su Ming's recent rise to fame was well known, and the soldier had even watched footage of Su Ming battling the crystalline beings. Consequently, he held a profound impression of Su Ming. He could not help but concede that Su Ming ranked among the elite in terms of operation, awareness, and technique among his peers. After a moment's contemplation, the soldier dialed a number. What is it?" came a deep male voice from the other end. "Su Ming, the one who fought against the crystalline beings in the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation, has arrived in the Eastern Underworld," the soldier reported quietly. "Oh, Su Ming? The scion of the Kalenklarens family? Excellent. Previously, the Kalenklarens were quite audacious, having bested several of our Eastern Underworld's prodigies. Many still remember him. Now that the Kalenklarens are holed up in the Empire, and many are left powerless. It is high time we let the young ones of the Eastern Underworld take a swing at him. Upon hearing this, the soldier let out a low laugh, seemingly imagining the young prodigies of the Eastern Underworld. Yet he cautioned, "Be careful. Su Ming's combat strength is formidable, ranking among the top in his class. Few may be able to defeat him." In response, the man on the phone chuckled. "What is there to fear? The Eastern Underworld thrives on conflict. Our younger generation is brimming with ambition and vigor. It's the perfect moment for them to witness the prowess of other cosmic nations' top talents. My only concern is that this young fellow, Su Ming, shouldn't be too weak. If he loses too quickly, our young ones may become unruly again." The soldier chuckled softly and replied, "Very well, let it be as you say. I will inform the renowned young prodigies about Su Ming's arrival, so they may test their mettle against him." Chapter 137. The Mysterious Youth. Su Ming, aboard the spaceship, prepared to journey toward the heavenly Holy Star region of the Eastern Underworld Alliance. He had previously heard from his benefactor that the talent trial grounds of the Eastern Underworld Alliance were located within the heavenly Holy Star region, where a multitude of prodigies congregated. Furthermore, the esteemed heavenly 3 rankings of the Eastern Underworld, renowned throughout human society, were also situated within the heavenly Holy Star region. The heavenly 3 rankings are lists established by the Eastern Underworld Alliance to encourage the growth of prodigies. The first list is the Mech ranking. The second is the Combat Power ranking, and the third is the Mechanical ranking. The Mech ranking requires participants to defeat their opponents while utilizing mechs to gain recognition on the list. In stark contrast to the Combat rankings, the Combat Power leaderboard is a testament to the prowess of the younger generation, who must defeat their opponents using only their physical capabilities, devoid of any mech or mechanical equipment, to ascend further on the list. The Mechanical leaderboard, on the other hand, is the sole non-combat ranking among the 3. It evaluates the assembly skills of mechanics, typically dominated by skilled engineers. All 3 leaderboards embody the essence of civilization, and although they are hosted by the Dongming Alliance, they have gradually evolved into a comprehensive representation of various cultures. If one were to draw a parallel with the understanding from Su Ming's previous life, it could be likened to the Olympics. Although a singular entity may host the event, it essentially serves as a competitive platform among numerous nations worldwide. Not only the Dongming Alliance, but also several other formidable cosmic nations provide sponsorship for the Tiansheng 3 rankings, contributing mechanical knowledge, specialized elixirs, rare mechanical equipment, and combat techniques, among other resources. These elements are crucial for the younger generation, and the unique governance of the Dongming Alliance fosters an environment brimming with competition, prompting various nations to send their youth for training while offering diverse rewards to aid their development. Su Ming's determined journey toward the Tiansheng 3 rankings is solely motivated by the challenges they present. As one ascends the ranks, various mechanical knowledge rewards are bestowed, and those who rank highly stand to gain divine knowledge from different nations. At that moment, Su Ming's expression shifted as his gaze pierced through the spacecraft's window, peering into the vast expanse of the cosmos. There, a phantom of another ship silently materialized before his own vessel. However, Su Ming was certain that this ship was not approaching him, but rather seeking to depart from the Tiansheng star domain. As Su Ming prepared to enter the Tiansheng star domain, the other ship was poised to leave. The 2 vessels soon crossed paths. Yet, Su Ming frowned slightly, his eyes drawn to the other ship. It exuded an air of dominance. Typically, as vessels approach one another, they would reduce their propulsion systems to prevent any disruptive energy waves from affecting the other's trajectory, a customary maritime etiquette. However, the ship before him showed no inclination to decelerate, charging ahead with full power toward the expanse beyond the Tiansheng star domain. The ensuing turbulence caused Su Ming's ship to sway slightly, altering its intended course. Although the disturbance was not severe, the other vessel's pilot's attitude incited a sense of displeasure within Su Ming. He approached the window of his ship, scrutinizing the other vessel. Standing at the window of the opposing ship was a young man, approximately 21 or 22 years of age, whose gaze met Su Ming's. In that instant, powerful energy waves erupted from both ships. As their gazes collided, a fierce clash of energies ensued within the void of space. Should anyone have been present at the point of their mutual focus, they would have likely been torn asunder by the intense energy collision. Fortunately, the space between them was devoid of any other presence, and the energies unleashed were akin to surging waves beneath the ocean's depths, invisible to the outer world, yet tumultuous in their hidden currents. At that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed the young man's eyes, seemingly taken aback by Su Ming's energy. The standoff continued, What began as a simple encounter transformed into a mutual acknowledgement of each other's strength. The youth instinctively reached for the hilt of a black combat knife at his waist, gripping it tightly. Meanwhile, Su Ming's right hand hovered above his storage space, his mental energy communicating with it. Within that space lay a Star Destroyer sniper rifle, enveloped by his mental energy, ready for deployment. Yet, neither Su Ming nor the youth drew their weapons. Their actions seemed suspended in time as both sought any vulnerabilities within the other. Their energies radiated outward, eyes fixated on one another, intent on discovering even the slightest crack in the other's defenses. The moment such a flaw was identified, a tempest of fierce and precise attacks would inevitably follow. However, as the two ships sped in opposite directions, they soon separated, distancing themselves from one another. Throughout their fleeting encounter, neither Su Ming nor the young man made a move against the other. Only once the ships had diverged far beyond striking distance did they both relax, casting their gazes toward the receding vessel, each harboring a singular thought. This individual is formidable. Chapter 138, Arrival at Tianshang. Please provide me with this individual's identity information. Su Ming commanded the ship's intelligence system as he regained his composure. The system had already captured the young man's likeness. Such a formidable youth would undoubtedly be well known within human society. A swift comparison of his features would soon reveal his identity. Identity information retrieved. Name, Chun Hui, alias Bloodblade Demon King. Age, 21. Rank, level 9 low gene warrior. Specialization in Mecha. Longblade Demon King VZ-03 Assault Mecha. Mecha ranking, 817. Combat power ranking, 782. Mechanical ranking, 10032. Upon hearing the system relay the identity information, Su Ming was taken aback. This remarkably powerful youth was ranked merely 817 on the Mecha leaderboard. What level of strength must those ranked above him possess? During their confrontation, Su Ming sensed an incredibly dense aura emanating from Chun Hui, indicating a solid foundation. Moreover, Chun Hui's abilities in locking onto and counterlocking were exceptional, among the strongest Su Ming had encountered outside of those at the vacuum level. In their standoff, Su Ming had exerted his utmost effort to avoid being locked onto by this young man, managing to maintain a semblance of balance. Had Chun Hui been any stronger, Su Ming might have found himself revealing a weakness. Level 9 low, Su Ming mused, realizing he was beginning to grasp the caliber of the universe's elite talents. Despite previously facing numerous experts around levels 9 and 10, many of whom were seasoned warriors in their 40s, this 21-year-old achievement of level 9 low status implied that he might ascend to the vacuum level around the age of 23. Chun Hui's cultivation among his peers is undoubtedly regarded as an exceptional presence. At the age of 21, he has already reached the 9th level of the lower tier. Quite formidable indeed, Su Ming murmured to himself. However, if Chun Hui were to overhear Su Ming's words, he might very well be driven to the brink of bloodshed and shock. In fact, Chun Hui was already on the verge of such a reaction. Su Ming had investigated Chun Hui's personal information, but Chun Hui had also taken the liberty to scrutinize Su Ming's details. He could sense that Su Ming's cultivation might not match his own. Yet there was an undeniable tenacity within Su Ming's energy level that rendered him formidable in direct confrontations. Of course, a mere exchange of long-range energy attacks could not definitively establish superiority. What concerned Chun Hui most was Su Ming's remarkable locking ability. Just as Su Ming was astonished by Chun Hui's prowess, Chun Hui was equally taken aback by Su Ming's capabilities. During their standoff, Chun Hui felt as though he were being ensnared by Su Ming's aura, as if it were closing in on him from all directions, an overwhelmingly formidable presence. If the confrontation were to prolong, he feared that he might succumb to the immense pressure and reveal a fatal flaw. He is merely Su Ming, yet only 17 years old. This is somewhat exaggerated, Chun Hui muttered, his eyes reflecting profound astonishment. He recognized Su Ming from their previous encounter in the Donglin Cosmic Nation against the crystal entities and had seen videos of him, believing him to be rather ordinary. Little did he expect that facing Su Ming in person would elicit such intense pressure. Most disconcerting for him was the fact that Su Ming, at 17, had attained the middle tier of level 7 cultivation, while he himself, at that age, was likely still dutifully studying at the academy, possessing only a top-tier level 5 cultivation. In comparison, within the same age bracket, he would undoubtedly be utterly outclassed by Su Ming. This was an immense blow to the exceedingly confident Chun Hui. It was laughable that those frogs at the bottom of the well were eagerly preparing to use Su Ming as a stepping stone. They would surely be left bewildered when confronted by him. Shen Yu mused, Recently, news of Su Ming's arrival in the Dongming alliance had spread like wildfire among the younger generation. Who among the youth does not aspire for fame? Seeing Su Ming's burgeoning prominence, many young individuals within the Dongming alliance felt a sense of imbalance, eager to trample him and appropriate his renown for themselves. However, viewing him from a video perspective and facing him in reality felt entirely different. The omniscient viewpoint of videos made everyone appear trivial. Yet the mere pressure of confronting Su Ming in person could potentially overwhelm many. What a pity. I was just about to head to the Life Tribunal. Otherwise, remaining in the Tiansheng star domain to engage with you would have been delightful. Upon my return from the Life Tribunal, after elevating my life level, I shall return for a duel. Chun Hui murmured, his gaze drifting towards the distant star domain, an excited glimmer flickering in his eyes, as if something exhilarating awaited him there. As for Su Ming encountering Chen Hui, it was merely a brief interlude on his journey. He promptly cast aside thoughts of Chen Hui and swiftly propelled himself towards the Tiansheng star domain. The Tiansheng star domain, due to its unique interstellar position, had undergone extensive transformation by the Dongming alliance. Unlike the conventional star domains primarily composed of habitable planets, the center of the Tiansheng star domain had been cleared of planets, establishing a vast flat arena spanning trillions of square kilometers in the void of space. This arena boasted a normal gravity system, life-supporting facilities, air, water, ranking systems, and more. Were it not for the flat nature of the arena, it would be indistinguishable from a typical habitable planet. The geniuses vied and lived within this colossal flat arena. At this moment, Su Ming piloted his spacecraft, descending directly onto the Tiansheng flat. Is this the spacecraft? I heard Su Ming was approaching the Tiansheng star domain. It must be this one. At that moment, a group of young individuals, approximately 20 years of age, had gathered on the Tiansheng flat. Upon witnessing Su Ming's spacecraft land, one youth's eyes lit up, and he spoke with a smile. These young men exuded formidable auras, with the weakest among them being of the lower tier of level 7 gene warriors. As they observed the spacecraft descend and a youth emerge, a look of delight crossed their faces. They recognized that the youth stepping down from the spacecraft was none other than Su Ming. Chapter 139, Rules of Engagement. Excellent, excellent. Old Ma, please start the live broadcast. It's time to make a name for myself. The realization that Su Ming had indeed arrived filled him with excitement. It was time to showcase the stark contrast between a top-tier cosmic genius and an ordinary talent. The combative atmosphere within the Dongming alliance was palpable, and the disparity in combat power compared to peers from other cosmic nations was immense. Su Ming, I perceive you as little more than a frog at the bottom of a well, and it's high time you recognized your place. A robust and solid young man approached the base of Su Ming's spacecraft with a grin, eagerly awaiting his descent. The leading youth, however, was slightly less frivolous. Glancing at his companions, he shook his head and said, "Do not underestimate Su Ming. I have observed his maneuvers. Aside from his slight deficiency in cultivation, his skills are undeniably impressive." This youth, named Wang Quan, was the strongest among them, possessing the cultivation of the lower tier of level 8. Many of his companions, imbued with the Dongming alliance's sense of superiority, regarded Su Ming as merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Yet, Wang Quan was acutely aware that some of his peers had not even comprehended Su Ming's techniques, leading them to underestimate his capabilities. In truth, even Wang Quan did not dare to dismiss Su Ming's skills lightly. Nonetheless, Wang Quan, as an 8th-level lower-tier gene warrior, felt a degree of disdain towards Su Ming's mere 7th-level cultivation. Undeniably, Wang Quan sought to leverage the ensuing fame for personal gain, envisioning the wealth and resources that could be obtained from such an encounter to further his own advancement. Thus, even if it bore the semblance of bullying the lesser, Wang Quan brazenly desired a duel with Su Ming. Upon stepping down from the spacecraft, Su Ming's gaze fell upon the gathered crowd. He was not surprised. He had heard their earlier remarks, and as he descended, his expression remained unperturbed. "You must be Su Ming. I am Li Qinyuo from Hema Planet. I have seen your videos from the Donglin Cosmic Nation. They were quite impressive. Come, let us duel." A youth eagerly approached Su Ming, extending his challenge. He secretly reveled in the opportunity, seizing the moment to propose a duel before anyone else could. The live broadcast had already commenced. Duel with Su Ming, Shatter the Myth. A striking title was posted by this youth on the forum, garnering considerable attention from netizens. Su Ming has arrived in the Dongming Alliance? It seems true. He stands right before me, and this individual dares to challenge him. The buzz surrounding Su Ming remained vibrant, and soon many users flocked to the live broadcast. captivated by the unfolding scene. This youth, Li Qinyuo, possessed some fame himself. At 22, he had achieved the upper tier of level 7. A notable young talent whose status and cultivation were indeed impressive compared to ordinary individuals. Many recognized Li Qinyuo, thus realizing that Su Ming had indeed made his way to the Dongming Alliance. As Li Qinyuo saw the influx of viewers into his livestream, he was filled with joy. Clearly, riding the wave of popularity was a fruitful endeavor. He cast a satisfied glance at Su Ming, adjusting his demeanor in preparation for a confrontation. Su Ming regarded him briefly, contemplated for a moment, and then inquired, "Do you have a ranking on the Heavenly Sacred List?" Upon hearing Su Ming's question, Li Qinyuo was momentarily taken aback, and then, seemingly a bit embarrassed, responded, "What does my challenge have to do with my ranking?" At that instant, Su Ming comprehended that this individual likely had not made the list. Although the Heavenly Sacred List was established by the Eastern Ming Alliance, not everyone could secure a position on it. The 3 lists each accepted only 20,000 entries. Beyond that, no additional names were recorded. While 20,000 may seem substantial, it encompasses all young talents under the age of 25 from the entirety of human society. This demographic consists of countless billions, making the odds of being selected for the Heavenly Sacred List exceedingly slim. As such, it was evident how stringent the criteria were for entering the Heavenly Sacred 3 lists. However, Su Ming had come to the Heavenly Sacred Star domain primarily to acquire mechanical knowledge and had little interest in those who had not made the list. He shook his head and replied, "I apologize, but I have no interest in those who are unranked." After saying this, he proceeded to walk past Li Qinyuo. Li Qinyuo was momentarily stunned, and his face flushed with indignation. Su Ming was unaware of the cultural dynamics within the Eastern Ming Alliance. In such a fiercely competitive environment, it was rare for anyone to refuse a challenge. Doing so was tantamount to suggesting the challenger was unworthy of battle. This was considered a profound insult among the people of the Eastern Ming Alliance. Being rejected during a live broadcast was an exceptionally humiliating experience for Li Qinyuo. In a fit of rage, he prepared to forcibly engage Su Ming. However, at that moment, a hand intercepted him. Startled, Li Qinyuo turned to see that it was Wang Quan. Wang Quan shook his head at Li Qinyuo and then addressed Su Ming, saying, "You wish to challenge someone with a ranking, don't you? I have a ranking as well. Why not face me instead?" Su Ming turned back, intrigued. "You have a ranking?" Wang Quan nodded and stated, "I am ranked 19, 200 on the battle power list." Upon hearing Wang Quan's ranking, Su Ming hesitated, instinctively preparing to decline. A rank of 19, 200 was nearly equivalent to being unranked. There was little reason for him to engage in battle. Observing the expression on Su Ming's face, Wang Quan seemed to deduce his thoughts and spoke calmly. "I understand that this is your first visit to the Eastern Ming Alliance, and you may not be familiar with its rules." At this, Su Ming paused, curiosity evident on his face as he earnestly replied, "I would like to hear more." Wang Quan elaborated, "In the Eastern Ming Alliance, a culture of competition prevails, leading to some unwritten conventions. Any challenge must involve both parties setting a wager." "A wager?" Su Ming waited, perplexed. Wang Quan nodded. "Typically, the wager involves knowledge pertaining to the contest. The loser must concede a piece of knowledge to the victor. Otherwise, the fight offers no benefits beyond experience, so a compelling incentive is necessary to maintain a spirit of willing competition." A look of understanding dawned on Su Ming's face. "So, if you accept my challenge, I will offer a piece of independent knowledge as my wager." Chapter 140. Riding the Wave of Popularity. Without hesitation, Su Ming accepted Wang Quan's proposition. After all, who would turn down a free offering of independent knowledge? However, Su Ming was surprised that Wang Quan was willing to elevate the stakes to such a level, considering that, typically, a wager of basic intermediate knowledge sufficed. Independent mechanical knowledge was valued significantly higher, often tenfold. "Then I shall also present a piece of independent knowledge as my wager," Su Ming declared. Since a wager necessitated equivalent value from both parties, he was fortunate to have acquired such knowledge during his previous stay in the Eastern Lin Cosmic Nation. Otherwise, he would have faced an awkward predicament. Wang Quan is betting so heavily? I recall he only possesses 2 pieces of independent knowledge. He must be going all out. A companion of Wang Quan's expressed surprise, exchanging astonished glances with others. "I see no issue. It's a sure win." Wang Quan is already an 8th level genetic warrior, while Su Ming is merely a 7th level. Although Su Ming is strong for his rank, Wang Quan is formidable as well, and the disparity in levels will likely lead to Su Ming's defeat. While some of the onlookers harbored a sense of superiority due to their lineage, They discerned Wang Quan's confidence, and many began to favor him. After all, achieving a position on the Heavenly Sacred Three list was an exceedingly rare accomplishment, ranking among the top talents of the younger generation. The live stream was initiated, capturing the impending battle for posterity. Wang Quan's companions had not forgotten their initial motive for challenging Su Ming to garner attention. Wang Quan was not without recognition, but his fame largely resided within the circles of genetic warriors, with little to no notoriety among the general populace. This battle presented an optimal opportunity for him to break into mainstream acclaim. Once he gained visibility within human society, he could attract various resources and support. It was undoubtedly an exceptional chance for Wang Quan. Don't miss the live stream of Wang Quan versus Su Ming, everyone. Who do you think will emerge victorious? A young man enthusiastically urged the viewers in the chat. Instantly, the live chat erupted with messages. I only know Su Ming. I feel he will win. Su Ming is definitely going to win. I've seen his technical analysis from the Manhan side. He is formidable, no doubt. Su Ming, I support you. Seeing the chat overwhelmingly favoring Su Ming, the young man chuckled and said, You may not fully understand the rankings of genetic warriors, so I will post both of their rank information in the live chat. Without delay, he shared the details of Wang Quan and Su Ming's rankings on the Heavenly Sacred Three lists. However, he cleverly omitted their ages. If their ages were disclosed, it would reveal that Wang Quan, 20 years old and an 8th level lower genetic warrior, was facing off against Su Ming, who was not yet 17 and a mid-level 7th. This would not only imply that Wang Quan was taking advantage of his seniority, but also suggest that he was not a match for Su Ming among peers. Although this was indeed the truth, it was common practice to conceal certain details for the sake of viewership. These were the subtle tactics employed by Wang Quan's companions, which effectively created some confusion among the audience. Most viewers were ordinary individuals, and their understanding of genetic warriors was limited to the notion that 8th level warriors were superior to 7th level ones, without considering the myriad other factors influencing the outcome of a battle. Upon realizing that Wang Quan was an 8th level genetic warrior, while Su Ming was merely a 7th level, the chat erupted in shock. Who is this Wang Quan? Impressive indeed. Despite his youth, he has already attained the rank of an 8th level genetic warrior. Individuals of such caliber are destined to become figures of military command in the future. The promising youth, Su Ming, has already demonstrated considerable prowess. Yet it is surprising that Wang Quan, though lesser known, possesses such formidable abilities. Upon discovering the rank information of the two, the barrage of comments erupted into a unified discussion centered around Wang Quan. In the cultural milieu of interstellar society, where civilizations perpetually confront external threats, the glorification of personal strength and heroism reaches its zenith. The populace unconditionally reveres the strong, while Su Ming is undeniably powerful and has garnered a devoted following. The emergence of Wang Quan, who surpasses Su Ming in rank, has swiftly shifted the focus of netizens. The viewership of this live broadcast steadily increased, eventually capturing the attention of the Empire's youth, many of whom began to tune into the stream. Su Ming, the son of His Excellency Collins, is now challenging the younger generation of the Dongming Alliance. Surely, the son of the Empire's harbinger must be exceptionally strong. If Su Ming triumphs over these individuals from the Dongming Alliance, it would undoubtedly bring honor to the Empire. I must witness this. Consequently, a significant influx of Imperial netizens flocked to the live stream. Where's Su Ming? We have come to watch him battle the younger generation of the Dongming Alliance. Su Ming is capable. He is our Empire's young powerhouse, and it is time to sweep through the Dongming Alliance. Observing the brash comments from some Imperial netizens, the citizens of the Dongming Alliance could no longer remain passive. Instantly, a flurry of comments erupted from the Dongming Alliance. What nonsense! Our Dongming Alliance boasts the most powerful and talented individuals. While your empire excels in technology, I advise you to maintain humility in the realms of talent and strength. How laughable! You likely have no comprehension of the ferocity of the geniuses at the level of the sanctified Trinity. Soon, the Empire's faces will be bruised. The netizens, seeking amusement, detected a subtle tension brewing online. The topic of Su Ming from the Empire facing off against the Dongming Alliance's sanctified star domain quickly ascended to the 21st spot on the trending topics list. At that moment, Collins sat aboard his warship, en route to the front lines when the ship's AI voice began to announce a notification. Detected news of interest to the esteemed Collins. Would you like to view it? A flicker of surprise crossed Collins' face, and he nodded slowly, saying, Open it. Let us see. Chapter 141, Wang Quan's Challenge. Su Ming has indeed gone to the Dongming alliance? How intriguing. Colin's expression revealed an enigmatic glimmer, as if he had just recalled something. Open the live stream. I wish to observe Su Ming's condition, he stated in a calm tone. A large screen materialized before him, displaying Su Ming's arrival at the sanctified star domain, ready to commence his challenge. This news swiftly reached the ears of several individuals within the Dongming alliance. Very well, the son of Collins, is it? Let us ensure this young man is thoroughly defeated. Collins is insufferable. His son must be left battered and bruised within the Dongming alliance. A Dongming alliance expert of the Harbinger level chuckled softly, appearing quite pleased with this outcome, before casually continuing. However, Su Ming remained blissfully unaware of these developments. He noticed someone broadcasting his live stream, but paid it no mind. Seeking to ride on my popularity? That is permissible. However, if your abilities fall short, don't blame me for the consequences. My ranking is based on combat prowess. I am capable of piloting mechs, yet my pure physical combat strength surpasses that. I am aware of your mech capabilities, but should this contest be based on mechs? Even if you defeat me, you won't make it onto the leaderboard, Wang Quan declared to Su Ming. Hearing this, Su Ming chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly. That's fine. If your pure physical combat strength excels, let us compete in that domain. Pure physical combat strength refers to engaging in battle without the aid of mechs. While weapons may be employed, one cannot tap into their mental domain abilities. It is a purely physical test of combat prowess. This method of combat exists for a reason, as there are many extreme conditions under which mechs cannot be utilized, making physical strength invaluable in such situations. Wang Quan's mental domain abilities are not particularly strong. Although his mech combat skills are commendable, they are not his forte. His true strength lies in the explosive potential of his physical prowess. At this moment, Wang Quan expressed a flicker of delight upon hearing that Su Ming wished to compete based on physical abilities. Excellent. Su Ming possesses high mech skill, as evident in the videos, yet now he has chosen to forego his mech advantage and challenge me in pure physical prowess. He must be getting a bit overconfident. Initially, Wang Quan had little confidence, but now, upon hearing Su Ming's inclination to compete in physical abilities, he felt a surge of certainty. Very well, let us ascend the stage, Wang Quan proclaimed as he leaped onto the platform, looking down at Su Ming from his elevated position. Without hesitation, Su Ming followed suit, jumping onto the stage as well. Once both stood upon the platform, the surrounding protective barrier swiftly rose. At this moment, the atmosphere on the stage shifted dramatically. The casual demeanor both had displayed earlier vanished, as they began to unleash their respective auras, intertwining and colliding in the arena. The tension in the air escalated as they gradually transitioned into a state of combat readiness. Wang Quan, at some point, had acquired a long spear, a weapon forged from an unknown metal, not mechanical in nature, but a conventional cold weapon. Yet Su Ming could distinctly sense the chilling aura emanating from the spear. Once unleashed, it could transform into a fearsome instrument of slaughter, effortlessly piercing through an adversary. Wang Quan's gaze fell upon Su Ming, who stood weaponless, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Su Ming is indeed a genetic warrior relying on his fists? Such a rarity among genetic warriors. However, this momentary surprise quickly dissipated from Wang Quan's mind. He scrutinized Su Ming closely, observing that his stance and aura appeared remarkably relaxed, as if he had not even entered a combat state. One opportunity, Wang Quan felt a surge of excitement and prepared to thrust the spear towards Su Ming's face. Yet, as this thought formed, he instinctively dismissed it. Based on his assessment, if he were to thrust the spear towards Su Ming's face, it would inadvertently provide Su Ming with an opportunity to evade, exposing Wang Quan to vulnerability. A frontal assault would allow Su Ming to perceive the spear's trajectory. What about attacking from the left? Wang Quan tightened his grip on the spear, readying himself for action. But just then he abruptly halted his intentions, refraining from recklessly extending his weapon. He realized that given Su Ming's relaxed stance, a mere step to the side would enable him to easily evade the thrust, leaving Wang Quan's back wide open. What if I were to strike from the left toward the right? A bizarre sensation coursed through Wang Quan's mind, and his grip on the spear began to tremble. To the right, similarly, any attempt to strike at Su Ming's right side would be effortlessly evaded, leaving oneself vulnerable to the same fate of exposing a weakness. Wang Quan stood frozen in place, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. How could this be? A profound panic flickered in his eyes. Su Ming's stance and posture appeared slack and casual, seemingly replete with openings, yet upon closer inspection, not a single flaw was to be found. No matter where he directed his attack, Su Ming would easily sidestep and counter with a strike of his own. Did he possess no vulnerabilities at all? The absurdity of the situation gnawed at Wang Quan, rendering him utterly at a loss. Attack? No. He would be evaded and rendered passive. Yet, refraining from attacking was equally untenable, as the energy between them had already intertwined and was now clashing. The momentum was at its peak. If he hesitated to strike, his own energy would dissipate, leading to a complete loss of courage to resist even without Su Ming's intervention. How could he continue like this? Su Ming gazed at Wang Quan with a calm expression, inwardly shaking his head slightly. Wang Quan was competent, but when compared to a top-tier genius like Chun Hui, he fell significantly short. It was not that Su Ming lacked vulnerabilities. Rather, Wang Quan's combat awareness was vastly inferior, allowing Su Ming, even in a relaxed posture, to compel Wang Quan into an action. Disinterested in wasting time, Su Ming released a slight surge of energy. Under its influence, though Wang Quan had yet to discern any weaknesses in Su Ming, he was compelled to raise his long spear and launch an attack toward him. In Chapter 142, Liaran, Wang Quan thrust his spear directly at Su Ming. As anticipated, Su Ming deftly evaded the strike, for Wang Quan struggled to lock onto Su Ming's movements. However, Wang Quan was not without merit, being a participant on the Heavenly Saint's third ranking. Just as he was about to fall into passivity, he abruptly swept his spear to the side, successfully deflecting Su Ming's incoming attack. In that moment, both engaged in a fierce exchange, only to quickly separate thereafter. Su Ming regarded Wang Quan with mild surprise. This strike was unexpected. While Wang Quan lacked in energy tracking, his marksmanship and adaptability were commendable. Although Su Ming retained a slight advantage, Wang Quan's level of capability allowed him to neutralize it. The clash of energies ignited, and both combatants resumed their relentless assault. A glint of determination flashed in Wang Quan's eyes as he unleashed a thunderous thrust, the spear slicing through the air towards Su Ming. Unfazed, Su Ming boldly confronted Wang Quan's spear. Amidst their struggle, neither noticed a figure stealthily approaching the arena below. This was a carefree youth, exuding an air of nonchalance and arrogance. He reluctantly made his way near the arena, stifling a yawn as he gazed at the combatants. Others nearby were startled upon recognizing him. Liaran, how could he be here? A young man looked at him in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. The Mecha genius ranked 1490, Li Heron. At that moment, Li Heron realized others had recognized him, and an expression of resignation crossed his face. Please, don't stare at me, he muttered to himself, seeking refuge in a secluded corner to sit down. My old man is ridiculous, unable to defeat that imperial fellow. He sends me to confront his son. How embarrassing. I never intended to bully anyone. Li Heron grumbled, his gaze drifting back to the arena. Suddenly, he let out a soft exclamation, eyes widening as he focused on the ongoing battle. Confronting a long spear with sheer physicality? This young man is rather formidable. At that moment, Su Ming charged toward Wang Quan like a small tyrannosaurus. Seeing Su Ming rush toward him, Wang Quan gritted his teeth and thrust his spear at Su Ming. Yet in a shocking turn, Su Ming extended his hand, gripping the spear's tip with his bare hand, and with a sharp exclamation, he effortlessly snapped the weapon in two. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, regarding Su Ming as if he were some extraterrestrial being. Although the spear's tip lacked the piercing potency of a sharpened point, it was still honed and comparable in sharpness to an ordinary cleaver. Astonishingly, this spearhead merely left a faint red mark on Su Ming's arm before he broke it with his hand. Was Su Ming's flesh made of steel? How could it be so resilient? The audience in the live stream was equally incredulous at this spectacle. Yet, Su Ming's expression remained unfazed. Though the spear was sharp, it paled in comparison to Su Ming, whose physique had undergone 7 rigorous transformations. His physical prowess, despite being classified as merely mid-level 7, was astonishingly formidable. To inflict harm upon Su Ming, one would need an energy level exceeding 8. Anything less was utterly futile. His actual combat capabilities could not be accurately gauged by his apparent level. Even an 8th-level genetic warrior might struggle against him. Deprived of his spear, Wang Quan had no time to retrieve a backup from his storage space. Left with no choice, he faced Su Ming empty-handed. A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Ming's eyes as he charged toward Wang Quan. Open heaven, although this was a technique primarily for blades. Mastering its essence allowed its application to any weapon, including hand-to-hand combat. An overwhelming aura erupted from Su Ming, reminiscent of an ancient giant as he barreled toward Wang Quan. In that moment, no one dared to underestimate Su Ming any longer. Previously, many believed Su Ming's true strength lay in his mecha manipulation. However, it was now evident that his physical power was equally formidable. His charge bore an irresistible force. Wang Quan bellowed, unleashing the full extent of his energy to confront Su Ming, releasing a terrifying surge of power. The two collided with an earth-shattering impact that reverberated throughout the arena. Onlookers widened their eyes, fearful of missing any detail. Upon collision, Wang Quan was visibly knocked backward, crashing against the energy barrier before tumbling heavily to the ground. He was bloodied and battered, his body marred with cracks from the impact, a pitiful sight. In stark contrast, Su Ming bore only a minor wound on his shoulder, with no significant injuries elsewhere. The outcome was clear. Victory and defeat were unmistakable. Wang Quan's companions erupted in disbelief. What they had thought was a guaranteed victory had turned into an unexpected defeat at Su Ming's hands. This revelation left them in utter astonishment. Only Li Heron, observing from below the arena, fixated on Su Ming's shoulder, watched in awe as the injury visibly healed at a remarkable pace following the conclusion of the battle. Suddenly, Li Heron's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he murmured to himself, "Such extraordinary vitality and a remarkably resilient physique. This Su Ming is truly a gem. How fortunate! I was just lamenting over how to reach the life tribunal, and now I stumble upon someone with such robust life force. My apologies, old man. Feel free to summon others to confront Su Ming. As for me, I shall refrain from striking him. If I were to attack Su Ming, who would accompany me to the life tribunal?" Li Heron muttered, before striding towards Su Ming's location. Chapter 143, The Life Tribunal. Wang Quan was covered in blood, but after receiving treatment from the robotic medic, he quickly recovered. With a somewhat dejected expression, he approached Su Ming and, with a hint of a wry smile, handed him a crystal. "A bet is a bet. I have indeed lost this battle. This independent knowledge item is now yours." After speaking, Wang Quan sighed helplessly. Initially, he had intended to leverage a victory over Su Ming to gain some notoriety, yet he found himself battered and bloodied instead. The viewers in the live stream had witnessed his humiliation in its entirety, leading him to hastily shut down the broadcast and retreat with his companions in disgrace. Holding the independent knowledge item, Su Ming accessed it through the system. Focused chi power. Knowledge type, physical combat. Knowledge effect. Concentration yields strength. The more focused the knowledge wielder, the greater their potential power. First layer effect. As the wielder's focus intensifies, the next attack increases by 2050 in power. Power coefficient is dependent on attention. Second layer effect. With further concentration, the next attack increases by 20,100 in power. Negative effect. Once focused on an attack, attention cannot be diverted elsewhere, such as defense or targeting. Enhancing power inevitably results in a decline in other areas. Upon reviewing this knowledge, Su Ming contemplated for a moment before integrating it into the mecha martial arts system. Although it wasn't mechanistic in nature, which was somewhat disappointing, it was nonetheless a rare, independent knowledge item, far more valuable than ordinary knowledge. Better than nothing, he decided to learn it. Just as Su Ming integrated the independent knowledge into the system, a sudden sense of vigilance arose within him. Instinctively, he glanced to the side, sensing a formidable presence approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch imbued with potent chi towards the assailant. Whoa! Li Heron, who was advancing towards Su Ming, was startled and instinctively leapt back like a frightened cat, narrowly evading Su Ming's strike. Wait, brother. I mean no harm. Please don't attack. Li Heron exclaimed, looking innocently at Su Ming. Su Ming paused, then turned to Li Heron, inquiring, "Who are you?" A flicker of apprehension coursed through him. He had just sensed someone encroaching upon him and reacted instinctively. Although it was merely a standard punch, he had completely locked onto the intruder's aura, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. Yet, this individual managed to break free from his aura's grasp and evade the punch with remarkable agility. Such capability was rare, especially among peers. Noticing the confusion on Su Ming's face, Li Heron chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "I'm Li Heron. If it's convenient, shall we have a chat?" Li Heron. Su Ming's expression shifted as his intelligence system chimed in ding. Li Heron, ranked 1490 on the Mecha leaderboard. Taken aback by the notification, Su Ming was astonished. Ranked 1490 on the Mecha leaderboard? That's quite impressive. Why would he seek me out? He regarded Li Heron with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, finding it hard to believe that someone of such caliber would come to challenge him. Sensing Su Ming's doubt, Li Heron scratched his head again and smiled. "What brings you to the Heavenly Saint Star domain?" Although it is reputed as the domain of the top 3 Heavenly Saint rankings, most of the leading talents do not operate within this realm. It is quite challenging to encounter top-ranked geniuses here. With a grin, Li Heron suggested, "How about you join me to a place that guarantees a great experience?" Su Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Where's this place?" "The Life Tribunal." Li Heron whispered. "The Life Tribunal? What is that place?" Su Ming was perplexed. "Huh? You don't know about the Life Tribunal?" Li Heron exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it really so strange that I don't know of the Life Tribunal?" Su Ming replied matter-of-factly. Strictly speaking, he had only been truly aware of the world for about a year, since turning 16, thus his knowledge of its peculiarities was limited. After assessing Su Ming's serious demeanor and concluding that he was not joking, Li Heron clarified, "The Life Tribunal is essentially a relic of another civilization." "A relic?" Su Ming was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. Typically, once a relic is discovered, it is swiftly appropriated by the cosmic nations of human society and assimilated in a brief period. It is exceedingly rare for any discovered relics of other civilizations to remain intact. If the Life Tribunal indeed belongs to another civilization, how could it possibly still offer entry to others? Noticing Su Ming's astonishment, Li Heron chuckled and explained, "This relic does not conform to our conventional understanding of physical forms, and its location is not situated within ordinary cosmic space." "Are you implying a parallel dimension?" Su Ming inquired, his interest piqued. Li Heron nodded. "It's akin to a parallel dimension, though not quite as extravagant. It exists outside the normal space-time continuum, sharing a common origin with the main time stream. Thus can be considered an alternate time-space." Su Ming acknowledged this with a nod, seeking further clarity. "And what do you mean by non-physical form?" Li Heron shook his head. Even the 5 major cosmic nations have yet to decipher that. However, one defining characteristic of the Life Tribunal is that no material can be extracted from it. Only living entities may enter this time-space and subsequently attain certain enhancements in their life essence. Chapter 144, Journey to the Life Tribunal. Upon hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming appeared contemplative, yet still somewhat confused. "Why do you wish to bring me along to the Life Tribunal?" he inquired curiously, deeming this the most critical question. After all, Li Heron was neither a relative nor a close acquaintance, so his invitation seemed rather peculiar. In response to Su Ming's query, Li Heron grinned and said, "Although the Life Tribunal is still in the exploratory phase, some areas have already been navigated. To gain benefits within the Life Tribunal, there is but one condition. The stronger your life force, the farther you can venture and the broader the regions you can explore." Li Heron, upon reaching this point, directed his gaze towards Su Ming, scrutinizing his physique with a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes, as if observing a masterpiece. A chill ran down Su Ming's spine, prompting him to take 2 discreet steps back, distancing himself from Li Heron, and he cast a silent, incredulous glance at him. "How can I trust you?" Su Ming still harbored a certain wariness. Noticing the suspicion reflected in Su Ming's eyes, Li Heron chuckled softly, then spoke. "Well, the information from the Court of Life should be accessible to you given your status. As for why you should trust me," he paused momentarily, then grinned. "It's quite simple. My father may frequently find himself bested by yours, but they share a rather amicable relationship." Su Ming was taken aback. "Your father is?" "The dimensional deity Li Ku of the East Ming Alliance." "What?" Su Ming exclaimed, regarding Li Heron with astonishment, realizing he was indeed the son of a dimensional deity. Li Ku, a formidable ascendant-level expert within the East Ming Alliance, was also a divine ascendant, known as the dimensional deity, adept in transcendent powers. He had been both a longtime ally and rival to Su Ming's father. Despite the dimensional deity's formidable strength, he often found himself at the mercy of Su Ming's father, who was nearly invincible in direct confrontation, adept at countering the peculiarities of transcendent powers, albeit with a somewhat weaker direct combat capability. As the realization dawned on him that Li Heron was Li Ku's son, Su Ming's wariness began to dissipate. To some extent, he reasoned, the son of a comrade in arms of his father would likely harbor no ill intentions. After glancing at Li Heron and reflecting on the information recently acquired from the intelligence system regarding the Court of Life, Su Ming thoughtfully nodded in agreement. Upon receiving Su Ming's affirmation, Li Heron was elated, and together they piloted their ship away from the heavenly sacred star domain. Several hours later, the 2 figures disembarked from the spaceship, appearing in the void. The entrance to the Court of Life lay before them, a remarkable space where only divine artifacts would manifest upon entry. All other possessions remained concealed from view, even if they were still present on one's person. Li Heron, gazing into the void, addressed Su Ming. "Divine artifacts?" Su Ming expressed surprise. Li Heron chuckled lightly, then continued, "You must possess a self-assembled mech, right? A mech that has been awakened holds the status of a divine artifact and can function within this realm. However, if someone else crafted it for you, it will be rendered unusable here. Upon hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming's expression shifted to one of realization. His awakened mechs, especially the initial models he had completed, were indeed of that caliber. Upon reflection, he found he possessed over 10 D-class awakened mechs, alleviating his concerns about entering the Court of Life without a suitable mech. Noticing the relaxed expression on Su Ming's face, Li Heron felt reassured and said, "Let us proceed. We shall enter." With that, Li Heron dove into the chaotic currents of space ahead. Su Ming hesitated for a moment as he surveyed the turbulent space ahead, but reassured by Li Heron's advance, he followed suit, plunging into the chaotic stream of space. While unknown spatial turbulence could potentially lead to an uncharted realm, possibly trapping one indefinitely until their energy was depleted, some turbulent streams exhibited a certain directional quality, allowing for the safe passage into another time and space. Understanding this, Su Ming took no time to hesitate. He retrieved a seemingly hefty mech from his storage space, enveloping himself within it. Shield-bearer heavy mech. This was a mech emphasizing defensive capabilities. Its exterior cloaked in a dense layer of alloy, equipped with an energy shield comprising 3 layers, collectively capable of withstanding a terrifying total energy level of 1 million points. Even a vacuum-level expert would require a full 5 minutes to breach the shield-bearer's defenses. Towering at over 30 meters, the shield-bearer gleamed with a dark metallic luster, its left arm wielding a gigantic shield of the same height, which could effortlessly protect it from harm, while its right arm brandished a coldly radiant sniper rifle. Dark Jungle Basic D-Class Sniper Rifle. This was a massive sniper rifle, categorized as a heavy weapon, capable of unleashing extraordinarily potent force upon activation, boasting more than double the power of a standard sniper rifle of the same grade. However, such formidable power came with a significant charge time, a cost that the shield-bearer could readily accommodate. The correct utilization of the shield-bearer mech involved using its formidable defensive capabilities to withstand enemy attacks, while simultaneously launching powerful, high-charge attacks from behind a shield. Though cumbersome, a strike from the shield-bearer could easily spell doom for even a C-class mech. Su Ming, as a pilot-type mech warrior, could maximize the potential of operational mechs. The decision to forego a more agile mother-child mech in favor of the shield-bearer was primarily for safety considerations. In a place where dangers could arise from any direction, reliance on reflexes and instincts was decidedly precarious. Thus, it was far more prudent to take refuge within a heavy mech. Surrounded by the swirling currents of space-time, light and matter distorted in a surreal display, appearing as if stretched into myriad shapes, a spectacle both bizarre and wondrous. However, Su Ming understood that these transformations were largely optical illusions. The actual matter and light remained largely unchanged. After floating amidst the space-time turbulence for a while, Su Ming sensed a sudden stillness enveloping the surrounding space, and his vision gradually regained clarity. Chapter 145, The Strange Space. The Court of Life existed as a dimension beyond the primary space-time, its surroundings tinged with a faint yellow hue, resembling the effect of a yellow filter cast over this alternate dimension. As Su Ming's vision normalized, he raised his hand, observing that his arm had also taken on a pale yellow appearance. Witnessing this phenomenon, Su Ming couldn't help but express his astonishment, speculating that the spectral frequencies of this alternate dimension differed from those of the main universe, resulting in such an appearance. At that moment, Li Heron had already seated himself within a pale yellow mech. Su Ming surmised that the original color of this mech had been silver-white, now transformed to match the peculiarities of this realm. "Hey, Li Heron, what now?" Su Ming inquired through the communication device. Before them lay an endless void, inundated with intense radiative light, glaringly brilliant. A hint of unease crossed Su Ming's features. This void truly contained no material substance, only boundless emptiness and rampant radiation. For an ordinary individual, stepping into the Court of Life would likely result in being torn to shreds by the violent energy. "Let us go. We'll enter directly. This space is quite extraordinary. You'll understand once we're inside." Liaran Ankoraja. Without hesitation, the two pilots maneuvered their mechs into the awaiting void. The moment they entered, Su Ming felt a profound shift in the surrounding environment. In the previously desolate void, an extraordinary transformation occurred under the assembly of energy, morphing into an expansive corridor that enveloped the entire realm. At this moment, Su Ming and Li Heron were soaring through this magnificent passage. "What is this?" Su Ming exclaimed in astonishment. This is an energy form constructed by the civilization within the Court of Life. This civilization is remarkable, capable of creating a hybrid of energy and matter through various combinations of energy. Normal human civilization can only utilize such constructs with equipment that has undergone divine transformation. The scene before them resembled the most magnificent of artworks. With each step the two took, the surrounding energy would undergo a new reconfiguration, presenting entirely different vistas before their eyes. The scenery around them shifted dramatically with the alterations in energy composition. What kind of civilization is this? Can the knowledge of this civilization be uncovered? Su Ming was profoundly intrigued by the civilization that could create such a magnificent tapestry of energy. Li Heron's voice emanated from the communication device. As of now, we have yet to explore the essence of the civilization within the Court of Life. But many have encountered its life forms. Life forms? Does this civilization still exist? Are we invading? Su Ming was taken aback. Not all. This civilization has long since dissipated into the dust of history. The so-called life forms, if you encounter them, you will understand. After hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming slowly nodded, then without hesitation, continued to fly forward alongside him. However, as they delved deeper, Su Ming suddenly sensed an unusual sensation within his body. What is happening? My bodily vitality is declining. Thanks to the mechanical martial artist system, Su Ming had a very direct perception of his bodily vitality. Initially, his vitality was at a stable 100, but as they ventured further, the surrounding energy seemed to absorb his bodily energy levels, causing his vitality to gradually diminish. 97. 95. In the blink of an eye, it had decreased by 10, reaching a level of 90. This was the origin of the name Court of Life, where the energy around would plunder bodily energy levels. However, if one could withstand the surrounding energies plundering, the Court of Life would bestow corresponding gifts upon one's body. Li Heron's voice resonated through the device, low and seemingly enduring the plundering of life within the court. Upon hearing him, Su Ming nodded unconcerned. His bodily vitality could be replenished with starlight points. As long as he had enough starlight points, the loss of bodily vitality was not an insurmountable issue. While the two continued to advance, a resounding bell suddenly echoed through the corridor. Startled, Su Ming and Li Heron exchanged glances. The bell sounded as if it were announcing a judgment on some matter, and at its toll, the surrounding energy underwent a sudden transformation, isolating the area into an independent space-time continuum. What is happening? Su Ming shouted into the communication device. The Court of Life has commenced its judgment. Judgment? Before Su Ming could inquire further, 5 phantoms materialized before him and Li Heron. Fortunately, 5 life forms. This shouldn't pose much of a problem, Su Ming thought, though he was bewildered, as he could clearly sense the intense hostility these newly emerged phantoms directed at him and Li Heron. In the next moment, the phantoms surged forward without hesitation, launching an assault on the two. You take the lead, Su Ming commanded without hesitation. He then propelled himself forward, raising his shield, which instantly radiated a brilliant golden light as his mental energy erupted, expanding the shield outward. In an instant, the colossal shield enveloped both Su Ming's mech and Li Heron's mech behind him. This shield transformed into an impenetrable fortress, effortlessly withstanding the assault from the 5 phantoms. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming turned his gaze towards the phantoms. These apparitions resembled the ghosts conjured in human society, shrouded in a layer of dark yellow energy, wielding massive blades that emanated formidable power. Sensing the energy fluctuations radiating from each phantom, Su Ming's expression shifted. Each phantom possessed the energy signatures akin to a level 9 gene warrior. United, they exerted approximately 400,000 points of energy pressure against the colossal shield. However, the shield's defensive capacity reached an impressive 1,000,000 points, allowing Su Ming's mech to withstand the phantom's fierce and terrifying attacks. Well done, Li Heron exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise at the formidable defensive capabilities of Su Ming's mech. He then raised his sniper rifle, aiming at one of the phantoms. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying blaze erupted from the back of Su Ming's mech, striking one of the phantoms. This attack, fueled by Li Heron's sniper rifle, unleashed an extraordinary force, shattering the phantom into fragments. Su Ming nodded in approval. One must commend Li Heron, as a prominent figure in the Sacred 3 rankings. His shot was exquisitely precise and powerful. Yet, at that moment, the phantom that had just been obliterated suddenly reassembled and reappeared before the two. Su Ming's expression shifted. It can't be killed. No, it can be killed, but it requires many shots. Li Heron raplia quietly. As he had stated, although the phantom reformed, its energy signature had diminished during the process. Su Ming sighed in relief. Thankfully, it did not behave like crystalline life forms that, upon being attacked, would not only retain their energy, but absorb more and grow stronger. Had they exhibited such traits, it would likely have kept the two preoccupied for quite some time. You hold the line. I'm preparing for the second shot, Li Heron boldly declared. With a shield-bearer mech defending him, he felt utterly at ease. Free from the burden of defense, focused solely on attacking. Li Heron calmly readied his sniper rifle, quietly activating his mental energy, aiming at the phantom he had previously attacked, preparing for his second shot. Just then, he was taken aback as he noticed Su Ming, instead of maintaining the shield, produced a massive sniper cannon from his own possession. Though labeled a sniper rifle, the thick barrel and the recoil-absorbing base clearly indicated it was a cannon. What are you doing? Hold the shield. They're attacking, Li Heron exclaimed, bewildered by Su Ming's actions. Su Ming glanced back at Li Heron and replied nonchalantly, Yours is too slow. It'll take ages. Let me handle this. Li Heron was momentarily stunned, then felt an overwhelming surge of energy emanate from the front. Before he could react, a deafening explosion erupted. The recoil, so immense it seemed to shake the very fabric of the void around them. Li Heron was so startled that he jumped to his feet, nearly firing his weapon at the shield-bearer. The intensity of the energy fluctuations was overwhelming, evoking an extraordinary sense of impending danger within him. In the next instant, an astonishing sight unfolded before his eyes. The sniper rifle beside Su Ming suddenly rose upright, transforming into a formidable artillery piece. And a terrifying surge of energy erupted from its barrel. Dark Jungle Basic D-Class Sniper Rifle. Sniper Mode. Handheld increases flexibility by 100. Energy output ranges from 15W to 20W. And after hitting, briefly locks onto the enemy, with a secondary hit probability of 30. Artillery Mode. Mounted flexibility remains at 100. Energy output ranges from 20W to 25W. Removes locking effect. Increases attack frequency by 40. And deals 30 energy damage upon direct hits. At this moment, Su Ming adjusted the Dark Jungle Sniper Rifle into artillery mode, positioning it behind him. Boom! 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 The resounding blasts echoed in succession, as Li Heron witnessed the shells unerringly strike the phantoms, assaulting the shield-bearer's shield. The relentless barrage of artillery fire was so rapid it created the sensation of 10 individuals simultaneously firing. Each time the 5 phantoms were dispersed. Before they could coalesce once more, they were met with another wave of artillery fire, resulting in their immediate disintegration. After numerous repetitions, the phantoms before him were obliterated by the shield-bearer's terrifying artillery. Observing the vanquished phantoms, Li Heron felt a lingering trepidation. The impact of these artillery strikes was exhilarating. Simple yet brutally effective. If Li Heron were to face such bombardments himself, he could do little more than evade and seek refuge from their ferocity. It was undeniably violent. Yet I relish it. With an excited expression, Li Heron approached the shield-bearer, where Su Ming was currently stowing the massive shield and sniper rifle into his storage space. Brother, do you have the blueprint for this sniper rifle? Sell me a copy. It's simply thrilling. Su Ming cast a sidelong glance at Li Heron before shaking his head. I assembled it myself. Not for sale. Li Heron pouted upon hearing this. What a miser. However, despite his words, he understood that every mechanic possesses their unique engraving patterns and methods, especially in modified mechanical equipment, where the distinct markings of the mechanic are unmistakable. Under normal circumstances, a mechanic would never sell their modification blueprints, as it would essentially reveal the vulnerabilities within their machinery. Feeling a twinge of regret, Li Heron was utterly enamored with the modifications of this artillery. At that moment, both Su Ming and Li Heron suddenly felt a peculiar life, energy, surging into their bodies. Su Ming perceived the life energy with a look of intrigue, sensing that it was altering his very genes. This life energy was of a higher grade than normal biological activity, entering his body and causing a portion of his genetic chain to absorb it, gradually emitting a faint golden glow. What is this? Su Ming murmured to himself. Hearing Su Ming's voice, Li Heron chuckled and replied, This is the allure of the Court of Life. Although we previously expended a significant amount of biological activity within the Court of Life, we undergo a trial, which entails dispatching life forms to engage in combat. If victorious, higher-tier life energy will be bestowed upon you by the Court of Life. As for failure, Li Heron paused, then spoke with a hint of profundity. The lost biological activity will be granted to the newly emerged life forms, allowing them to gain life energy. Chapter 147, The Void Sovereign. to the life forms within this space. A strange expression crossed Su Ming's face as he inquired. Can those life forms in the Court of Life grow stronger or even come to life after acquiring this biological activity? During their earlier assault on the phantoms, he had already discerned that these phantoms were not true life forms. They lacked the characteristics of living beings. Compared to actual life forms, they resembled mere ephemeral constructs of energy devoid of genuine life. If all the so-called life forms within this Court of Life were like this, then in a sense, there truly were no living civilizations present. Li Heron shook his head. This is precisely what the 5 great cosmic nations are currently researching. The Court of Life seems to harbor a capacity to resurrect life forms. Although no definitive evidence of any life form being resurrected has emerged, certain properties exhibited by the Court of Life do indeed suggest a movement towards resurrection. Resurrection? Is it really feasible? A hint of curiosity flickered in Su Ming's expression as he pondered aloud. Theoretically, it should be possible. After all, living beings are composed of matter and informational states. As long as one can gather all the information states they once possessed and restore their biological activity, it should be achievable. However, Li Heron paused before slowly continuing. This exists only in theory. The Eastern Underworld Alliance has already discovered that, besides informational states, there are also elements beyond the body, such as spirit and divinity. If these elements are not restored alongside the informational states and biological activity, one could merely be cloning a replica, rather than truly resurrecting the individual. Su Ming nodded slowly, finding this in line with his own understanding. Resurrecting a person was no simple task. It involves numerous layers and cannot be accomplished merely by reactivating the body and injecting information. So, the Court of Life is attempting to resurrect the life forms of the civilization behind it. Su Ming began to grasp the significance of the Court of Life, realizing that the so-called trial appeared to carry a certain purpose. Li Heron nodded. This is the prevailing hypothesis at present. Su Ming's gaze turned towards the depths of the Court of Life. At that moment, he felt an immense curiosity towards the Court of Life, eager to uncover what lay within its depths. If this ability to resurrect could be utilized for himself, even if only once, he would not hesitate to delve into the depths of the Court of Life. After all, there was someone he desperately wished to resurrect. Let us proceed deeper, Su Ming stated succinctly, and without further ado, he propelled himself forward into the depths of the Court of Life. Beside him, Li Heron hesitated for a moment, then muttered, "Why are you suddenly so eager? Is the life energy truly that enticing?" Su Ming ignored him, continuing his journey deeper without pause. "Hey, wait for me," Li Heron exclaimed, exasperated, as he hastily piloted his mech to follow Su Ming, both vanishing from sight. As soon as they departed, the energy constructs in the area underwent a tremendous transformation. 5 phantoms gradually materializing from the void, followed by a surge of immense life energy flooding into their bodies, restoring their aura to the strength Li Heron had encountered earlier. It seemed these 5 phantoms were awaiting the next wave of entrance into the Court of Life. Meanwhile, as Su Ming and Li Heron ventured deeper into the Court of Life, a peculiar array of alien soldiers floated in a vast star domain within the cosmos. These individuals possess an extraordinary appearance, with deep blue skin, elongated arms, yet notably robust fingers, and their bodies are adorned with blue tendrils. The most peculiar aspect is that they lack noses. Their heads are split from the center to the level of their eyes, rendering them remarkably bizarre. This alien race is none other than the Void Clan, who are engaged in a relentless struggle against humanity. The Void Clan is fundamentally different from humans. While humanity relies on life-bearing planets for their survival and reproduction, the Void Clan is inherently capable of existing within the cosmic void, effortlessly traversing through it. At this moment, these members of the Void Clan are communicating in their own tongue. The onslaught from human civilization is exceedingly fierce. The might of the human apocalypse is so overwhelming that it is challenging for us to gain the upper hand. It is said that the Void Lord has a mission to bestow upon us. A group of Void Clan members stands together, exchanging thoughts. At this juncture, a sudden and intense fluctuation reverberates through the void. A formidable member of the Void Clan gradually materializes from the void. This individual is enveloped in the void, appearing as if they are intrinsically connected to it, exuding an aura of profound mystery. Upon witnessing this figure, all the Void Clan soldiers' expressions shift to one of solemnity. The Void Lord. This entity is a terrifying presence, akin to the human apocalypse, although the human apocalypse possesses mech enhancements, rendering its combat prowess nearly twice that of Void Lord. It typically requires 3 Void Lords to contend with a single human apocalypse. However, the Void Lord undeniably represents a being of that caliber. All who behold the Void Lord are overtaken by awe and reverence, and the atmosphere becomes palpably silent. The Void Lord opens their eyes, surveying the gathered soldiers of the Void Clan, and then speaks slowly. The strength of human civilization lies in their technology and mechs. Yet our Void civilization possesses its own formidable attributes, and our trump cards have yet to be unveiled to humanity. Upon hearing the Void Lord's words, the soldiers below seem to intuit something, their faces lighting up with excitement. You are indeed correct. The Void Lord, observing the expressions of the crowd, lets out a gentle chuckle before continuing. The Void civilization not only thrives in the Void, traversing it with ease, but we can also establish Void passages for long-distance teleportation. Currently, we are in the process of attempting to open over 20 passages connecting our Void civilization to human civilization, all aimed at crucial areas within human domains. One of these passages has yielded a discovery. In the secondary dimension, above the spatial coordinates occupied by humanity, there exists a peculiar extra-dimensional presence, suspected to be the remnants of another civilization. If we navigate through this passage, we may gain entry into the territories of human civilization. However, we must first dispatch a team of soldiers to investigate the safety and stability of this secondary dimension. Are you willing to venture into the secondary dimension? Chapter 148, Deep Within the Court of Life. Figures cut through the void, entering a strange space via a passage. The owners of these figures harbor unique abilities that enable them to merge seamlessly with the void, allowing them to exist in a vacuum environment. These are the members of the Void civilization. As they enter this peculiar space, they promptly divide into several small teams, each flying off in different directions. Yet, after a brief flight, the members of the Void civilization suddenly furrow their brows, sensing an unusual energy around them that appears to be siphoning the vitality from their bodies. The weaker members of the Void clan begin to experience a profound discomfort within, as the loss of vitality affects their normal physiological functions. A painful expression emerges on the faces of some Void clan members. They resemble individuals drowning underwater, mouths agape, as if to cry out. Yet the depletion of their vitality causes their bodies to spasm, rendering them unable to proceed, instead rolling helplessly in place. It is likely that Su Ming and Li Heron could not have anticipated that for the weaker individuals, entering the Court of Life would be a catastrophic ordeal. These individuals may not even endure until the court's judgment arrives. They will be drained of their vitality, losing their physiological capabilities altogether. At this moment, the leading members of the Void clan quickly realize that several among their ranks have experienced a dangerously low vitality level. Should it continue to decline, they would likely be unable to sustain their physiological functions and perish in this area. A few powerful members of the Void clan frown. This minor vitality drain poses no issue for them, as their self-recovery capabilities and abundant life force are sufficient to carry them far. However, the weaker members cannot withstand such a drain. You should return. The Void clan possesses a unique form of communication, and the powerful members address their companions with a calm directive. The weaker individuals, already at their limit, would have likely departed long ago if not for military orders. Upon hearing the command to retreat, they feel as if a great weight has been lifted and hastily make their way back. However, these weaker members underestimate the Court of Life's capacity for vitality deprivation. Before they can completely exit the Court of Life, their vitality diminishes to a level insufficient to maintain normal physiological operations. Suddenly, one by one, they lose consciousness, floating aimlessly within the Court of Life. The Court of Life shows no mercy to those who have fainted. The deprivation of vitality continues unabated. These unconscious members of the Void clan are soon stripped of all their vitality, their bodies collapsing within the Court of Life, transforming into lifeless masses of flesh that drift in the void. They are rapidly assimilated by the energies within the Court of Life, leaving no trace of their forms behind. After the Court of Life has siphoned the vitality from hundreds of Void clan members, this extracted life energy flows through a certain passage into the deepest region of the Court of Life. In this deep area, approximately 100 individuals lie quietly. Each emanates a rich life force, appearing as though they are merely asleep, and anyone would be hard-pressed to identify them as deceased. However, should a human apocalypse arrive at this location, they would keenly sense the truth. These individuals are indeed dead, although their vitality and some informational states remain intact. Almost indistinguishable from the living, the divine essence within their bodies has been entirely stripped away. The divine essence represents a person's spirit and life imprint. the fundamental factor that distinguishes an individual from a mere copy. Thus, even if these individuals exhibit all the characteristics of functioning life forms, the Court of Life has yet to awaken them, for awakening them would merely bring forth replicas, while the true essence remains unrevived. At this moment, the life energy of several deceased Void Clan members coursed through the energy conduits within the Court of Life and entered this space. Upon entering, the energy forms in this realm underwent a profound transformation, and an extraordinary substance fused with these life energies, causing them to mutate. The mutated life energy straddled the boundary between the material and the immaterial. Subsequently, the shifting energies within the Court of Life manipulated these transformed life forces, directing them toward another existence within this space. Aside from the hundreds of sentient beings in slumber, stripped of their divinity, there hung above them gleaming spheres radiating silvery light. These spheres were not mere substances in the conventional sense. They resembled peculiar entities woven from thought and imagination. Should a divine envoy from the Eastern Alliance arrive at this moment, they would surely exclaim in disbelief. For the fluctuations emanating from these silver spheres mirrored the divine perceptions of these celestial beings. These spheres were indeed concentrated embodiments of divinity. The divine condensations varied in size, with the larger ones appearing more complete and rich, while the smaller ones seemed somewhat rigid and juvenile. Once the life energy harvested from the Void Clan was transformed into these extraordinary entities, an invisible force guided it to flow onto these divine condensations. It was as if unseen hands, akin to those knitting a garment, meticulously added the transformed life energy to the divine condensations according to a special set of rules. However, the formation of these condensations was not merely a matter of shaping. It also required the etching of various imprints and seals to restore their original forms. At this moment, within these divine condensations, several of the more mature ones began to manifest signs of nearing completion. It was anticipated that with a bit more harvested biological vitality, these divine condensations would truly be realized, becoming the key factor in resurrecting the dormant sentient beings. Chapter 149, The Other Three Mechs. Within the Court of Life, two figures navigated the void, as the surrounding energy fluctuations relentlessly siphoned away the biological vitality of the mech pilots. Yet, Su Ming and Li Ran, neither of whom were ordinary, maintained their composure despite the increasingly powerful extraction around them. Occasionally, a flash of silvery light would flicker across Su Ming's form, restoring his diminishing vitality. This was the effect of starlight energy, which allowed Su Ming to replenish his biological vitality with each use. As long as there were sufficient starlight points, he could maintain his vitality above 90. Li Ran possessed a similar countermeasure. His body gradually transformed into a semi-transparent existence, at times appearing to be within this space-time, and at other times seeming to slip into another realm entirely. The son of a dimensional deity is not to be underestimated. Li Ran utilized this peculiar method to draw substantial replenishment and respite from another location, thus avoiding the continuous drain of his biological vitality by the Core of Life. At that moment, both men suddenly shifted their expressions, their gazes drawn forward, where they were astonished to discover three mechs undergoing judgment. Dozens of phantom figures swarmed around these three mechs, launching frenzied attacks. The deeper the phantoms delved, the stronger their power became. These particular figures were nearly on par with the strength of high-level gene warriors. Combined, they exhibited an overwhelming ferocity. What astonished Su Ming and Li Ran was that despite facing such fierce assaults, the three figures exhibited no signs of faltering. Instead, they demonstrated a remarkable synergy in both offense and defense. The three mechs interwove their movements, unleashing formidable energy from their frames that effortlessly shattered the attacking phantoms. Let us investigate. These mechs seem somewhat familiar. Perhaps they are individuals we know. We might be able to assist them in dispelling the phantoms, Li Ran suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded in agreement, showing no objections. Although the pilots of these mechs might not belong to the Empire and were likely members of the Eastern Alliance, potential competitors of Su Ming, when faced with any external civilization, all humanity stood united as one, transcending the rivalries among different cosmic nations. This unity was a principal reason for humanity's evolution from a mere terrestrial civilization to a cosmic one. Without hesitation, Su Ming and Li Ran piloted their mechs into the fray alongside the three machines. Boom! At that moment, the shield bearer erupted with an extraordinary speed, accelerating fiercely and raising its shield before it. Instantly, a colossal red light illuminated the front of the shield bearer, accompanied by an intense energy surge erupting from a shield. This was the shield bearer's unique attack method, which allowed it to build up speed from a distance, generating tremendous kinetic energy. Ultimately, the shield took on a sharp, convex shape, propelling forward with great force. Shield strike, Heaven's Descent. The enormous black mech, towering over 30 meters like a massive meteor plummeting from the sky, charged toward the phantoms besieging the three mechs. Su Ming's arrival immediately captured the attention of everyone present. The three human mechs were startled, but upon recognizing Su Ming's mech, they relaxed. Then, everyone witnessed the astonishing speed of the shield bearer as it surged forward, its shield effortlessly scattering several phantoms apart. This strike was a charged attack, its power reaching an extraordinary level. These phantoms had no capacity for resistance, and even if they attempted to reform, they were significantly weakened. The other pilots, all skilled in their own right, reacted swiftly. Almost as soon as they saw Su Ming obliterate the phantoms, they leapt into action, quickly following up with their own attacks to disrupt the newly formed phantoms. Having gained the upper hand, they easily snowballed their advantage. The scattered phantoms had no opportunity to regroup, swiftly being driven apart once more. Before long, all the phantoms were completely dispersed. A wave of arcane energy surged into Su Ming and the others' bodies, representing a higher form of life energy. As this energy flowed into them, it began to enhance them at a genetic level. The group remained silent, quietly absorbing the transformative power of the life energy. The pilots of the three mechs did not perceive Su Ming and Li Hiran as energy thieves, for the life energy returned by the judgment of the court was equal in measure. The inclusion of Su Ming and Li Hiran did not diminish the energy of the three. Rather, it allowed them to acquire additional life energy from the court. Once the five of them had gradually absorbed the life energy, they exchanged glances, surprised to recognize one among them. It's you, Su Ming exclaimed. Astonished upon recognizing the figure, it was none other than Chen Hui, who had previously crossed paths with Su Ming, a presence among the top 1,000 of the celestial rankings. To his astonishment, he had encountered Chen Hui once again. The other two individuals consisted of a robustly built man and a strikingly beautiful young woman. At this moment, upon seeing Su Ming, Chen Hui also recognized him. It's you. You've come to the court of life as well, Chen Hui exclaimed, looking at Su Ming with surprise. He had a vivid impression of Su Ming, having intended to challenge him to a duel, but had coincidentally accepted the invitation of two friends to explore the court of life together, thus missing the opportunity to confront Su Ming. Initially, Chen Hui had planned to challenge Su Ming after leaving the court of life, but he was not expecting Su Ming to have entered as well. However, this was not the most suitable arena for a conflict. Although Chen Hui felt an itch to engage, he remained clear-headed about the situation. Oh, it's you all. No wonder you look so familiar, Li Hiran exclaimed with a broad grin. Li Hiran was known for his incessant chatter, a social anxiety-ridden talkative type, which endeared him to many within the Eastern Ming alliance. With a smile directed at the trio, he continued, allow me to introduce you, Su Ming, my dear brother. This is Du Bing, a master of close-quarters mech combat, ranked 1071 on the Heavenly Saint list. This young lady is Chi Sun, ranked 812. By the way, Chen Hui mentioned you two were acquainted? Li Hiran expressed his surprise while looking at Su Ming. Su Ming shook his head, about to respond when, at that very moment, all five turned abruptly towards one direction within the court of life. A powerful fluctuation of the void emanated from that direction, and gradually, silhouettes began to materialize before their eyes. Upon recognizing the approaching figures, the five were taken aback. Void Clan? How could they be here? The beings of the Void civilization were well documented within the major cosmic nations of human civilization, and as they beheld the appearance of these individuals, recognition dawned upon them. The entities flying towards them were indeed members of the Void Clan, and there were quite a number of them. Exchanging glances, the five discerned the gravity of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. A preliminary estimate suggested no fewer than 100, although their combat prowess remained uncertain. Anyone capable of traversing the court of life, to this point surely possessed formidable strength. As the five recognized the presence of the Void Clan, the members of the Void Clan, in turn, became aware of the five humans. Just as the humans had instantly recognized the Void beings, the latter, upon observing the unique mech designs of human civilization, immediately understood the identities of the five. Excellent. This path is clear. We've confirmed a route to human civilization. The discovery of human biological entities suggests we must be close. Send two to notify the other exploratory teams to converge here. We will initiate an assault to capture these human beings alive and extract information regarding human civilization. The members of the Void Clan swiftly devise their strategy based on the current encounter. Several powerful Void beings silently vanished from the rear of the squad, presumably to inform the other teams to head in this direction. Meanwhile, the remaining hundreds of Void beings accelerated towards Su Ming and the others. "Well, gentlemen, we've encountered the Void Clan," Li Ran remarked as he observed the advancing Void forces, turning to the other four. The presence of the Void Clan at this location fell to miss. After all, the Court of Life connected to the main cosmic space of the Eastern Ming Alliance. If the Void Clan discovered a pathway to the Eastern Ming Alliance, it could spell disaster. We could capture a few alive. The Eastern Ming Alliance possesses a divine oracle capable of reading the thoughts of living beings. We could bring one back for the oracle to examine what these Void beings are up to, suggested Du Bing, the muscular youth, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the approaching Void entities. "I see no issue with that," Su Ming replied with a light smile. Although he was not a member of the Eastern Ming Alliance, the first to enter would not necessarily be the Empire, even if the Void Clan found a passage. However, as part of human civilization, they must unite against external threats. 100 Void beings would be a formidable challenge. Let us each declare our positions. Otherwise, coordination will be difficult when the time comes. The sole female mech warrior then spoke up, turning her gaze to the other four. "I can adapt to any role. It's up to you all to decide." The others readily agreed, knowing that warfare is not merely a solitary endeavor. Individual battles can be won through personal skills. But once teamwork is involved, collaboration becomes essential. Defense, offense, disruption, and breakthrough. Teams with varied roles are invariably superior to those with a singular focus. Then let us determine our roles based on the mechs we are currently piloting. Shenhui Stated Academy. I pilot a D-Class Flying Tiger mech, known for its speed and explosive power, so I'll take on the role of the Vanguard. I'll serve as a defender with the Shield Bearer, Du Bing du Claret. I will focus on offense with the Tengu 20 mech. The group swiftly shared their mech types and capabilities over the communication device. Su Ming would handle defense, while Du Bing and Shun Hui would manage offense. Li Ran would provide disruption, and Shisun would take on the role of breakthrough and assault. Once their positions were confirmed, the group quickly arranged themselves, preparing for the imminent arrival of the Void Clan. Standing tall at over 30 meters, Su Ming's shield bearer resembled a mountain, effectively shielding Du Bing, Chen Hui, and Li Ran behind him. Chi Sun floated nearby in her mech, distance from the group, poised for her role as the aggressor. The breakthrough position is often the most perilous yet rewarding within a team, typically suited for mechs with exceptional power and speed. However, such mechs are often fragile. Should their energy shields come under concentrated fire, they could shatter. Thus, pilots in this role must possess extraordinary operational skill and situational awareness, capable of discerning when to launch an assault and when to hold back. As the 5 mechs hovered in the void, each radiated a potent energy signature. The Void Clan, upon witnessing this, exchanged wary glances before one of them called out, "Form ranks, advance." With that command, the Void beings shifted their formations into a unique array. The energy levels of both sides surged unabated within the Court of Life, resulting in a fierce clash amidst the void. With the activation of their energies, both groups simultaneously struck. Numerous Void beings did not hesitate to extend their hands, unleashing powerful energy waves as their method of attack. Meanwhile, those in the rear of the Void formation expelled crystalline stones from their mouths, channeling their inner strength into these crystals to unleash terrifying energy rays directed at Su Ming and the others. Naturally, the first target of the Void Clan's assault was Su Ming's shield bearer, as its massive frame effectively concealed the 3 mechs behind it. If the shield bearer is not vanquished, it would be utterly impossible to strike the 3 mechs stationed behind it. Here it comes. Su Ming's gaze remained composed, devoid of any hint of panic. At this moment, his shield was raised, subtly adjusting itself in response to the incoming assaults. Chapter 151, The Outbreak of Team Battle. Although he was in a passive defensive stance, there was still considerable room for maneuver. The mech occupying the defensive position did not merely absorb the enemy's attacks with its defensive capabilities. If it were to do so, the hundreds of Void Tribe warriors would surely obliterate the shield bearer's shield in a single barrage. To withstand a significant amount of attacks on the battlefield, while preserving the shield's integrity, requires exceptional skill. Assaults rained down from all directions. These attacks, originating from the Void Tribe, were swiftly mapped into a diagram of trajectories in Su Ming's mind. Each attack carried its unique path, angles, speeds, arrival times, and potency. These factors materialized as discernible data in Su Ming's consciousness. A truly formidable defender faces a degree of operational complexity that often surpasses that of an offensive position. The diverse onslaughts, some swift, others sluggish, descended upon Su Ming in a dense swarm. His mental acuity reached its zenith as he executed slight oscillations of the shield in response to the waves of attacks. A barrage of rays struck the shield. Su Ming subtly adjusted his arm, unleashing a calibrated energy level that perfectly absorbed the initial wave of impact. With a deft twist of his wrist, he angled the shield aside. Instantly, the shield transformed into a reflective surface, redirecting the attack away and causing it to detonate behind the shield bearer. In facing these assaults, Su Ming did not engage head-on. Instead, he artfully manipulated the angle of the shield and the fluctuations of energy upon it, adjusting the shield's frequency to deflect each assault. Consequently, the actual damage inflicted upon the shield was reduced to a mere fraction of the original attack's intensity. A masterful display of defensive technique. Su Ming's adeptness in shield manipulation showcased his comprehensive understanding of timing, energy levels, shield power, and judgment. Witnessing this, his comrades could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Beautiful!" Even if the individuals positioned behind him attempted to replicate this feat, they would scarcely possess the confidence to match Su Ming's prowess. The total energy discharge in this round of attacks likely reached millions, yet only a mere 300,000 points truly impacted the shield. This was undeniably a flawless defense. Such negligible damage posed no threat to a mech like the shield bearer, which possessed automatic shield regeneration capabilities. Even if several more rounds were to come, the shield bearer could easily withstand them. Seeing their defensive ally perform so reliably, the team members felt an immediate sense of relief and shifted their focus to the ranks of the Void Tribe, launching into a fervent offensive. With someone to absorb the enemy's attacks in the front lines, those in the back could concentrate solely on dealing damage without concern for defense or positioning. For every mech warrior, this was a most exhilarating prospect. The Tungsha mech, a sniper type, unleashed a relentless barrage of shots upon the Void Tribe. Chun Hui's prowess was formidable. Even during his encounter with Su Ming, he had exhibited no inferiority in terms of locking and unlocking capabilities. At this moment, his sniper rifle struck with the stealth of a venomous serpent poised to strike, claiming the life of a Void Tribe soldier with each pull of the trigger. Conversely, Du Bing piloted the Zeus Lightning mech, renowned for its potent area attacks and single-target bursts. The Zeus Lightning mech unleashed torrents of lightning, sending terrifying currents surging toward the Void Tribe and wreaking havoc among their ranks. Faced with the elite mech warriors of human civilization, these 5 warriors held a significant standing. With intentions either to capture or annihilate the enemy, there could be no escape. In that moment, both sides harbored the same resolve, either to capture or to eradicate the other. The ultimate outcome, however, would only be revealed through the unfolding battle. Su Ming released his energy, firmly gripping the shield of the shield bearer. Although the shield bearer was also equipped for offense, fulfilling one's designated role in team combat was paramount. Having committed to the defensive position, Su Ming was determined to ensure that the 3 mechs behind him remained unscathed, thereby maximizing the team's potential. At that instant, Li Heron, who had remained inactive until now, seized the opportunity. As the second wave of attacks from the Void Tribe was repelled by Su Ming, he unleashed a specialized shell aimed at a gap within the Void Tribe's formation. While it appeared to strike no one directly, the shell detonated upon penetrating the ranks, releasing a high-frequency noise that resonated within a confined area. This high-frequency sound wave caused the surrounding Void Tribe warriors to clutch their ears, blood streaming forth. As they momentarily lost their capacity to attack, Li Heron occupied the interference position, the so-called disruptor role in team battles, tasked with unsettling the enemy's rhythm and incapacitating their ability to retaliate. Typically regarded as one of the most perilous roles on the battlefield, this position often incited disdain, prompting adversaries to prioritize its elimination. Yet Li Heron, with his cunning demeanor, remained ensconced within the shield bearer's protective radius, launching his attacks from safety. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of the noise shell, a sly grin spread across Li Heron's face as he readied another artillery piece. With a resounding boom, a second shell was fired into the ranks of the Void Tribe, detonating within their formation. While it seemed innocuous at first, the expressions on the faces of the Void Tribe warriors shifted dramatically. In that moment, they felt their previously unwavering confidence in their affinity for the Void begin to wane. The sensation of being seamlessly intertwined with the Void gradually dissipated, as if the surrounding emptiness had solidified due to the shell's unique material. Stripped of their Void affinity, the speed of these warriors plummeted. At this juncture, Li Heron bellowed, "Go Qixuan!" Chapter 152, The Crisis of Qishuan. With Li Heron's call, a compact yet immensely powerful mech surged forth from the flank. Flying Tiger D-Class Burst Mech. This mech's defining characteristics were its incredible speed and explosive potential. Although somewhat fragile, its operability was exceptionally high. Should the operator exhibit formidable skills, this mech could transform into a fearsome instrument of destruction on the battlefield. It was a breakthrough position. The individual piloting the mech is none other than the sole female member of the team, Qishuan, who is responsible for the assault position. At this moment, after Li Heron deployed the Void Solidification Bomb, the resistance from the Void beings surged dramatically, rendering them incapable of traversing the Void without impediment. With their ability to navigate the Void compromised, the Void beings experienced a significant decline in both mobility and immunity to energy, effectively crippling their capabilities by more than half. Now was the opportune moment for the assault-type mech to reap its rewards. Witnessing this, Qishuan maneuvered her petite mech, conjuring two massive black swords in her hands, which then erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. "Huh!" Qishuan exclaimed softly, her eyes shimmering with intensity, a sign of her cerebral energy reaching its pinnacle. Although she exuded confidence, she was acutely aware of the fragility of her mech. It was akin to having merely a single layer of armor shielding her. A moment's negligence could lead to her being overwhelmed and eliminated in an instant. As she extended the swords, their blades turned crimson, a manifestation of thermal energy being unleashed. The mech sliced through the void with great swiftness, catching the void beings off guard, and in a single furious charge, 7 or 8 of them fell to her onslaught. Damn it, it's the human civilization's assault mech, binding the void and constricting our mobility. The commanding leader of the void race, witnessing the devastation wrought upon his forces, immediately paled and shouted. Having faced human civilization countless times, he was well aware of how to counter assault-type mechs. No matter how skillfully the mech operated, if its movement space was confined to a limited area, it would soon find itself overwhelmed and annihilated. The depth of his battlefield experience allowed him to make an astute judgment in that critical moment. Dozens of void beings thrust their arms into the void, and a faint cage began to materialize within the ranks of the void civilization's army. Li Heron assist Qishuan in breaking through. Su Ming commanded over the communication channel upon seeing the situation unfold. At that moment, a portion of the void's firepower had been drawn away by the flying mech, significantly alleviating the pressure on Su Ming's side, allowing the shield bearer's energy to replenish. With the pressure eased, Su Ming gained a clearer perspective on the overall situation. Good. Without hesitation, Li Heron prepared to fire, releasing neurotoxins to facilitate Qishuan's escape. Just then, Qishuan's remarkably calm voice resonated through the communication channel. "No need. Just enhance the output. I can extricate myself from the battlefield." Everyone paused at her words, but since she had declared it, Du Bing and Chun Hui did not hesitate to unleash their energy to the maximum, launching a barrage of terrifying attacks against the Void army. Their combined assault swiftly obliterated several Void beings, disrupting their formation and plunging the Void ranks into temporary chaos due to the consecutive losses. Seizing the opportunity, Qishuan moved with lightning speed, her long sword thrusting fiercely, directly piercing through the surrounding Void beings that had sought to confine her, each one falling lifelessly. The searing energy erupting from her sword enveloped the entire Void, making the flying mech appear as though it stood amidst tumultuous waves. More Void beings succumbed to her onslaught, tallying approximately 15 or 16 in total. Infuriated by this, the elite warriors of the Void race melded into the Void and surged toward Qishuan. Each of these assailants possessed the strength of a 10th-level genetic warrior, and united, they could easily overwhelm Qishuan. Seeing this unfold, Su Ming and the others felt a pang of anxiety. However, in a surprising turn of events, Qishuan executed an unexpected maneuver. She propelled her mech directly upward into the sky, deftly evading the encirclement of the Void elite. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming and the others exchanged alarmed glances. "Qishuan, are you out of your mind?" Li Heron exclaimed through the comms. Although Qishuan had evaded the ambush, her ascent had taken her far beyond the rescue range of her team. In the midst of war, such a maneuver was exceedingly perilous, as distancing oneself from the protective reach of comrades almost guaranteed demise. Had Qishuan forced her way through the encirclement of the Void elite with the team as support, she could have emerged with only minor injuries. However, now, even if her allies wished to assist, they found themselves powerless, left to anxiously watch from below. Yet Qishuan seemed to have a plan of her own. Despite Li Heron's escalating urgency over the comms, she remained unresponsive. The Void Elite exchanged glances, recognizing the glint of triumph in each other's eyes. Seizing this opportunity, they lunged toward Qixuan, perceiving her as a doomed target. Just then, one of the Void Elite suddenly narrowed his eyes, noticing a dark shadow hurtling down from the sky. It was a longsword. Qixuan had hurled her longsword, which shot forth in astonishing speed toward the two void beings. In that moment, the two adversaries did not panic. They melded into the void, becoming one with it. This unique ability of the void race allowed them to evade most physical attacks, albeit at the cost of considerable offensive capability. The longswords passed through their bodies as if traversing mere projections, inflicting no harm whatsoever. A smirk appeared on the faces of the two void beings as they prepared to surge upward again. Yet, at that moment, the two swords exploded within their forms. Qixuan's flying mech had been modified. The longswords were equipped with self-destruct mechanisms. As the swords traversed the bodies of the two Void Elite, the self-detonation was triggered, resulting in a blinding explosion that obliterated the two warriors completely. Despite the Void's innate ability to merge with the Void and evade most attacks, the sheer power of the explosions, effectively merging with their very beings, was too overwhelming for anyone to survive. The shockwaves from the blast sent several nearby Void Elite tumbling, all caught off guard by the unexpected detonation concealed within the swords. What could have been a clean escape turned into the demise of two formidable opponents, inciting fury among the remaining Void Elite. "You seek death," they shouted, charging furiously towards the flying mech, their unique affinity to the Void granting them a speed advantage over Qixuan's mech. Soon, the formidable Void Clan experts swiftly caught up to the flying Tiger Mecha, and, in unison, unleashed a terrifying barrage of attacks aimed directly at it. Should this wave of assaults land, it was likely that the flying Tiger Mecha would be rendered utterly inoperative, putting the life of its occupant, Qixuan, in grave jeopardy. "Qixuan, evade quickly!" Li Ran exclaimed, his face etched with urgency. Strangely, the flying Tiger Mecha exhibited no other response to the onslaught from the Void Clan experts, continuing its solitary flight with its head down. Observing this, the experts from the Void Clan revealed expressions of delight, as they anticipated their strikes would soon find their mark. Yet, at that very moment, an unusual energy fluctuation emanated from within the flying Tiger Mecha. Upon sensing this anomaly, the Void Clan experts' faces turned to disbelief. "Oh no, she is going to self-destruct." The onlookers below were similarly taken aback upon detecting the energy wave. Qixuan is actually going to self-destruct? Before anyone could ponder the implications, a cataclysmic energy surge erupted from the flying tiger, initially engulfing the mecha itself before swiftly enveloping the pursuing Void Clan experts. In an instant, several of the Void Clan's elite perished in the ensuing explosion. The ranks of the Void Clan had once again suffered a reduction. Logically, Su Ming and the others ought to have felt elated. However, their expressions were instead marked by profound complexity. She really self-destructed? Qixuan is that resolute? How could she resort to such drastic measures so readily? A sense of absurdity washed over Su Ming's mind, evoking a classic line from an anime character of his past life. "An explosion is art." Just then, Su Ming squinted, his interest peaked, as he utilized the system's X-ray functionality to discern a small black dot suspended in the void amidst the explosion's flames. As the firelight gradually waned, he observed this tiny dot hurtling downwards at an astonishing speed. Whoosh! The rapid descent generated a powerful sonic boom, drawing the attention of all present. It was then that they were astonished to realize that Qixuan had somehow detached from the mecha and was now positioned above it. Qixuan is alive. Moreover, she was plummeting with incredible velocity, wielding a mechanical weapon that she had somehow summoned, poised to strike at the injured Void Clan members who had survived the mecha's detonation. What is happening? Li Ran's face was a mask of shock, struggling to comprehend how Qixuan had survived the self-detonation. Su Ming glanced over and quietly spoke into the communication channel. "Cover her." Qixuan's dual swords explosion was merely a ruse. As the flames erupted, she disengaged from the flying tiger mecha and concealed herself in the sky, while the Void Clan assumed she remained inside. Now, with the mecha set to explode again, it will catch the Void Clan off guard, allowing Qixuan to eliminate the wounded. Su Ming felt a profound admiration, realizing the immense value of the Heavenly Saint rankings. As a list of the most exceptional talents within human civilization, Qixuan's ascension to the top 800 among trillions of young individuals underscored her unparalleled cunning, skill, judgment, and decisiveness. At that moment, Qixuan executed a textbook maneuver, each step intricately woven together, embodying a relentless pursuit of victory. Even Su Ming doubted he could have performed better. Upon hearing Su Ming's explanation, Li Ran's jaw dropped, muttering, "Is this truly a maneuver conceived by humanity? Incredible." Just then, Chi Sun's voice crackled through the communication channel. "Stop chatting and prepare to assist." At her command, Su Ming directed his gaze upwards, activating his mental energy silently. Chi Sun shot downwards with astonishing speed, leveraging her momentum to charge at two unsuspecting Void Clan experts. Before they could react, Chi Sun severed their heads, blue blood splattering throughout the void. After dispatching the two experts, she hurried towards Su Ming and the others. But at this moment, Chi Sun found herself at a critical juncture. Although her aggressive strategy had successfully eliminated dozens of Void Clan experts, it left her dangerously exposed. With no time to don her mecha, her body was now vulnerable in the void. Lacking the defensive capabilities of the mecha, she would likely fall to a concentrated assault from just 5 ordinary Void Clan soldiers. Both Su Ming and his companions were acutely aware of this peril, and the Void Clan soldiers wasted no time unleashing devastating void beams towards her. Without the mecha's support for maneuverability, Chi Sun's ability to evade was nearly non-existent, forcing her to descend directly. In this precarious situation, any trained soldier could easily hit her. Just then, the previously stationary shield-bearer mecha surged into the sky as Su Ming raised his sniper rifle, firing it towards Chi Sun. Chapter 154, A Desperate Rescue. The bullet hurtled towards Chi Sun at breakneck speed. Witnessing this, Su Ming's companions gasped in shock. "Su Ming, are you insane?" Li Ran shouted frantically over the communication channel. However, Su Ming remained unfazed, whispering into his device, "Chi Sun, use your mechanical weapon to shatter that bullet." Quickly. When Chi Sun saw the bullet approaching, she too was startled. After the previous battle, her defensive capabilities were severely compromised. If the bullet struck her, it would surely inflict serious harm. Yet, hearing Su Ming's resolute tone over the comms, she gritted her teeth and resolved to raise her mechanical sword to intercept the bullet. Clang! To her astonishment, when the mechanical sword struck the bullet, it did not explode as she had feared. Instead, the bullet shattered, releasing a torrent of unknown substances that enveloped her. Alarmed, Chi Sun instinctively prepared to unleash her physical energy to resist the encroaching elements. However, she was taken aback when her energy was abruptly solidified upon contact with these substances, as if they were capable of obstructing the flow of energy. Seeing the bullet explode, Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. Static energy essence. This bullet contained no harmful features, only a substantial amount of static energy essence. Given the mecha's current speed, it would not reach in time to shield Chi Sun from the Void Clan's attack. However, the bullet could. As Chi Sun descended, the bullet ascended, and their opposing velocities would surely surpass that of the Void Clan's offensive. In that fleeting moment, Su Ming acted without hesitation, releasing the bullet. Certainly, as Su Ming discharged the bullet, it did not unleash any formidable energy, rendering the projectile merely a vessel of basic kinetic force. Had an energy surge occurred, even if Chi Sun managed to cleave the bullet, the ensuing shrapnel would have inflicted significant harm upon her. Once he confirmed that the static energy element had enveloped Chi Sun, Su Ming acted without hesitation, activating the mech's spatial leap function, instantaneously predicting and establishing a spatial anchor point in the vicinity where Chi Sun was about to traverse. At that moment, Chi Sun was surrounded by static energy, rendering her unable to utilize any form of energy whatsoever. However, her forward momentum remained, and despite the absence of a muscular energy outburst, she continued to plummet with remarkable velocity. In the next instant, the Void Clan's assault came swiftly, their terrifying attacks materializing before Chi Sun, magnifying ominously. It was over. This singular thought coursed through the minds of Chi Sun and her 3 companions. Yet at that critical juncture, the oncoming strikes bizarrely halted before her, as if someone had pressed the pause button, immobile and frozen in time. The energy had become entirely static. Although the energy was static, Chi Sun, as a material entity, was not affected by the static energy element and continued her descent. After 2 seconds, the previously static Void Clan attacks resumed their dynamic state, barreling forward once more. However, during those 2 precious seconds, Chi Sun had already descended significantly, causing the energy projectiles to land harmlessly in the empty space below. Upon witnessing this spectacle, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Chi Sun's eyes. Brilliant! Well done, Su Ming. That was truly impressive. Her teammates, too, were awestruck, echoing their admiration in the communication channel. However, Su Ming did not hear their accolades, for the shield bearer had activated its spatial leap functionality, and he was traversing through the folded space, obscuring the signals from the primary realm. When Su Ming re-emerged from the folded space, he found himself 2 kilometers away, precisely where Chi Sun had just arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the anti-static energy element, neutralizing the static energy enveloping Chi Sun. Otherwise, the shield-bearer would have succumbed to a system crash. In the next instant, the shield-bearer securely caught Chi Sun, and Su Ming swiftly positioned the massive shield before the mech, driving it downward at breakneck speed. The second wave of attacks soon followed. However, with the Void Clan already having lost a significant portion of their elite fighters, how could they possibly breach the shield-bearer's massive shield with a single assault? Su Ming effortlessly deflected all incoming attacks, minimizing the damage to the shield. Numerous members of the Void Clan, witnessing this, were unwilling to let this hard-won opportunity slip away. This was their final chance. With approximately 60% of their forces decimated, the remaining 40% comprised low-tier Void Clan members. To rescue Chi Sun, the shield-bearer had utilized its spatial leap ability, now isolated from the other 3 mechs. This was the optimal moment to eliminate the shield-bearer. By the time it returned to its companions, the Void Clan would have no opportunity left, only the path to failure. Suddenly, a multitude of Void Clan members encircled the shield-bearer, with some attempting to flank it by traversing through the void, aiming to bypass the massive shield and deliver a fatal blow from behind. Su Ming, piloting the shield-bearer, observed their maneuvers with clarity, and a glint of silver flashed in his eyes. This was a signal that the cerebral energy level had reached its zenith. In an instant, the massive shield split into 4 segments. The 4 newly formed shields began to rotate around the shield-bearer, effectively countering all attacks from every direction. Below, Li Heron and the others exchanged incredulous glances. A standard shield-bearer possessed no such capability. Clearly, Su Ming's shield-bearer had undergone extensive modifications, granting it such comprehensive abilities. However, as the shields rotated around the shield-bearer, they underwent yet another transformation. The edges of the 4 shields extended into razor-sharp blades, which then shot forth, slicing through the bodies of the Void Clan warriors. Instantly, blue blood mist erupted across the sky. The shield-bearer had transformed from defense to offense, becoming a relentless machine of slaughter, mercilessly reaping the lives of the surrounding Void Clan members. Chapter 155, Total Annihilation. The heavy shield could also morph into a fearsome and lethal weapon. Given its weight, even when divided into 4 parts, it retained an astonishing mass. A mere brush could inflict wounds, while a direct hit could prove fatal. One after another, the Void Clan members fell victim to the onslaught of the heavy shield. Following Su Ming and his companions' relentless assaults, the once formidable force of over 100 Void Clan warriors dwindled to merely 20 or 30. Su Ming's massive shield had directly felled nearly 50 ordinary soldiers of the Void Clan. These ordinary soldiers possessed combat prowess equivalent to around a level 7 gene warrior. Although Su Ming himself was also at level 7, various enhancements from a mech, starlight points, and physical strength allowed him to reach the realm of a level 10 gene warrior. The heavy shield, as a formidable weapon, transformed into a weapon of area of effect destruction, instantly claiming so many lives. With only 20 or 30 Void Clan members remaining, they hardly constituted a proper army. At most, they resembled a small combat squad. In battles of such magnitude, it hardly qualified as a team fight. Below, Li Heron and the others had already launched their mechs into the sky. With the Void Clan decimated, there was no longer a significant threat to Su Ming and his team, allowing them to abandon their previous formation. They could now operate independently and showcase their unique abilities. Each of these 5 individuals was extraordinary. Those who could ascend to the Heavenly Saint ranking, comprising around 1,000 individuals, were all unparalleled geniuses. Each possessed formidable combat capabilities, not limited to mere output or interference. Leave some for me, Su Ming. Li Heron laughed heartily, soaring into the air, wielding a mechanical battle axe that had seemingly materialized in his grasp. The axe crackled with terrifying electrical energy as it swung down upon the Void Clan members. The Void Clan warriors, witnessing this, paled and prepared to retreat into the void. However, Li Heron shouted, and a mysterious force erupted from his mech, instantly immobilizing the surrounding void. Divine mechanical knowledge. Sensing the divine energy emanating from Li Heron, Su Ming's expression shifted slightly, and he murmured to himself. He was well aware of the allure of divine mechanical knowledge. At that moment, he realized that Li Heron's divine mechanical knowledge likely pertained to dimensional void types, as it enabled him to confine the void effectively. This technique was a veritable bane to the Void Clan. Trapped within the immobilized void, they could scarcely move. Before long, those Void Clan members, deprived of their advantage, were swiftly annihilated by the four mechs. The void soon returned to tranquility. The four mechs floated serenely in the emptiness, taking advantage of the post-battle lull to restore their energy levels. Chi-Sun patted the shield-bearer's head affectionately before leaping from its mech, her form suspended in the void. Immediately, she donned another silver-white mech that she retrieved. The 5 individuals present were not only genetic warriors, but also formidable mechanics in their own right. The mechanical gear they wore was entirely self-manufactured. Otherwise, they would not have been able to harness the divine power necessary to operate within the Life Tribunal. Although the Flying Tiger had been rendered inoperative, Chi-Sun had other mechs at her disposal, which she naturally switched to at this moment. The 5 of them fell into a contemplative silence, closing their eyes to process the gains and losses of the recent battle. 4 genetic warriors, particularly those who had activated their cerebral domain energy levels, each life-and-death confrontation offered a degree of enhancement. Once their cerebral domain energy levels had stabilized, a subtle increase was perceptible among the 5. However, this process was swift, and they did not linger long in this area before moving on. Was the survivor you mentioned just now? Su Ming inquired, turning his head with curiosity as he soared through the air. Liarang Grinat then opened the palm of his mech to reveal 2 members of the Void Clan, incapacitated and bound together after having their limbs severed. These 2 were the sole survivors. The circumstances surrounding the Void Clan's entrance into the Life Tribunal were indeed peculiar, prompting the group to retain these 2 captives. Upon returning to human society, they could have the minds of these individuals read by the proficient mind controller, Apocalypse, to uncover the reasons behind the Void Clan's ability to infiltrate the Life Tribunal. Fear not, my father knows Apocalypse, a master of mind control. Just hand these 2 over to him for proper handling, Lee Heron remarked with a smile. He then placed the 2 Void Clan members into a life capsule, subsequently shrinking and storing it within his spatial compartment. Friends, what say you? Shall we depart or remain? Du Bing suddenly spoke over the communication channel. The others paused, contemplating for a few moments. After all, the Life Tribunal possessed a unique mechanism. Once one departed, they would no longer be welcomed back. Given their current capabilities, re-entering would likely be impossible. The Life Tribunal undoubtedly represented an exceptional opportunity for the gifted to elevate their life levels and significantly enhance their physical energy. Unless they had reaped sufficient benefits, few would willingly leave the Life Tribunal. Yet, alas, matters of human civilization take precedence. The news of the Void Clan's entry into the Life Tribunal must be conveyed to the 5 great cosmic nations without delay, so they can assess the level of danger. Shen Yui articulated slowly. Moreover, who can guarantee that this is the only Void civilization team to have entered the Life Tribunal? Typically, when a civilization first ventures into an unknown territory, they would dispatch numerous exploratory units. It is plausible that other Void Clan reconnaissance teams are also present within the Life Tribunal. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Though reluctant, they all understood what constituted the correct decision. With emotion, they prepared to depart from their previous location. However, unbeknownst to them, once they vacated the area, the corpses of the Void Clan members they had slain transformed into orbs of life energy, absorbed by the Life Tribunal. It seemed that the Life Tribunal, with an insatiable appetite, possessed an independent consciousness, gradually altering its internal layout. The path that had once led out now transformed into one that delved deeper, ensuring that the 5 would not only fail to escape, but instead draw closer to a Void Clan reconnaissance unit. The Life Tribunal appeared eager to witness a clash, intent on swallowing the remaining corpses and energy on the battlefield into its deepest recesses. Chapter 156. The Treacherous Life Tribunal. 5 mechs soared swiftly through the Life Tribunal, representing Su Ming and his companions. They sped along, encountering another wave of phantoms. United, the 5 dispatched the phantoms effortlessly, resulting in another significant elevation in their life levels. Su Ming's physical energy level rose in tandem with his life level, advancing from 60,000 to 65,000. The enhancement of life levels notably accelerated the increase in physical energy, proving far more efficient than mere training. However, during a particular phase, life level enhancements could only reach a certain degree. Further advancement would necessitate diligent cultivation to elevate physical energy levels, thereby facilitating life level progress. As the 5 continued their flight, the Life Tribunal's extraction of physical vitality posed little threat to them. At this stage, they had largely mastered methods to counteract the Life Tribunal's energy extraction. Just then, all 5 suddenly shifted their expressions and simultaneously uttered a soft exclamation. "Did you feel that?" came Chi-Sun's voice, tinged with concern. over the communication device. The others nodded slowly in response. In our flight path, a significant wave of energy fluctuations approaches. It's the Void Clan. Liaran afirma decisively. Su Ming nodded, his brow furrowing as he muttered, "This is the direction we intended to return. Why would we encounter the Void Clan here? Logically, they should be pursuing us from behind." Confusion flickered in their eyes. By conventional logic, the Void Clan would indeed be trailing from their rear. It was inconceivable for them to approach from the front. If they were coming from the front, it indicated that the Void Clan had infiltrated human civilization and was now attempting to ambush the group. This was evidently implausible. Should the Void Clan penetrate human civilization, it would likely result in widespread warfare, leaving no time for them to dispatch troops for assassination. Something feels amiss. This is quite peculiar. Let us divert our course to avoid the Void Clan army ahead. Shen Yui suggested gravely, while they were confident in their ability to eliminate a Void Clan army. The current situation fell off, and they had no desire to waste time confronting this enemy. The others concurred with Chun Hui's proposal, promptly altering their course to evade the advancing threat. However, approximately 10 minutes later, the expressions of Su Ming and his companions changed once again. For in their perception, a Void Clan army was directly approaching them, both parties advancing on a collision course that would culminate in an imminent encounter. At this juncture, the five were certain something was seriously wrong. An unseen force was orchestrating events, as they encountered the Void Clan's army regardless of their direction of travel. The Void Clan could not have surrounded this area. Li Heron spoke coldly. "We are in the Void." The Void, what does that imply? It signifies that movement is possible not just left or right, but also up, down, and diagonally, with directions almost limitless. Yet, no matter which path we take, we seem to encounter the Void Clan. There are two possibilities. One is that the Void Clan has dispatched forces to encircle the entire space. Du Bing chuckled at this thought. What a joke. To encircle this area would require trillions of troops. It's improbable to encompass the vastness of the Life Tribunal, which rivals the size of a galaxy cluster. The prospect of encompassing a space of such magnitude is utterly unattainable. The second possibility. Du Bing gradually reined in the smile that adorned his face and then spoke in a measured tone. "I fear that some entity has intentionally placed the Void Clan's forces before us, merely awaiting our encounter with them." Upon hearing Du Bing's words, the other four remained expressionless. They had already surmised the second possibility. Something had deliberately presented the Void Clan to them. The Court of Life, Su Ming muttered under his breath. Within the Court of Life, if an entity could whimsically manipulate the very fabric of space, it would undoubtedly be the court itself. Everyone had believed the Court of Life to be an inanimate construct, or rather a governing body with its own unique set of rules. Yet, to their astonishment, it appeared that the court possessed an independent consciousness, capable of adjusting its internal structures at will. What could be the court's intention in such actions? Chi Sun pondered in confusion. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and slowly articulated, "I cannot say for certain, but I sense a connection to life energy. It seems that extracting our vitality no longer satisfies it. It craves more life energy. And what could be a swifter method than to completely siphon the life energy from a person?" With that, Su Ming fell silent, his gaze fixed ahead, a flicker of contemplation crossing his features. Damn, how insidious. In that case, the life energy we receive in return is akin to the nectar on a pitcher plant, merely a lure to draw us into the Court of Life. Liaran Ramarka. Somewhat irked. What shall we do now? Is there a way to unravel the spatial chaos of the Court of Life and extricate ourselves from it? Chi Sun sighed, turning her gaze towards the others. At that moment, a hint of blue began to flicker in Su Ming's eyes, and as he peered through the myriad of peculiar energy constructs within the Court of Life, he glimpsed a deeper layer of space. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he declared, "I have a means to access the deeper layers of the Court of Life, but there may be peril lurking within. Would you all care to join me in this descent?" Upon hearing Su Ming's proposition, the four exchanged glances. Then Du Bing flashed a smile, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. "Certainly, every person has their limits. If the Court of Life is toying with us, we shall delve into its depths and uncover its machinations. Perhaps we should make quite the ruckus and ensure the court pays a commensurate price." The others nodded in agreement, their sentiments mirroring Du Bing's. Su Ming chuckled softly and replied, "Very well, but we require a bit of time first. Let us first eradicate this contingent of the Void Clan." Chapter 157, Energy Level Division. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the group did not hesitate. They elevated their energy levels and charged towards the Void Clan squadron. After all, traversing the Court of Life would invariably lead them to encounters with the Void Clan. Thus, it was far more prudent to confront this squad head-on rather than be pursued like rats fleeing from storm. Each of the five possessed a fiery spirit and a sense of pride. Who could endure such indignity? They resolved to eliminate the Void Clan's squad directly. This way, even if the next contingent were to be controlled by the court, they would require a certain amount of time, granting the group a reprieve. After all, what Su Ming needed most at this moment was time. Swift resolution. Su Ming took the lead, charging ahead, and midway through, Chen Hui and the others were astonished to see Su Ming summon 3 additional D-class mechs. Alongside the shield bearer, there were now 4 mechs. Su Ming, what are you doing? Li Heron asked, perplexed. Without responding, Su Ming launched himself from the shield bearer and entered a mech designated as the Spirit Fox ZL-003 assault mech. The Spirit Fox mech was one Su Ming had just assembled and had taken a particular liking to. This mech was exceptionally suited for rapid incursions, boasting a compact frame, remarkable speed, and a suite of abilities including interference, stealth, and explosive power. If operated by a skilled hand, it could unleash a truly formidable force. Once inside the Spirit Fox mech, the other 3 mechs, including the shield bearer, continued to move forward under Su Ming's control. Witnessing this scene, Li Heron and the others were taken aback. Can you handle this? Su Ming, can your energy levels withstand such exertion? Li Heron voiced his concern. Each of them came from affluent backgrounds, which was why they had managed to ascend to the Heavenly Saint rankings at such a young age. Naturally, their families possessed knowledge regarding multi-control mech operations. However, none of them had pursued it due to the associated energy costs. The consumption was several times greater than that of single control, and one might exhaust their energy reserves before the battle concluded, rendering them unable to pilot their mechs. Thus, seeing Su Ming directly engage in multi-control sparked their worries. Su Ming shook his head, offering no further explanation. As the group unleashed their energy, the Void Clan squadron swiftly detected their presence and charged towards them. Exchanging glances, Su Ming and his companions quickly maneuvered through the air, re-establishing their previous formation. This time, however, they were bolstered by Su Ming's 3 additional mechs. Apart from the shield bearer and the Spirit Fox, he had also assigned one for offense and another for defense. Under normal circumstances, the shield bearer alone would suffice for prolonged defense. Yet, given the multi-control scenario, Su Ming recognized that he could not match the nimbleness of personal piloting and drone details. Thus, he prudently deployed 2 defensive mechs. Swift resolution. Su Ming calmly announced over the communication channel as the 2 sides clashed. The first wave of the Void Clan's assault rained down upon Su Ming and his companions. However, the team, fortified by 2 defensive mechs, successfully mitigated the damage from the initial barrage. The 3 offensive mechs remained unscathed. Attack. Su Ming commanded, promptly directing the offensive mechs to unleash a torrent of fire upon the ranks of the Void Clan. Each projectile found its mark, dispatching a Void Clan soldier with approximately 3 shots. In this moment, Su Ming felt his brain domain energy fragmenting into 3 streams, surging into the 3 mechs to sustain their operational integrity. The energy consumption was staggering, and soon Su Ming sensed that he had expended more than half of his brain domain energy. Startled, he gained a clear understanding of the energy drain associated with multi-control. The speed and intensity of the consumption were terrifying. For someone as meticulous as Su Ming, the energy depletion reached alarming levels. At this rate, he would likely lose his combat capability in about 10 minutes. No wonder multi-control skills were often dismissed as impractical. Yet, what was a burden for others? Su Ming found to be manageable. System, exchange starlight points to replenish my energy consumption at any time. Su Ming calmly stated from within the mech. As Su Ming's voice faded, a torrent of starlight energy surged into his being, instantly dispelling the fatigue that had clouded his mind. Without hesitation, he recklessly channeled the energy from his cerebral domain into the 3 additional mechs. The defensive mech deftly deflected incoming attacks with remarkable precision, while the offensive mech unleashed a relentless barrage upon the Void Clan squad. The expenditure of energy and starlight points yielded impressive results, as numerous elite members of the Void Clan were obliterated in the onslaught, meeting their demise on the spot. Previously, even a single squad of the Void Clan posed a challenge for Su Ming and his 4 companions, let alone now, with Su Ming at the helm and 3 formidable mechs bolstering their ranks. This battle was proving to be far more effortless than the last. At this moment, Su Ming observed gaps beginning to form in the enemy's defenses. The continuous casualties prevented the Void Clan squad from swiftly reinforcing these breaches, creating vulnerabilities in their formation. He ran, lock on the Void targets, Chi Sun, prepare to charge alongside me. Su Ming calmly commanded over the communication channel. Upon hearing his words, Li Yiran wasted no time, activating the mech's recently acquired void locking ability, effectively suppressing the Void Clan's proximity to the void itself. In this state, the Void Clan could not meld into the void, rendering them vulnerable to kinetic attacks. Witnessing this development, Su Ming wasted no time and urgently urged Chi Sun, charge. Following his command, Su Ming piloted the Spirit Fox mech, instantly unleashing a terrifying speed that tore through the defenses of the Void Clan squad, plunging into their ranks. Chapter 158, The Rebirth of Creation. Su Ming's velocity was astounding. The Spirit Fox mech flickered in and out of visibility, akin to a series of teleportations. This effect was achieved through the mech's reflective technology, allowing it to seamlessly blend into the void, confounding the enemy. Chi Sun, witnessing Su Ming's explosive advance, matched his fervor and surged forward alongside him. Both pilots, driving their assault-oriented mechs, unleashed an awe-inspiring speed. In the hands of the Spirit Fox mech, two elongated blades materialized, glimmering with a silvery sheen, resembling the claws of a cunning fox. The Void Clan had already taken note of this agile mech, prompting one of their elite warriors to coldly declare, "That is an assault mech from human civilization, possessing exceptional destructive power. Stop him. Annihilate him." With this command, dozens of Void Clan soldiers sprang into action, racing towards the Spirit Fox mech. They formed a cohesive front, a tactic well-suited for countering assault mechs, which, despite their explosive potential, were ill-equipped to withstand encirclement. As the Void Clan soldiers united, even if a few were taken down, the remaining forces would swiftly confine the assault mech, subsequently concentrating their fire upon it. These soldiers were seasoned veterans of the battlefield, exhibiting high military acumen in this critical moment. However, a glint of silver flashed in Su Ming's eyes. He was undeterred by the soldiers' formation. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged toward the iron wall formed by the Void Clan soldiers. Seeing Su Ming's audacity, the three comrades below were momentarily stunned. Why do our two assault mechs seem so aggressive? Aren't they supposed to be cautious and wait for the perfect moment to strike? Li Yiran mumbled. To correct you, they were never human to begin with, Chun Hui replied, glancing at Li Yiran, continuing to unleash a relentless barrage. That's a well-reasoned argument. I find myself at a loss for retort, Li Yiran conceded. Just then, the Spirit Fox mech erupted in a dazzling display of starlight. A powerful surge of energy exploding across the battlefield. The onlookers shifted their gaze towards the Spirit Fox mech, witnessing intense starlight radiating from the blades it wielded. An unstoppable momentum building around the machine. At this moment, Su Ming exchanged 5,000 starlight points in one go, the maximum he could harness after reaching the 7th level of body refinement. This was his first time channeling such a vast amount of starlight energy. Instantly, a terrifying wave of energy enveloped every corner of his being, propelling the Spirit Fox mech to its utmost potential. The already potent Spirit Fox mech now surged with energy, exceeding its previous capabilities by more than double. This overwhelming force, augmented by the creation martial technique, generated an irresistible aura of terror. Boom! The brilliant starlight engulfed the Void Clan squad attempting to intercept Su Ming, casting the entire void into blinding luminosity, rendering normal vision impossible. When the blinding light subsided, it became evident that where the Spirit Fox mech had unleashed its power, the area lay in utter desolation, devoid of any Void Clan presence. Over 30 Void Clan soldiers had been utterly obliterated in that singular strike. Gasp! The three observers below inhaled sharply. Je lui en du bien échange de solemn glance. Their expressions grave as they regarded the Spirit Fox mech hovering in the void. They both sensed that Su Ming's energy fluctuations were likely at the mid-level of the 7th tier. With the mech, he could barely manifest the combat prowess of a level 10 genetic warrior. This was already astonishing, considering the vast dimensional leap from 7 to 10. However, the power just displayed by Su Ming bore the unmistakable resonance of vacuum-level energy. The two pondered, if that attack had been aimed at them, even if they managed to endure it, their mechs would likely be rendered inoperative. Was such a devastating strike truly within the capability of a mere 7th-level genetic warrior? Everyone gazed at Su Ming with incredulity. The other elite members of the Void Clan were drenched in cold sweat from the sheer intensity of that attack. How could this human mech pilot possess such formidable strength? Such power could obliterate their entire squad with a couple more strikes. Nevertheless, the Void Clan warriors did not succumb to despair. With keen insight, they recognized that this attack had surpassed the normal limits of the mech warrior's capabilities, and such a feat would undoubtedly impose a tremendous burden on him. Advance. Send more troops to eliminate him. We cannot allow him to recover. If he unleashes a second strike, we stand no chance, commanded the leader of the Void Clan squad, directing his elite warriors. Instantly, dozens of Void Clan elites surged forth, ready to engage the Spirit Fox mech in combat. This time, they dispatched the elite members of their squad, far surpassing the previous soldiers in strength. A significant escalation in their combat capabilities. The Void Clan leader's assessment was astutely accurate. This assault was indeed pushing the limits of what Su Ming could endure. Such immense power surged into Su Ming's body all at once. Even though Su Ming's physique had been honed to a formidable degree, he nonetheless felt a certain discomfort from the overwhelming influx. He surmised that such a ferocious attack could be unleashed no more than once every half hour. Should it occur repeatedly within that time frame, his body would undoubtedly succumb to the unbearable intensity of the explosive force and crack apart. Thus, in this moment, Su Ming dared only to exchange for a modicum of starlight energy typically utilized in combat, refraining from unleashing such a potent force in one go. However, despite the inability to utilize the starlight detonation, Su Ming's combat prowess remained undiminished. At that moment, the Linghu mech emanated a faint, enigmatic aura. Logically, such elements imbued with mystery should not manifest on a rational and meticulously crafted mech. Yet they did. This was a power imbued with a divine essence, representing the pinnacle of all technological advancement, the divine power. At this instant, the Linghu mech seemed to undergo slight transformations as a delicate, colorful light swirled within the cockpit, establishing a connection between Su Ming and the mech. With the activation of the external skeletal enhancement of divine mechanical knowledge, Su Ming felt an instantaneous fusion with the mech. A mysterious substance bridged the gap between Su Ming and the mech, bestowing the mech with extraordinary sensory capabilities and sharing those sensations with Su Ming. Normally, even the most adept and robust mech warriors operated through a barrier of machinery, making it challenging to perceive subtle changes in the mech through their physical senses. This created a certain void in operational awareness. However, with the external skeletal enhancement, the mech's perceptions could be partially transmitted to the mech warrior, akin to removing gloves to perform tasks directly, significantly enhancing both sensitivity and operational efficacy. In a breakthrough mech, operational capability is paramount. At that moment, dozens of Void Clan experts charged towards Su Ming. Yet his gaze remained unervingly calm, devoid of any discernible fluctuation. In that fleeting instant, he absorbed the movement trajectories and angles of the Void Clan masters, as if they and the Linghu mech formed a grand tableau. This tableau surged within Su Ming's mind, prompting him to rapidly simulate numerous potential outcomes. Then, with a swift motion, he piloted the Linghu mech, vanishing from his original position. The next moment, he reappeared amidst the encirclement of the Void Clan experts, and two long blades danced in the air, their luminous arcs flashing fiercely, not only deflecting the assault of two Void Clan masters, but also cleaving them asunder. Blue blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere. The remaining Void Clan experts showed no regard for their fallen comrades. Their eyes were icy with resolve. Seizing the time won by their comrade's sacrifice, they coalesced their arms into void blades and struck at the Linghu mech. At this juncture, Su Ming was at the tail end of his old strength, his new power just beginning to wane. After dispatching two Void Clan masters, he found it challenging to mount an immediate defense against the onslaught of the remaining experts. Nevertheless, his demeanor bore no sign of panic, for he was not alone in piloting the breakthrough mech. A terrifying blade of light sliced through the air, and as the Void Clan experts were drawn to Su Ming's presence, they unwittingly overlooked another mech, Qixuan. Without the enhancement of starlight, Qixuan's combat prowess surpassed even Su Ming's. In that instant, she seized the opportunity, striking swiftly to slay three ninth-tier Void Clan masters in one fell swoop. Su Ming had accounted for Qixuan's capabilities from the outset, her prior maneuvers instilling him with confidence. In that moment, their synergy shone as Su Ming swiftly adjusted his stance, his long blade intercepting the incoming attacks from the Void Clan. Clang! The air resonated with the sharp sound of metal colliding. The void blades conjured by the Void Clan experts were forged through relentless compression of the void, culminating in a long blade of formidable sharpness and resilience. These void blades were hardly inferior to mechanical battle knives, and their clash unleashed a potent force. Su Ming frowned slightly before retreating. Although he had blocked the attack, one of his long knives was rendered useless, and the mech sustained some damage. To his surprise, even this minor damage was conveyed to his body through the external skeletal enhancement's sensory nerves. Su Ming distinctly felt a pain emanating from his body at the moment the mech was injured. It was not genuine pain, but rather an illusion induced by the sensory nerves of the external skeletal enhancement. Yet, this sensation enabled him to accurately assess the mech's condition. Quickly, he severed the connection to that painful nerve, and the discomfort dissipated. Fortunately, it seemed that only minor areas had suffered damage and deformation, while other aspects remained largely unaffected, ensuring his operational capacity. The design of the breakthrough mech prioritized extreme explosiveness and speed, sacrificing the power cushioning layer for an exceptionally agile and rapid form. Without that cushioning layer, even a single attack could inflict damage on the mech. In contrast, a heavy-type mech like the Shield Bearer would possess multiple layers of power cushioning, allowing it to withstand considerable assaults with minimal damage. However, as long as it did not impede his operations, such damage was inconsequential to Su Ming, the mechanic. He swiftly retrieved a spare mechanical battle knife from his storage space, replacing the broken one without delay. In the next moment, Su Ming piloted the Linghu mech to leap into action, utilizing the light sensing system to cloak his presence. Weaving through the ranks of the Void Clan experts. At this juncture, the Linghu mech transformed into an incredibly sharp assassin, veiled in mystery and exuding an oppressive aura, appearing and disappearing like a phantom. With a flick of his blade, he swiftly severed the head of a Void Clan expert, who fell lifelessly into the void. Meanwhile, Qixuan took on the role of a frontline warrior, engaging the Void Clan experts directly, though her kill rate was not as rapid as that of the Linghu mech. Her frontal distractions allowed Su Ming to execute his stealthy strikes with greater efficacy. Team battles are inherently a game of cooperation. In this moment, Su Ming and Qixuan formed a seamless partnership, while Su Ming's other three mechs collaborated with their respective teammates. He served as a vital link within the team, binding the four together. Below, the output continued to decimate the ranks of the Void Clan soldiers, while above, Su Ming and Qixuan relentlessly eliminated the masters of the Void Clan. Before long, this small squad of the Void Clan was entirely annihilated by the five of them. A plethora of corpses floating amidst the void, blue blood splattered everywhere. This time, none were left alive. They were all eradicated. Su Ming piloted the Spirit Fox Mecha, descending from the heavens, and with a swift motion, he immediately stored the other three mechas into his spatial storage. In the next moment, jets of searing flames erupted from the arms of the Spirit Fox Mecha, incinerating the lifeless bodies of the Void Clan experts to ashes. Attempting to wield us as instruments for their own gain? What a delusion! Su Ming scoffed. Once the corpses before him were reduced to cinders, the so-called life energy would become nothing more than a farcical notion, ultimately yielding only charred remains. At that moment, a surge of fury seemed to emanate from the depths of the Court of Life. The five individuals sensed a subtle shift in the surrounding energy. Chapter 160, Delving Deeper. The life energy in the vicinity suddenly erupted, and as the five felt the surge of power, their expressions changed in unison. At that moment, the Court of Life was draining their bodily vitality at a rate 5 times greater than before. A substantial amount of their vitality was being siphoned away. If this trend continued, an individual without any means of resistance would succumb to life exhaustion in the Court of Life within a mere 10 minutes. It was evident that the court possessed a consciousness of its own, and it was clearly retaliating against the incineration of the corpses of the Void Clan soldiers. Su Ming spoke calmly. At this moment, a faint layer of starlight enveloped his body. Whenever his bodily vitality waned, the starlight surged into him, replenishing his vitality to a stable level. Meanwhile, a glimmer of pale blue flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he intently observed the changes in energy ahead. I estimate that a significant number of Void Clan squads will be drawn to us by the Court of Life to encircle us. The Void civilization and humanity are sworn adversaries. The incoming Void squads are utterly ignorant of the Court's rules and will unwittingly become pawns for it. Likely, every Void squad that encounters the five will perceive it as a mere coincidence. However, behind the scenes, it is all orchestrated by the Court of Life. Through energy reconstruction, the Court can continuously reshape the spatial sequence within it, effortlessly guiding the trajectory of the squads. Must we annihilate all the incoming Void squads? Li frowned and spoke. I estimate there are at least dozens of squads among the incoming Void forces. If they are all manipulated by the Court to converge upon us, we will be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. A single Void squad poses little threat to the 5, 2, 3, or 4 squads beyond that. The 5 would be unable to withstand the onslaught, Even a single ordinary attack from each void soldier could easily wipe them out. Do not panic, follow my lead. At that moment, Su Ming's voice resonated through the communication channel. With a swift motion, Su Ming propelled himself forward. At that moment, the blue halo in his eyes swirled continuously. This was the system's X-ray vision function. Previously, the system's ability to perceive the energy fluctuations of the Court of Life required time for observation. However, just now, the court seemed to be in a state of rage, producing violent energy fluctuations that allowed Su Ming to easily discern the changes within the court through the system's function. Su Ming quickly pinpointed the path leading deeper into the Court of Life. Without hesitation, he surged forward. The other four, witnessing this, did not hesitate and followed him. However, halfway through their flight, the four suddenly paused, only to see Su Ming change direction and fly backward. They exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion. Yet they understood that Su Ming's actions must have a rationale. No one would gamble with their lives here. With no other options, they resolutely followed Su Ming as he flew backward for a while. Then, Su Ming shifted direction again. Left for 3 minutes. Backward for 1 minute. Forward for 10 minutes. Right for 4 minutes. Su Ming's changes in direction seemed utterly erratic, resembling a circuitous route. The four grew increasingly bewildered, and finally, Chi Sun could no longer contain herself and inquired, Su Ming, why do you keep changing direction? Upon hearing Chi Sun's question, Su Ming maintained his focus ahead, explaining slowly, the spatial structure of the Court of Life is shaped by its energy fluctuations, meaning it can reconstruct space through changes in energy. While we may change directions occasionally, from the court's perspective, we are always advancing deeper into it. Upon hearing Su Ming's explanation, the four displayed expressions of realization, gazing at him and the surrounding space with newfound understanding. They could sense the changes in the energy around them, yet they could not perceive the variations in space through those energy fluctuations. However, Su Ming seemed able to effortlessly capture the spatial changes, accurately finding the correct direction each time. This left them astonished. What ability does Su Ming possess that allows him to see through the changes in space? As the five continued changing directions, their movements appeared as though they were drunkenly staggering in an uncoordinated manner. Yet, with each seemingly frivolous change, subtle shifts began to manifest in the surrounding space. The five were not ordinary individuals. They immediately sensed these spatial alterations. This method is effective. I can feel the life energy intensifying. If we go further, I believe we can even use the surrounding life energy to cleanse our bodies, allowing our life levels to evolve. Li exclaimed excitedly. Previously, no one had ventured into the depths of the Court of Life. The group had assumed that the vitality of those who entered was insufficient to sustain them. Now it seemed that the court itself manipulated energy fluctuations to keep entrants circling, preventing them from delving deeper. At this moment, the group could access the depths of the court, undoubtedly touching upon its core secrets. This was a secret of civilization-level significance, promising immense benefits for all. Just then, it appeared that the Court of Life had sensed the threat posed by the five, causing the entire energy of the court to boil. Numerous phantoms materialized around the five, launching attacks. Meanwhile, all the void squads wandering within the court under its guidance unwittingly advanced toward the direction the five were heading. To obstruct the five from penetrating deeper into the court had open pathways directly leading to their location for the void squads to traverse. Chapter 161. The Eruption of Divine Power. This time, the void squads consisted of far more than just 100 soldiers. All the void squads that had entered the Court of Life were drawn to this location. The number was substantial, comprising dozens of squads and thousands of void soldiers and experts. Such a massive army, once united, would possess terrifying combat power. Should the five encounter them, they would stand no chance against the void forces. Before the five individuals, ethereal shadows rapidly coalesced in the void. These peculiar entities were peculiar creations of the Court of Life, fashioned from life energy, existing in a liminal state between corporeal beings and energy forms. From a certain perspective, they bore resemblance to Su Ming's condition. However, Su Ming was an unequivocal living entity, albeit with a substantial portion of his physical form transmuted into an energy state. In stark contrast, these conjured phantoms exhibited no signs of life. They were mere constructs born from dense accumulations of life energy, devoid of consciousness or sensory perception, mechanically obeying the will of the Court of Life. An overwhelming multitude of these shadows was formed, immediately launching an assault on the five. He was anxious indeed. Upon witnessing this, Li He ran, rather than feeling alarmed, was filled with delight. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fierce barrage of attacks upon the phantoms. The five once again coordinated their efforts. Su Ming, too, deployed two mechs for defense. Meanwhile, his primary mech, controlled through Su Ming's perspective, continuously sought the path ahead, guiding the group onward. Although they had entered a battle state, they managed to strike while advancing. Piercing attacks erupted from their mechs, instantly shattering the phantoms into nothingness. Su Ming's primary mech did not engage offensively, but instead served as a beacon, leading the way forward. A glance over his shoulder revealed, through his enhanced vision, a horde of void soldiers advancing towards them. Should these soldiers catch up, the options for the group would be frantic flight or certain death. With thousands of void soldiers in pursuit, their chances of survival dwindled to almost zero. Fortunately, Su Ming was leading the group deeper into the Court of Life. Although the spatial dynamics shifted constantly, they were still racing ahead. Regardless of how the Court of Life facilitated the Void Army, they would ultimately pursue from behind. Moreover, the Void soldiers were oblivious to the events unfolding ahead and remained in an exploratory state, not yet at their maximum speed. As long as they were not hindered by the phantoms, maintaining their forward momentum would make it exceedingly difficult for the Void soldiers to catch up. Do not allow too many phantoms to form. Unleash your full power against them. There are over 1,000 Void soldiers on our heels. Do not be ensnared by the phantoms. Su Ming observed the rate at which the shadows were being produced and felt a pang of urgency, exclaiming loudly. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the four were taken aback, suddenly realizing the gravity of their situation. Instantly, they ceased to hold back, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy. Su Ming's eyes widened as he sensed the potent, arcane aura emanating from each of his companions. This was the unmistakable essence of divine knowledge. In that moment, each of the four invoked their divine powers: the Wrath of Zeus, the Dimensional Cage, the Divine Annihilation Slash, and the Hyperdimensional Missile. A torrent of terrifying power erupted behind Su Ming, startling him with its intensity. The four individuals behind him were of esteemed lineage, either born of the apocalypse or scions of high-ranking officials. Otherwise, they would not have secured their places on the celestial rankings. While commoners could produce formidable warriors, lacking resources made it impossible to reach the pinnacle. Such was the nature of reality. Talent alone could not dictate everything, as resources often proved to be the critical factor. None of those on the celestial rankings could have attained their status without backing. Thus, for the four behind him, divine knowledge, though precious, was not an unattainable resource. Their respective lineages provided means to acquire such divine knowledge. Now, with all four unleashing their divine powers simultaneously, they enveloped the entire void with an overwhelming force. The energy fluctuations swept through the space, akin to a synchronized unleashing of ultimate abilities, reaching an extraordinarily terrifying magnitude. In an instant, every phantom floating in the void was obliterated by the collective might of the four, leaving no room for recovery, utterly vanquished into nothingness. Even the life energy within the Court of Life was momentarily displaced by their power. Splendid work. Let's accelerate. With the phantoms cleared from their path, Su Ming's expression brightened. The Court of Life required time to conjure phantoms, and with the path now cleared, no new phantoms would emerge in the immediate future. This interval could grant the group a crucial opportunity to distance themselves from the Void soldiers. Without hesitation, Su Ming urged his mech to accelerate sharply, weaving rapidly through the Court of Life. The four behind him, recovering their recently expended energy, swiftly maneuvered their mechs to follow Su Ming's lead deeper into the heart of the court. Quick, faster, even faster. The group cherished this hard-won window of opportunity, unleashing remarkable speed as they raced deeper into the Court of Life. As they continued their rapid advance, an unsettling sensation washed over them. They sensed a presence within the Court of Life that exuded feelings of threat, anger, and warning. Upon perceiving this emotional energy, Su Ming and his companions exchanged glances, each revealing a smirk of nonchalance. How amusing! It is anxious, truly anxious. With no recourse left, it can only resort to threats. Li Ran chuckled. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Why the urgency now? The group was far from naive. Threats, anger, warnings, these emotions in their eyes were mere posturing. If the Court of Life truly possessed the means to annihilate them, would it resort to such theatrics? They could simply eliminate them without warning. Were they toying with children? Su Ming chuckled lightly, but his expression soon turned serious. Through his system's enhanced vision, he discerned an object ahead that resembled a grand door, emerging not far from their position. Chapter 162, The End of the Court of Life. Upon seeing this door manifest before them, Su Ming's heart soared with joy. Without a moment's thought, He led his companions into the entrance. With a resounding crash, the door swung open, and the group surged into the threshold. As they crossed the threshold, an immediate sensation of gravity enveloped them, grounding their feet. "This is a genuine space," Li Ran exclaimed in astonishment. Within the Court of Life, the spatial constructs were composed of energy, existing in a state between the real and the illusory. Yet, this particular realm was authentic, possessing a tangible ground with gravity. With gravity came a sense of direction. The group exchanged knowing glances, then, without hesitation, they stepped forward. Before them lay an expansive corridor, flanked by extraordinary murals adorned with various inscriptions. Upon seeing these artworks and texts, Su Ming's face lit up with intrigue. He swiftly employed his translator to capture all the written words from the murals, preparing to render them into human language. Adjusting translation logic. Please capture as many diverse text types as possible. The system is attempting to translate based on the arrangement of the characters. Within the translation system, a voice soon resonated. Upon hearing this voice, Su Ming did not hesitate to capture all the content depicted on the murals along their journey, transmitting it to the translator. These murals contained a vast array of information. The corridor alone extended for hundreds of kilometers, adorned on all sides with murals and inscriptions, all of which were meticulously recorded, amounting to a substantial volume of content. The 5 individuals pressed onward, diligently documenting the surrounding murals. At that moment, the foreboding sensation emanating from the Court of Life intensified, and ethereal shadows began to manifest around them. Sensing this, Li Heron urgently shouted, "Behave yourselves. If you continue to disrupt, I shall destroy this corridor, along with your murals and inscriptions." With that, Li Heron raised his weapon, aiming it at a nearby mural. After hearing his declaration, the Court of Life seemed to hesitate, and the shadows gradually dissipated, along with the ominous atmosphere. A look of intrigue crossed Li Heron's face. "Oh, the Court of Life seems quite apprehensive about this mural. It appears to document something extraordinary." Upon hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming's expression shifted, and he glanced at the translation progress bar, which had inexplicably become stuck at 20. Showing no signs of movement, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Given the current technological standards, even unfamiliar scripts could be translated easily, provided that the characters were complete and logically organized. However, the fact that the translation progress was halted suggested 2 possible reasons. Either the arrangement of the characters lacked any logical structure, or the logical arrangement was entirely dissimilar to that of human thought. Su Ming leaned towards the latter. The former seemed implausible. After all, murals and inscriptions were undoubtedly intended for documentation. It would be absurd for the Court of Life to inscribe characters without logic for mere amusement. "What do you think is recorded on these murals?" Su Ming waited curiously. Upon hearing his question, the 4 others exchanged glances, and then Chi Sun pondered aloud. "It should be knowledge. The knowledge of this civilization." At Chi Sun's remark, everyone nodded in agreement. The murals exhibited no discernible patterns. They did not seem to describe events, but rather appeared to document knowledge. "Let us record everything first. Surely, we shall find answers ahead." Su Ming spoke softly. As the 5 entered the corridor, each captured images of the surrounding murals, which might harbor exceptional value. Perhaps someone in human society could decode the content of these murals. With the speed of their mechs, they traversed the hundreds of kilometers in just over 10 minutes. At that moment, Su Ming and his companions gazed in astonishment at the corridor's end. There, a colossal energy barrier isolated the corridor from another realm. Through the corridor, they beheld what appeared to be a chamber-like space. Su Ming's gaze penetrated the chamber, revealing peculiar beings, each with their eyes closed, seemingly in a deep slumber. However, these creatures did not merely appear to be asleep. They seemed to be deceased. Su Ming sensed no trace of vitality emanating from them. "Look!" At that moment, Du Bing pointed in astonishment at the upper part of the chamber. Hearing Du Bing's exclamation, everyone promptly directed their attention upwards. They beheld orbs of energy, roughly the size of human heads, gathering above the chamber. These energy clusters exuded an enigmatic aura, one that was familiar to them. Indeed, it was the essence of divine power. Are these energy clusters a condensation of divine power? Could this be the reason the Court of Life absorbs biological vitality? To forge divine power? Lieran exclaimed in astonishment. Divine power is a crucial factor distinguishing living beings. A life form devoid of divine essence is akin to a clone. Could it be that the Court of Life has truly mastered the technology of revival? The more they discussed, the more their expressions reflected sheer astonishment. Theoretically, the technology of revival is feasible. However, humanity presently finds itself stymied by the condensation of divine power. After all, each individual's divine essence is unique and cannot be replicated. Even if the physical form were revived, without the restoration of divine essence, it would be futile. At that moment, as if sensing their presence, the largest energy cluster quickly consumed the two nearby divine energy orbs. In an instant, a sensation of maturation and transformation emanated from this divine essence. After absorbing the two orbs, it transitioned from a semi-finished state to a mature divine condensation. The group was taken aback as they watched this energy form swiftly surge into one of the slumbering beings. Instantly, this life form radiated all the vital signs characteristic of a living entity. In other words, this life form had been revived. Chapter 163, The Revived Life Form. The being that had absorbed the divine essence quickly opened its eyes, and a formidable surge of energy pulsed within its body. It cast its gaze upon Su Ming and the others, its eyes ablaze with intense fury. "You have slain two of my kin." It spoke in a language of human civilization, likely a result of the Court of Life's prior study of all who had entered its domain, enabling its inhabitants to grasp human language. Upon hearing this life form's words, the group exchanged bewildered expressions. How ironic that it blamed them for its haste in consuming the divine essence of the two nearby beings. Nonetheless, this revelation made the five acutely aware that this life form, deep within the Court of Life, was an adversary, not an ally. "Invaders, prepare to meet your doom." The resurrected being, filled with wrath, extended its hand, channeling a torrent of life energy into it. At that moment, this life energy transformed into an extraordinarily dangerous and exotic force, launching an assault toward the five. Sensing the energy's formidable fluctuations, Su Ming and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. How powerful! This unknown life form possesses incredible strength. How is this possible? It has just been revived, yet its power is so formidable. Shen Yui exclaimed, his scalp prickling with alarm. The power emanating from this life form was sufficient to rival that of an ascendant. What does it mean to be ascendant? After the 10th level of Gene Warriors comes the vacuum level, and only after that does one achieve ascendant status. Once at this level, one can defy gravitational constraints without relying on atmospheric propulsion, soaring freely through the skies. It represents an immensely formidable realm, and crucially, this being surpassed the five by an overwhelming margin. Even if they united their strengths, they would undoubtedly be no match for an ascendant. Run, Liaran Shota. Immediately fleeing in the direction they had come, Su Ming and the others hesitated not. Faced with such a potent energy assault, remaining in place would be tantamount to courting death. Boom! The terrifying energy attack struck the very spot where they had been standing, the ensuing energy fluctuations making them feel as though death itself were pursuing them from behind. The five individuals exerted every ounce of strength they possessed, their energy levels surging to their utmost limits as the thrusters behind their mechs roared to life, propelling them away from the area of the energy explosion at a terrifying speed. After approximately a minute of frantic escape, Su Ming suddenly sensed something amiss. "Wait, he hasn't followed us," Su Ming murmured into the communication channel. Upon hearing his words, the four companions immediately halted, turning to gaze back at the chamber behind them. There, they beheld the resurrected entity, now suspended within the chamber, casting a venomous glare at the five of them. Strangely, he had not taken a single step outside. He was unable to leave the chamber. In an instant, they all grasped the gravity of the situation. Had this being been capable of exiting the chamber, given the overwhelming power he had just unleashed, their chances of survival would have been non-existent. Yet, he remained stationary, seemingly unwilling to depart. Look, the life energy within the chamber is continuously flowing towards him, only to dissipate from his body. Chi Sun observed, her keen perception picking up on the crucial detail. Perhaps all his power originated from this chamber. It was rather extraordinary for someone just revived to exhibit such strength. He must be drawing upon the chamber's energy to unleash such a terrifying assault. The group quickly recognized the underlying issue. What should we do now? There are Void Clan soldiers approaching from behind, and this chamber is shielded by an energy barrier that we cannot breach. Li Heron's face displayed a hint of anxiety. They found themselves trapped between a rock and a hard place, with no viable escape route. Is there a way to sever the connection between him and the energy in the chamber? Su Ming's calm voice resonated through the communication channel. Chun Hui glanced at Su Ming, then shook his head. To cut off the energy connection, we would either need to forcefully breach the door or possess knowledge of the life tribunal civilization to control the energy. Otherwise, we have no other options. The notion of a violent breach was impractical. The mere surge of life energy emanating from behind would compel them to flee, leaving them with no chance to reach the chamber's entrance. Knowledge, then? Su Ming pondered aloud, retrieving the previously inscribed murals and translations from the corridor. Crouching down to scrutinize them closely, the others gathered around, hoping to discover a means to control the life tribunal from these depictions. However, after a brief examination, they felt dizzy and disoriented. The reasons were twofold. One was the issue of translation. The progress was only at 40, rendering it impossible to derive the complete essence of the murals. The other was that much of the knowledge inscribed within these murals was entirely alien to human thought processes. Even if a complete translation were presented, the obscurity of the content would render comprehension unattainable. It was no wonder this peculiar civilization so boldly engraved knowledge upon the murals. It seemed that only their own kind could fathom their cognitive framework. Mindlock. By employing a unique thought process, they rendered their knowledge inscrutable to outsiders, effectively placing an invisible lock on the understanding of this information. Due to the disparity in cognitive frameworks, it was unlikely that any human civilization could grasp the contents of these murals. Li Heron shook his head, speaking with despondency. At that moment, Su Ming's voice broke through the communication channel. Perhaps there is a way. I will attempt to learn this knowledge. Please give me a moment. The others were taken aback, their gazes shifting towards Su Ming's mech. To their astonishment, he had closed his eyes, appearing as if he were about to fall asleep. What was happening? Li Heron was momentarily bewildered. Surely he isn't going to sleep now? The group exchanged incredulous glances, but given Su Ming's previous reliability, they felt reluctant to disturb him. Despite their confusion, indeed, Su Ming had succumbed to slumber. However, before drifting off, he had transmitted the images of the knowledge into the Wuzuan mech system, scanning for the knowledge of the civilization of life. A total of 210 minor items, 108 medium items, and 149 major items of knowledge detected. Would you like to set this for automatic learning? Automatic learning, prioritize learning. Without hesitation, Su Ming issued the command, then closed his eyes, slipping into a deep sleep. Chapter 164, Su Ming in slumber. The Linghu mech hovered in the void, activating its auto-hover stabilization feature. However, the pilot within had ceased to operate it. The four companions exchanged odd glances as they beheld Su Ming, bewildered by the fact that he had chosen to sleep in such perilous circumstances. Whoever encountered a comrade dozing off at a critical moment would undoubtedly feel perplexed. Now, the four stared at Su Ming in utter disbelief. He was indeed asleep, and to their perception, he appeared to be in a deep, restful slumber. Li Heron felt a vain throb on his forehead. If not for Su Ming's consistent reliability in recent times and the prevalence of divine technology, he might have doubted the wisdom of sleeping during a crisis. Given the precedent set by a certain figure with apocalyptic abilities, the others, while finding Su Ming's choice absurd, could rationalize it as a manifestation of his divine abilities. Should we wait? Du Bing remarked with a wry smile as he observed Su Ming's slumber. It was a gamble, a test of their faith in Su Ming. The Void Clan army was rapidly approaching, and they likely would not take long to reach their location. Time was of the essence, and Su Ming's sleep was consuming precious moments. They had to decide whether to place their trust in this seemingly unreliable approach. With a determined resolve, Li Heron declared, I will wait. I choose to trust Su Ming. Chi Sun, without further comment, activated the auto-hover feature, her stance unmistakably clear. Wait. Seeing both of them choose to trust Su Ming, Chun Hui and Du Bing exchanged glances, and without uttering a word, they too opted to place their faith in him. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the void. Not far from the core of the Life Tribunal, a unique being glared malevolently at the 5 individuals suspended in space. Meanwhile, from a distance, a military force, guided by the Life Tribunal, advanced towards their location. Despite being caught between adversaries, the 5 remained remarkably composed, floating serenely in the void. Time ticked away. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had been asleep for approximately 20 minutes, and the others began to display subtle signs of concern. Li Heron and Chun Hui frequently cast anxious glances towards the approaching Void Clan forces, fearing they might see the enemy emerge at any moment. 5 more minutes passed, and even Chi Sun and Du Bing could no longer remain still. They adjusted their mechs to combat mode and spoke through the communication channel. Should we wake him? If we don't, the Void Clan will be upon us. Du Bing spoke with a tone laden with gravity. The other 3 exchanged glances and slowly nodded in agreement. Just then, Su Ming's voice resonated through the communication channel. No need to wake me. I am already awake. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the group's faces lit up with relief and joy. What have you discovered? Did you find a way to break the connection? Li Heron asked excitedly. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully, then spoke. The time is far too brief. I have only learned two critical aspects. One is to deactivate the energy shield, and the other is to suspend the energy supply. However, the knowledge of civilization possessed by the life forms in the Court of Life undoubtedly surpasses my own in depth and complexity. Once they react, I fear they will swiftly regain control. We must act unexpectedly, charging into the energy shield before they have a chance to respond. Remember, the energy shield will only remain down for an instant, and the energy supply can only be halted momentarily. We must be swift. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the faces of the others gleamed with unrestrained elation. Indeed, even a fleeting moment would suffice. Chi Sun and Shun Hui would engage the awakened life form head-on, while Li Heron and I would seize the still dormant life forms within the chamber. Thus, even if that life form regained control over the energy, it would still hesitate to act recklessly. Du Bing quickly assigned roles within the team, and without hesitation, they surged towards the core chamber of the Court of Life. The five of them unleashed their utmost speed. Any delay could mean the impending arrival of the Void Race's forces. A swift resolution was imperative. Leading the charge, Su Ming, during the sprint, continuously utilized the energy frequencies emitted by his mech to align with the energy frequencies present within the Court of Life. In his dreams, the system had selected two most suitable fragments of civilized knowledge for him to employ at this moment. Although merely elementary knowledge, it sufficed for a brief control of the chamber. The five figures propelled themselves forward, racing towards the chamber. Inside the chamber, the life form halted and observed their approach. A flicker of disdain crossed its eyes, and in response, torrents of energy from the Court of Life surged into its being. Within the Court of Life, it was the sovereign, the master of this domain. Despite its recent revival and lack of combat prowess, all the energy within the court was at its disposal. This life form of civilization was poised to unleash a lethal strike against the five. Yet, it remained patient, fully aware of its limitations in leaving the chamber. It intended to wait until the five drew closer before launching its attack. Otherwise, it risked a repeat of the earlier encounter, where its assault had failed to inflict any significant damage. Little did this pitiful life form know that among the five, one had managed to grasp a fragment of its civilization's knowledge in a mere 20 minutes. Although scant, this sliver of knowledge was sufficient to turn the tide. As the five piloted their mechs ever nearer, a smirk of mockery emerged within the life form's mind. Excellent. Stupid invaders, prepare to face the wrath of the Court of Life. At that moment, the life form activated the chaotic energies of the court, readying to unleash a devastating blow. Just then, Su Ming, who had been observing the life form through the system's perspective function, felt a flash of silver in his eyes. His mental energy surged, instantly flooding into the control logic layer of the Court of Life. In that fleeting moment, Su Ming temporarily seized control of the chamber. Now, charge! He bellowed, quickening his pace. Under his command, the energy flooding into the life form dissipated without a trace, and the energy shield surrounding the chamber abruptly deactivated. Chapter 165, Threats and Assurances. How is this possible? The sudden loss of energy and the deactivation of the chamber's shield left the life form inside in a state of profound shock. How could this be? Control of the Court of Life required an understanding of civilized knowledge. Yet, just moments ago, it had inexplicably lost that control. In truth, the life form's grasp of civilized knowledge far exceeded Su Ming's. As long as it remained vigilant, Su Ming would have no chance to reclaim control. However, such a notion would not occur to any ordinary being, who could have anticipated that their greatest confidence would be so fleetingly usurped. In an instant, the life form was drenched in cold sweat. Almost immediately, it leveraged its far deeper understanding of civilization to reclaim control of the chamber. Yet, both seizing and restarting control required time. In that brief moment, Su Ming and his four companions had already burst into the chamber. The life form, having just regained control, found three mechanical blades poised at its throat. I know you can comprehend human language. Now behave yourself. Su Ming's voice resonated through the mech, and he extended a hand, gesturing towards the chamber. Two mechs aimed their cannons at the nutrient pods within, where hundreds of life forms lay seemingly in slumber. These beings had yet to awaken, possessing vitality but lacking consciousness. Should they fire, these unaware entities would be utterly defenseless, reduced to ash by the onslaught. These dormant life forms represented the last embers of civilization, vital for the resurgence of their society. Should they be obliterated by such a blast, even if the Court of Life were to annihilate the five invaders, it would still constitute an unacceptable blow to their civilization. Upon witnessing this scene, the only awakened life form displayed a tense expression, exclaiming, "Do not act rashly. I will comply. I will not resist. Just return control of the chamber to me. Lower your voice." Hearing Su Ming's command, the revived life form, with no other option, relinquished its control over the chamber. Control reverted to Su Ming, who felt a measure of relief. As long as he held the reins, the revived life form posed no real threat. After all, its own power was likely comparable to that of a second or third-tier genetic warrior. Anyone of the present could easily vanquish it, control the Court of Life, and redirect the incoming Void Race forces. Su Ming continued, his tone icy. Although Su Ming had gained control of the chamber, it was merely that control of the chamber. His understanding of civilized knowledge was insufficient to dominate the entirety of the Court of Life, which remained under the life form's authority. With a resigned smile, the life form complied, manipulating the energy structures within the court to alter the flow of space. Thus, while the Void Rays continued their advance, they gradually distanced themselves from the group. After completing this task, the life form opened its eyes, casting a helpless look at Su Ming. "I only wish to restore my civilization. Please spare us. I am willing to trade divine knowledge for your mercy." The life form's plea elicited exchanged glances among Su Ming and his companions, each discerning the glimmer of intrigue in the other's eyes. Divine knowledge differed fundamentally from the knowledge inscribed upon murals. It could not be recorded on walls, only contained within objects of divine characteristics or within the essence of living beings. Thus, even though Su Ming had memorized all the knowledge of the murals outside, the divine knowledge beyond the murals remained in the hands of the life forms. "How could I be certain that, after we release you, your life civilization would not seek revenge against us?" Su Ming spoke softly. Upon hearing his words, the life form couldn't help but let out a wry smile, and then said, "Throughout the long course of existence, our life civilization has faced invasions from other civilizations and has long been destroyed. What remains now are merely the life court and the few unrevived kin, representing only a fragment of the once complete life civilization. Even if we were all to be revived, nearly 90% of our knowledge and resources have been lost. How could we possibly pose any threat to human civilization?" After hearing the life form's words, Su Ming and the others exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Perhaps the life civilization was once formidable, but now it was merely a nascent civilization that had experienced a rupture in its cultural continuity. Not only had it lost knowledge, but its resources and energy reserves had also been reduced to nothing. Such a civilization, even if it were to develop for several thousand years, would likely not stand a chance against human civilization. The group was not at all concerned about the possibility of life civilization harboring vengeful thoughts against humanity. After contemplating for a moment, Su Ming nodded and said, "Very well, but you must agree to several conditions before I can spare your life civilization. Moreover, if you perform well, human civilization may even assist in its restoration. The composition of human society is not solely made up of pure human civilization. There are also some weaker civilizations that exist in association with human civilization. These weaker civilizations pose little threat and are regarded as elements of cultural diversity, relegated to the fringes of human society. The life civilization may very well become similar in the future. However, for the current life civilization, this is not only harmless, but rather a tremendous boon. Such a colossal entity as human civilization can not only provide protection, but also offer resources for development." Su Ming's words were akin to an edict of amnesty. The life civilization, which had previously been furtively developing with a sense of luck, now had no choice but to accept this offer of amnesty. For how could human civilization allow such a civilization to exist in its vicinity? Were it not for the pressing demands on human civilization, the life court would have likely been breached long ago. After reflecting on Su Ming's words, the life form nodded in agreement. The heroes of Liangshan are indeed all valiant, yet when faced with the imperial decree of amnesty, they readily complied. After all, what is better than following a leader? Excellent. Your willingness is commendable. Su Ming chuckled lightly, and the atmosphere became considerably more relaxed. He then spoke with a calm demeanor. "Before we proceed, there are a few tasks you must undertake. First, open the life court to allow unfettered access for human civilization. Second, transfer all knowledge of the life civilization, including divine knowledge, to us. Of course, this transfer does not imply that it will be given to human civilization as a whole. Third, ascertain the pathways through which the void civilization can enter the life court, and subsequently provide human civilization with the routes for military advancement toward the void civilization." Upon hearing Su Ming's directives, The life form of the life court displayed a look of consternation. The third point posed no issues. But could the life court not be opened in just a limited capacity? The life form of the life civilization hesitated before voicing his concern. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's gaze gradually turned cold, and an obscure energy fluctuation began to emanate from him. Sensing this energy disturbance, the life form's expression shifted slightly. Although the energy level emanating from Su Ming was not particularly intense, it was sufficient to control the energy within the chamber. With but a thought, Su Ming could cause the entire chamber to explode, obliterating the last spark of a life civilization. In that moment, the life form fully grasped Su Ming's intent. Cooperation would lead to partnership and amnesty, while non-cooperation would result in imprisonment and the annihilation of their civilization, including their knowledge. The life form's expression changed several times before he finally sighed in resignation and slowly nodded. Very well, I agree. However, human civilization must guarantee the future development and survival of the life civilization. Upon hearing this, smiles of satisfaction spread across the faces of the 5 individuals. Su Ming replied with a reassuring smile. Rest assured, human civilization has always been exceedingly friendly towards its allies, and we welcome you to join the alliance of human civilization. Although he said this, Su Ming did not immediately release the individual. After all, verbal promises are often the least reliable. If he were to let this person go only for them to change their mind and seize control of the life court, the 5 would find themselves in a dire predicament. I shall first transfer the divine knowledge of the life civilization to you. The life form of the life civilization spoke slowly, and soon, the energy of the life court began to coalesce in his hand, forming a unique information crystal. It was likely that all the knowledge of the life civilization was contained within this crystal. The individual was acutely aware that Su Ming's previous statement was merely a transfer of knowledge to them, not to human civilization, indicating that this was a personal concession and would not count as a gain for humanity. This was not particularly surprising, although they belonged to the same human civilization. Seeking personal benefit without harming the civilization was not unreasonable. Before long, the crystal was delivered into Su Ming's hands. He glanced at the crystal and proceeded to utilize the War Master Mecha system to extract the information contained within it. Upon completion of the reading, he discovered a total of 5 pieces of divine knowledge. Soon, a notification sound echoed from the system. Upon hearing this notification, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Ming's face. Is it true that your civilization possesses only 5 pieces of divine knowledge? A hint of skepticism flashed in his eyes. How could a grand civilization only grasp 5 pieces of divine knowledge? Was this some sort of jest? Sensing Su Ming's bewilderment, the life form of the life civilization forced a wry smile and replied, We can only be considered remnants of a civilization. The majority of our knowledge has been lost, and these are the last remnants of our divine knowledge. After hearing the life form's words, Su Ming slowly nodded. Given the mere hundreds of individuals present, it was plausible that they would not possess an abundance of civilization knowledge, making the individual's statement quite reasonable. Once the divine knowledge was stored in the system, Su Ming handed the crystal to the other 4 individuals. This operation was a collaborative effort among the 5, thus the acquired divine knowledge would naturally be shared among them. After passing the crystal, Su Ming immersed part of his consciousness into the system to review the divine knowledge they had obtained. To his disappointment, none of the divine knowledge pertained to mechanical knowledge. Divine knowledge encompasses a diverse range of categories, not limited solely to mechanical knowledge. Moreover, as a life civilization, they had pursued a different developmental trajectory, so the absence of mechanical knowledge was understandable. The divine knowledge included 1. Divine condensation knowledge category, divine energy growth knowledge effect, weaving divine information, allowing the conversion of life energy into divine condensates, which may contain divine information. Divine condensates can be used for 1. Reviving individuals who have lost divine information. 2. Supplementing divine energy consumption. 3. Devour. Enhance divine power, with the caveat that divine power may gradually become muddled. Usage is not recommended. Knowledge level high. Principle of spatial cube energy structure. Knowledge category, spatial energy. Knowledge effect. Utilizing energy transformation to construct a unique space, achieving the manipulation of spatial changes. Knowledge level high. Tree of divine life. Knowledge category, life energy. Knowledge effect. Releasing life energy to construct a special life tree, which continuously provides the user with life energy replenishment and restores bodily damage. Knowledge level, medium. Domain life deprivation. Knowledge category, life domain. Knowledge effect. utilizing life energy to create a domain in which all life forms, excluding the user, experience diminished bodily vitality, continuously being stripped away. Deprivation rate 0.5s. Additional effect. The stripped life energy can be repurposed by the user, e.g., to enhance the life tree, restore bodily vitality, increase the strength of the spatial cube, etc. Knowledge level, medium. Life sublimation. Knowledge type, life growth. Knowledge effect, consuming a significant amount of life energy to permanently elevate the target's life tier, allowing for the sublimation of the target's life level. Maximum sublimation per individual, 5. Note, sublimation can occur only once within a year. Knowledge level, medium. Upon reviewing these 5 divine knowledge entries, a glimmer of joy flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Although these 5 pieces of divine knowledge predominantly pertain to life, their effects were remarkably substantial. Divine condensation was the knowledge that enabled the resurrection of living beings in the court of life, with the divine condensations formed from this very knowledge. This was the key to resurrection and one of the techniques that human civilization had yet to master. Possessing this technology would imply the potential to resurrect anyone. To Su Ming, this represented the pinnacle of divine knowledge. With this alone, he felt immensely fortunate. Moreover, Su Ming was not unfamiliar with domain life deprivation, life sublimation, and principle of spatial cube energy structure. He had previously witnessed the terrifying aspects of these 3 forms of divine knowledge in the court of life. Su Ming's focus sharpened on the knowledge of life sublimation, a pensive expression gracing his face. This knowledge did not stipulate that it could only be employed by the possessor. Rather, it referred to a target. This indicated that others, beyond the knowledge bearer, could also benefit from its effects. Thus, Su Ming could leverage this knowledge to procure numerous advantages. Chapter 167, Departure. After absorbing the introductions of these 5 divine knowledge pieces, Su Ming developed a general understanding of their potential impacts, establishing a corresponding hierarchy in his mind. He inputted this divine knowledge into the system, preparing to have it instilled in his consciousness while he slept. However, for the time being, it seemed he could only grasp medium-level divine knowledge, as the higher-level knowledge would require further contemplation for comprehension. Nevertheless, this was merely a matter of time. Once the knowledge was in hand, he would eventually master it. Deciding to set aside thoughts of the 5 divine knowledge pieces, Su Ming relinquished the matter to the system. His mind gradually returned to the chamber, and he turned his gaze toward his 4 companions. To his surprise, after they had read through the 5 divine knowledge entries, a hint of confusion crossed their faces, soon replaced by expressions of regret and disappointment. Taken aback by their reactions, Su Ming instinctively inquired, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with the knowledge?" Li Heron, wearing a sorrowful expression, replied, "Brother Su Ming, you're asking a question you already know the answer to. The knowledge is undoubtedly fine. It's the people who are the problem." "People are the problem?" Su Ming paused, quickly realizing the implication. It seemed these 5 divine knowledge pieces were akin to the content depicted in the earlier mural, although accurately translated. The differing cognitive frameworks rendered them difficult for his companions to comprehend. To the others, the 5 divine knowledge pieces appeared obscure and tedious, rendering them nearly impossible to engage with, let alone understand. At that moment, Chun Hui opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward the resurrected individual from the life civilization. Frowning as he asked, "Are these 5 pieces of divine knowledge only usable by the life forms of your civilization? Humans cannot employ this divine knowledge. In the cosmos, not every civilization's knowledge could be universally grasped by all. For instance, non-carbon-based life forms were entirely incapable of understanding or utilizing the divine knowledge of human civilization. The diverse compositions of life forms dictated their varying capabilities in comprehending knowledge systems. With the 5 pieces of divine knowledge, it was virtually impossible for a typical human to utilize them. The life form from the life civilization hesitated briefly before sheepishly responding. The threshold for utilizing these 5 pieces of divine knowledge requires a being that is half life form, half energy entity. Given that humans are primarily carbon-based, they likely cannot utilize them. A flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes, concerned that the group would turn hostile upon realizing their inability to use the knowledge. However, this was also a small ploy on his part. He understood that carbon-based organisms would struggle with such half-life, half-energy divine knowledge, which is why he generously shared his civilization's most guarded knowledge with the 5. He was confident they would not be able to use it. Even if they obtained the knowledge, they would remain ineffectual. Yet, he failed to notice that among the 5, a youth with a delicate visage harbored a glimmer of inexplicable amusement in his eyes, which was swiftly suppressed. This youth was none other than Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming's heart brimmed with joy. half-life, half-energy entity. Others cannot, but I can. Moreover, while normal human cognition may struggle to grasp this knowledge, once it is input into the system and taught to me, I shall easily understand its content. These 5 pieces of divine knowledge seem tailor-made for Su Ming. In this way, even though the other 4 possessed identical divine knowledge, Su Ming need not worry about issues of redundancy or knowledge counteracting one another. Chun Hui and the other 3 exchanged glances, recognizing the shared look of resignation in one another's eyes. Chun Hui sighed and slowly articulated, "Well, this cannot be entirely blamed on you. The differences in life forms do indeed create some knowledge barriers. However, this knowledge may still hold value for human civilization. Perhaps in the future, we can draw inspiration from its concepts to construct other forms of divine knowledge." Upon hearing Chun Hui's words, the life form from the life civilization nodded repeatedly in agreement, honestly acquiescing. Yet inwardly, he sighed with relief, grateful that these humans did not react negatively, having narrowly avoided a potential fallout. Since the 5 had acquired the relevant knowledge, lingering here served no further purpose. Su Ming stood up and addressed the life form. "Now, use your control over the energy structure of the Court of Life to open a path for us to exit. As for the other Void Clan soldiers still lingering within the Court of Life, you may arrange their fates as you see fit, whether to eliminate them or to utilize their presence to locate the passage through which they arrived. Ultimately, when the cosmic nations of human civilization enter the Court of Life, you will be required to provide us with the directions and corresponding pathways for the Void Clan's departure." This was a prior agreement among us, and upon hearing Su Ming's words, the being from the life civilization refrained from further comments. Before the group, he conjured a passage leading out of the Court of Life using life energy and then smiled as he addressed them. "Rest assured, everything within the Court of Life is well within my control, and I will certainly ascertain the route for these Void Clan soldiers to depart." Nodding in agreement, Su Ming and the others activated their mechs and promptly entered the passage. The 5 of them harbored no concerns that this being from the life civilization would go back on his word and deliberately deceive human civilization. After all, considering the magnitude of the Court of Life, even if one were to ally with the Void Clan, it would be unthinkable to betray human civilization. Should he renege, the might of the assembled forces would surely obliterate the Court of Life, leaving no trace behind. Following the spatial passage, the 5 departed the Court of Life. Soon, they emerged from a void into a sector of the Eastern Ming Alliance. Chapter 168, The Transaction. After leaving the Court of Life, Su Ming and his companions exchanged contact information and went their separate ways. For the 5, this collaboration was immensely gratifying. Each teammate had played a significant role, and it was conceivable that they might form a squad again in the future for further battles. However, for the time being, they needed to report the events concerning the Court of Life to their respective cosmic nations. Once they parted ways, Su Ming promptly dialed his father's number and recounted the matters related to the Court of Life and the Void Civilization. Colonel Clarence appeared to be preoccupied at first, as the line was filled with noise upon connection. Yet, upon hearing Su Ming mention the Void Civilization, his expression grew serious, and he moved to a quieter location, saying, "Are you suggesting that the Void Civilization has found a passage?" Su Ming nodded and replied, "This passage is the Court of Life. But the core has been breached by myself and several others from the Eastern Ming. The court has now turned in our favor, and we can utilize it as a route to launch an attack on the Void Civilization." A flicker of delight crossed Colonel Clarence's face at Su Ming's words. "Excellent. We shall discuss the details later. So, according to your proposal, we can use the Court of Life to mount a surprise attack on the Void Civilization?" Su Ming affirmed with a nod. The Void Civilization has likely not yet discovered the secret of the Court of Life, but given time, that may change. Colonel Clarence acknowledged this with a nod. The Void Civilization was formidable. It was not to be underestimated. Although the Void Lords could not contend with the mech-equipped Apocalypse class directly, their peculiar abilities made it challenging for even the Apocalypse to eliminate them. After a moment's contemplation, Colonel Clarence slowly responded, "I understand. Ultimately, the final decision will require the consensus of the 5 major cosmic nations. However, your provision of this intelligence shall be noted as a merit, and I shall ensure you receive a reward from the Empire in the form of divine knowledge." Upon hearing Colonel Clarence's words, Su Ming nodded in acceptance, unable to refuse such an offer. Who could turn down the acquisition of divine knowledge? However, at present, Su Ming had no time to return to the Empire for redemption. He intended first to find a place to digest the vast knowledge he had recently acquired. "If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now, as I need to discuss this matter with the other cosmic nations," Colonel Clarence stated calmly. "Wait, so meaning that suddenly. What is it?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming replied, I possess a technology capable of evolving life levels and wish to propose a transaction with the Empire. A smile appeared on Colonel Clarence's face upon hearing Su Ming's words. You intend to sell this technology to the Empire? However, contrary to Colonel Clarence's expectations, Su Ming shook his head and clarified, this technology has a biological barrier, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary humans. What I wish to sell to the Empire is a quota for life-level evolution. A hint of surprise flickered across Colonel Clarence's face. A biological barrier? How could a normal human not grasp it? Yet his own son could. However, being well-versed and experienced, Colonel Clarence recognized that while this matter was peculiar, it was not implausible. In fact, it could even be beneficial for him that Su Ming harbored some secrets. Very well, I shall discuss this with the Empire. However, they will certainly require assurance of the extent to which your technology can enhance life levels. If the enhancement is minimal, its value may not be significant. Originally, Colonel Clarence had no involvement in such matters. Nevertheless, as it was his own son seeking assistance, he was more than willing to help. Yet, unbeknownst to Colonel Clarence, the life-level enhancement that Su Ming possessed was likely beyond the comprehension of human civilization itself. Should the Empire reach an agreement with Su Ming, they might well emerge as the more pleased party, rather than Su Ming. The two continued to engage in casual conversation for a while before Colonel Clarence ended the call. He likely had a multitude of matters to attend to and could hardly spare more time, so he quickly moved on to his own affairs. Su Ming, unfussed, made his way to a planet within the Eastern Ming Alliance, where he rented a mechanical workshop and settled in. This venture to the Court of Life had yielded a wealth of knowledge, and his mechs had also sustained varying degrees of damage. All of these required time for repair and study. Su Ming decided to take a brief respite, as it was anticipated that the 5 major cosmic nations would be engaged in ongoing meetings and decision-making, and it would be some time before any war plans against the Void civilization were set in motion. Whether in training or study, balance was essential. So Su Ming granted himself a small reprieve. Returning to his familiar workbench, he laid out all the mechs that had been damaged during his time in the Court of Life. The Shield Bearer and Spirit Fox were the 2 mechs that had sustained the most damage, while the others had scarcely encountered the Void Clan soldiers and thus required no repairs. Calming his mind, Su Ming focused intently on the mechs before him. At this moment, he found that he did not even need to utilize the system's perspective function. With merely his divine knowledge, he could effortlessly perceive the issues within the mechs. He swiftly identified the problems and began to disassemble the mechs with precision. After enduring the trials of several battles, both mechs bore some hidden injuries within their frames, though these did not significantly impact their overall performance. Nevertheless, any existing damage would inevitably hinder the transmission of energy levels. The more hidden injuries there were, the greater the energy loss. In a sense, the more damage sustained, the more diminished the mech's power became. However, as long as repairs were completed, it posed no insurmountable problems. The Empire claims they will grant me a piece of divine knowledge, Su Ming mused while repairing, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had heard rumors of a divine knowledge within the Empire that enabled mechs to self-repair without any side effects. He intended to have his father inquire about this, leveraging this opportunity to request a self-repairing divine mechanical knowledge from the Empire. Chapter 169. The Ascension of Life Enhancement. Over the following days, Su Ming gradually settled into life on this planet. However, it was not a matter of settling down, but rather a temporary assimilation of the knowledge previously acquired, while simultaneously awaiting the arrangements of the 5 great cosmic nations regarding the affairs of the Void civilization. During this period, Su Ming's life took on an unusually regimented rhythm. By day, he engaged in the assembly of various mechanical components, both to experiment with new knowledge and to earn starlight points. At night, the system transmitted a wealth of knowledge, including divine insights obtained from the Court of Life, into Su Ming's mind, enabling him to grasp their significance. Yet, among the 5 divine insights from the Court of Life, 2 were of a higher echelon. And given Su Ming's current reservoir of knowledge, comprehending such advanced divine concepts proved to be quite challenging. Thus, over the course of these few days, Su Ming truly mastered only 3 divine insights from the Court of Life: Divine Tree of Life, Domain Life Deprivation, and Life Sublimation. Upon mastering these 3 mechanical insights, Su Ming's first action was to seek out the merchant Walter from the Black Domain to purchase 3 doses of advanced life essence potions. These potions were not inexpensive. They were refined through specialized techniques, with each potion costing a staggering 1 million star coins. 1 million star coins represented the expenditure of an ordinary family over several decades. allowing for the purchase of but a single potion. It is evident how remarkably precious these advanced life essence potions truly are. Su Ming's intent in acquiring these potions was crystal clear: to achieve life sublimation. Previously, while in the Court of Life, the process of life sublimation had not induced a complete metamorphosis in his body. Only a minor enhancement had occurred. Now, having left the Court of Life and possessing the divine knowledge of life sublimation, Su Ming could indeed resume the enhancement that had previously been only partially realized. The advanced life essence potions, originally intended for medical purposes, were designed for individuals with exceptionally potent bodily energies, to be used when injured or when their bodily energy levels declined. These were standard replenishment substances for experts of flying tier or above. Since he had departed from the Court of Life and was devoid of rich life energy, utilizing the advanced life essence potions as a substitute for life energy would yield similar effects. Su Ming poured the 3 doses of the life essence into the injection apparatus before him. Subsequently, 2 syringes emerged from the device, connecting to Su Ming's body. A glance at the apparatus left him with an inexplicable sensation of being part of a biochemical experiment. However, this machine merely served to administer life essence at a critical juncture. Without hesitation, Su Ming directly connected his cerebral energy level to the apparatus and began to inject the life essence into his body, drop by drop. Instantly, he felt a surge of potent life energy coursing through him, resulting in a sensation of swelling within his body. After all, these advanced life essence potions were meant for those of flying tier, and using them with his 7th level Gene Warrior physique was somewhat strenuous. Nevertheless, Su Ming had no intention of using them for bodily recovery or cellular repair. His purpose for the life essence was merely to substitute for life energy. The rich life essence diffused within his body, permeating every corner of his being. This was the result of Su Ming controlling the apparatus to inject only a small amount. Had he injected the full dosage, even with his robust physique, he might have faced adverse effects. Without hesitation, a faint starlight began to manifest upon Su Ming's body. The advantage of being a half-life, half-energy entity lay in his more refined control over bodily functions. Su Ming was entirely capable of manipulating the starlight energy to regulate changes within his body. At this moment, the starlight energy exhibited a unique transformation, representing the arrangement of divine knowledge within life civilization. Under the influence of divine knowledge, Su Ming's body gradually commenced the absorption of a life essence. A considerable quantity of life essence converted into life energy, deeply assimilated by Su Ming's body. Soon, his bodily energy levels began to surge uncontrollably. His skin shed in layers, with copious amounts of old skin flakes falling away from him. At that moment, Su Ming resembled a molten crab, discarding his former shell to reveal an entirely new exterior. The remaining skin was so fair that it could evoke envy among women. In that instant, Su Ming sensed an evolutionary shift in his life tier, originating from the depths of his being. The evolution persisted for approximately an hour. After the passage of this time, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. He released a slight wave of energy, which propelled the remaining flakes of skin that had yet to fall away from his body. Observing the apparatus that contained the life essence, he noted that 2.5 doses had been utilized, with half a dose remaining. Upon witnessing this, a contemplative expression crossed Su Ming's face. It appeared that, for a typical individual to achieve a sublimation of their life tier, around 3 doses of life essence would be required. The reason he had a half dose remaining was that he had already experienced a minor enhancement while in the Court of Life, which accounted for approximately half the required amount. This elevation in life tier bestowed upon Su Ming a myriad of novel sensations. His comprehension abilities, bodily recovery capabilities, learning aptitude, perception, and sensory faculties all underwent a comprehensive enhancement. The elevation in life tier was, naturally, an all-encompassing improvement. Henceforth, as long as he continued to advance, with his comprehension abilities enhanced, he would be able to absorb higher-level knowledge. Moreover, in addition to these enhancements, both his bodily and cerebral energy levels experienced substantial increases. His bodily energy level surged by 20,000, while his cerebral energy level rose by around 10,000. Now, Su Ming's system panel read as follows. Host, Su Ming, bodily energy level, 850,000, cerebral energy level, 710,000, gene lock opening level, upper 7th level, bodily vitality, 100, bodily refinement level, 7th level, next level refinement requires, 100, 000, starlight points, bodily defense capability, 150,000. Attacks below this level cannot inflict any harm on his body. Starlight points held, 380,000. Mechanical knowledge. Minor items 5, 200. Independent knowledge. Cerebral domain splitting LV3. Divine knowledge. External exoskeletal mecha. Divine tree of life. Domain life deprivation. Life sublimation. Maximum starlight energy capacity of the body. 6,000. Upon surveying the attributes displayed on the panel, a look of satisfaction graced Su Ming's features. The enhancement brought about by life sublimation was tremendously significant, propelling him from the middle tier of 7th level to the upper tier. With this momentum, it seemed he would not have to wait long to reach the 8th level Gene Warrior status. However, it is worth noting that one could only endure life sublimation once a year, while the allure of further enhancement was enticing. The next opportunity for such an elevation would likely not arrive until the following year. Chapter 170. Arrangements and Discussions. As days passed, 2 weeks slipped by in the blink of an eye, yet the 5 great cosmic nations appeared to remain largely inactive. Nevertheless, Su Ming sensed that the smaller ripples concealed a surging undercurrent. It seemed the 5 great cosmic nations were preparing for a significant upheaval. One day, as Su Ming stepped away from his workbench, he glanced at the colossal object within his storage space. If this massive entity were to be released, it would unmistakably resemble an enormous tree. However, this is not a tree in the conventional sense. Rather, it is a mechanical tree brimming with a sense of machinery. Indeed, this colossal mechanical tree is the result of Su Ming's synthesis of divine knowledge, the tree of divine life, with the mechanical industry of human civilization. Originally, divine knowledge was a product created through the manipulation of energy and life force. However, it appears ill-suited for humanity. As carbon-based life forms, it cannot directly absorb life energy to achieve enhancement and restoration. Yet, after Su Ming integrated this knowledge, he did not confine himself to the mundane form of a life tree, but instead transformed it into a mechanical divine tree. As for its power and effects, just as Su Ming was about to conduct experiments, he received an unexpected phone call. The 5 great cosmic nations were preparing to take action. The voice of Colin Crollins resonated through the phone. Upon hearing Colin's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Ming's face, and he curiously inquired, "Is this a collective action of all human civilization, or are the 5 cosmic nations acting independently?" "Both," Colin Crollins replied with a chuckle. "The main force will undoubtedly be the 5 great cosmic nations. This time, there will be no probing, just a direct assault." Su Ming's expression shifted. "Have you verified this with the Court of Life?" Colin Crollins nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it has been confirmed. The life forms of the life civilization are compelled to cooperate with us, and the 5 great cosmic nations have acquired all knowledge from the life civilization." Upon hearing Colin's words, an odd expression crossed Su Ming's face. The beings of the life civilization were indeed unfortunate. Not only had they been exploited by the 5 of them, but now they were being further taken advantage of by the 5 great cosmic nations. They had been thoroughly stripped bare. Nevertheless, they must have grown accustomed to it, considering their limited resources. However, since the 5 great cosmic nations had already sought confirmation from the Court of Life, it indicated a significant commitment to this operation, suggesting that the scale of the impending conflict would exceed everyone's expectations. This assault would be a collective effort of all human civilization, with the 5 great cosmic nations subsequently issuing a corresponding conscription order. In addition to the 5 great cosmic nations as the main attackers, they also encouraged smaller forces to launch scattered offensives. Colin Crollins spoke slowly. Upon hearing his words, Su Ming immediately realized that this message was likely intended specifically for him. He promptly asked with seriousness, "Small-scale offensives? Please elaborate. We hope that during the frontal assault, various factions can engage in dispersed attacks, thereby diverting the attention of the Void Clan as forces and exhausting their ability to support one another, gradually wearing down their strength. These smaller factions could include not only the weaker cosmic nations, but also other forces like the Black Domain," Colin Crollins explained with a light chuckle, almost as if he wished to press Su Ming's head and have him lead the Black Domain in a battle. Upon recognizing such a blatant hint from his father, Su Ming could hardly miss the potential benefits. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Will the rewards be substantial?" Colin Crollins grinned, then replied thoughtfully, "Indeed, they will be considerable. Destroying a star cluster-level power will grant you a piece of divine knowledge, in addition to various welfare rewards. The more you destroy, and the greater the force, the more rewards you will receive. This is the consensus of all cosmic nations during the assembly of human civilization." After hearing Colin Crollins' words, Su Ming nodded. At that moment, Colin suddenly inquired, "By the way, regarding the matter of life ascension you mentioned earlier, the Empire is quite interested. However, they wish to obtain the data on life ascension first." Data? Su Ming nodded and then promptly transmitted his recorded data from his own life ascension experience to his father. When Su Ming underwent his life ascension, he meticulously documented the data, which he now shared with Colin Crawlins. Colin Crawlins quickly received Su Ming's data. Initially, he had little regard for the specifics of the data. However, upon noticing that it pertained to Su Ming himself, he scrutinized it carefully. When he observed that there had been an enhancement of 20,000 in physical energy levels and 10,000 in cognitive energy levels, he was taken aback. So much. While there are some gene enhancement and life level elevation technologies within human society, they are not yet mature and come at a high cost, with the effectiveness not commensurate with the investment. Even Colin Crawlins recognized that achieving a one-time enhancement of 20,000 energy levels would likely be unattainable even in the most advanced laboratories of human civilization. What does a 20,000 energy level enhancement signify? While the effect on Su Ming may not be as drastic, for an ordinary individual, it would equate to forcibly elevating them to the level of a 6th-grade gene warrior. Of course, an ordinary person would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such an enhancement. Nonetheless, it is evident that a one-time increase of 20,000 energy levels from life ascension is an exceptionally effective technology. After reviewing the figures, Colin Crawlins pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What is the approximate cost of this technology per individual?" 3 doses of high-grade life essence elixir. Su Ming did not conceal this from his father, as his business partner was the Empire, not his father. And being truthful about the costs could enable Colin Crawlins to advocate for greater benefits on his behalf. What? So little? This time, Colin Crawlins was genuinely astonished. Although he was not particularly interested in data and experiments, having held a high position for an extended period had exposed him to such matters, and he was well aware of the associated costs. Furthermore, this technology could enhance each individual 5 times throughout their lifetime. Su Ming paused before adding slowly, "Yes, 5 times." Colin Crawlins narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of insight flashing within. "Very well, I understand. I will endeavor to negotiate with the Empire for greater benefits on your behalf. However, when addressing the Empire, you should claim that the enhancement can only occur 3 times. If they learn of the 5 times, the technology may become too extraordinary. Such extraordinary potential could even alter the foundational military logic of human civilization. If the decision-makers of human civilization were to discover this, it is certain that this technology would not be permitted for individual ownership." Chapter 171, A New Design. After hanging up the phone, a contemplative look crossed Su Ming's face. At this moment, he gained a clearer understanding of the life enhancement technology within human civilization. Since his father suggested that 3 enhancements were relatively safe, it is possible that the pinnacle of human civilization's technology might yield effects comparable to those of 3 enhancements, perhaps even at a cost that far exceeds his own life ascension technology. Now that Colin Crawlins had relayed the arrangements of the 5 great cosmic nations to Su Ming, it was evident that, given Su Ming's character, he would not wish to miss the opportunity to attack the Void civilization. After all, this military action would primarily leverage the military strength of the 5 great cosmic nations, with other factions merely tagging along to earn some military merit, while the main risks would be borne by the 5 great cosmic nations. Such a splendid opportunity was one Su Ming was eager to seize. Without hesitation, Su Ming directly contacted Locke and others who remained in the Black Domain, instructing Locke to lead the members of 10,000 Vines to the Eastern Underworld Alliance to rendezvous with him, train an army for 1,000 days, and use them for a moment. Over this period, the members of 10,000 Vines had escalated from a count of thousands to tens of thousands. The reason was simple. 10,000 Vines was exceedingly wealthy, pouring money into recruitment, and joining 10,000 Vines granted immediate access to active body liquids, which proved to be an incredibly attractive incentive for individuals within the Black Domain. As a result of this extravagant spending, their numbers surged dramatically. However, the number of individuals involved was not particularly daunting for Su Ming and Wan Teng. Given the current state of Wan Teng's genetic agent business, they could easily accommodate such an influx of members. This was a source of great satisfaction for Su Ming, as Wan Teng had finally begun to flourish through its own efforts and could now be utilized during this critical moment. This time, Su Ming directly dispatched 400,000 elite members of Wan Teng to the Dongming Alliance to rendezvous with him. Although 400,000 elite members averaging a combat strength equivalent to level 46 genetic warriors. Were neither overwhelmingly strong nor weak, the question arose. Leader, can we truly extinguish a star cluster level force? Locke expressed his concern with a worried demeanor during the video call. His apprehension was not unfounded. A star cluster level force was equivalent to 1/10 of the strength of the Black Domain. Despite Yuan Tang's current prominence within the Black Domain, primarily manifesting in a commercial sense, its actual military might was considerably lacking. In fact, even a second-rate force within the Black Domain could easily obliterate Yuan Tang. While 400,000 individuals might seem substantial, in the context of interstellar warfare, sheer numbers hold little value. The amalgamation of equipment, combat prowess, technological advancement, and defensive systems are the pivotal factors in determining a team's strength. A single warship can annihilate millions of soldiers armed only with handguns within seconds. Military training becomes irrelevant when faced with the absolute might of technology and equipment. Star cluster-level forces, while not particularly formidable, possess hundreds of habitable planets and more than 10 stars in their dominion, rendering them relatively inconsequential in the grand scheme of the universe. To claim that 400,000 warriors with an average combat level of 46 could launch an offensive would indeed be a jest. Su Ming chuckled softly before responding. Simply bring the Yuan Tang members with you. Once you arrive at the Dongming Alliance, I have my own methods. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Locke appeared perplexed. But since Su Ming had spoken, he refrained from further inquiry, nodding before ending the video call. Su Ming also terminated the conversation and proceeded to his workstation. At that moment, his workbench was strewn with an array of intricate mechanical research blueprints. Each blueprint was laden with obscure and complex calculations and designs. There were hundreds of them, densely packed, and merely glancing at them could induce dizziness. These blueprints were the result of Su Ming's relentless calculations, designs, and conceptualizations over this period. Each document encapsulated an intricate web of knowledge. If sold, they would fetch a handsome price. This was the first time Su Ming had truly created something from scratch, leveraging his understanding of mechanical knowledge to devise a mechanical device. The sole function of this device was the enhancement of life. Once a target entered the mechanical chamber and had life essence injected, the process of life enhancement would unfold within. While Su Ming could achieve life enhancement without mechanical assistance due to his unique nature as a semi-living, semi-energy entity, coupled with his profound understanding of this divine knowledge, others lacked the capability to undergo such a transformation without mechanical intervention. Thus, Su Ming designed this life enhancement apparatus. This device not only embodied the mechanical knowledge of humanity, but also integrated the divine knowledge of life civilization, representing a fusion of two civilizations' intellectual legacies. Even for the 5 great cosmic nations, the design blueprint of this machine held an astonishing value. It could be posited that whoever mastered the construction of this device could continuously generate a legion of warriors with elevated life levels for their faction. Furthermore, this enhancement bore no adverse effects. Unlike genetic experiments, the elevation of life levels was entirely devoid of side effects. However, a glint of realization flickered in Su Ming's eyes. Due to the unique nature of life civilization knowledge, it was likely that no one could replicate the distinctive mechanical etchings of life civilization from the blueprints. Unless a life entity from the life civilization collaborated with humanity to produce the device, no one but Su Ming could construct it. Without hesitation, Su Ming activated his workstation and placed a storage ring filled with various mechanical components upon the table. He could extract any required parts from it as needed. In that moment, Su Ming felt as though he had returned to his factory on Nopu planet, engrossed in the assembly of mechanical equipment. He immersed himself in his work, embarking on a meticulous and steady process of mechanical assembly. Soon, a device resembling a gaming pod began to take shape under Su Ming's skilled hands. Chapter 172. The Arrival of Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang's team required nearly 2 weeks to traverse the Black Domain. During this time, Su Ming fervently dedicated himself to the production of life enhancement apparatuses within his workshop. However, having previously constructed such devices, Su Ming found the process second nature. The efficiency of replication was significantly heightened. Within mere hours, he could produce one. Su Ming understood the urgency. His confidence in this endeavor stemmed entirely from the life enhancement apparatuses. To contend with a star cluster level force, 400,000 level 46 genetic warriors would certainly prove inadequate. Yet, if each individual could undergo a life enhancement, raising their levels by approximately 10,000 to 15,000, it would nearly elevate the combat capability of these 400,000 000 individuals to that of level 57 genetic warriors. Prior to enhancement, overcoming a star cluster level force seemed nearly impossible. However, with an average elevation exceeding 10,000, they would coalesce into an extraordinarily formidable force. Hence, Su Ming tirelessly crafted life enhancement apparatuses, preparing to assist each member of Wan Tung in their elevation upon their arrival. Given the substantial number of individuals, multiple life enhancement devices would be necessary to accommodate the team's pace. Otherwise, even at a rate of one enhancement every half hour, a single device would take an eternity to elevate 400,000 individuals. A crisp snap resonated from the mechanical device in Su Ming's hands. The sound of components locking together harmoniously. For Su Ming, the sound of machinery interlocking was utterly enchanting. Satisfied, he gave the mechanical device a gentle shake before storing it in his spatial storage. At that moment, within Su Ming's storage space, lay 50 life enhancement apparatuses, the fruits of his relentless labor during this period. In addition to these 50 devices, 3 colossal forms, shrouded in shadow, rested quietly within the storage, resembling 3 immense trees. Just then, Su Ming's demeanor shifted as he received news. It was Locke. It appeared that Locke had brought the members of Wan Tong to the planet where Su Ming was temporarily residing. Without hesitation, Su Ming gathered all surrounding mechanical components into his storage space, then rose from his workstation and hastened towards the location of the warship. Indeed, it was a warship. Although classified as a relatively low-tier D-class battleship, its energy output can reach an astonishing peak of 300,000 points. Naturally, in terms of agility, it cannot rival that of mechs. However, during interstellar warfare, these battleships can unleash a terrifying level of destruction. Once Wan Tung acquired sufficient funds, he promptly purchased 100 battleships. The offensive capabilities of these vessels surpass even those of 10th level genetic warriors, making them the ideal tools for conquering civilizations. As preparations were underway for an assault on the Void Clan, Su Ming instructed Locke to bring all of Wan Tung's battleships. The imposing vessels, exuding a robust metallic aura, were presently stationed in the cosmic void outside the planet. Battleships not belonging to this universe are strictly prohibited from entering the planetary atmosphere at any time, as this is part of the peace accord among human civilizations. Thus, Locke and his crew could only anchor the ships in a void, refraining from approaching the planet where Su Ming resided. However, this posed no issue. Su Ming piloted his mech directly to the forefront of the fleet and gazed at the flagship, adorned with the prominent characters Wan Tung. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he swiftly maneuvered through the open hatch of the battleship. Leader. Upon entering the vessel, several members of Wan Tung greeted Su Ming with nods of respect. Currently, Wan Tung could only be regarded as a civilian organization or a grassroots force, not yet a formal military entity. However, as their influence continued to grow, formalization would undoubtedly be on the horizon. Leader, it has been a while. Locke approached with a smile. Su Ming nodded, foregoing pleasantries as he produced 50 life sublimation devices and placed them within the battleship. Leader, what is this? Locke inquired curiously. Su Ming grinned and retrieved a substantial amount of life essence potions from his storage space, transferring them into the life sublimation devices. This is the life sublimation device. From now on, let our people queue to enter. Its effects are akin to genetic potions, but significantly more potent. Without further ado, Su Ming reached out and pulled 2 passing Wan Tung members, swiftly ushering them into the sublimation device. The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain about the device's efficacy. Yet they regarded it with cautious optimism, trusting Su Ming's endorsement. Approximately half an hour later, the first 2 individuals emerged from the device with expressions of sheer astonishment. Did you all sense their energy levels? One member exclaimed in disbelief. The 2 had entered as low-tier, 5th-level genetic warriors, but upon exiting the life sublimation device, their energy levels had surged to 130,000 and 150,000, propelling them into the medium tier of 6th-level genetic warriors. Witnessing this transformation, the crowd's hearts raced with excitement. This device could enhance their strength, elevate their life tier. What is paramount for genetic warriors? Aside from survival, it is their combat prowess. Who wouldn't desire an opportunity to amplify their power? At that moment, elation radiated from each face as the prospect of advancement lay before them. Each person has one chance. Let's organize ourselves and queue up. Su Ming spoke calmly. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in cheers, eagerly anticipating their turn in the life sublimation device. Locke, recognizing the moment, promptly organized the members into an orderly line. After about 10 frantic minutes, Locke, perspiring profusely, approached Su Ming, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Leader, when did you acquire this technology? If everyone undergoes enhancement, we may very well rival the star cluster-level powers. Su Ming chuckled softly before replying. Enhancement does come at a cost. These life essences are not inexpensive. However, consider this an investment. Once we secure a star cluster-level power, the returns will be substantial. Upon hearing this, Locke regained his composure and resumed his role as steward. A hint of hesitation crossed his face as he queried, Leader, won't there be risks in providing the life sublimation device to Wan-Tung members without any immediate returns? Being overly generous may not guarantee loyalty. Su Ming nodded slowly in acknowledgement of Locke's concerns. You raise a valid point. However, I possess numerous methods to cultivate loyalty among our members. Who says life sublimation can only occur once? A confident smile adorned Su Ming's face. After experiencing an elevation in their life tier, who could possibly refuse a second opportunity? If these members were aware that another chance awaited them, they would likely cling to Wan-Tung with unwavering loyalty. Chapter 173. The dawn of war. 2 weeks had elapsed since the collective accord among the 5 great cosmic nations. During this time frame, military forces dispatched by various factions of human civilization converged upon the Eastern Ming Alliance. At this moment, the Eastern Ming Alliance was a crucible of military might, comprising the finest troops sent forth by humanity. The 5 great cosmic nations alone had contributed over 20 A-class elite warriors. Regrettably, Su Ming's father was notably absent, seemingly entangled in various trivial matters that prevented his arrival. Even if Colonel Clarence were to grace the battlefield, it was unlikely he would extend any special consideration toward Su Ming. As the armies assembled, a thunderous chime resonated, heralding the commencement of the vacuum particle wave. The military forces of the 5 great cosmic nations surged forth into the life tribunal. This time, the 5 great cosmic nations were taking the matter seriously. The number of A-class fleets dispatched had surpassed 100, with 5 S-class fleets among them. This battle alone illustrated the gravity with which the 5 great cosmic nations regarded this conflict. A colossal spatial conduit swallowed the entirety of the military forces, rendering them invisible. In addition to the main forces of the 5 great cosmic nations, a multitude of scattered troops lingered outside the passage of the life tribunal. Among them was Su Ming's Wan-Tung team. However, Su Ming was not inclined to enter the battlefield immediately. It was a folly to engage head-on. The initial clash would surely erupt into a fierce onslaught and counteroffensive from both sides. This was a war of civilization, where both factions would strike relentlessly. Under such intense conditions, sending Wan-Tung in a battle would be akin to courting death. It was likely that before even encountering the Void Clan, the indiscriminate area of effect attacks on the battlefield would obliterate Wan-Tung. Su Ming intended to wait for the 5 great cosmic nations to launch their assault, allowing the fiercest conflicts to unfold before entering from a different position during the ensuing lull and standoff. This strategy would enable him to avoid the ire of the formidable Void Clan and penetrate their inner sanctum. Coincidentally, Su Ming was in need of time. He aimed to swiftly enhance the capabilities of Wan-Tung's members during these next few days. It was unlikely that he could upgrade everyone. Thus, he prioritized the members of the assault and mech squads, who had a pressing need for power, while postponing the upgrades for those in driving, logistics, and command roles. Brother Su, are you also preparing to launch an assault on the Void civilization? In Su Ming's room, the images of Li Ran and his companions flickered onto the screen. With a playful grin, Li Ran addressed Su Ming. This time, not only was Su Ming preparing to venture into the Void civilization, but Li Ran, Du Bing, Chen Hui, and Shi Sun were also ready to embark on the campaign against the Void civilization. Naturally, numerous prodigies from the Heavenly Saint rankings were similarly assembling their own teams, poised to invade the Void civilization. Each of these talented individuals hailed from affluent backgrounds, making the formation of their own teams an effortless endeavor. As chaos looms, heroes rise. The emergence of every formidable cosmic nation is invariably forged in the crucible of turmoil. What could be more intense than a war between 2 civilizations fighting for survival? Not only Su Ming, but also the other exceptionally gifted prodigies were filled with ambition, eager to seize opportunities amidst the chaos and carve out their own legacies. Ultimately, the distinction between heroes and cowards will be vividly showcased in the impending conflict with the Void civilization. Since you all are preparing to go, we may well have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. Su Ming remarked with a smile. This is precisely what I wish to convey. Entering the Void civilization is fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. We could form a mutual defense alliance, supporting one another. Chen Hui, usually reticent, surprisingly displayed an unusually proactive demeanor, clearly valuing this mission. Upon hearing their words, the other three nodded in agreement. Indeed, we should maintain communication with one another once we enter the Void Civilization. This is our advantage. Having previously collaborated in the Court of Life, the group had developed a certain rapport. This understanding allowed them to trust each other, even in the most perilous of battlefields. Others might not experience the same level of trust, which indeed set them apart from the rest. With suitable allies found, Su Ming felt a measure of reassurance. After all, in war, certainty is a luxury, and having an ally provides an additional layer of security. As the days passed, reports from the front lines were delivered almost daily. Originally, such reports were accessible only to the 5 great cosmic nations. However, due to the unique nature of this campaign, the 5 great cosmic nations intentionally disseminated the reports to the commanders of the scattered forces, allowing those yet to enter the Void Civilization to gain a preliminary understanding of the situation. On the first day, the armies of the 5 great cosmic nations descended upon the Court of Life, catching the Void Civilization off guard, breaching its defenses, and penetrating deep into its territory. 4 Void Lords fell, while none from the human race's apocalypse were lost. On the second day, the Void Civilization organized a fierce counteroffensive, leveraging its home field advantage to repel the armies of the 5 great cosmic nations, forcing them to retreat from the heart of the Void Civilization. However, this came at a far greater cost to the Void Civilization. 7 Void Lords perished, and 1 from the human race's apocalypse was lost. All 4 A-class armies of the Void Civilization were annihilated, while the human civilization suffered the complete loss of 1 A-class army. On the third day, the conflict escalated dramatically, with the now aware Void Civilization exhibiting a terrifying resilience, systematically organizing its forces and launching frenzied assaults against the armies of the 5 great cosmic nations. 6 Void Lords were killed, and 2 from the human race's apocalypse fell. An S-class fleet of the human civilization was severely damaged, but the Void Civilization also lost 1 S-class army and 2 A-class armies. On the fourth day, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. As the human civilization began constructing military fortifications, terrifying mechanical dragons spanned the expanse of the void, halting the advances of the Void Civilization. On this day, the intensity of the warfare subsided somewhat, and under the protection of the military fortifications, the armies of the 5 great cosmic nations firmly established themselves within the territory of the Void Civilization, akin to a sharp barb piercing deep into the heart of the Void Civilization, leaving them restless. And it was on the fourth day, after the battle report reached Su Ming, that he stood up after reviewing the document and addressed Locke. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart tomorrow. Chapter 174, Strategic Deployment. In the strategic room of the battleship, Su Ming and Locke were gazing thoughtfully at a vast star map before them. The map was transmitted from the front lines by the 5 great cosmic nations, which had already delineated nearly 20 territories of the Void Civilization following the initial skirmish. Do not underestimate these 20 territories. They represent cosmic civilization-level domains, far surpassing the expanse of the 5 great cosmic nations in human civilization. Had it not been for the Beast-God civilization's formidable cosmic beast shared vision technology, it is unlikely such a vast expanse could have been surveyed. Unexpectedly, the layout of the Void Civilization bore a striking resemblance to that of human civilization. Locke, astonished, observed the star map, wherein the configuration of the Void Civilization had been meticulously marked. Aside from the Central War Zone, the other regions of the Void Civilization, akin to cosmic nations, were distinctly annotated. Moreover, experts from the Eastern Ming Alliance had deduced the power levels of each force within this star domain based on energy readings, categorizing each Void Civilization nation according to the strength classifications of human civilization. Star Cluster Level 12004. Galaxy Level 587. Galaxy Cluster Level 21. Super Galaxy Cluster Level 1. The so-called Super Galaxy Cluster Level is essentially a colossal entity formed by the amalgamation of multiple galaxy clusters, with the 5 great cosmic nations representing 5 formidable super galaxy cluster forces. This time, Wan Teng's objective is the star cluster-level forces of the Void Civilization. The larger battleground will be entrusted to the 5 great cosmic nations. Wan Teng need only focus on its own tasks. Even the annihilation of a single star cluster-level force would significantly contribute to the overall battlefield. Which star cluster-level cosmic nation do you believe we should target first? Su Ming inquired, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. In a strategic room, aside from Su Ming and Locke, several young individuals stood. These youths had been carefully selected by Locke during this period for their exceptional capabilities. Each possessed remarkable combat prowess and strategic acumen. War requires soldiers, equipment, and, above all, talented commanders. These young individuals are the backbone of Wantong. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, one particularly handsome young man rose with a smile and addressed Su Ming. Leader, it is quite evident. With the main battlefield occupying the primary forces of the Void civilization, the Void forces in the surrounding star domains are exceedingly weak. We can certainly choose this area. As he spoke, the young man extended his hand, pointing towards the two star domains flanking the main battlefield. These two regions were precisely situated on the fringes of the Void civilization, with the cosmic nations within them being relatively weak. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. This was indeed a highly reasonable choice, under normal circumstances, if the front line is occupied. The surrounding peripheral cosmic nations are unlikely to possess significant defensive capabilities. I second that. It is indeed an excellent choice. Other scattered forces of human civilization will likely make a similar decision. By advancing into this area, we can also position ourselves favorably with other human forces. The group smiled, sharing a sense of consensus. However, on Su Ming's countenance, there was a conspicuous lack of satisfaction. His eyes remained fixed upon the star map, as if he were deep in contemplation. At that moment, a seemingly reserved young man among the assembly suddenly rose, a smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "I hold a differing opinion." Upon his utterance, astonished gazes were cast upon him by the others present. What could this individual mean? Standing to speak at a time when a strategic consensus was nearly achieved? Yet, Su Ming displayed no sign of surprise upon hearing someone rise. He lifted his gaze to regard the young man who had just stood. "Chenghua, what are your thoughts?" The name Chenghua was emblazoned on the young man's badge, previously unnoticed by Su Ming. However, at this moment, Su Ming found himself intensely intrigued by Chenghua's perspective. Chenghua rose and smilingly addressed Su Ming, "Leader, I believe we should refrain from attacking the seemingly easily conquerable cosmic nation." "Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion?" Su Ming inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Chenghua, with a confident smile, extended his hand to point at the periphery of the star map. While the primary military strength of the Void civilization is undoubtedly concentrated on the main battlefield, during wartime, regardless of troop movements, the defenses in peripheral areas are invariably bolstered. Given the Void civilization's inherent advantage, they will certainly have additional forces to reinforce the peripheral star clusters. Thus, the star clusters in the periphery are paradoxically much more challenging to conquer. If the Void civilization is not foolish, they will not allow these peripheral cosmic nations to fall. Otherwise, human civilization could easily encroach upon them. Upon hearing Chenghua's words, a spark of brilliance ignited in Su Ming's eyes, and he leaned forward slightly, asking earnestly, "Then what do you propose we do?" Chenghua gradually withdrew his smile and pointed towards a cosmic nation surrounded by chaotic void currents and perilous meteor fields. "I believe we should, at this juncture, adopt an unconventional approach and attack those nations that are easier to defend than to conquer." The assembly followed Chenghua's gesture, gazing at the cosmic nation designated as SX-0311. Upon observing the surrounding meteorites and void storms, Locke and others could not help but exclaim, "This is unwise." The young man who had first spoken immediately stood. Addressing Su Ming, "Leader, this is inadvisable. This location is easily defended yet difficult to attack. Our forces are already at a disadvantage compared to a complete star cluster level power. Attempting to assault such a fortified cosmic nation would be futile. I acknowledge that Chenghua's argument holds validity, but to act contrarily will only lead us to be ensnared within the void storms. The military strength of Wantan is 400,000, and while the Life Ascension device provides a means to enhance our forces, it merely allows us to contend with some ordinary star cluster level nations. Among star cluster level nations, there exist varying degrees of strength and difficulty. If the difficulty of other star cluster level nations is rated at 2 stars, then SX-0311's difficulty rating is undoubtedly 5 stars. The void storms surrounding this cosmic nation present a nightmarish challenge for attackers. Merely navigating through the void storms is a formidable task, let alone the fact that the defenders can easily set ambushes within the storms, leading to our utter annihilation. The void storms and meteor showers serve as SX-0311's natural shield. At this moment, Su Ming's gaze shifted back to Chenghua, who exhibited no signs of panic, his eyes remaining steadfast and clear. A smile crept onto Su Ming's face as he inquired, "Chenghua, what do you think?" Chenghua stood once more, his gaze sweeping over the young man who had just spoken, and slowly began. I believe that attacking the SX-0311 Cosmic Nation presents us with three distinct advantages. Pray tell, Su Ming said. His curiosity piqued as he directed his attention to Changhua. Firstly, Changhua declared loudly, no one would anticipate that we would forsake the seemingly easy-to-conquer cosmic nations in favor of attacking one that is easier to defend than to assault. The element of surprise would grant the void civilization the realization that dispatching reinforcements would require considerably more time. This is our first advantage. Secondly, Changhua continued, once the peripheral star cluster-level nations come under our assault, they will undoubtedly need to allocate forces for defense. With their formidable military strength already committed to the main battlefield, where will these reinforcements come from? Quite simply, they will be drawn from the surrounding nations that are easier to defend. For no one believes these nations would come under attack. Thus they feel emboldened to reallocate their forces to assist those that are perceived as vulnerable. At this moment, SX-0311 is bound to be a vacant fortress. As Changhua concluded this point, the assembly was left in astonishment, their eyes wide with incredulity directed at him. This notion was audacious, yet it bore the potential for truth. When war ignites, who would conceive that human civilization would purposefully neglect easier targets to face the treacherous void storms and meteor fields, risking troop losses to reach SX-0311? In that instant, no one dared to underestimate this seemingly unremarkable young man any longer. Chenghua's strategy was indeed a stroke of genius. And the third, Su Ming's interest intensified. His gaze fixed upon Changhua, a sense of excitement swelling within him. Such a talent was indeed a boon to his cause. The first 2 points were already compelling enough for Su Ming to make a decision, yet he yearned to hear Chenghua's final argument. The third, Changhua paused momentarily before continuing with a smile, is that once we conquer this cosmic nation, the tables will turn. The dynamics of defense and offense will no longer favor the void civilization, but rather become our advantage. Subsequently, even if the void civilization seeks to dispatch troops to assault us, we will be in a position to effortlessly defend this nation, transforming it into a lethal thorn in their side, a constant irritant that they cannot ignore, nor can they afford to neglect. Chenghua's expression bore a mischievous grin, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Moreover, by securing this position in tandem with the main forces of human civilization, our strategic importance will far surpass that of other scattered forces, thereby elevating our value. All of you aspire to achieve great success. This is your opportunity. Upon hearing Chenghua's words, the assembly collectively inhaled deeply, their gazes fixated on him in disbelief. This individual harbored immense talent, with a smile gracing his visage. Su Ming raised his hand decisively and proclaimed, our target shall be the SX-0311 Cosmic Nation. I hereby appoint Changhua as the commander of the Central Forces, leading 150,000 troops and 40 warships. I appoint Locke as the commander of the Left Wing Vanguard, leading 100,000 troops and 20 warships. I appoint Shimu as the commander of the Right Wing Vanguard, also leading 100,000 troops and 20 warships. Shimu was the young man who had previously suggested an assault on the peripheral star regions. Although his proposal had not been adopted, Su Ming had heard of Shimu's reputation. He too possessed formidable military prowess. While his previous suggestion may not have been as compelling as Chenghua's, it was by no means without merit. It simply lacked the same brilliance. Su Ming was acutely aware that in isolated combat, the battle would hinge upon tangible strength. Yet in warfare, it was technology, military might, and the capabilities of commanders that ultimately determined victory. Regarding appointments, Su Ming has never hesitated to place his trust in those of exceptional talent. With a corresponding strategy now established, the fleet of Wantan soared directly into the fray, joining other scattered forces as they ventured into the realm known as the Court of Life. At this moment, the Court of Life had entirely transformed into the lush garden of human civilization, with ingress and egress at will. Even the beings residing within the court were powerless to intervene. What could they do when their arms could not rival the might of the thighs? They could only remain passive, allowing the flow of human civilization to pass through. The warships of Wantan swiftly entered the Court of Life, which had already, of its own accord, opened a passage to the heart of the void civilization. As the warships advanced, they soon traversed this corridor, arriving in the territory of the void civilization. Boom! Suddenly, the spatial passage ahead burst open, revealing an immeasurable expanse of cosmic void before all present. In this void, the realm of human civilization was filled with cold, formidable iron constructs, silently floating and emanating terrifying energy fluctuations that pointed ominously toward the star realms of the Void civilization. Each of these iron constructs was a dreadful instrument of war. Even the mightiest of the Void sovereigns would be obliterated upon entering their attack range. In contrast, within the ranks of the Void civilization, streams of ethereal light flowed continuously, as if the surrounding space-time were under the dominion of a terrifying force. It appeared as a fearsome abyss of the Void. Anyone who dared to enter would plummet into its depths, meeting an inescapable demise. At this moment, both sides showcased their utmost power, confronting each other amidst the cosmic expanse, a spectacle of awe, solemnity, and vastness. Should this war erupt, it was likely that the very stars and void would shatter into fragments. A conflict of such cosmic proportions could not be matched by individual prowess. The warships of Wantan emerged from the rear of human civilization. Su Ming stood in the command room of the lead flagship, gazing out into the void, a surge of ambition swelling within him. One day, Wantan would grow to rival the colossal forces of superclusters. Leader, shall we proceed directly to the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation? At that moment, Locke inquired. Su Ming shook his head and replied, "Let us evade the frontline battle and advance only when both sides are preoccupied with their conflict. For now, we shall temporarily dock behind the protective perimeter of human civilization." Chapter 176, The Collision of Civilizations. The warships of Wantan gradually settled amidst the starry skies. Though the terrifying military stronghold of the Void civilization loomed ahead, the most formidable steel dragons of human civilization stood resolutely in front. As long as these steel dragons remained, all who stood behind felt an overwhelming sense of security. Su Ming did not rush to deploy the fleet. This was not the optimal moment. It was prudent to wait for the human and Void civilizations to engage in open warfare, utilizing the chaos as cover to advance unnoticed. As time passed, the atmosphere on the main battlefield grew increasingly tense. Even the meteors that streaked by seemed to fall silent and cautious under the weight of the looming conflict. Su Ming's gaze remained fixed on the opposing Void fortress, where undulating ripples began to manifest, appearing exceedingly magnificent. Yet, the warriors of human civilization could not afford to appreciate such splendor, for war had commenced. In an instant, several powerful Void beings emerged from the fortress, their energy surging forth. The Void Sovereign from the Void Army was the first to strike, unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that distorted the surrounding void as it hurtled toward the steel dragons of human civilization. In response, the military might of human civilization was equally resolute, releasing beams of light as thick as small celestial bodies from their mechanical giants, instantly targeting the ranks of the Void civilization. Boom! In that moment, two cosmic forces of unparalleled horror collided. Instantly, all present felt a void before their eyes. As the impact shattered the very fabric of time and space within that star realm, a hum echoed, reminiscent of both apocalyptic destruction and the dawn of a new world. As chaos and rebirth unfolded in the wake of their clash, in this tumult, only those of the highest caliber, akin to the apocalyptic-level warriors, could maintain any semblance of coherent thought. After an indeterminate duration, time and space began to reconstruct, allowing the soldiers on both sides to regain their perception of the external world. A look of profound astonishment filled Su Ming's eyes. The collision of civilizations had obliterated even the concept of time and space. In that tumult, notions of skill, operation, and overarching strategy became farcical. Aside from the apocalyptic-level beings, none could retain normal action or thought. No wonder the mighty apocalyptic-level warriors felt compelled to tread carefully before the 5 great cosmic nations. In the face of civilization-level power, no one dared to speak of resistance. However, now was not the time for introspection. The battlefield demanded all attention, presenting Wantan with a prime opportunity. Without hesitation, Su Ming reined in his thoughts and commanded, "Wantan fleet, set forth." Upon hearing Su Ming's command, Locke, Chenghua, and others who had been awaiting this moment stiffened their expressions and swiftly refocused their minds, drawing their thoughts back from the recent shock. Without delay, they ordered their respective teams to initiate their maneuvers. At this moment, the main battlefield erupted in a cacophony of mechanical warfare, as Void warriors clashed with human forces, generating fearsome energy fluctuations. Some scattered forces seized the opportunity to advance toward the flanks. Other scattered armies, save for Wantan, opted to assault the more vulnerable and marginal cosmic nations. Only Wantan's fleet discreetly vanished amidst the chaos, stealthily heading toward the remote and defensible SX-3011 Cosmic Nation, a target no one else dared to engage. Meanwhile, the battle lines of human civilization began to stretch ever farther. Beyond the central battleground, scattered forces commenced their encroachments upon neighboring cosmic nations. The strategies of the 5 great cosmic nations began to take shape at this moment. The ultimate outcome remained uncertain. Yet, it was undeniable that this strategy had indeed caused considerable inconvenience for the Void civilization. At this juncture, within a massive Void fortress, several powerful Void beings observed the battlefield below with cold, murderous intent. Each of these Void experts was of the sovereign level, stationed at the rear of the Void fortress, exerting pressure upon the apocalyptic-level warriors of human civilization. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently within the fortress. Upon recognizing this newcomer, the Void experts inquired in their native tongue. "What is the situation?" The newly arrived individual bore a troubled expression and coldly replied, "Hasten the reinforcements. Human civilization has deployed forces to assault our peripheral cosmic nations in addition to the main battlefield. We are presently short on troops." A flicker of irritation crossed the eyes of the Void expert, as it became evident that the maneuvers of human civilization had presented them with significant complications. What? They are attacking the peripheral cosmic nations? In these cosmic nations, which are merely of galactic caliber, how could they possibly withstand the onslaught of human civilization? Upon hearing this individual's words, the experts of the Void clan, who had been stationed within the Void fortress, could not help but voice their astonishment, their faces betraying a look of incredulity. It is not as dire as it seems. The human forces attacking the border cosmic nations are not formidable, merely a swarm of insects. However, while these pests pose little threat, they are indeed a nuisance, should they manage to breach a gap. It is conceivable that the main forces of human civilization would quickly follow, plunging us into a disadvantageous position. The man furrowed his brow as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding Void clan experts donned expressions of contemplation. One among them stepped forward and inquired, "Are there any other forces currently targeting these human insect swarms? The pressure on the main battlefield is immense. Should we divert forces to engage these scattered troops, we might unwittingly provide an opportunity for human civilization to suppress us on the front lines." Another individual shook his head vigorously in response. "No, we cannot mobilize military strength from the main battlefield. We must find a way to withdraw some forces from the nearby star domains to support the border cosmic nations." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances and slowly nodded in agreement. There are certain star domains that are easier to defend than to attack. It is likely that the armies of human civilization would not dare to assault these domains, so we shall draw forces from them for our defense. I believe this is a feasible plan. Chapter 177, Invasion of SX-3011. Within a certain star domain of the Void civilization, a tempest raged, littered with fragmented asteroid belts. To traverse this realm, ordinary vessels would likely meet their demise upon colliding with the debris long before reaching even a tenth of the distance. Even warships, with a moment's carelessness, could fall victim to destruction. Under normal circumstances, no one would willingly venture through this treacherous expanse. Yet at this moment, a fleet stealthily navigated through the chaos, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the SX-3011 cosmic nation, the Wan Tung fleet. Su Ming stood aboard the command ship, surveying the harsh environment around him, and let out a soft sigh. Although the strategy was commendable, the conditions in this star domain were truly brutal. After 3 days of traversing this realm, 3 warships had already been obliterated by the Void storms, with 10,000 Wan Tung members aboard, who had perished without a moment's notice, torn to shreds, lost beyond salvation, having yet to even encounter the SX-3011 cosmic nation. They had already suffered the loss of 3 warships and 10,000 Gene warriors, a considerable blow to the Wan Tung forces. The challenges of defending against such an onslaught were no trifling matter. Fortunately, they were nearing the SX-3011 cosmic nation as the Void storms and asteroid belts began to dissipate, making the environment more hospitable. This realm resembled a veritable paradise, appearing perilous from the outside. Yet within, it was a haven of tranquility, even boasting a breathtakingly beautiful environment. However, a flicker of solace arose in Su Ming's heart, for the chaos and terror of this star domain likely meant that the cosmic nation within could hardly fathom that a fleet was on the verge of assaulting them. Cheng Hua's conjecture proved accurate. 2 days prior, the SX-3011 cosmic nation had dispatched a fleet to assist the border cosmic nations, leaving their defenses alarmingly weak. Beside him, Locke perused the intelligence reports and remarked, "At present, how many soldiers have had their life quality enhanced by the life ascension device?" 25,000. He replied, with an average combat capability elevated to the level of 7th tier gene warriors. 25,000, while modest number compared to 400,000, was still a significant force. However, the war was ongoing, and enhancements were continuous. Thus, Su Ming did not feel overly anxious. Very well, let us integrate these 25,000 into the assault battalion to serve as our main strike force. Having gained this advantage, they should contribute their share. Su Ming staticamli. He then gazed through the command ship's viewing chamber at the distant, resplendent stars. Who could have imagined that concealed behind the void storms lay such a star domain? Yet now, Su Ming was poised to launch an offensive as an invader. Taking a deep breath, he commanded with unwavering authority, "Prepare the fleet for a collective spatial jump," directly entering the territory of the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation to initiate our attack. The moment the words "initiate the attack" escaped his lips, Locke, Changhua, and Shimu exchanged solemn glances, promptly executing the military orders and vacating the command room. With a singular command, the Wantong fleet initiated a collective transition into spatial jump status. At this moment, within the territory of the Cosmic Nation designated as SX-3011 by human civilization, the Void Clan's denizens continued their daily lives and amusements as if nothing were amiss. Similar to human civilization, the proportion of battle-capable individuals among the Void Clan was relatively small, with the majority being non-combatants sustaining the prosperity of these cosmic nations. The SX-3011 Cosmic Nation, as designated by human civilization, was known within the Void civilization as the Shengyun Cosmic Nation. Unlike other cosmic nations, the Shengyun Cosmic Nation displayed no particular signs of worry among its citizens or administrative bodies. They believed that unless the primary battlefield suffered a defeat and the main forces of human civilization surged forth, it was inconceivable that the Shengyun Cosmic Nation could be attacked by the scattered forces of human civilization. The external void storms and asteroid belts would serve as a nightmare for the human armies. The dispatched military forces seemed to be performing admirably, earning our nation significant military accolades. It is likely that this civilization will allocate ample resources to us. A Void Clan expert chuckled to his companions. Upon hearing his words, the others couldn't help but share a laugh. Our unique star domain environment shields us from the ravages of war. This conflict between civilizations presents an opportunity for us to garner substantial benefits, perhaps even a prime chance for our nation to achieve a leap in power. What may be a crisis for others could very well be our opportunity. The group's faces were alight with anticipation. This war, from any perspective, appeared to be exceedingly advantageous for them. As for the potential defeat of the Void civilization, please, that was not a concern for them to ponder. Yet, just as the assembly was lost in dreams of the future, a chilling electronic voice shattered their reverie, dragging them back to the stark reality. Alert! The Shengyun Cosmic Nation has detected an unidentified fleet invading. Please be advised. Upon hearing this cold electronic notification, the attendees were momentarily struck dumb, their expressions reflecting disbelief. What? Surely this alarm system cannot be malfunctioning? How could there possibly be an enemy invading our nation? It was preposterous. Traversing the void storms and asteroid belts without a minimum of 3 days was inconceivable. How could the forces of human civilization have arrived here? Just as the crowd grappled with their shock, the frigid electronic voice continued. The planet Damu has fallen. It is now under the control of the invaders and is in a state of anarchy, unable to maintain normal communication with Damu. Upon hearing this announcement, the assembly sprang to their feet, their faces now etched with grave concern. At that moment, the officials realized that the electronic voice was not faulty. Human forces had indeed invaded the Shengyun Cosmic Nation. Damn it, where did these invaders come from? How could it be possible that an army of human civilization would choose our nation as their target? A politician's eyes flashed with intense fury. At that moment, an electronic voice continued to ring out. The Dtian Ring planet has fallen. The Dibuan planet has fallen. The news of the fall erupted suddenly, sending shivers down the spines of those present. The enemy was like a ferocious beast, rapidly and relentlessly occupying our planets. Chapter 178, The Clash of Two Armies. Damn it. Assemble the troops, elevate the threat level to the highest, and activate the defensive systems of the rising cosmic nation. A politician bellowed into the phone. Following the directives of the officials, the rising cosmic nation swiftly awakened. Countless troops began to gather, and the unoccupied planets promptly activated their defense systems. In a remarkably short span of time, the entire rising cosmic nation implemented emergency measures. However, the officials were astonished to discover that after the enemy had occupied 5 habitable planets, they did not hastily launch further attacks. Instead, they fortified their hold on these 5 planets and began to establish defensive systems. This posture suggested that the invaders were intent on waging a prolonged war against the rising cosmic nation. At this moment, Su Ming stood within an administrative building on a planet known as Damu. On the first day, all the void beings within the administrative system of this planet had been annihilated by the Wanting, leaving the building entirely under their control. As anticipated by Changhua, the alertness of the SX-3011 cosmic nation was remarkably low. The Wanting fleet had executed a surprise attack on the first day, and SX-3011 had failed to react in time, resulting in the occupation of 5 planets. However, Su Ming discerned that these 5 planets were not core planets of the SX-3011 cosmic nation. Their military strength was exceedingly weak, with the most formidable individual on Damu being merely a level 9 void expert. Such a figure was utterly incapable of withstanding the Wanting's assault and was swiftly eliminated by Su Ming himself. Before long, the military forces on Damu were entirely obliterated by the Wanting fleet, with not a single soul remaining. The disparity in equipment was simply too vast. Against warships capable of reaching energy levels in the hundreds of thousands, the forces on Damu were utterly insignificant. Without a single casualty, 5 planets were swiftly occupied. However, this was merely the commencement of a true war. The SX-3011 cosmic nation would undoubtedly organize a fierce counterattack, and we must be prepared to engage them directly from our 5 positions. Su Ming gazed at the star map and addressed the individuals beside him. The initial occupation of these 5 planets had been a strategy devised by Su Ming and his allies long before the attack. Now that they held these 5 planets, the SX-3011 cosmic nation would be hesitant to launch a large-scale assault against the Wanting, fearing the repercussions on their own populace. After all, while the administrative authority had been dismantled, the citizens had not been slaughtered. Should the SX-3011 cosmic nation attack the Wanting, they would have to consider the safety of their own citizens. They could not simply bombard the 5 planets without consequence, as such an act could result in the deaths of billions among the void populace. This was the Wanting strategic maneuver against the SX-3011 cosmic nation. At that moment, a visual appeared before the gathering, as a member of the Wanting turned to them and addressed Su Ming. "Leader, our front line has detected significant energy fluctuations. The SX-3011 cosmic nation's forces are beginning to assemble, seemingly preparing to launch an attack." This individual was Zwolin, a reconnaissance member of the Wanting, endowed with a unique ability to sense energy levels. His sensitivity to energy was extraordinarily acute, which is why Su Ming had positioned him in the front for detection. Upon hearing Zwolin's words, Su Ming and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions betraying little alarm. The SX-3011 cosmic nation's mobilization was anticipated. It was only natural that anyone witnessing their nation being invaded would instinctively gather forces to eliminate the intruders. The stage was set for a direct confrontation. However, the Wanting possessed 2 distinct advantages. First, they held hundreds of billions of SX-3011 citizens as hostages, which deterred SX-3011 from deploying their most devastating weapons. Secondly, a portion of the SX-3011's core forces had already been dispatched for support, and, according to Chenghua's deductions, the number of troops sent was not insignificant. With these 2 advantages, even though the Wanting's forces had not undergone complete biological evolution, they were still capable of contending with the SX-3011 cosmic nation. "Let us engage in direct combat. There is no room for subterfuge in this battle," Su Ming proclaimed, rising to address his 3 capable subordinates. At this moment, the Wanting forces began to rapidly assemble, with dozens of warships taking to the skies. Within the ships, countless Gene warriors donned their cosmic battle attire, preparing for the impending conflict. Virum, the Wanting warships soared into the void. At this instant, within the star domain of the rising cosmic nation, the silhouettes of the void beings flickered in and out of sight, racing through the abyss. These void beings, in addition to their own kind, also operated numerous war machines crafted by void civilizations. These weapons, though not necessarily metallic, differed significantly from those of human civilization. Yet, it was undeniable that the war machines of the void civilization were not inferior to those of humanity. As human civilization boasted warships, the void civilization possessed colossal void vessels. Where humanity had steel dragons, the void civilization had fortresses of the void. At this moment, within the rising cosmic nation's military, the outlines of the colossal void vessels could be discerned, as numerous void beings streamed into these massive ships, contributing their immense power and propulsion. Just then, human warships silently emerged before these void forces. Before the void civilization's army could react, the warships erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations, hundreds of fiery blasts surging forth, illuminating the dark void. They have arrived. The forces of human civilization have come. The army of the Void civilization had not even had a moment to respond before they were struck by the barrage unleashed from the warships. One by one, the colossal Void vessels, along with their inhabitants, were shattered under the onslaught. This initial wave of attack obliterated over a dozen colossal Void ships. With the advantage of a preemptive strike, the wanting forces seized the initiative. By the time the Void civilization's army reacted and activated their defensive shields, the wanting had already formed their battle lines, and powerful Gene warriors emerged into the starry expanse, launching their assault against the Void civilization. Chapter 179, Terrifying Sniping. An endless cascade of fire erupted from the hands of the Gene warriors, targeting the soldiers of the Void civilization. In this war, the disparity in numbers was staggering. The soldiers of the Void civilization likely outnumbered the wanting by several hundred times. However, in the Age of the Stars, sheer numbers held no weight in warfare. Technology, combat strength, and weaponry were the true keys to victory. A single Gene warrior, wielding a mechanical weapon, could effortlessly decimate millions of indigenous peoples from the era of conventional firearms. Thus, despite the wanting's forces being vastly outnumbered by the rising Cosmic Nation's army, they remained undaunted. However, in terms of combat power, both sides find themselves remarkably evenly matched. The true elite forces of the ascending fallen Cosmic Nation have already been dispatched, leaving behind a garrison that does not represent their strongest military strength. Su Ming's gaze drifted over, and he gradually felt a sense of relaxation. Indeed, the military forces retained by this Cosmic Nation were not the elite. Their average combat strength was merely equivalent to that of 34-level genetic warriors. In contrast, the strength of his side averaged around level 57, significantly superior. Such a disparity in combat power could easily facilitate a 1-to-100 ratio in terms of numerical confrontation, just as Su Ming had anticipated, despite a severe numerical disadvantage. The genetic warriors of Wanten charged into the ranks of the Void civilization with the ferocity of wolves among sheep, swiftly annihilating a large swath of the Void beings. One Wanten genetic warrior, wielding a battle axe, exuded a fierce killing intent as he raised his weapon and cleaved through 3 soldiers of the Void civilization with a single swing. Excellent. These wretched beings of the Void are so weak. This battlefield is truly our slaughterhouse. Brothers, muster your strength. The time to earn military merit has arrived. This warrior, one of the few level 8 genetic fighters within Wanten, was named Bloodcry. Previously, Bloodcry had been a level 7 upper tier genetic warrior. But after undergoing enhancement through the life sublimation device, he had ascended to a lower-tier level 8 genetic warrior. He was appointed by Su Ming as a leading general for the Central Army, personally leading his troops into battle. Bloodcry was unparalleled in bravery, and even as the soldiers of the Void civilization fervently attacked him, unleashing a barrage of terrifying energy assaults, he effortlessly repelled these attacks with the explosive power of his own energy levels. He sustained no injuries whatsoever, encircled by a throng of level 3 and 4 Void soldiers. Bloodcry transformed the scenario into a slaughter, methodically dispatching the surrounding foes. The inherent talents of the level 3 and 4 Void soldiers were insufficient to withstand Bloodcry's onslaught. With each swing of his axe, Bloodcry decimated the ranks of the Void soldiers, leaving them in disarray, and within moments, hundreds had fallen at his hands. This spectacle stood out remarkably on the battlefield. Witnessing such a formidable general within the ranks of humanity compelled the commander of the ascending fallen Cosmic Nation to take action. Amon, go and slay this human general. We cannot permit him to continue his rampage. A leader of the Void civilization declared, glancing at Bloodcry, who stood amidst the Void. The General Amon, a level 9 powerhouse of the Void race, could no longer contain himself upon receiving the order and seamlessly melded into the Void, racing towards Bloodcry. The higher the level, the greater the disparity. While Bloodcry could easily massacre level 3 and 4 soldiers, a surprise attack from a level 9 Void powerhouse could potentially devastate him in an instant. However, Wanten also boasted formidable experts, among whom was their leader, Su Ming. Su Ming had been closely monitoring the movements of the ascending fallen Cosmic Nation's elites. Amon's figure was, of course, visible to Su Ming. Under the ability of the system's perspective, no expert from the opposing side could conceal themselves. Upon observing Amon's approach, Su Ming let out a cold smirk and instantly donned his mechanized armor, appearing before the command ship. He stood in the Void like a statue, unaffected by the energy fluctuations surrounding him, exuding a sense of stability that was almost unnerving. With deliberate precision, Su Ming retrieved a Star cluster-level sniper rifle from his storage space. Stargazer Enhanced Sniper Rifle. What does it mean to gaze at the stars? To stand in place, looking up at the night sky and beholding the multitude of stars. That is the essence of stargazing. To bear such a name, this sniper rifle was undoubtedly designed for extraordinary long-range precision. Once Su Ming brandished the rifle, his aura transformed entirely. His mechanized armor began to radiate corresponding energy levels, amplifying the power of his shot. With the rifle raised, an intense starlight erupted from his body, locking onto the Void Warrior Amon. In that moment, as Amon sped towards Bloodcry, his expression shifted dramatically. He sensed a lethal presence locking onto him with deadly intent. Amon had no opportunity to react, barely managing to merge into the void in a desperate attempt to evade. The next instant, a terrifying projectile traversed thousands of kilometers through the cosmos, striking Amon with an unavoidable trajectory. Amon felt an overwhelming force collide with him, forcibly ejecting him from his void state. A chill ran through him. Although he had managed to mitigate nearly 60% of the attack's power through his void state, the residual force still inflicted severe damage upon his body. Furthermore, the sniper on the opposing side was evidently a master. The energy unleashed from that shot destabilized the surrounding void to an extreme degree. In such a tumultuous state, Amon had no chance to activate his innate void powers once more. The human army possessed a formidable sniper. Amon fled in a frenzy, his body twisting and turning in a desperate bid to evade the sniper's aim. Yet, to his despair, no matter how he maneuvered, the sniper effortlessly kept him in their sights. Then, another wave of terrifying energy erupted from a distant void, and the Void Warrior Amon, engulfed in despair and fear, was struck by a second shot. This time, without the cover of his void state, his fragile body was ruthlessly torn apart by the sniper's assault. He was beyond saving. Chapter 180, The Mechanical Divine Tree. Su Ming, standing before the command ship clad in his armor, resembled a god of slaughter amidst the stars. Each shot he fired claimed the life of a void civilization expert. After eliminating Amon, Su Ming did not pause. He relentlessly fired upon the void warriors on the battlefield. Any void expert with a power level of 7 or above became his target. For a star cluster-level cosmic power, experts above level 7 were exceedingly rare. Nearly all held high-ranking positions, either as commanders or squad leaders. The death of such high-level experts significantly altered the dynamics of the battlefield. The demise of each void warrior left the others in disarray, leading to their swift extermination at the hands of the wanton forces. Witnessing this unfolding scene, the void commanders could not remain passive. There is a powerful sniper among the human forces. Our commanders' lives are at stake. If this continues, we shall lose them all. And how can we wage war then? One officer of the void civilization rose and spoke coldly. Heavy weaponry, if mismanaged, could lead to catastrophic consequences. The high command of the ascending fallen cosmic nation had long hesitated to deploy such measures, fearing detrimental effects on the 5 planets controlled by Wantan. However, Su Ming's sniping prowess had thoroughly disrupted their rhythm. If Su Ming continued his relentless assault, the elite forces of the ascending fallen cosmic nation would be annihilated, bringing them perilously close to defeat in this war. With no other choice, the Ascendant Universe Nation had no recourse but to deploy its heavy war machinery. At this moment, both sides' warships and colossal void vessels were engaged in a fierce exchange, while soldiers from both factions fought valiantly amidst the starry expanse. Following a command from the upper echelons of the Ascendant Universe Nation, 5 enormous void cannons soon materialized behind their forces. Each of these colossal cannons spanned several kilometers, unequivocally classifying them as formidable instruments of war. Upon witnessing the emergence of these 5 void cannons, Chenghua's expression shifted dramatically. He was not so much concerned about the potential for these cannons to obliterate their Gene warriors, as they required considerable time to charge, during which the Gene warriors could easily evade their trajectories. However, their warships would not be as fortunate in dodging the cannon's onslaught. This scenario underscored the dynamics of inter-unit counteraction on the battlefield. While warships boasted formidable offensive capabilities, exceptional defense, and remarkable linear velocity, they were hampered by a critical flaw: their lack of agility in turning, rendering them prime targets for such massive artillery. Conversely, the Gene warriors remained undaunted by the threat posed by the cannons. Yet, the warships were the very backbone of the Wan-Tung forces, a crucial element in their ability to contend with stellar-level adversaries. The collective firepower of nearly 100 warships had already decimated dozens of the Ascendant Universe Nation's colossal vessels, resulting in countless soldiers perishing under the relentless assault of the Wan-Tung fleet. This showcased the strategic might of Wan-Tung. Nevertheless, should the void cannons unleash their fury. They would shatter Wan Tung's advantages in an instant. Panic surged within Chenghua, prompting him to instinctively contact Su Ming, who stood at the forefront of the command ship. Leader, the enemy has deployed their cannons. Should we temporarily withdraw our forces to Greatwood Planet? They dare to bombard us, but would never risk attacking Greatwood Planet. Otherwise, the prestige of their nation would suffer immensely, and billions of citizens would perish beneath the onslaught of the cannons. This was precisely why Wan Tung had swiftly occupied several planets previously. Upon hearing Chenghua's words, Su Ming shook his head and replied, "No need for withdrawal. Leave the cannons to me." Chenghua was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Su Ming's audacity. Was the leader truly intending to confront the cannons head-on? Had he lost his senses? It was imperative to understand that the cannons were stationed behind the enemy's encampment. To destroy them, one would need to penetrate through the enemy ranks and directly invade their camp. However, the soldiers of the Void Civilization were no fools. They would not permit Su Ming such an opportunity. In that moment, Chenghua's eyes widened in astonishment. He beheld Su Ming piloting his mech, soaring into the sky, and subsequently releasing 3 colossal phantoms from his storage space. As Chenghua discerned the forms of these 3 phantoms, his mouth fell agape in disbelief. Iron giant trees. These were indeed 3 constructs crafted from countless mechanical components. Upon witnessing these suddenly unveiled mechanical giants, Chenghua could not help but entertain an absurd thought. Could these be 3 war machines? At that instant, Su Ming, piloting the Spirit Fox mech, emanated a radiant silver light from his eyes. This was the manifestation of brain domain energy, a simultaneous eruption of starlight energy. Brain domain splitting. In that moment, Su Ming's brain domain energy erupted in full force. The mechanical knowledge he possessed began to split into 3 distinct portions, each surging into one of the mechanical divine trees. As the starlight energy coursed through them, the 3 mechanical divine trees were instantly activated. A low hum reverberated through the previously silent void as a powerful wave of energy surged from the universe combat suits, allowing all to hear the mechanical divine tree's resounding roar. Is this our Wan Tung's war machinery? When did we acquire such weaponry? Why was I unaware of it? It appeared that these were personal war machines piloted by the leader. Were they his hidden mechanical arsenal? What capabilities did these mechanical giants possess? The members of Wan Tung gazed with solemn expressions at the 3 mechanical divine trees materializing above their ranks, their faces betraying excitement. Va machines. Any army endowed with such weaponry would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of security. At that moment, amidst the collective anticipation, the mechanical divine trees erupted with a blinding radiance. Countless beams of light cascaded from the mechanical divine trees, surging towards the location of the void cannons. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the high command of the Ascendant Universe Nation was instantly alarmed. Intercept the incoming attack. Fire the cannons. The commander bellowed. Upon hearing his command, the soldiers of the Void Civilization quickly coalesced into a formidable vortex, preparing to shield against the luminous assault emitted by the mechanical divine trees. Simultaneously, the void cannons activated, gathering terrifying energy in an instant. Accompanied by a cataclysmic surge of energy fluctuations, a cataclysmic void shell erupted from the cannons, hurtling towards Wan Tung. Should this projectile strike, it could result in the loss of dozens of Wan Tung warships. This is bad. Chenghua and Shimu exchanged alarm glances, swiftly preparing to direct their forces to intercept the cannon's assault. However, just then, both Chenghua and Shimu froze in astonishment. They beheld that the Ascendant Universe Nation's forces, at that very moment, were rendered immobile upon making contact with the light released by the mechanical divine trees, as if a pause button had been pressed. It was abundantly clear that the defensive formation composed of these Void Civilization soldiers ceased its rotation upon encountering the light. Even more perplexing, the terrifying attack unleashed by the void cannons also came to a standstill in the void. What is happening? Has space been confined? Chenghua and Shimu exchanged bewildered glances, both recognizing the confusion in each other's eyes. At that moment, Su Ming's voice resonated through the communication channel. It's not space, it's energy. The energy has merely been paused. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, both Chenghua and Shimu were filled with profound incomprehension. Humanity had yet to achieve significant advancements in the realm of energy, rendering the concept of pausing energy movement challenging for them to grasp. Nonetheless, their lack of understanding did not impede Su Ming's next course of action. After conjuring the mechanical divine trees, Su Ming undertook extensive modifications. enhancing not only their offensive and defensive capabilities, but also their regenerative abilities. Furthermore, he integrated static energy elements into the mechanical divine trees. As Su Ming deepened his studies of energy, the static energy elements underwent significant transformations under his enhancements. Previously, these static energy elements could merely force energy to halt its movement. Once the effect wore off, the energy would revert to its original state of motion, serving only to delay time. However, following Su Ming's modifications, he incorporated an energy catalyst into the static energy elements. The function of this energy catalyst was to alter the energy state upon the cessation of the static energy element's effect, accelerating energy movement by tenfold. What did it mean for energy movement to accelerate tenfold? It is highly probable that the accelerating energy factor, under conditions of rapidity, would collide with atoms, ultimately unleashing even more terrifying energy. In other words, with the influence of a catalyst, the previously dormant energy may erupt right from its stationary position, and the magnitude of this eruption could indeed surpass all previous expectations. At this moment, the colossal cannon's assault had been suspended within the ranks of the Void Civilization's military, yet to break free from their formation. Once the static energy element had ensnared the cannon's attack, it remained trapped within the Void Civilization's formation, waiting for the static energy to be replaced by a catalyst. Suddenly, the cannon's energy spiraled out of control, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion right where it was confined, within the ranks of the Void Civilization. The commander of the Ascendant Meteor Cosmic Nation could never have anticipated that the cannon's assault would detonate within his own camp. 5 terrifying bursts of fire instantaneously illuminated the entire void, as 5 massive fireballs erupted within the ranks of the Void Civilization, unleashing a wave of dread energy that engulfed the entire formation. In that moment, the Ascendant Meteor Cosmic Nation reaped the bitter fruits of their own actions. As the cannon's unleashed attack detonated amongst their own forces, countless soldiers of the Void Civilization were obliterated in this explosion, their existence utterly erased by the overwhelming force. What on earth is happening? Chenghua and Shimu stood in astonishment, unable to comprehend. Despite their extensive experience with various military conflicts, they had never witnessed such a capability in any human civilization's wars. The ability to manipulate an enemy's attack, pausing it, and then triggering its explosive release. If such a weapon were to proliferate, it could become invincible. In the future, who would need to utilize warfare weapons when they could harness the mechanical tree's power to unleash enemy attacks within their own ranks, effectively nullifying the opposing force's weaponry and even turning it to their advantage? The two cast wary glances at the figure floating in the void, a chill running down their spines. Fortunately, this was their own leader and weapon of war. Otherwise, it could have easily morphed into a nightmare for them. Yet, the two still somewhat overestimated the capabilities of the mechanical tree. Only Su Ming understood that this ability came with numerous drawbacks. For instance, it could not contain attacks that were significantly stronger than the mechanical tree itself, and the static energy element could only be wielded by Su Ming alone. Others would be inept in its use, and it was only effective against energy-based attacks. Moreover, it was rather fortuitous that the soldiers of the Void Civilization had just integrated into the Void, forming a military formation that leaned towards energy-based configurations. Otherwise, the static energy element would not have been able to ensnare them. One could say that the alignment of favorable circumstances, timing, location, and human factors contributed to this unexpectedly extraordinary outcome. However, it must be said that this wave of the mechanical tree's assault was indeed remarkable, creating a significant turning point in the conflict. Witnessing millions of soldiers from the Ascendant Meteor Cosmic Nation being consumed by 5 terrifying attacks, Su Ming wasted no time and bellowed to Chenghua and the others. What are you waiting for? Lead the charge. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Chenghua, Shimu, and Locke jolted back to reality. Their spirits rekindled as they rallied their forces to assault the ranks of the Ascendant Meteor Cosmic Nation. Chapter 182, Pressing Forward. At that moment, the war presented a decidedly one-sided scenario. The self-destructing cannon had utterly bewildered the soldiers of the Void Civilization. None could have anticipated that their own cannon's attack would erupt within their ranks. The explosion not only claimed countless lives among the Void soldiers, but also threw their forces into disarray, leaving them in utter confusion. Chenghua and Shimu, both exceptionally gifted military strategists, could not possibly overlook this golden opportunity. Without hesitation, they boldly led their troops into the fray of the Void Civilization's formation. Clad in mechanized armor and wielding mechanical swords, Chenghua and Shimu surged to the forefront of the battle, valiantly cleaving through the lives of the Void soldiers. Meanwhile, Locke maintained a steady approach, methodically eliminating scattered void soldiers without recklessly charging into the enemy S-formation. Su Ming observed this scene closely, gradually gaining an understanding of the three individual styles. Changhua and Shimu were undoubtedly aggressive commanders, relentless in their pursuit once an opportunity presented itself. Chenghua's tactics leaned towards the unconventional, brimming with imaginative strategies and layouts, while Shimu favored a more direct and ferocious method of assault, excelling in head-on engagements. In contrast, Locke appeared to be more methodical and defensive, a specialist in fortifications rather than offense. Despite their differing styles, Su Ming recognized that there was no inherent right or wrong. Each could be deployed in various situations to yield distinct outcomes. Nonetheless, the conflict was transforming from a balanced struggle into a unilateral rout. The ascendant meteor cosmic nation could never have foreseen their downfall at the hands of their prideful weaponry, which had been turned against them, plunging them into despair. It must be acknowledged that the more unexpected the opponent's trump card, the more it could decisively alter the course of the conflict at crucial moments. Three colossal mechanical trees now loomed above the ranks of the Wantuo army, their numerous vine-like tubes piercing into the bodies of the soldiers. Initially, the Wantuo soldiers were startled by the mechanical tree's tendrils. However, they soon discovered that a rich life energy was being channeled into their bodies through these tubes, rapidly healing their injuries and igniting expressions of ecstatic joy across their faces. Su Ming's ingenuity could not be limited to a mere static energy element. At this moment, the mechanical tree revealed its second capability, healing. It was inconceivable that a weapon of war, created on the foundation of the divine knowledge of the life tree, would lack even its most fundamental function, life restoration, on the battlefield, as any soldier sustained injuries. The mechanical tree's biological activity detector would accurately identify those whose vitality had diminished. It would then extend its mechanical tendrils, directly penetrating the backs of the injured soldiers to deliver life energy. Under the influence of the mechanical tree, Wantuo soldiers could maintain vibrant biological activity, provided they were not instantly killed. Good. Excellent. Brothers, with the mechanical tree support, what do we have to fear from injuries? Charge with me. Shimu was utterly enamored with the mechanical tree as a weapon of war. Its healing capabilities alleviated his concerns. In a fervor, he wielded his mechanical sword, which had been glowing red-hot for an extended duration, now emanating wisps of smoke. Yet, Shimu appeared oblivious to this, relentlessly slaughtering the surrounding void soldiers. Under his leadership, the right wing of the army grew increasingly ferocious, bloodlust driving them to mercilessly annihilate the void soldiers. Some of the Wantuo soldiers, in this fervor, even neglected to defend themselves, allowing enemy attacks to strike them. They would spit blood, but, with a cry of exhilaration, would fiercely retaliate, slaying their adversaries. The tendrils of the mechanical tree behind them relentlessly injected life energy into their bodies. Faced with a group of fearless outlaws who were willing to exchange injuries for lives, the soldiers of the Void Clan faltered, their morale already shattered by the previous explosions. Now they found themselves in utter disarray. Retreat! Retreat! Back to the Tianing Star! Await the return of our elite forces. The commander of the Xingyun Cosmic Nation, witnessing this scene, felt a tumult of emotions. Yet they understood that this war was inevitably lost. Ordering a hasty withdrawal, he attempted to mitigate the losses, urgently commanding the Void soldiers to retreat. Terrified by the relentless slaughter, the Void soldiers, upon receiving the order, dared not linger any longer and fled in disarray. Seeing this, Su Ming bellowed, "Advance forward. Continue to occupy other planets. Compress the remaining forces of the SX-3011 Cosmic Nation to within 3 planets." Received. Following Su Ming's command, 3 main legions regrouped, along with their warships, and relentlessly crushed their way along the path of the Xingyun Cosmic Nation's retreat. Those slow to escape were trampled underfoot, while the colossal ships of the Void Clan were shattered with relentless bombardments. Moving forward, they became an unstoppable tide, sweeping towards the core planets of the Xingyun Cosmic Nation. Every habitable planet they passed was forcefully attacked, with administrative units obliterated and the planet seized. They left 1,000 members of the Wantung on each planet to control the networks and communications, taking the inhabitants of these worlds as war captives. In no time, Wantung had captured an astounding 13 planets, decimating the military might of the Xingyun Cosmic Nation, which retreated in disarray to their last bastion. However, once the forces of the Xingyun Cosmic Nation returned to the 3 remaining core planets, Su Ming ordered a halt to the offensive. Encircling these planets, they took the opportunity to rest and regroup. These three core planets were fortified with tight defense systems, rivaling the might of a colossal void cannon. A forced assault was conceivable, but it would deplete considerable manpower. Moreover, with Yuan Tong having already secured 19 planets, a portion of troops needed to remain on each for control and garrison duties. Thus, Su Ming refrained from an immediate attack, instead opting to surround the three planets and gradually wear down their defenses. Chapter 183, Negotiation. A comprehensive victory naturally bestowed upon Su Ming a significant advantage. He had not only captured 19 planets, but had also confined the last resistance of the Shengyun cosmic nation to 3 core worlds. Yet, victory brought forth a plethora of challenges. For instance, the troop numbers were insufficient. To fully control a planet, a force of no less than 10,000 was required, lest the local void inhabitants incite rebellion. This was not a war between civilizations. The stakes were not so dire for the populace regardless of the outcome. This was a conflict between two distinct civilizations, where human dominion over a planet would never guarantee the allegiance of its native inhabitants. At the first opportunity, these void citizens would rise in revolt. Thus, it became imperative to allocate forces for suppression. Su Ming had contemplated the notion of annihilating the planets outright, but upon further reflection, he realized that these void citizens could serve as hostages of sorts for Yuan Tong. The 19 planets demanded the division of Yuan Tong's forces into a staggering 190,000 troops, combined with the 40,000 casualties incurred during the journey through the void storm. The actual number of troops available for Su Ming's allocation dwindled to a mere 150,000. While this might suffice to besiege the remaining forces of the Shengyun cosmic nation, any intervention from other military factions of the void civilization could place Yuan Tong in a precarious position. Fortunately, the situation was not entirely dire, as they had indeed emerged victorious. However, prudence was always wise. Su Ming sat alone in the strategy room, while Cheng Hua, Shi Mu, and others were engaged in the ongoing siege of the Shengyun cosmic nation. Progress was slow, yet they could continue to deplete the enemy's resources. Thus, Su Ming found himself alone to ponder the situation. After contemplating, he promptly made a call, not to his father, but to an officer dispatched by the Empire, who served as a liaison for the scattered forces. Soon, a vibrant young officer appeared on the screen. His name was Zhao Hua, a member of the Empire's Strategic Research Department. Upon connecting, he greeted Su Ming with a smile. "Your Excellency Su Ming, how may I assist you? If I recall correctly, your forces are known as Yuan Tong, correct?" Nodding, Su Ming got straight to the point. "We require reinforcements." Zhao Hua, maintaining his composure, responded with a smile. "Is Yuan Tong encountering difficulties?" Internally, however, he silently grumbled. These scattered forces were indeed a nuisance, constantly seeking support. If the military strength of the 5 great cosmic nations were truly so ample, what need would there be for these scattered forces? Ordinarily, he would have brushed off Su Ming's request, but learning that Su Ming was seemingly the son of a certain figure of importance within the Empire, he felt compelled to take it seriously. Gently tapping his fingers on the table, Su Ming spoke slowly. "We have achieved victory. The SX-3011 cosmic nation is now under our control, but we lack sufficient forces to maintain order and require assistance." Zhao Hua, thinking he had misheard, focused intently on Su Ming, confirming, "Apologies, Your Excellency Su Ming, let me verify this. Yuan Tong has indeed captured the SX-3011 cosmic nation." "Su Ming affirmed, strictly speaking. We have secured 70 of its territory, with some portions still being gradually subdued." Zhao Hua's expression grew serious as he processed Su Ming's words. As a staff member of the Strategic Research Department, he was intimately familiar with the designations of each cosmic nation and swiftly matched the SX-3011 cosmic nation with its recognized attributes in his mind, igniting a profound sense of astonishment within him. The SX-3011 cosmic nation was notoriously defensible and situated deep within its territory, making it notoriously difficult to conquer. Yet once taken, the strategic significance of that star domain was immense. Zhao Hua was acutely aware of this value. Realizing this, he elevated the importance of the matter several notches and addressed Su Ming with a serious demeanor. "Your Excellency Su Ming, the strategic significance of the SX-3011 star domain is extraordinary. I can assure you that the Empire will be willing to provide support. However, the specifics of the assistance and strategy will require a meeting for deliberation. Is your situation urgent? If not, could you wait a few hours?" Su Ming shook his head. "The situation is not that pressing, but I would like the Empire's assistance with one matter." Zhao Hua leaned slightly forward, intrigued. "What matter?" to register Wantung as an official military force of the Empire, recognizing Wantung's legitimacy and permitting it to legally recruit soldiers within the domains of all human civilizations. Sumin Statikamli. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huan narrowed his eyes, deep in thought, before slowly nodding and replying, I can facilitate this. There's no issue. However, entering the Empire's structure will be nominal, and the Empire will not be responsible for salaries or resources for the soldiers recruited by Wantung. Sumin Smaïd. That is understood. With Wantung having occupied the SX-3011 star domain, we are not lacking in resources, rest assured. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Zhao Hua nodded in agreement and promptly stated, the Empire will soon dispatch personnel to establish a teleportation array at SX-3011. There is no need for you to rush. Remember to maintain contact at all times. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly terminated the video call. His conversation with the Empire's representatives left Su Ming quite satisfied. Wantung had proven his worth in this war through his own strength. Naturally, the Empire's recognition of Wantung's legitimacy was on the rise, as they were now willing to acknowledge him as a formal force. From this moment onward, Wantung transformed from a gray legion of the Black Domain into an army officially recognized by human civilization. This was not merely a matter of reputation. It also pertained to the recruitment of soldiers. Previously, Wantung could only recruit soldiers from within the confines of the Black Domain, which was quite limited in size, rendering it impossible to amass a sufficient number of soldiers. However, with the scope now extended to encompass all of human civilization, the potential for recruitment became staggering. It could be said that as long as Wantung possessed adequate funds, he could recruit as many soldiers as he desired. After concluding his conversation with Zhao Hua, Su Ming did not hesitate to call Locke. What is it, leader? Locke's voice soon emanated from the communication device. Upon hearing Locke's voice, Su Ming chuckled softly and replied, send someone to the territories of human civilization to issue a recruitment notice. Once the teleportation array is completed, we can directly transport the recruited soldiers here. Chapter 184. The Returning Army. The Empire's personnel swiftly arrived in the SX-3011 star region, which Su Ming had since renamed the Wantung star region. From the Empire's perspective, there was no objection to the renaming. In fact, it aided in distinguishing the conquered star regions. However, the individuals entering the Wantung star region were merely engineers responsible for constructing the spatial teleportation array. Su Ming had some understanding of spatial teleportation arrays, but he specialized more in military engineering and weaponry, thus lacking the depth of knowledge that these engineers possessed. Days passed, and the construction of the spatial teleportation array was expected to take 1 to 2 weeks. Su Ming was not particularly anxious during this time. Wantang soldiers were queuing up for the life ascension chamber. Despite the lack of military activities, the strength of the army was continuously improving. The enhancement of a single soldier's life might offer little advantage in warfare, yet the elevation of 400,000 soldiers, averaging an increase of around 10,000 energy levels, would significantly bolster their combat capabilities. Leader, I sent a military force lurking outside the Void Storm, seemingly preparing to enter. On one of the days when the construction of the spatial teleportation array commenced, Su Ming unexpectedly received a call from Zuolin. Zuolin, previously mentioned, was a gene warrior with a unique perceptive ability, highly suited for reconnaissance and frontline exploration. Su Ming had anticipated that the elite forces dispatched by the Ascending Star Empire would soon converge back to their home territory after being cornered. With their own nation lost, it was only logical for them to return for aid. From the perspective of this army and the Ascending Star Empire, their decision to return posed no issues. However, viewed through the lens of warfare and the two civilizations, their retreat effectively sealed the fate of the Ascending Star Empire. Excellent, I've been waiting for them. Upon hearing Zuolin's words, Su Ming rose with a smile and instructed, continue tracking their position. Once they enter the Void Storm, we shall strike and annihilate them within it. This army, should they return, would face obliteration at the hands of Wantung amidst the tempest. At this moment, the dynamics had shifted entirely. The previously defensively positioned Ascending Star Empire was now at the mercy of Wantung. The elite forces that the Ascending Star Empire had previously dispatched to assist other civilizations would inevitably have to traverse the Void Storm to return. Su Ming planned to lay an ambush within this treacherous region to eradicate the returning army. This force represented the last hope for the Ascending Star Empire. Should they be vanquished in the Void Storm, Su Ming would be free to concentrate all his military might on breaching the core 3 planets of the Empire. Should they refrain from returning, the Ascending Star Empire might still have a chance at survival. But the moment they chose to retreat, their doom would be sealed. Su Ming stood up and departed the strategy room, making his way to the aerospace port of the Great Wood Star. "Where are you headed, Your Excellency?" A few unassuming engineers greeted him, their faces lighting up with smiles upon seeing Su Ming. These engineers held significant status within the Empire, possessing expertise in spatial teleportation technology. And even the Empire treated them with utmost respect. Other scattered military lords would scarcely have the audacity to engage with them. However, upon witnessing the technology of the mechanical divine tree in the Wan Tung Star region, these engineers were left astonished and dared not act aloof in Su Ming's presence. Su Ming glanced at the engineers and, with a smile, replied, "I will be departing shortly. I will return once this star region is secured." Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the engineers exchanged glances and nodded numbly. They were unconcerned with the matters of war, aware only that Wan Teng's conquest of this area would grant humanity a strategic advantage, while the specifics eluded them. However, one seasoned engineer, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired, "Your Excellency, Su Ming, are you truly uninterested in selling the technology of the mechanical divine tree?" At this query, Su Ming chuckled softly and responded, "Ladies and gentlemen, Wan Tung is not lacking in funds. Rather, we are in need of technology. As I have stated before, I am willing to exchange technology for technology. If you desire my mechanical divine tree technology, it can be arranged, but only in exchange for your spatial teleportation technology." One must not underestimate the spatial teleportation technology possessed by these engineers. Although Su Ming also had a grasp of some spatial teleportation techniques, they paled in comparison to the advanced cosmic civilization level technology that these engineers commanded. Their expertise was of the highest caliber, and they were keenly aware of the potential of Su Ming's mechanical divine tree technology, just as he coveted their spatial teleportation capabilities. However, each engineer specialized in a distinct segment of the technology. True cosmic civilization level expertise could only be achieved through the collaboration of their individual skills. This was a precautionary measure established by the Empire to prevent the leakage of spatial technology to rival factions. Su Ming sought a comprehensive understanding, and since none of them could provide the complete technology, it held little value for him, rendering any discussions of exchange moot. After exchanging pleasantries with the engineers, Su Ming boarded a cosmic battleship and ascended into the skies. The non-combat engineers watched as the battleship soared into the heavens, exchanging glances filled with regret. The technology of the mechanical divine tree, even by their standards, was undoubtedly a technology with immense developmental potential, and the shadow of some techniques remained beyond the grasp of even the 5 major cosmic nations. Should it be mastered, it might very well advance the progress of human civilization. However, a few among them were acutely aware that there exists a plethora of technologies capable of propelling the advancement of human civilization. It is unrealistic to expect every form of technology to be willingly offered without expectation of reciprocity. They were engineers, and they understood this matter quite well. One senior engineer murmured, "What if I were to approach the Empire and propose an exchange of complete knowledge regarding spatial transmission and the technology of the mechanical divine tree?" Upon hearing this, the others around him displayed expressions of astonishment. "Have you lost your mind? The technology of spatial transmission is a core asset of the Empire. How could it possibly be divulged?" The engineers spoke with a knowing tone. In the past, the Empire might have refrained from leaking such information. However, given the recent developments, not only the exploration of new resource star systems, but also the engagement in warfare with other civilizations, this tumultuous period may prompt the Empire to consider accepting a new warfare technology. Chapter 185. The Abilities of Zuolin. The conversation among the engineers was lost on Su Ming. Even if he were privy to it, he would merely regard it with a wry smile. Such matters were contingent upon fate, and Su Ming did not harbor any expectations that his mechanical divine tree technology could barter for the Empire's strategic-level technologies. After all, while the mechanical divine tree technology was formidable, the Empire possessed numerous war weapon technologies of equal caliber. Each technology was suited to different scenarios, and acquiring an additional technology would naturally be welcomed by the Empire. This incident was merely an interlude, and Su Ming was not particularly invested in the outcome. Presently, his entire focus was directed towards the impending war. This was a conflict between 2 civilizations, despite the current favorable conditions for the Wandang. The dynamics of a war of this magnitude could shift in an instant, leaving no one certain of what would transpire next. Thus, Su Ming had to devote his undivided attention to this war. The conflict had not concluded. In fact, it was merely in its nascent stages. To be complacent could result in utter annihilation. As Su Ming boarded the warship, his gaze fell upon Cheng Hua, who had long awaited his arrival aboard the vessel. For this battle, Su Ming had not brought along a large contingent. The majority of the Wandang forces remained stationed in the Wandang star domain, and he had taken with him an army of merely 10,000. The rationale behind such a small force was twofold. Firstly, to avoid alarming the enemy. After all, the Xingyun cosmic nation was currently under siege by the Wandang, and should the attacking forces suddenly diminish by half, any commander with a modicum of intelligence would recognize that the Wandang had dispatched troops to ambush reinforcements. Secondly, the Void Storm posed a significant threat, not only to the reinforcements but also to the Wandang forces already within the storm, who would also find themselves beleaguered. Therefore, Su Ming chose to take only the most elite troops, whose superior self-preservation abilities would enable them to navigate the Void Storm without being utterly shattered. These 10,000 were members of the Wandang who had achieved an elevated state of life. Their average combat capability reached the terrifying level of a 7th-tier gene warrior. Such an elite force possessed ample mobility and formidable combat strength. Even a conventional army numbering in the millions would find itself outmatched by this select group. The warship suddenly surged into the void and executed a spatial jump, vanishing from the starry expanse of the Wandang domain. At that moment, within the Void Storm Belt, a military contingent of a void civilization was swiftly traversing the tumultuous realm. This force comprised 300,000 5th-tier void warriors, a contingent considered elite even among cluster-level powers. The members of this void race were currently aboard their colossal ships, making their way towards the Wandang star domain. The fury of the Void Storm was rampant. Yet for the Void Civilization's army, the storm's menace was not as dire. 5th-tier void soldiers could navigate the storm with caution, allowing for normal passage. The commander of this army, fully aware of the potential ambushes awaiting them in the storm, still resolutely led his troops onward. However, it is crucial to note that the Void Storm Belt was fraught not only with storms, but also with countless drifting meteors. Ironically, these meteors now pose the most significant obstacle to the Void Civilization's forces. We are moving too swiftly. 2 of our colossal ships have already been struck by meteors and shattered. We ought to reduce our speed to greatly mitigate the danger. A concerned Void soldier remarked to the commanding officer, known as Meon. The commander responded with a steely gaze directed at the meteor field ahead, gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Accelerate. We cannot afford to slow down. We must hasten back." Upon hearing this, the subordinate grew anxious. "No, our army is already elite. Each loss is monumental. If we do not preserve our strength, how can we hope to vanquish the invaders?" Meon shot him a cold glance, internally vexed by his subordinate's foolishness at such a critical juncture. The news of our return is likely already known to the invaders. If we do not accelerate, shall we wait for them to arrange their forces in anticipation? What is the loss of a few men? If we slow down, we risk being ambushed in the Void Storm, potentially leading to our complete destruction. Now is the time to capitalize on their unpreparedness, swiftly invade, and reclaim 1 or 2 planets. Together with the breakout from the main star, we still have a chance to turn the tide. Delay, and we shall have no opportunity left, Meon stated emphatically. It must be noted that Meon possessed a unique insight into the dynamics of battle. Had he encountered a conventional army, his strategy might have succeeded, potentially leading to the Wandang's downfall. Yet, unbeknownst to him at that very moment, a Wandang soldier piloted a small warship, stealthily trailing behind his forces. This soldier was Zuolin, whose perceptive capabilities were exceptional. He carefully maintained a safe distance from the Void Civilization's army, while disabling all detection systems on his ship to prevent being uncovered. It is likely that the Void Civilization's forces never imagined that their route was so easily exposed to a Wandang soldier's eyes. From such a distance, even the most sophisticated equipment would struggle to detect them. Yet Zuolin's unique abilities allowed him to perceive their movements with remarkable clarity. Furthermore, Su Ming's confidence in dispatching Zuolin stemmed from another reason. Zuolin could not only sense the movements of the Void Civilization's army, but also the patterns of the Void Storm. As he trailed behind, Zuolin had a crucial task beyond merely reporting positions. He was to establish an optimal ambush point for Su Ming's contingent of 10,000, based on the energy trajectories of the storm and the meteor field. Despite Zuolin having reached the level of an 8th-tier gene warrior, he still felt considerable fatigue. A fine sheen of sweat began to bead on his forehead, yet his gaze remained sharp, intently observing the ever-changing circumstances ahead. Approximately half an hour later, Zuolin's eyes suddenly brightened. He picked up his communication device and promptly contacted Su Ming. "Leader, at coordinates X3101Y 41211Z 41278, a void storm is erupting. The ensuing chaos will result in a multitude of meteors being flung about. We can launch an ambush at this location. Chapter 186. The Last Reinforcements of Shenyang. In the outer reaches of the Wantan star domain, at coordinates X3101Y, 41211Z, 41278, a void race army traverses the vast emptiness of space. This very army is a contingent dispatched by the ascendant meteoric empire, and upon reaching this coordinate, a terrifying tempest explodes within the void. This storm is exceptionally fierce. Even the void race warriors are at risk of being consumed by its wrath. Standing at the forefront of the colossal void ship, Shumian's expression is laden with profound gravity. Despite having lived here for an extensive period, such an intense void storm is a rare sight. Does this signify something ominous? Shumian mutters to himself. But soon his gaze hardens with resolve. The rise of any great nation is invariably accompanied by suffering and adversity. Perhaps this is a trial from the void god. At that moment, the void storm intensifies, hurling a multitude of meteors towards the army. Under the storm's influence, even the smallest of meteors, propelled at terrifying speeds, could potentially sink a colossal ship. Shumian, the storm's ferocity has already shattered 3 of our great vessels, and the death toll exceeds 20,000. Should we not reduce our speed? A nearby officer of the void race expresses his concern. Upon hearing such devastating losses, even Shumian's eyes reflect a flicker of anguish. He contemplates for a moment, but ultimately yields to the overwhelming force of nature. Let us slow our pace and endeavor to circumvent the meteor shower, Shumian states quietly. Upon hearing Shumian's command, the officer breathes a sigh of relief. If they had continued at their previous speed, it was likely that half of the army would perish within the tempest before reaching the ascendant meteoric empire. However, just as the order was issued, a blinding, fearsome light suddenly ignites from the storm's periphery. A powerful surge of energy radiates outward, infused with a palpable aura of death, engulfing the hearts of every void race soldier. This is dire. An enemy attack, Shumian exclaims, his face paling as he senses the energy wave. At that moment, the assault arrives. It is an onslaught of war weaponry. The mechanical divine tree possesses formidable offensive capabilities akin to that of heavy artillery, though slightly less potent than conventional cannons in the context of an ambush. Particularly within such an environment, it serves as a scythe for the void race army's demise. The devastating barrage strikes 2 of the colossal void ships. The soldiers aboard the vessels do not even have time to react before the remnants of ships are swept into the meteor storm, instantly transforming into a crimson mist. Their lives extinguished. This exemplifies the advantage of occupying a defensible position. Had the battle occurred in normal starry skies, even if the ships were destroyed, the void race soldiers would have had a chance to escape, preventing a total casualty rate. However, amidst the void storm, without the ship's shelter, any exposed soldier stands little chance of survival, save for a select few high-ranking commanders of levels 7 or 8. At this moment, Su Ming, clad in the Spirit Fox mech, gazes upon the void race army from the storm's outskirts, strategically encircling them. He is in no hurry, as he possesses an absolute advantage. As long as he exhibits sufficient patience in this war, even without actively assaulting the void race troops, they will gradually succumb to the storm's fury. Thus, it is the void race army that finds itself in a state of urgency. If they do not breach the storm's confines swiftly, their entire force will perish within its depths. Damn it! Shumian realizes this predicament, his anger boiling at his opponent's cunning and treachery. Yet time is of the essence, and he has but 2 options before him. One path leads forward, escape the void storm, and there remains a chance for a counterattack. The other is to retreat, withdraw from the storm, waiting for it to pass before advancing. However, glancing behind him, Shumian notes that their army has already traversed nearly 2/3 of the distance. Only 1/3 remains to break free from the tempest. To retreat now would require them to cover that same 2/3 again. Should the enemy muster the audacity to pursue them into the storm, this army would likely face total annihilation. This position is agonizing. Neither advancing nor retreating is viable. It is clear that the enemy has deftly capitalized on their precarious situation, launching an attack precisely when they have advanced 2/3 of the way. Very well. Since you compel me to break through, I shall oblige and forge ahead. I am eager to discover the true nature of my adversary. Shumian resolves in that instant. Break through. If we do not, the beleaguered military forces of the ascendant meteoric empire will not endure for long. If we fail to accelerate our advance, should the invaders breach our defenses, any rescue efforts will be rendered meaningless. At that point, our nation will be humiliated, and what talk of war can there be? With a glimmer of hope in the act of breaking through, Xu shouts, "Accelerate, charge forward." With his command, the army erupts into an unprecedented surge of speed. Xu observes the panic and trepidation reflected in the eyes of every Void Race soldier. Without hesitation, he departs from the colossal Void ship. Confronting the Tempest with his own body, standing at the forefront of the army, he calls out to his troops, "If our country is lost, why cling to our worthless lives? Ahead lies an endless storm and peril, but it is also our homeland. Defend our home, eradicate the invaders. With my life, I shall protect our sanctuary." Xu stands resolute against the void storm, like a beacon amidst the tempest. His words, transmitted through the unique communication method of the void civilization, reach the ears of every soldier. Witnessing this scene and hearing his rallying cry, the worries and fears dissipate from the eyes of the Void Race soldiers. Each soldier's gaze is filled with unwavering determination and a willingness to face death. "With my life, I shall protect our homeland. With my life, I shall protect our homeland." The soldiers fervently chant the mantra, and in that moment, the army is imbued with an extraordinary spirit of sacrifice. The void storm roars forward, hurling countless meteors that sink several colossal ships, reducing thousands of Void Race soldiers to mere fragments. Yet, the remaining soldiers, undeterred, charge forward with unyielding resolve. Chapter 187, Heroic Sacrifice. Through the mech, Xu observes the Void Race army as they exhibit an astonishing resilience of spirit at this critical juncture, earning his respect. However, given their status as adversaries, their heightened tenacity poses an even greater threat to Wanten. Xu position compels him to annihilate this army entirely within the Void Storm. Otherwise, Wanten will suffer even greater losses, more lives will be claimed. Without hesitation, Xu commands the mechanical divine tree to unleash a ferocious assault upon the enemy forces. His form was enveloped in a shimmering veil of silvery starlight, an immense energy flowing directly into the mechanical divine tree through the intricate pathways of his cerebral domain. In that moment, the mechanical divine tree erupted with an extraordinarily terrifying surge of energy. The entire trunk was cloaked in radiant silver light, as countless tendrils extended forth, intertwining with one another, aimed squarely at the advancing forces of the Void Clan. In the next heartbeat, a blinding flash illuminated the scene as the mechanical divine tree unleashed its formidable assault, raining down upon the Void Clan troops and claiming the lives of thousands amidst the tempest of the void. Battleships commenced the attack. Cheng Hua commanded from the command center, sparing no time to act. Instantly, 10 battleships tore through the void, materializing near the army of the Myriad Vines. These vessels had stealthily trailed behind Xu and his companions, undetected by the citizens of the Ascendant Universe Nation. Now was the moment to strike. Emerging from the depths of the void, they unleashed a torrent of terrifying energy from their cannons, bombarding the Void Clan forces, already beleaguered by the Tempest. The Void Clan troops faced an even graver predicament. With each passing moment, their defensive shields were shattered, and countless soldiers perished within the storm. Yet, despite the dire circumstances, the Void Clan forces exhibited no inclination to retreat. Every soldier emanated a fierce determination, a desperate resolve to fight to the last breath. With many even experiencing a subtle surge in their combat prowess under such extraordinary pressure. Witnessing this, Xu expression shifted slightly. This was perilous. He understood all too well that if these soldiers of the Void Clan managed to break through, they could potentially withstand the onslaught of the Myriad Vines and escape the Tempest. The army must not be allowed to emerge, otherwise, their current state would undoubtedly unleash an exceptionally tenacious and terrifying fighting force. In this volatile situation, the soldiers of the Myriad Vines would suffer heavy casualties. Without hesitation, Xu activated the third ability of the Mechanical Divine Tree, Life Deprivation. 3 Mechanical Divine trees formed a unique triangular formation, and an unusual wave of energy surged forth from them. Divine Knowledge, Life Deprivation. This was a terrifying ability previously unleashed upon Xu and his comrades within the Court of Life. While they had appeared unfazed at the time, it was important to note that they were not ordinary genetic warriors, and their life levels had reached the 8th and 9th tiers, granting them a degree of immunity against the life deprivation effects when the court was not at full strength. However, the current soldiers of the Void Clan were generally at the 5th or 6th tier, significantly weaker than Xu and his companions, and lacked any extraordinary abilities. Faced with the life wave emitted by the Mechanical Divine Tree, these soldiers were far less equipped to counter it. Most crucially, a brilliant glint ignited in Xu eyes. Under conditions of insufficient bodily vitality, no one could achieve a breakthrough. Life deprivation not only stripped away life, but also obliterated the possibility of these soldiers advancing at that moment. The soldiers of the Void Clan, who had been on the brink of a breakthrough in their desperate struggle for survival, suddenly found their expressions shifting in unison. They sensed an unusual power being imposed upon them, as their previously vibrant vitality began to wane, dwindling into a state of despondency. Some of the weaker soldiers felt their bodily vitality plummet, as if an invisible force was siphoning the very essence of their life energy. The Void Clan commander, facing this overwhelming force, was struck with dread. This power fundamentally undermined the fervent spirit of their desperate struggle. If they remained within this force for long, not only would breakthroughs or combat become impossible, but even maintaining normal physiological function would be a challenge. He, too, could be drained of life. Accelerate! Accelerate! Give me more speed! Blue tears of despair streamed from his eyes as he grappled with confusion and hopelessness. Yet, he could not afford to be lost in despair. Ahead lay their homeland, and behind them stood their comrades. The weight of everything rested upon his shoulders. Others might fall, but he could not. In that moment, a terrifying standoff materialized. The myriad Vines forces relentlessly assaulted the Void Clan, while the Void Clan surged forward with equal ferocity. The soldiers of the myriad Vines, inspired by the indomitable spirit of their adversaries, unleashed extraordinary combat prowess. They could not allow the Void Clan to breach the Tempest. They could not allow themselves to be extinguished within its depths. Each side clashed with fervor, fully immersing themselves in the chaos of war. Perhaps it was the heavens extending a final favor to those who fought with abandon. As the soldiers of the Void Clan broke through, countless fell to the onslaught of artillery and life deprivation. Ultimately, they emerged from the storm, standing before the army of the myriad Vines. Now, the once mighty host of the Void Clan, originally numbering 300,000, had dwindled to a mere 30,000. They had faced death and emerged battered, many reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Yet they stood before the myriad Vines in a poignant display of resilience, proclaiming their hard-won victory in this relentless tug of war. The 10,000 soldiers of the myriad Vines, though superior in strength, health, vitality, and combat readiness, regarded their adversaries with respect, devoid of any disdain. The spirit of the Void Clan soldiers, who embraced death with such fierce resolve, commanded the admiration of the myriad Vines warriors, including Su Ming and Changhua. Su Ming's gaze remained fixed on a leading figure among the Void Clan, a 9th-tier commander known as Su Mian. In a grave tone, he communicated through the comms channel. Myriad Vines advance. Chapter 188. The Victory of the Myriad Vines. Though it was merely a clash of 10,000 against 30,000, this battle represented the final confrontation between the Ascendant Universe Nation and the Myriad Vines. The outcome of this conflict would determine whether this star domain belonged to human civilization or the Void civilization. The average combat strength of the Myriad Vine soldiers stood at the 7th tier of genetic warriors, while the Void Clan's troops averaged at the 5th tier, even falling short of that standard. Clearly, the 10,000 soldiers of the Myriad Vines could easily overwhelm the 30,000 of the Void Clan in a contest of sheer might. Yet in this war, the soldiers of the Void Clan exhibited a desperate zeal, fighting with an extraordinary tenacity against the Myriad Vines. This army, already battered by the Tempest, unleashed formidable strength, channeling all their suffering and despair into a feverish assault upon the Myriad Vine soldiers. For an entire day, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle amidst the starry expanse. Ultimately, the Myriad Vines sustained far greater losses than anticipated, but the Void Clan was ultimately annihilated in this celestial arena. There exists no alternative. The Wantan possess more formidable genetic warriors, more complete warships, and 3 war machines continuously engaged in the dual acts of life deprivation and life restoration. This has culminated in an overwhelming display of absolute power, an inexorable force that even the most fearless cannot resist. Under such circumstances, the Wantan soldiers endured the loss of 1,000 men to annihilate this army. With a single stroke, Su Ming severed the head of the 9th-level Void being, marking the demise of the last of their kind. Gazing upon the lifeless body of the Void alien, neither Su Ming nor Wantan felt the elation of victory. Instead, their expressions were tinged with sorrow as they regarded the obliterated army. The burial rites of the Void civilization demand a return to the Void, a homecoming to the embrace of emptiness. Changhua, let's grant this army of Void beings a respectful entombment, Su Ming said, fatigue flickering in his eyes as he sighed. This army deserved respect. However, at present, they were adversaries, and their eradication was a necessity for Su Ming. The soldiers of Wantan swiftly cleared the battlefield, subsequently consigning the disfigured corpses back into the void. Strangely, once these bodies were cast into the cosmic emptiness, they gradually melded into the void, as though returning whence they came. Having completed these solemn tasks, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It is over. In this conflict, Wantan has 10,000 men, utilizing the cosmic storm, had vanquished an opposing force of 300,000, though the losses on their side totaled 1,000. Far exceeding Su Ming's expectations, this victory bore profound significance for Wantan. It signified the irrevocable fate of the Ascendant Universe Nation, deprived of their elite forces' return. The Ascendant Universe Nation lacked any capacity to contend with Wantan. Following the conclusion of these events, Su Ming wasted no time and led his troops back to the Great Wood Planet. Upon their return, he granted the troops who had combated the Void reinforcements a 3-day respite to recuperate emotionally. Meanwhile, Su Ming busied himself with the affairs of Wantan. The news of the annihilation of the reinforcements was swiftly conveyed to the Ascendant Universe Nation. The head of the Void being, felled by Su Ming, was also dispatched to their realm. "This is the invaders' ruse. Do not heed it. Our forces are undoubtedly en route," declared an officer of the Void. Yet, as the officer's eyes widened in alarm, he brandished a Void blade and swiftly executed a fellow Void being who bore a worried countenance. "There is no head of the Void. This is merely an attempt to undermine our morale. Relay orders to strengthen defenses and await rescue," the commander shouted vehemently. This officer of the Void was indeed a notable figure, yet the obliteration of the reinforcements was an undeniable reality. Su Ming felt no urgency. He continued to recruit soldiers within the domain of human civilization while observing the internal turmoil of the Ascendant Universe Nation from a distance. As anticipated, a day passed without news of the reinforcements, and the populace of the Ascendant Universe Nation remained oblivious to any issues. The soldiers were in high spirits, undeterred by the absence of their allies. After all, it had only been a day, and delays could be attributed to the cosmic storm. However, as the second, third, and fourth days transpired, and a week elapsed without any sign of the reinforcements or even a communication, the previously confident officer could no longer conceal the truth from the public and the soldiers. A week had passed without a word, and the official statements from the Ascendant Universe Nation were ambiguous at best. Consequently, rumors of the reinforcements' destruction began to circulate within the nation. At that moment, the internal structure of the Ascendant Universe Nation began to waver, sinking into profound despair. Without reinforcements or aid, 70 to 80% of their territories lay under the invaders' control, with the army confined to 3 main planets, besieged by Wantan, unable to escape. This imposed immense psychological pressure, and as the realization dawned that the reinforcements had been obliterated, it was the populace of the Ascendant Universe Nation who first succumbed to panic. Even the soldiers had family and friends. When their loved ones crumbled, the morale of the soldiers nearly shattered. Chenghua, with keen insight, recognized that once a week had elapsed, the psychological collapse of the Ascendant Universe Nation would commence. Indeed, at that moment, the defensive perimeter appeared to exhibit vulnerabilities. However, Chenghua remained composed. He possessed ample patience in this matter, seeking to minimize battle losses. Another week passed, and Chenghua, suddenly smiling, pointed toward the 3 main planets of the Ascendant Universe Nation and proclaimed, "In 2 days, we shall breach the enemy." After consulting with Su Ming, he led 200,000 Wantan soldiers into a fierce assault. At this juncture, the morale of the Ascendant Universe Nation had already disintegrated, rendering their defenses virtually inconsequential. The once formidable barrier, after nearly a month of relentless attacks, was no stronger than paper. With a mere tear, it crumbled. The shattering of the defensive shield became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Unlike the despair of the reinforcements, which still harbored a glimmer of hope and faith, the soldiers of the Ascendant Universe Nation faced a total despondency, paralyzed by fear of their foes. Chenghua encountered little resistance as he led his forces directly into the capital of the 3 main planets. A day later, the banner of Wantan was hoisted upon the 3 planets. This signified the complete annihilation of the Ascendant Universe Nation by Wantan. Thus, Wantan emerged triumphant from this war. Chapter 189, Transformation and Elevation. In the cold void, vast void conveyors traversed this astral expanse. At every moment, substantial quantities of supplies were continuously transported in and out of these conveyance systems. Concurrently, numerous ships and war vessels sped through the void conveyors. These immense conduits connected one end to the Wantan star domain and the other to a massive spatial teleportation array, strategically anchored within the Empire's territory. This spatial anchor point bore significant strategic importance. Through this anchor, the Empire could dispatch troops directly from its territory to the realm of the Void Civilization, circumventing the arduous journey through the life tribunal of the Eastern Ming Alliance. Furthermore, the anchor point led to the Wantan Star Domain, which functioned like a fishbone lodged within the Void Civilization, potentially choking it at any moment. Thus, the Empire placed immense value on the Wantan Star Domain. The engineers dispatched by the Empire toiled day and night, ultimately constructing the spatial passage within a mere month and a half. One cannot underestimate the Empire's spatial technology, which stands as an unrivaled prowess among cosmic civilizations. As the rightful owners of this star domain, Wantan naturally received ample privileges from the Empire. At this moment, both Su Ming and Chenghua, along with their companions, recognized the mission and significance this star domain would carry in the future. They were not idle. They remained vigilant, continuously deliberating and optimizing all affairs pertaining to the Wantan star domain. After all, should Wantan become complacent, once the Void Civilization truly focused its attention on this star domain, Wantan might find itself relegated to mere cannon fodder. Just then, the door to Su Ming's workshop swung open as Locke entered. The former Void inhabitants of this star domain have been escorted back to the Empire, have they not? Upon seeing Locke enter the office, Su Ming couldn't help but lift his head and inquire. After hearing Su Ming's words, Locke nodded. Yesterday marked the final batch. All have now been dispatched to the Empire. The inhabitants referred to by both men were the former citizens of the Shengyun cosmic nation. Rather than resorting to slaughter, Wantung opted to hand them over to the Empire, allowing for a strategic game of hostages between the Empire and the Void Civilization. As for Wantung, it was best to focus on growth. They were not yet qualified to engage in a game of wits with a cosmic-level civilization like the Void. Recently, the relationship between Wantung and the Empire had entered a honeymoon phase, with an exceedingly cordial rapport, to the extent that Su Ming received a plethora of greeting calls from Empire officials daily. However, it was precisely due to the Empire's preferential treatment that Wantung's development had progressed at a pace that even Su Ming found astonishing. How many soldiers have we recruited since the inception of this endeavor? Su Ming asked, glancing over the documents before him. Locke chuckled, plopping himself into the chair opposite Su Ming, and with an expression of excitement, he replied, "You might be taken aback. Over 4 million soldiers have been recruited, predominantly 3rd and 4th tier gene warriors. There are some experts, but they are few. Fewer than 70,000 exceed the 7th tier." Upon hearing Locke's words, Su Ming immediately set down the documents in his hands, looking up in astonishment. "So many?" Locke nodded. "The majority are drawn here for the promise of enhanced life levels and financial gain. However, having signed military contracts alleviates concerns regarding loyalty." Su Ming acknowledged this with a nod. Military contracts are safeguarded by the entire human society. Any severe breach of such contracts would not be punished by Wantung, but rather by society as a whole. Thus, loyalty is not a pressing concern. Su Ming remarked with a smile, "That is quite splendid. It's no surprise, given the recruitment is aimed at the entirety of human society. The base is sufficiently large to yield such numbers in such a short span. While the Empire's regular forces might dismiss 3rd and 4th tier gene warriors for Wantung, as long as there exists a life elevation device, these warriors can effortlessly be uplifted to at least 6th tier gene warriors, which certainly qualifies them as elite. Wantung has truly become affluent. Previously, the gene potion business in the Black Domain was profitable, yet no amount of earnings could rival the wealth amassed from plundering a star region's resources. Now, with Wantung commanding a star region, resources flow in abundantly, allowing for lavish recruitment of soldiers. Locke's face also broke into a smile upon hearing Su Ming's words. However, he soon pondered and said, "Leader, I'm contemplating whether the qualifications for using the life elevation device should be so readily bestowed upon newly enlisted individuals. Shouldn't military merit be a prerequisite for consideration?" Su Ming shook his head. "No need for concern. Let's broaden our perspective. Wantung's current situation is quite delicate. We could be annihilated by the Void Civilization at any moment. It's prudent to bolster our strength as soon as possible. Moreover, the significant enhancements from the life elevation device occur primarily during the 2nd and 3rd uses. The first is hardly consequential to the outside world. Su Ming has publicly declared that the life elevation device can only enhance up to 3 times, a cautionary guideline imparted by his father. Su Ming remains quite vigilant in this regard." Locke nodded, and then discussed some pertinent arrangements regarding the star region with Su Ming before departing to attend to various matters. Watching Locke leave, Su Ming rose and gazed out the window. He observed squads of troops and fleets of warships continuously patrolling the planet. One must admit, at this moment, Su Ming bore a striking resemblance to a warlord. Nevertheless, his mind was far from complacent. He understood that strength is the root of all, and only through continuous enhancement of power can one address arising challenges. During the 2 months since leading the army to the Void Civilization, Su Ming had not faltered, diligently maintaining both his training and his studies in mechanical knowledge. After 2 months of relentless training and learning, Su Ming's power levels surged from 80,000 physical and 660,000 brain domain to 150,000 physical and 140,000 brain domain. His physical refinement also ascended from level 7 to level 8. At this moment, Su Ming's attributes were as follows. Host, Su Ming. Physical energy level, 150,000. Brain domain energy level, 140,000. Gene lock unlock level, mid-level 8. Physical vitality, 100. Refinement level, 8. Next level refinement requires 200,000 starlight points. Physical defense capability, 20,000. Attacks from energy levels below 150,000 cannot inflict damage upon the body. Starlight points owned, 780,000. Mechanical knowledge, minor 270,000. Independent knowledge, brain domain division, LV3. Divine knowledge, external exoskeleton Mecha, divine life tree, domain life deprivation, life elevation. Maximum starlight energy the body can withstand, 10,000. Chapter 190. The Invitation from Li Heron. With the demise of the Shengyun cosmic nation, Wantong entered a phase of rest and development. The fall of the Shengyun cosmic nation naturally captured the attention of the Void Civilization. However, at that moment, the primary focus of the Void Civilization was directed towards the battlegrounds against the 5 major human cosmic nations. Should the Void Civilization seek to conquer the star region where the Shengyun cosmic nation once resided, they would need to deploy an army exceeding 5 times that of Wantong to have any hope of fully subjugating the region. After all, Wantong had previously proven through tangible actions that it was easier to defend than to attack during the Void Storm. As long as Wantong remained vigilant beyond the Void Storm, leveraging its natural peril, they could launch offensives that would effortlessly obliterate the enemy. This was indeed a tough nut to crack. The higher-ups of the Void Civilization quickly reached a consensus. Wantong Star region was currently not manageable. To conquer this area, they would first need to secure victories on the main battlefield or drive the human civilization's forces away to concentrate their might on subjugating this star region. However, it must be said that Wantong's emergence was indeed a source of discomfort for the Void Civilization, akin to an intolerable thorn in their side. This thorn had embedded itself deep within the territory of the Void Civilization, yet it was not easily removed. Any attempt to act against Wantong would result in them being placed at a severe disadvantage. For Su Ming, the more discomfort the Void Civilization experienced, the more pleased he became. At this moment, Wantong continued to grow. Perhaps even the Empire had yet to realize that with the technology of the life elevation device, Wantong could elevate those soldiers who could not meet the Empire's military threshold, from 3rd and 4th tier gene warriors directly to 6th and 7th tier gene warriors. 3rd and 4th tier gene warriors might be considered the mainstay in smaller cosmic nations, yet they fell short of the entry requirements for the Empire's military. Consequently, a plethora of 3rd and 4th tier gene warriors remained surplus within the Empire's territory. These gene warriors would become a boon for Wantong. Recruiting these gene warriors not only came at a low cost, but the majority were motivated by the life elevation device, allowing Wantong to cultivate a significant number of 6th and 7th tier gene warriors at minimal expense. When the time comes, over 4 million 7th tier gene warriors would rival the strength of the Empire's 4 3rd tier legions. Just as Wantong was entering a prolonged growth phase, Su Ming suddenly received a phone call from Li Heron. Su Ming, are you interested in undertaking a grand venture? Li Heron exclaimed excitedly over the phone. What grand venture? Su Ming responded with an expression of curiosity. A few days ago, I successfully conquered a star cluster-level cosmic nation belonging to the Void Civilization. From the data preserved within this cosmic nation, I discovered the existence of a clandestine research facility positioned in the neighboring star regions. This facility is classified at an exceptionally high level of secrecy. Even some galaxy-level cosmic nations may remain oblivious to its existence. The nation I conquered was aware of the facility solely due to its proximity, as it provided logistical support for the research center. Undoubtedly, this research facility is of paramount importance to the Void Civilization. Upon hearing Li Heron's words, Su Ming was taken aback. What do you intend to do? A facility with such a high level of confidentiality must possess formidable armed forces, Su Ming remarked, his expression grave. Acknowledging Su Ming's concerns, Li Heron nodded. Indeed. There is danger. However, not long ago, our detection instruments captured a significant number of void beings traversing the nearby star regions en route to the main battlefield for support. I suspect this army serves as the garrison for the research facility. Now that the garrison has departed, this presents us with our opportunity, Li Heron exclaimed with excitement. Su Ming, contemplating the implications, displayed a look of skepticism. You would call me for something so advantageous? He queried, his expression laced with doubt. Liaran shukulat farti, unabasha. And replied, I require one of your abilities. What ability? Su Ming Guayif. The ability to read. Read? Su Ming was momentarily stunned, then understanding dawned upon him. He surmised that Li Heron was referring to the system's automatic learning capability, which had already been demonstrated during their time in the Life Tribunal, when Li Heron and others witnessed Su Ming's adeptness at assimilating the intricate totems and knowledge of life civilization. Although the knowledge of the Void civilization is not as arcane as that of life civilization, the technological directions of both civilizations diverge significantly. Typically, it would be a formidable challenge for a human civilization, particularly the technology accessible to Li Heron, to decipher the knowledge of the Void civilization. Thus, Li Heron's invitation to Su Ming was entirely justified. Su Ming nodded affirmatively. Very well, when shall we commence? It will take 3 days for you to reach my location. Let us convene in my star region in 5 days. Agreed, Su Ming affirmed, promptly ending the call. Without hesitation, he summoned Locke, Changhua, and Shimu, briefing them on the pertinent matters before piloting a spacecraft and departing alone from the Wanton Star region. Evidently, Li Heron did not intend to lead an army to assault the research facility. Such a large-scale operation would be too conspicuous, likely alerting the facility to the impending threat. Given the significance of the research facility to the Void civilization, any indication of an invasion would prompt an immediate military response to eliminate the intruders. Such a scenario would elevate the situation to a far more complex level of conflict, something neither Li Heron nor Su Ming wished to encounter. This time, the two would undertake a solo operation, launching a surprise assault on the research facility. The spacecraft weaved through the void, approaching the tempestuous void storm belt ahead. However, thanks to the specialized modifications to Su Ming's vessel and his keen perceptual abilities, navigating through the colossal storms while ensuring safety was quite manageable. With 3 days remaining to reach the star region occupied by Li Heron, Su Ming resolved not to remain idle. His gaze shifted to his workstation, a contemplative expression gracing his features. After a period of reflection, Su Ming realized he had accumulated substantial knowledge in both mechanical and energy sciences. Perhaps it was time to venture into the realm of new technological research. Chapter 191, Devotion, Suffering, Resilience. Standing before his workstation, Su Ming scribbled rapidly on an electronic sheet. As a simulator on the desk concurrently translated his theoretical musings into practical simulations. Various atomic structures were magnified millions of times, laid out before him as Su Ming calculated and refined, resulting in significant alterations to the state of these atoms. A bead of sweat formed on Su Ming's brow. Following the trials of war, his comprehension of mechanical weaponry had undergone subtle transformations. Previously, Su Ming's perspective was that mechanical weapons were merely tools for personal enhancement, with modifications primarily stemming from a personal combat standpoint, such as static energy components, mechanical divine trees, and life sublimation devices. These innovations, reliant on Su Ming's unique abilities, were beyond the reach of others. However, through the experiences of war, Su Ming's horizons had broadened. He no longer confined himself to technologies for personal use, but aspired to develop techniques that could be utilized by all. Unbeknownst to him, during the course of the Wanton War, he had gradually cultivated the mindset and qualities befitting a leader. The technology Su Ming was poised to explore was less an innovation than a synthesis, merging the knowledge of energy civilization with that of human civilization. This path was destined to be a solitary one. Although numerous individuals sought to amalgamate disparate knowledge, each possessed unique insights, rendering the journey a solitary endeavor for each pioneer. Energy and mechanics possess numerous points of intersection, and humanity had already made strides in their synthesis. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The true potential of energy, when fully harnessed, could lead to the creation of tangible entities. At the level of crystal civilization, weapons could be conjured from the energy residing within oneself. Whatever weapon one desired could be summoned at will, along with the corresponding offensive capabilities. Naturally, Su Ming had yet to reach that stage, but he was diligently working to integrate energy knowledge with mechanical knowledge. What if a particle impact system were established within the gun, allowing the released energy to be adjusted and emitted in the desired form? Su Ming mused, feverishly calculating on the electronic sheet. The simulator was equally engaged in a frenzied operation. The fusion of civilization knowledge was no trivial task. The complexity rivaled that of conceiving an entirely new logical framework. As red veins began to creep into Su Ming's eyes, it became apparent that, for a genetic warrior of his caliber, such symptoms were unexpected. Yet at that moment, his mental exertion was sustained at an extraordinary level, affecting his physical well-being and leading to a degree of overexertion. The spacecraft's automated system detected the instability in Su Ming's physiology and promptly administered an injection filled with high-grade life essence serum into his back, continuously supplying him with life-sustaining agents. Su Ming remained oblivious to the spacecraft's interventions, fully immersed in his research. Before him, the simulator worked tirelessly, with only the sounds of frantic calculations and the shifting lights of the simulator filling the spacecraft's interior. Days slipped by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed silently. During this time, Su Ming forsook food, drink, and sleep, wholly devoted to his research. His cognitive capacity had long been depleted, sustained solely by his formidable willpower and the life serum that stabilized his condition. The reservoir of life serum was depleting rapidly. Even the consumption of thousands of life essences by the wanton forces could not compare to the quantity Su Ming alone was expending. Under ordinary circumstances, the energy consumed by the human brain accounts for approximately 20% of the entire body's energy expenditure. However, at this moment, Su Ming has pushed his cerebral energy levels to their utmost limits, utilizing his mental faculties to an extraordinary degree, resulting in an astounding 90% consumption of energy by his brain. This explains the frantic depletion of the life potion before him. Yet, despite this overwhelming strain, Su Ming remains focused and fervent. He resembles a mad scientist, tirelessly adjusting the instruments before his eyes. Indeed, after 3 days of relentless research, Su Ming's theories have been validated, and he has now reached the stage of practical application. Given his exceptional crafting abilities, there should be no significant issues once he embarks on the production phase. He meticulously fine-tunes the equipment before him. Although his body is weary, the brilliance in his eyes shines with unprecedented vigor. An epiphany struck him. Could future mechas be constructed from pure energy? As long as the energy remains unbroken, the mechas would sustain no damage. I shall establish a factory. Any material entering this factory would be shattered and transformed into its most primordial energy state, then reassembled through molds back into tangible matter, thereby eliminating fabrication and installation time. One could create a mecha in just a second. This suggests that even soil could be transmuted into the most resilient material, forging an invincible planetary defense system. Might even the dark matter of the cosmos become a part of the energy we can harness? Su Ming's eyes brimmed with fervor as thoughts, knowledge, and imagination collided in his mind. He resembled a devout acolyte, fervently worshipping at the altar of knowledge and thought, drawing ever closer. At this moment, unbeknownst to Su Ming, a peculiar entity akin to a sapling began to sprout within his nearly bare mind. This sapling emerged from the parched earth, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated every corner of Su Ming's consciousness. A latent divinity gradually took form within his cerebral energy, akin to a newly awakened infant, innocent yet teeming with boundless vitality. Under the influence of this divinity, Su Ming's once desiccated and cracked mind began to rejuvenate, warming with life. The divinity of the cerebral domain stems from piety, suffering, and resilience. This echoes the words spoken by the Oracle Orin, a divinely enlightened being from the Eastern Ming universe who once conversed with the renowned Colin Clan. Little did Colin Clan, who now disregards such divine concepts, anticipate that his own son would unwittingly align with the path of the ascetic, nurturing a spark of divinity within his mind. Faith in knowledge embodies piety. The unknown, confusion, and solitude signify suffering. The refusal to eat or sleep, nearing desiccation, yet striving forward exemplifies resilience. As Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, a radiant light akin to starlight erupted from within them. Anyone who beheld this luminescence would be irresistibly captivated, filled with awe. The birth of this divinity quickly captured Su Ming's attention. With his mastery over cerebral energy levels, he should have sensed the emergence of divinity from the outset. However, After 3 sleepless nights, his condition had significantly deteriorated, and he failed to perceive it immediately. Now, however, he distinctly sensed the divinity embedded within his cerebral energy. This sensation was extraordinary, as if a brand new, wondrous force had been birthed from within his own mind. Su Ming could clearly discern that this force, though still feeble, would undoubtedly unleash terrifying power once it matured. At present, he could sense that the true abilities of this divine power had yet to fully develop, offering merely an enhancement effect. The amplification factor stood at approximately 10. This means that although the divinity is but a seedling at this moment, once Su Ming employs his cerebral energy, bolstered by this divinity, the coefficient would surge to 11 times its original strength. While the initial enhancement may seem modest, it is crucial to recognize that it is based on the baseline of cerebral energy levels. As Su Ming elevates his cerebral energy, the augmentation from this divinity will become extraordinarily formidable. Both cerebral and physical energy levels have increased. A look of astonishment crossed Su Ming's face as he gazed at his status panel. Initially, his cerebral energy level was at 140,000, and his physical energy level at 150,000. Now, his cerebral energy had surged by a remarkable 30,000 points, while his physical energy rose by 10,000 points. His current levels now stood at 170,000 and 160,000, respectively. Once again, the cerebral energy level surpassed the physical energy level, bolstered further by the divine enhancement, allowing for an additional increase of 170,000 in energy strength. A smile crept across Su Ming's face, feeling that this was a bountiful gain, and he had discovered a new path. This path, rather than being merely that of an ascetic, could be described as one of the fusion of knowledge. Although arduous, the thought of merging the knowledge of various civilizations across the universe into a cohesive whole stirred him to the core. Just imagining it made him tremble with excitement. Of course, that was a matter for the future. At present, the most pressing concern for Su Ming was sleep. The heavens took pity. He had gone 3 consecutive days without rest. With over a day until his appointment with Li Heron, Su Ming resolved to simply sleep until he arrived at Li Heron's star domain. A day and a half later, Li Heron, wearing a cheerful expression, gazed at the approaching spacecraft destined for his occupied planet. Beside him stood 3 familiar figures to Su Ming: Qi Sun, Chen Hui, and Du Bing. The 4 appeared spirited, evidently having achieved satisfactory results in their respective campaigns during the war, successfully conquering the star domains they had targeted. However, among the 5, only Su Ming had built his power from the ground up, while the others likely had family support aiding their conquests of these void civilizations. Here he comes. My brother Su Ming has arrived. As Su Ming's spacecraft docked at the spaceport, Li Heron exclaimed with evident excitement. The hatch of the spacecraft opened swiftly, and the 4 turned their gazes toward it, eagerly awaiting Su Ming's descent. Yet, after a moment, the hatch remained open, and no one emerged. Li Heron and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What's going on? Why isn't my brother Su Ming coming out? Li Heron murmured, bewildered. Chen Hui's face twitched slightly before he spoke. Everyone, do you sense Su Ming's presence? It seems rather tranquil. The group focused intently, their expressions turning peculiar. Du Bing muttered, it's indeed tranquil, almost as if he is asleep. Goodness. A vein throbbed on Li Heron's forehead as he questioned, what is happening? We're all waiting here, and he is just sleeping? Without hesitation, Li Heron stepped into the spacecraft. Under normal circumstances, the ship's defense systems would have attacked any intruder. However, the system recognized Li Heron's identity, having previously collaborated with Su Ming numerous times. Thus, the ship did not retaliate, but instead opened a path for him to enter, until Li Heron arrived at the threshold of Su Ming's bedroom. Through the window, he beheld Su Ming sleeping soundly within, eliciting an expression of speechless disbelief. Knock, knock, knock. Su Ming was abruptly awakened, and upon realizing Li Heron's despondent figure standing outside, rapping on the door, he swiftly climbed out of bed and stretched languidly. What a refreshing slumber it had been. Little brother, how could you possibly sleep at a time like this? Li Heron lamenta, feeling a pang of concern as he sensed Su Ming's apparent lack of urgency regarding their mission, especially given the gravity of the situation. Su Ming flashed staggering, scratching his head, and replied, I am merely ensuring I maintain sufficient rest to adjust my state for the forthcoming operation. This is a manifestation of my commitment. Li Heron shot a sidelong glance at Su Ming. Goodness, it seems my little brother has learned to be rather cunning. He patted Su Ming on the shoulder and declared, Very well, Without further ado, let's hasten our actions. At that moment, Su Ming detected the presence of Chun Hui and others, and in surprise, he inquired, "Chun Hui has also arrived?" Li Heron nodded. "Chun Hui possesses formidable counter-detection technology. We are relying on him for this operation. Since we have invited both you and Chun Hui, I thought it prudent to summon the other two as well to enhance our chances of success." Su Ming nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. The group had collaborated numerous times, becoming well acquainted with each other's combat styles, thus enabling them to unleash formidable power in concert. Acting together would undoubtedly ensure greater security. Emerging from a spaceship, Su Ming greeted each member and exchanged pleasantries about their recent encounters with the Void civilization. Soon, they boarded Li Heron's vessel and set off towards the coordinates he had detected in Chapter 193, Attack on the Research Institute. Within a certain star domain of the Void civilization, the surroundings were adorned with shimmering star trails, creating a hazy ambience that even advanced imaging detectors struggled to penetrate. Coupled with a chaotic array of unique magnetic fields, the area effectively shielded the majority of detection devices, rendering it an exemplary hidden domain. Nestled within this star domain was a research institute of the Void civilization, situated on an inconspicuous planet, a well-guarded secret for them, sufficiently remote, discreet, and unremarkable. However, the Void civilization was entirely unaware that the coordinates of this research institute had already been uncovered by Li Heron. At this moment, Li Heron piloted the spaceship, silently approaching the star domain. Beside him, Chun Hui emitted an enigmatic aura, a manifestation of divine energy. Chun Hui possessed a unique divine ability to obscure his presence, making it exceedingly difficult for adversaries to detect him. Previously, Su Ming and Chun Hui had engaged in a mutual probing encounter, attempting to lock onto each other's presence. But both had failed. Su Ming's prowess stemmed from over a decade of training, while Chun Hui's was attributed to his divine talent. Now, as Chun Hui unleashed his divine ability, it enveloped the entire spaceship, effectively concealing its presence from the Research Institute surveillance systems. "Prepare yourselves, gentlemen." Li Heron's gaze fixed upon one of the planets. After comparing coordinates, he confirmed that the Research Institute was located on this very planet, then turned to address the others. The spaceship gradually settled into an unremarkable void above the planet. Su Ming and the others exchanged glances and without hesitation donned their battle suits, soaring from the vessel. The ship's size posed a risk of detection, thus they opted for the suits to independently mask their auras, rendering them undetectable to any surveillance equipment. Su Ming was clad in an assault-type mech known as the Hunter Wolf mech. This mech, unlike humanoid variants, was compact, with the operator lying within its control chamber, akin to a wolf sprinting on all fours. Moreover, this mech was purely melee-oriented, and Su Ming had remarkably chosen to forego his renowned long-range capabilities, opting instead for the mech's close combat prowess. This decision underscored the mech's formidable close-quarters combat capabilities, especially since the impending assault would occur within the planetary confines, where long-range firepower was ill-suited. In contrast, this agile and lethal mech was perfectly tailored for terrestrial warfare. Once the group was fully equipped, they wasted no time, launching toward the planet with astonishing speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They swiftly pierced through the atmosphere, the surrounding sounds returning to clarity. This way. Li Heron discerned the direction and pointed toward an inconspicuous ridge. Without hesitation, the group surged toward the ridge. As they drew closer, their perception of the energy levels within intensified. Despite the ridge masking most energy fluctuations, their extraordinary nature allowed them to perceive energies beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings. The energy waves emanating from the Research Institute could not escape their notice. "Excellent, it's right inside." They exchanged knowing glances, and in an instant, Du Bing unleashed an extraordinarily powerful energy surge from within his mech. In the next moment, a terrifying attack erupted from Du Bing's mech. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated throughout the planet, shaking the ground as if an earthquake had struck. The ridge before them erupted, revealing the Research Institute within. The Void Civilization's Research Institute bore some structural similarities to human facilities, with researchers bustling about, yet lacking significant combat capabilities. Surrounding the Institute were numerous security forces and formidable defensive systems. Shi Sun, Du Bing, you are responsible for dismantling the defense systems. Du Bing, Li Hong. Follow me as we press forward. Su Ming commanded loudly. Just then, a deafening alarm echoed across the planet. Alert! Enemy attack! All personnel on high alert. Danger level, maximum. Activating defense systems. A cacophony of alarms blared, and the entire Research Institute seemed to spring to life, various defense systems reviving while an array of void weaponry was activated. However, having seized the initiative, Su Ming and his comrades caught the Institute off guard. In the next moment, Qi Sun and Du Bing split up, their energy levels surging explosively. Qi Sun darted towards a line of automated targeting cannons with remarkable speed, her mech's combat knife bursting forth with brilliant light as she struck down the automated cannon. Boom! A thunderous noise echoed as the line of targeting cannons, still dormant, was cleaved into fragments by Qi Sun's strike. Meanwhile, Du Bing aimed his cannon at the thermal alert system and the massive shield defense system. A torrent of devastating attacks erupted from Du Bing's cannon. Du Bing's divine ability leaned towards lightning. However, in terrestrial warfare, his lightning prowess was less effective, compelling him to rely on heavy artillery. Nevertheless, supported by Du Bing's formidable energy levels, his attacks yielded impressive results, decimating the defensive systems before they could even activate. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Ming and his companions couldn't help but exhale in relief. These few systems were pivotal components of the defense mechanism. Had they been activated, the Void Clan guards of the research facility, in conjunction with these defenses, would have posed a formidable challenge to them, an increase in difficulty by at least tenfold. However, the critical defense systems had now been compromised, allowing Su Ming and his team to confidently infiltrate the depths of the research institute. Charge! Su Ming Beyovith! And the wolf-type mech surged forward with astonishing speed, racing into the interior of the facility. Chapter 194. 3 against 3,000. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Within the confines of the research institute, formidable experts and troops were stationed. Soon, powerful silhouettes materialized before Su Ming and his companions. They came to a halt, their expressions grave as they assessed the military might arrayed against them. This force was even more formidable than they had anticipated. Although the army comprised roughly 3,000 personnel, nearly every individual was a level 7 or even level 8 genetic warrior. At the forefront stood 3 commanding officers, 2 of whom were at the level 10 rank, with one being a vacuum tier warrior. Such a terrifying army, despite its modest size, could easily rival the vast legions of hundreds of thousands amassed by the Celestial Empire. I presume you all have made some progress in your cultivation during this time? Li Heron gulped, his throat dry as he spoke. He had initially estimated that the majority of the troops in this research facility should have been temporarily deployed to the front lines for support. Yet, reality often surpasses personal expectations. The strength of the army before them was far beyond Li Heron's calculations, significantly more potent than he had envisioned. It appears that the significance of this research facility exceeds our initial assumptions. Shen Yui murmure. Had they been the same individuals who had just entered the court of life, facing such a military force would have left them utterly helpless, forced to flee. However, now, both Su Ming and Chen Hui, along with Li Heron, had experienced growth through months of battle and training. After all, war is the greatest crucible for personal development. Chen Hui, once a level 9 superior genetic warrior, had now ascended to a lower level 10. Clad in his mech, he could unleash divine powers that would put him on par with a vacuum tier expert. Li Ran, though slightly less advanced, had reached a superior level 9, and when pushed, could exert a combat strength that hovered between level 10 and vacuum tier. Unbeknownst to both, while Su Ming's level was only that of an upper level 8, he had awakened the divine domain, augmented by various techniques, making his combat prowess comparable to that of his 2 companions. Ultimately, all 3 had made advancements, even when confronted by such a seemingly terrifying army. They felt a surge of eagerness to engage. Our advantage lies in the fact that their army will not dare unleash focused fire until the last possible moment. Otherwise, this planet would surely be obliterated, and their research would be in vain. As long as they refrain from concentrated attacks, we have a chance. Li Heron declared loudly over the communication channel, officially declaring the commencement of battle. 3 individuals, potentially 5, stood against 3,000. This would undoubtedly be a grueling contest. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Su Ming's body, a divine force quietly descending upon the battlefield. Divine knowledge, tree of life. Divine knowledge, domain life deprivation. These were 2 divine insights acquired from the court of life, and at this moment, Su Ming held nothing back, releasing all his might. In such circumstances, it was imperative for the trio to unleash their full potential. Failing to do so would likely leave them unable to withstand the onslaught of the opposing army. At the same time, Chen Hui also unleashed a potent surge of energy, a divine wave emanating forth. This divine energy was even stronger and more profound than the one he had previously used to conceal the spaceship's presence. Under the influence of this divine wave, both Su Ming and Li Heron found their auras becoming erratic and difficult to pinpoint. Divine knowledge, perception disruption. You too can rest assured. As long as the divine wave persists, it will be challenging for them to lock onto your positions. Shen Yui spoke calmly, and Su Ming sensed yet another divine power erupting from Chun Hui's being. This new divine force, more offensive in nature, was likely Chun Hui's own aggressive divine knowledge. I'm joining in as well, brothers. Divine knowledge, mirror dimension. 30% of their attacks will be redirected to the mirror dimension, not only diminishing their offensive capabilities, but also rebounding that portion back onto their own bodies. With a fierce shout, Li Heron invoked his powers, and Su Ming and Chun Hui felt the surrounding space-time begin to warp slightly, as an alternate dimension began to intertwine with their own. Both were taken aback. Li Heron's father was indeed a formidable apocalyptic tier powerhouse, specializing in dimensional abilities. And Li Heron's divine knowledge seemed to possess a depth that subtly surpassed that of the other two. Excellent. My divine knowledge can continuously strip away the vitality of their bodies. The longer they fight, the weaker they become. Furthermore, the Tree of Life will provide the two of you with life energy, so you need not fear injuries. Su Ming smiled faintly, his expression becoming serious. In that moment, under the guiding force of their energies, both sides erupted simultaneously. The research facilities army, under the commander's orders, launched a fierce assault towards Su Ming and his companions. In response, the trio unleashed a ferocious counterattack. Chun Hui and Li Heron released terrifying energy cannons from their mechs, bombarding the research facility's troops. Meanwhile, Su Ming transformed into a streak of pale blue light, hurtling toward the enemy forces with exceptional speed. The agility and velocity of the wolf-type mech on the ground far surpassed that of humanoid mechs. At that moment, Su Ming's speed startled the Void Clan soldiers, prompting hundreds of them to charge at him. In an instant, 100 auras locked onto Su Ming, but under the influence of Chun Hui's unique divine power, nearly 90% of them failed to successfully lock onto his position. The remaining 10% posed little threat. Su Ming deftly maneuvered among the soldiers, some of whom were ranged Void Clan warriors. As he closed in with his wolf-type mech, a hint of panic showed on their faces. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming's claws swiftly tore through several soldiers, reducing them to mere fragments. Yet, at that moment, Su Ming's expression shifted. He sensed another 500 soldiers locking onto him. Amidst such overwhelming pressure, even with Chun Hui's divine capabilities, a fraction of the soldiers managed to successfully target Su Ming. A torrential wave of attacks surged toward him from all directions, targeting every possible escape route. Su Ming furrowed his brow, acutely feeling the suffocating pressure the opposing army inflicted upon him. Chapter 195, Research Results. Boom, boom, boom. A deluge of attacks rained down upon Su Ming's mech, engulfing it in flames. Although each individual strike came from level 7 genetic warriors, the sheer volume was overwhelming. However, the overwhelming number of Void Tribe soldiers endowed their assaults with an extraordinary capacity for devastation. It was estimated that the protective shield of the assault-type mech would be breached in an instant. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Li He ran into a state of alarm. Preparing torstai intervene on sununtai minus bihof. Yet, before he could make a move, hundreds of attacks were similarly directed at him, forcing Li He to retreat continuously, leaving him utterly unable to assist Su Ming. This battle was fated from the outset to be exceptionally arduous. Both Su Ming and Li He, along with Chun Hui, were confronted with the onslaught of countless Void Tribe soldiers. Boom! Boom! The attacks from the Void Tribe soldiers finally struck the wolf-type mech, engulfing Su Ming in a blaze of fire. Su Ming! Li He exclaimed in shock over the communication channel. However, before he could regain his composure, he beheld a mech enveloped in a green glow surging forth from the waves of attacks unleashed by the Void Tribe soldiers. The terrifying flames continued to erupt upon the wolf-type mech, yet these flames merely caused a slight ripple in the green luminescence, failing to penetrate the protective barrier and reach the mech within. How could an assault-type mech possess such formidable defensive capabilities? Li He gasped in astonishment at the sight. An assault-type mech, in essence, was akin to an assassin-type mech, primarily emphasizing explosiveness and speed, thereby lacking in defensive power. Yet at this moment, the wolf-type mech piloted by Su Ming exhibited a terrifying level of defense rivaling that of a defensive mech. It was that layer of green light that had repelled the attacks aimed at Su Ming. Chun Hui astutely discerned the secret behind the mech's astonishing defensive prowess. What is this? A novel technology? A flicker of surprise crossed Li He's eyes. As members of the new generation of elite mech warriors and formidable mechanics, Both were well-versed in mechanical technology, possessing a clear understanding of the effects achievable at this level of technology. However, the prospect of achieving such robust defense in an assault-type mech could, if widely adopted, fundamentally alter the combat dynamics of these mechs. Their conjectures were not unfounded. This green luminescence was indeed a groundbreaking technology that Su Ming had developed during those 3 days. Energy conversion armor. This technology emerged from Su Ming's fusion of energy knowledge and mechanical expertise. It allowed for the conversion of various energy types into the energy shield of the mech. The attacks from the Void Tribe soldiers, along with the life energy siphoned from Su Ming's life-draining abilities, coalesced into armor, manifesting upon the Wolf-type mech's exterior. At this moment, the Wolf-type mech, empowered by the energy conversion armor, experienced a significant enhancement in its defense. The next instant, the Wolf-type mech erupted forth with an astonishing speed, plunging into the ranks of the Void Tribe soldiers. The undamaged state of the Wolf-type mech astonished several Void Tribe soldiers. As Su Ming accelerated fiercely, some of the soldiers were caught off guard and were torn to shreds by the mech's extended claws. At that moment, a cold voice emerged from the ranks of the Void Tribe. Void transformation, only melee capability. Let us see how he contends with our innate abilities. The human race wielded mechs while the Void Tribe possessed their innate capability of void transformation. This ability allowed the Void Tribe to merge with the void, serving as the core asset enabling their civilization to rival that of humanity. Observing Su Ming charging into the fray, the Void Tribe commander swiftly identified the weakness of the Wolf-type mech. It relied solely on melee capabilities, making it challenging to unleash its full potential against void transformation. After all, melee attacks predominantly depended on kinetic momentum and the sharpness of claws, which in contrast were categorized as physical attacks. When faced with void transformation, a significant portion of these attacks will be neutralized. Nonetheless, Su Ming displayed no signs of panic. On the claws of the Wolf-type mech, a faint blue energy subtly manifested. The energy's level fluctuation was not particularly intense, perhaps only a few thousand units. Such energy fluctuations were negligible when measured against the level of a 7th-tier warrior. Naturally, the soldiers of the Void Tribe sensed this energy fluctuation but dismissed it, as even for them, the void transformation was typically averse to energy attacks. However, this meager energy was inconsequential. As the wolf claws swept through the bodies of the Void Tribe soldiers, the faint blue energy was delivered into the soldiers' bodies. Yet, despite the claws' passage, the soldiers remained in their void transformation state, intact and unaffected by the weak energy. Expressions of mockery surfaced among the Void Tribe soldiers, as if to ridicule Su Ming's audacity. Soon, these soldiers began to gather their strength once more, preparing to unleash a fierce assault upon Su Ming. However, as they concentrated their power, a brilliant blue light suddenly ignited within their bodies, and the entirety of their void transformation forms became suffused with a deep blue hue. In the next moment, amidst the soldiers' alarmed gazes, those soldiers now cloaked in deep blue erupted from within, unleashing an exceptionally terrifying energy fluctuation. Boom! 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 One after another. The soldiers self-detonated, the explosive energy devastatingly immense, claiming the lives and injuring those nearby. What on earth is happening? The energy contained within his claws was problematic. The Void Tribe commander widened his eyes, fixating on Su Ming, who had already distanced himself from the vicinity of the exploding soldiers. At that moment, he seemed to realize something and shouted urgently in the language of the Void Tribe. Those who were just touched by him, do not release your power. Withdraw from the void transformation state. But his warning came too late. Before he could finish, several more Void Tribe soldiers attempted to unleash their internal powers against Su Ming. Yet, these soldiers, who had not yet released their attacks, mirrored those who had previously detonated, their bodies suddenly erupting with a powerful energy fluctuation. The next instant they exploded. Each became a blue bomb, casting a surreal blue filter over the battlefield. Chapter 196, Energy Cancer. Su Ming coldly observed the series of explosions before him. Void transformation? If they enjoy void transformation, then let them perish one by one. A conservative estimate suggests that at least 100 Void Tribe soldiers met their demise at the hands of their own comrades' self-detonations. This was another of Su Ming's research achievements. Energy cancer. In total, Su Ming had developed 3 technologies: energy conversion armor, energy cancer, and energy adhesive. The faint blue energy from earlier was indeed the energy cancer. This technology was aptly named after its effect. Cancer, within the human body, represents malignant cells that not only proliferate indefinitely, but also possess formidable aggressiveness and instability. Typically, even a small number of cancer cells will gradually spread to various organs. The energy cancer functioned in a similar manner. The faint blue energy acted as a catalyst, provoking a mutation within the internal energy of the energy entities. Once infected by the energy cancer, refraining from releasing energy was manageable. However, once energy was unleashed, it would accelerate the spread and division of the energy cancer, rapidly leading to a complete infection of the energy entity. By that time, it was essentially hopeless. The uncontrolled energy would erupt instantaneously, resulting in a self-destructive effect. Naturally, every technology possesses its flaws or methods of restraint, and the energy cancer was no exception. Contracting energy cancer is not without a solution. One merely needs to sever the infected portion or revert to a material form to eradicate the affliction. However, the void transformation is a unique ability of the Void Clan, allowing them to transmute their essence into energy and merge their bodies with the void. To sever the infected part would be akin to self-amputation. If the infection were located in critical areas, such as the heart or head, there would be no recourse. Moreover, should a member of the Void Clan revert to their material body, they would relinquish their most formidable power. It must be said that energy cancer serves as a formidable counter to the Void Clan. The commander of the Void Clan recognized this reality. Although he was unaware of the primary capabilities of energy cancer, his recent observations of the Void Soldiers allowed him to perceive that this ability leaned towards an infectious nature. The catalyst for self-detonation likely occurred at the moment of power release. By compressing his evasive space and maintaining distance, he aimed to prevent any close encounters. Focusing on remote attacks, surely, the energy shield would eventually deplete, and at that moment, he would be doomed. It is worth noting that achieving the rank of commander and elevating his combat prowess to nearly that of a 10th-level genetic warrior indicated his astute judgment of the situation. Without hesitation, he made what he deemed a correct and decisive choice. Soon, the Void Soldiers dispersed, abandoning their collective advantage and began to compress Su Ming's maneuvering space from various directions. For an assault-type mech, losing operational space is its greatest fear. The pressure exerted by these Void Soldiers indeed made Su Ming's situation exceedingly uncomfortable. From the onset, this war had been exceptionally arduous. Su Ming glanced at Li Heron and Chen Hui, who were already being overwhelmed and scattered by the Void forces, their mechs battered and bruised. Despite having eliminated numerous Void Soldiers like Su Ming, they still appeared somewhat beleaguered due to the vast disparity in power. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Qi Sun and Du Bing during the destruction of the defense system, the two would likely have been crushed by the Void Army. Observing the disheveled state of the four, Su Ming shook his head. At this moment, the five had been separated, making it exceedingly difficult to regroup and form a united front in this battle. Each had to rely solely on themselves. Without hesitation, Su Ming aimed skyward and fired a shot. This shot contained a significant amount of energy cancer, erupting in the sky and raining downwards. Upon witnessing this, the commander of the Void Clan's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to bellow, "All withdraw from Void Transformation, quickly." Entering Void Transformation meant converting one's body into an energy form, and being tainted by energy cancer would almost certainly lead to death. Upon hearing the command, all Void Soldiers' bodies contorted as they reverted from the state of Void Transformation back to their material forms. However, some soldiers were unable to transform in time and detonated, turning into blue bombs. Thanks to prior experiences, the Void Soldiers maintained a considerable distance from one another, preventing mass casualties. The explosion claimed merely dozens of their ranks. For the Void Army, this was not a significant setback. For Su Ming, it was acceptable. His objective was solely to strip the Void forces confronting the five of their Void Transformation capability. Once that capability was lost, the pressure on the five would diminish significantly, allowing them to dispatch more Void Soldiers. This was a battle fought individually, yet the ultimate goal of the five and their mutual actions were intricately connected. The more the other four could slay Void Soldiers, the more it alleviated Su Ming's burden. Incredible. Brother Su Ming, what is this ability that restricts the enemy's Void Transformation? Excellent. This makes it much easier for me to eliminate foes. The communication channel quickly filled with the voices of the four. Although they fought independently, they remained vigilant of the battlefield and could gauge each other's situations. Upon witnessing Su Ming unleash the pale blue energy, the Void Soldiers swiftly withdrew from their Void forms, each displaying expressions of relief. Remember, after releasing energy attacks, sever the connection. Do not allow the released energy to remain linked to the energy within your mechs. Otherwise, your mechs may also detonate. Su Ming remained unfazed by his teammates' exuberant praise. His demeanor was steady, and he spoke quietly in the communication channel. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the four felt a slight chill, gradually realizing the purpose of the pale blue energy. Just then, Su Ming's expression changed abruptly as he sensed a powerful aura charging towards him. The commander of the Void Clan. Now that the Void Clan had lost their ability to transform, their commander could no longer remain passive. He charged forward, unleashing a lethal strike aimed squarely at Su Ming. This human possesses the ability to counter our clan, but fortunately, it seems only he possesses such power. Otherwise, human civilization would have already used it against us on the battlefield. He has come to us willingly. While others may be spared, this human must die. At that moment, a throng of Void soldiers abandoned the other four and surged toward Su Ming. Chapter 197, Full Firepower. The commander of the Void Clan was unaware of the nature of Su Ming's ability. However, the perceptive Void soldiers sensed the threat this mech posed to their kind. Should this ability fall into the hands of human civilization, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the Void civilization. He must not be allowed to leave here alive. This sentiment resonated among all present Void soldiers. As a result, a contingent of Void soldiers engaged Li Heron and the others, while another group advanced toward Su Ming. Su Ming, Danya, be careful. The commander is coming for you. Li Heron shouted urgently over the communication channel, but he was already entangled with the Void forces. Unable to assist Su Ming, the other three found themselves in a similar predicament. However, for the four, the somewhat disheartening good news was that with the Void soldiers focusing their fire on Su Ming, their own pressure significantly decreased, allowing them to breathe easier and even seize opportunities to eliminate more Void soldiers. Yet, this meant that Su Ming was now under immense pressure. At this moment, nearly 1,000 Void soldiers, including two 10th-level genetic warrior commanders, surged towards Su Ming. This force represented a third of the entire army. Although these Void soldiers had temporarily lost their Void transformation ability due to Su Ming's actions, their combat prowess remained formidable. Boom! Instantly, a devastating attack barreled towards Su Ming, forcing him to retreat to evade the onslaught. A powerful and robust figure soon loomed before him, a formidable Void warrior. Su Ming was close enough to discern the muscular contours of his physique. The individual's eyes were cold, brimming with intense hatred, as he swiftly conjured a Void blade in his hand and struck down towards Su Ming. Su Ming's gaze sharpened momentarily, as he contemplated extending his claws to engage in a fierce confrontation with this individual. However, he was beset by the overwhelming presence of thousands of Void Clan warriors converging upon him, intent on subduing and eliminating him while their formidable allies held him at bay. Weighing the pros and cons of his mind, Su Ming decisively abandoned the notion of attacking the Void Clan expert before him, opting instead to withdraw and evade the oncoming assault. Consequently, his retreat appeared somewhat disheveled, had it not been for his formidable control over the mech's maneuvers. He might have been struck by the onslaught of hundreds of Void Clan soldiers. The hairs on the back of Su Ming's neck stood on end as he pushed himself to his limits, his nerves taut with tension. Confronted by immense pressure, he felt his state elevate to its zenith. At that moment, his mental acuity surged to unprecedented heights, and the divine radiance in his eyes flickered like a celestial glow. Faced with the combined onslaught of over 1,000 Void Clan soldiers and the coordinated assault of 2 level 10 commanders, Su Ming found himself transported back to a few years prior, when he had been ensnared in the confines of the system's space, enduring the hellish training imposed upon him. Memories surged forth like a tidal wave, propelling Su Ming into an absolute state of rational clarity. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned 3 mechs, the Shield Bearer, the Spirit Fox, and a long-range artillery mech, Star One. Alongside the Wolf-type mech he piloted, he commanded a total of 4 mechs. His 3 companions had been isolated by the Void Clan, making it impossible for them to come to his aid. Thus, Su Ming resolved to become his own team. One man, a singular force. Boom! The Shield Bearer's shield rose instantaneously, and the next moment, Star One was poised with its sniper rifle, unleashing a barrage upon the Void Clan forces. Meanwhile, the Spirit Fox mech, in concert with the Wolf-type mech, transformed into ethereal shadows, engaging the 2 level 10 Void Clan commanders in a fierce struggle. The mental energy and stellar force within Su Ming erupted boundlessly, pouring forth into each mech. Despite the urgency of the situation, Su Ming maintained his primary focus on the Wolf-type mech, knowing that its operation would inevitably surpass that of the others. Fortunately, the sheer number of Void Clan soldiers, seemingly intent on establishing overwhelming dominance, limited their mobility, making it considerably easier for Star One to lock onto its targets. Almost every shot found its mark, obliterating a Void Clan soldier into a mist of blood. The divine light in Su Ming's eyes threatened to overflow. At this juncture, he no longer pondered whether he could vanquish these soldiers. He recognized that failing to unleash his full power against such overwhelming numbers could very well lead to his demise. This was never a fair battle. Even his four comrades were embroiled in their own grueling struggles, each exerting their utmost to emerge victorious. The outcome remained uncertain. Yet the true strength of the formidable lay in their unwavering conviction. Even in the face of imminent defeat, the five would never waver in their belief of inevitable triumph. Boom! 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 Su Ming's primary mech transformed into a fleeting shadow, its claws slicing through the air with a chilling ferocity. At this moment, the other forces of the Void Clan were effectively detained by the mechs under Su Ming's control. Before him stood merely a single level 10 Void Clan commander, and Su Ming had to eliminate him swiftly if he harbored even the faintest hope of victory. Thus, Su Ming did not relent in his offensive tempo. He bore no semblance of a disadvantaged individual. Instead, he exhibited remarkable aggression against the level 10 expert, pressing forward relentlessly and leveraging the speed advantage of the wolf-type mech to compel his opponent into direct confrontation. With an upper-tier level 8 cultivation and the formidable enhancement of a D-class mech boasting nearly 20,000 units of power, Su Ming faced the level 10 Void Clan expert without hesitation. In this moment of peak condition, why not dance with me? A surge of fervor coursed through Su Ming, igniting an unrestrained desire for aggression. His claws extended like those of a bloodthirsty phantom wolf, striking at the vulnerabilities exposed by the Void Clan commander. Only those who had faced Su Ming could fathom the terrifying pressure he exerted. In that instant, the commander sensed that no matter how he altered his tactics, he was effortlessly seen through by his adversary. Su Ming's claws, aimed at his unguarded openings, left him scrambling to defend himself. At last, the beleaguered Void Clan commander revealed a critical flaw. In a dance of skilled combatants, a single misstep could mean the difference between life and death. Su Ming's eyes and claws seized upon this opening, and in a heartbeat, his claws sliced through the gap. The next instant, the body of the Void Clan commander was violently rent asunder. Chapter 198, A Grueling Battle. The Void Clan forces, despite being besieged by thousands and facing 2 level 10 commanders, had lost one of their own. Witnessing this, another commander felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. What was happening? These 5 humans, in terms of raw power, were hardly formidable. Even within the vacuum of their civilization, they were considered weak. Yet paradoxically, these 5 individuals unleashed a terrifying prowess within this energy tier, leaving others of comparable strength to fear defeat at their hands. Were these 5 perhaps of superior lineage among humankind? The commander mused inwardly. In the Void Clan, there was no distinction between genius and mediocrity. The key differentiator of strength lay not only in postnatal cultivation, but also in the innate gifts of one's bloodline. To this commander, these 5 represented the elite among humankind. At this moment, the pressure had shifted to the Void Clan. The commander observed the 5's performance, finding it nearly impeccable as they consistently transformed disadvantage into advantage. For the first time, he felt as though the situation had spiraled beyond his control. These 5, though not overwhelmingly strong in terms of raw capability, possessed an uncanny resilience and a terrifying acumen for assessing the battlefield, seizing opportunities with precision. To contend with these 5, one had to maintain unwavering focus and exercise utmost caution at every moment. The 5's mastery over timing and opportunity was virtually flawless. A minor miscalculation could allow them to instantly reverse the tide of battle, turning disadvantage into advantage. At this juncture, one commander had already fallen to the human possessing multitasking abilities, and he knew he must remain vigilant, denying that individual any chance to exploit a weakness. In an instant, this commander gained a clear understanding of the battlefield. The strength of the level 10 Void Clan warriors had ceased to be the pivotal factor. Previously, commanders had acted with the intention of leveraging their troops to swiftly eliminate the 5. However, this assessment now appeared fundamentally flawed. After all, with the commander personally engaging in battle, the opposing forces only needed to eliminate him to leave the army without a leader, significantly weakening their strength. The key now was for him to survive and return to the protection of his troops, using their might to crush these 5 adversaries. In that fleeting moment of realization, the commander swiftly retreated, utilizing the cover provided by his troops to escape the entanglement with Su Mingling's fox mech and rejoin his forces. Just as he returned to his army, a chilling scream echoed from a distance. The Void Tribe commander quickly turned his gaze, drenched in cold sweat. The research facility's army was originally composed of one main commander and two deputy commanders. The main commander possessed vacuum-level strength, while the deputies were at level 10. The two deputies had just been attacking Su Ming, both wielding level 10 power. Meanwhile, the main commander, bold and skilled, had acted alone, intending to leverage the army's support to eliminate the other four. However, this vacuum-level commander had been slain on the battlefield by the combined efforts of the four foes. At this moment, only he remained alive among the three commanders. Witnessing this scene, the commander felt both a shiver of fear and a wave of relief. Fortunately, he had made the right judgment. Had he fallen to the enemy as well, his side would have been left without a commander, risking total annihilation under the enemy's coordination. Thank goodness he survived. Now, he could reorganize his forces to launch an assault, utilizing their overwhelming strength to crush these 5 adversaries. No matter what, he would not venture out again. Form up attack. At the commander's order, the Void Tribe's army began to regroup and charge toward the 5. Su Ming sighed softly at the sight. What a pity. The enemy's commander was no fool. Upon the death of one of his commanders, he had immediately become vigilant. Despite the seamless coordination that led to the main commander's demise, the commander had retreated into the formation. Thus, unless the army was completely annihilated by the 5, killing him would be nearly impossible. However, despite the Void Tribe losing 300 to 400 men, the remaining forces still possessed enough strength to overpower the 5. After all, those 300 to 400 had been defeated only after an all-out effort, without considering the exhaustion. The burden on the Mechs alone could not withstand another round of such assault from the 5. Boom! 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 Countless void energies surged toward the 5. In that moment, the Void Tribe's army divided their attacks, with some targeting the 4, while others relentlessly assaulted Su Ming. Thousands of attacks rained down upon him. Shield Bearer. The Shield Bearer quickly raised its shield. At that moment, Su Ming concentrated his efforts on the Shield Bearer, maneuvering it to fend off the incoming assaults while simultaneously stowing away the Wolf-type and Fox-type mechs in favor of 2 offensive mechs. Su Ming raised his sniper rifle, taking cover behind the Shield Bearer, and unleashed a furious barrage against the Void Tribe. His attacks rained down upon the soldiers, but under the unique Void shield of their formation, killing them proved exceedingly difficult. It took nearly 2 shots to bring down a single Void soldier. Such lethargic efficiency filled Su Ming with a flicker of urgency. The Shield Bearer was on the verge of collapse. Even though the Shield Bearer's shield and mech capabilities afforded it formidable defensive strength, they could not withstand the relentless waves of attacks. This was the combined onslaught of over 1,000 level 7 combatants, all directed at the Shield Bearer's shield. Even with Su Ming's maneuvering mitigating some attacks, the sheer ferocity of the assault was overwhelming. By the 5th round of concentrated fire, the Shield Bearer's shield shattered. In that instant, Su Ming's 3 offensive mechs were exposed to the enemy's onslaught. Chapter 199, The Dying Struggle. The Shield Bearer was destroyed, shattered into fragments by the Void Tribe. Gosing Sumini Min Spain. After all, this Shield Bearer had been enhanced with divine energy, boasting unparalleled performance. Even if it were to be repaired later, its divinity would undoubtedly suffer, leading to a significant decline in its overall attributes. Yet, such was the nature of war. One must accept losses. The path to victory in warfare lies in incurring lesser losses while inflicting greater ones upon the enemy. The Shield Bearer was gone, but the battle raged on. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming summoned another defensive mech. Due to his habit of rarely employing defensive mechs, only 2 remained in his storage space. Releasing another now meant he would be left with just 1. However, it was imperative to deploy it. Su Ming had no other choice, without a defensive mech. His offensive mechs would be utterly defenseless against the enemy's attacks and would be swiftly overwhelmed. Boom! Attacks came in rapid succession as a brownish-yellow mech materialized before Su Ming. Guardian of the Earth. The frontline brown mech instantly erected a vast dark yellow energy shield, absorbing all the void attacks aimed at Su Ming. Seizing this opportunity, he unleashed a furious assault from behind the Guardian of the Earth. The starlight in his eyes had grown so intense it seemed ready to overflow. With nearly 10,000 points of starlight consumed since the onset of battle. Yet Su Ming could not afford to feel sorrow. His will was unyielding. He had to secure victory in this war. The attacks from the 3 offensive mechs erupted one after another, bombarding the Void Tribe forces. The 2 sides exchanged blows in a frantic counterattack. Boom! Once more, the Guardian of the Earth was shattered by the Void Tribe's relentless assault. But the Void Tribe paid dearly, losing 200 soldiers in the process. Su Ming took a deep breath and prepared to deploy his final defensive mech. Heaven and Earth Bear mech. A colossal mech rose from the ground, once again intercepting the Void Tribe's attacks. Of course, this mech could not escape destruction either. However, Su Ming used this opportunity to claim another 200 lives from the Void Tribe soldiers. Su Ming glanced at his four companions, noticing they too had been busy, wiping out nearly 1,000 Void soldiers during this time. Of course, their auras had also diminished significantly. Surrounding them lay a multitude of mech wreckage. Clearly, these companions had already lost several mechs, and the ones they wore now were merely replacements. Su Ming felt a surge of joy at their accomplishments. Since the beginning, his side had eradicated over 800 soldiers, while his four companions together had eliminated more than 1,200 Void soldiers. Their achievements were remarkable, as they had managed to incapacitate 2/3 of the enemy's forces through sheer willpower. Yet now, for the 5 of them, the most arduous moment of this battle had just begun. The other 4 individuals, unlike Su Ming, whose strength seemed boundless as long as the starlight continued to shine, had nearly depleted their powers from the onset of battle to the present moment. Their offensive capabilities had significantly diminished, leaving them barely able to defend themselves, let alone eliminate more foes from the Void Clan. In contrast, Su Ming's vitality remained unscathed. However, his defensive mechs were all rendered inoperative, leaving only a few offensive and assault mechs in his storage. Faced with the onslaught of the Void Clan's forces, these mechs would be obliterated almost instantaneously if deployed. At this critical juncture of the war, the enemy was also running low on numbers, while Su Ming and his companions were at the end of their ropes. Charge! We may have little combat power left, but we still possess 1,000 capable warriors. Victory shall be ours, declared the commander of the Void Clan, standing behind his troops, feeling both terror and a resolute determination to eliminate Su Ming and his companions. Under his command, the soldiers of the Void Clan erupted with formidable power, launching fierce assaults towards Su Ming and his allies, with nearly 800 soldiers targeting Su Ming specifically. Chun Hui's evasion abilities had long been retracted, his strength inadequate to sustain such enhancements. Consequently, the Void Clan soldiers could now better hone in on Su Ming's presence, resulting in an increasing number of successful strikes against him. Hold on. The biological vitality of the enemy has begun to markedly decline. If we can just endure, they will lose all combat capability. Another one of Su Ming's offensive mechs was destroyed, yet he keenly sensed that the ferocity of the enemy's attacks had diminished significantly since the beginning. Had the initial intensity persisted, it would have certainly resulted in the destruction of at least 2 of his mechs. Now, only 1 had been lost. The enemy's life force was plummeting within his domain of life deprivation. The combat power of these Void Clan soldiers had descended from an average level 7 to a current level 6. Persevere. Endurance is victory. Su Ming relentlessly attacked the Void Clan soldiers, who in turn were fervently assaulting him. Observing this, the commander of the Void Clan could no longer restrain himself and boldly launched a direct attack on Su Ming from a distance. Both sides were now at their limits. Yet the Void Clan commander remained at the pinnacle of level 10 strength. With his strike, he swiftly incapacitated another of Su Ming's mechs. Su Ming's gaze turned icy as he directed his attention to this Void Clan commander, who had now become the most unpredictable variable on the battlefield. His power was unparalleled, and unless he was eliminated, even if Su Ming annihilated all the enemy troops, he would ultimately be unable to withstand the commander's might, as his mechs would be rendered inoperative. Thus, if a kill was to be made, it needed to be executed swiftly. In that moment, Su Ming resolved to make a reckless decision.